transmigrating into the era of beast-taming. I somehow awakened the most useless water bear ability. He even had his family fortune of millions seized by the class monitor. In the depths of despair, I awakened the SSS-ranked Demon Refining Pot. Hunting living creatures could refine life essence, enabling infinite evolution for my beast companions. I sold all my possessions and sacrificed millions of sea fish, evolving tardigrades into a million-strong army of metal-devouring insects, starting with elites, backed by epics. When the class president bullied me again, I immediately accepted the beast-taming challenge. A million-strong swarm of insects instantly devoured his elite beast, forcing him to scream daddy, then and there. And all this is just the beginning. Chapter 1, A Trash Summoned Beast, the Water Bear? Yesterday, Yi Hao, class monitor of Senior Class 1 at Wangjiang No. 1 High School, awakened as a summoner and summoned an epic-tier heroic summoned beast, a six-winged seraph companion. Wangjiang's richest man offered 10 billion for it but was refused on the spot. As of today, a total of 10,001 students have successfully completed the awakening ceremony in Wangjiang City. Among them, over 3,000 obtained elite-level beast companions, 99 acquired superhuman-level beast companions, and one even secured the rare epic-level beast companion, a six-winged angel, a once-in-a-century occurrence, setting a new historical record. The stuffy classroom echoed with slides detailing the latest trial news from Wangjiang City, while Xu Xing gazed at his surroundings with a complicated expression. Familiar classmates, loved ones, and the well-known classroom, all set against an utterly alien world backdrop. What used to be the 3-year college entrance exam and 5-year simulation has transformed into detailed guides on secret realms, encyclopedias of demonic beasts, illustrated records of alien races, and collections of goddesses. This is a magical world where everyone can awaken as a beast tamer, and those who successfully summon beasts will unlock a beast space to nurture their creatures. His predecessor was a lucky one, having already successfully awakened as a beast tamer. However, due to some trivial matters, her spirit collapsed, but fortunately, it allowed the version of him from Blue Star to descend upon this world once again. After inheriting the memories of his predecessor, Xu Xing felt both envy and frustration at his lack of ambition. A month ago, the protagonist's hometown underwent demolition, and he received 4 apartments and 5 million yuan in cash. But before the original body could rejoice for even 2 days, he successfully awakened as a beast tamer, received a confession from his first love, the class beauty, making it a triple celebration. He should have been enjoying life and making his mark, but when summoning his beast, he ended up with the utterly useless, colony-type, water bear. In subsequent class trials, he consistently ranked at the bottom and was even secretly threatened by the class monitor for money, utterly powerless to resist. Despite such cowardice, his first love, the class belle, never abandoned him. Instead, she stood up for him and scolded the class monitor. Sadly, he was too pretentious, letting his male pride get the better of him. Instead of cherishing her, he berated her for meddling in his affairs. Witnessing this, the class monitor was furious, consumed by jealousy and resentment. Teaming up with others in the class, they relentlessly pressured and insulted the former protagonist, calling him a useless man who only knew how to hide behind women and live off them. Seeing that his predecessor didn't dare to resist, the class monitor became even more aggressive, directly robbing the protagonist when short on money. In just one short month, the previous owner was extorted for nearly 1 million in cash. 1 million in cash, that was the money his family had given him to cultivate a beast tamer. I just wanted him to advance a few ranks before the class trial, but unfortunately, all the opportunities were snatched away. The midterm trials arrived, but his spirit beast lacked the resources to be properly trained. Not only did he fail to make progress, he outright achieved the glorious result of coming in dead last. His predecessor suffered a complete mental breakdown, allowing Xu Xing from Blue Star to take over his body. Tisk, Xu Xing felt like he was immersed in it, as if watching a biographical film. But the experience was really not great. After all, the clown protagonist inside turned out to be myself. Damn, this era Xu Xing has such good luck, yet lives so pathetically. Back on Earth, I work like a dog 24/7 but still manage to live happily. You can go peacefully. This era isn't suited for you, and I'll live this life anew in your stead. Xu Xing murmured to himself, as if steadying his resolve. Even if it's a trash-tier beast tamer, at least I'd become a transcendent, a beast summoner. The family still had millions in resources to support him, along with the admiration of the class beauty Chen Xiu. On Blue Star, he missed her, but this time no one can stand in his way. Xu Xing reined in his emotions, and after finishing class, he swiftly returned home. As he had just awakened, he still needed to rely on instruments to enter the beast summoning space. Xu Xing opened his eyes and found himself floating in the air with an ethereal body. His beast taming space was vast, nearly indistinguishable from a small world, complete with oceanic, marshland, plain, and mountainous ecosystems. Compared to other summoner spaces, the only advantage of his was its size. Some awakened single-hero beastmasters may have beastmaster spaces of just a few square meters, barely enough for their beasts to move around. Xu Xing concentrated his thoughts, zoomed in his perspective, and located his core summoned beast, the water bear. Like the tardigrades I learned about in my past life, their vitality is incredibly tenacious, with an adaptability so formidable they're practically indestructible. Within the beast-taming space, whether in oceans, swamps, plains, or mountainous regions, their presence can be found throughout the territory. Although each individual is extremely tiny, when they gather together in a dense swarm, it's still quite impressive. It really doesn't have any offensive power. Especially when compared to this extraordinary beast-taming era, even a classmate's ordinary goblin beast is way better. Beasts can evolve, and tardigrades are exceptionally resilient, making them an excellent group for mutation and evolution. Unfortunately, for such tiny creatures, 1 or 2 evolutions might not be entirely useless, but they're practically insignificant. The family savings only amount to a few million, while a single box of evolution elixir on the market costs tens of thousands. A few million at most could only support 1 full evolution for all his summoned beasts. Display personal information. Xu Xing spoke according to his memory. A translucent screen resembling a computer monitor appeared before his eyes. Name, Xu Xing. Awakening state, awakened form, demigod form, celestial form. Innate talent, demon refining pot. Innate abilities, devour and refine demons, evolve tamed beasts, soul offering. Beast taming space level, 1, no extraordinary artifacts. Bound tamed beast, tardigrade, hive species. Number of tamed beasts, 1 million adults, 3 million larvae, 10 million eggs. Summoned beast detailed panel. Refining monsters, refining monster pot? Xu Xing widened his eyes. This seemed different from the personal information in his mind, and there were 3 additional innate abilities. My goodness, a golden finger? Xu Xing's breathing became rapid instantly. A trembling heart and shaking hands. He quickly tapped open the abilities, trying to examine their details. Innate talent, demon refining, originally had no talent, unexpectedly inherited from the ancient artifact, alchemy pot, sealed. Ability, devour and refine demons. Refine demon corpses and souls, converting them into primordial life liquid and soul crystals respectively. Primordial life liquid can evolve all things, while soul crystals can repair the demon refining pot. Evolve beast masters. Combining the powerful life adaptability of beast masters with the ability derived from the demon refining pot, primordial life liquid can be used to evolve one's own beast masters. Bestowed beast targeted evolution. Besides life essence, additional rare materials are also required. Beast random evolution, self-super evolution, only requires life primordial liquid. Soul sacrifice. Forced ability of the refining demonic vessel. The soul crystals of demons transformed by the refining demonic vessel must be offered as sacrifices to the vessel itself for its self-repair. Additionally, based on the quantity and quality of the sacrificed soul crystals, the refining demonic vessel will grant corresponding rewards, such as sealed treasures, cultivation techniques, etc. Great, just great. The novels didn't lie to me. Transmigrators always get their golden fingers. Xu Xing was so excited he could barely resist the urge to slap the class monitor right then and there. Bullying? Next time I beat you up, you'll be calling me daddy. Take a deep breath and proceed to examine the subsequent details of the tamed beasts. If you don't even understand your own beasts, don't even think about messing around. Core beast, water bear. Beast bloodline quality, common, elite, super, epic, lord, myth. Beast master talent, reproduction, extremely rapid breeding, adaptive regeneration, exceptionally resilient, capable of adapting to nearly any environment. Reproductive capacity, 1000 per breeding, at least 4 times per year. Life cycle, 0-10 years, active period, 30 days, dehydrated dormancy period, 10 years. Beast taming spacetime difference, calculated as 1 day in the real world equals 100 days in the territory. Resources can be invested to appropriately adjust the time difference. Almost no offensive capability, but this reproduction rate and vitality are terrifying enough. Xu Xing did a simple calculation, assuming every 2 tardigrades reproduce once, with each batch yielding 1,000 offspring, and 4 breeding cycles per year, the initial pair would grow to 4,002 tardigrades in just 1 year. Moreover, each tardigrade has a surprisingly long lifespan of nearly 10 years. Even with just the original 2 parent organisms, over a decade, they could produce 40,000 larvae. And considering each generation can continue multiplying indefinitely, the cycle never ends. No need to worry about extinction. Single combat prowess lacking? Then let's gang up on them. With such terrifying reproductive capabilities, if we could use the demon refining pot to directionally evolve them into the gold-devouring bugs from the novels. They devour anything in their path, endless swarms of all-consuming insects, likely capable of eating gods who stand in their way and devouring demons who dare obstruct them. Chapter 2, Selling Off Family Assets, Sacrificing a Million Salted Fish, Evolving. Monster refining pot tardigrade beast taming, host evolution requirements, entire body, devour all things, retain original abilities, individual size increase, possess offensive capabilities. Calculating, required for directed evolution, million units of life essence, over 10,000 gene of special devouring crystals, epic quality or above. Post-evolution quality, elite, minimum, half-step transcendent, epic unknown. In principle, the more materials invested, the better, higher quality rates. Doubling the life essence guarantees epic. 10,000 gene of epic grade materials? Xu Xing's lips twitched. Even if they emptied their entire family's savings, they probably still couldn't afford it. Poverty is the original sin. Unable to afford evolution, I had no choice but to reduce some evolutionary abilities. Water bear tamer, host evolution requirements, 1 million individuals, consumption of metals, retention of 1/3 of original abilities, possessing offensive capabilities. Calculating, required for directional evolution, 100,000 units of life essence, over 100 gene of gold crystals, quality, elite or above. Post-evolution quality, elite, rarely transcendent. Elite-level metal materials aren't particularly special, costing around 10,000 yuan per kilogram. 100 kilograms would be 1 million, which is still acceptable. He was the only child in his family, as well as the first college student and first superhuman in the Shu family. She was practically the pride of the entire family. When it came to strengthening herself, the family would spare no expense, even if it meant selling their assets or taking out loans. His family on Earth would have sold everything for him too. The pity was that in his past life on Earth, he hadn't amounted to much, but now things were different. In this era, he possessed a cheat ability. The gold crystals weren't an issue, the only thing missing now was the life elixir. Obtaining the life elixir wasn't exactly difficult, it simply required tossing demonic creatures into the alchemy cauldron to be automatically refined. The key is, how many monsters are needed for 100,000 units of life essence? To evolve his tamed beasts, Shu Xing immediately took action. He rushed downstairs, threw a dozen live mutant fish and a black flame turtle from the kitchen into the monster refining pot, then activated the refinement. Live fish, common grade, quantity 12, obtained life essence, 3.5 units. So little? Shu Xing clicked his tongue in amazement. 13 live fish, weighing at least 10 catties. It only contributed 3.5 life essence. Continue. Shu Xing then threw in the black flame turtle that his grandfather bought to nourish his body. Black flame turtle, elite quality, quantity 1, obtained life essence, 3.6 points. I'm screwed. A single black flame turtle costs thousands, and the life essence it provides is about the same as 13 salted fish worth 130 yuan? Shu Xing's face instantly darkened. He had lost thousands in blood. A nearly 1 gene fish provides about 0.3 points of life essence. For 100,000 points, it would take over 300,000 gene. Geez, that seems a bit expensive. Even the cheapest fish costs at least 10 yuan, so that would be over 3 million? Adding in the metal materials, it would probably cost around 5 million. Shu Xing felt a bit guilty. This might really force him to sell off his family assets. Live fish is more expensive, so how about replacing it with dead fish? Or maybe half-dead ones that are about to die? Actions speak louder than words. I immediately went out, and coincidentally there was a vegetable market right next to me. To test whether fish was the most cost-effective, he ended up buying regular chickens, ducks, and other meats as well. A few minutes later, Shu Xing put down his pen and let out a long sigh of relief. Dead fish can still yield life essence, but the amount will be much less. Those that are half-dead or freshly deceased, however, produce nearly as much as live fish. Experiments were also conducted with common animals like chickens and ducks, but in the end, the decision was made to purchase large quantities of half-dead sea fish. This area is next to the river, and Wangjiang City has a sea king, making seafood resource cards easy to purchase in large quantities. Buying more even comes with discounts. The day after tomorrow, the school is organizing a joint urban area trial, which will reportedly count towards class placement scores just like the final assessment. His usual grades are already at the bottom, and if he doesn't do well in the next 2 exams, forget about the advanced class, he might not even make it into the regular class. He must use his golden finger to speed up the evolution of the gold-devouring insects as quickly as possible. With an army of 1 million elite gold-devouring insects, securing the top spot might be a stretch, but breaking into the top 10 of the class shouldn't be a problem. Jumping from the bottom of the class to nearly the top 10, even if Dad found out the family fortune was drained, he'd probably just cry tears of joy. As for the grandparents, they wouldn't say anything either. The doting affection between grandparents and grandchildren is beyond imagination. However, spending several million at once still requires a call to Grandpa to confirm. As for Dad, I'm sure he won't have any objections, no need to even ask. Taking out his phone, he opened Grandpa's number. Hey, Xinger, have you eaten yet? The familiar aged voice came through the phone, making Shu Xing's nose sting slightly. In his previous life on Blue Star, because all the family's money was spent on buying him a car and a house, there wasn't enough left for his grandfather's hospitalization, and they had to borrow money for the treatment. In this lifetime, he is determined to climb to the top. Wealth, power, and strength, he must obtain them all. Grandpa, have you eaten? What about you and Grandma? We've already eaten, don't worry about us. Since you've awakened as a summoner, focus on training your summoned beasts. By the way, are you running short on money? Shu Xing didn't hesitate either. Yes, Grandpa, I'm still quite short. My summoned beast is about to evolve, so I want to rush through one evolution before the joint city exam the day after tomorrow. The old man was overjoyed upon hearing this. That's wonderful. How much do you need? Grandpa has heard all about it. Beast evolution is extremely important but also requires a lot of money. Just tell me how much you need, and I'll figure out a way to gather it for you. Ahem, Grandpa, this time there might be a bit too much. What do you mean too much? For beast taming evolution, some people can't evolve even with money. Is 5 million enough? We have over 3 million in cash at home, plus several properties to mortgage. If 5 million isn't enough, go ask your aunt for more. Shu Xing clicked his tongue. Grandpa sure was domineering. No need, Grandpa. The 3 million plus at home is enough. Is this enough? The old man hesitated slightly. Enough, truly, there's even extra. Shu Xing confirmed it was indeed sufficient. Live fish and half-dead fish are priced at a full double difference, and since he's buying hundreds of thousands of pounds at once, he can even get a 10 to 20% discount. Alright, good, that's enough. We mustn't delay your beast evolution. I'll hang up now and transfer the money to you. Alright. Shu Xing originally wanted to say that he would definitely make it into the top 10 of his class the day after tomorrow, but since it wasn't accomplished yet, he couldn't boast about it. Otherwise, if anything unexpected happens, the elderly will only feel even more heartbroken and disappointed. Taking the report card back home will be far more surprising than 1,000 words. Soon, the bank card showed the deposit, a full 4 million. Shu Xing froze for a moment, then murmured to himself, 6 months, at most 6 months, I'll definitely earn it all back. Now isn't the time to worry about Grandpa's money. Only after his beast completes its initial evolution and gains combat strength can his beast acquire more resources and earn greater power and wealth. After receiving the money, head straight to the official website to begin a new round of bargaining over the previously negotiated items already in the shopping cart. In the case of a one-time payment, 400,000 half-dead sea fish were sold at a high price of 4 yuan per gene, totaling 1.6 million. There were still 120 gene of top-quality elite-grade Qiang gold crystals, priced at 10,000 per gene, another 1.2 million. With the remaining 1.2 million, Shu Xing gritted his teeth and purchased 100,000 gene of sea fish. The last 800,000 was spent on a single transcendent-grade Qiang gold crystal. The more you invest, the greater the returns. Money should always be spent where it matters most. The 4 million fortune was spent in an instant. In this extraordinary era, logistics were fast, but spending money was even faster. In less than an hour, the goods were delivered to his doorstep, inspected, and received. 5 ordinary marine fish resource cards weighing 500,000 gene in total, each containing 100,000 gene of seafood, along with 2 metal material cards, all were fully invested into the refining demonic pot. Half-dead fish, common quality, quantity 500,000 caddies, obtained life essence, 145,200 points, soul crystals, 10 pieces. Soul crystal detected. Will you offer it as a sacrifice? Doing so will grant rewards from the alchemy cauldron. The more you sacrifice, the greater the rewards. You said it yourself, the more you offer, the greater the reward. What can $10 possibly get me? Shu Xing muttered casually. What Shu Xing didn't expect happened. The demon refining pot actually responded. 10 low-grade soul crystals can be exchanged for 10 elite-level materials. I can't believe you didn't tell me earlier. 10 elite materials, that's 10 crimson sun gold crystals, which would save him quite a bit of money. Forget it, I won't exchange them. I'll save up more next time in exchange for transcendent materials. Shu Xing declined. This time, the evolution materials had already been purchased in excess, and adding 10 more elite-level materials wouldn't make much of a difference. As for transcendent materials, even if you had the money in reality, they wouldn't be easy to buy. Hurry up. I hope. The transcendent materials only cost 100 low-grade soul crystals. Shu Xing grinned. I need to evolve my summoned beast now. Put in more effort, and I'll definitely offer you 120 soul crystals within a month. After all, hunting monsters requires strength. The stronger my summoned beast is, the faster and more soul crystals I can obtain. Due to rule restrictions, an additional epic level summoned beast will appear this time. Shu Xing was overjoyed. Deal, thanks a lot. Just a casual inquiry, but I didn't expect to actually gain something. Materials have been fully invested, initiating directional evolution, gold-devourer insect. Evolution complete, please check and receive. Chapter 3, Beating up the class monitor and calling him daddy. Evolved beast, gold-devouring insect. Quality, elite grade 990,000 units, superb grade 9,999 units, epic grade 1 unit. Abilities, metal devouring, high-speed collision, rapid reproduction. Reproduction capacity, 100 per cycle. Life cycle, 0-20 years active phase, 60 days, burst phase, 1 day, dehydration hibernation, 20 years. Not bad, not bad. Gazing at the swarm of golden needle-like evolved tardigrades before him, who could still call his beast-taming skills useless now. After a simple test of the gold-devouring bug's abilities, 1,000-pound iron armor was devoured by 10,000 elite-grade metal-devouring bugs in 3 breaths. Their high-speed collision attack proved equally formidable. Tens of thousands striking simultaneously could instantly pierce through 3-inch thick armor. During testing, he also discovered the gold-devouring bugs were quite greedy. Encountering metal made them want to take a bite. It seemed devouring metal had become their instinct. This million-strong army was the ultimate nemesis for ironclad shields. While the combat prowess of a single transcendent-grade gold-devouring insect remained unremarkable, the epic-grade variety delivered a major surprise. The high-speed collisions of epic-tier metal-devouring beetles could easily break the sound barrier, instantly piercing armor forged from crimson sun gold crystal with terrifying force. Though minuscule, once they penetrated a living target, they would actively burrow inside, voraciously gnawing through bones, organs, and blood vessels, born assassins of insidious cruelty. The city-wide exams should be a sure thing, Xu Xing thought coldly. But before that, I need to have a little chat with my dear class monitor. Revenge may wait a decade for the nobleman, but Xu Xing was no nobleman. Now that he had power, he wanted vengeance immediately. How dare a mere student attempt to rob nearly $1 million from his former associate? Such greed, such utter depravity. The next morning, after a quick breakfast, he pedaled his bicycle to school. Arriving at the classroom, Xu Xing spotted several figures standing by the doorway from afar. Thinking he was late, he quickened his pace toward the classroom. Little did he know that standing at the doorway were class monitor Yang Jiafeng and his gang of cronies. "Xingzi, where's my sticky rice chicken?" Yang Jiafeng's expression darkened when he saw Xu Xing arrive empty-handed, demanding in a grim tone. "And where are your Lu grandpa's oatmeal and beef buns? You little brat, trying to rip me off?" Yang Jiafeng nearly exploded with rage at his subordinate's insolence, slapping him across the face. Lu Kang gave an awkward smile, not daring to defy Yang Jiafeng, but glared viciously at Xu Xing. "Pretty boy, your big brother's asking you a question. Where's my breakfast? You ing deaf? I'm talking to you." Lu Kang roared, lunging forward to slap Xu Xing. Xu Xing's face turned icy cold. He swung back first, landing a slap. "Eat? I'll eat your ancestors first." On the way, Xu Xing had pondered, if the other guy apologized first, what should he do? Hitting him lightly would dishonor his predecessor, but if the other apologized first, hitting him hard seemed wrong too. But now, looking at the men before him, Xu Xing sneered. "I was just too kind-hearted. A vicious dog like you will never change its habit of eating and biting people." With that, Xu Xing backhanded Lu Kang again. "Get lost. I'll deal with you later." Lu Kang was utterly stunned. Was this really Xu Xing? The old Xu Xing had been so timid he dared not even look him in the eye. Yang Jiafeng was equally stunned. By the time he snapped out of it, his henchman Lu Kang had already been kicked to the ground. "Xu Xing, you're asking for it. Looking for death? Indeed. I came here today to feed you guys. After all, you're dogs. I know you love it." Xu Xing's voice carried loud enough to echo throughout the entire classroom. Yang Jiafeng's face darkened. "You bastard. I was thinking of letting you off this time since you'd been paying me protection money before. But now it seems like unless I make you bleed, you'll forget your own name." The commotion outside had long since caught the attention of the classmates inside the classroom. "Holy crap, is that really Xu Xing? She's gone wild. He actually dared to call the class monitor a dog and say he likes eating? His dad is a senior member of the school board. See you. Your man finally got smart, but will he really be okay?" Several girls gathered around, chattering excitedly. The pretty girl in the middle looked at Xu Xing with a mix of relief and worry. "Whoa, trouble's brewing, see you. Yang Jiafeng just issued a Beastmaster challenge. Is he trying to cripple your man's beast?" Chen Xiyu sprang to her feet, her gaze toward Yang Jiafeng brimming with murderous intent. "Hold Yang Jiafeng's men back for me later." Chen Xiyu pushed open the door and stormed out, shouting, "Yang Jiafeng, don't push it too far. This is school." Seeing his dream goddess rush over to defend Xu Xing, her eyes practically devouring him, Yang Jiafeng's face twisted. So you really like pretty boys, huh? None of your damn business." Chen Xiyu's face remained stern, utterly unfazed by his insults. Instead, she turned to look at Xu Xing with concern. "Are you okay?" Xu Xing saw the familiar, lovely face before him and couldn't help but gently touch her delicate cheek. He'd missed her in his past life, but thankfully, fate had opened its eyes. This time around, he wouldn't let her slip away. "I'm fine. Wait here. I'll take you out to eat after this." Xu Xing took her hand and pulled her behind him. Chen Xiyu's cheeks flushed crimson. Feeling the warmth in his palm, she felt lightheaded and elated, as if floating on air, unaware of her surroundings. Yang Jiafeng, witnessing Xu Xing flirting with the goddess right before his eyes, finally snapped. His face twisted into a vicious grimace. "Slut. Today I'll cripple your whoremongering pretty boy lover." "Xu Xing, if you're a man, accept my Beastmaster challenge." Yang Jiafeng sneered coldly, adding, "Refuse if you must, but remember, during the next citywide trials, the student council has the authority to assess class members' strength. If yours is too weak, I'll have no choice but to make you withdraw from the exam. After all, I'd worry about your safety if anything happened." "Ha! Withdrawing from the exam is a whole different ballgame from finishing dead last. You dare!" Chen Xiyu erupted in fury. "If you dare prevent him from taking the citywide test, I dare cripple you during the citywide test." Chen Xiyu's words sent shockwaves through the classroom. Some boys, eager for drama, joined in the taunts. "Class monitor, the class beauty's threatening you. Does she have a crush on you?" Ah, another day of envying the pretty boy. I still can't figure out what the class beauty sees in Xu Xing. She likes his money, obviously. Get lost. When has CU ever used Shushing's money? Keep talking nonsense, and I'll pin your confession on the wall, making sure you never find a girlfriend in your life. Wang Mingxin glared menacingly, her voice dripping with menace. The other boys immediately flinched and smiled apologetically. Sis XIN, we were just joking. We'll be on our way. Wang Mingxin snorted coldly, turning to look at Shu Xing with genuine concern. This conflict might be hard to resolve. Sigh, it's partly Shu Xing's fault. He was so brilliant in freshman year. If only he still had that old strength. Stop dwelling on it. We'll just help CU hold off the others, Gao Yuding said calmly. When Yang Jiafeng leveraged school resources to issue a Beastmaster challenge, a sharp gleam flashed in Shu Xing's eyes. Today, he had come precisely to provoke them into issuing a Beastmaster challenge against him. As the challenged party, even if he crippled the opponent's beast, it would be seen as a forced counterattack. But Chen Siyu's reaction caught him off guard, stirring something within him. Shu Xing gently took her small hand and smiled warmly. Just watch. I plan to marry you after graduation. I won't risk my life. Chen Siyu's cheeks flushed crimson. Don't be ridiculous. Beast-taming concerns your entire future. Don't be reckless. With that, she glared at the class monitor, signaling for him to call off the challenge. But Shu Xing suddenly pulled Chen Siyu close, whispering in her ear, my beast has mutated and evolved. Don't worry. Just watch from the sidelines. If you see any real danger, you can shout for the teacher to force a stop. Before Chen Siyu could react, Shu Xing activated his school's beast-taming system. Accept the physical challenge from Yang Jiafeng, class monitor of Senior 3, Class 1? Shu Xing sneered, glancing at the class monitor as he mimed slitting his throat. In a soft voice, he declared. Accept. Chapter 4, The First Battle Against the Gold-Devouring Insects. Connection established. Battle commences. Shu Xing and his companion materialized as consciousness entities within the school's constructed Beastmaster Combat Simulation Chamber. This space was specifically designed to test the strength of beast tamers. To protect the students themselves, their physical bodies would be transformed into consciousness entities upon entering. Of course, the beasts themselves had no such protective measures. The very purpose of entering this space was to fully test the potential and strength of the beast tamers. How could they unleash their full power if their beasts faced no real danger? Therefore, the combat space was rarely opened, strictly adhering to voluntary participation. After all, no one wished for their own beast to suffer severe injury or even death. Yang Jiafeng was both shocked and delighted that Shu Xing had actually accepted his combat challenge. Kid, I underestimated you. You've got some backbone. This time, I won't slaughter all your beasts. They're just a bunch of bugs anyway. I'll spare a few, they'll multiply quickly enough. Shu Xing's expression turned peculiar. Should I thank you for that? Not at all. Yang Jiafeng roared with maniacal laughter. Killing most of your beasts will keep you nursing injuries at home for half a year. Forget the citywide test, you won't even make it to the college entrance exams. As for Siyu, I'll take care of her from now on. Shu Xing's eyes turned cold. Truthfully, if you'd just beaten and humiliated me before, I'd have settled for beating you up whenever I saw you until I got my revenge. But you had to go and covet my woman. To ensure no accidents happen, I'll just cripple you instead. Your family's rich enough to support you for life anyway. Ha, arrogant. Cut the crap. Die. Yang Jiafeng waved his hand, opening his Beastmaster's space. Flame goblins, ironclad goblins. In the name of the gods, I command you annihilate the enemy's beasts. Nearly 2,000 goblins poured onto the battlefield, a dark, surging tide. Half were elite tier, radiating overwhelming might. This was Yang Jiafeng's beast tribe, the medium goblin tribe. Leveraging his family's resources, Yang Jiafeng had already upgraded half his goblins to elite status. Take the flame goblin mages, for instance, their barrages of hundreds of fireballs, coordinated with the ironclad goblins' charging assaults, proved devastating. His strength ranked among the top 20 in his grade. Shu Xing glanced at the fire goblins, his brow furrowing slightly. His gold-devouring beetles possessed no resistance to fire. Fortunately, there weren't many fire goblins left, only the clumsy iron-plated goblins remained, all prime targets for consumption. Shu Xing dared not underestimate the enemy, unleashing all 990,000 of his evolved elite-grade gold-devouring beetles at once, charging forward in unison. Dense swarms of gold-devouring insects, resembling golden needles, braved fireballs and defended the undead with relentless charges. The moment they closed in on a goblin, thousands of gold-devouring insects instantly surrounded it. Even the iron-armored goblins, capable of withstanding a 1,000-pound blow, couldn't last 3 breaths. They were devoured until not even a bone fragment remained. The situation was even more dire for the flame goblins in the rear. After a single charge, many gold-devouring beetles on the ground were scorched to death. Yet every single fire goblin was missing limbs, not one remained intact. Though the gold-devouring beetles evolved to consume metal, they showed no discrimination toward ordinary flesh. To fuel their own evolution, they devoured it just as eagerly and even faster. While it might take thousands of gold-devouring insects 3 breaths to consume an iron-armored goblin, a single flame goblin could devour one in just 1 breath. The gold-devouring insects moved too swiftly. Within mere breaths of the Beastmaster clash, the goblins on the ground were already mangled beyond recognition. Yang Jiafeng's eyes shifted from excitement to sheer terror as he watched helplessly. Watching helplessly as his goblin pets dwindled from 1999 to 1489, then 1208. Until only 444 remained. Stop! Stop! Yang Jiafeng screamed, frantic and reckless, charging forward to shield his beasts despite the danger. Stop! I surrender! I surrender! The attack was too swift. Before Yang Jiafeng could fully comprehend what was happening, the lifeless bodies of his beasts lay scattered across the ground. In mere moments, the majority of his beasts had been slaughtered. The last batch clung to life with mangled bodies. Without immediate aid, they would surely be wiped out entirely. The events unfolding within the Beastmaster's space were visible to the outside world. Even students from other classes in Senior 3, Class 1 had been drawn over upon hearing of the 2 combatants' duel. After all, combat between beast tamers was exceedingly rare. Everyone wanted to witness the spectacle and learn from it. Yet the outcome of their battle left everyone stunned. It wasn't that Xu Xing defeated Yang Jiafeng, but that the victory came too swiftly, too terrifyingly. In less than a minute, over 1,000 mutated goblins were mercilessly slaughtered, utterly obliterated, leaving not a single trace behind. Gazing at the ground of the Beastmaster's space-stained green, then at Xu Xing's utterly indifferent expression, even a faint smile playing on his lips, each of them felt a chill run down their spines, overcome by sheer terror. Even Wang Mingxin and the other girls who were close to Xu Xing felt their bodies stiffen and their faces turn pale. See you, is he still Xu Xing? Has he been possessed by some demon from beyond the realms? Chen Xiyu was equally shaken, but trusting Xu Xing, she glared at the girls impatiently. If you can't speak sensibly, keep quiet. Ouch, now that he has a lover, he doesn't even care about his besties anymore. Boo-hoo, Xiyu is so heartless. Cut it out, the teacher's coming. Suddenly, someone whispered a warning. We're done for. Our fight even woke up the teacher. Damn it, I hope it's not the class monitor's dad. Xiyu, hurry and call our homeroom teacher. Chen Xiyu's expression shifted slightly as she glanced at the devastation within the beast-taming space. You guys keep an eye on things here. I'll go get Teacher Su. With that, Chen Xiyu dashed toward the faculty office. Teacher Su was a kind person and had never shown any bias toward Xu Xing. With her support, plus the fact that Xu Xing had been forced into the fight, it should be manageable. Chen Xiyu could only console herself this way. If it really didn't work out, she'd have no choice but to. Within the beast-taming space, Xu Xing watched Yang Jiafeng shield his tamed beast with his own body. A flicker of emotion stirred within her. Not bad, at least you know to cherish your tamed beast. Too bad they ended up like this. Isn't it still your fault? Yang Jiafeng's eyes were bloodshot, his heart aching as if bleeding. He glared fiercely at Xu Xing, then, remembering the beasts behind him, gritted his teeth and bowed his head hard. It was my fault. Please spare me. The college entrance exams were only half a year away. The goblin beast behind him held the key to his future. If too many died, his chances of entering a prestigious university would be utterly hopeless. Failing to gain admission to a prestigious Beastmaster Academy would likely mean his family would abandon him outright. The thought of being cast aside by his family made him tremble with fear. For the sake of his future, did pride really matter? If you knew today would come, why did you bully me back then? Did you ever imagine this would be your fate? Yang Jiafeng knelt silent, his right hand crushing a jade slip into dust. All right. Return my 3 million yuan, then kill 400 of your beasts, and I'll let you go. How does that sound? Xu Xing conceded a step, not out of mercy. After all, this was school territory, and he still had college entrance exams to prepare for. He couldn't go too far. As long as the broodstock wasn't completely wiped out, even leaving behind eggs would allow the beasts to make a comeback, though the cost would be enormous. Yang Jiafeng's eyes flickered. Agreed. Once I'm out, I'll deliver it personally. Words are meaningless. Sign it. A virtual signature would suffice after all, the recording would serve as proof. Yang Jiafeng rose. I can sign, but first I need to recall my beast to the space to tend to its injuries. Seeing Xu Xing frown, he quickly added, I'll compensate you with an extra 2 million in cash. Fine, no tricks. Xu Xing agreed. The moment Yang Jiafeng summoned the remaining 44 beasts back into his beast space, wincing in pain, his face instantly twisted into its former cruel and arrogant expression. He bellowed. Brother, save me. Xu Xing frowned and looked upward. Enemy forcefully invading combat space. Enemy forcefully invading combat space. Trainees inside, evacuate immediately. Evacuate immediately. Humph, damn system alert. But it's too late. Upon hearing the system prompt, Xu Xing attempted to recall his own beasts, only to find himself powerless. A formidable aura had already locked onto his hundreds of thousands of elite gold-devouring beetles. Chapter 5, Epic Tier Gold-Devouring Insects. Boy, is it you who claimed to destroy my brother? The voice preceded the figure, its icy tone dripping with boundless killing intent. A man in a black trench coat materialized above Xu Xing, accompanied by a squadron of demon wolf cavalry the size of lions and tigers. Yang Jiafeng, seeing his elder brother arrive, cried out in relief, "Brother, save me!" Yang Lin, the trench-coated man, eyed his brother's pitiful state with a grim expression, resentful of his lack of competence. But family was family. The Yangs didn't need outsiders to discipline their own. Yang Lin fixed a murderous glare on Xu Xing. With a casual wave of his hand, the demon wolves surged forward, tearing into the school's defense systems. The relentless assault of the supernatural wolves swiftly breached the school's defenses, shattering Xu Xing's beast-taming protective barrier in an instant. A pack of demon wolves, their gaping maws filled with bloodlust, surged in, rampaging and tearing into the gold-devouring insects. Xu Xing's face paled with horror. As the demon refining pot warned, these were all extraordinary-level beasts. Behind them lurked a horde of extraordinary-level fire goblin mages, eyes gleaming with predatory intent. In a mere instant of combat, Xu Xing's elite army of hundreds of thousands of gold-devouring insects suffered catastrophic losses, with casualties exceeding 200,000. Yang Jiafeng rejoiced. Witnessing Xu Xing's beast-riding creatures meet a gruesome end, his heart swelled with pride, as if he himself had delivered the blows. Xu Xing, oh Xu Xing! What good did it do you that your vermin mutated? Insects are insects inherently weak and pathetic, just like you. You'll never rise again in this lifetime. Brother, slaughter all his beasts. Cripple him. Yang Jiafeng snarled, his face twisted with fury. He had initially acted out of classmate loyalty, merely wanting to collect protection money and offer some guidance. Yet this bastard Xu Xing had shown such ruthlessness, slaughtering so many of his precious beasts. He deserved to die. The classmates watching outside exchanged glances. Something seemed terribly off about how this was unfolding. Beastmaster combat was rare, but not unheard of. Yet a fight to the death like this, one that even triggered a forced intrusion into the school system? This was truly unprecedented. Wang Mingxin's face drained of color. It's over, it's over. Yang Jiafeng has lost his mind. Why aren't the teachers here yet? Gao Yuding frowned deeply, glancing toward the faculty office. A grim suspicion took root in her mind. The Yang family must have intimidated the teachers. After all, they're aristocratic nobles. Wang Mingxin grew even more frantic. How dare they? This is a school, a city-level key institution. It's a beastmaster combat exercise, not a life or death battle. If the Yang family pays up, the board of trustees won't pursue it. But they can't just wipe them out. Beast taming determined a host's entire life. Wang Mingxin trembled with rage. Xu Xing inside was Ciyu's precious treasure. If anything happened to him, Yang Jiafeng, make your brother stop. Don't forget, Ciyu comes from a noble family too. Wang Mingxin snapped. Unfortunately, Yang Jiafeng only grew angrier upon hearing this. He joined the fray himself, teaming up with Yang Lin to hunt down Xu Xing. Wang Mingxin's expression hardened. She summoned her own beast to join the fight, but Yang Jiafeng's loyal henchmen grinned as they blocked the women's path. With their boss dominating the fight, these underlings naturally basked in his glory. Hearing the urgent, furious voices of Wang Mingxin and the others, Xu Xing felt a warm surge in his heart. This life was truly wonderful. Wang Mingxin, you don't need to worry. Just watch. Even if I can't win, I can still make my escape. To ease their worries, Xu Xing accelerated his cheat speed. Against a peer-level supernatural demon wolf, the supernatural grade gold-devouring insect proved largely ineffective, barely scratching its defenses. But if the extraordinary tier gold-devouring insects weren't strong enough, what did that matter to my epic tier gold-devouring insects? The brief clash with Yang Lin instantly revealed the gap between them. If you can't win at the same level, why not activate the cheat to upgrade? Detected massive quantities of demonic creature corpses in host space. Corpses automatically recycled and refined. Broken Goblin, Elite Quality, Quantity, 30,000 Gene. Gained, 100,000 Life Essence Points, 10 Soul Crystals. Broken Demon Wolf, Superb Quality, Quantity, 3,000 Gene. Gained Life Essence, 60,000 Points, Soul Crystals, 60 pieces. The Demon Refining Pot had already activated. It was only a matter of time now. Xu Xing ordered all the gold-devouring insects to mobilize, including the epic tier Little Gold. The man in the trench coat assumed Xu Xing was trying to escape. He sneered coldly, escape? Dream on. Red Flame Goblins, Fireball Spell. Hundreds of elemental goblins excitedly chanted spells, countless fireballs coalescing in the sky. They aimed at Xu Xing, grinning cruelly. With a flicker of thought, the epic tier gold eater, Xiao Jin, silently flew out, darting like lightning straight toward the crowd of fire goblins. Ah! In an instant, dozens of fire goblins fell, most of them dead. A closer look revealed a bloody hole right in the center of their foreheads. Boom! The goblins died silently, yet their spells remained suspended in midair. Countless unfinished fireballs bloomed and exploded like fireworks. A small group of nearby magic wolves instantly turned to ash. Had the goblins not been far enough from Yang Lin, even their master might have been blown to bits. Though Yang Lin narrowly escaped unscathed, his expression betrayed no trace of relief. His gaze swept over the scene, revealing nothing but the skeletal remains of his own beast. No! Yang Lin's eyes narrowed in fury. The explosion had cost him at least hundreds of demon wolves. Adding the fallen goblins, he had lost over 200 extraordinary beasts. Superior beasts. Each one cost over hundreds of thousands to acquire. And with the citywide trials approaching, losing so much combat power at once was a loss beyond monetary measure. The trench-coated man's face contorted in agony, his bloodshot eyes glaring at Xu Xing. Damn you! You deserve to die. I'll slaughter you. Slaughter you. Attack. All attack. Yang Lin was like a madman, all composure gone. Yang Lin commanded a total of 888 beasts, all extraordinary grade, 666 extraordinary demon wolves and 200 fire elemental goblin mages. After the explosion, the goblin mages were nearly wiped out, and of the 600 plus demon wolves, only 500 remained. Yang Lin was confident that 500 extraordinary demon wolves would be more than enough to tear Xu Xing to shreds. After all, he was one of the top 5 young geniuses. Unfortunately, the unexpected loss of nearly half his beasts would undoubtedly impact the upcoming citywide trials. This thought made Yang Lin want to kill Xu Xing immediately. With all 500 extraordinary demon wolves unleashed, Xu Xing's current forces tens of thousands of elite-level beasts and a few thousand extraordinary gold-devouring insects would be utterly overwhelmed. A single epic tier little gold couldn't alter the situation, so Yang Lin's confidence was understandable. Too bad Xu Xing wasn't normal. Soon, very soon, you two brothers will both be lying flat on your backs. Xu Xing gazed at the demon refining pot before him, a delighted smile spreading across his face. Broken Goblin Mage, superb quality, quantity, 1000 gene, gained, 15,000 life essence points, 100 soul crystals. Total, life essence, 175,000 points, soul crystals, 180 pieces. Host is in danger. Sacrifice all soul crystals to obtain 9 epic grade spirit material Spirit Flame Gold Essence. Epic grade spirit material, used for beast evolution. With sufficient life essence, guarantees an epic grade beast and has a chance to yield a lord grade beast. Sacrifice? Xu Xing went all in, sacrifice all. Sacrifice completed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Spirit Flame Gold Essence plus 9. Invest all life essence and spirit materials to target enhance the evolution of the gold-devouring insect, Xu Xing ordered swiftly. Materials loaded. Initiating targeted evolution enhancement gold-devouring insect. Evolution complete. Please inspect. Evolved beast, mutated gold-devouring insect. Quality, elite tier, 230,000 units, supernatural tier, 34,561 units, epic tier, 12 units. Abilities, life devouring, high-speed impact, penetration, reproduction. Reproductive capability. From the demon refining pot sacrifice to evolution, it took but a few breaths. Yet in that brief span, Xu Xing's beastmasters suffered catastrophic losses. Hundreds of thousands of elite gold-devouring beetles were nearly annihilated, and even the epic tier Xiao Jin bore wounds across its body. Yet those few breaths proved sufficient. The demon refining pot's radiance enveloped all the remaining gold-devouring beetles, instantly healing their wounds and completing their evolution. Under Xu Xing's command, the 12 newly evolved epic tier gold-devouring beetles simultaneously launched themselves toward Yang Lin and Yang Jiafeng. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both brothers suffered head injuries, their minds reeling as they were forcibly ejected from the beast control space. In beast-taming combat, masters exist only as spiritual entities. Killing the master isn't the goal, forcing their elimination ensures the beasts within can never return. Xu Xing could slaughter every last one of their beasts, leaving not a single survivor. Unfortunately, this battle took place on the school's beast riding platform. Otherwise, he could have shattered the beast cores of Yang Jiafeng and Yang Lin. A shattered core would mean an irreconcilable life or death grudge. Still, Xu Xing knew this battle alone would be enough to fuel such hatred. Damn it all to hell! Xu Xing cursed inwardly. Reborn only to face this mess? He just wanted to live peacefully, why force him into this? He had even considered sparing Yang Jiafeng, but the other had pushed him too far. It was all they're doing. Kill! Xu Xing's face turned cold. At his command, the gold-devouring beetles, like loyal war machines, began to sweep through the hundreds of demon wolves remaining in the Beastmaster's space. With 12 epic-tier gold-devouring beetles joining the fray, these transcendent demon wolves crumbled like blocks of tofu before them, pierced clean through. Ordinary, elite, supernatural, epic, lord, mythical. The gap between each tier was wider than that between a monkey and a human. Halt! Just as Xu Xing was harvesting the demon wolves, a thunderous shout erupted. The long-sealed principal's office door burst open. A burly, white-haired elder charged out, his eagle-like claws reaching straight for Xu Xing's beast-taming space. Chapter 6, Homeroom Teacher Yuan Qianqian. The old man's power was absurdly formidable. With a single strike, he shattered Xu Xing's beast-taming space and seized 9 epic-tier gold-devouring beetles in his grasp. Boom! The 9 epic-tier gold-devouring beetles exploded into a cloud of blood mist before Xu Xing could react. The aura radiating from the old man nearly shattered Xu Xing's spiritual body. Outside, Xu Xing's physical body tasted sweetness in his throat as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, you old bastard! Is this never ending? Xu Xing cursed furiously. Damn your ancestors! First the little brat, then the big brother, now the old geezer. If you've got the guts, get your mummified old stick in the mud to come out and show his face. The old man roared with fury. Boy, I'll teach you to respect your elders. Respect your ass. Xu Xing spat. At worst, he'd only lose the evolved gold-devouring insects in this spirit realm. But he refused to believe the school would stand by and watch its students get bullied without lifting a finger. Even if the school didn't intervene, his homeroom teacher would surely step in. In this life, the relationships between people remained largely unchanged, only the world's backdrop had shifted. The old Korean guy before him had been one of the school's sponsors in his previous life, and his homeroom teacher back then had also come from a powerful background. This time around, the homeroom teacher might very well be a super-powered expert himself. Sure enough, before the old Korean could act, a lazy, gentle voice drifted down from an office on the 4th floor. You old fool! He's my student, do you think you need to teach him? The old man's face twisted with rage. He was only 60, still young enough to become a god. Woman? Since when does this school let women speak up? Hey, you old fart, weren't you born from a mother? Even beasts wouldn't dare insult their own parents. Class advisor Yuan Shanshan slowly emerged from room 404, her right hand holding Chen Siyu's. The moment she stepped out, Chen Siyu yanked her hand free and rushed anxiously toward Xu Xing. Seeing he was unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. But when she noticed the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, where the old man's aura had crushed him, her small face instantly darkened with fury. You old eunuch of the Young family, you're asking for death. The old man's face darkened from black to purple. As a Young family elder and an 8th-level beastmaster, it seemed he hadn't shown his hand in so long that no one remembered his former glory. The ranking of beastmasters was straightforward. Before ascending to godhood, all were called beastmaster awakened ones, awakened bodies, graded from level 1 to level 9. Successful beast awakening granted level 1 status. Reaching level 9 earned the title of demigod, igniting divine flames elevated one to celestial god, a rank held by only a handful in all of Wangjiang City. The elder turned, intending to reprimand this insolent student. But upon seeing the newcomer, his eyes narrowed sharply. The former was Yuan Shanshan, a newly recruited teacher with an unclear background. But Chen Siyu? The young princess of the Chen family of Wangjiang? He knew he couldn't afford to provoke her. Though the Chen family had fallen on hard times, Chen Siyu was their only daughter. Anyone who dared provoke her would face the wrath of her entire clan. Humph, the old man snorted, his breath short. He knew he was in the wrong. Laying hands on a student could be a minor or major incident. Escalating it would surely tarnish the family's reputation. Still, he couldn't simply release Xu Xing because of Chen Siyu's words. That boy had shown such ruthlessness, nearly slaughtering all of Yang Lin's brothers' beast-tamers. Thinking of the citywide trials in 2 days, the old man's face darkened, and he couldn't help but educate him. When did the Chen family's standards sink so low as to take in such a ruthless pretty boy? None of your damn business. Get out of the beast riding space immediately. Apologize to Xu Xing and compensate him. Otherwise, I'll have my grandfather come find you for a one-on-one duel. With that, Chen Siyu prepared to make a call. If it were a simple beast-taming duel between students, Chen Siyu wouldn't dare intervene. She didn't want to bully anyone with her family's influence. But now the Yang family had thrown all decency to the wind and broken the rules. She wouldn't hesitate to use her family's power. The old man's expression froze. He wanted to argue back, but the thought of her grandfather made him swallow his pride and bow his head. Though old Master Chen never ascended to godhood, he was once a hero who fought against gods from other realms to protect Wangjiang City. If word got out today that he'd challenged old Master Chen to a duel, he'd be torn apart by public outrage tomorrow. Miss Chen, how could such a trivial matter trouble old Master Chen? Though Jiafeng started this, Xu Xing, as his student, showed no regard for camaraderie. He slaughtered both Liner and Jiafeng's beast companions. How utterly vicious. Such a student will surely succumb to darkness. Go to hell with your demonic path. Only your students would fall into darkness. Even if your entire family succumbs to darkness, my student won't. I've had it with you for ages. One thing, either apologize and compensate, or expel him. Yuan Shanshan's composure shattered in an instant, shedding her noblewoman facade. Kicking her slippers with a thump-thump as she walked through the sky, she flicked her delicate hand, forcibly yanking the old man out of the beast-taming space and flinging him against the wall. Xu Xing stared in stunned silence. He'd suspected the homeroom teacher was formidable, but this level of badassery? Catching Xu Xing's astonished gaze, Yuan Shanshan shot him a smug look. Xu Xing's mouth twitched. She was truly herself, not a trace of teacherly solemnity remained. The old man's heart raced in terror. He couldn't help but gasp, a level 9 beastmaster? A demigod realm? Yuan Shanshan sneered coldly, don't believe me? Want me to show you what I'm made of? As she spoke, a tangible beast-taming space materialized behind Yuan Shanshan. A ferocious dragon-headed serpent emerged, its bulbous eyes fixed intently on the old man, drool dripping from its mouth, its gaze dripping with greed. The old man's heart sank. An epic tier crimson serpent king, though it had failed to transform into a dragon, it had still become a dragon-like creature. Setting aside the fact that her power level was one tier above his, the sheer disparity in beast-taming prowess was astronomical. His own beast, merely an extraordinary bloodline earth demon bear, stood no chance. In battles between beast-tamers, victory often hinged on the power of the tamed beast. Before ascending to godhood, how could mortal humans possibly match the might of such creatures? Take this dragon before him, even a single claw was larger than the old man himself. What could he possibly use to fight? The old man's face twisted with frustration. This time, he had no choice but to concede defeat. There was no other way. One woman was too formidable to offend, and the other was too powerful to defeat. He had to swallow his pride. In the Beastmaster world, might reigns supreme. The old man bowed his head. I can apologize to Shu, young friend, but compensation? That's out of the question. Yuan Chanshan sneered coldly. Discuss? Then let me spell it out. First, you've disgraced your age and broken the rules. How dare you force your way into the school and attack my student? If this reaches higher authorities, should you compensate? The old man gritted his teeth. What did she mean, forced entry? The Yang family sat on the school's board of trustees. But he couldn't implicate them now. I should compensate. This old man is willing to compensate the young lady 100, no, 2 million. Yuan Chanshan snorted twice, somewhat satisfied. Second, Yang Lin from the second year bullied his junior and dared to forcibly disrupt the school's beast-taming combat space. His crimes are heinous. The entire school has never seen. Compensate. We'll compensate for that too. The old man dared not let her continue. Schools like this were officially designated key assessment sites. The offspring of prominent families had no shortage of money or resources, so why did they come to school? To polish their credentials, of course. In this vast world, the nation remains supreme. While aristocratic heirs might avoid official positions, they dare not offend the authorities, especially risking blacklisting. If Yang Lin received disciplinary action, it could damage his personal reputation at best, and at worst, affect the entire generation of young people in the Yang family. 1 million. All we ask is that young Master Shu sign a letter of understanding. Yuan Chanshan shot a meaningful glance at Shu Xing. $1 million isn't small change. Know when to quit while you're ahead. Shu Xing naturally nodded. 1 million yuan for free. This deal wasn't so bad after all. Just the 3 million he'd secured could cover his losses, and he'd even gain 2 epic tier gold-devouring insects for free. Damn it. If it weren't for this old geezer, he'd have 12 epic tier gold-devouring beetles by now. As expected, the gold-devouring beetles were too weak individually. How could a bunch of them be crushed to death by a single old man's hand? Strengthen them. He absolutely had to strengthen them once he got back. Grow bigger, thicker, stronger. Shu Xing thought the negotiation was over and was about to exit the beast-taming space to collect the money and go home to cultivate his beasts. Little did he know, the homeroom teacher's extortion scheme had only just begun. Chapter 7, Massive Compensation. Shu Xing's homeroom teacher, Yuan Chanshan, rattled off a litany of compensation demands with her sharp tongue, leaving Shu Xing speechless. Medical expenses, emotional distress compensation, damage control fees, repair costs, cleanup charges, corpse disposal fees, beast compensation. The list was endless, so Shu Xing only remembered the final total, 13 million. Adding the 3 million already paid earlier, the total reached 16 million. The 3 members of the Yang family were utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this, especially the elderly young patriarch. He shot a look at homeroom teacher Yuan Chanshan that screamed, "Do you take me for a fool? Ms. Yuan, this is outrageous. 16 million? That's enough to cover your entire lifetime's base salary as a high school homeroom teacher." Medical expenses and emotional distress compensation were one thing, 1 million or so, at least somewhat justified by the pretext. But what the hell were those last 2 items? Corpse recovery fee, recovery of the invader's beast corpse, reassembly of severed limbs. Elite grade, 1,000 per beast, 36 beasts. Transcendent grade, 10,000 per corpse, 450 corpses. Total, 4,536,000 yuan. Victim's beast compensation fee, compensation for combat damage to victim's beasts. Elite grade beasts, 900,000 units, 10 units per beast. Transcendent tier, 8,000 units, 100 per unit. Epic tier, 9 units, 500,000 per unit. Total, 6.2 million. So they're paying double for losing this fight? The other side had a pretty solid justification, so he felt uneasy about not paying up. After recovering the corpses of fallen beasts, they could be placed in the reincarnation pool within their own beast-taming space for rapid resurrection. Though the revived beasts would have their bloodlines permanently fixed and could never advance further, they were the optimal choice as cannon fodder. The citywide trial was just 2 days away. This trial was crucial. With both young masters' beast spaces currently empty, they had no choice but to recover corpses to temporarily replenish their beasts for the assessment. Though Yuan Chanshan's reasoning was sound, the old man still felt deeply aggrieved after hearing it. In the practical battle within the beast-taming space, they were the losing side, and their tamed beasts had been slaughtered. Not seeking retribution was already a great act of mercy. Yet now, they were being forced to pay a hefty sum as compensation. Where was justice? Where was the law? Yuan Chanshan wore an expression of utter indifference. She was confident the other party would pay up after all. The Yang family was wealthy beyond measure. The sum was insignificant to them. As for Yang Jiafeng, though he was also her student, she was utterly disappointed in him. She hoped this incident would finally make him mend his ways. Yang Jiafeng, tell me, is my demand unreasonable? Facing his homeroom teacher, Yang Jiafeng was terrified out of his wits. Whatever Yuan Chanshan said went. If she accused him of wrongdoing, he admitted it. If she demanded money, he paid. His older brother Yang Lin feared disciplinary action, and Yang Jiafeng was just as afraid. Especially now that he knew his homeroom teacher was a level 9 demigod. If this got back to their families, he'd still have to pay. Seeing Yang Jiafeng remain silent with his head bowed, Yuan Chanshan sighed before turning her gaze to Yang Lin. With Yang Lin, she held no such courtesy. He wasn't her student, after all. What about you? If you have any objections, we'll go to the Academic Affairs Office and discuss it properly. Yang Lin's face darkened. Going to the Academic Affairs Office meant certain disciplinary action. He wasn't stupid. He murmured. Teacher, I have no objections either. Excellent. Yuan Chanshan clapped her hands in satisfaction, turning to the old man. Both parties involved have no objections. Old man, do you still have any? The old man sighed heavily. With his two young masters not even daring to haggle, he could only reluctantly agree. Sign it, Teacher Yuan. Let's hope this ends here. No problem. That goes for you too. Xu Xing is my student, and so is Yang Jiafeng. So I hope this truly ends here. Yuan Chanshan warned in a stern voice. The old man shot Xu Xing a sidelong glance, snorted coldly, and said nothing. He promptly transferred 16 million yuan to Xu Xing's account. The account details had been provided by their homeroom teacher, Yuan Chanshan. Just as the transfer completed, the old man seemed to realize, had the other party been prepared all along? Was he being forced to act just to extort money? Ah, whatever. It's just over 10 million. The citywide secret realm trial is the day after tomorrow. That's what truly matters. As for that little brat Xu Xing, he might have money, but he'd need to stay alive to spend it. Let's go home. The old man's face darkened as he turned and led Yang Lin and the other back to the clan. With the Yang family's departure, the farce at the academy finally drew to a close. The students who had gathered to watch had long been dispersed. It was best not to make a big deal out of this. Xu Xing exited the beast-taming space and immediately spotted the worried young woman beside him. He couldn't resist gently stroking her delicate cheek. Her skin was fair and delicate, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders, a vision straight out of a dream. Rogue. All you do is stare at CU. We were worried sick about you, and you don't even say thanks, Wang Mingxin and the other girls who had followed CU muttered irritably. Xu Xing smiled. What kind of hooligan stares at his own girlfriend? But thanks anyway. I'll treat you all to a feast later. Don't forget it. Hey, little star, you've changed so much in just one day. Homeroom teacher Yuan Chanshan approached, looking at Xu Xing with amazement. Xu Xing's expression remained unchanged. Teacher Yuan, I've just been slacking off for too long. I'm merely back to my freshman year level. The mention of freshman year made Yuan Chanshan's expression drift. She looked at Xu Xing. Freshman year. Back then, you were a top 10 genius in the grade. It's a shame your beast awakening happened in sophomore year. Xu Xing smiled faintly. It's fine. It's all in the past. I should thank you for not giving up on me, Teacher Yuan. You even offended someone for me today. Oh, it's nothing. What do you mean for you? You're my very first class of students. I wouldn't want any regrets. By the way, your beast, kid, can itself evolve? Yuan Chanshan looked at Xu Xing expectantly. From Yang Jiafeng's challenge to Xu Xing crippling Yan Lin, she witnessed the entire sequence. As a demigod, she had seen her share of extraordinary events. During the battle against Yan Lin, she witnessed Xu Xing's beast companion undergo a group evolution in the heat of combat. While self-evolution across an entire species was already exceptionally rare, she never imagined it could reach the epic tier. For clan-type beasts, reaching epic tier meant crossing a chasm. Once over it, they would ascend to godhood. Xu Xing made no secret of it. Yes, Teacher Yuan. Starting yesterday, some of my beasts began devouring the metal within the space for reasons unknown, then started mutating and evolving. Yuan Chanshan's face lit up with delight. Excellent. Go back and study your beasts thoroughly. If possible, cultivate all your beasts to epic level. At the very least, assemble 10,000 epic level beasts. 10,000 epic tier beasts? Xu Xing gasped. How much would that cost? Class advisor Yuan Chanshan nodded solemnly. 10,000. Since your beasts have already evolved to epic level, it proves their potential is immense. With sufficient resources, reaching epic level shouldn't be a problem. Fearing Xu Xing might not take it seriously, Yuan Chanshan added. Once you gather 10,000 epic tier beasts, the gates to the heavenly god realm will open wide for you. Chapter 8, Citywide Unified Exam Announcement. Of course, if possible, the more epic tier beasts the better. If you could achieve an all-epic tier team, then you would. Never mind. That's too far ahead for you right now, young man. Just keep working hard. Yuan Chanshan patted Xu Xing's shoulder, her expression earnest. Xu Xing glanced at teacher Yuan, who was standing on tiptoes, and his mouth twitched. Young teachers had their perks open-minded and easygoing, but their flaws were equally obvious, impulsive and lacking proper teacher-student decorum. Yuan Chanshan seemed to catch Xu Xing's glance, gave a cold snort, and silently changed the subject. Gao Yuding, I recall you're also a clan-type beast tamer, a plant-type sunflower? Gao Yuding nodded. Yes, teacher. Elite grade quality, 3,400 plants. Yuan Chanshan stroked her chin. All elite grade? Your bloodline quality isn't low, but compared to Xu Xing's numbers, yours is pitifully small. Gao Yuding, actually, it's not that low. Xu Xing's beasts may be numerous, but they're initial bloodlines. True, Yuan Chanshan murmured. His beasts were all common grade back then, not a single elite grade among them. But his beasts have self-evolved 3 times already, reaching epic tier. Why are yours so unambitious, still stuck in place without a single supernatural tier? Yuan Chanshan muttered. Gao Yuding's face darkened. She wanted to strangle Xu Xing truly, comparison breeds resentment. Teacher, a beast's initial bloodline is practically fixed. It's not that easy to evolve. Exactly. Even yours, teacher, has only evolved once in all these years. Wang Mingxin was equally exasperated, as her own beast had never evolved either. No, to be precise, within the school, only Xu Xing's beast had achieved a class evolution of its bloodline. Even Chen Xiu, leveraging her family's resources, had only managed to induce bloodline mutation in her beast, slightly boosting its power, still light years away from true bloodline evolution. Yuan Chanshan tapped Wang Mingxin's forehead. Still talking back? My beast is epic tier. Reaching Lord tier isn't that easy. Xingzi, later you should explain the signs of your beast's evolution to Yuding in detail. The rest of you can listen too, as a reference. Especially you, Yuding. Your future path to godhood might just lie with this kid, Xu Xing. Gao Yuding's expression shifted. Teacher, can an epic tier beast master truly aid someone in ascending to godhood? But master, you're also an epic tier beast tamer and the highest tier dragon type beast tamer at that. Yuan Chanshan shook her head. Our situations are different. The path to godhood I just mentioned for epic tier beasts only applies to those of the clan type. If you can break through your beastmaster bloodline beyond the epic tier, then you'll have a chance to step into the realm of heavenly gods. Gao Yuding's eyes flashed with excitement. Heavenly gods, true deities who retained eternal youth and possessed lifespans spanning 10,000 years. But evolving to epic tier is incredibly difficult, let alone needing 10,000 beasts. Gao Yuding's fervor was swiftly crushed by reality. Yuan Chanshan glanced at Gao Yuding, sighing inwardly. Ascending to godhood was inherently a feat that defied the heavens. How could it be easy? For an individual hero-type beast tamer like her, achieving godhood was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Currently, only 3 known paths to deification existed. First, suitable for all beast masters, participate in the god war, successfully slay a god, bathe in divine blood, ignite your divinity, and ascend to become a heavenly god. Second, discover a microcosm, refine its core, and become a pseudo-god. Divine nature is determined by the microcosm's origin, making this the weakest form of divinity. Third, the recently discovered method unique to clan-based celestial beings. Achieve 10,000 mastered beasts of one's lifebound clan, coupled with an epic tier bloodline. This third method, she had only recently learned of in the capital. She hadn't believed it at first. After all, the defining trait of clan-type beast tamers is vast numbers, inferior bloodlines, and combat relying solely on overwhelming force. Reaching 10,000 beasts is easily achievable, but an epic tier bloodline? Utterly impossible. Heaven is fair. The sheer numbers of clan-type beasts are already terrifying enough, like Xu Xing's tardigrades, which started out in the millions. If their bloodlines could rival those of individual heroes, then her dragon might as well transform into a horned beetle. For an ordinary bloodline to mutate into an epic tier one was like a hen turning into a phoenix, an occurrence so rare it happened scarcely once in 10,000 millennia. Yet now he witnessed Xu Xing. At first, Yuan Chanshan felt like her world had collapsed. Fortunately, Xu Xing's beast was a water bear, and even after evolving to epic tier, it remained extremely weak. This brought her a sliver of comfort. Of course, as her student, Xu Xing would never stir envy or jealousy in her. She was an exemplary teacher. She hadn't learned much about clan-type divine arts in the capital, but one phrase from ancient texts had left an indelible impression. Once mastered, the clan-class divine technique could recreate. Demigod slays god. She had ascended to demigodhood 5 or 6 years ago and had even attempted to battle a celestial deity. Alas, she couldn't even withstand a single strike from them, let alone engage in combat. The mighty dragon was so terrified by a mere glance from the celestial being that it wilted instantly. Now, her tamed beast preferred hiding within the beast-taming space, largely due to that terrifying experience. Demigod slays celestial gods. I'll see how a swarm of insects, even after advancing to epic rank, can possibly resist a celestial god. Yuan Qianqian's thoughts raced. She eagerly anticipated the day Xu Xing mastered the clan god technique. As for Siyu and Mingxin, you two just continue your cultivation step by step. For individual hero-type beasts, when the conditions are right, their bloodlines will naturally evolve. Teacher, I'll be waiting for you. Who knows? Maybe in future divine wars, we'll even team up as teacher and students. Chen Siyu chuckled softly. Teacher, you're too modest. By the time we become demigods, you might have already ascended to godhood. Yuan Qianqian sighed inwardly. She knew her own limitations. Slaying a god alone was utterly impossible. Yet she couldn't show weakness before her students. Alright, I'll take your words as good luck. Enough about me. Little star, 16 million credits, put them to good use. The citywide unified exam is in 2 days. This time it's changed. Apparently it's become a secret realm combat test, with danger levels skyrocketing. Secret realm combat? Does that mean we'll actually have to enter the secret realm? As a member of an aristocratic family, Chen Siyu naturally understood the rules of the secret realms. Yuan Qianqian nodded. Exactly. That's why I didn't stop Xu Xing and Yang Jiafeng sparring earlier, to make you aware of the dangers ahead of time. This secret realm trial is extremely dangerous, even more brutal than what we just witnessed. While the school's beast riding combat drills posed risks, they never endangered the hosts. The secret realm trial was different. The hosts would be directly involved in the battle. Of course, don't be too afraid. If your physical bodies face genuine life-threatening danger, you will be forcibly returned. However, injuries are unavoidable. Prepare yourselves mentally. Return and enhance your beast-taming abilities as much as possible. Hold nothing back. Representatives from the capital will observe this trial. Outstanding performance could earn college entrance exam bonus points or even special admission offers. Xu Xing's eyes lit up. A citywide trial? An evaluation by the capital? Does that mean the rewards are substantial? Yuan Qianqian, mid-speech and fired up, was abruptly interrupted by Xu Xing, nearly choking on her words. Money, 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 all you care about is money. Didn't you just get 16 million in your account? Xu Xing rolled her eyes. Whoever complains about too little money? Besides, teacher, you know very well I'm the only country bumpkin among you lot. Beast taming costs a fortune. I'm really broke. Chen Siyu fished a bank card from her bosom, hesitated, then slipped it behind Xu Xing's back. Xu Xing stared at the silver white card in his hand, then glanced at Chen Siyu, who acted as if nothing had happened. He couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. He really wasn't short on money this time. His earlier rant had been pure hot air. Xu Xing grabbed Chen Siyu's small hand and pulled the card back, his tone serious. Is this funding your family provided for your beast master training? Caught holding hands in front of their teacher, Chen Siyu flushed with embarrassment and fluster. She nodded, then shook her head. My family has plenty of money. It's not like I need this. Even if your family has money, it's still yours. Besides, I was just talking big earlier. I don't need it. Over 10 million is more than enough for me until college. Take it back. Remember, training your beast means you'll grow stronger and can protect me too, got it? Xu Xing's tone remained stern. He certainly didn't want Chen Siyu doing anything foolish. TSK, at least you have some conscience. Siyu, his family got compensated for demolition. How the hell is he poor? The teacher even extorted over 10 million from the Yang family for him. That kid's net worth is probably the highest among us now. Wang Mingxin bared her fangs, her envy so intense she could barely resist kicking Xu Xing. Chen Siyu saw Xu Xing nod and finally put her bank card away with relief. Yuan Qianqian propped her chin up, grinning as she watched the farce unfold before her. Youth is truly wonderful, unrestrained vitality, pure love. Teacher. Chen Siyu, the most easily embarrassed, tugged at Yuan Qianqian's sleeve, nearly covering her mouth. After the laughter died down, Yuan Qianqian instructed. This trial is dangerous, but the opportunities are immense. I hope you all participate, achieve good results, and exit safely. But my beast is a plant-type sunflower. It has almost no offensive power. Wang Mingxin looked utterly disheartened. Gao Yuding's beast was an individual hero-type ice crystal fox spirit, possessing extraordinary bloodlines and excelling in enchantment, though weak in attack. Chen Siyu's mount was a hero-type six-tailed spirit cat, possessing a mutated, extraordinary bloodline that excelled in speed and burst damage. That's precisely why you must travel together. Just yesterday I was fretting over your safety, but now I can rest assured in trusting you to Xu Xing. TSK, that kid Xu Xing sure got lucky. A squad of 4 with 3 top campus beauties must be the envy of everyone. Wang Mingxin was completely unfazed, but she cast a worried glance at Xu Xing. Teacher, his eyes are only for Siyu. You'd better remind him don't let teaming up turn into a private rendezvous for the two of them. It won't happen. We're all in this together. Chen Siyu clasped the two girls' hands, her expression earnest. That's more like it. Xu Xing naturally had no objections. Yesterday, he couldn't have guaranteed protecting all 3 girls, but now, with the cheat code and 16 million credits, this mere trial posed no challenge. Teacher, see you, I'll head back to prepare. His beast companions had been nearly wiped out in the previous battle and needed replenishing. Yuan Chanshan nodded. All right. You're our main combat force this time. Oh, and this reincarnation pool is yours. Your beast losses were too heavy this time. 2 days probably won't be enough to fully train new beasts. Go back and reincarnate all your lost supernatural and epic tier beasts. Shu Xing accepted without hesitation, tossing the pool into his beast taming space. With his cheat code, replenishing even epic tier beasts was effortless provided he had sufficient resources. But Yuan Chanshan didn't know that, so accepting it was the best choice. Besides, a reincarnation pool cost at least 3 million credits. Free money was free money. 3 million? For a demigod, that was mere pocket change. He was far too weak now. He would simply keep Teacher Yuan's kindness in his heart and repay her later. Chapter 9, Oceanic Secret Realm. After bidding farewell to the girls, Shu Xing hurried back to his rental apartment and used the device to enter his beast taming space. The battle against the Yang brothers had nearly depleted his gold-devouring insects. What should have been a teeming swarm in his beast taming space now consisted only of the old, weak, and crippled, scrambling about frantically. Fortunately, his life-bound beast the water bear remained unharmed. It diligently produced eggs within the space, ready to hatch at his command. Name, Shu Xing. Awakened state, awakened body, level 1 beast tamer. Innate talent, demon refining pot. Innate abilities, devouring demon refining, beast evolution, soul sacrifice. Beast space level 1 no rare items. Lifebound beast, water bearer mutant branch beast, gold devouring insect. Tardigrade, swarm type beast, bloodline quality, common mutating. Beast quantity, water bear worms, 5 million adults, 8 million larvae, 30 million eggs. Gold-devouring beetle, elite grade, 400,000, supernatural grade, 80,000, epic grade, 3. HM? The water bears are mutating? The number of gold-devouring insects has also increased significantly since the battle. Could it be? Shu Xing had a hunch. The demon refining pot must be responsible, likely absorbing the remaining life essence. A mutation in his life-bound beast was naturally a good thing. He just didn't know what new talents the water bear's evolution might bring. Surely it wouldn't just be about reproduction again. Never mind. First, let's boost the beast's combat strength. Shu Xing projected his consciousness into the divine realm and installed the reincarnation pool gifted by Teacher Yuan. With a command, he dumped all the pre-collected corpses of fallen gold-devouring insects into the pool. The pool required only spiritual energy and divine power to revive beasts deceased for less than 24 hours. Reincarnation pool, superb quality. Can revive tamed beasts no higher than epic tier? Detecting beast. Unknown insectoid creature. Elite tier, 10 spirit energy unit. Superb tier, 100 spirit energy unit. Epic tier, 8,000 spirit energy unit. Total, 7 million points of spiritual energy, or 7 points of divine power. Since the aura revival and the awakening of tamed beasts, the world no longer lacks spiritual energy, especially in otherworldly realms, where aura veins abound. With a bit of luck, one might even uncover spirit stone veins within their own beast taming space. 7 million points of spiritual energy equates to roughly 3 to 4 million RMB, a mere trifle for Shu Xing's current circumstances. As for divine power, Shu Xing dared not even dream of it. That stuff could only be produced in the domains of true deities, and each piece was priceless. Hundreds of thousands of elite grade, 80,000 transcendent grade, and 9 epic grade gold-devouring insects. Even using the demon refining pot, the cost would easily exceed 6 million, possibly much more. But with the reincarnation pool, it only required 3 million. Shu Xing felt genuine admiration for the master who created the reincarnation pool. Of course, he admired the genius who pirated it even more. The reincarnation pool's origin was rumored to be from the 9 netherworlds, seized by a third-tier heavenly god of the Xia kingdom who had slaughtered his way through all 10 hells to retrieve it. That heavenly god was unlucky. He had planned to use the reincarnation pool to make a fortune back home, accumulating resources to advance to a 4th-tier heavenly god. Little did he know that upon returning to the Great Xia, his injuries proved too severe. Clutching the reincarnation pool, he plunged into the Western Sea and fell into a long slumber. When he finally awoke and attempted to trade the pool, he discovered that the art of beast reincarnation had already swept the entire world. After learning the details, the deity was so enraged that his injuries flared up again, sending him into unconsciousness once more. All this was written in the high school history textbook, and Shu Xing remembered it clearly. During the deity's slumber after plunging into the Western Sea with the pool, its divine power leaked out. This led explorers outside to mistakenly believe they had discovered a new secret realm. Countless beast tamers and newly ascended celestial beings rushed to investigate. Among them was a research-oriented beastmaster who became utterly obsessed upon witnessing the yin-yang energies emanating from the fallen reincarnation pool. He abandoned the search for treasures, dedicating himself to relentless research and replication of the reincarnation pool. And what do you know? This beast tamer was a true prodigy. He actually succeeded in creating something new. Thus, the first stripped-down version of the reincarnation pool was born. Upon its release, the entire Great Xia Empire erupted in excitement. As a major manufacturing powerhouse, the Great Xia ushered in a new wave of divine craftsmanship revolution. Within a few years, the principles of the reincarnation pool were thoroughly understood. Nowadays, it's said that the nation can not only replicate the stripped-down version but even replicate and surpass the original reincarnation pool created by that divine being. With the principles cracked, as long as the materials are of sufficient quality, anything is possible. The deeds of this third-tier celestial being were henceforth enshrined in textbooks. They are recounted annually to new students, especially newly ascended deities. Each year, instructors warn. Upon entering the secret realm, no matter what treasure you obtain, store it in the divine realm world immediately. Even if you faint, your body's instinct must store the treasure in the divine realm. Otherwise, the treasures you fought so hard to obtain will only benefit others for nothing. Xu Xing gazed at the reincarnation pool before him, feeling profound gratitude toward the counterfeit talent. Back then, bearing the accusation of slaughtering an entire clan, that person had earned the funds for beast-taming formula. Had that talent not existed to hack the reincarnation pool, its price would never have plummeted. Commoners would never have been able to afford such a thing. An exclusive creation spearheaded by the heavenly gods would have remained out of reach for commoners for decades, with licensing fees alone crushing 3 generations of ordinary families. Xu Xing's beast-taming space was barren, so he spent 3 million directly to buy a pile of spirit stones online. He poured them into the divine realm and activated the reincarnation pool. Sufficient spiritual energy detected. Reincarnation process initiating. Estimated duration 8 hours. Use spiritual energy to accelerate? No. Only 8 hours? He could wait. Acceleration would burn through spirit energy. Burning spirit energy meant burning RMB. Just these few gold-devouring beetles probably won't be enough for the secret realm trial. Xu Xing knew his own strength well. Currently, he estimated himself to be among the top 10 in the entire school. Looking at the city as a whole, he doubted he could even crack the top 100. Therefore, he needed to cheat hard. He needed to increase the quantity of epic-tier creatures. His battle with Yang Lin had revealed that the extraordinary gold-devouring insects were nearly useless against even slightly stronger beast-tamers. They couldn't scratch the surface. Demon Refining Pot. Evolution Branch, Beastmaster Gold-Devouring Insects. Please specify evolution direction. Based on the current epic-tier gold-devouring insect, enhance its hidden abilities, increase speed, strengthen physique, amplify devouring effects, and scale the quantity to 10,000. He recalled Master Yuan's words, 10,000 epic-tier beast-tamers would undergo a terrifying mutation, qualifying them to become celestial beings. He would first test the requirements for 10,000 epic-tier specimens. How much life essence would be needed? Add additional resources? If not added, life essence will be used as a substitute. Xu Xing raised an eyebrow. No additional resources. Calculating. Required for enhanced evolution, 30 billion points of life essence, 10,000 gene of void crystals epic grade, 10,000 gene of blazing flame gold essence epic grade, 10,000 gene of special devouring crystals epic grade. Note, the demon refining pot is incomplete. Certain materials must be sacrificed. How much? 100 billion units of life essence? Xu Xing's face was filled with question marks. One gene of sea fish yielded roughly 0.3 points of life essence, meaning at least 300 billion gene of sea fish carcasses would be required? That would wipe out the entire lower ranks of the sea tribe just to gather enough. Forget all the extra conditions. Just evolve them to epic tier. 10,000 of them. How much would that cost? Xu Xing took a breath and asked again. Calculating. Required, 90 million units of life essence, 100,000 gene of gold tier crystals epic grade. Compared to 300 billion, the current 80 million now felt like a pittance to Xu Xing. Yet converted into sea fish, it still demanded a terrifying 300 million gene. Last time sea fish cost 4 yuan per gene. 300 million gene would be 1.2 billion renminbi. Wait, we also need 100,000 gene of epic grade materials. 100,000 gene? Hell, the entire Wangjiang city only produces over 300,000 gene of epic grade materials in a year. Elite grade metal materials? 10,000 yuan per gene. Superb grade? Starting at 20,000 yuan per gene. Epic grade? 1,000,000 yuan per gene, and still not available on the market. 100,000 gene? That's 100 billion yuan. So the bare minimum requirement to become a god is to be 100 billion yuan debtor? Looking at the over 10 million recently deposited in my account, it suddenly feels worthless. How many epic tier creatures could this money evolve? 10,000 epic tier creatures would cost roughly 11 billion yuan, each one costing 1.1 million yuan. So over 10 million would only be enough to evolve 10 epic tier gold devouring beetles? Damn it, looks like the reincarnation pool's value keeps skyrocketing. No, the plan has changed. Xu Xing frowned. He thought over 10 million was plenty, but now it seemed woefully inadequate. Even if he evolved them all to epic level, he'd only end up with 22 epic tier creatures, 12 after reincarnation revival, plus 10 new ones. Epic tier sounds powerful, but his beasts were insects, single combatants at a disadvantage. Moreover, this was the secret realm trial. His enemies would likely be the various swarm-dwelling beasts of the realm. A mere 22 gold-devouring beetles left him feeling utterly insecure. He needed thousands, even tens of thousands, swarming around him for protection. Superior grade beasts were too weak, and epic grade beasts were too few. Xu Xing was both poor and troubled. Should he split the resources evenly? Evolve 5 to epic tier, then upgrade the rest to supernatural? That way, he could assemble a million-strong army of supernatural tier gold-devouring beetles. 17 epic tier creatures versus 22, the difference wouldn't be that great, right? As Xu Xing agonized over the decision, his phone rang. Girlfriend calling. Exit to answer? See you? Xu Xing thought, hadn't they just parted ways? Answer. The moment she answered, that familiar, unforgettable gentle voice greeted her. Xing, the location for the trial after tomorrow has been confirmed. It's the newly discovered Oceanic Secret Realm in Wangjiang City. Oceanic Secret Realm? The Sea Tribe's territory? Chapter 10, The Gift from the Rich Girlfriend. Yes, and this trial involves the entire city of Wangjiang. Chen Xiyu's tone was heavy. The clan had just relayed news that this trial would be even more dangerous and terrifying than what Teacher Yuan had described. The Sea Clan had risen from the ashes, plotting to invade Wangjiang City once more. After intense negotiations between Wangjiang's high command and the Sea Clan, this trial was finalized. A siege battle would be catastrophic. Though not a major imperial capital, Wangjiang City was still a central hub. The Great Xia Empire could not afford to let the entire city fall. Once hostilities commenced, the civilian casualties would be catastrophic. As for the Sea Clan, victory was far from assured. Thus, both sides ultimately decided to minimize the battlefield's impact, high-level duels on the arena stage, while the new generation undergoes offensive and defensive trials within the secret realm. This way, the homeworld remains unharmed. The invasion campaign thus transformed into a contest between the new generation of cultivators from both races. For this purpose, the Sea Clan specifically seeded a new oceanic secret realm. All new generation beast masters from Wangjiang City entered the secret realm, dividing it equally with the Sea Clan. For 1 month, they engaged in mutual attacks and defenses. The victor would be determined by which race controlled and defended more territory at the end. If the Sea Clan won, Wangjiang City would cede 3,000 li of territory. If Wangjiang City won, the Sea Clan would cede 3 oceanic sanctuaries to Wangjiang City and pledge a century-long non-aggression pact limited to Wangjiang City's territory. Chen Xiyu swiftly relayed the situation to Xu Xing. Upon hearing it, Xu Xing sucked in a sharp breath. An invasion by the Sea Clan? A month-long battle against the Sea Clan in the citywide new generation secret realm trials? There's more bad news, Chen Xiyu added before Xu Xing could process it. The trial grounds are located within the oceanic secret realm, the Sea Clan's primary battlefield. It teems with primitive, ferocious sea beasts. Once inside, we'll face attacks from both the sea beasts and the Sea Clan's new generation. Some of the Sea Clan's prodigies can even harness their bloodline to forcibly command these beasts. Even if they can't control them, they'll find ways to avoid confronting the most powerful ones. Xu Xing's heart sank. Beast clans placed immense importance on bloodline power. As the sovereigns among demonic beasts, the Sea Clan possessed inherently noble bloodlines, a fact documented in textbooks. Thus, Chen Xiyu's description seemed highly plausible. The beast tamers should still have their own life-saving measures, right? Xu Xing inquired. Chen Xiyu hesitated before replying slowly, yes, but there was a complication. Originally, the higher-ups planned to issue each of us a transfer crystal. If we encountered danger, we could decide to return on our own. But now it's changed to passive return after suffering severe injuries. How do they define seriously injured? Xu Xing frowned. Surely they wouldn't be barred from returning unless they were missing limbs? Chen Xiyu gave a bitter smile. There's no clear definition. Grandfather is trying to find ways to exempt me from the trial. Anyway, the higher-ups in Wangjiang are under immense pressure this time. The Sea Clan's invasion resolve is strong. It's either a full-scale invasion or the trial competition. Then hurry back to your clan. Impossible. We promised to face this together. Besides, my grandfather can't help either. This is a direct order. The Sea Clan is waiting for us to slip up so they can seize the opportunity and use it as leverage to threaten invasion. Unlike the human race, sea beasts reproduce in vast numbers daily. After nearly a century of stable growth, the population of ordinary sea beasts has exceeded expectations. Even the Sea Tribe is now culling them. Therefore, for the current Sea Clan, an invasion war is also a war of attrition. Marine resources are finite, and an excess of ordinary sea beasts is problematic. Some must perish to maintain resource balance. Don't worry too much. The clan is preparing resources for me. It's you who. Chen Xiyu desperately wanted to help Xu Xing, yet feared hurting his pride. Don't worry about me. You saw my beast control, it's quite formidable. Just take care of yourself and follow the family's arrangements, Xu Xing said. Chen Xiyu sighed inwardly. She guessed it, why were boys so obsessed with saving face? They all claim to love being supported, so why does this fool refuse? She's his girlfriend, not some stranger. Never mind. This was a life-threatening situation, Xu Xing had to accept it. Chen Xiyu directly transferred all her saved pocket money over the year's 9,300,000 yuan to Xu Xing. Before Xu Xing could process the transfer notification, Chen Xiyu's cool voice came through the phone. It's my own pocket money, not much. Consider it payment for hiring you as my bodyguard. You know I'm not good at fighting. You need to train your beast quickly, you have to protect me. Xu Xing paused, then laughed. Alright, I'll take it. Chen Xiyu suppressed a flood of excuses she hadn't voiced yet and hurriedly added, we agreed no more transfers to me, and definitely not to my brother. Xu Xing chuckled. Why would I give it to your brother? Looking for trouble? Don't worry, I'll use it to train my beast. Oh, and what else do you need? You know, as nobility, we get discounts on resources. Chen Xiyu inquired. Memories flooded Xu Xing's mind. Noble families did indeed get discounts on resources, and they weren't small either. Sub-transcendent items started at 20% off, while transcendent and epic tier items could be purchased at 10% off. More memories flooded her mind. After her previous incarnation awakened her beast-taming abilities, she had fallen into a year-long slump. During that time, Chen Xiyu often accompanied the previous incarnation on shopping trips to buy resources for cultivating beast-tamers. Yet every time they paid for resources, the previous incarnation never used Chen Xiyu's 10% discount privilege. In the previous incarnation's words, how could a man let his girlfriend pay? Not even by borrowing her identity. Xu Xing's mouth twitched. What kind of nonsense was this? This was his previous incarnation? He felt like slapping the guy to death. Beast cultivation resources started at hundreds of thousands each time, and a 10% discount could save at least tens of thousands. Every penny counts, especially when you're talking about tens of thousands. It was just borrowing Chen Xiyu's identity to pay, not refusing to pay outright. He could transfer the money to Xiyu afterward. The savings could even fund shopping sprees and fancy dinners with her. Cowardly against bullies, self-righteous with his girlfriend? This can't possibly be me. If you haven't decided, I can make a recommendation first. Seeing Xu Xing's silence, Chen Xiyu assumed he was hesitant to speak up. All right. Xu Xing knew far less about this world's resources than Chen Xiyu. After all, she came from a prestigious noble family, now her perspective and knowledge were bound to be superior. Chen Xiyu seemed to have prepared her suggestions in advance. Seeing Xu Xing agree, she immediately listed several rare treasures. Divine Realm Special Artifacts, Level 3 Time Difference Orb, Level 2 Water Evasion Orb. The Time Difference Orb can be used to control the flow of time for Divine Realm beasts. A Level 3 Time Difference Orb has a time adjustment ratio of 1 to 1000. 1 day in the outside world equals 1000 days in the Divine Realm. Water Resisting Bead, allows free movement underwater. Level 2 Water Resisting Bead, range, 4 meters radius. These artifacts are priceless treasures beyond market value, comparable to the reincarnation pool, no, even more precious than it. These marvels are treasures born of heaven and earth, impossible for humans to replicate. We carry the former in stock. I'll sell it to you at cost 1 million. The water avoiding bead has skyrocketed in price these past 2 days, so it'll also be 1 million. Total, 2 million. Chen Xiyu delivered this nonsense with deadpan seriousness. 2 million? Xu Xing stared speechless. Did this girl really think he was an idiot? Yes. Chen Xiyu insisted stubbornly, it's 2 million. If you don't believe me, go ask Mingxin or Yuding. Fine, 2 million, Xu Xing thought to himself. More debt won't break his back, he'd just keep carrying it. Once he strengthened his power, he'd be better able to protect her during the trials. After battling the entire Sea Clan's elite for a month, Xu Xing didn't feel particularly confident. While he could return if gravely injured, the definition of gravely injured wasn't up to him. He certainly didn't want to enter the trial in perfect health only to return crippled, missing limbs. And he absolutely wouldn't allow his woman to get hurt. Seeing Xu Xing agree, Chen Xiyu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. She hummed to herself, wondering if this stubborn blockhead had finally come to his senses today. Ah well, as long as he's willing to accept it. Chen Xiyu continued her recommendations. Rare items are hard to come by, so my family doesn't have many in stock. What follows are just some ordinary resource cards. For enhancing the strength of clan-type beasts, the first approach is to keep increasing their numbers. So I've prepared 100 food resource cards for you, each containing 10,000 gene of elite grade creatures. Each card costs 10,000 yuan. 100 cards total 1 million yuan. Secondly, mutation evolution. Frankly, mutation is practically impossible for clan-type beast tamers, the mutation rate is too low. But you're different. Your tardigrade has already mutated to epic tier, proving your hidden bloodline is extraordinary. With sufficient materials, your beast might undergo further mutations. I've prepared 10,000 gene each of transcendent grade crystals across all 5 elements, 1,000 gene each of epic grade crystals, and 1 lord grade sun crystal. Superior grade crystals are 100 yuan per gene. That's 1 million. Epic grade is also 1,000 per gene, another million. As for the lord grade, let's just round it up to a million too. Total, 6 million. Take 20% off 4,800,000. Round it down and transfer 4 million to me. Chen Siyu's tone was light-hearted, as if she just pocketed 3 million in profit. Xu Xing was speechless. Was this what she called ordinary resources? Truly the wealth of a noble family. You transferred over 9 million to me earlier, and now you're only charging 4 million for all these precious materials. That means I'm basically getting all this stuff for free plus 5 million, right? Chen Siyu explained with deadpan seriousness, the 9 million plus was my personal savings. These materials were acquired through family transactions. Outside Chen Siyu's room, the old man heard his granddaughter's words. His face darkened like charcoal as he gritted his teeth. Daughters grow up too fast and hers hadn't even married yet. Xu Xing, is it? I hope you can protect Siyu during this trial. Otherwise. The old man snorted coldly. Through the window, he caught sight of his granddaughter's joyful expression before storming off in frustration. Xu Xing thought to himself, family deals, my foot. If the clan let you handle transactions like this, they'd be bankrupt in 3 days flat. Superior grade materials selling for 100 yuan per pound? Are they selling cabbages? And then there was the final lord grade sun crystal. Epic grade materials were already rare enough. Above that lay the lord grade tier, a realm only the gods themselves had the right to trade in. Lord grade materials transcend monetary value. This spendthrift actually gave it away for 1 million. Siyu, I know you wanna help me. I could barely stomach the earlier gifts, but this lord tier stuff? I'm afraid the moment I get my hands on it, your family will have me in a sack. Chen Siyu burst out laughing. It's fine. Even if they do, worst case is a beating. Xu Xing. Enough teasing. This sun crystal is my birthday gift to you. Consider it sponsorship from your girlfriend. No refusing it. You haven't accepted a single gift from me yet. Xu Xing stared at the over 9 million credits that had just appeared in his account, lost in thought. Wasn't this money itself a gift? Such an expensive gift, is this your betrothal gift? Xu Xing couldn't help but ask. Chen Siyu's face flushed instantly. What dowry? It's just a simple gift. I'm hanging up now. Transfer the money to me later. I'll have someone deliver the goods to you. Oh, and teacher Yuan asked me to tell you to come to school tomorrow after evening study. Before Xu Xing could respond, Chen Siyu hung up. Xu Xing was utterly speechless. That girl still has such a thin skin. Chen Siyu. I owed her enough in my past life. This time around, I couldn't let it slip away and become a regret. Chapter 11, All-in Demon Refining Ancient Parasitic Bug. Xu Xing transferred 5 million yuan over. She knew this sum was but a drop in the bucket compared to the materials she was about to acquire. Chen Siyu worked swiftly. Within half an hour, a delivery guy brought the goods to Xu Xing's door. Under the delivery guy's envious gaze, Xu Xing calmly accepted all the resources. First came 100 resource cards, each containing 10,000 gene of elite grade creatures. 100 cards amounted to a staggering 1 million gene. Even if they were just ordinary sea fish, 1 million gene would cost nearly 10 million yuan. This first batch of resources alone was beyond Xu Xing's means. Xu Xing set aside 100,000 gene for the divine realm to cover daily food expenses for his beast tamers, then poured the remainder into the demon refining pot. Black flame turtle, elite quality, quantity 10,000, obtained life essence, 36,000 points, soul crystals, 120. Goblin warrior, elite quality, quantity 10,000, gained life essence, 42,000 points, soul crystals, 100. Goblin mage, elite quality, quantity 10,000, obtained life essence, 22,000 points, soul crystals, 1,000. Ogre warrior, elite quality, quantity 10,000, obtained life essence, 88,000 points, soul crystals, 66. Total, life essence, 1,320,000 points, soul crystals, 3,400 pieces. Soul crystals detected. Sacrifice? Xu Xing had been waiting for the demon refining pot to initiate communication. Normally, it ignored his questions completely, acting like a dumb robot. But with the soul crystals, it instantly transformed into an AI. Xu Xing had originally planned to evolve the gold-devouring bug, but Chen Siyu's words had awakened him. With the demon refining pot, as long as there was sufficient life essence, it could evolve into any creature it desired. Why fixate solely on the gold-devouring worm? While re-evolution would waste a significant amount of life essence, this trial realm was an oceanic environment. The gold-devouring bug was purely a terrestrial creature. While they wouldn't die upon contact with water, their combat effectiveness would be drastically reduced underwater. Its current attack methods were limited to 2, devouring and high-speed collisions. Plunging into the vast ocean, how could it possibly break the speed of light? Even the fastest land-dwelling creatures would have to slow down considerably once submerged. When facing nature's vast power, going with the flow is the way to go. Defying the heavens leads to dead ends. It's not about showing off, it's about suffering the consequences. Demon Refining Pot recommended evolution plan for water bears in marine environments. Material budget 5-element epic grade and superb grade materials, Lord grade solar gold, 1,300,000 units of life essence. Xu Xing poured every available resource into the process. Designing evolution path. Sun gold material exceeds evolution quality threshold. Repaired Demon Refining Pot immediately, redesigning evolution plan. Using water, wood, and metal epic grade materials as the foundation, supplemented by transcendent grade materials, and consuming 1 million life essence, you will obtain the transcendent grade ancient witch's parasite quantity, approximately 200,000. Parasitic bug, originating from the ancient witchcraft sect, it is minuscule and stealthy, possessing sharp mouthparts capable of parasitizing and controlling living beings. Parasitism method, enters through wounds via blood. Capable of parasitizing hosts of higher tiers. Success rate increases with lower bloodline quality. Host requirements increase parasitism success rate by 20% on marine life. Due to material and life essence limitations, evolved supernatural parasitic bugs will be single-use only. Regardless of success or failure, the parasite will rapidly decay within 7 days. Damn. So the Demon Refining Pot has limitations too. Looks like the current evolution cap for beast tamers is epic tier. Sacrificing all soul crystals may exchange for the ancient witchcraft sect's secret artifact epic tier witchcraft hut. Witch Gui Cottage, an ancient artifact of the Witch Gui sect for cultivating Gui worms. It can nurture basic Gui worms, increase their survival rate, and extend the lifespan of mutated failed Gui worms, slowing their decay time. How considerate. Xu Xing's lips twitched. The Demon Refining Pot truly spared no effort for soul crystals, even offering customized recommendations. Still, it was fine. Soul crystals held little use for him at present. Sacrificing them to the Demon Refining Pot would hasten his evolution to Lord tier, or even the legendary mythic tier. He'd definitely need to acquire more soul crystals later. From the recent sacrifices, Xu Xing noticed the Goblin Mage contributed significantly more than others. Soul crystals? Did mages contribute more because their souls were stronger? Never mind. More sacrifices would reveal patterns later. The priority now was mass-producing troops. The new parasitic bug branch made Xu Xing's eyes light up. His tardigrades, aided by the Demon Refining Pot, could actually evolve into witch bugs. Could other bugs evolve as well? What about Guzhenrun Spring-Autumn Cicada? Xu Xing's heart raced. It seemed he had underestimated the Demon Refining Pot's capabilities, or rather, he had gained a new understanding of its evolutionary potential. Sacrifice all soul crystals for the witch bug hut? Xu Xing agreed without hesitation. No matter how rare and precious soul crystals were, they were less useful to Xu Xing now than the gold-devouring beetles. Sacrifice successful. Extracting Witch Gui Cottage. With his new beast companion, the parasitic bug, Xu Xing immediately decided to go all in. He transferred 5 million to Qin Siyu, retaining nearly 20 million for himself. Setting aside 10 million as a reserve, he used the remainder to purchase ordinary sea fish resource cards. 10 million RMB purchased nearly 5 million caddies of ordinary sea fish, all fed into the Demon Refining Pot, yielding 1.5 million points of life essence. Half-dead fish, common quantity, 5 million gene, yield, 1.53 million life essence points, soul crystals, 108. No wonder salted fish only retain memories for 7 seconds. Xu Xing was speechless. 5 million gene of salted fish yielded a mere 108 soul crystals. Extract all usable resources, evolve 200,000 superb grade parasitic bugs and 10 epic grade parasitic bugs. Resources sufficient. Initiating targeted evolution of parasitic worms. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a new Beastmaster branch parasitic worms. Parasitic bug, parasitism, control, physical control, mind control. Transcendent grade, 200,000 units, single-use bug, physical control, decay period, 315 days. Epic grade, 10 units, standard witch bug, mind control, lifespan, 10 years each. Host change reduces lifespan maximum 3 changes. Excellent. This trial is in the bag. Xu Xing felt confident once more. The oceanic secret realm was terrifying. While the main battlefield being the ocean was one aspect, what was even more despairing was the sheer number of sea beasts, endless and seemingly impossible to exterminate. The trial lasted a full month. Even the most formidable beast tamers would grow weary from daily combat. And the hidden prodigies of the sea clans, if given an opening, would deliver a fatal blow. With the parasites, Xu Xing could now relentlessly parasitize powerful sea beasts with unique bloodlines. 200,000 extraordinary grade parasitic worms would at least grant him access to hundreds of thousands of sea beasts with extraordinary bloodlines. The parasites knew no fatigue. The hosts they infested would become like robots, fighting for him around the clock like 007. When facing enemies, he wouldn't even need to lift a finger. His parasitic army of hundreds of thousands would tear them to shreds. though the lifespan of a host after being infected by a supernatural grade parasite worm was only 3 to 15 days. Xu Xing could sustain himself through battle by controlling the infected sea beasts to slaughter others, extracting their life essence to evolve new parasites. The oceanic secret realm was teeming with sea beasts. Their corpses would be his for the taking, and the life essence would be limitless. Perhaps his parasitic worms would multiply through battle. By then, commanding hundreds of thousands of extraordinary grade bloodline sea beasts, the mere secret realm trials would be nothing more than raw material for refining the demon refining pot. As for the 10 epic grade parasitic bugs, they would be his ultimate trump card. His past life's history lessons reminded him that the oceanic secret realm housed sea royalty like mermaids and the merfolk tribe. Beasts with extraordinary bloodlines weren't particularly intelligent, making them ideal cannon fodder for parasitism. But Xu Xing needed powerful individual combatants to serve as his elite bodyguards. Now that he possessed the parasitic bugs, what a golden opportunity! Xu Xing would never let it slip away. The royal clans of the sea had always been renowned for their formidable individual combat prowess. Soon, he could parasitically control a dozen or so members of the royal family's mermaid princesses, merfolk princes. Serving as bodyguards during his travels, wouldn't that be splendid? Of course, Xu Xing wasn't coveting their beauty. He genuinely needed a group of highly attractive, highly capable bodyguards. He certainly didn't want to summon hundreds of thousands of insects to protect him every time he went out that would scare the little kids. With 10 epic tier parasitic bugs still intact, his resources weren't depleted. Thus, he could now cultivate beast tamers. Mass production, relentless mass production, that was the true strategy for a clan-based approach. Chapter 12, State Funding. Xu Xing surveyed the remaining resources in the divine realm. RMB, 10 million. Life essence, 320,000. Lord grade, 1 sun gold ingot. Epic grade materials, 1,000 gene each of fire and earth, 500 gene of gold. Transcendent grade materials, 6,000 gene each of the 5 elements. Various other items. The most precious Lord grade sun gold was unusable, forcing Xu Xing to reluctantly stash it away. With the remaining materials, Xu Xing had made up his mind. Though the primary foes in the oceanic secret realm were sea creatures, he couldn't rule out encountering treacherous humans like the Yang brothers. Some humans could be far more terrifying than mere sea beasts. With all the new beast masters of Wangjiang City entering the realm, Xu Xing could already foresee what would unfold over the next month. Plundering rare treasures, ambushes and assassinations, revenge and betrayal, abducting women. Rather than pinning hopes on teammates' kindness, it was wiser to prepare in advance and strengthen oneself. Xu Xing could only strive to stay true to his own principles. As for others? Why bother with them? He wasn't their father. The world of beast tamers would teach them harsh lessons about survival. If others dared to ambush and betray, they'd better be prepared to face the consequences. Though beast tamers handled thousands upon thousands of species, they fell into 3 primary categories: ocean, land, sky. Xu Xing resolved to master all 3. Arming himself was essential to prevent being bullied. If others possessed certain attack methods, he must master them too, otherwise, he'd only be left defenseless. For the oceans, he had the parasitic bug. For both land and air, the gold-devouring insect could handle the task. With ample funds and materials at his disposal, Xu Xing would now evolve the gold-devouring beetle into its full-strength, epic form. With the gold-devouring beetle complementing the parasitic worm, Xu Xing could already envision a bright future. Parasitic worms require blood to latch on, but creatures with powerful bloodlines rarely give them a chance. That's where the gold-devouring beetles step in. In terms of speed, penetration, and explosive power alone, an epic-tier gold-devouring insect rivals a lord-tier monster. In this trial, upon encountering a favored prodigy of the Sea Clan, first unleash the epic-tier gold-devouring insect to draw blood and inflict severe wounds. Then deploy the parasitic bug to take hold. Following this sequence, capturing a dozen or so Sea Clan rulers was guaranteed. No time to waste. Xu Xing once again spent millions in cash to acquire life essence, dedicating all remaining resources to evolve the gold-devouring beetles. Evolution complete. Quantities as follows. Gold-devouring beetles. Quality, superb grade. Quantity, 800,000. Abilities, devours gold elemental substances, superhuman speed, body hardening, reproduction. Quality, epic. Quantity, 12 excluding those resurrected from the reincarnation pool. Abilities, devour life, superb speed, superb physique, superb strength. The newly evolved gold-devouring beetles were significantly superior in quality compared to the previous batch, given the increased resources invested. Xu Xing was highly satisfied, particularly with the transcendent grade gold devourers. Remarkably, this batch retained their reproduction ability. 80,000 extraordinary grade gold-devouring beetles could produce 8,000 extraordinary grade larvae for him daily. Given the time difference in the divine realm where 1 day outside equaled 100 days within. Combined with the time-shifting orb gifted by Siyu within his divine realm, 1 day outside equaled 1 year inside. This meant that by the day after tomorrow's trial, his extraordinary gold-devouring insects would multiply from 800,000 to at least 3.2 million. With an unlimited supply of gold-devouring insect resources, their juvenile stage lasts a mere 3 to 5 days, equivalent to just a few minutes in real time. An army of extraordinary grade gold-devouring beetles would soon become a reality. To date, the resources Xu Xing had consumed, converted to RMB, had already exceeded 100 million. Yet, gazing upon the parasitic bugs and gold-devouring beetles within his beast-taming space, Xu Xing felt no regret. These beasts, if released into the outside world, would be priceless treasures. Especially the parasitic bug, an ancient witchcraft bug now extinct. Though the current investment is substantial, a single opportunity could swiftly recoup the entire expenditure. And that opportunity was right before him. The oceanic secret realm would be the place where he earned his first fortune, and where he would officially rise to prominence. His beasts were ready. Now, all that remained was to await the trial. In the principal's office of Wangjiang City First High School, Yuan Qianqian stood in a light green dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her bright eyes and gentle demeanor shattered the moment she spoke. "I don't care. My class 1 must get 10 spots, 1S rank and 2A ranks." Principal Wang Han of First High School grimaced, running his large hand over his receding hairline. "Ms. Yuan, please be civil. There are dozens of classes in the entire school, yet the higher-ups only allocated 3S level spots and 18A level spots. And you're demanding 3S levels outright." Wang Han looked utterly exasperated. "Even if I approved it, the principal wouldn't dare give the green light." Yuan Qianqian snorted coldly. "Who's coming from Wangjiang City this time? They're being so stingy with approving national talent quotas? I'll go ask them myself." "Oh my, Teacher Yuan, please go easy on them. Your divine connections may reach the heavens, but First High still has to eat at their table." Wang Han was utterly speechless inside, thinking the principal was truly heartless for making him entertain Yuan Qianqian. Besides, First High had a whopping 21S and O-level quotas. How could that be considered few? Consider this, the entire city of Wangjiang had only about 100 nationally approved S and O-level genius funding spots. First High School alone held nearly 1/5 of them, enough to make other schools green with envy. Yuan Qianqian narrowed her eyes. "So, how many spots are you giving me?" Wang Han gave an awkward smile. 1, 2A level spots." Seeing Yuan Qianqian's expression, he immediately amended his answer. 2 spots? Wang Han felt like his heart was bleeding. Once this list was distributed, the other teachers would surely tear him apart. Forget about any chance of being recognized as an outstanding teacher this year. "Only 2? Yuan Qianqian remained unsatisfied, but seeing Wang Han's grim expression, she knew this was the absolute limit. "Teacher Yuan, let's be clear, while I'm giving you 2 A-level spots, Xu Xing can only take in a spot at most." Fearing Yuan Qianqian's objection, Wang Han pulled out the evaluation documents in advance. "Teacher Yuan, this truly isn't the school's fault. While Xu Xing's beast did undergo self-evolution into the rare epic tier gold-devouring insect, the quantity is too small. Both the noble families and the merchant guild unanimously believe Xu Xing's beast evolution was merely a fluke achieved through sheer luck and sheer numbers. The clans, due to the Yang family, have assessed Xu Xing at B grade. As for the merchants, upon learning you recommended him, their evaluation was slightly higher but still only B+. As for the school, we can only offer him an A slot at best. Even that requires the principal's personal intervention, otherwise, higher-ups would never approve it," Wang Han stated bluntly. Yuan Qianqian's face darkened. "Bunch of useless fools. Short-sighted bunch." Wang Han rolled his eyes heavenward, pretending not to hear. Truthfully, he too favored Xu Xing. After all, he was his student. Wang Han had personally lobbied hard for Xu Xing's A rating. "Fine, let it be a grade then." Yuan Qianqian sighed. These were the rules she alone couldn't stand against the entire Wangjiang aristocratic family. At least she'd secured him a grade national funding. As long as he performed well in the trials, the next round of funding would definitely start at a level. Grade A is already pretty good. The government funding this time is substantial. When Wang Han first heard about it, he wished he could go back to being a student to get that funding himself. "How much exactly?" "Spit it out," Yuan Qianqian snorted skeptically. She wasn't unfamiliar with national funding. A+ level only amounted to 10 million in cash and 3 shares of epic grade natural treasures. Wang Han chuckled. "Ms. Yuan, times have changed. The higher-ups are incredibly generous toward geniuses now. Poof. With such danger involved this time, increased funding is only natural." Wang Han gave an awkward smile and decisively changed the subject, handing over Xu Xing's funding list. Name, Xu Xing. Rating, A. Funding, 5 million in cash, 2 epic grade natural treasures, 12 transcendent grade treasures, 1 ancient physical cultivation technique. Noticing a flicker of change in Teacher Yuan's expression, Wang Han continued. The above represents only the national funding program. Given the extreme danger of this mission and the fact that you are fighting for your homeland, Wangjiang City will provide each participating student with. Each participating student will receive 200,000 yuan in cash, 1 oceanic secret realm map, 1 life crystal, 1 transfer crystal passive trigger, and 1 superb grade fishing boat per team. For nationally funded geniuses rated B+ or higher, Wangjiang City will grant special protection, 1 epic grade fishing boat per person and 1 domain expansion sub-crystal. Domain expansion? Yuan Chanshan ignored the rewards entirely and demanded, does the higher-ups want these special geniuses to defend their assigned zones to the death? Wang Han nodded, offering no denial. People will die. Yuan Chanshan's expression turned icy. What kind of support was this? It was clearly a death sentence. Wang Han sighed helplessly. 1 death or the entire cities? Teacher Yuan, don't let your emotions cloud your judgment just because they're your students. They're adults now. We have no choice in this trial. It's either all-out war or victory in the secret realm trial. But they're still students. Yuan Chanshan couldn't accept it. A fleeting look of desolation passed through Wang Han's eyes as he sighed and urged, Teacher Yuan, they're my students too. But what do you suggest we do? Yuan Chanshan opened her mouth but hesitated. From the moment she learned the news from her clan, she had known the plan and had tried to console herself. Yet hearing the ruthless arrangements from above, she still couldn't help but feel indignant. Wang Han offered comfort, we have no choice but to trust them now. Truthfully, those above didn't want it to come to this either, but there's no other way. But that doesn't justify ordering all the geniuses to fight to the death. The Wangjiang Heavenly God Society elders Su Shao perished alongside 2 revered elders of the Sea Clan in a mutual destruction this morning, Wang Han suddenly announced. What? Yuan Chanshan spun around in shock. Elder Su? He was a mid-tier level 4 heavenly god, master of the 9-tailed Thunder Scorpion Beast Clan. Wang Han's expression grew somber. We all hoped the news was false, but Elder Su's life token has been shattered. This Sea Clan is even more ruthless than we imagined. Over the past century, they've amassed unimaginable power. The higher-ups have done everything possible to protect these students. With life crystals and transfer crystals, as long as their divine souls aren't instantly annihilated, they can all escape alive. Of course, survival is all that can be guaranteed. As for the rest, it's up to fate. They are all beast masters. This is their calling. After enjoying peace for over a decade, it's time they saw blood. Though their first taste of blood would come through such a brutal trial. Wang Han's voice grew grave. Teacher Yuan, we must prepare ourselves. If the students fail in the secret realm battle a month from now, we'll all be heading to the battlefield. Retreat 3,000 li after defeat? Impossible. Beast masters of Great Xia Dai standing. Cede territory for peace? In the next life. Chapter 13, Farewell, good brother. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Xu Xing gazed at the Beastmaster's face, where countless insects swirled like a dark cloud, filling him with a sense of security. After a year of abundant resources and unchecked growth, their respective numbers reached terrifying figures. The space's resident soul-bound beasts water bears. Adult stage, 30 million. Larvae, 50 million. 180 million eggs. The branch guardian creatures that fed on the mine's resources, clad in golden armor gold-eating insects. Elite class, 8 million. Superior grade, 3 million. Epic tier, 22. Eastern burrowing branch beast, the parasitic bug. Superior grade, 200,000. Epic tier, 10. All gold-devouring beetles except epic tier possess self-reproduction capabilities, allowing their numbers to increase independently. Unfortunately, even the superb grade gold-devouring beetles remain intellectually limited. When their numbers swell excessively, they occasionally turn on each other. Losing hundreds of thousands of superb grade specimens was heartbreaking. The parasitic bugs haven't evolved the ability to reproduce, so their numbers remain nearly unchanged. Fortunately, they're considerably smarter, knowing how to avoid harm and recognize their own kind. Otherwise, the loss would have been truly heartbreaking. All preparations complete, Xu Xing murmured to himself, his voice filled with anticipation for tomorrow's trial. My little creatures, after feeding you so many resources, it's time to repay your master. No sooner had his words left his mouth than a pure beam of spiritual light erupted from the beast-taming space. It pierced through the core of the divine realm and descended upon Xu Xing's physical body outside. MMMPH. Xu Xing nearly screamed in pleasure. Was this the feedback from her beast? Congratulations! You have advanced to level 4 Beast Tamer. Sure enough, as the divine realm system's voice echoed, Xu Xing felt the power surge within her. Spiritual energy washed through her marrow and organs, refining her bloodlines and strengthening her bones and tendons. Xu Xing casually threw a punch, its piercing crack echoing throughout the rented room. This punch packs at least 800 gene. Xu Xing's spirit soared. This was a minor evolutionary leap in his life force, and he had even skipped 3 minor tiers. Just 2 days ago, he was still a level 1 primitive beastmaster. Now, in just 2 days, he had broken through from level 1 to level 4, an achievement others took a year to accomplish. Among his peers, level 4 beast tamers could be counted on one hand. Who would dare call him a fraud or a freeloader now? A single punch packing 800 gene of force, he could punch through a wall. Excellent. You're all my good babies. Keep evolving. Xu Xing hummed happily as he prepared himself a bowl of instant noodles topped with an egg, sausage, and greens. After a simple meal, empty-handed and eyeing his bicycle, he headed to school. This was the last evening study session before the trials. He figured he'd just listen to his homeroom teacher drone on about safety precautions, though Xu Xing didn't mind that part. Their homeroom teacher was a gentle, beautiful woman. Listening to her lecture felt like hearing praise rather than a soporific drone. Except for the college students, that is. They genuinely wanted to sleep. Xu Xing wasn't quite used to his vastly improved physical strength yet and nearly made sparks fly from his bicycle with his intense glare. Children by the roadside screamed in fright, wailing and chasing after him, begging to be taken as disciples. Soon he entered the school grounds. This time, there were no hiccups and he smoothly made his way to his classroom. Senior 3, Class 168 students total, with most already seated. As soon as Xu Xing entered the classroom, his good buddy Wu Yulong called out to him. "Xingzi, over here." Xu Xing scanned the classroom but didn't spot Chen Xiu. Only then did he head toward his best friend. Wu Yulong was used to it, the lecherous relatives were minor issues. What mattered was that yesterday, Xu Xing had nearly been beaten up by that bastard Yang Jiafeng. Fortunately, Xu Xing had undergone a mutant evolution through his beast control. "You okay? That bastard Yang Jiafeng. If he shows up tonight, Tianchang and I will take care of him for you." Wu Yulong looked at Xu Xing with concern. He knew about the trial now, and Xu Xing couldn't afford any physical setbacks at this critical moment. "Yang Jiafeng won't be here today. But it doesn't matter. I hacked his phone and found out he's also participating in tomorrow's trial. I even know their route." Li Tianchang, sitting at the desk to the left, his thick black hair framing his face, wore a sly grin. "Nice work, kid. Send me a copy." Xu Xing wrapped an arm around Tianchang. If the guy didn't mess with him, fine. But if he dared provoke him in the secret realm, Xu Xing wouldn't mind giving him a memory he'd never forget. "Alright, Tanzi, I'll send you a copy too." "Got it. But since we've both decided to team up in the secret realm, what you know stays between us." Wu Yulong shrugged indifferently. The secret realm was vast, they might not even cross paths. The map for tomorrow's ocean's secret realm had been released. This colossal realm spanned nearly 20,000 square kilometers, an endless expanse of ocean dotted with scattered islands, hence its name, the Floating Islands Secret Realm. "You two together? Anyone else?" This secret realm trial allowed teaming up, but groups were capped at 4 members, any combination from 1 to 4 players. Wu Yulong shot Xu Xing a disgruntled look. "There's also the class monitor. We're currently 3 members short, and you're not coming anyway." Xu Xing gave an awkward laugh. "How'd you know?" We know you all too well. You're the very definition of a womanizer who ditches his friends." Li Tiancheng chuckled, then suddenly glanced toward the doorway. "Hey, Tanzi, is your older sister-type girlfriend here?" "What? Where?" Wu Yulong immediately shoved Xu Xing aside and peered out the window. Li Tiancheng and Xu Xing burst out laughing. Wu Yulong snapped back to reality, glaring darkly at Li Tiancheng. "Tiancheng, you've gone bad. We're just birds of a feather." After the joke, Li Tiancheng dropped his playful demeanor and looked at the extraordinarily confident Xu Xing before him, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Joy, relief, gratitude. "We were worried about you and see you earlier, but seeing you awaken your beast and even reach epic level puts our minds at ease." Teams could only have up to 4 members. He and Wu Yulong had planned to bring Xu Xing and Chen Xiu, but that would leave Chen Xiu's 2 best friends without a spot. Now that Xu Xing's beast had undergone mutation and evolution, even slaughtering the Yang Jiafeng brothers in one fell swoop, such power rendered their worries unnecessary. The youth's return to the pinnacle would once again begin with carrying his sisters to victory. Defeating Yang Jiafeng was no big deal, but taking down Yang Lin was truly remarkable. Yang Lin had taken a year off to recover from injuries, allowing his beast to develop a full year longer than others. With his family's backing, he consistently ranked among the top 3 in his grade. That Xu Xing had single-handedly taken down both of them had even alarmed the older generation of the Yang family. The moment they heard the news upon returning to school, both thought they were hallucinating. Only after their homeroom teacher made them watch the match replay did they truly realize the prodigy from freshman year had returned. Xu Xing felt a bit awkward. "Teams can only have 4 members, so you too. Why bother with us? Besides, our beast-taming skills aren't weak either. Together, we can definitely handle ourselves." "Exactly. Just mind your own business. If you don't join, we've already got a beautiful class monitor, right, Tanako?" Li Tiancheng winked and glanced at the short-haired girl at the front. Wu Yulong clamped her hand over Li Tiancheng's mouth. "Don't say nonsense. I have a girlfriend now." "Oh, I get it. You understand, Jack. I've got your girlfriend's number too. Watch out, or I'll spread rumors about you." Wu Yulong threatened. Li Tiancheng cleared his throat. "Oops, never mind. Let's not do this. When will the mutual harm ever end?" Chapter 14, The Trial Begins. Amidst the playful banter, the class was nearly all present. As soon as Chen Xiu arrived, Xu Xing promptly ditched his 2 so-called brothers and sat down with his girlfriend. Wang Mengxian and Gao Yuding deftly made room for him. Perhaps aware of tomorrow's trial's dangers, Wang Mingxin surprisingly refrained from bickering with Xu Xing. This left Xu Xing feeling slightly unsettled. Wang Mingxin, have a little faith in me, okay? I won't abandon you too. Wang Mingxin snorted coldly. If you dare abandon me, CU won't let you off either. But what worries me is, taking care of all three of us by yourself might be a bit much. The homeroom teacher reiterated the trial's danger level in the group chat with grave seriousness, leaving the girls deeply uneasy. Their beast tamers weren't weak, but when it came to actual combat, they knew deep down that not holding anyone back would be a victory in itself. A beast master's lack of confidence directly affected their beast's mental state. Especially with hero-type beasts, they couldn't guarantee their own combat effectiveness once inside. Wang Mingxin was the most insecure. Her timidity was one thing, but her beast was support-type, currently offering almost no combat value. She was essentially dead weight. Chen Xiyu clasped Wang Mingxin's small hand. Mingxin, don't overthink it. You transferred all the money you saved for training your beast to Xu Xing. It's only right that he protects you now. Was that 9 million for her? Xu Xing was taken aback. Why did you give it to me? That was your resource. But my beast is useless. What nonsense. Who says their beast is useless? Don't forget, mine started as just a bunch of tardigrades when I first awoke, and look how far it's evolved now. Really? They can actually evolve? Wang Mingxin's eyes lit up. Xu Xing nodded firmly. Don't worry, they will. This trial is dangerous, but it's also full of opportunities. Who knows? There might be rare treasures inside that can help your beast evolve. Chen Xiyu and Gao Yuding exchanged glances. Xu Xing's words stirred their hearts too. Beast evolution remained the greatest challenge in the Beastmaster realm. Xu Xing wasn't deceiving the three girls. Even if the secret realm lacked such treasures, he could use the Demon Refining Pot to help their beasts evolve. Indeed, the Demon Refining Pot could not only aid his own beasts in evolving but also assist other Tamer's creatures. The life essence refined within the Demon Refining Pot was, by its very nature, the raw material for life's evolution. For other beasts, this life essence was an unparalleled sacred liquid. Merely extracting a few drops and mixing them with other spiritual waters could enable minor evolutionary leaps in their life stages. As for his gold-devouring insects and parasitic bugs, which required fusion with other materials for mutation evolution, even if possible, Xu Xing dared not attempt it. While bloodline evolution could be explained by consuming rare treasures, abnormal mutations would inevitably attract scrutiny from higher authorities if repeated. For now, taking such risks was unwise. Everyone's here? Then let's start filling out the team registration forms. Yuan Chanxian, unusually serious, entered the classroom and began distributing the forms. Choose your teammates carefully. This trial is truly dangerous. I've covered everything I should and shouldn't say. All that's left is for me to wish you all the best. May you all return safely and successfully. Yuan Chanxian sighed. Seeing the 60+ vibrant youths before her, resentment welled in her heart. Once she ascended to the heavenly god realm, she would slaughter the Sea clan to her heart's content. The teacher's heavy tone weighed down the classroom atmosphere. Xu Xing took a deep breath. The spirit beast within his beast-taming space gave him boundless courage. He swiftly wrote down the names of the four and handed the form to Teacher Yuan. To lighten the mood slightly, Xu Xing smiled and said, Teacher Yuan, I heard the state is giving us quite a bit of funding. Bring it out already. Yeah, I heard there's an extraordinary grade fishing boat, one per team. Fishing boats? Those are strategic weapons, offense and defense combined. Superb grade vessels can withstand attacks from beast masters below level 5, and their speed reaches a staggering 200 kilometers per hour. That powerful? Exactly. Even if the trials are dangerous, if you can't win, you can always run away. As long as you have enough spirit stones, the fishing boats can cruise the seas around the clock. Heh, the boundless ocean means boundless treasures. Who knows? We might even find the key to evolving our beasts. Exactly. Xu Xing's beast has already evolved. His beast was just a bug, yet it evolved to epic tier. Mine is a mighty demon ape. This time, I'll definitely evolve and step into epic tier 2. Put. Your monkey's only elite tier. Magic ape? It'll be lucky to evolve into the transcendent tier. Actually, transcendent is fine too. Most still had the mindset of youths. Hearing about beast evolution, their minds immediately grew restless, chattering away in a flurry of discussion and wild fantasies. Teacher Yuan shot Xu Xing a grateful glance. On the eve of the trial, how could she, as homeroom teacher, dampen her students' confidence? Though this trial was indeed perilous. But as Xu Xing had said, ordinary students who couldn't win could retreat. The fishing boats would be there to minimize danger. The only 2A rank students in the class, however, would need to defend an island to the death. Xu Xing's situation might be even more perilous than the others, and even the three girls teamed up with Xu Xing, Chen Xiyu and the others could be dragged into the danger. Of the class's 2A rank spots, Xu Xing was rated A, while the other A rank belonged to the class monitor. Her beast was a pack-type creature, the Tianyuan bird, excellent for both reconnaissance and attack. In Yuan Shanshan's view, the class monitor's situation was considerably better than Xu Xing's. That's because the monitor's two teammates were none other than Xu Xing's two best buddies, Li Tianchang and Wu Yulong. Hope that kid Xu Xing can hold his own, Yuan Shanshan silently thought. Teams are all set, right? Once you're done, you can start claiming your individual funding. Xu Xing, class president, these are your individual grants. Yuan Shanshan handed over 2 rings. Space rings? Yes, consider them a small token of appreciation from your teacher. Beyond this, I can't help you any further. Remember, if you truly can't hold the island, you can abandon it. Yuan Shanshan whispered to the two. Xu Xing and the class monitor exchanged a glance and smiled simultaneously. Teacher, we're not stupid. Yuan Shanshan exhaled slightly. Good. This battle won't be decided by just the two of you. So if you need to retreat, retreat. Though the domain core is precious, your lives matter more. Xu Xing nodded, acknowledging her words. A domain core could solidify a real-world territory. With sufficient time, it could be integrated into one's divine realm, transforming it into personal territory. Many people's initial divine domains were nothing more than small courtyard houses, barely qualifying as basic ecosystems. The domain cores provided by the higher-ups could solidify islands spanning at least 10 li in diameter. Expanding one's divine domain with an entire island, especially an undeveloped, pristine one, yielded benefits no less significant than evolving a beast-taming bloodline. Expanding one's divine domain meant increased resources, higher limits for beast cultivation, and greater chances of ascending to godhood. Few in all of Wangjiang City, perhaps 100 at most, possess a beast-taming space spanning several miles like Xu Xing did upon awakening. Thus, when Xu Xing first awakened, he was the center of attention, a prodigy among prodigies. Everyone assumed he would awaken at least an epic-tier bloodline beast. But, the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Fortunately, he's now back on track, and everything is improving. First, verify the resources you've received. If there are any errors, record your screen and come find me for a recheck and redistribution, Yuan Shanshan reminded gently. Each person's basic funding, group team funding, and special talent funding. Got it, teacher. Xu Xing returned to Chen Siyu's side and, using his captain privileges, opened the group funding in front of the 3 women. One large reserve fishing boat, superior grade, accommodating 4-6 people, with a top speed of only 150 km/h. Low-grade spirit stones, 8,000 pieces. Mid-grade spirit stones, 4 pieces. Disposable water control charms, 120 pieces. That's stingy. Only 120 water control charms? That's just 40 per person on average. Yeah, we're supposed to stay inside for a month. That's 1 per day on average? Keep in mind each water control talisman only lasts 15 minutes. Chen Siyu waved her hand dismissively. It's fine. I brought 3 water control pearls from home. Rich girl, give me a hug. Wang Mingxin, overcome with excitement, practically threw herself at Chen Siyu. Xu Xing snorted coldly and yanked Wang Mingxin back. He hadn't even gotten his hug yet. What the hell was she doing? Huh, Siyu, 3? Then Xu Xing. Gao Yuding's voice was filled with confusion. Wang Mingxin, still being held back, glared fiercely at Xu Xing and snapped, Yuding, you're so naive. Even if Siyu forgot about us, he wouldn't forget about him. He probably gave it to him privately ages ago. Chen Siyu blushed instantly at the accusation and pinched Xu Xing. Xu Xing looked utterly confused. Why pinch me? Mind your own business. I like him, okay? Chen Siyu snapped, shooting him a sideways glare. Xu Xing sighed helplessly. Fine, fine. Good pinch. Stop showing off, you baldy. Wang Mingxin grimaced as she tore open her own subsidy envelope. In their class, aside from Xu Xing and the class monitor who received the genius grant, everyone else got the basic grant. However, it was slightly more than what teacher Yuan had mentioned last time. 300,000 cash, 1 set of elite-grade spirit light armor, 1 oceanic secret realm map, 1 life crystal, 1 transfer crystal passive trigger. Compared to the standard grants, Xu Xing's personal A-grade grant was significantly better. In addition to the standard items listed above, it also included 5 million cash, 2 shares of epic grade rare treasures, 12 shares of extraordinary grade treasures. Ancient body tempering technique, primordial chapter of the 72 spiritual orifices. Single-person fishing boat, epic grade, speed, 220 km/h, defense, B+ level 7 beast tamer. 10 high-grade spirit stones. Water control orb, elite grade, provides 3m water resistance. Domain sub-crystal, can expand islands, maximum range, 15 li radius. Note, once activated, the core crystal must be guarded for at least 21 days to complete expansion. This time, I genuinely don't envy your sponsorship. Defending the island? Be careful. We'll follow the teacher's instructions, Wang Mingxin couldn't help but remind him. Chen Siyu echoed the caution, we'll stay by your side the whole time. Don't even think about doing anything foolish. Know your limits. Xu Xing ran his fingers through Chen Siyu's hair. Of course. I'm still waiting to marry you after graduation. Everyone, it's getting late. If your funding is confirmed, head downstairs to register. The teacher will be waiting safely at school for your return. Yuan Chanshan flashed her gentlest smile and waved goodbye. Rest assured, teacher. We'll bring you good news. As Xu Xing led the 3 girls out of the classroom, he silently conveyed to the homeroom teacher, who dared not look back. Teacher, if we encounter them, I'll do my best to help. My beast has evolved again. Before Yuan Chanshan could react, Xu Xing had already departed with the 3 girls. Lining up on the playground, they began real name registration, preparing for the teleportation trial. Citywide trial, Oceanic Secret Realm Floating Island trial. About to commence. Chapter 15, Ferocious Sea Beasts. The next morning, over 30 high schools across Wanzhong City were enveloped in a purple glow. Xu Xing and his 3 companions stood solemnly, staring at the secret realm interface before them. Floating Island Trial, Squad 1001. Captain, Xu Xing, members, 4. Proceed? Xu Xing glanced at the 3 women. Seeing them nod, he immediately confirmed. Participate. Wishing you a smooth trial and safe return. Teleportation preparing. Level 1C region, 3000 Li northwest. Whoosh. The large fishing boat automatically unfolded. Xu Xing and the other 3 settled securely into their seats. Enveloped in purple light, the 4 vanished from sight. Xu Xing's vision darkened, a violent dizziness surged through his mind, and the roar of crashing waves seemed to echo in his ears. Fortunately, the discomfort faded quickly. When Xu Xing opened his eyes, the scene before him made him gasp in awe. An endless expanse of azure ocean stretched before them, its emerald waves concealing hidden currents. Amidst the vast expanse of water and sky, a vast, ghostly blue moon hung half-hidden in the dome above. Swirling, vortex-like clouds churned like raging beasts, roaring and rampaging across the heavens. Boom! As Xu Xing marveled at the boundless ocean, suddenly, a several-meter-long ironhead fish charged toward her face, riding the waves. The girls had barely opened their eyes when they saw the gaping maw hurtling toward them. Xu Xing, watch out! Their faces drained of color, yet they still summoned their beasts, hoping to shield Xu Xing from the blow. In the blink of an eye, Xu Xing instinctively swung his fist. As a level 4 beast master, his punch carried over 500 gene of force. The 2 collided. Boom! Xu Xing stumbled backward several steps, crashing into the ship's rail. Before her eyes, the ironhead fish's skull exploded into a bloody hole, its body plummeting into the sea and quickly staining the surrounding waters crimson. Countless knifefish swirled around, beginning to tear at the ironhead fish's carcass. Are you okay? The girls, their eyes still wide with shock, rushed to check on Xu Xing. Seeing his right fist covered in blood, Wang Mingxin summoned her beast the sunflower to cover Xu Xing's wound. The bone deep wound quickly stopped bleeding and began to slowly heal. Xu Xing looked surprised. It can heal too? Of course. Every time you got hurt before, it was you who asked me to heal you, remember? How could you forget that? Xu Xing gave a nervous chuckle. He was reborn, and the sheer volume of memories flooding his mind was overwhelming. He hadn't processed them all yet. You're just too nervous. I told you your beast couldn't be useless. A healing-type beast is incredibly rare in this secret realm. You must protect yourself. All 3 of us are counting on you. Wang Mingxi nodded with satisfaction. As long as it's not missing limbs, my sunflower can heal it right now. Thank goodness it was only superficial. Xu Xing, you're something else. Not only did your beast evolve without a sound, but your own strength has reached level 4. You can physically withstand ironhead fish attacks now. Wang Mingxin marveled at the feat. The stronger Xu Xing grew, the safer their journey would be. Xu Xing smiled. Just luck. I only broke through yesterday, probably feedback from my beast's evolution. But what about you girls? You didn't even flinch just now. His impression of the girls was still stuck in their high school days from his previous life. It seemed his mindset needed an adjustment. Their actions earlier had genuinely surprised him. He'd assumed they'd be lucky not to panic, yet their reactions had been quicker than his own. The moment danger struck, they immediately summoned their beasts. His own instinctive reaction, however, was to fight hand to hand. He still wasn't familiar enough with this world. When danger struck, his body's instinct was to fight himself, not summon his beast. Fortunately, his body had undergone evolution. Otherwise, he would have lost an arm, if not died, just now. Hold off on chatting for now. We seem to be surrounded by knifefish, Gao Yuding said gravely, scanning the fishing boat's surroundings. The knifefish, initially drawn by the ironhead fish carcass, hadn't dispersed after feeding. Instead, their numbers swelled as they circled the fishing boat. Circling the fishing boat in tight formations, the long-forgotten scent of humans sent their blood boiling with excitement. A dark mass of knifefish churned relentlessly, their backs gleaming with razor-sharp blades. A rough count revealed nearly 1,000 of them. Start the boat. Break through. Gao Yuding reacted swiftly, snapping 4 spirit stones from her pouch and loading them into the vessel. With a thought from Xu Xing, the fishing boat shot forward like an arrow released from its string. Alas, the ocean was the fish's domain, especially for the swift-swimming knifefish. Chen Xiu and Gao Yuding each summoned their own beasts. Superior grade, six-tailed spirit cat and ice crystal fox. They began clearing away the small number of knifefish that followed. Swordfish, clan type. Quality, elite. Abilities, burst, blade edge. Each blade on a knifefish's back could easily cleave through metal or stone. If caught in close combat, death or injury was inevitable. Facing nearly 1,000 elite-grade knifefish right off the bat felt like entering hell mode, weighing heavily on the two women's hearts. Fortunately, the six-tailed spirit cat possessed even greater burst speed. Knifefish charging the fishing boat were instantly cleared away by it and kicked back into the sea. The ice crystal fox exhaled a white mist that enveloped the entire fishing boat, drastically slowing the charging knifefish and aiding the spirit cat's cleanup. Though the two women's beasts possessed extraordinary bloodlines, their strength lay in individual combat. Facing the overwhelming knifefish horde, they could only proceed cautiously, staying close to their masters. As soon as Xu Xing maneuvered the fishing boat away, he snapped to attention. Wait, why is he running? A mere group of elite-level knifefish, if they hid in the deep sea, he might not be able to handle them. But to arrogantly leap out of the water and hunt him down? Did they really think his gold-devouring beetles were just for show? Xu Xing slapped himself across the face. The two women were fighting up front and he was steering from the back? Had he grown addicted to being a freeloader? Xu Xing immediately transferred control of the fishing boat to his assistant, Wang Mengxin. He summoned 200,000 extraordinary grade gold-devouring beetles, revealing a savage grin. My apologies, I'm new to this secret realm and haven't mastered the ropes yet. Sorry to keep you waiting. Devour them all. At Xu Xing's command, a dark, swarming army of gold-devouring insects surged forth from his beast-taming space. 200,000 gold-devouring insects, densely packed together. Anyone with a fear of crowds would likely explode just from looking at them. SSS. The gold-devouring insects joyfully charged into the knifefish swarm. With a single rush, the fastest few hundred knifefish at the front instantly turned into piles of white bones. The waves crashed over them, leaving not a trace of bone behind. The foolish knifefish behind them, seemingly oblivious to the metal-devouring insect's power, continued charging toward the fishing boat with reckless abandon. The gold-devouring insects devoured everything in sight. Within 3 breaths, nearly 1,000 knifefish were swallowed whole, along with several passing ironhead fish and sea urchin snakes that had stopped to watch the spectacle. Though these transcendent-level gold-devouring insects hadn't yet evolved water manipulation abilities, diving into the sea for short periods posed no problem. The 3 women on the fishing boat stared dumbstruck, their scalps tingling at the sight of the densely packed gold-devouring insects before them. Their tamed beasts, the six-tailed spirit cat and the ice crystal fox, simultaneously crouched, bristling with fur and baring their teeth. Their eyes betrayed human-like apprehension and fear. Xu Xing didn't notice the women's expressions, for some of the gold-devouring insects had discovered treasure in the water. Chapter 16, The 1,000-Year Purple Heart Bamboo. Stop. As the team leader, Xu Xing stubbornly seized control of the fishing boat once more, steering it straight toward the treasure's location. He explained to the 3 women. Through my beast control, I see a 1,000-year-old purple heart bamboo 500 meters below the surface of the water over there. Millennial purple heart bamboo? Chen Xiu gasped. This was an epic-grade spirit material, capable of crafting top-tier weapons and armor. Millennial purple heart bamboo usually grows in large clusters. Quickly check if there are any purple shoots among them. Though precious, purple heart bamboo was not uncommon as a spirit material on the market. Purple bamboo shoots, however, were rare. A 100-year-old purple shoot could reverse aging and purify the marrow, greatly enhancing a beast tamer's physical constitution. If one were to encounter a 1,000-year-old purple bamboo shoot, forget it, that's a treasure even celestial gods covet. No need to be so greedy. Let me take a look. Xu Xing personally descended his consciousness into the few gold-devouring insects and began searching. Fortunately, his previous incarnation had mastered knowledge of celestial treasures and earthen treasures thoroughly. Through his memories, Xu Xing could recognize most common ones, including purple bamboo shoots. Found them. There should be 8 purple bamboo shoots, 5 large ones and 3 small ones. Xu Xing guided the gold-devouring insects to carefully harvest them and bring them up. They really are purple bamboo shoots. At this size, they must be at least 100 years old. Chen Xiu's face lit up with delight, a perfect start. Purple bamboo shoots were rare spiritual fruits, even among noble families. Gao Yuding and the other girl also wore delighted expressions. The knifefish had been a close call, but this harvest was equally substantial even if Xu Xing had discovered it. But this at least proved that this oceanic secret realm was indeed incredibly rich in resources. With a month's time, they might just find the treasure needed to evolve their beast-taming bloodlines. Xu Xing casually divided the 8 purple bamboo shoots among them. With 4 people, each got 2, though they varied in size. This is too precious. Wang Mengxin felt slightly overwhelmed holding the large and small purple bamboo shoots in her hands. Giving one to his girlfriend Chen Xiu would be perfectly natural, but she and Gao Yuding were merely friends. Gao Yuding chimed in, "We haven't even thanked you for saving us from that dangerous knifefish earlier, and these purple shoots have nothing to do with us at all. We feel uneasy taking them." Xu Xing rolled his eyes. "Stop fussing. They're just purple bamboo shoots. Take them already. Eat them quickly. If you strengthen yourselves, you'll be better equipped to handle whatever comes your way. Take them then. He probably won't miss this little bit, Chen Xiyu pouted, glancing at the group of insects clad in golden armor behind Xu Xing. Gao Yuding gave a wry smile. True. That terrifying, dangerous school of fish couldn't even last 3 breaths in his beast's mouth. Wang Mingxin gazed enviously at the gold-devouring insects behind Xu Xing. Those creatures, once terrifyingly ferocious, had completely changed her perception after just one battle. So cool and powerful. Wah, I want one too. She turned to the half-human tall sunflowers beside her and sighed, little flowers, grow up fast. Mommy wants to see you swallow a dragon whole. The sunflower swayed slightly, its response unclear whether in agreement or feigning deafness. Xu Xing and the others rolled their eyes. Stop daydreaming. Eat the purple bamboo shoots while it's safe. After the gold-devouring insects' rampage, the sea was now calm and still truly a bunch of fish that bully the weak and fear the strong. After instructing their beasts to stand guard, the 4 simultaneously consumed the purple shoots. The purple bamboo shoots were a deep purplish red, resembling ordinary bamboo shoots from their past lives. Crisp and refreshing, they were genuinely delicious. Xu Xing finished his in 2 bites. A warm current began to surge through his abdomen as the spiritual fruit took effect. Xu Xing felt his entire body transform into a furnace, his flesh and bones glowing with spiritual light, as if being forged anew. In the twilight of the boundless sea, the sun's last rays illuminated Xu Xing's glowing body. Sweat poured from him as his internal organs rapidly strengthened. His heart beat with renewed vigor, driving the flow of blood. His strength surged relentlessly, filling Xu Xing with exhilaration. The very evolution of life felt utterly intoxicating. Having just reached level 4 Beast Master, he immediately began ascending toward level 5. Worried his foundation was too weak, Xu Xing fiercely suppressed his spiritual energy, ultimately stabilizing at the peak of level 4. Huff. Xu Xing pumped his fist confidently. If he faced that ironhead fish again now, he wouldn't get hurt. The 3 women, all previously at the peak of level 3, consumed 2 purple bamboo shoots and instantly broke through the level 4 barrier. They used their remaining spiritual energy to stabilize their new realms. Most beast tamers from Great Xia, especially those trained in the school system, prioritized stabilizing their realms and solidifying foundations. Neglecting this would severely hinder their future path to godhood. Becoming a god wasn't solely determined by the beast's bloodline or strength. If the beast master himself was incompetent, even a dragon beast would be useless. Level 4 already? Thanks, little star. Any injuries from now on, I'll cover them all for you. Wang Mingxin's face beamed with joy, all traces of gloom vanished. Breaking through a minor realm in less than half a day was equivalent to 3 months of grueling training outside. Xu Xing smiled without refuting her. While his beast indeed lacked healing abilities, who said insects couldn't possess healing talents? From now on, his insects wouldn't just fight, they'd be resilient, powerful, and capable of recovery. Xu Xing pondered that it was necessary to specifically collect a batch of treasures with special attributes next, especially those enhancing defense and vitality. Though his beast mastery was already formidable enough to handle the trials, who would ever complain about their beast growing stronger? Besides, this was the secret realm. With sufficient strength, countless resources were at his disposal. Outside, everything cost money. With the demon refining pot at his disposal, as long as he gathered the right attribute materials, his insects could effortlessly acquire the corresponding abilities. The only question was whether he could eventually evolve a bug queen? Preferably one capable of shapeshifting. What are you thinking about, so deep in thought? Chen Xiyu drew near, her small hand deftly reaching for Xu Xing's waist. Ouch! Xu Xing sucked in a sharp breath from the pain. Glancing down at her murderous glare, he instantly understood and protested his innocence. I wasn't staring at Wang Mingxin just now. I was thinking about beast evolution. Chen Xiyu sneered coldly, I haven't even accused you yet, and you're already confessing? Xu Xing decisively changed the subject. This wasn't something worth explaining further. I'm serious. My beast might still evolve. So next, I want to gather some special attribute natural treasures like the evergreen vine from the life element or the Ewood spirit tree. Seeing Xu Xing's earnest tone, Chen Xiyu dropped the earlier matter, though not before giving him a sharp pinch. Life attribute plants are already rare enough. And you want to find spirit trees of the second wood? Those are epic tier spirit woods, each one is guarded like a treasure by great elves and druids. Chen Xiyu shot him a dismissive glance, cutting off his unrealistic daydreaming. Evergreen vines aren't easy to come by either. And since this is an oceanic secret realm, we might find a few if there are islands here. Gao Yuding was equally skeptical. After a moment's thought, she offered a suggestion. In the oceanic secret realm, most natural treasures are water or ice elemental, with a few earth elemental ones. We could focus our search in that direction. Running around aimlessly won't help. We have a map, we need to plan a route first. Our route should naturally be guided by the spiritual materials each of us requires, Gao Yuding analyzed calmly. Seeing no objections, she voiced her own requirements first. My tamed beast is an ice crystal fox, primarily ice and water elemental, with wood as a secondary element. This oceanic secret realm is uniquely advantageous for me. Any route will yield relevant elemental treasures. So, it mainly depends on the three of you. Wang Mingxin shrugged. My sunflower is primarily wood elemental, with water as a secondary element. But since I'm support, I'll defer to the two of you first. Chen Xiyu looked at Xu Xing, her expression saying it all. Same here. You go first. Xu Xing was speechless. So after all that discussion, it still came back to him? Xiyu, what elemental evolution materials do you need? Since the decision rested with him, he naturally had to consider all four of them. Chen Xiyu shook her head. My six-tailed spirit cat is unique. If I had to pick one, it'd be shadow type. Shadow type was comparable to life type, if not rarer. Don't worry about me. My family has already mapped out my beast master evolution path. I just need to build my strength to match it, Chen Xiyu stated plainly. Xu Xing gave him a thumbs up. You're one wealthy noblewoman, aren't you? Chen Xiyu shot him a look. My constitution is a bit unusual. Once I've consumed a spiritual treasure, its effects are halved the next time. That purple bamboo shoot was my first time trying it. Thanks to you, otherwise it would have taken me at least another half-year to break through. Oh, no need for thanks between us. Xu Xing waved it off, unfolding the map beside him. We should be in level 1 waters right now, northwest region. Damn, that doesn't make sense either. The map doesn't show any resource locations. Dumbass. The named regions are resource-rich areas. The font color indicates danger levels, but it also signifies resource abundance. Wang Mingxin stared at Xu Xing in disbelief. You were a top 10 student in your freshman year back in high school. How come you don't even know basic map reading now? Xu Xing, just testing you. Hey, there's a resource point right next to us. Sea cave. White text means it's the lowest tier. Wanna check it out? The three girls exchanged glances. No problem. You're the leader, whatever you decide. Let's go then. Chapter 17, Spirit Orifice Decision, Unleashing Divine Power Through Strength. Before heading to the sea cave, Xu Xing commanded the gold-devouring beetles to dig up all the purple heart bamboo growing over 500 meters below the sea surface. Roots and all, it was the sea tribe's secret realm anyway, so no need to feel bad about it, let alone worry about disrupting the spiritual plant balance. 1,000-year-old purple heart bamboo was a treasure from root to tip. Even the surrounding spiritual soil was top-grade merchandise worth selling for a fortune. 12,000-year-old purple heart bamboo stalks, each over 30 meters tall, were transplanted into his divine realm. He didn't share them with the three women simply because their divine realms couldn't accommodate them. His own divine realm was vast enough to test transplanting them there first. If they survived, he could later convert the purple heart bamboo into monetary value and distribute it among the three women. Of course, Xu Xing suspected they wouldn't want it anyway. He could compensate them later by letting them dig up more treasures in subsequent secret realms. The map of the sea stone cavern suggested a short distance, but the actual journey spanned over 300 kilometers. Traveling at the large fishing boat's speed of roughly 100 kilometers per hour, the journey would take at least 3 hours. Along the way, Xu Xing occasionally released his gold-devouring insects to hunt sea beasts. Unfortunately, they were all low-grade creatures. Not a single special bloodline was encountered, let alone any rare treasures. By the way, what exactly is our mission? Wasn't it supposed to be fighting the sea tribe to defend the island? Xu Xing asked casually. Gao Yuting shook her head. The teacher only said we'd find out once we got here. This trial mission is highly classified. It's normal that the teacher doesn't know. My clan doesn't have the specifics either. Anyway, we'll be cautious. No specific mission is fine, we just explore. If we encounter sea clans, we kill them. Xu Xing nodded. True. Let's focus on gathering rare treasures first. The world is vast, but resources are the greatest treasure. Hey, Xiyu, what's this cultivation technique? Body refinement? Xu Xing retrieved his grade grant, the ancient cultivation technique, the 72 spiritual orifices decision. Chen Xiyu took it, glanced through it, and nodded in confirmation. It's good. An ancient body forging technique passed down through the ages. Quite impressive. Each time you refine a passage, it purifies your entire body once, adding 1,000 gene of strength to yourself. Xu Xing's eyes lit up. 1 orifice equals 1,000 gene of strength? Then 72 orifices would mean 72,000 gene of colossal power. Even the punch of a heavenly god beast master himself wouldn't surpass that, right? Exactly. In a pure strength contest, even a level 3 heavenly god wouldn't wield 70,000 caddies of force. Of course, once one becomes a heavenly god, setting aside beast-taming, the beast-master themselves are nourished by the divine power of the heavenly realm. Spiritual energy transforms into divine might, so comparing raw strength alone is meaningless, Chen Xiyu explained earnestly. No, it's not entirely meaningless. 100 years ago, someone at our academy cultivated this method, refining 64 spiritual orifices. After ascending to demigod, they slew a level 2 divine being of another race with their mortal flesh. Though that elder ultimately perished. Zhao Yuding sighed regretfully. If that elder had fully condensed all 72 spiritual orifices back then, perhaps he wouldn't have perished. Perhaps he could have ascended to become a heavenly god. Wang Mengxin I Chu Xing, little star, you wouldn't actually want to practice this stuff, would you? Xu Xing looked puzzled. What's wrong? Why wouldn't you practice such a powerful technique? Chen Siyu's eyelids twitched. Because it hurts. Both physical and psychological pain. The human body possesses numerous acupoints and spirit orifices. Some have estimated around 108 orifices, though the vast majority remain sealed. Forcibly opening a sealed spiritual orifice inflicts agony that only those who've undergone the orifice opening cultivation can truly comprehend. Moreover, forcibly opening sealed spiritual orifices demands immense resources. That legendary demigod ancestor, it's said, depleted the treasuries of dozens of noble families just to open the 64 spiritual orifices required for this technique. For a beastmaster cultivating normally, reaching the heavenly god stage allows the development of 36 orifices, a feat reserved for the most exceptional talents. Even with favorable circumstances, opening more than 4 additional orifices is extremely rare. The remaining 68 orifices? Indeed, they can only be unlocked through that ancient cultivation technique. Originally, that technique described 108 spiritual orifices. Why did it evolve into the current 72? Naturally, it's because the present era is more prosperous, with greater resources available. Some easily accessible spiritual orifices open naturally through daily activities like eating and drinking, requiring no special cultivation techniques or stimulation. Pain? Xu Xing, fear nothing more than pain. Xu Xing sneered inwardly. Could any pain compare to the agony he endured in his previous life as 007? In his previous life, after graduating from a second-tier university, he worked in a factory for a meager 3,000 yuan monthly wage. He toiled from dawn till dusk, clocking in at 7 a.m. and off at 6 p.m. After returning home and eating dinner, he'd sit at the computer to write overtime. 2 jobs, all for a few extra coins. If he could endure that in human existence, how could the pain of cultivation and growth even be called pain? This was bliss. With over an hour left before reaching the sea cave, Xu Xing settled into the fishing boat and began studying the 72 spiritual orifices technique. The 3 women exchanged glances. Chen Siyu pondered for a moment before whispering, "Let him try. Who knows, he might succeed. Even if he fails, there's no real loss, just a bit of wasted time." Chen Siyu had attempted cultivating it within their clan before. Though the other 2 women hadn't tried it themselves, they'd heard family members discuss it. In any case, none of the 3 dared touch this technique again. Ancient body tempering technique, the 72 spiritual orifices method. A technique for refining spiritual orifices. Mastery hones flesh and bone, fortifies internal organs, purifies marrow and physique, and channels divine power through sheer force. Whoa, that's some bold claim, using strength to connect with the divine. Xu Xing recalled the elder mentioned by Wang Mengxin. Could mastering this technique truly grant divine power through strength? Xu Xing's curiosity deepened as he continued reading. The human body is profoundly intricate, fundamentally divided into 5 layers: skin, flesh, organs, bones, and marrow. Body refinement merely unlocks the body's limitless potential, while the spiritual orifices hidden within hold infinite wonders. The human body possesses 108 spiritual orifices, 36 external orifices that cultivate skin and flesh, and 72 internal orifices that cultivate the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Spiritual orifices govern the essence, energy, and spirit of the body. Their refinement process is a natural union of spirit and soul. Mastery of 12 spirit orifices, perfect skin cultivation, swords, spears, or blades leave no trace upon the body. Mastery of 24 spirit orifices for flesh cultivation, flesh becomes impenetrable as bronze walls and iron barriers, rendering one unmatched in close combat. Mastery of 48 orifices refines the viscera, forging flesh anew to heal all wounds, great or small. At 96 spiritual orifices, mastering bone cultivation yields iron-hard bones that shatter divine weapons with a hair's breadth. 108 spiritual orifices, mastery of marrow cultivation. Reborn from a single drop of blood, the physical form becomes indestructible and capable of divine communion. Note, the opening of spiritual orifices involves cultivating divine intent, aided by potent medicinal forces or vast spiritual energy to temper the major acupoints throughout the body. This forces the orifices open, compelling the absorption of celestial and terrestrial energies to forge a body of luminous spiritual orifices. Xu Xing watched in rapt fascination. If true as the text claimed, this technique's value might rival that of the Demon Refining Pot. Achieving 108 spiritual orifices would grant rebirth through a single drop of blood? How utterly terrifying. Xu Xing was convinced he must cultivate this technique. After all, predecessors had proven that reaching 96 spiritual orifices allowed one to strike down celestial gods with bare fists. Then achieving 108 orifices and rebirth through a drop of blood was no longer a dream. Though celestial gods were divine beings, they could still die. Their physical bodies might be shattered, but their consciousness could return to the divine realm, allowing for a slow revival. But if he cultivated the spirit orifice illumination body, all future troubles would vanish. Immortality was within reach. Chapter 18, Condensing the Orifices, Forging a Might of 1800 Gene. Xu Xing's heart surged with excitement. He immediately rose, gathered every spirit stone on his person, arranged them around him, and began practicing the first layer of the divine intent diagram, the 12 spiritual orifices skin refining. This layer comprised 9 movements. After mentally rehearsing the movements, Xu Xing began the physical practice. Yet as soon as his body assumed the first posture, Xu Xing's expression darkened. He felt his meridians being stretched painfully, his entire body's flesh taut as if about to tear, and this was merely the first posture. The second pose. By the time Xu Xing reached the fifth posture, sweat poured down his face, dripping onto the wooden deck of the fishing boat. Panting heavily, Xu Xing admitted this damn thing was genuinely a bit painful. This technique had some serious aftereffects. But the effects were equally profound. By the fifth posture, his body had already begun absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Numerous low-grade spirit stones had been drained of their essence, turning into white stones. Gritting his teeth, Xu Xing began the sixth movement. The true difficulty of this Lingxiao technique lay in the fact that the movements of each layer could not be interrupted during cultivation. All 9 movements were essential. Even if one gave up after the 8th movement, the body's spiritual orifices would remain sealed. Moreover, merely completing one cycle of the divine intent diagram movements did not guarantee the opening of a spiritual orifice. This sequence merely greatly increased the probability of success. In the early stages of cultivation, one might successfully open a spiritual orifice after completing the first set of movements. But later on, it only grew harder. Opening the second spiritual orifice might require completing the first layer of the divine intent diagram 3 times, or even 10 times. Chen Xiyu watched Xu Xing, her face contorted in agony yet still persevering, her fingers clenched tightly and lips bitten hard, as if she were experiencing it herself. She herself had only endured up to the 6th movement. Recalling that agony now, her body still reacted visibly. For Xu Xing, Chen Xiyu felt both heartache and hope that Xu Xing could persevere. The clan actually placed great importance on this cultivation technique, but it was a pity she herself was so unambitious. If Xu Xing could master the basics, that would be quite good. The 3 girls watched Xu Xing silently until she completed the 8th movement. Their hearts instantly clenched. 9 movements, each more difficult than the last. Many prodigies had fallen at this very step. Xiao Xing, hang in there. Chen Xiyu whispered encouragement. Collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath, Xu Xing lifted her head with a grimace and forced a smile. No big deal. It's just a mere technique. Watch me master it. Gritting his teeth, Xu Xing summoned a surge of energy and completed the final movement. Snap. Xu Xing seemed to hear a strange sound within his body, but the excruciating pain that followed overwhelmed him. With the final movement complete, every muscle, bone, and tendon in his body convulsed. He collapsed onto the ground, utterly drained of strength. Chen Xiyu rushed over immediately, gently lifting Xu Xing up. Dirty. Xu Xing tried to struggle, his body drenched in sweat, even some stains having been expelled. It's okay, I brought a change of clothes. We'll wash up together later. Here, open your mouth. Chen Xiyu produced a bottle of pale green potion. Divine Power Potion, a diluted version of divine energy that restored spiritual energy, healed injuries, and replenished mental strength. A rare all-purpose elixir. 1 million per vial. Xu Xing whistled in recognition. No wonder she was a rich woman. He didn't hesitate, opening his mouth and gulping it down in one go. The stinging pain and spasms eased dramatically as the diluted divine power surged wildly into a specific spot beneath the skin of his right hand. Xu Xing's expression shifted as he sensed his spiritual energy was insufficient. Xiyu, shatter all the spirit stones nearby. Chen Xiyu reacted swiftly, immediately channeling her spiritual energy to shatter every spirit stone around Xu Xing. She seemed to have discerned his condition and, fearing the spiritual energy might still be insufficient, took out 2 mid-grade spirit stones and crushed them herself. Countless strands of spiritual energy scattered like a tidal wave, surging madly into Xu Xing's body and flowing into his right hand. Wang Mengxin and Gao Yuding stared in awe. Is this the opening of the first spiritual orifice? What terrifying talent and willpower. I recall teacher Yuan mentioning this before. In Wangjiang City, there are at least 800 young geniuses practicing this method each year, but those who open their first spiritual orifice are fewer than 1 in 1,000. Master Yuan cultivated this method himself. After over a decade of practice, he only opened 28 spiritual orifices in this technique, yet he was already hailed as having the potential of a celestial being. Why don't we give it a try too? Wang Mengxin glanced at Xu Xing and blurted out. Condensing a single spirit orifice increases physical strength by 1,000 caddies. That's equivalent to breaking through 2 or 3 minor realms. She had barely broken through to level 3 Beastmaster, possessing nearly 500 gene of immense strength, thinking herself quite powerful. But now she realized her gains were still less than what a single spirit orifice could add. Watching Xu Xing succeed in her practice, a flutter of excitement stirred within each of the girls. It also gave them a special kind of confidence. If Xu Xing could do it, why couldn't they? After all, Xu Xing had never studied the condensing orifice technique before, while the three of them at least had some foundational knowledge. If Xu Xing succeeded on her first try, even with their weaker talent and higher pain tolerance, shouldn't they manage it within 10 days or a fortnight? 10 days or a fortnight to gain 1,000 gene of physical strength. By that logic, this technique was the most cost-effective cultivation method in the world. But seeing Xu Xing lying on the ground, drenched in sweat that could fill a large bucket, the girls recalled her ferocious expression moments ago, and their hearts began to waver. No rush. The three of us can certainly try this cultivation method. With Xu Xing's precedent, our success rate isn't low. But in this environment, it's inconvenient for us to practice. Chen Xiyu gritted her teeth, letting reason triumph over desire. The more pressing concern was that Xu Xing was the only man present. As all three women, practicing this technique would inevitably involve sweating profusely. Thick clothing could prevent light penetration, but their greatest fear wasn't Xu Xing peeking, it was the embarrassment of humiliation. The mere thought of collapsing on the floor drenched in sweat in front of a man sent shivers down their spines, instantly extinguishing any lingering desire. Xu Xing remained oblivious to their thoughts. The opening of the first spiritual orifice unfolded exactly as the cultivation method described. His physical body underwent a profound reforging, and his strength surged by 1,000 gene. Currently, he estimated his single punch easily exceeded 1,800 gene. Consider this, a typical Beastmaster gains only about 200 gene of strength per minor realm. Thus, an 8th level Beastmaster's punch barely reached 1,600 gene, and even those with special bloodlines rarely surpass 2,000 gene. Thus, even without further spiritual orifices, his current innate strength alone placed him among peerless geniuses. Even if he only advanced normally to level 8 Beastmaster, he would possess a colossal strength of 2,600 gene. The barrier of a level 9 demigod was no longer an obstacle for him. After completing the breakthrough, Xu Xing regained his senses and attempted to rise, only to find his body still throbbing with pain and utterly exhausted. It seemed the divine power potion had failed to take effect. It's fine, perfectly normal. Even with the divine power potion, this breakthrough pushed beyond your physical limits. Potions aren't omnipotent, you still need sleep to let your body recover naturally. Chen Xiyu explained as she cradled Xu Xing's head on her lap. Xu Xing gave a wry smile. Guess that's the only option. But first, help me up. I need to wash up. How could you possibly manage that in your state? You'd end up feeding the fish in the sea. Chen Xiyu rolled her eyes at him, then flushed slightly as she whispered. Let me wash you. Chapter 19, Sea Cave. This simply won't do. Xu Xing was forced to endure the sensation of her small hands scrubbing him. When Xu Xing awoke, it was already the afternoon of the next day. He had slept for over 10 hours, delaying their progress by just as long. Long before Xu Xing had fallen unconscious, the fishing boat had reached the vicinity of the sea cave. However, his recuperation naturally delayed the progress of exploring the sea cave. The three women guarded the fishing boat, taking turns keeping watch, and finally saw Xu Xing awake as they had hoped. Xu Xing stretched comfortably, his right hand's spiritual orifice still steadily absorbing celestial energy, slowly strengthening his qilin arm. Chen Xiyu glanced at Xu Xing, her face flushing involuntarily as she recalled last night's absurd events. He actually dared to drag her into bathing together. Wang Mengxin snorted twice. Little star, if you dare let Xiyu down, I swear I'll have sunflower cure you of impotence. Xu Xing clenched his legs slightly, his expression unchanged. Young lady, could you be a bit more civilized? Ugh, it's a new era now. Get with the times. Gao Yuding was speechless. Wang Mengxin's personality was too unpredictable, but it was fine. Judging by her current state, she seemed to have regained her confidence. Now that Xu Xing has recovered, we should discuss our exploration plan for this sea cave. Though the secret realm was vast, so were the numbers of participants. Amongst the new beast tamers of Wangjiang City alone, there were over 12,000. The sea creatures would be even more numerous: shrimp soldiers, crab generals, and all manner of sea beasts, numbering in the tens of millions. They'd already wasted a day. Delaying further risked colliding with other teams. Encountering the sea tribe? No question, kill them outright. But compared to sea beasts, Gao Yuding feared other human teams far more. Chen Xiyu agreed, we should head in. Captain, let's make a plan. The three women looked at Xu Xing, who shrugged. What strategy? Just charge straight in and get it over with. The three women looked at her with question marks on their faces. Xu Xing clapped his hands lightly. The 20,000 gold-devouring insects assembled, but that wasn't enough. Xu Xing released another 30,000 gold-devouring insects. A massive army of 500,000 formed 5 long dragon-like lines, buzzing in anticipation of Xu Xing's command. Though the insects possessed little intelligence, their loyalty was unwavering. As the saying goes, dumb bugs have dumb luck. The obedient gold-devouring insects followed Xu Xing's commands like an extension of her arm, striking wherever she pointed. A disorganized army, no matter how numerous, could achieve little and might even turn on itself. But an army like Xu Xing's obedient and fearless was what truly struck terror into the hearts of both men and beasts. Gao Yuding's face paled. All transcendent here? Wang Mengxin's newly regained confidence took another devastating blow. Shen Xiyu fared little better. Even as a noble born into a prestigious family, she had never witnessed such a spectacular sight. A 500,000-strong army of transcendent tier beasts. The implications behind this far surpassed even an epic tier heroic beast master. With epic tier hero class beast tamers, one could at most praise the beast's exceptional bloodline. Such cases were largely anomalies, born of luck. People would simply envy the beast's fortunate mission and the noble bloodline it had acquired. But Xu Xing's situation was different. His beast had only evolved a few days prior. At that time, it had only produced tens of thousands of extraordinary grade and a few epic grade specimens. Compared to Xu Xing's tens of millions of tardigrades, it could still be considered luck or an isolated case. Thus, during the previous national funding review, numerous experts unanimously concluded that Xu Xing's tardigrades held no cultivation value, awarding them a B grade evaluation at best. But now, gazing at the 500,000 extraordinary grade beasts before them, the three women's eyes gleamed. They fixed their fierce stares on Xu Xing and demanded in unison, "Have you mastered the method to evolve beasts?" Before Xu Xing could answer, Shen Xiyu shook her head and murmured, "Unlikely. Beastmaster bloodlines are predetermined by nature. Mutations may occur, but unlimited evolution is impossible." Wang Mengxin and the other girl nodded in agreement. If such a method truly existed, the state would have announced it long ago. The Beastmaster world had evolved for nearly a millennium, long since reaching a stable and perfected state. Could it be that these insects of yours, as Teacher Yuan said, have concealed their bloodlines? Combined with their high compatibility with you personally, could that be why they're able to complete their bloodline transformations so swiftly? Gao Yuding murmured. It wasn't just Wang Mengxin. Now Gao Yuding felt utterly crushed too. Gazing at the hundreds of thousands of extraordinary grade gold-devouring insects before her, then at her lone little white fox still immature, she felt utterly dejected. Wah, that must be the only explanation. Damn it! My sunflower, you're a beast that faces the sun god directly. You must have hidden bloodlines too, right? You'll definitely evolve on your own, won't you? Wang Mengxin, crushed by disappointment, began talking to herself. Shen Xiyu also looked like she didn't want to talk to Xu Xing. Just leave me alone. Xu Xing scratched his nose. Thankfully, the girls had already filled in the blanks for him, coming up with plausible reasons. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have known how to explain it. The Demon Refining Pot, an ancient artifact and his personal cheat code, it was only natural it could easily refine demons and evolve beasts. Stop moping. My strength benefits you all too. So stick close to me, just charge ahead and that's it. With so many resources in the secret realm, I'll make sure you snag more than enough. At the very least, I'll get your beasts mutated. Xu Xing promised with a smile. The girls nodded in satisfaction this time. Excellent, little star. Sis definitely didn't misjudge you. Get lost. Call me brother. Show some respect when you're asking for favors. See you, your man's trying to take advantage of me. Xu Xing. Cut it out, let's go. Xiyu pulled Wang Mengxin away with a look of disgust, then turned to Xu Xing. Be careful. We'll follow behind you. Got it. Don't get lost. Xu Xing divided the gold-devouring insect soldiers into 3 groups. 30,000 scouted ahead, 10,000 covered the rear, and the remaining 10,000 naturally surrounded him, protecting him and the 3 women's safety. The sea stone caverns lay 1,500 meters below the ocean surface, where the water pressure was immense. Yet for the gold-devouring insects clad in golden armor, this pressure was child's play. As the army of gold-devouring beetles entered the sea stone cave, Xu Xing's mind instantly visualized its environment, a perk of beast-taming, shared vision. Countless irregularly shaped stones piled together formed intricate, winding passages, all tinged with a bluish hue. The cavern walls were densely entwined with vines. Like giant green dragons, they clung tightly to the rock surfaces, seemingly intent on swallowing the entire cavern whole. The vine leaves swayed gently with the sea currents, as if greeting the newcomer. Dark, cold, and eerie. This was the assessment the 3 women gave the moment they entered. Suppressing their discomfort, they hurriedly followed close behind Xu Xing. With the aid of the gold-devouring insects, Xu Xing continued to explore deeper into the gloomy sea caves, mapping and supplementing the mental map in his mind. In the depths, bizarre sea beasts began to appear. Some glided through narrow passages, others lurked in shadowy corners, waiting for prey. These sea beasts varied in form, but their power was undeniable. Surviving at depths exceeding 1,000 meters, each creature possessed either formidable bloodlines or immense power, nothing like the simple fish of the surface. Some were sea serpents with hundreds of sharp, tiny teeth, others were 3-headed turtles, and then there were the ghostly drifters that emitted eerie green light. Chapter 20, Hunting Mission: The Points System. Soon, with the aid of the gold-devouring beetles, Xu Xing had completed a cursory exploration of the entire sea cave. True to its reputation as the lowest-tier white resource point, not a single epic-tier treasure was found, but an epic-tier bloodline sea beast appeared before him. Unfortunately, while its bloodline quality was sufficient, its intelligence seemed incompletely evolved, frighteningly stupid. Not only did it refuse to flee from hundreds of thousands of gold-devouring beetles, it actually charged forward, baring its teeth menacingly. Using the Demon Refining Pot, detailed information about the creature appeared before Xu Xing. Ink Octopus Epic. Level 8 Weak. Abilities Black Ink, Powerful Entanglement. Life Essence 100,000. Soul Crystals 99. Through previous sacrifices, Xu Xing had discovered that soul crystals could to some extent reflect a demon beast's intelligence. This clumsy oaf, an epic-tier noble bloodline bearer, possesses a soul crystal inferior to that of a goblin mage? How utterly stupid must it be, with a brain capacity inferior to a goblin's? Xu Xing couldn't stand the sight of it. Such a fool wasn't worth wasting a precious epic-tier parasite slot on. Noticing the gold-devouring beetle's eager emotions, Xu Xing decided to reward it instead. Xu Xing issued the command, and the eager horde of gold-devouring worms, already itching for action, surged forward. 300,000 transcendent-tier gold-devouring worms charged forward. Within moments, the epic-tier mutated black octopus, once boasting over a dozen tentacles, was reduced to nothing but a massive head. The black octopus emitted shrill, piercing screeches as it frantically spewed black ink at the gold-devouring beetles. Normally, after blinding its prey with ink, its long tail several dozen feet long would wrap around the enemy to complete the devouring. This tactic had secured countless victories for it, devouring countless of its own kind. But this bipedal creature had unleashed a swarm of insects that devoured its tails clean off. Now its brain had frozen after spewing ink, it had no idea what to do next. Xu Xing's mouth twitched. Kill it. Don't eat its brain. Xu Xing warned his own gold-devouring insects, fearing they might catch the stupidity of this dumb octopus. Gold-devouring bugs weren't exactly bright to begin with, they couldn't afford to be infected into such stupidity. The gold-devouring insects hummed in response. Tens of thousands of them coalesced into a black thread, piercing straight through the giant octopus and pinning it to the green stone cave behind it. From the moment this epic-tier sea beast was spotted to its demise took but a few breaths. Before the three women could react, an epic-tier sea beast had already fallen victim to the gold-devouring beetles. After dispatching the sea octopus blocking their path, the lead gold-eating bug confidently charged into the octopus's lair. It retrieved all the spirit-infused treasures and delivered them to Xu Xing. 18 mid-grade spirit stones, worth 1.8 million renminbi. 210 crystal stones, shiny rocks, useless junk. Water control pearls, superb grade, quantity, 6, not bad, 6 million. Green jade bamboo fishing rod, superb grade, crafted from 900-year-old green jade bamboo, comparable to epic grade, 5 million. Dragon tortoise shell, epic grade, shed by a dragon tortoise. Too small, barely palm-sized. 2 million. Sea essence fruit tree, superb grade, can slightly refine water-type beastmaster bloodlines, grown for 300 years, mature fruits, 9. A whole, intact spirit tree that can refine beastmaster bloodlines, a priceless family heirloom worth at least 10 million. Good stuff, all good stuff. Xu Xing's eyes gleamed as he took the mid-grade spirit stones and jade fishing rod he needed. The three women divided the remaining treasures equally among themselves. The Hyuan fruit tree was temporarily entrusted to Gao Yuding, whose beast was a mutated water-type ice crystal fox. Before forming the team, they had agreed, regardless of value, treasures would first be offered to teammates in need. Any price differences could be compensated later with other spiritual items. Don't feel guilty about taking more. Instead of dwelling on that, go find more spirit items. You might just discover something we need. Noticing Gao Yuding's slight embarrassment, Xu Xing pointed to 2 locations ahead. There are still many treasures over there. We'll split up to search. The 3 of you go together. I'll send 20,000 gold-devouring beetles with you. Snatch any treasures you find. If the gold-devouring insects can't handle it, call me. With that, Xu Xing immediately dashed toward the area with the most abundant spiritual energy. Shen Xiyu and the other 2 women exchanged glances and immediately set off. They weren't the type to hesitate or be coy with so many spiritual treasures lying around. Why pass them up? Let's hurry too. 200,000 extraordinary grade gold-devouring insects were more than enough to sweep away any danger here for them. Wherever Xu Xing passed, all spiritual treasures were taken. For plant-type spiritual herbs, she dug 3 feet deep to transplant them root and all. For sea beasts, she parasitized the extraordinary grade parasites she deemed suitable and fed the undesirable ones to the gold-devouring insects. Anything too much to consume was not wasted, it was tossed into the demon refining pot to be refined. The motto was simple: thieves never leave empty-handed. After all, they couldn't afford to lose out. With the demon refining pot at her disposal, no treasure could escape its grasp. Scarlet feather shrimp, supernatural mutating. Level 7+. Abilities: tenfold burst speed, strength, fist techniques. Life essence 30,000. Soul crystals 2,666. What a handsome lobster. What kind of talent is this a shrimp doing kung fu? Xu Xing almost thought he was seeing things, but time was of the essence. With a flick of his thoughts, the transcendent grade gold-devouring insect charged forward. Instantly, a tiny blood hole appeared on the sleek, 2-meter-long lobster's shell. The long-awaited transcendent grade parasites swarmed in. With a fierce kick of its claws, the lobster's identity was instantly transformed. The same scenario played out all around Xu Xing. Every beast he targeted met the same fate. Sea beasts with mere transcendent grade bloodlines stood no chance against parasites of equal transcendent grade bloodlines. Under normal circumstances, extraordinary grade parasites could parasitize epic grade bloodline beasts. It was merely a matter of low probability. But when faced with sheer numbers, probability becomes a certainty of 50% chance. Yellow Croaker, superb. Level 8+. Abilities, Mount, Water Control. Life Essence, 60,000. Soul Crystals, 3,666. This one's pretty good too, I'll take it. Black Turtle, Elite. Level 7. Abilities, Turtle Breath, Bully the Weak. Life Essence, 40,000. Soul Crystal, 666. No thanks. Not only is it scared to death, but it also picks on the weak and fears the strong, just like Yang Jiafeng. Xu Xing looked utterly disgusted. Then the black turtle fell into the mouth of the gold-devouring bug. Its hard shell offered no resistance to the metal-devouring insect's voracious appetite, reduced to a pile of bones within mere breaths. Wherever Xu Xing passed, all became his countless spiritual herbs, mutated sea beasts. Snake Fruit, superb. Age, 320. Spiritual energy, 3,566 points. Properties, none. Blood Essence Fruit Tree, supernatural plus. Age, 900 years. Spiritual energy, 9,999 points. Properties, enhanced vitality. Outside the sea cave, a group of centaurs, half-human, half-horse creatures glared with savage eyes, long spears clutched in their hands. Their gaze seemed to pierce the depths of the ocean, fixed upon Xu Xing and his 3 companions. Captain, the humans have already gone in. What should we do now? At the center of the centaurs stood a tall, dark-faced one with a cruel expression, his mouth wide open. There's an ancient octopus in the secret realm epic tier bloodline. Why risk going in? We'll ambush them from outside. Others risked their lives to secure the spirit treasure for us. Why should we go in? Captain, you are wise. Truly the most intelligent young master of our tribe. The dark-faced centaur smirked with satisfaction. Of course. Using the human's own logic, our strategy is to wait for them to walk into our trap. Those lowly humans are as dumb as the sea pigs next door. If not for the Heavenly Way's favor, they'd have long been snacks for our clan. Ha ha, Captain, it's been ages since we feasted on human flesh. Let's give the brothers a taste later. The captain waved his massive hand generously. No problem. I won't forget the dozens of brothers who follow me. Only 4 this time? Not enough to play with. No worries, line up. We've got plenty of people this round. We'll take turns. Right. Long live the boss. Brother Ma is the man. Half-Black Horse curled his lips into a savage grin. Xu Xing and the others were still happily gathering various spiritual treasures, especially Xu Xing. Wherever they passed, not a blade of grass remained. Whenever they came across a promising patch of land, they'd scrape up a couple inches and toss it into the divine realm. Shen Xiyu and the other 2 girls had thought they were being quite excessive, but seeing Xu Xing's actions made their mouths twitch. The devastated sea stone cave would likely take a century to recover. If the cave possessed a spirit, they might even hear its gratitude, thanking them for showing mercy. Wang Mengxin could only stare enviously. Truthfully, she wanted to do the same. Embarrassing? The turf and soil here, nourished by centuries of spiritual energy, had transformed into sacred earth, something money couldn't buy outside. Bringing it into the divine realm would greatly enhance its spiritual essence. Alas, she wasn't afraid of embarrassment, but her divine realm wouldn't allow it. Xu Xing's divine realm was vast, almost a miniature world, but hers was barely larger than a thatched cottage. Stuffing even a little bit of resources in would fill it up. Yuding fared slightly better, though her space was also only that of a thatched cottage. It came with built-in storage and the ability to cultivate water attribute spiritual plants. Xiyu was the worst off. Her beast-taming space measured a mere few square meters, barely enough for her spirit cat to play in daily. The 3 girls had long since filled their spatial rings to capacity with gathered resources, leaving them to watch Xu Xing's performance. After gathering their own supplies, they'd considered helping Xu Xing collect spiritual treasures. After all, they were idle anyway. But after witnessing his movements and speed, the 3 decided it was better not to get in the way. Attention all beast masters, the mission has been issued. Please check your notifications. Suddenly, a synthetic voice from the secret realm echoed in every beast tamer's mind, including the Sea Clan. Xu Xing frowned, halting her progress immediately. She recalled the gold-devouring beetle and positioned it protectively beside her. Mission 1, Hunt Points System. Duration, 7 days. Wuzhong Human Clan must hunt sea beasts and sea clans to earn points. C-clan must hunt sea beasts and humans to earn points. Point conversion rules. Points are calculated based solely on the Beastmaster's own cultivation level. The quality of beasts cultivated or summoned by the Beastmaster does not affect the score. Same level kills, 1 point per creature. Hunting lower tier targets, 1 point per 100 targets. Hunting higher tier beasts, level difference 10 points, e.g. Beastmaster LV.4 hunts LV.6 sea beast plus 20 points. Note, this secret realm has a maximum realm restriction, level 9 demigod. Phase 1 trials officially commence. May all Beastmasters flourish in martial arts and tread the path to divinity. Chapter 21, Sea Clan Centaurs. Hunting? A point system? Xu Xing's expression remained unchanged as he swiftly accelerated his resource gathering. The 3 women beside him, however, paled upon hearing the details. The first stage task is outright combat? This was nothing like what Teacher Yuan had said. The official notice clearly stated, locate islands and occupy at least half of them before the secret realm ends. Defending islands seemed harder, but if they couldn't hold it, they could always flee. If you couldn't hold your own, you could flee and seek refuge on another island, then contribute to its defense when the Sea Clan invaded. While defending islands inevitably involved fighting sea beasts and sea tribes, it was far safer than going it alone. Now look at this, they kick off with a straight-up slaughter mission. If you don't go kill others, does that mean they won't come kill you? Once a secret realm mission is issued, participation is mandatory. If your points fall short, you'll face the realm's punishment. That's the rule. For each stage of the mission, those with lower point rankings face progressively harsher punishments. Of course, those who rank higher naturally receive greater rewards. It's a pity the specific rewards aren't specified, but for such a large-scale secret realm involving 2 tribes, the rewards are bound to be incredibly generous. Chen Siyu's bracelet flashed red, pointing toward the right front of the sea cave. Sea Clan members? As Chen Siyu's best friend and frequent teammate, Gao Yuting knew exactly what the bracelet meant. Chen Siyu's expression darkened. Yes. That system alert probably caused their aura to leak unexpectedly. They must have been lying in wait up there. The demonic energy is thick, at least level 8 Sea Clan cultivators, and there are quite a few of them. Call Xu Xing over. We've already gathered most of the resources here anyway. Gao Yuting tore apart the talisman in her hand. The team's exclusive communication talisman could only transmit 1 message at a time, and teammates had to be within 10 kilometers. The limitations were significant, but they were cheap. Upon receiving the message, Xu Xing paused his work, glancing regretfully at the remaining resources. He thought, those bastard Sea Clan bastards up there actually dared to interrupt his resource gathering. Cutting off his income stream? That was a grudge worthy of exterminating their entire clan. Little gold, one last feast before we head back. As Xu Xing retreated, the gold-devouring insects swept through everything living in their path. Devour and evolve, the instinct of their bloodline drove them to eat, eat, eat. Soon, Xu Xing returned to the 3 women. The gold-devouring insects formed a dense, dark cloud, securely guarding the 4 of them. There are sea creatures above. They're treacherous, probably waiting to ambush us when we exit. What should we do? Take a detour? Gao Yuting remained relatively composed as she consulted Xu Xing. Take a detour? Xu Xing shook his head, pulling out the map. Taking a detour? We're underwater. We have no sense of direction. Secondly, although the sea cave is marked as a white resource point, that doesn't mean the danger level around it is white. Once you leave the sea cave, you'll face the true depths of the ocean head-on. The dark, endless depths, no one knows what lurks within. If luck strikes, you might turn a corner and encounter a sea dragon. Then what about clashing with the sea clans above? But we don't know which clan we'd be facing either. If it's the royal clan of merfolk, facing a horde of merfolk? We might as well fight a sea dragon. The royal line of the sea tribe represents noble bloodlines flowing with the essence of immortals and gods. Born with epic tier bloodlines, at least 1/3 have a chance to ascend to Lord tier upon reaching adulthood. Even the legendary mythic tier holds a 1% chance. Every royal offspring of the Sea Clan, before ascending to godhood, faces no barriers. Even if they neglect cultivation and indulge only in feasting and revelry, given enough time, they will naturally attain demigod status. To them, the heavenly god realm is merely a minor threshold, a mere step away from ascending to divinity. Of course, the Sea Clan's divine status differs from humans. To be precise, ascending to godhood is easier for non-human races than for humans. The way of heaven is fair. Non-human cultivators possess neither divine realms nor beast masters. Their cultivation relies solely on innate talent, bloodline, and serendipity. Humans are different. If they're lucky enough to awaken a powerful beast companion, they can simply relax and safely nurture it, letting the beast carry them to demi-godhood. If luck is poor and an ordinary beast is awakened, it still provides a helper. Whenever danger strikes, the beast will always charge forward first, devotedly protecting its master. Compared to humans, cultivation for non-human races is pure hell. They'll slaughter each other until rivers run red over a single spirit stone. Not only is cultivation grueling for non-humans, but combat is equally brutal. In one-on-one duels between humans and non-humans at the same cultivation level, non-humans almost never win after all, humans are essentially fighting 2 against 1. If humans are already unmatched at the same cultivation level in their early stages, what would happen after they ascend to godhood? Wouldn't they single-handedly take on an entire race? Thus, under the rules of the Tao, the path to godhood grows ever more arduous for humanity. Even with such suppression, the number of humans attaining godhood remains substantial, and the combat prowess of each heavenly god is truly terrifying. Were it not for the extraordinary fertility of non-human races, especially the sea-dwelling clans, humans might have already conquered the seas long ago. But I digress. Back to the point. Xu Xing shook his head and countered. It's unlikely. If it were the merfolk, given their proud nature, they would have come down to fight openly long ago. They wouldn't resort to such treacherous ambushes. Still, playing it safe, he dispatched a contingent of epic-tier gold-devouring beetles to cautiously scout ahead. Wait a moment. Let my little gold ones scout first. If it's not the Sea Clan royalty, attack immediately. Xu Xing's expression turned stern. This is only the second day of the trial. The first phase lasts 7 days, and I want to accumulate as many points as possible. The first phase has turned into a bloodbath. Subsequent stages will undoubtedly be more dangerous. Therefore, we must strive to elevate our performance in this phase. Even if we have to retreat later, our results won't be too dismal. Yeah, I agree. With Xu Xing here, our team is actually quite strong. We've got burst damage, healing, crowd control, and even an AoE tank. As long as we avoid the top royal families of the Sea Clan, we can handle anything. Tank? Where? Xu Xing clapped her hands with a smile, summoning all the sea beasts she had parasitized earlier. And calmly explained, the tardigrades mutated and became smarter. They can now control some dead sea beasts. Think of them as an undead army without intelligence. The 3 women? Transcendent grade parasites possess little intelligence, driven only by instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm. The various sea beasts they parasitized were meant to be cannon fodder, absorbing damage and scouting ahead. The epic tier parasites were his true trump card. In truth, he genuinely hoped that among the sea creatures above, there might be royal offspring. That way, he might just be able to control a future sea god. Xu Xing shook his head repeatedly, suppressing his inner greed. He had gained enough today, he couldn't let desire cloud his judgment. No rush, no rush. He couldn't afford to be reckless. The books describe the royal offspring of the sea tribe as incredibly powerful. If encountered, he'd need to test the waters first. If he could win, he'd charge in. If not, retreat behind the gold-devouring worm and make a run for it. As the epic tier creature broke through the surface, it began a slow, low-altitude flight toward the northwest, toward the centaur's hidden lair, conducting reconnaissance. The epic tier gold-devouring worm possessed formidable stealth and assassination capabilities, making it the ideal scouting choice. Xu Xing was confident even the merfolk couldn't detect it easily. Chapter 22: The 3 Great Royal Clans of the Sea. The centaur contingent participating in this trial comprised only these members. 53 members in total. Captain, extraordinary grade mutated bloodline, A+ tier strength, just 1 step away from demigodhood. The remaining ranks, 35 at level 5, 14 at level 6, and 3 at level 7. Few possessed extraordinary bloodlines, most were elite tier. This deployment nearly depleted the centaur's entire new generation of fighters. The centaur tribe pinned their hopes on this group achieving outstanding results within the secret realm. For the entire centaur tribe, their future fate was now almost entirely tied to this team, especially its captain. Should the captain succeed in the secret realm and earn rewards from the Sea Clan royalty, all losses would be justified. Among the myriad branches of the Sea Clan, the centaur tribe was but one. Their strongest member was an ancient demigod. Without ascending to godhood, they could never truly rise to prominence among the Sea Clan. The centaur tribe has always been a third-rate tribe. The elders are determined to change this, resorting to pillaging and plundering in their quest to cultivate a heavenly god for their people. Only then could the entire centaur race escape its fate as a third-rate cannon fodder tribe. After decades of waiting, their chance finally arrived, the oceanic secret realm. A contest between the new generations of the human and sea clans killing humans would earn points and merit. For every 100 humans slain, one could exchange for a divine god pill. Divine status was within reach. Yet, while the centaurs fantasized about slaughtering their way through the enemy, they failed to notice even the approach of the gold-devouring beetles. Beyond the secret realm, high-ranking officials of Wangjiang City and the Sea Clan faced each other across the river. Wangjiang City deployed 12 heavenly gods, 9 from the government, 2 from noble families, and 1 from the Merchants Guild. The Sea Clan fielded 18 sea gods from the 3 great royal clans, 9 merfolk, 7 sea dragons, and 2 sacred redwood tree clan members. At the forefront stood Wangjiang City's strongest human, Zhou Zhongming, clad in a black Zhongshan suit. His solemn gaze fixed upon the center of the sea. At the center of the sea hung a vast, sky-like mirror image. It displayed the scene within the secret realm, the convergence point of the Xu Xing and centaur tribes. After the secret realm mission was issued, the outcome of the first battle between the two tribes would be broadcast throughout the entire realm. Thus, this initial clash would determine the morale of both factions. As luck would have it, the team from Sea Star Cave and the Sea Cave was the first to encounter the Sea Clan. Now, both the human high command and the Sea Tribe were sizing up each other's strength. The Sea Tribe's leaders looked at the four shushing humans with contemptuous scorn. What kind of ragtag team is this? 1 man and 3 women? Have you humans run out of real men? Heh, I must say, this little dog looks human enough, but what a shame his beasts are just a bunch of useless insects. The 3 girls aren't bad, especially that ice crystal fox spirit. Her bloodline looks promising. Check her records. A female sea dragon deity remarked indifferently before the human elders. Check my ass. I'll see who dares leak secrets to the Sea Clan. Among the humans, the body-refining demigod Wang Han hovered in midair, his savage gaze sweeping over the restless crowd below. The person the Sea Dragon clan sought to investigate was none other than Gao Yuding, standing beside Xu Xing. The fact that they were targeting his students sent Wang Han's blood boiling. Yuan Xianxian seemed to be seeing Wang Han for the first time, never imagining he could be so bold, daring to defy a Sea Dragon clan sea goddess. You're asking for death. The female Sea Dragon goddess's expression darkened as she unleashed her dragon's might, crushing Wang Han with overwhelming pressure. A mere demigod, she would teach him a lesson he wouldn't forget. Wang Han's burly frame instantly shattered, blood staining his vest. An elderly man in a similarly patterned vest, his hair streaked with gray, appeared beside Wang Han inside. Old hag, this is my human kin. Your Sea Dragon clan just lost 2 revered elders. Do you really want to lose another 1 or 2? Old man, I've got few years left. Old hag, how about we settle this? See if I can take you out in one go? As the old man finished speaking, his chi surged. He leapt across the sea, landing among the 6 Sea Dragon clan members. A single fist shot out, unleashing a blazing fist wind as fiery as the sun, striking all 6 sea gods simultaneously. The other 5 sea gods paled, sensing the death intent radiating from the human elder. Terrified, they cursed and scrambled backward. Human, old friend, it was just a word. Don't take it so seriously. There's no need to risk your life. He looked like he was on his last legs, but they were still young. The Sea Clan already possessed long lifespans, 5,000 years after ascending to godhood. They had barely lived 1,000 years themselves and certainly didn't want to die. Seeing the human elder still charging relentlessly, seemingly intent on trading lives with them, the other sea gods finally grew fearful. Old man, get this straight, I don't know this hag. Don't come after me. I don't know her either, you crazy. You started this mess, now deal with it. The other 5 sea gods, fearing they might be overtaken if they lagged behind, even joined forces to force the female sea goddess to bring up the rear. The Sea Dragon clan had sent a considerable contingent of sea gods, this time 8 in total, just 1 fewer than the Merfolk clan. But why were only 5 remaining now? Naturally, the rest had all been sent to hell. When the sea clans descended 2 days prior, the combined forces of the 3 sea clans numbered 19. Seeing only 12 human celestial deities, they naturally looked down on them, even deciding to turn hostile on the spot. Alas, a century of recuperation had strengthened the sea clans, yet they had forgotten the terror of once being dominated by the human race. After the battle, 3 sea gods vanished instantly, and all 3 were from the Sea Dragon clan. 2 perished instantly, while 1 had his divine core shattered, plunging him into demigodhood not far from death itself. Meanwhile, the human clan lost only a low-tier level 3 divine being. Now, this decrepit old man before them looked even older than the last human deity they'd faced, his face etched with deathly resolve. Swap places with him? Did they think the Sea Dragon clan were all fools? The female sea goddess's eyes blazed with fury. You bastards weren't so tough when you were screwing me. Your mother, you brainless fool. Get lost. If this old hag self-detonates, none of us will survive. Kong, you old hag. Apologize and placate them. At worst, let them have you for 10 or 80 years, you're used to it anyway. The human elder, Wang Hansong, darkened. He couldn't care less about that hag across from him. After thousands of years, who knew what state she was in down there? The sea goddess panicked completely, a twinge of regret washing over her. She should never have spoken so recklessly. But she resented the human's petty-mindedness even more. It was just a joke. Threatening to self-destruct over nothing, what an idiot. Of course, the sea goddess dared only think this. Given the current situation, she wasn't foolish enough to provoke him further. Human, what exactly do you want? I had no idea that girl was connected to you, otherwise I wouldn't have. Damn it. You're related to my grandmother. Even in death, you still want to slander my honor. I've spent my entire life as a teacher. I detest nothing more than insults against me or my students. The other 5 sea gods' faces darkened. You stupid woman, mark my words, her kin are forbidden from any contact henceforth. It's not the enemy's strength we fear, but the stupidity of our own allies. Enough. You're all old men, don't make yourselves a laughingstock to the younger generation. Human elder, I see your blood surging, your vitality thriving. You don't look like someone on the brink of death. I'll have them compensate you with an epic grade bloodline fruit. Let's end this matter here. How does that sound? The merfolk chieftain's expression softened as he raised a hand to restrain the human King Han Chang. Wang Hanxian's expression shifted slightly as he sensed the immense power within the merfolk chieftain, his eyes flickering. Certainly. Since the chieftain has spoken, our human clan is renowned for its magnanimity. Zhou Jimin, the strongest among the humans, swiftly moved to stand beside Wang Hanxiang. The merfolk chieftain smiled, showing no inclination toward conflict. He turned his gaze toward the troublesome sea goddess. An epic grade bloodline fruit. Are you willing? His voice was gentle, yet it carried the weight of a command. The female sea goddess felt her heart bleed, yet she had no choice but to bow her head. I accept. Very well. Then let us continue watching the young one's showdown. We're old now, our potential has reached its limit. From here on out, it's the young ones who must compete. Merely watching is not enough. Human, care to wager a game? The immovable Redwood Sacred Tree clan member suddenly spoke. Zhou Zhongming's heart stirred. He glanced at the 4 human Xu Xing and the others within the secret realm, then looked at the centaur. He smiled and said, with such refined taste, Elder Redwood, this junior is more than willing to join the game. Chapter 23, The Gods' High-Stakes Gamble. The high-ranking members of both races observing outside the secret realm couldn't directly gauge the participants' beast-riding prowess through the barrier. However, both factions possessed their own intelligence networks. Long before the trial began, the profiles of Xu Xing and his 3 companions had been presented to the Marine clan's leadership. Naturally, the human clan had also gathered intelligence on the Marine clan's prodigy. Though these figures didn't represent real-time power, the data collected just before and after the trial differed by only a day or two, meaning their abilities hadn't changed significantly. Thus, upon reviewing the strength data for both sides, the Sea clan unanimously agreed to Red Robe Sacred Tree's proposal, placing heavy bets on the Centaur's victory. Human race, Xu Xing squad data from 3 days prior. Captain, Xu Xing. Level, 3. Fated beast, common grade water bearer. Mutated into a gold-devouring insect before the trial. Estimated, 200,000 points for a transcendent grade, equivalent to 10 epic grade beasts. Combat power, equivalent to centaurs, level 7A+. Teammates, Chen Xiu, Wang Mengxin, Gao Yuting. Level, 3. Beasts, transcendent grade, 6-tailed spirit cat, sun spirit flower, ice crystal fox. Combat power, equivalent to a centaur, level 5-6. Sea clan, centaurs, 53 members. Level 8+1. Level 5, 35 members, level 6, 14 members, level 7, 3 members. The sheer disparity in strength left the Sea clan's sea gods speechless. All they could do was laugh. If that Xu Xing captain of the human race hadn't been riding insects, even goblins would have been more presentable than this. 200,000 extraordinary grade beasts sounds formidable at first glance, but closer inspection reveals they're all puny insects. Epic tier insects? Not bad, but alas, their numbers were pitifully small, a mere dozen or so, posing no real threat whatsoever. The Sea clan is renowned for its formidable physical prowess. Such mere transcendent tier mutated insects wouldn't even scratch the skin of a centaur. The advantage is ours. The Sea clan will prevail. This was the shared conviction among nearly all Sea clan leaders. The female sea goddess, who had just suffered a heavy loss by sacrificing an epic bloodline fruit, flashed a look of calculation. Could this be her chance to recoup her losses? She went all in, staking everything she had. Hey, old man, I'm betting everything I own that your humans will lose. Old Wang Handong's expression darkened. He was well aware of the vast power gap between Xu Xing's group and the centaurs. Hey, don't tell me you're backing out of the bet? You're willing to risk your life, yet you don't even trust your own young ones? Could it be that your human race has no faith in its next generation? The female sea goddess's mouth was as foul as ever, but this time the other sea gods chimed in agreement. Exactly. As far as we know, this little squad right here is ranked on your list of geniuses. Especially that leader, Xu Xing, an A-grade prodigy. A bunch of insect-level geniuses. Looks like your human generation really is on the decline. If you're so weak, just surrender to us sea folk already. I'll admit you few are strong, but your lifespans aren't even half of ours. Once we outlive you all, what will become of your descendants? You're counting on these insectoid geniuses to save the human race? Ridiculous. This swarm of insects couldn't even break through our defenses, let alone defeat the centaurs. What good is sheer numbers? Zhou Jimin's eyes flickered as he glanced at the sea god, then smiled calmly. Don't speak so definitively. Perhaps young friend Xu Xing's insects might just win after all. Put. If you win this battle, I'll eat my own words right here. Fine. Zhou Jimin immediately recorded the other's words, sneering coldly. Young sea dragon demigod, remember your words. I hope you're not here to scam food and drink from us humans. Enough talk. Place your bets. I hope your wagers match the tough talk coming out of your mouths, the Red Robe clan member said coldly. Zhou Zhongming summoned his life-bound beast the Seraphim immediately. Come on, I'll see who dares to bet against me. Damn it, Ming, don't do this. Supporting the young upstart was one thing, but this was taking it too far. Xu Xing and his group were Wang Han's students, and Wang Handong was Wang Han's grandfather. Thus, Wang Handong knew their capabilities well. The other human clan deities paled, rushing to dissuade him. At least half of humanity's might stemmed from beast-taming. As the foremost warrior of Wangjiang, if Jiming's beast were to fall, no one could withstand the mightiest force of the sea clans, the merfolk chieftain. Ha ha ha, splendid. A man of his word is as good as gold. We 8 will stake everything on this wager with you. The 8 merfolk sea gods appeared in unison, placing their entire fortunes on the line. Not enough. Zhou Jimin shook his head. Then count me in. The merfolk chieftain flung his clan ring into the sea, setting it upon the water's surface. Such a golden opportunity, whether Zhou Jimin was acting on impulse or Xu Xing had hidden cards, the merfolk chieftain was certain the centaurs would win. Zhou Zhongming nodded. Barely enough. Old friend, I'm sorry to inconvenience you for a moment. The epic-level adult seraph bowed respectfully. You're too kind, master. I trust your judgment. Wang Handong, seeing the deal sealed, felt his eyes burn with rage. But a moment later, he thought, something's off. Manga fears death more than anyone. He wouldn't make such a rash decision unless... Wang Handong's expression hardened. Everything he'd achieved today was thanks to Ming. So he went all in too. You ancient hag across the table, I'm staking my lifebound beast too. Your measly resources won't cut it. Either put your life on the line or up the ante. They're mad. All of them are mad. The celestial deities from the major clans of the human race couldn't comprehend it. Even with Zhou Jimin leading the charge by staking his lifebound beast, they still didn't believe Xu Xing could win. Though they too hoped Xu Xing would win, the fate of the entire human race was at stake, and the clans weren't traitors. The cold truth remained, his strength was insufficient. If he couldn't win, he couldn't win. Gritting their teeth at the tense atmosphere, the clan deities followed suit, staking several million high-grade spirit stones. Had Zhou Zhongming not placed such an enormous wager, they would have bet no more than 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. Since they were bound to lose regardless, why give the sea clans so many resources? Soon, the wagers were placed, and the sea floor was piled high with divine rings, mythical beasts, and spirit stones. Such a high-stakes gamble would rank among the most extraordinary in the entire world. Whichever side lost would be unable to bear the consequences. If the human race lost, their high-ranking divine beasts would perish, and Wangjiang City would be defeated before the battle even began. If the Sea Clan lost, the treasuries of the 3 royal clans would be emptied, setting their resources back by at least a century. For 100 years, they wouldn't be able to raise a large army again. Look! They're preparing for battle. Suddenly, a voice rang out, drawing all eyes toward the mirror image at the sea center. Chapter 24, Massacre of the Centaurs. Within the sea caverns, Xu Xing swiftly assessed the Sea Clan's strength above using his epic tier gold-devouring beetles. A mere centaur tribe, and they've kept me on edge for so long, Xu Xing muttered, his face twisted with displeasure. Amongst the entire sea race, the centaurs were merely a third-rate species, comparable to the mutated goblin race. You 3 wait here. Nah, follow me. Up there are just a bunch of centaurs. The strongest one is only level 8. Xu Xing relayed the intelligence truthfully. Level 8 isn't strong? Wang Mengxin looked utterly baffled. She was only at peak level 3 herself. Even with her beast mount, she could barely match a level 5 centaur. Is level 8 strong? Xu Xing pointed at a pile of white bones on the ground. There. A level 8 epic bloodline giant octopus. Looking at it that way, level 8 really isn't that impressive after all. Wang Mengxin gave an awkward laugh, silently mourning for the centaurs above. Facing a freak like Xu Xing? Guess they just had bad luck. Still, be careful. Centaurs aren't stupid. Once they cover their skin with spiritual energy, your transcendent grade gold-devouring insects might struggle to harm them, Gao Yuding voiced her concern. Xu Xing immediately laughed. No worries. Who said I'm going to use my transcendent grade gold-devouring bugs? Ha! Shen Siyu's expression shifted. Could it be your transcendent grade gold-devouring insects have evolved again? How many epic grade ones do you have now? Xu Xing shook his head. Not yet. Evolution isn't that easy. Phew, you scared me. But honestly, I'd love for your beast to have evolved by now. Xu Xing gave a mysterious smile. It hasn't evolved, but it's almost as good. Follow me. Trust me. As soon as Xu Xing finished speaking, he channeled the power from his right spiritual orifice. With a thunderous boom, immense force erupted from within him, propelling him straight toward the sea surface. The power of the water control orb manifested fully, counteracting most of the water pressure. In the depths of the ocean, over 1,500 meters down, Xu Xing covered dozens of meters with a single stride. The 3 women exchanged glances before reluctantly following. While it was good that Xu Xing's confidence had returned, it seemed he might have overestimated himself. Fortunately, the sea creatures above were merely a group of centaurs. The 3 women were confident in their own abilities. If they couldn't win, they could always retreat. Soon, Xu Xing and his companions reached the surface. He retrieved the fishing boat and steered straight for the centaur's hiding place. Within moments, Xu Xing could see the centaur-like creatures. The first glimpse nearly blinded him, they were so damn ugly. Before they drew near, the centaur leader suddenly snapped alert, growling, "Humans approaching." The remaining 52 centaurs' expressions shifted instantly. Their blood boiled as they gripped their weapons, eyes fixed on the intruders. "Chief, this looks like a human who just entered the sea stone cave? They seem to be heading straight for us? But weren't we the ones ambushing them? Who cares? They're walking into our trap. Saves us the trouble of hunting them down. Kill. This squad is a human genius team. Killing an ordinary member counts as 10 kills. Killing the leader counts as 50 kills. Kill 2 and you can trade them for a heavenly god pill." The words heavenly god pill acted like a stimulant, igniting the centaur's morale. They glared at Xu Xing and his 3 companions with murderous intent, roaring in unison. "Kill." On Xu Xing's side, faces were equally twisted in rage. Covering their eyes, they cursed inwardly at the sheer agony. Damn it, this was unbearably painful to look at. Never riding a horse again. To swiftly eliminate these inhuman, non-equine monsters, Xu Xing unleashed most of his combat-ready beasts in a fit of rage. 990,000 transcendent grade gold-devouring beetles. 12 epic tier gold-devouring beetles. 200,000 supernatural grade parasites. Gold-devouring insects charged to inflict wounds. Parasites, infest them dead or alive. No, leave no trace of their remains. Xu Xing commanded coldly. At his command, the dark swarm of insects surged forward without hesitation, encircling all the centaurs. 990,000 extraordinary grade gold-devouring insects charged recklessly, heedless of death, solely to inflict wounds upon the centaurs. 53 centaurs faced an average of 20,000 gold-devouring insects per creature. These insects attacked with blinding speed, striking at least 3 times per second. This meant each centaur endured an average of 60,000 bites and impacts per second. The new generation of gold-devouring beetles possessed further enhanced bodies and speed. Even the thickest-skinned centaur couldn't withstand such a terrifying assault frequency. Forget breaking through defenses. Given enough time, these extraordinary gold-devouring insects alone could wear down the centaurs to death. But if that were the case, these extraordinary gold-devouring insects would likely suffer over half their numbers in losses. Their suicidal charges greatly increased their threat level, but also significantly raised their mortality rate. Without the parasites, Xu Xing had no choice but to employ this sacrificial tactic. But now, with the extraordinary grade parasites, each gold-devouring insect only needed to complete 1 charge before immediately withdrawing. The moment the centaurs sustained bleeding damage, the extraordinary grade parasites would instantly take the stage, rapidly burrowing into the centaurs' bodies. Following the bloodstream, they invaded the nervous system. Within moments, over half of the 53 centaurs were infested. Following Xu Xing's command to leave no trace, the infected centaurs' eyes turned bloodshot as they simultaneously activated their self-destruct mode. Boom! Flesh and blood flew everywhere. The self-detonation of their comrades was something they never anticipated. After the explosions, not a single centaur remained unscathed. Of the 53 centaurs, fewer than 11 or 12 could still stand. Countless severed limbs plummeted into the ocean, crimson blood staining half the sea red, a scene of utter brutality. In this trial, the human race had protective measures, but the sea race did not, or more accurately, the lower-tier sea races did not. Clearly, the centaurs before them belonged to such a lowly race. Their deaths were truly final. What does it feel like to instantly take dozens of lives? Xu Xing felt nothing. In the world of beast-taming, what room was there for conscience? Especially when the victims were demonic beasts and alien races. Even in his past life, Xu Xing never felt pangs of conscience over the chickens and ducks he'd slaughtered. Of course, aside from extremists, most people might feel a fleeting pang of guilt or unease during slaughter. But once they tasted that iron pot stewed goose, all unease and guilt vanished, replaced by, holy crap, this is delicious. As an A+ level centaur leader, just 1 step away from demigodhood, his strength was undeniable. Yet the sudden swarm of countless gold-devouring insects caught him completely off guard. Fortunately, his robust physique sustained only superficial wounds. Just as he dismissed the human prodigy as nothing special, an unknown insect burrowed into his body, racing through his bloodstream straight toward his mind's consciousness. This terrified the centaur leader to death. If his sea of consciousness were damaged, the position of sea god would be utterly beyond his reach. He concentrated his meager spiritual energy, intent on slaughtering the unknown creature that had invaded his body. But before he could purge the parasite, his comrade beside him detonated. One by one, the rising stars of the centaur new generation, each ranked 5 or higher, took the most desperate step a sea warrior could face, right before their captain's eyes: self-detonation. The explosion instantly engulfed the other centaur standing nearby, completely unprepared. Crimson blood engulfed the centaur captain. His heart clenched violently, darkness clouded his vision, and boundless murderous intent ignited within him. All he desired now was to kill the human before him and avenge his kin. Alas, the moment his body stirred, an epic tier gold-devouring insect swooped in. Whoosh! 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 Like golden meteors, the epic tier gold-devouring insects pierced through the half-dead centaurs, finishing the job. Congratulations! You have achieved the first kill in this secret realm, annihilated all hostile sea creatures. Points being tallied. Trialist's base power level, level 4. Level 5, 35 players, 350. Level 6, 14 players, 280. Level 7, 3 players, 90. Level 8 plus, 1 player, 40. Total, 760 points. Congratulations to Squad 1001 for achieving the first kill in the secret realm. As the first victory for the human race, this will be broadcast throughout the entire secret realm. Should this information be made public? Public? Like hell we would. You want us on the Shanghai clan's kill list? Xu Xing immediately refused. Hide all information. Understood. Chapter 25, Xu Xing's value. What's the point of points? Xu Xing asked casually. To her surprise, the secret realm actually replied. Trading currency. Trading currency? The secret realm's trading currency? Xu Xing's eyes lit up as he pressed further. How does trading work? Where is the location? What goods are available for trade? Phase 1 has concluded. We will notify you in due course. Please be patient. Fine. Xu Xing shrugged. If they wouldn't say, so be it. At least she knew the points were useful. Commencing full realm broadcast. Congratulations to Human Squad 1001 for achieving the first kill. You have completely wiped out the Sea Centaur squad and secured victory. Captain, XXX, members, 3, XXX, XXX. 3 consecutive chimes from the dungeon system echoed in every participant's ears. Upon hearing the news, the remaining members of the human and sea clans erupted into complete frenzy. Human race. Holy crap, which school is Squad 1001 from? They're so badass, pulling off the first kill this fast even if it was just low-tier sea clan centaurs. Damn it, they got lucky. They snagged a low-tier sea tribe. Maybe there were a lot of centaurs too, letting them scoop up all the glory. Cowardly rats who won't even reveal their names. Oomph. Next time we meet, we'll teach them a lesson for stealing the first kill. Teen 1001, remember them. Next time we see them, give them space. If we get the chance, maybe even lend them a hand. Among the tens of thousands of humans, emotions ran wild: envy, jealousy, resentment, the whole spectrum. Fortunately, most were level-headed after initial pangs of envy. They genuinely rejoiced for Squad 1001. Over on the Sea Clan side, the atmosphere was far more united. Hearing this news nearly made them explode with rage. The first battle? The humans won? And they wiped out the centaurs? Were those centaurs traitors? Just standing there letting themselves get slaughtered? Squad 1001, oomph. They didn't even dare reveal their names? Go! Investigate this squad immediately. If you encounter them, wipe them out. Damn it! All centaurs are useless. Over 50 of them, and they got counterattacked by humans? Idiots. Remember this: when you return, demote the centaurs to 4th-rate races and double their annual resource contributions. To wipe out an entire centaur squad? That must be a genius human squad. Go! Find them fast and kill them. After hearing the system report, Xu Xing's face darkened like charcoal. He snapped at the void. Secret realm spirit. What's your deal? Did you do that on purpose? I told you to hide all information. Why did you expose our squad number? Trying to draw attention? Unfortunately, despite Xu Xing's prolonged shouts, the secret realm spirit remained unseen, whether it hadn't heard or was pretending not to hear. The 3 women exchanged glances, their expressions turning bitter. Trouble was bound to follow them now, especially from the sea tribe. They'd likely all be hunting down their squad. Fortunately, Xu Xing was truly formidable. Seeing the endless swarm of gold-devouring insects around them, the 3 women felt considerably reassured. Over 50 centaurs had also fallen within moments of encountering Xu Xing's tamed beasts. Thus, even if they encountered the royal family of the Sea Clan later, it wasn't certain who would come out on top. Let's keep moving, Xu Xing said, glancing at the map. After a brief discussion with the 3 women, they immediately flew northwest. In the northwest polar region lay a floating island, one of the 3 major purple resource points. Treasure beyond measure awaited there, and Xu Xing had no intention of missing it. As for danger? The more perilous, the better. A hunting mission inherently required slaying sea clans and sea beasts. He was actually worried he might not encounter enough foes along the way. Outside, the 3-league sea lay calm and still. The high-ranking officials of both tribes watched the battle unfolding within the secret realm, their expressions filled with incomprehension. No, impossible. How could an extraordinary great gold-devouring insect possibly kill a centaur of the same bloodline? Especially when the centaur's cultivation level surpasses that of the insect. The bloodline of a beast-tamer is predetermined, but its power is determined by its master. Xu Xing is level 4, so all his tamed beasts can only reach level 4. Fool! The centaur's death wasn't caused by the gold-devouring insect. It was another type of insect, one that seems capable of burrowing into the body. The Merfolk clan chieftain stared at the battlefield with alarm and suspicion. The parasitic insect that had appeared with Xu Xing earlier, the chieftain seemed to have seen it described in ancient texts. Witchcraft, parasitic insect curses. The Merfolk chieftain's expression shifted. He finally recalled this abomination was recorded in the tribe's forbidden texts, listed among the 10 forbidden and exterminated entities. Witchcraft that vanished millennia ago has resurfaced? And it's in human hands? The Merfolk chieftain's expression darkened. There was a reason this thing had been included among the forbidden items in the ancient texts. Xu Xing. The Merfolk chief murmured, his resolve solidifying instantly. Meanwhile, on the human side, Zhou Zhongming smiled knowingly. Indeed, the Yuan family has produced a fine daughter. Wang Handong, standing nearby, looked puzzled. What do you mean, Ming? The Yuan family? Yuan Qianqian? She seems to be this kid's teacher. Could it be she already noticed something unusual about Xu Xing? Zhou Zhongming chuckled, offering no rebuttal. Wang Handong looked astonished. I remember that girl, Yuan Qianqian. She's quite talented, having reached the demigod stage at such a young age. But how could she possibly discern anything unusual about that kid's beast riding? Wang Handong admitted he'd misjudged the situation. Yet every heavenly god present, including those from the Sea Clan, had unanimously predicted Xu Xing's defeat. None had discerned anything extraordinary about his beast riding technique. Even when the parasite emerged, they dismissed it as just another ordinary mutated gold-devouring insect. Little did they know that the creature was so vicious it could invade the body through wounds. Before ascending to godhood, all races could only use cultivation techniques to refine spiritual energy in objects, slightly strengthening their internal organs. Yet no matter how fortified, the practitioner's body remained the weakest link. This is why beast tamers always wore armor in combat. External wounds are easy to heal, internal injuries are difficult, and the soul is beyond cure. That brat Xu Xing's beast taming technique could actually flow through a creature's wounds, enter its blood vessels, and reach its vital organs. If you encounter bugs outside your body, just swat them dead simple. But what if insects appeared inside the body? The very thought sent chills down Wang Handong's spine. Slap your own chest to shock the insects to death? One or two might be stunned to death, but what about a swarm of hundreds or thousands? The bugs probably wouldn't all die before your internal organs shattered from the impact. Besides, damn it, those bugs look tougher than his internal organs. Relying solely on shaking them to death? Almost impossible. Thus, Wang Handong vowed never again to venture out bare-chested. If he accidentally got scratched and bled, and an enemy used those bugs to infiltrate his body, he'd be dead or at least severely weakened. A celestial god merely represents a leap in life's tier, it doesn't grant immortality. Allowing these insects into his body would severely deplete his vital energy, even if divine power could expel them. If a mere level 4 parasitic bug could pose a minor threat to a heavenly god, what would happen when these insects advanced to demigod, or even heavenly god? Wang Handong's body trembled involuntarily. A swarm of divine-level parasites. Not a single one of these gods present would escape. Zhou Jimin seemed to read Wang Handong's thoughts. He patted his shoulder. First middle school is under your command. So when this student emerges, you understand? Wang Handong nodded fiercely. Understood. A national treasure-level genius under protection. If he could cultivate this individual to the heavenly god realm, no, even to demigod, then his combat prowess alone would rival that of a group of heavenly gods. By then, Xu Xing alone would wield greater deterrence than all 12 of them combined. Chapter 26, Sea Wolves and Electric Eel Clan. No rush with Xu Xing. We can wait for him to emerge. Right now, Brother Ming, let's go collect our spoils. Following Brother Ming never leads to regret. Though his haul wasn't as extravagant as Brother Ming's, it still comprised the lifetime savings of 2 sea gods. This single day's plunder likely equaled his earnings from the past 100 years. As for Zhou Jimin, it was even more staggering. Just the lifetime savings of the Merfolk chief alone represented unimaginable resources, let alone those of the other 8 Merfolk sea gods. The resources Brother Ming had acquired could probably buy the entire city of Wangjiang. But something felt off about the sea tribe's demeanor. Could it be they didn't intend to honor their promise? Ming, grab your spoils. Wang Handong acted faster than the eye could follow, sweeping his sleeve to pull his share of the loot from the ocean center. The other human deities who had placed bets looked as sour as if their parents had died. But upon seeing Xu Xing's half-naked centaur, they shifted from shock to elation and immediately swept up the spoils within the arena. Compared to Wang Handong and his partner's haul, those who hadn't dared to bet had won a mere 5 million high-grade spirit stones at most. At first glance, it seemed like a lot, but in reality, several million high-grade spirit stones could only buy one weapon exclusive to the sea god. Gazing at Wang Handong and his companion's haul, especially Zhou Zhongming's 9 sea gods' lifetime savings, they seethed with regret, wishing they could slap themselves silly. Zhou Jimin chuckled lightly. He had long prepared for this sweeping of the spoils. The moment Xu Xing secured victory, his beast-riding seraphim sprang into action, moving with lightning speed to claim his share. By the time Wang Handong moved to act, the seraphim had already returned to Zhou Jimin's side, bearing the spoils. Stop! The sea tribe hadn't even recovered from their defeat when they suddenly realized their entire lifetime's savings had been taken. The merfolk's expressions turned ferocious, their eyes bulging wildly, all traces of their previous composure vanished. The two representatives of the Redwood clan, enraged beyond measure, abandoned their human forms and transformed into towering trees to block the path. The 12 human clan deities, united as one against the common foe, snorted coldly. What do you mean yours? The moment you lost, these treasures became ours. If you can't handle losing, don't play. You can't even defeat a mere human insect genius, yet you expect us to submit? Have a good look at yourselves in the mirror. Get lost. This spoils were won by my strength. Got a problem with that? Not happy? Start a fight. The merfolk chieftain's heart bled inwardly as he watched his sea god's ring fall into human hands. Even his strongest Qigong defenses were shattered. Taking a deep breath, the merfolk chieftain fixed a piercing gaze upon Xu Xing, forcing himself to steady his composure. Zhou Shimei, you knew the stakes. You win, you take it. These were meant for you. Chief? Before the human could react, other merfolk grew impatient. The chieftain calmed them slightly, then continued coldly, expressionless. But there's a saying among your humankind, meet halfway. Therefore, take half of our treasures as you please, but return the rest. Greed will come back to bite you. Damn you, you old bastard, you're ing shameless. Wang Hanong stood beside Zhou Jimin, remarking he'd never seen such brazenly shameless seafolk. The merfolk chieftain glared coldly at Wang Hanong. Zhou Jimin shifted his stance, his smile unchanged. Still impossible to return. If you disagree, let's settle this. Outside, war was about to erupt, but within the secret realm, all was calm. With the gold-devouring insects clearing the path, Xu Xing and his 3 companions sailed smoothly in their fishing boat. They encountered hardly any sea creatures, let alone sea clans. The smooth journey left Xu Xing feeling somewhat incredulous. However, as they neared the purple resource point of floating island, their luck seemed to run out. The fishing boat plunged directly between 2 large sea clan groups. The Sea Wolf clan and the Electric Eel clan were locked in a standoff, vying for a 3,000-year-old dragon flower. Suddenly, Xu Xing's fishing boat cut across their path, skidding to a halt and sending white spray flying. Human Race, Squad 1001. The 2 great sea clans fixed their gaze on the intruders. The characters displayed above Xu Xing and his 3 companions instantly brought them to their senses. A sea wolf screamed. 1001. He's from the Human Genius Squad. Kill him, and we can trade him for a heavenly god pill. The Electric Eel clan reacted swiftly, encircling Xu Xing and his companions. Their blue-purple bodies flashed with light, forming a vast electric net. Purple lightning pierced through the seawater, instantly striking the fishing boat where Xu Xing and his companions were. The group fishing boat, merely of supernatural grade quality, offered mediocre defense and couldn't withstand an attack from the electric eels of force comparable to the royal family of the sea. Xu Xing's face darkened instantly. His reflexes were lightning fast. He spun around, grabbing Siyu and Yu Ting by the arms with both hands. Planting one foot firmly on the sea, he unleashed terrifying force, bursting out of the electric net's enclosure in an instant, sending waves crashing around him. Wang Mingxin, meanwhile, was snatched up by the giant hand formed by the devouring gold bugs and hurled out of the electric net's range. The tens of thousands of extraordinary grade gold-devouring insects that had chosen to cover Xu Xing's retreat were unable to escape the electric net's embrace. Their bodies crackled with blue light as continuous electric currents relentlessly destroyed their insides. You're asking for death. Xu Xing watched the electrocuted metal-devouring insects with a savage glint in his eyes. You'd better be careful. Wait for me to return. Leaving his epic tier fishing boat behind for the 3 women, Xu Xing charged back into the fray. The Electric Eel squad numbered only a few dozen, but each possessed exceptional combat prowess. 1 at level 8+, 3 at level 7, and the rest all at level 6. The Oceanic Secret Realm amplified their electro-discharge capabilities several-fold. Thus, the Electric Eel clan held great confidence in themselves. Even if they encountered the Imperial clan of the sea, they were prepared to fight. The Eel clan captain fixed his gaze on Xu Xing charging alone, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Human genius? You foolhardy creature. Form thunderballs. Kill him. Meanwhile, the Sea Wolf clan, seeing Xu Xing charge toward the electric eels, were instantly alarmed. They all went berserk, simultaneously charging at the Electric Eel tribe. To an outsider, it looked like they were rushing to save Xu Xing. Electric Loach, hold your fire. That boy is our Sea Wolf clan's prey. The human genius who secured the first kill would achieve great merit in this secret realm expedition once he claimed the enemy's head. Perfect timing. Seeing the Sea Wolf clan charging toward him, Xu Xing felt not alarm but delight. Perfect. I'll slaughter every last one of you, extract your demon cores, and enhance my beast-taming. The instant Xu Xing was electrocuted, he had already decided the creatures before him were prime evolutionary materials. His gold-devouring beetles lacked lightning resistance. This would fill that gap. If the demon cores proved potent, perhaps the beetles could even gain lightning abilities. Insects generating electricity? Makes perfect sense. Xu Xing's fist shot out like a dragon, his body contorting in unnatural ways as he lunged at the Sea Wolf tribe captain sneaking up behind him. Hidden in the shadows, dozens of epic-tier gold-devouring beetles launched themselves like electric eels, striking one by one. Seeing Xu Xing actually turn to face him and dare to clash fists, the Sea Wolf tribe captain was overjoyed, thinking victory was assured. As the strongest of the Sea Wolf clan's new generation, his A+ level, half-step demigod strength delivered a punch packing nearly 1,800 gene. The force of a single punch rivaled that of an ordinary demigod. This single blow would surely reduce that feeble human to ashes. Xu Xing remained expressionless, channeling the newly learned spirit orifice technique to summon every ounce of his strength. Boom! Boom! Fist met flesh repeatedly. In an instant, dozens of blows exchanged, each strike evenly matched, sending waves crashing with each impact. Captain Sea Wolf was reeling from the blows, his focus shattered. In that split second, Xu Xing seized his chance, closing the distance in an instant and driving a fist into his throat. Goodbye. Xu Xing murmured. Behind him, hundreds of thousands of extraordinary great gold-devouring insects surged forward, surrounding and devouring every member of the Sea Wolf tribe. Compared to specialized races like the Electric Eel clan, the Sea Wolf clan was far more ordinary. As a strength-type bloodline developer, Xu Xing couldn't care less about them, he simply fed them to the gold-devouring beetles. Chapter 27, Unstoppable Rampage, Top-Ranked. Dozens of epic-tier gold-devouring beetles concealed their presence, striking in an instant upon closing in. Over a dozen electric eels had their heads blown apart. Their eyes flickered with disbelief as they fell, unwilling to accept their fate. The gold-devouring insects then transported the intact corpses of the electric eels back. Xu Xing sheathed his blade. The dozen or so electric eels had generously contributed 7 demon cores to him. True to their top-tier bloodline, the sea creatures yielded a high demon core rate. Xu Xing examined the walnut-sized blue demon cores in his hand, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Electric Eel Demon Core 7, Supernatural. Spiritual Energy, 5,674 7 points. Attributes, Lightning. A pity they only possess one trait, but it should suffice, Xu Xing murmured before tossing all the demon cores into the Demon Refining Pot. Targeted Fusion to enhance epic grade gold-devouring insects. Enhancement Direction, Lightning. Quantity, 7. Materials Input, Transcendent Grade Electric Eel Demon Core 7, Life Essence 700,000 points. Since entering the oceanic secret realm, the gold-devouring beetles had slain no fewer than 100,000 gene of various sea beasts for him, yielding at least 1 million points of life essence. Sufficient materials. Initiating Enhancement. Mutated Gold-Devouring Insect, Epic Plus. Quantity, 7. Abilities, Life Devouring, Superb Speed, Superb Physique, Superb Strength, Lightning Spirit Body, Minor Achievement Lightning Immunity plus 30%, Lightning Attack plus 30%. Excellent. The epic-tier gold-devouring beetles have grown significantly stronger. Xu Xing casually began organizing the spoils gathered by the beetles after battle. A fully matured 3,000-year-old dragon roaming flower, epic quality. Capable of purifying and enhancing dragon-type beast master bloodlines, or potentially refined into dragon roaming pills to aid cultivators in mastering and comprehending the dragon roaming body technique. 3 Sea Clan Spatial Rings. Penny pinchers. Nearly 20 Sea Wolf clan members contributed only 1 spatial ring. 2 from the Electric Eel clan. Unfortunately, Xu Xing hadn't yet reached demigod status, so he couldn't use his divine consciousness to purge the markings on them. Congratulations! You have annihilated 2 hostile Sea Clan teams. Points are being tallied. Trialist's Base Power, Level 4. Level 6 24 members, 380. Level 7, 5 members, 150. Level 8 plus 2 members, 80. Total, 610 points. Grand total, 1370. Congratulations to Squad 1001. Your points have surpassed 1,000, securing the top spot on the Secret Realm leaderboard. This achievement will be announced throughout the entire Secret Realm. Would you like to make this information public? No disclosure. Don't disclose the team name either. Unfortunately, the Secret Realm spirit ignored the request. Perhaps the team name was part of the announcement protocol. Just like last time, the name 1001 once again sparked a frenzy. Congratulations to Human Race Squad 1001 for surpassing 1,000 points and claiming the top spot on the leaderboard. Captain, XXX, members, 3, XXX, XXX. The 3 women watching from afar seemed accustomed to such scenes, yet the sight of Xu Xing single-handedly battling 2 tribes still deeply stirred them. Especially since Xu Xing could actually match the strength of the Sea Wolf clan, renowned for their physical prowess, and even beat them to death with a flurry of punches. The spirit orifice technique is truly formidable. No way, starting today, I'm practicing it too. Wang Mingxin's eyes burned with determination. She couldn't stand the comparison anymore. It was bad enough that her beast control couldn't match Xu Xing's, but now even their cultivation levels and raw power were falling behind. Before entering the secret realm, the gap between them and Xu Xing hadn't been too great. But now, if she wasn't mistaken, Xu Xing's beast control seemed to have undergone another positive mutation. If this continued, the gap between them would become irreparable, something Wang Mingxin refused to accept. Shen Xiyu and Gao Yuting instantly made their decision too. Then let's train together. With the protection of the gold-devouring beetles, they felt confident about their safety. You wish to cultivate? Xu Xing approached, overhearing their discussion. Very well. We've arrived at the floating island, where the spiritual energy is dense and rich in the three elements of water, earth, and wood, perfect for cultivation. But if we cultivate, we fear it might dilute your beast-taming power. Points were equally crucial. They hadn't contributed many points to begin with, and now cultivating seemed to further dilute Xu Xing's beast control. Minor issue. Don't forget I have the reincarnation pool. The fallen gold-devouring beetles will be revived swiftly. With nearly 1 million of them, allocating 20,000 to you won't affect anything. Xu Xing no longer valued the extraordinary grade gold-devouring beetles. Without the aid of parasitic worms, the combat effectiveness of transcendent grade gold-devouring beetles in this oceanic secret realm might even fall short of the three women's beast-taming abilities. Perfect timing. After stepping onto the floating island, he could gather a fresh batch of resources, hoping to assemble enough materials for 1,000 epic tier gold-devouring beetles to evolve. Prepare to land. Focus on your cultivation. I plan to refine the domain core into the floating island. You can stay here and oversee it for me. The three women nodded in agreement. Very well, so be it. At the sea dragon pile, the far eastern reaches of the secret realm, Xu Xing's two close brothers, Wu Yulong and Li Tanchang, were wandering and fleeing with their squad leader. Their squad had barely entered the secret realm when they plummeted into the sea dragon's lair. The moment they stepped into the secret realm, over a dozen sea dragon eggs appeared around them. Overjoyed, they wasted no time and began stewing the dragon eggs. Their beasts devoured them, and they ate them too. After consuming 2 eggs, Wu Yulong's beast-tamer abilities underwent a direct bloodline evolution. Li Tanchang and the squad leader, seeing this, grew envious. They frantically stewed sea dragon eggs to feed their own beasts. The dozen sea dragon eggs were quickly devoured. Unfortunately, before Wu Yulong's beast could complete its evolution, the dragon egg parents returned. 2 top-tier, demigod-level sea dragon beasts returned home to find only shattered eggshells where their offspring should have been. Their wails were piercingly heart-wrenching, unbearable to hear and enough to bring tears to the eyes. Wu Yulong and his companions also shed tears not from sorrow, but from sheer excitement. 2 demigod-level sea beasts. Had it not been for the class monitor's beast with detection and acceleration talents, plus Li Tanchang's beast with interference talents, the 3 of them would have perished long ago. But a demigod-level sea dragon beast wasn't so easily shaken off. Thus began a relentless chase and escape that lasted 2 full days. They did encounter other sea tribe groups along the way, but upon spotting the trio from afar, those parties immediately fled. Demigod-level sea beasts were already considered the apex predators of this secret realm. Even the merfolk would retreat 3 steps upon encountering 2 enraged sea dragons. Damn it! Why are these 2 stupid sea dragons so stubborn? They've chased us for 3,000 li. Aren't they tired? Wu Yulong gasped, his eyes rolling back in his head, yet his legs still pounded the ground furiously. Of course. If your beast was devoured raw, you'd be angrier than the beast itself. Li Tancheng understood, but understanding was one thing he had no desire to keep running. Damn it, you're empathizing with the beasts now? They didn't lock onto both of you, did they? Wu Yulong was furious. They'd all eaten the dragon egg together, yet only his aura had been locked onto. Those 2 stupid dragons were relentlessly chasing him. We were just keeping you company. Besides, only your beast completed the bloodline evolution, who else would they chase? Your beast companion acquired dragon bloodline essence, that's the key. Unless you abandon your beast, there's no escaping. The squad leader's tone was both sympathetic and envious. A dragon-type beast master, even a sub-dragon, was among the absolute elite. If Wu Yulong's beast successfully awakened, he would gain direct qualification to ascend to godhood. Wu Yulong glanced at his beast companion and instantly broke into a smile, the weariness in his body and heart seeming less burdensome. Heh, we ate that dragon egg together. If your beasts don't measure up, don't blame me. Hurry up, especially Tianchang. I'm seriously about to collapse. Wu Yulong gasped for breath, his body pushed to its absolute limit. If not for snagging an epic tier pair of wings during his escape, there was no way he could outrun the sea dragon on his own 2 legs. Hidden in the shadows, Li Tanchang and the squad leader were equally exhausted. The squad leader, aided by his beast companion's keen eyesight, scanned the rear. They're coming. 3,000 meters to the right. Watch out. Wu Yulong's legs moved like wheels of fire. The moment the squad leader spoke, his primal survival instinct kicked in, propelling him to swerve left. Boom! Water balls the size of human heads rained down like bombs, hurtling straight toward Wu Yulong. Thanks to the squad leader's warning from the shadows, Wu Yulong dodged at the last possible moment. Unfortunately, after 2 days and nights of relentless combat, his body had reached its limit. Several water balls slammed into Wu Yulong with brutal force. While Wu Yulong coughed up a mouthful of blood, spewing like a tidal wave, his body hurled hundreds of meters away. Tanchang, still not ready? Wu Yulong cried out, his face contorted in despair. I'm dying, really dying. I can't hold on any longer. Li Tianchang, hiding in the void, sweat dripping from his forehead, frantically dismantled and reassembled the array discs with both hands, muttering, almost, just a few more minutes. Damn it, class leader, save me. I can't hold on for even a few minutes. Wu Yulong's lips trembled. This stupid sea dragon had way too much spiritual energy. The squad leader's teeth clenched, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth and eyes. I'll shield you one more time. I've stripped myself bare for you. Chapter 28, Landing on the Island. The island before them rose suspended above the ocean, its dense mountain ranges earning it the name Floating Island. Its inhabitants primarily fished for sustenance, though rumors whispered of beings who had awakened spiritual intelligence and taken human form. Xu Xing and his 3 companions quickly reached the island aboard a fishing boat. Gazing at the vast, suspended land before them, they were utterly speechless. The floating island, it truly hovers in midair? An island this size, probably half the size of Wanjiang City, how can it remain suspended and stable? Even the well-traveled Chen Xiu fell silent at this question, able only to marvel. Perhaps it's the power of nature. Of course, it could also be the power of a demon beast. Legend says some islands were once transformed from the black tortoise deity. This vast island before them might be no exception. Who cares? Let's land. Xu Xing cared little for its origins. What he could sense was the island's dense spiritual energy, thick as mist. Within its depths, countless spiritual herbs and treasures must surely be nurtured. 3,000 li west of the floating island, the young brothers' faces were grim. Their mission in this secret realm had 2 main objectives. First, to gather items needed by their clan. Second, naturally, to find Xu Xing and exact revenge. Unfortunately, luck had deserted them. Not only had they landed in a resource-poor sea region, but they'd also encountered numerous sea beasts, nearly capsizing their boat and injuring themselves. After barely escaping that perilous stretch of sea, they immediately encountered the royal clan of the sea race, the Crimson Robe Sacred Tree Clan. The Crimson Robe Sacred Tree Clan was exceedingly rare, with only a dozen or so offspring trees born over hundreds of years. Yet their bloodline was epic tier from birth, and their combat prowess upon emergence rivaled that of a level 6 beast-tamer. Unlike other sea clans, the Crimson Robe Sacred Clan was less a sea tribe and more a druidic race of the deep. Their heritage stemmed from an ancient divine tree that communicated with the gods, the Crimson Robe. Awe-inspiring bloodlines and flawless prowess define them. Even in their youth, red cloth trees grow to terrifying heights of hundreds of meters. When fully extended, they become true war machines. Alas, the divine punishment inflicted upon this race far surpasses that endured by human beastmasters. It has severed their very ability to reproduce. Newborns of the Redwood clan could only rely on the remnant seeds preserved by their ancestral tree, the surviving vestige of the ancient divine tree. In essence, the Red Robe clan is the remnant trace of that ancient red robe tree in the mortal world. Should the divine tree falter, the Red Robe clan would inevitably perish. Unfortunately, the Redwood sacred tree has indeed fallen ill. In recent years, its divine aura has grown increasingly feeble. The number of seeds it bestows each year has steadily declined. In the past decade, barely over 100 new redwood trees have sprouted within the tribe. For any race, such a figure signifies an existential crisis. Even though the sacred red trees possess immense longevity, they too must eventually die. Their inability to reproduce inherently limits the tribe's growth. Before the trees decline, it bestowed dozens of seeds annually, equivalent to a dozen new tribe members each year, barely sustaining the clan's existence. Now, however, the sacred tree's weakness has plunged the entire redwood tribe into a profound crisis of survival. They must prolong the sacred tree's life, for it is the very root of their tribe. To preserve the sacred tree's vitality, the Redwood clan, long dormant, must now mobilize en masse. They brave fiery trials and perilous depths, venturing into every hidden realm in search of the elixir that can sustain the sacred tree. The oceanic secret realm, rumored to contain the ancient floating temple, might hold relics from the primordial era. Hearing of the Sea Clan's activities, the Red Robe clan swiftly intervened, volunteering to join the trials. As a newly opened realm, even without ancient relics, it still holds countless rare treasures. The victor of the secret realm might even gain control over the entire domain. If they could claim the entire realm and sacrifice it to the Crimson Robe Sacred Tree, it would at least extend its spiritual vitality for another century. This time, the Red Shirt clan sent only one representative to the secret realm. As the only member of the clan in a century to have just passed the juvenile stage, Red Mountain had already reached the demigod realm. His crimson robe divine physique had long since reached perfection, his body as resilient as epic grade gold tier materials. He was confident he could dominate the young generation of countless tribes. In this secret realm, the opposing race was merely the insignificant human race. Only if it were the royal race of the sea, the merfolk, would he perhaps give it a passing thought. Indeed, this proved true. Over the past 2 days, all 4 human groups he encountered were no match for him. Weak. So weak. Hongshan snorted coldly, deeply dissatisfied with his kin's excessive fear of humans. 2 more little insects. Spotting the brothers Yang Jiafeng and Yang Lin from afar, Hongshan sneered coldly. His body transformed into a crimson streak, appearing beside them in the blink of an eye. Countless branches shot up from the ocean floor and out of the void, wrapping around Yang Jiafeng and Yang Lin. Suspended high in the air, they were poised for a fatal strike. Weak. You're all too weak. You don't even spark a shred of my fighting spirit. How boring. Truly boring. Disappointment washed over Hongshan's face. With a wave of his hand, countless branches bearing sharp thorns pierced the brothers' bodies, beginning to drain their life essence. He knew humans possessed mandatory protective measures, a ridiculous decision, in Hongshan's view, born from the Sea Clan's high command's fear of the human clan. An age-old feud between two races, a life or death battle in the secret realm, yet humans had life-saving measures, meaning only the Sea Clan could die? What kind of deathmatch was this? Wasn't this using the lives of the Sea Clan's people as training fodder for the human clan? Though he, Hongshan, belonged to the Red Robe Holy Clan unaffiliated with the Sea Clan's jurisdiction, he had long resided in the deep sea, considering himself part of its inhabitants. Humans had perpetrated generations of atrocities against sea creatures, forging an irreconcilable enmity. The higher-ups may dare not offend the humans, but he dares. So what if they have safeguards? Hongshan has his own methods. He may not be able to kill them, but he can be far more vicious than death itself. By draining their life essence, even if forcibly returned, they would be crippled for life, never able to cultivate again. Yang Jiafeng and his companion felt their life essence vanishing within them, seized by terror. Spare us. Spare us. I beg you, spare me. I know where the human geniuses are. Yang Jiafeng wept uncontrollably, desperate to survive. Hearing the enemy sought powerful human opponents, he betrayed his companion without a second thought. Chapter 29, Framing. A sharp gleam flashed in Hongshan's eyes as he paused the roots in his hands. You know a human genius? Wait, that doesn't make sense. Your kind always sticks together. You're not pulling my leg, are you? Yang Lin shook his head repeatedly. No way. Of course not. It's just that we also have a grudge against Squad 1001. As classmates of Xu Xing, they naturally knew his squad number. They had already planned to enter the secret realm and find an opportunity to eliminate him. But they never imagined that on their very first day in the secret realm, while still on the run, Xu Xing would deliver earth-shattering news. When the brothers heard Xu Xing had achieved the first kill against the Sea Clan, they were furious enough to burst a blood vessel. Hearing the details of Xu Xing's accomplishment, they suffered a crushing blow to their pride and spat blood on the spot. This news was harder to swallow than enduring a day and night of relentless pursuit. Now, to make matters worse, Hongshan was actually searching for human geniuses. That resounding 1001 throughout the entire secret realm certainly qualified. Sure enough, upon hearing 1001, Hongshan's expression shifted. He immediately released the two brothers and even returned the life force he had absorbed. The brothers were overjoyed. That instant of absorption had cost them a full tenth of their primordial essence, yet now the opponent had actually returned it. Thank you so much. Hongshan frowned, inwardly questioning whether these two were truly human. How utterly spineless. To actually thank him, their enemy? Utterly laughable, a disgrace to all races. Were it not for the information they possessed, he would have killed these traitors on the spot. Spill everything you know about 1001. Yang Jiafeng flashed a fawning smile and immediately began recounting. Big brother, you've come to the right person. The captain of that 1001 squad is my classmate, a student at Wangjiang City No. 1 High School named Xu Xing. Your classmate? Hongshan had studied human recent history and understood terms like class and classmate. But in his view, weren't classmates supposed to be like comrades? How could such a person betray his comrades? He, Hongshan, had no peers within his own clan. So forget classmates, he didn't even have friends. Yang Jiafeng, thinking the other was praising him, excitedly spilled everything about Xu Xing. Bro, Xu Xing's just lucky. His awakened guardian beast is nothing but a bunch of tardigrades. Only a few mutated and evolved before the secret realm trial. Hongshan refused to believe a genius capable of annihilating the entire Centaur clan could be so weak. Mutated evolution? Continue. My brother and I fought him. His mutated beast is an extraordinary great gold-devouring insect, numbering around 200,000. Plus, he has about 10 epic grade ones. Epic grade gold-devouring insects are vicious and treacherous. Big bro, you need to be extra careful when you meet him. Hongshan remained non-committal. Epic tier gold-devouring beetles were dangerous, but a mere 10 or so were too few to pose a real threat. And then? Keep going. Ha? Yang Jiafeng looked utterly bewildered. I'm done. Hongshan looked at him as if he were joking. With such meager forces, he actually wanted to wipe out the centaurs? Impossible. With this strength, they couldn't wipe out my entire sea tribe squad. Forget centaurs, even the weakest slime squadron could hold its own against them. Total annihilation? That requires absolute overwhelming power. Even if he personally intervened, he couldn't guarantee wiping out the centaurs. 50-odd people? If they realize they can't win, won't they just run away? Even slaughtering chickens takes a few seconds. Yang Lin gritted his teeth and tried to add, this is just pre-trial data, and besides, he has 3 women with him. Their beast tamers aren't weak either, so... 3 women? Beast tamers? What are they? Pretty? Mentioning women made Hong Shan's eyes light up. It was undeniable human beauties were plentiful, each with fair skin and flower-like faces, perfect for physical training and, well, other purposes. Yang Jiafeng recalled the 3 women, a flash of desire crossing his eyes. Seeing Hong Shan's interest, he gave an awkward smile. Pretty? Of course they're pretty. All 3 are campus beauty queen level beauties. As for their beasts, they possess extraordinary bloodlines, a 6-tailed spirit cat, an ice crystal fox, and a purple spirit sunflower. That's it? Hong Shan was utterly disappointed. He thought to himself, these 2 useless fools probably wouldn't even know the enemy's true strength. Do you know their locations? Roughly will do. Regardless, learning about their personnel and beast tamers was valuable intelligence. As for location, he'd only asked casually, but unexpectedly, the pair delivered another surprise. Yes, we do. Yang Lin presented the locator like a prized possession. Bro, this is the latest locator developed by my clan. That little punk Shu Xing's fishing boat was manufactured by us, so we can track his location though only within a rough range. Brother, look, this faint red line shows it. Hong Shan felt torn between relief for himself and sorrow for Shu Xing. The most united of all human clans had produced a traitor one who would attempt to assassinate their foremost genius. Fortunately, Hong Shan knew his allegiance. He shot Yang Lin a cold glance. Lead the way. A flicker of delight crossed Yang Lin's eyes. He exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Jiafeng before eagerly volunteering to lead the way. Useless. Foolish. Outside, Wang Handong watched the Yang brothers' performance, his blood boiling with rage. His eyes reddened as he glared at the Yang family. Old Yang. The heavenly god present from the Yang family felt his face grow hot with embarrassment. Before he could offer an explanation, the hostile sea god unexpectedly extended an olive branch to the Yang family. Brother Yang, your grandsons have excellent judgment. They've instantly recognized the Holy Tree clan's new holy son. Hong Shan offers support for ascending to immortal godhood. Why not consider joining my Sea Dragon clan with your entire family? The Yang family celestial's face darkened. Bull. Brother Jiming, do not fall for their divisive tactics. I have lived in Wangjiang for over 1,000 years, participating in its defense during countless battles, at least 80, if not 100. I have never faltered, let alone betrayed Wangjiang. Betraying Wangjiang meant betraying the entire human race, a title Yang Ji could never bear. Zhou Jiming was no fool, but he too was at a loss regarding the Yang family's offspring. Brother Yang, I trust you implicitly. However, your descendants seem... With so many heavenly gods watching, there was no chance to wriggle out of it. Yang Ji gave a bitter smile. My unworthy descendants have brought shame upon the human race. Rest assured, after this incident, I will thoroughly purge my clan. Petty squabbles and bullying women were one thing, but now they'd gone so far as to betray a human genius and been caught at it. I hope so. Ah, what a pity. To join our Sea Dragon clan would grant you 1,000 extra years of life. To turn down such a golden opportunity. Stop barking like dogs. So what if we won your 1,000-year savings? Prove yourselves and take it back. Wang Handong snapped irritably. The last major battle never actually happened. Despite the Sea Clan's numerical advantage in sea gods, if it came down to it, the 12 heavenly gods of Wangjiang City could at least take down 16 of them. The Sea Clan feared death above all else, they'd never risk it. Yet they couldn't bear losing so much treasure. So, thick-skinned as ever, they gambled again. Victory in the first phase must belong to the Sea Clan. If so, the human celestial gods would return half their gains. Conversely, if the Sea Clan still lost, they would immediately abandon the oceanic secret realm and concede defeat early. Zhou Jimin pondered briefly before readily agreeing. If Shu Xing could return early, it would be for the best. Burdened with the ancient witchcraft, it was better to send him to the capital sooner rather than later. On the Sea Clan side, the merfolk chieftain's expression flickered between light and shadow. Watching the red mountain within the secret realm steadily encroach upon Shu Xing, he felt an unexpected unease. Should Hong Shan fall in battle, I shall personally shatter the rules and activate the forbidden artifact. Victory is assured. Even if it destroys the entire secret realm. Chapter 30, What Luck? Shu Xing and his 3 companions successfully landed on the island. The vivid emerald stones that met their eyes left Shu Xing staring in awe. Spirit stone veins, low-grade spirit stones, small quantities of medium-grade and high-grade spirit stones. Quantity, 50,903 low-grade spirit stones, 4,891 medium-grade spirit stones, 30 high-grade spirit stones, 1 supreme spirit stone divine stone. A spirit stone vein? Without a moment's hesitation, Shu Xing released all his gold-devouring insects. Dig! Everyone start mining. Everyone gets an extra meal if we finish digging everything. The gold-devouring insects hummed with excitement as they eagerly began mining. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Thumb-sized holes instantly dotted the ground, and countless flashes of spirit light burst forth from the vein. Digging holes was no trouble for the gold-devouring insects, but extracting spirit stones proved difficult. The stones were fragile, and the insects dared not use force, only gently nibbling at them. Progress was too slow. Xu Xing released the large yellow croaker he forcibly subdued from the sea, slapping it on the head. Go! Control the water flow to cut through the rock and wash out the spirit stones one by one. The yellow croaker was stunned by the blow, but to survive, it reluctantly obeyed Xu Xing's command. Watching the countless spirit stones being transported out, it drooled with envy. Hurry up! Haven't you eaten today? Xu Xing smacked the yellow croaker on the head again. This massive sea beast whimpered in pain. The water elemental talent proved remarkably effective. In less than a day, hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones had been extracted. Glancing toward the secluded meditation area where the women practiced, Xu Xing casually tossed 100 mid-grade spirit stones their way. One mid-grade spirit stone was worth $1 million. Before, Xu Xing would never have spared spirit stones for cultivation, but now? A mere spirit stone? Use it freely. Looking around, Xu Xing's eyes were filled with the lush green glow of spirit stone mines, all thanks to the demon refining pot. At the island's core lay 3 high-grade spirit stone veins. The inner zone contained 10 medium-grade spirit stone deposits, while the outer zone held countless low-grade spirit stone veins. The secret behind the floating island's suspension was undoubtedly tied to the spirit stones scattered everywhere. No wonder it was called a purple resource point. These spirit stone veins alone were worth 10 years' worth of Wangjiang City's tax revenue. If he could relocate the entire island into the divine realm, could he then claim all these spirit stones? Xu Xing suddenly recalled that he still possessed a domain core device originally intended to help him defend an island. Now, the floating island beneath his feet was the perfect candidate. Without hesitation, Xu Xing pricked his finger, offered a drop of blood, and refined the domain core about the size of a purple apple. He then commanded the epic tier gold-devouring beetle to bury it 3,000 meters beneath the island's surface. Domain core, single-use Lord grade. Completion rate, 1/100. Estimated time, 15 days. Taming island creatures may accelerate progress. 15 days? That might not be enough time. Xu Xing frowned. This trial task had changed. Who knew if the second stage task would even let him stay here? Never mind. 3 contingency plans. He couldn't rely solely on the domain core. He had to prepare for failure. Therefore, the spirit stones gathered here would only be truly secure once brought back to his own divine domain. Xu Xing continued directing the gold-devouring beetles to clear paths while the yellow croakers mined spirit stones. Simultaneously, he commanded the parasites to actively spread across the island, infecting various sea beasts. This not only expanded his mining force but also dispatched scouts to seek out traces of sea clans and sea beasts. Spirit stones were crucial, but mission points were equally vital. Having decided to stay here, encounters with sea clans would likely dwindle. Proactively seeking and hunting them down was the only way to alleviate the scarcity of point sources. Fortunately, this was a purple resource node. Over several days, they encountered multiple waves of sea tribesmen seeking treasure. Without exception, Xu Xing counterattacked each group, completing the parasitic process before tossing them into the mineral veins to join the mining army. Spirit stones plus 10,086 pieces. Life resources plus 12,334 points. Points plus 236. For days on end, Xu Xing remained on the floating island mining, while the devouring gold beetles explored other regions. Weaker ones were killed and fed into the demon refining pot, while stronger ones were parasitized and turned into puppets. Unfortunately, the points gained began to dwindle. This might be due to the vastness of the secret realm, or perhaps because the trials had only just begun, resulting in few sea creatures venturing here. The human team encountered one such group during their time there, but Xu Xing scared them off using the gold-devouring beetles. Xu Xing had expected mining to proceed smoothly, but on the third day, trouble arose. Through the compound eyes of the gold-devouring insects, Xu Xing recognized the approaching figures as familiar faces. Brother, Xu Xing's location is right nearby. Yang Jiafeng pointed excitedly at the floating island, eagerly anticipating the moment Xu Xing would be killed. Hong Shan narrowed his eyes, gazing at the floating island. He was well aware of this resource point. He had planned to slaughter his way through the human faction, accumulate enough points, and then explore it. Little did he expect the other side to beat into it. But so be it. 2 birds with 1 stone, eliminate Xu Xing and seize the floating island. As he neared the floating island, Hong Shan sensed something. He reached out and snatched a gold-devouring insect concealed in the void. A mere transcendent tier insect? An epic tier 1 might be worth considering. Hong Shan snorted coldly. Seems I've been discovered. What? Yang Jiafeng was utterly shocked. Throughout their journey, he had gained a new understanding of Hong Shan's power. It was terrifying beyond measure, utterly impossible to overcome. The brothers had witnessed Hong Shan's concealment abilities firsthand on par with a demigod. But now the enemy claimed Xu Xing had already detected their trail? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It must be a coincidence, Yang Jiafeng muttered under his breath. Hong Shan was utterly speechless at the 2 fools before him. He thought, since Xu Xing had found them anyway, why not just kill them? But then he reconsidered. Given their traitorous nature, they might still be useful later. Forget it. Throw them into the sea. Whether they survive is up to them. Hongshan acted swiftly. His mind made up, he tossed both men into the sea before leaping across 1,000 meters of ocean himself, landing on the floating island. Shu Xing, come out and face your death. Meanwhile, Wu Yulong and his companions were still desperately fleeing. The two sea dragons seemed to have grown weary of the chase. They simply ignited their spiritual energy, channeling the sea currents to unleash relentless attacks upon Wu Yulong. The wide area assault even exposed Li Tanchang and the squad leader, who had been hiding in the void. Covered in blood, their defensive artifacts and armor shattered, their beasts gravely wounded and near death, they were forcibly returned to the beast riding space. Li Tanchang, you lazy bastard! Why isn't the formation complete yet? Wu Yulong was shattered. His internal organs felt like they'd been pounded by lead balls, bleeding and broken. If not for the bloodline feedback from his pet's evolution, he would have died 10 times over. Li Tanchang stood disheveled, blood spurting from the corner of his mouth, eyes glazed over. Shut up, shut up! Damn it, this is a demigod-level formation. If you think you can do better, go ahead. Holy, such dense spiritual energy. The formation's complete. Li Tanchang's face lit up with joy. Without caring where the spiritual energy came from, he immediately activated the random teleportation array in his hand. A dusty yellow array enveloped the three of them. Their figures began to fade away. Hai Long seemed to sense their impending escape. His fist-sized dragon eyes flashed with madness as he violently slammed his clawed chest. 3 mouthfuls of essence blood spurted forth, transforming into crimson arrows that shot into the 3 bodies. Wu Yulong and the others paled, but it was too late. Marked by the dragon's power, they vanished from their spot. By sheer coincidence, their teleportation destination was none other than the floating island where Shu Xing resided. Chapter 31, The Redwood Divine Body, Realm of Life. Hongshan's voice boomed across the entire floating island, the shockwaves sending birds scattering and beasts fleeing. The 3 women jolted awake and turned to look at Shu Xing. Shu Xing's expression remained calm as he gave them a reassuring smile. It's nothing. Just a few minor foes. Continue your cultivation. I'll handle them. Minions? Wang Mingxin stared at the trembling floating island, her lips twitching. But remembering Shu Xing's power, she felt somewhat reassured. Be careful, Chen Xiyu said, her expression tinged with worry. Unfortunately, her own strength wasn't sufficient to accompany him into battle. If you get hurt, come back immediately. Meng Xian's beast riding ability has started mutating. Even if you lose an arm or a leg, there's a chance to recover. It's no shame if you can't win. Gao Yuding's expression was serious. Shu Xing nodded. Don't worry. I told you I'm marrying Xiyu after graduation. Focus on your training. I saved some of the gold-devouring beetles for you. Don't worry, I know my limits. With that, Shu Xing mounted big yellow fish and leapt into the sea, leaving the island behind. Disturbing the 3 women as they cultivated on the island would be inconvenient, accidentally harming one another would be a poor trade-off. Hongshan's fury flared instantly. How dare you? The opponent knew he was a Sea Clan member yet still jumped into the ocean to challenge him. This was an outright insult. The Yang brothers, Yang Lin and his sibling, who had plunged into the sea, had initially fantasized about tagging along with Hongshan, the Sea Clan member, to slaughter enemies far and wide. They even hoped to snag some resources along the way. Instead, they ended up bringing him to Shu Xing, only for him to turn on them in an instant, kicking both brothers off the boat. If not for the spare fishing boat, they would have been devoured by sea beasts or drowned alive. Bro, the sea folk really are scum. We went through all this trouble to bring him here, and not only did he not reward us, he didn't even say thanks. He even tried to kill us. Yang Jiafeng tasted the world's cruelty for the first time. Staring out at the endless ocean, he just wanted to go home. What nonsense are you spouting? Yang Lin looked thoroughly displeased. He pointed at the floating island. That's a purple resource point. There's bound to be danger everywhere around it. Brother Hongshan dropped us off midway to protect us both. He did it to shield us so he wouldn't be distracted during his battle with Shu Xing. Do you understand? Yang Jiafeng looked utterly stunned. Is that really how it is? Of course it is. Otherwise, with Brother Hongshan's strength, he could have killed us with a single slap. Why go through all this trouble? I suppose so. He really is a true elder brother. Looks like I misunderstood Brother Hongshan. Yang Jiafeng looked guilty. If Red Mountain had overheard the brothers' conversation, he might have genuinely considered rewarding them with some points. Even the Sea Clan's subordinates weren't as devoted as Yang Jiafeng and his brother. Outside, the gods, prompted by Hongshan's journey to Shu Xing's floating island, set aside their disputes and arranged another wager. The sea gods and human heavenly gods, as if starting anew, separated across 2 ocean realms to observe the scenes within the secret domain. Yet the sea gods, who should have been gloomy, now wore broad smiles. Listening to the conversation between Yang Jiafeng and the other human, they nearly laughed themselves silly, mocking the human celestial deities one after another. Especially Wang Hanong, who had been the loudest in his boasts. Hanon, if I recall correctly, these two students are from your first middle school, aren't they? They truly live up to your training. Their loyalty surpasses even that of my own Sea Clan offspring. I'll report this to His Majesty the Sea God Emperor when I return. Perhaps His Majesty will be pleased and personally recruit you, granting you a supreme bloodline. Reaching new heights is within your grasp. Come join my Sea Clan. Wang Handong's face darkened as he glared at the Yang Clan's heavenly god. The Yang Clan's heavenly god had long lost any pretense of explanation. In his fury, he launched a sweeping purge of the Yang Clan. All who had indiscriminately slaughtered innocents, embezzled, oppressed others, or betrayed the human race over the past decade were hanged from the city walls of Wangjiang to demonstrate his resolve. Zhou Jimin, witnessing this, found it difficult to say anything further. However, regarding Yang Jiafeng and the other within the secret realm, he was utterly speechless. He ordered their names struck from the human clan's genealogy. It was simply too damn shameful. If word got out, Wangjiang's reputation would surely take a significant hit. The human race despises traitors above all else. Well, another surprise. Looks like your human race's luck has run out, eh? A sea god happened to witness the scene as the sea dragon descended onto the floating island alongside Wu Yulong and the other two. The other human heavenly gods watched, their brows furrowing in unison. Even Zhou Jimin's expression shifted slightly. East sea of the floating island. Xu Xing, riding his mutated yellow croaker, surveyed Red Mountain. Thanks to the Demon Refining Pot, he knew the enemy's strength inside out. Red Mountain Sacred Tree Clan Epic Plus. Level 8+. Abilities: Redwood Descent, Life Domain, Divine Sense Warning, Void Slaughter. Life Essence 800,000. Soul Crystals 9,999. Traits: one of the Divine Seeds, containing trace Divine Essence capable of condensing and enhancing the quality of Divine Domains. Finally, a boss. Xu Xing's eyes gleamed. One of his objectives in the secret realm was to capture several members of the Sea Clan royalty. The trial had lasted barely 4 days, yet the enemy had actually appeared before him, though it seemed the brothers Yang Jiafeng had lured it here to kill him. Excellent. You're mine now. Xu Xing murmured, unleashing all 8 million extraordinary gold-devouring insects remaining in his beast-taming space. Over the past few days in the secret realm, the constant feeding of sea beast corpses had caused the number of extraordinary grade gold-devouring beetles born within the beast-taming space to exceed 10 million. Even the epic grade ones had surpassed 100. Though Hongshan was formidable, he had come alone. Xu Xing was confident he could take him down with his eyes closed. 8 million gold-devouring insects swirled like a dark, endless curtain, obscuring the sky and blocking out the sun. Like a terrifying, endless black curtain, they instantly enveloped the eastern seas. Seeing this, Hongshan's face turned ashen. Without a second thought, he turned and fled. He was confident, but he wasn't stupid. Superior grade gold-devouring beetles were weak, but who the hell expected the enemy to have 8 million of them? Even if 8 million pigs stood still for him to kill, he couldn't finish them all. And these transcendent grade gold-devouring insects weren't weak, their suicidal attacks packed a punch. Xu Xing was surprised. The enemy was surprisingly sensitive, wanting to flee before the fight even began. Seems like they're pretty smart. This only fueled Xu Xing's excitement. He preferred intelligent bodyguards. When parasitizing hosts, the parasite could selectively preserve their consciousness. The higher the host's intelligence, the stronger the retained command capabilities. Later, he could cultivate several commanders, train the gold-devouring insects to form formations, and fully leverage their numerical superiority. Currently, Xu Xing relied solely on the sheer numbers and quality of his gold-devouring beetles to overwhelm opponents, without any systematic training yet. The Sea Emperor clan had a proven method for training demonic creatures. He hoped this one wouldn't disappoint his expectations. Epic tier little gold, epic tier parasites, all of you, go. Bring him back intact. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Over 100 fist-sized, dark gold epic tier gold-devouring beetles streaked like golden meteors, closing in on Hongshan in the blink of an eye. Hongshan's face paled with horror. Mutant epic tier? And there are so damn many of them. Hongshan's face instantly flushed crimson. A dark suspicion crept into his mind. Could those two jerks, Yang Jiafeng and the others, have been deliberately playing dumb to set him up? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Humans were notorious for their cunning and treachery, and now it had come back to bite him. Whoosh! 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 Hongshan grunted in pain as his body was instantly pierced by 3 epic tier gold-devouring beetles. One of them tried to burrow deeper through the wound, intent on tearing into his flesh. Redwood Divine Body, Life Domain. Chapter 32, The Royal Road emerges. Hongshan roared, unleashing his 2 ultimate trump cards. A crimson tree mountain materialized behind his physical form, while the injuries on his body rapidly healed. Oomph, die. Red Mountain, enraged and humiliated, crushed the epic tier gold-devouring insect within him. The other 2 self-detonated before he could act. Boom! A colossal wave of energy swept across the sea, burying Hongshan beneath the ocean depths. The gold-devouring insects, now without a target, circled the sea surface in search. Half his body blown apart, Hongshan stared blankly. Had he not mastered the realm of life, had the illusory form of the crimson-robed divine tree not shielded him, that explosion would have left him gravely wounded, on the brink of death. An epic tier beast self-detonating? That's epic tier. Even among the Sea Emperor clan, epic tier bloodlines were rare. Each beast with such a bloodline possessed the potential to ascend to godhood. Yet this opponent had chosen self-destruction without a second thought. Madman. Damn it. I have to escape. Hong Shan was terrified. He still feared death. He was only a few hundred years old and could live at least several thousand more. There was no need to risk his life fighting the humans. It wasn't worth it. Indeed, one should heed the elder's words just a little. If he hadn't entered this secret realm, if he hadn't provoked the humans. Feeling the presence of the gold-devouring beetles outside, Hong Shan's face twisted with madness. Burning his life essence, his body transformed into a crimson vine branch. Merging with the void, he attempted to cross it, forcing a teleportation. Though the gold-devouring beetles were formidable, they lacked the ability to traverse the void. Thus, his chances of escape were high. In truth, barring any mishaps, he might have succeeded. Unfortunately, he wasn't the protagonist. As Hong Shan sacrificed at least 500 years of lifespan to plunge into the void, the previously stable space suddenly erupted with spatial turbulence. This sent a chill down his spine. Being caught in such turbulence meant far more than merely losing centuries of lifespan. A single gust of the void's gale could strip away at least 2 tiers of one's soul. Gritting his teeth, Hong Shan had no choice but to retreat, squandering another few hundred years of lifespan. He prepared to reopen the void, only to find himself locked within the spatial passageway halfway through the process. Wu Yulong and the others were still drifting aimlessly in the void. Li Tiancheng simply couldn't draw a void shift talisman of the demigod tier. Neither his cultivation realm nor his spiritual power sufficed for success. Yet, gifted with extraordinary talent, he ingeniously reduced the required directional patterns and void markers for the teleportation talisman. To his surprise, he managed to complete it. Though he knew the consequences of using it would be dire, likely being swept into chaotic void currents, never finding coordinates back to reality. But with 2 enraged sea dragons closing in, plummeting into the void offered a sliver of hope. Falling into the dragon's jaws, however, meant certain death. Thus, Li Tiancheng hesitated not a moment, activating his crude, homemade teleportation rune. Fortunately, the talisman functioned correctly, propelling them into the void. Yet bad news followed immediately. They lost their bearings. Without a reality coordinate, the talisman sent them hurtling chaotically through the void. Just as the trio despaired, Hong Shan forcibly tore open the void, revealing real-world coordinates. Li Tiancheng seized control of the teleportation symbol, following the coordinates to burst out. The inevitable result was a collision of void passages. The partial passage Hong Shan had forcibly opened instantly shattered, rendered permanently unusable. Hong Shan instantly lost nearly 1,000 years of lifespan. Before he could complete his escape, his chi and blood surged violently, causing him to spew blood. He glared viciously at the 3 who had ruined his plans. You are asking for death. Hong Shan's face contorted into a hideous grimace, all traces of his previous cold demeanor vanished, replaced by a look that seemed ready to devour them whole. Wu Yulong and the others had barely escaped the dragon's jaws in the chaotic void turbulence when, before they could even feel relieved, they were suddenly locked onto by an aura no weaker than that of the sea dragon. The dense, palpable hatred and killing intent were equally intense, matching that of the dragon egg's parents who had been stewed alive. Holy, the Sea Emperor clan? Li Tiancheng, what the hell are you doing? Run! We might as well dive back into the void turbulence. The squad leader felt like crying. Was the heavens conspiring against them? Was eating a few dragon eggs really worth exhausting all their luck? Li Tiancheng's vision darkened at the sight of Red Mountain, nearly fainting on the spot. It's over. We're done for. That single teleportation talisman had drained his spiritual energy dry, costing him a significant chunk of his lifespan. And now, just as he de-escaped one danger, he de-walked straight into another. Don't give up. Run. Maybe. Wu Yulong's words trailed off as a familiar dragon's head suddenly emerged from the void passage they'd just traversed. Humans, you've got guts if you think you can keep running. The sea dragon was chasing them too. It's over. Forget it. Just wait to die. I hope it's true what teacher said, that severe injuries let you return. Oh, I wonder how Xingzi is doing over there. Too bad those dragon eggs I saved for him probably won't make it now. Don't lose hope. Only one sea dragon showed up, and there's a Sea Emperor clan member nearby. Maybe they'll fight each other. Class president whispered, though she didn't quite believe it herself. Heh, they might actually be allies. Then we just die even more miserably. Shut up. Li Tiancheng and the squad leader shot fierce glances at Wu Yulong. If you can't think before you speak, keep your mouth shut. Save your strength for running. Ha! Sea dragon? Stop. Hong Shan, seeing his prey snatched away, instantly flew into a rage. He desperately needed to kill these 3 before him with his own hands. He might not be able to defeat Shushing above, but surely he could dispatch 3 lowly minions? These 3 had ruined his 1,000-year lifespan. If he didn't kill them now, his Dao heart would never be stable again. Hai Long snorted coldly. Hongshan plan? I advise you not to meddle. They stewed my offspring, I must devour them. Hongshan froze. They ruined my 1,000-year lifespan. I must be the one to kill them. Wu Yulong and the others felt a chill run through their hearts. You jinx. Next time, keep your mouth shut. Sigh. I hope there is a next time. Let's risk our lives and run. This time we have to split up. Whether we survive depends on our individual luck, the squad leader said with a bitter smile. Given the current situation, staying together was worse than splitting up. Perhaps one of them might make it out alive. Their hearts heavy, yet fully aware of the gravity of the situation, they prepared to ignite their primordial essence. Suddenly, a swarm of insects appeared. They wrapped around the trio, instantly dragging them out of the deep sea. How dare you! Rescuers die first. The sea dragon lost its temper. Why was killing these three so difficult? He, a mighty demigod level sea dragon, had been toyed with by 3 humans below level 6. Worse, his entire brood had been boiled alive. If word got out, his authority would be utterly shattered. Hongshan instinctively recoiled at the sight of the insects, the holes in his chest still throbbing faintly. Seeing the sea dragon charge toward Xu Xing, Hongshan's eyes flickered. Instead of warning her, he accelerated in the opposite direction. The sight of the insects instantly sobered him. The foolish dragon's intervention had provided him with a perfect opportunity to escape. As for teaming up with the sea dragon to fight back? Red Mountain felt the endless swarm of gold-devouring insects and his mouth twitched. Forget it. Hai Long's skill level was at best on par with his own. One of them could beat him up, but 2 of them could turn the tables? He was dreaming. Hongshan was a sea dragon, not some gullible fool. Running was the only way to go. Surviving multiple deadly perils? That was a royal-class talent in itself. Chapter 33, The Dawn of Divine Warfare. The sea dragon surged toward the surface with boundless momentum, only to be instantly swallowed by 8 million gold-devouring insects. Its colossal form now seemed the perfect target for their relentless gnawing. Blood gushed from countless wounds, dragon blood spurting like fountains across the eastern sea. The sea dragon let out an earth-shattering scream, its heroic moment lasting barely 3 seconds before it plunged back into the depths. But Xu Xing, having spotted such a massive sea dragon, would never let it return. This was the perfect mount, far cooler than riding a yellow croaker. To capture it alive, Xu Xing unleashed epic-level gold-devouring insects and parasites. This terrified Hongshan, who was watching the spectacle below, nearly to death. Gold-devouring insects were already formidable, but he feared the parasitic worms even more. Though Hongshan didn't recognize the specific type, he'd personally endured the ordeal of being parasitized. Had it not been for the projection of the sacred redwood tree upon him, he would have been enslaved moments ago. As fellow sea folk, Hongshan showed some mercy, secretly transmitting a warning to the sea dragon above. Run! Those monstrous insects can enter your sea mind through wounds, devour your divine soul, and even enslave you. The sea dragon trembled at the words. Enslavement? The more powerful a demon beast's bloodline, the higher its spiritual awakening and the greater its fear of enslavement by alien races. Enslavement meant losing freedom for a lifetime, forfeiting everything, becoming the master's plaything. Holy Tree Clan brat. We're both sea folk, save me. The sea dragon scrambled toward Hongshan, rolling and crawling as he fled. Hongshan's face darkened. Go to hell. Get lost. I warned you out of kindness, don't force me to attack you. Red Mountain shouted as he burned his essence blood, racing toward the western sea. Had he not opened 2 void passages, leaving him utterly drained, Red Mountain was certain he would have fled long ago. Hai Long's face darkened. Kid, you're the one who provoked this enemy. Damn it, I just happened to take the lightning strike for you. Hongshan sneered. So what? Besides, you deserve it. Didn't you see those 3 being saved by the enemy? They even used an epic tier spirit treasure, the life heart flower, to heal them. You nearly killed 3 of his most cherished loved ones. So, killing you is only fair. Hongshan's voice boomed across the surrounding waters, loud enough for Xu Xing above to hear. A heavy weight settled in the sea dragon's heart. Hongshan's words had pushed him into the abyss. You little sapling, I may be trapped, but you think you can escape? Hai Long's expression hardened. Abandoning flight, he activated his demigod domain, temporarily transforming the entire sea into the abyss of the sea dragon. Kid, stay and face the enemy with me. If we join forces, we might just take the enemy down. Hai Long's heart burned with hatred. The human race had devoured his entire family, forcing him to beg for mercy. He simply couldn't bring himself to do it. With matters having reached this point, he might as well fight to the death. The sea dragon abyss engulfed a 1,000-mile radius, neatly encompassing Red Mountain. Enraged, Red Mountain cursed viciously, transforming into his true form and charging at the sea dragon. Human friend, we don't exactly have a blood feud. I captured this wicked dragon alive for you. Could you be magnanimous and spare me? Xu Xing burst into laughter. You think you can capture it alive? Hongshan's face lit up at first, then clenched in determination. Alone, I might not succeed, but I can certainly cripple it.
Fearing Xu Xing might refuse, Hongshan hastily added, moreover, I possess some mastery of the way of void confinement. If we join forces, I swear on my life we can capture it alive. Xu Xing felt a stir of interest. Sea beasts were notoriously untamed creatures, especially top-tier demon beasts of dragon lineage.
The current parasitic worm truly couldn't prevent a sea beast from self-detonating.
Seeing Xu Xing hesitate, Hongshan was overjoyed. He feared not hesitation, but complete indifference. Brother, 2 traitors have emerged among your humankind.
They're the ones who brought me here.
Oh, and it seems they're carrying your locator devices.
Shall I capture them for you?
At the mention of locators, Xu Xing's expression turned cold. He scanned with his divine sense but detected nothing.
Truly, technology and ruthlessness were formidable. Hand over your soul blood, and I'll let you go. Xu Xing conceded a step.
Hongshan hesitated for less than a moment before extracting a drop of soul blood from his heart and handing it to Xu Xing. Though surrendering soul blood meant being controlled by the other party, at least his body and consciousness remained his own. Even if he obeyed orders, it would only be temporary. Xu Xing absorbed the soul blood into his divine domain. Then, the two joined forces to pursue the sea dragon. From the moment Hongshan surrendered to handing over his soul blood, mere breaths passed. The sea dragon hadn't even registered what was happening. By the time it snapped back to awareness, Hongshan was already charging in. Outside, in the Wangjiang Sea, the celestial beings of both the human and sea clans faced each other across the water. Yet unlike the previous peaceful atmosphere, this encounter was thick with a murderous tension. The hunt for Xu Xing had lasted only a few hours, yet it had seen multiple dramatic reversals, sending the sea god's emotions on a roller coaster ride. The traitorous brothers Yang Jiafeng and Yang Jiafeng, leading Hongshan in hunting Xu Xing, had the sea gods laughing so hard they could have ridden the heads of the human heavenly gods. Especially Wang Hanon, the heavenly god in charge of the education realm, who was one step away from being dismissed. Alas, just as Hongshan had arrived with arrogant bravado, their defeat was equally disgraceful. Within half an incense stick's time, Hongshan was routed and fled in disarray, forced to expend their lifespan to open a void passage.
Then came the sea dragon. The sea gods assumed Hongshan and the sea dragon would join forces to decapitate Xu Xing in the ocean. But Hongshan abruptly defected to Xu Xing, turning on his own sea clan brothers and personally delivering them to the enemy. Humans, you've gone too far.
Demand they return Hongshan's soul blood at once, or else my ass get lost.
Merfolk King, what shall we do now? Hongshan absolutely cannot fall into human hands.
The sole celestial deity from the Sacred Tree clan wore a look of profound distress, as if he'd lost his parents. Hongshan's status was no small matter.
With the tribe's talents dwindling, Hongshan had become increasingly vital.
If he fell under human control, the king feared he too might never return to his people. Brother Hongling Tree, do not despair.
The secret realm has yet to conclude.
There may still be a chance for reversal.
The merfolk chieftain's expression betrayed urgency, though inwardly he thought, it's not my kin who've been captured, what the hell does it matter to me?
His divine ring, however, was likely lost forever. The thought of losing centuries of accumulated wealth filled him with unbearable anguish.
Thus, the grief, fury, and urgency etched on his face were genuine.
But at least we discovered the inheritor of the witchcraft legacy.
If we can bring Xu Xing back to the tribe, then all losses will be worth it.
The merfolk chieftain's eyes flickered as he watched Xu Xing within the secret realm, growing increasingly satisfied. A plan had already formed in his mind.
Xu Xing, he must have him. Su Qin, initiate the forbidden plan.
A shadowy figure in black robes beside the merfolk chieftain flinched slightly.
Yes, but chieftain, the human Ji Zhoming is likely. It matters not. I shall meet him personally. The sea gods of the marine clans have rested too long. It is time for them to warm up with the human race. When the divine war begins, that is when you activate the plan. Understood. Chapter 34, Forbidden Black Smoke. The Oceanic Secret Realm, the Floating Island.
With Red Mountain's assistance, Xu Xing effortlessly facilitated the parasitic infestation of the epic tier parasite. One by one, the black parasitic worms crawled into the sea dragon's body. The gravely wounded creature struggled for no more than a quarter of an hour before its once lively eyes grew dull and rigid. Having witnessed the entire process, Hongshan was so terrified that not a trace of wicked intent remained in his heart. He would never, ever want to end up like that. A living dead creature was nothing more than this. Such a vicious, cruel beastmaster. If he ever found a chance to escape, Hongshan resolved never to venture out again. He would hide within the Hongshan tribe, sheltered beneath the ancestral Hongshan sacred tree, cultivating slowly until he ascended to the rank of heavenly god.
Go. Bring those two back for me.
While you're at it, capture some sea creatures and beasts that mine spirit stones quickly. Otherwise, you'll be digging them out yourself, Xu Xing ordered. Hongshan bowed his head, his demeanor utterly respectful and obedient.
Yes, elder brother. I will complete the task within half a day. With that, Hongshan transformed into a crimson streak, hurtling straight toward Yang Jiafeng and his companion.
Their arrival at this very spot owed much to the efforts of these two.
Regardless of his motives, Hongshan could not let them off the hook. Awake? Why pretend to sleep? Don't recognize me?
Xu Xing finished his task and turned to look at Wu Yulong and the other two lying on the giant yellowfish's back. The trio slowly rose, their expressions unnatural, faces filled with shock, confusion, and fear. Shocked by Xu Xing's beast riding skill, puzzled by his strength, terrified of Xu Xing himself.
Relax, I haven't been possessed by any foreign demonic entity.
To bolster his credibility, Xu Xing looked at the trio and uttered words both believable and terrifying. Tingzi, you're into mature women, always having your girlfriend roleplay. Tianchang, you look mature on the outside, but deep down you're incredibly perverted, always getting cozy with your little lowly girlfriend.
Hey, as for the class monitor, I think I know you've got a thing for Wu Yu. Ah! Shut up!
The three of them burst into action with unmatched speed, no longer afraid of Xu Xing. They tackled him to the ground and clamped their hands over his mouth. Especially the class monitor, her face flushed crimson with excitement. She even unleashed her gravely injured beast, nearly tearing Xu Xing's mouth open in the process.
Xingzi, you really are something else.
Where's Siyu? I'm telling her you enslaved that female sea dragon behind her back and even played bondage games with it. Damn it, Xu Xing shoved the three of them away. You can mess around with food, but don't mess around with words.
Who the hell said I enslaved a female sea dragon? Could this sea dragon happen to be female?
Xu Xing stared speechlessly at the tightly bound sea dragon.
The parasitized sea dragon nodded submissively, lowering its head to gently rub against Xu Xing's calf. Xu Xing's mouth twitched.
While he did harbor thoughts of enslaving some of the Sea Clan's most stunning prodigies, those were merely thoughts, he hadn't decided to act on them yet.
He'd heard that demigod-level sea beasts could assume human form with a shape-shifting pill. This female dragon.
Xu Xing quickly halted his wild musings and wisely changed the subject.
How did the three of you traverse the void? To traverse the void required at least demigod-level power. Only those who had stepped into godhood could move freely through it.
Upon hearing this, class leader Wu Yulong and the others glared at Li Tianchang.
Li Tianchang snorted coldly, "Why are you looking at me? In that situation, if it weren't for me, we would have died for sure." The class monitor reluctantly gave Xu Xing a brief explanation of their ordeal.
"Oh, and here are the dragon eggs I saved for you.
There are exactly 4 left, 1 for each of you. With good luck, they might even trigger a bloodline evolution in your beasts."
Wu Yulong retrieved 4 crimson dragon eggs, each about half a person's height, from his divine realm.
Sea Dragon Egg Epic. Level 1 Incubating. Abilities: Superb Physique, Dragon Blood Boiling, Dragon Breath Unawakened. Life Essence 3000. Soul Crystals 889.
All 4 eggs were in similar condition, their bloodline qualities seemingly damaged to varying degrees. Xu Xing didn't hesitate, immediately storing them within the divine realm.
Takiko, is your beast still evolving? Let me see it. Wu Yulong summoned his beast without hesitation. Detailed information about the beast appeared in Xu Xing's vision.
Outside, after the merfolk chieftain made his decision, he immediately transmitted the order, initiating the divine war. The Sea Dragon clan and Sacred Tree clan united their forces to join the battle. The former had suffered the counter-killing of 2 sea gods, and within the secret realm, they had witnessed live as Wu Yulong and his 2 companions stewed over a dozen sea dragon eggs. A fight to the death was inevitable. As for the Sacred Tree clan, there was no question their sole prodigy in nearly a century, Hongshan, had been forced to surrender his soul blood.
Fighting was the only option.
Of course, while the fighting raged, the sea gods present were shrewd. They would never allow their forces to truly risk their lives against the human clan's heavenly gods. Even if their own offspring were killed, they wouldn't fight to the death for them, let alone for a clan genius.
Each sea god had lived for nearly a millennium. If offspring perished, so be it, they could simply spawn hundreds more. Seeing the plan work, the merfolk chieftain immediately proclaimed, "Brother Zhou, after centuries apart, let us test our skills. See if this king can hold on to his divine ring." Zhou Zhongming roared with laughter, "Then let's fight."
Wang Handong, have Yuan Chanshan watch over Xu Xing in the secret realm. I sense something amiss with the sea tribe, Zhou Zhongming transmitted urgently.
He dared not contact Yuan Chanshan directly.
Though she was of the Yuan family of the capital, she hadn't yet ascended to heavenly godhood. It was best not to expose her under the sea god's watchful eye. He didn't want to risk complications later when she ascended to heavenly god.
Wang Handong's heart stirred. "All right, Minga, stay safe. Don't worry. That old codger, the merfolk king, shows no fighting spirit. He's likely just trying to stall me. Take it easy. If anything happens to Xu Xing, force open the secret realm immediately."
As Zhou Jimin finished speaking, his figure vanished.
Simultaneously, the merfolk king disappeared as well. Their divine realms unfolded, locked in a strategic standoff.
As the merfolk king moved, Su Qin, the black-robed merfolk by his side, turned to black ash. Shedding her shell-like body, she withdrew from the battlefield, descending to the depths of the ocean at 30,000 meters.
At 30,000 meters below the surface, the abyss was eerily silent, still as a dead sea.
The moment Su Qin's form emerged, her body cracked open in large fissures. She grunted softly, forcing back the discomfort as she carefully retrieved 4 black stones and placed them onto an ancient altar. As the altar flickered with spiritual light and emitted hellish black rays, Su Qin's body trembled. She swiftly activated the pre-prepared entrance to the oceanic secret realm, channeling 4 streams of black light into the realm. Su Qin immediately resealed the altar, only to discover her array disc had malfunctioned and shattered. Cold sweat beaded on Su Qin's forehead. If these things entered the secret realm, that was one thing, but they absolutely couldn't escape into the real world. Otherwise. Gritting her teeth, she personally suppressed the altar above to seal it, unleashing her full power, that of an upper-rank god just 1 step shy of level 8. Borrowing the power of the sea god, she temporarily summoned the entire surrounding sea to collectively suppress the black smoke, forcing it back into the altar. Unfortunately, the black smoke seemed deeply displeased. It transformed into a colossal, sky-devouring maw, enveloping the entire sea region under Su Qin's control. As the 2 forces clashed, they tore through the void, disrupting the oceanic secret realm. The black smoke, along with the entire sea it had engulfed and Su Qin herself, plummeted into the secret realm. The secret realm closed once more, leaving the vanished sea and the black smoke behind as nothing but a void. The sea ceased its flow. The vanished expanse became a forbidden zone, as if time had frozen, no longer part of this world. Chapter 35, Purple-Winged Crystal Dragon. Xu Xing assisted all his companions in evolving their beasts. Li Tiancheng evolved into a super brain AI beauty capable of wielding modified heavy weapons and psychic arms, while mastering technological alchemy and artifact forging. Wu Yulong's dragon-type beast was the Purple-Winged Crystal Dragon Dragon Roar, Crystallization Armor Transformation. Purple-Winged Crystal Dragon, Epic Evolving. Level, 6+. Abilities, Dragon Form, Crystallization Unformed. Traits, Dragon Transformation. Evolution Success Rate, 69%. Using the Demon Refining Pot, Xu Xing viewed Wu Yulong's current beast riding data. After pondering, he silently resolved. Invest 500,000 life essence to aid its evolution. Direction, increase evolution success rate, enhance bloodline quality. Recalculating. Estimated. Purple-Winged Crystal Dragon, Epic Plus. Level, 7. Abilities, Basic Dragon-type Dragon Speech, Dragon Breath, Dragon Body, Dragon Wings, 5 Resistances, Crystallization. Traits, Dragon Transformation, Crystal Spirit Form. Evolution Success Rate, 99%. It worked after all. Xu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, stroking Wu Yulong's beast while discreetly activating the Demon Refining Pot to sacrifice 1 million units of life essence. Tiancheng, class leader, show me your tamed beasts too, Xu Xing said with a smile. Li Tiancheng and the class monitor didn't think much of it, summoning their own beasts. The class leader's beast, the Tianyuan bird, possessed the purest bloodline and had already reached the epic tier. Unfortunately, despite consuming so many dragon eggs, it showed no signs of further mutation or evolution. Celestial Bird, Epic Plus Evolving. Level, 7+. Abilities, Superb Vision, Superb Sense of Smell, Superb Speed. Traits, Dragon Transformation Unformed. Evolution Success Rate, 29%. Not bad. Investing a few 100,000 units of life essence should secure success. Xu Xing nodded, though he couldn't help but feel disappointed. The squad leader possessed the strongest beast-taming bloodline, yet it lacked any innate traits. Dragon Transformation was acquired by consuming a dragon egg. The naturally born beast master was far more intriguing, a rare ethereal entity without a physical form. Its emergence had caused a sensation throughout Wangjiang City. Unfortunately, after testing, it was found to possess almost no combat capability. Though exceptionally intelligent, born with formidable array inheritance and powerful learning abilities, its bloodline was only of extraordinary quality. The matter was eventually dismissed. Xu Xing stared at the Demon Refining Pot interface, his eyes flickering. Star Spirit, Superb Plus Evolving. Level, 5+. Ability, Super Senses. Traits, Dragon Transformation Unformed, Divine Connection Unformed, Influenced by Environment and Spiritual Energy, Immense Potential, Capture Recommended. Evolution Success Rate, 3.14%. Divine Connection Trait? The fact that the Demon Refining Pot specifically alerts me to this shows it's no ordinary trait. Forget capturing it, he's my life and death comrade. Besides, no matter how precious a star spirit is, could it ever match the Demon Refining Pot's value? If it truly serves a purpose, I can always collect fragments of its star spirit traits later and use life essence to forcibly integrate them into my own soul-bound beast. Calculating life essence required for both evolutions. Tianyuan Bird, 590,000. Star Spirit, 2.99 million, 1.99 million reduction if star core available. Whoa, holy crap. Tiancheng's beast-taming potential is insane. After consuming so many dragon eggs, he still needs an additional 3 million units of life essence to complete the evolution? Keep in mind Li Tiancheng only has one beast companion. Even his evolved witch bug parasites only required hundreds of thousands of life essence per epic tier creature. 3 million? That's enough to evolve 300 epic tier witch parasite armies. He'd been in the oceanic secret realm for nearly a week now, hunting at least 8,000 sea beasts, if not 10,000.
Yet the life essence he'd accumulated barely topped 2 million, not even enough for Tiancheng alone to go on a rampage.
No way, I'm still too broke, Xu Xing muttered under his breath. There were still 3 women's beasts on the island that hadn't been evolved.
So, what do you think? Can our beasts evolve?
Li Tiancheng asked casually. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Wu Yulong's beast flickered with purple light, autonomously returning to the divine realm. Wu Yulong beamed with joy.
It worked! My beast did it! It's already returned to the divine realm and begun its transformation. Guard me! With that, Wu Yulong projected his divine sense into the divine realm.
Countless spirit stones shattered as he manipulated the flow of time, channeling spiritual energy toward the core of his beast.
Li Tiancheng? Class monitor. Holy crap, Xingzi, feel my beast mount again. Li Tiancheng's eyes turned red with envy. Xu Xing had just finished touching Tanzi's beast and now it had successfully evolved? Xu Xing was both amused and exasperated. While the beast's evolution was indeed connected to him, it was primarily due to the demon refining pot. His touch alone couldn't have achieved it. Tiancheng, relax.
History books say dragon eggs are top-tier spiritual treasures. Your beast and the class monitors can evolve too. It might still be refining dragon blood essence.
Really? Absolutely.
Within 10 days, it will definitely evolve. Xu Xing assured him with a smile. 10 days, plenty of time to gather the life essence. By then, a mere few million units would be no problem at all.
Let's hope so.
The class monitor remained optimistic. Her beast was already powerful enough. Even if it didn't evolve after consuming so many dragon eggs, it would still gain strength.
Where are Siyu and the others?
The squad leader scanned the surroundings. Xu Xing pointed toward the island's center.
They're cultivating. They gathered quite a few spiritual treasures along the way.
The squad leader looked at Xu Xing with an envious expression.
Those 3 have it pretty comfortable with you backing them up. They can train in peace. Xu Xing smiled. Since you're here, let's act together. It's better to watch each other's backs. Besides, your beasts are still digesting the dragon eggs. It's not ideal for them to fight too much. This island holds a spirit stone vein. It's an ideal training ground. Why don't you join them? I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, that misty aura. This must be a high-grade spirit stone vein?
Li Tiancheng clicked his tongue in awe, greedily unfurling his divine domain to frantically absorb the spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was precious stuff. It could enhance the spiritual essence of one's divine domain, even nurture sacred grounds or blessed lands. It's not just high-grade spirit stones. The island's core holds supreme-grade spirit stones.
Go cultivate. My body has reached its limit. Then what about you? You can't just keep guarding us forever. Li Tiancheng felt a bit awkward. Xu Xing chuckled. Overthinking it. Am I that kind of person?
Letting you cultivate is also so you can help me protect Siyu and the others while guarding this island.
I plan to venture out.
With only 2 days left before the first trial phase, my points are a bit short.
I'll go hunt some targets and grab whatever resources I can.
The squad leader pulled up the points panel, staring speechless at Squad 1001's ranking.
Aren't you still in the top 100? Isn't that enough? Of course it's not enough. We need to break into the top 10 at the very least.
Hey, what about your team?
Want to come with me?
Xu Xing turned to the squad leader.
No. You go ahead. We'll just focus on cultivation and keep watch here for you. Li Tiancheng knew his limits well.
With Wu Yulong's beast evolution, relying solely on him and the squad leader would only slow them down.
Go ahead. Don't overthink it. We've gained plenty already.
Besides, the spiritual energy here is a once-in-a-century opportunity.
It'll at least expand our divine domains significantly, the class monitor said with a smile. Xu Xing nodded. Then I'll leave it to you.
The domain core is with Siyu, and we're 9 days away from completing the formation.
Alright, go ahead. Chapter 36, The Ominous Bronze Coffin. Oceanic Secret Realm, Western Sea Deserted Island. Su Qin's sapphire blue sea god armor lay shattered, revealing vast swaths of snow-white skin.
Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth.
Within the secret realm, her divine essence was suppressed.
Though she possessed the strength of an 8th-tier heavenly god, she could only exert the power of a lower-tier heavenly god at best. Fortunately, she hadn't been swallowed by the black mist.
Damn it!
Su Qin strode away from the desolate island with long strides. The forbidden black mist had devoured an entire island the moment it had pulled her into the secret realm. If it were allowed to grow, there would likely be no survivors left within.
Su Qin's expression darkened.
The mermaid princess was within the secret realm this time.
The others didn't matter, but the princess absolutely couldn't come to harm. Xiaoyun, your auntie won't let anything happen to you.
After sensing her bloodline connection, Su Qin immediately rushed toward the princess's location. As for the black mist lingering on the deserted island, Su Qin could only leave it be. The survival of the others was now up to their own wits. Near the floating island, Xu Xing led the army of gold-devouring insects in a full-scale assault. The constant chime of points being added echoed in her ears. Hunted level 8C wolf beast, points plus 30.
Hunt 10 level 7 sea squids, points plus 200. Killed level 8 sea siren, points plus 30.
Xu Xing broke through again, reaching level 5 beastmaster.
Yet he felt no joy the higher his rank, the fewer points he earned from hunting sea beasts and sea creatures. He wished his strength were lower. Fortunately, his beast companion was tireless. Within a day, his points surged back into the top 10, reaching a staggering total. Team 1001, Xu Xing 4 members. Points, 8,960 10th.
With less than a day left before the first phase trial concluded, nearby sea beasts had been hunted to extinction. Xu Xing hesitated over whether to vie for the top spot. Suddenly, his ranking shot up 3 spots in an instant, now 7th.
Ha! Xu Xing's expression changed. 3 top 10 contenders eliminated in an instant? Holy! Big bro, help! Run!
A forbidden artifact's been unleashed.
Hongshan dragged the Yang brothers, sprinting for their lives. Spotting Xu Xing, they saw him as their savior. Forbidden object? Xu Xing was puzzled and about to ask more when he saw a dark mist billowing behind Hongshan, and the demon refining pot flickering with a rare red glow. Black coffin mist, mythical grade severely corrupted. Details, originating from divine tombs, it carries ill omens and corruption. Once mastered, it can locate the grand tombs of deities. Note, extremely dangerous. Host advised to flee immediately. Holy, a mythic tier monster?
Xu Xing's face instantly turned green.
Damn it, Red Mountain, what the hell did you summon? Xu Xing nearly cursed out loud. Wasn't this secret realm supposed to hold opportunities for ascension? How the hell did a divine artifact just pop up? Hongshan looked utterly aggrieved. Bro, don't blame me.
The black mist is heading toward that floating island up ahead.
If we run in the opposite direction, we'll be fine. My friend is on that floating island. Hold it off for me. Xu Xing didn't give a damn about Hongshan's fate.
After forcing him with soul blood, he immediately sprinted toward the floating island.
Hongshan's face turned green. You bastard, you human. Don't think I won't get my revenge if I get the chance.
Hongshan's face twisted with fury, but survival demanded obedience.
The black mist craved blood offerings.
To slow its advance, Hongshan commanded shrimp soldiers and crab generals within dozens of miles to charge suicidally into the darkness. Wherever the black mist passed, the sea turned pitch black and void. All sea beasts within, including a millennia-old demigod-level turtle, were reduced to piles of white bones before they could even utter a scream.
Hongshan felt a chill run down his spine. Wasn't this forbidden object supposed to have vanished thousands of years ago? Not even his grandfather's generation had seen it. How the hell did he get so damn lucky? The black mist swept in from the western regions.
Within a day, it had spread to the floating island. By the time Su Qin found her little princess, Su Xiaoyun, the black mist had already followed them there. Su Qin had no choice but to flee with Su Xiaoyun. As they ran, Su Xiaoyun was the first to sense something amiss.
Auntie, it seems like it's driving us toward the floating island. The floating island? The last purple resource point? What's so special about that place? Su Qin couldn't help but ask.
As the Merfolk tribe's young princess, Su Xiaoyun possessed unparalleled prowess, beauty, and innate talent. Yet what filled the Merfolk with the greatest pride was the recognition of the divine essence within her bloodline. Su Xiaoyun's divine awakening transformed the consciousness within her bloodline into a white mist, revealing fragments of a shattered scene before her eyes. The floating island shattered, revealing an ancient bronze coffin rising from beneath it. Silk-like strands and jade-like fragments spilled forth, along with a torrent of immortal herbs and cranes. Black mist poured into the bronze coffin, and countless figures of immortals and Buddhas materialized from within. They struck out to block the black mist, causing the entire world to tremble and wail. A gaunt figure clad in black plunged into the green coffin, seized a vine, and departed with a cackle.
Put!
Su Xiaoyun coughed up a mouthful of blood.
Su Qin looked worried. Xiaoyun, are you okay? Su Xiaoyun looked utterly bewildered. Auntie, I'm fine, but what?
Su Xiaoyun's face twisted into a bitter smile. She had seen something she shouldn't have.
As a demigod, she had dared to peer into the realm of celestial deities.
Had it not been for the youth who appeared at the last moment, she would have perished, her path to enlightenment extinguished.
With countless celestial beings and divine maidens guarding it, what kind of status did the divine maiden within the coffin possess?
The black coffin had remained sealed for 1,000 years, gathering power. Now, with such commotion, it seemed intent on corrupting that divine maiden. The divine status of that maiden must trace back to ancient times. Yet what intrigued Su Xiaoyun most was the black-clad youth who appeared at the end. Undoubtedly a human, his distinctly modern attire suggested he might be one of the participants in this secret realm expedition.
What was the background of that youth? What connection did he share with the divine maiden within the coffin? How could he freely enter and exit the sacred coffin?
He even emerged unscathed with several treasures from the coffin, especially that green vine, which was undoubtedly a legendary artifact of mythic caliber. She had spied upon the myriad gods and Buddhas, an act that should have earned her divine retribution and instant death. Yet, by chance, she glimpsed the youth's destiny. This led the divine beings to mistakenly believe a connection existed between them, allowing her divine consciousness to return unhindered.
Auntie, hurry to the floating island. My destined one seems to have appeared. Su Xiaoyun's expression was filled with excitement.
She believed the revelation she had just received was sufficient proof that this youth was her destined one.
After decades of relentless searching, she had finally found him. Su Qin's expression shifted slightly. But what about the black coffin mist? It matters not. Trust in destiny.
Shu Xing returned to the floating island and immediately roused the others from their cultivation.
Quick! Follow me. Leave everything behind.
With that, Shu Xing dashed off in the opposite direction of the floating island. Trusting Shu Xing implicitly, the women followed without hesitation. Li Tiancheng, bearing Wu Yulon's weight, followed closely behind them.
Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, the black mist suddenly bypassed Hong Shan and the others, descending directly near the floating island and enveloping the entire structure. Shu Xing, I'll force open the secret realm and return immediately.
Suddenly, the voice of their homeroom teacher, Yuan Chanqian, sounded like celestial music to Shu Xing and the others.
Chapter 37, The Merfolk Princess. The black coffin mist descended, engulfing most of the secret realm in less than half a day. The attention of the various celestial beings outside was focused on the vicinity of the floating island, so they only noticed the black coffin mist when it appeared near the floating island. Merfolk King.
Your crimes are heinous, you dared release the forbidden object.
Ah! My grandson. Open the secret realm at once. Countless sea deities wailed in anguish. Every race had dispatched their finest into the secret realm, even the Merfolk princess had entered personally. The Merfolk King's face was equally frantic.
She was his only precious daughter.
What had that foolish woman Su Qin done? Brother Jiming, there are also geniuses from your human race inside. Let's cooperate to rescue them first. Zhou Zhongming nodded.
His beast-riding seraph soared through the sky, transforming into a blazing orb of fire, intent on forcibly tearing open the secret realm. Unexpectedly, he was halted by several heavenly gods, including those from the Yang family.
Before Zhou Zhongming could react in anger, the Merfolk King struck first. Traitors! Those who obstruct rescuers shall die. The Merfolk King transformed into a merman, his snow-white scales covering his entire body. His fist shot out like a dragon, its intent shattering the void with a thunderous roar like divine lightning. The Yang family and the other celestial gods paled, struggling to resist while simultaneously pressuring Zhou Jimin. Zhou Zhongming, do not forget that thing within is forbidden. Should it be released, the entire city of Wangjiang may perish alongside you. The black coffin missed a relic confined to ancient texts. Though humanity had never witnessed it, the warnings and prohibitions passed down by their ancestors were engraved in their bones, never to be forgotten. Zhou Zhongming's expression remained unchanged. This old man will bear the consequences. Besides, a mere fragment holds less than 1/10 of its original power. Even the juniors within the secret realm can withstand it to some degree. If you're afraid of dying, then get the hell out of here. Besides, the value of Shu Xing within the secret realm rivals that of future immortals and gods. Of course, Zhou Jimin kept this thought to himself, never uttering it aloud. Even in the capital, Zhou Zhongming would have acted no differently in this situation. Zhou Zhongming and the Merfolk chieftain unleashed their divine domains, forcibly opening a passage to the secret realm. The black coffin mist enveloped the floating island, half dispersing into the island itself while the other half surged directly toward Shu Xing. Shu Xing's face darkened. His worst fears had come true. This thing seemed to sense the demon refining pot within him. The demon refining pot within him flashed red light repeatedly, warning Shu Xing to flee. Holy, what the hell is this? Wu Yulong's consciousness snapped back, only to find nothingness behind him. Wherever the black coffin mist passed, it left not just barren wasteland, it erased existence itself. The eastern and western seas of the floating island stretched out before them, a pitch-black void resembling the depths of hell. It was filled with a deathly silence, as if half the secret realm had been pixelated. Probably one of the forbidden zones. Anyway, let's get out of here fast. If we get swallowed by that darkness, it'll be a one-way trip to the grave. Xiaoxing, Chen Xiyu attempted to contact the outside world but found her efforts futile. Shu Xing's expression grew grave. It's fine. With a situation this dire, the teachers outside must know. We just need to hold on and wait for rescue. That was the plan, but Shu Xing had no intention of entrusting her life to others. Millions of extraordinary grade gold-devouring insects charged into the black coffin mist at Shu Xing's command. She intended to use them to thoroughly probe the situation inside. Unfortunately, the moment millions of them entered, all communication ceased simultaneously. It was as if they had ceased to exist in this world. This threw Shu Xing into a panic. Millions of extraordinary grade gold-devouring insects, even a celestial being, could be dealt with if they had them. It was the unknown that bred fear. Shu Xing knew nothing about this black mist before him. He had no means to resist, let alone fight back. Demon Refining Pot, detailed information on the black mist before us. Insufficient data. Please provide samples for analysis. Shu Xing. If he could capture the black mist, would Shu Xing even need to ask? He'd refine it immediately. We'll have to evade for now.
Xu Xing sighed helplessly, dispersing the gold-devouring beetles to shield Wu Yulong and the others. As the black mist closed in, the beetles would sacrifice themselves to slow its advance.
The black mist enveloped the entire floating island, steadily shrinking their space.
Within moments, Xu Xing's nearly 10 million extraordinary gold-devouring beetles were completely consumed. Watching this, Xu Xing felt his heart bleed. Tens of millions of extraordinary grade gold-devouring insects, how much resources would it take to recreate them all?
Damn it! If I ever find a suitable vessel, I'll trap every last one of you inside my demon refining pot.
Xu Xing seethed with both hatred and desire toward the black mist. Such terrifying devouring speed, if only his gold-devouring insects could master it.
Damn it, Xingzi, why do I feel like this black mist wants to devour you the most?
As the group scattered in all directions, Wu Yulong quickly sensed something was amiss.
Though the black mist pursued them all relentlessly, the volume chasing Xu Xing was overwhelmingly greater. Judging purely by density, the black mist swirling behind Xu Xing was more terrifying than all of them combined. Xu Xing's face darkened. Maybe it's sick. Stop talking nonsense. Quick, think of a solution. Haven't you gotten in touch with the teacher yet? Shen Siyu's face darkened. No. Even the ancestral projection left to me by my clan is useless.
Inside the black mist, nothing works. Even my teleportation stone is useless. Li Tiancheng's words sent a chill through them, deepening their despair. Then if we get swallowed by the black mist, we'll die. Nonsense. We'll assess the situation later. If it comes down to it, I'll detonate all my epic tier gold-devouring insects. Maybe it can warp the void we could hide inside then. Xu Xing's voice was cold. A glimmer of hope flickered in everyone's eyes. The void turbulence wasn't affected by the black mist.
But if we do that, your divine realm. It won't matter. As long as my life-bound beast survives. Boom! 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 As the group dodged and whispered, the floating island below suddenly gave way. The spirit stone veins drained dry, vast ancient forests shattered and collapsed. The once mighty floating island broke apart into fragments, slowly sinking into the ocean depths.
Outside, Hongshan watched in horror, relieved he wasn't near Xu Xing and hadn't been engulfed by the forbidden black mist. But the thought that his soul blood still flowed through Xu Xing's veins filled him with panic. He feared that if the black mist consumed Xu Xing, he too would die. As long as his soul blood remained within Xu Xing, Hongshan desired Xu Xing's survival more than anyone else.
Hongshan? Suddenly, a crisp female voice snapped Hongshan out of his thoughts. Hongshan looked at the two approaching figures, his brow furrowing. Merfolk? You see no black mist? Then run. As fellow sea folk, Hongshan warned them again. Su Xiaoyun didn't respond, urgently pressing, are there any humans on the floating island? Preferably young men. Hongshan was utterly baffled. He'd heard the Merfolk princess was playful by nature, but surely she wouldn't toy with a human youth in a life or death situation? He had to admit, among all races, humans consistently held the top spot in terms of appearance. Pfft, what nonsense! Hongshan shook his head repeatedly to dispel the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and leave. Oh, you're so long-winded. Anqin, grab him and give him a good beating. Hongshan's temper flared. He swore that if he ever encountered a fellow sea creature in peril again, he'd never lift a finger to help. I'm a century-honored prodigy of the sacred tree clan. Who do you think you are, a high sea god? Su Qin's divine domain unfolded, locking onto the aura of a high god.
Red Mountain, nearly a demigod, trembled like a small karami, obediently crawling on the ground.
To avoid a beating, Hongshan blurted out hastily, Princess, yes. There's a human inside the strongest prodigy, the captain of Team 1001. Su Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. Male? All in black? Hongshan uttered a surprised eh? How do you know so much? Unfortunately, after obtaining the information she needed, Su Xiaoyun paid Hongshan no further attention. This infuriated Hongshan, a young member of the sacred clan, that she would show him such disrespect. Hongshan's face twisted with displeasure. He was about to press further when he saw excitement light up her eyes as she dashed toward the floating island. Holy crap, hurry up and save your little princess. There's forbidden black mist in there. Hongshan's face twisted with horror. The Merfolk princess didn't seem stupid at all. Could it be her lover was inside? Su Qin's expression wavered. She shot Hongshan a glare, and amidst his bewildered stare, she followed Su Xiaojun as they both dashed into the floating island. They're all crazy. Completely insane. Hongshan screamed, clutching his head. Looking around, he realized he was the only one left outside. Suddenly, he felt like the one in the most danger. Could there be some hidden secret inside that might save his life? A glimmer of hope flashed in Hongshan's eyes. Right. The mermaid princess has such discerning taste she'd never willingly seek death. Gritting his teeth, Hongshan declared, if I have to die, so be it. My soul blood is inside anyway, I have to go in. Hongshan leapt after her, plunging into the shattered floating island. Chapter 38, The Shattered Floating Island. Outside, the Merfolk king sought his beloved daughter unharmed. His joy lasted but seconds before he witnessed her leap into the floating island.
His eyes bulged with fury. No! The dangers of the black coffin mist were unpredictable, and the situation inside the island was shrouded in mystery. From the outside, they could no longer see Shuxing's condition within. Never did he expect his daughter to enter willingly.
Suqin, my dear sister. Ming, open the secret realm now.
The Merfolk King abandoned all pretense, unleashing his divine power in a desperate attempt to shatter the barrier.
Zhou Jimin snorted coldly. At this critical moment, he held back his mockery. Only by immediately opening the secret realm could Shuxing be saved. He hoped that kid could hold on. Boom! The combined assault unleashed by the mightiest warriors of both the human and sea clans sent towering waves crashing skyward. The secret realm teetered on the brink of collapse as the passage erupted with boundless spiritual light, slowly beginning to manifest. Seeing this opening, Yuan Chanqian seized the moment.
Wielding her clan's sacred artifact, the binding immortal rope, she forced her way through the passage into the secret realm. The teleportation stones on Shuxing and the others began to flicker the instant Yuan Chanqian entered.
A voice transmitted. Get ready. Grab the rope when it appears, be prepared to leave at any moment.
Hearing their homeroom teacher's familiar, comforting voice, tears welled up in Shuxing and the others' eyes.
Teacher, come rescue us. You think you're tough, huh? Just wait till I get my hands on you. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget. Here we go.
Yuan Chanqian pinpointed their location through the teleportation stones, then traversed the void with the divine rope in hand, descending beside them.
Boom!
At that very moment, the entire floating island collapsed. The sky seemed shrouded in a thick, heavy black fog, as if an invisible giant hand had torn the island apart.
The once majestic floating island, resembling a celestial paradise suspended in the void. Now it teetered on the brink of collapse. The primordial mountains and ancient trees on the island, eroded by the black mist, had grown gray and decayed, as if they had endured thousands of years of time's ravages. The island began to tremble violently, as massive cracks spread across its surface. Countless mountains, rocks, trees, and demonic creatures
plunged downward like dumplings, piercing through the shroud of black mist to crash into the boundless ocean. Shuxing and the others had no time to celebrate, grabbing hold of the divine rope, for an even more terrifying crisis descended. The falling floating island seemed to unlock a new, unknown realm. Beneath the island's descent, within an ancient, profoundly mysterious ruin, a colossal bronze coffin piercing heaven and earth emerged.
Crane's sword, sages manifested. Myriad legendary spirits and divine artifacts surged forth from the ocean depths.
Yuan Chanqian gasped, 9 turn divine pills. A divine elixir powerful enough to transform her into a celestial being was now scattered freely, at least hundreds of them as far as the eye could see.
10,000-year peach tree. 9 heaven fish dragon. Whoa, even the supreme immortal lord's alchemy furnace.
Yuan Chanqian and the others went mad with desire, about to lunge forward and seize the treasures. Shuxing grabbed her arm to hold her back, simultaneously knocking the others unconscious. Through the demon refining pot, Shuxing saw even more terrifying things. The scattered spiritual and divine artifacts before them were mostly genuine, yet all were traps. Hundreds of white phantoms floated beside each spirit or divine object, smiling expectantly at Shuxing and his companions, as if waiting for them to come and seize the treasures.
Ancient cursed spirit, myth fragmented. Attributes, immortal, reincarnation.
Note, a cursed group of specters, eternally trapped in limbo, capable of temporary revival through spiritual energy.
Myth? Another myth?
Sweat beaded on Shuxing's forehead as he surveyed the divine objects filling the sky, his heart as still as water.
What kind of divine objects were these? Clearly, they were items the dark spirits traded their lives for.
Fortunately, the immortal binding rope remained largely unaffected. Shuxing swiftly bound everyone to the rope and dashed toward the exit passage. During the dash, Shuxing couldn't resist glancing once more at the ancient green coffin above. One look proved more than enough, it sent a chill down his spine.
Using the demon refining pot, Shuxing could now see through the bronze coffin and clearly discern a divine maiden lying within. The colossal coffin above seemed to have weathered countless ages, its surface covered in mottled moss and the marks of time, exuding a heavy and mysterious aura. The coffin lid was slightly raised. Through the crack, Shuxing glimpsed a figure clad in green robes lying still within. It appeared to be a divine maiden in green robes. Her features were exquisite and serene, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, gently draping over the edge of the coffin. Her skin was as white as jade, shimmering with a faint azure glow. Shuxing stared in awe.
So this was the divine maiden of the 9 heavens. Suddenly, Shuxing's hair stood on end. He actually saw the maiden's eyelashes tremble slightly. At that very moment, as if guided, the swirling mist from countless black coffins coalesced into a monstrous form with 3 heads and 6 arms, charging toward the bronze divine coffin. Terrified, Shuxing dared not watch any longer. He clung desperately to the immortal binding rope and fled toward the passageway. Unfortunately, Yuan Chanqian, the rope's owner, lay unconscious.
Shuxing's level 5 Beastmaster's spiritual energy proved utterly insufficient to control it. He could only rely on the rope to return on its own. Though the passage was only a dozen meters away, Shuxing's unease grew more palpable by the second. Save me! Buzz!
A clear, ethereal cry, like the lament of a goddess, exploded in Xu Xing's mind.
Xu Xing's scalp prickled.
He knew without a doubt that it was the divine maiden calling for help. Xu Xing pretended not to hear, muttering incessantly, Amitba Buddha, Lord Tao, Lord Buddha, Patriarch, protect me.
Banish the evil, retreat. Save me, and I'll grant you divine fortune. Divine opportunity? Put. Only opportunities you can actually seize are real opportunities.
Xu Xing closed his eyes, chanting the calming mind mantra and the great compassion mantra.
In less than half a minute, he'd be safely back. He'd never set foot in this secret realm again. Wasn't this supposed to be a beast-taming secret realm? Why were gods, ghosts, immortals, Buddhas, and thousand-year-old zombies all appearing? Was this even a secret realm suitable for someone of his level to explore? A bunch of useless higher-ups who couldn't even properly gather information about the secret realm, yet they still rushed them in to participate. Sigh. Who knows how many familiar faces he'd see upon returning, Xu Xing mused. Boom! The black coffin mist shifted the colossal bronze sarcophagus, stirring the wrath of the myriad celestial deities and immortal beasts hovering above it. A terrifying giant hand emerged from the void. Its mere appearance shook the heavens and shattered the earth. The primordial oceanic sanctuary slowly crumbled, merging into the ancient ruins. Chapter 39, The Vines of the Demon Refining Pot.
I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Xu Xing's scalp tingled, his blood felt like it was boiling. He buried his head, clutching the immortal binding rope, and flew desperately toward the entrance. Hundreds of miles away, the aftershocks alone had left him gravely wounded and near death. He couldn't imagine what would happen if he got close to that bronze divine coffin. To protect the safety of those around him, Xu Xing had no choice but to unleash every single gold-devouring insect within the divine realm. Alas, the black coffin mist and the lingering might of that divine strike were too terrifying. Even the epic-tier gold-devouring insects couldn't withstand it, and most perished. Half a day earlier, he had rejoiced at the immense gains of this expedition. The endless slaughter of sea beasts had allowed him to accumulate vast quantities of life essence, bringing his epic-tier gold-devouring beetles to a staggering 999. Alas, the arrival of the black coffin mist and the awakening of the bronze divine coffins, heavenly gods and Buddhas. And the divine might of the immortals and gods. Under such overwhelming power, his epic-tier gold-devouring beetles fell like paper dolls, one after another.
Epic gold-devouring beetles, 111.
He was back to square one, and Xu Xing felt like crying. Fortunately, he had collected many spiritual treasures beforehand. Especially the spirit stone vein on the floating island. He had nearly hollowed out half the island by himself. In that light, it wasn't such a loss after all. Something's wrong, Xu Xing's expression shifted. It suddenly dawned on him, the bronze divine coffin had appeared beneath the suspended island's crash site. Could the entire floating island be an array, suppressing the entrance to the ruins below? By exhausting the island's spirit stones, he had disrupted the formation's operation. That's why the black mist could effortlessly dissolve the floating island, uncover the ruins entrance, and locate the bronze divine coffin.
No. That can't be it. A bronze divine coffin protected by all the gods and Buddhas in heaven. How could it possibly be guarded by this tiny spirit stone formation on the floating island? It definitely can't be. Xu Xing muttered to himself, shaking his head frantically, trying to convince himself he was overthinking it. Almost there. The entrance is less than 1,000 meters away. Damn it, if not for the divine might making every step agonizing, he would have flown away long ago. Xiao Yun, you've killed your aunt. Su Qin's face drained of color. She'd foolishly let the other person step onto the floating island. And now, the moment they entered, the black coffin mist had shattered the entire island. If it were only the mist, they could have fled if defeated, but now. The bronze divine coffin, radiating an ancient aura, stood before her. Su Qin felt darkness pool before her eyes, her body trembling uncontrollably. Despite being an upper-rank 8th grade heavenly god, the distance to immortal godhood was still a staggering 10,800 li away, and that was being modest. It's over. This time, it's truly over. Even the merfolk king would kneel before this scene. Su Xiaoyun, however, smiled, her small face brimming with excitement. Auntie, this is destiny guiding us. Don't be afraid, I'm here with you. Su Qin shot her niece a withering look. I shouldn't have listened to you. What fate? What chosen one? It's all nonsense. We're the noble merfolk royal family. And the chosen one is actually a human? I'd be laughed out of the kingdom if I told anyone. Pfft, Auntie, stop pretending. You were the one who praised that human for being handsome earlier. Speaking of which, Auntie, you should hurry up and find your own partner too. You're a few hundred years old already. Su Xiaoyun, I'll tear your mouth off. What hundreds of years? Based on human lifespan, she's only 28 this year. Little Missy, teasing your aunt again. Poof. How about I choose your destined partner as my other half? Sharing one husband between us isn't out of the question either. Su Xiaoyun's eyes widened. She didn't even call her aunt anymore. You shameless thing. Su Qin snorted twice, striding forward with her long legs and tossing her hair. Little sister, what human boy could resist my charm? Su Xiaoyun. Gazing at her aunt radiating mature allure, especially that ample treasure swaying before her, Su Xiaoyun gritted her teeth. Boom! Suddenly, the black coffin mist polluted the bronze divine coffin in the distance. The gods and Buddhas in the heavens grew furious, defying divine retribution to manifest and block the black coffin mist. With the gods and Buddhas intervening, the entire secret realm began to collapse. The heavens shattered, the earth split apart, and the sea and sky tilted. Su Qin's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Enough with the nonsense. Find your people and get out of here with me, fast. Su Xiaoyun, recognizing the critical situation, transformed into a mermaid. The pearl between her brows glowed, dispelling the thin black mist around them. Surveying her surroundings, Su Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. Auntie, I found them. Protect me. With that, Su Xiaoyun strode straight toward Xu Xing. Su Qin's pale hands formed seals, conjuring a sapphire blue circular barrier that shielded Su Xiaoyun. From afar, the two women spotted Xu Xing and his group. Xu Xing, clad entirely in black, tugged on the immortal binding rope, which held Qinxiu, Wu Yulong, and the others bound. A level 5 beast master? Su Qin nearly dropped her jaw in shock. Xiaoyun, the human, the black-clad youth, it seems there's no one else here besides him. A rare flicker of hesitation crossed Su Xiaoyun's eyes. This. Has he concealed his cultivation level? Put. Your auntie here is a high god. Even if he's hiding a divine artifact, he couldn't possibly block my detection. Forget it, let's rescue them first. Su Xiaoyun gritted her teeth. Regardless, they had to get them out first and interrogate them later. Su Qin, I can only carry 3 people. There are 5 or 6 of them surrounding him. Even your dad showing up wouldn't make a difference. At the mention of her father, Su Xiaoyun seemed to sense something. She looked up to see 2 massive hands reaching in from outside. Xiaoyun, Su Qin. The Merfolk King's avatar intervened personally, attempting to pull the 2 women back. Xu Xing, over here. Zhou Jimin, channeling his seraphic form, unleashed his heavenly god body. His 100 Zhang golden form surged halfway forth, reaching out to seize Xu Xing. The combined assault of 2 9th-grade heavenly gods shattered the void, forcibly tearing open the secret realm. The entire domain collapsed and shrank like a punctured balloon. Countless void turbulence and gale winds raged, even affecting the divine coffin. Celestial gods and ancient demonic beasts roared, joining Xu Xing and the others in their assault. Cracks in the divine coffin widened relentlessly, revealing the emerald-clad goddess's form within. The burial artifacts inside glowed with divine radiance. The divine maiden seemed weary, her brows furrowed. Her snow-white wrist tilted slightly, and a green vine extended toward Xu Xing's sea of consciousness. Come in and help me. I know you need this divine artifact. Xu Xing had intended to keep feigning death. The human elders had already come to retrieve them in mere moments. He could escape this cursed place. Alas, upon seeing that vine, the external artifact within Xu Xing, the demon refining pot, began to tremble violently, emitting a desperate cry. Go in. Take the vine. It's a part of me. Xu Xing instinctively resisted. I'll die. I'll bring you more soul crystals as offerings when I return. No, go inside. Xu Xing had intended to quip, you said not to go in, but the next moment, terror shattered his soul. Seeing no response from Xu Xing, the demon refining pot within him actively detached itself from the divine realm and charged toward the divine coffin. Xu Xing's eyes instantly turned red. Without the demon refining pot, how would he ever control beasts in the future? Without a second thought, Xu Xing broke free from the immortal binding rope and lunged alone toward the demon refining pot. Before retreating, Xu Xing hurled the others bound by the rope toward Zhou Jimin with all his strength. Come back. I'll damn well go in with you. As if anticipating his pursuit, the demon refining pot shot back into Xu Xing's body in a flash. It's one of my 3 vital vines, crucial. With it, you can evolve into a Lord-tier beastmaster. If you fuse with this vine, I'll extract its roots to forge a one-time mythical grade weapon for you, helping you capture the black coffin mist before us. Chapter 40, The Human Immortal's Path Ahead. Xu Xing's leap stirred the hearts of both races. Zhou Jimin's face twisted in fury as he roared, Return. That is not something you should covet. The vine from the demon refining pot, illuminated by the goddess, remained hidden from outsiders. Zhou Jimin simply assumed Xu Xing intended to seize the spiritual treasures and divine herbs near the divine coffin. Even the fruits of that single 10,000-year-old peach tree, each capable of extending one's lifespan by 1,000 years, were enough to stir Zhou Jiming's desire. Alas, at his level of cultivation, his perception of danger was exceptionally keen. Though lacking the demon refining pot, he couldn't see the dark spirits lurking behind divine objects like Xu Xing could. Yet he could sense the deadly threats surrounding them. Su Xiaoyun's eyes widened in both shock and delight. The faint black silhouette from the prophecy was steadily merging with Xu Xing's form. It's him. Definitely him. Su Xiaoyun had no doubts left. But just as she was about to follow Xu Xing inside, Su Qin grabbed her arm and yanked her back toward the Merfolk King without looking back, growling. Back! Chaotic void currents raged, and celestial deities wailed in agony. This place was no longer safe for them to linger. No, father. Save him. He's the destined one. Su Xiaoyun's face twisted with unwillingness.
The merfolk king sighed, glancing at the restless figure within the divine coffin.
There's nothing we can do.
He's likely been controlled by the divine maiden within the coffin.
Return at once.
The legacy of witchcraft.
The merfolk king's face was filled with regret.
If given the chance, he would absolutely have intervened to save Xu Xing. Alas, there was not a shred of chance. He was merely a 9th-rank heavenly god. He couldn't even penetrate the outer layer of forbidden blackness surrounding the divine coffin, let alone wrest someone from the grasp of an ancient corpse buried for thousands upon thousands of years. The merfolk king surmised that the figure within the coffin likely predated even his own clan's lineage.
He dared not risk entangling himself in such karmic retribution.
Under Su Xiujuan's regretful gaze, the three slowly vanished from the secret realm.
Zhou Jimin still tried desperately to intervene, even preparing to enter in his true form, but was blocked by the gods outside. This time, even Wang Handong stepped in to stop him. Brother Ming, hurry back. Xu Xing's life matters, but so do the others. It was his own choice. You did everything you could. If you were to be lost too, Wangjiang City would be finished as well. Zhou Zhongming sighed deeply, gazing at Xu Xing's figure before hurling the immortal binding rope back toward him. Kid, I know you're not controlled by the goddess. Whatever the reason, get out of there alive. This rope will help you locate the real world. We'll wait for you. After transmitting the secret message, Zhou Jimin led Wu Yulong and the others back to Wanjiang on Blue Star. The other Sea Clan and Human Clan teams, having avoided the Black Coffin Mist, had long been rescued and brought back by their respective personnel. Thus, the entire shattered secret realm was left with only Xu Xing remaining. The external projection interface slowly faded, freezing on the scene of Xu Xing alone plummeting into the divine coffin. Ah, what a pity. The merfolk king, having returned to reality, looked at Xu Xing and sighed once more. Zhou Jimin's face darkened, convinced the other was deliberately mocking him, and he prepared to strike. But unexpectedly, the merfolk king simply led his clan back into the deep sea. The merfolk king was uneasy. That black coffin mist had been released by Su Qin. Though everything that followed was an accident, if anyone were to pursue the matter, the merfolk clan would be held accountable. The black coffin mist's rampage had inflicted devastating casualties among all participating tribes. Even among the royal offspring of the Sea Clan, only a mere 300 emerged alive out of the thousands who entered. As for the various sea beasts with low intelligence, they were beyond hope. With the secret realm shattered, they were likely all wiped out. Fortunately, Hongshan, the sole survivor of the Sacred Tree Clan, was also brought out alive. Hongshan, we must depart now. The elder of the Red Pine Clan immediately seized Hongshan and returned to the depths of the ocean, heading straight for their tribal lands. The outside world was too dangerous. First came the emergence of witchcraft, then the forbidden black mist, and finally, to top it all off, the appearance of what seemed to be the coffin of a goddess from 10,000 years ago. Don't be fooled by the Sea Clans boasting lifespans of thousands or tens of thousands of years. When truly calculated, the history of the Sea Clan spans only a little over 6,000 years. To be precise, the entire real world's history spans no more than 8,000 years, with human history documented most thoroughly. 8,000 years ago marked the age of the gods, when the world was ruled by true immortals and ancient deities. There were no distinctions between races like humans or Sea Clans, only factions aligned with different divine domains. 7,000 years ago, the Great War of the Gods erupted, ushering in the Twilight Era. The gods clashed violently, shattering the cosmic order and fracturing the world. The gods perished or were crippled. Their respective domains shattered, transforming into celestial treasures and hidden realms that gave birth to new worlds. With the departure of the immortal gods and ancient gods, the various races began to take center stage in history. Those who first obtained the relics left behind by the gods embarked upon a path of life-leap evolution. The age of cultivation dawned for all races, and the role of beast-tamer among the human race slowly emerged. Even now, the cultivation systems of all races still trace their origins back to the ancient age of the gods. The emergence of the goddess's coffin now serves as definitive proof that the age of the gods was real. The origins of the world's great secret realms will also be definitively concluded. These realms stem from the shattered divine palaces of the gods. Zhou Jimin swiftly relayed the situation to the capital. Upon hearing the report, the capital's commanders grew solemn. Countless technological airships and beast mastery mortal-level experts were dispatched to the scene. The Great Xia Empire had existed for only a few thousand years. Over 6 millennia, the human race had experienced numerous periods of cultural discontinuity. The Great Xia Empire represented the longest enduring era of human civilization, yet it was also the weakest. Compared to millennia ago, the spiritual energy on Blue Star was now so sparse it was nearly non-existent. Cultivation relied entirely on the spiritual treasures produced by the secret realms. Were it not for the fact that human cultivation primarily relied on beast taming, humanity would likely have long since lost its position as the dominant species. Yet even with beast taming's aid, the strongest practitioners in the Great Xia over the past millennium have only reached the 6th-tier immortal god realm. Beyond that level, it's not a lack of resources or innate talent holding them back, it's that the path simply ends. No matter how one cultivates, breakthroughs remain impossible. This holds true not only for the human race, but also for the sea clans, elven clans, and other alien races. Humanity's elite have long suspected that the path beyond the immortal god realm might be found within the secret realm. Alas, after years of searching, not a single clue has surfaced. It's not that the entire human race lacks the means to investigate, but to truly uncover and explore immortal god-level knowledge, one must venture into secret realms of corresponding rank. Divine-level secret realms demand confronting ancient divine-level powerhouses, the very gods of the Age of Gods. The strongest human in the capital was a peerless expert at the 6th-level immortal god realm. A century ago, he joined forces with the elven chieftain and the angelic chieftain to explore the outermost immortal secret realm within the level 7C. The three entered with great fanfare, only to return in utter disappointment. 2.5 returned. The elf clan chief forcibly returned, sacrificing 5,000 years of lifespan, his hair turning white overnight. The angel clan chief lost 11 of his 12 celestial wings. After barely making it back, his cultivation level nearly plummeted below the immortal god realm. The remaining half was naturally the strongest of the human clan. While he suffered the least intangible losses, in a certain sense, his sacrifice was the greatest. The human champion sacrificed his life-bound beast companion. It was said he returned disheveled, clutching the beast's corpse in his arms, covered in blood. He remains in seclusion, desperately seeking a way to restore his beast companion's life. Upon hearing Wanjiang's Ji Zhoming's report, the capital's commander first refused to believe it. His second action was to issue orders. The army was to march on Wangjiang. Such momentous news was no laughing matter for Zhou Zhongming. Even if it were a joke, matters concerning ancient immortals and gods, concerning the entire human race's future cultivation path, demanded investigation. Chapter 41, Completing the Demon Refining Pot. As the group departed, the secret realm dissolved into nothingness. Xu Xing, clutching the demon refining pot, plummeted into an unknown forbidden land. The collapse of the entire secret realm caused countless sea beasts and creatures to dissolve into crimson mist, merging with the black coffin's fog. The black coffin mist grew thicker, threatening to solidify. The bronze divine coffin swung wide open, and the black mist surged in wildly, seeking to corrupt the divine maiden. Before the divine maiden could react, the demon refining pot grew frantic first, urging Xu Xing to step forward and shield her from the black mist. Xu Xing's face darkened, nearly cursing aloud, "I'm your master." "You want to switch masters already?" Damn it, he was only a level 5 beast tamer. This black mist was a forbidden artifact of mythical lore. Even celestial gods dared not confront it head-on, for contact meant certain death. "I'll help you. Hurry. Otherwise that old hag will use my vines to ward off the black mist. Without my core power, the vines will wither away quickly." This vine before him was one of its 3 main stems. Whatever the cost, it must be obtained. Indeed, fate hadn't deceived it. Following Xu Xing would lead to the recovery of its entire body. Possessing this kid for less than a month, it had already encountered one of the 3 main vines. Consider this, in over 1,000 years of solitary searching, it had only recovered 1 main vine and 3 branch vines. If it could reclaim this main vine before it would be able to wield most of its true form's power. It could then actively locate the other branch vines, and within 100 years it would be restored to its former self. Charge. You only need to fend off the undead driven by the black mist. I'll draw the mist itself into the flask. Once I obtain that vine, I can refine this black mist for you, helping you evolve into a beastmaster capable of fusing with its power. Khan, don't try to fool me. Xu Xing steeled his resolve, staking everything on this gamble. The gold-devouring insects had long perished, leaving only a few parasites and his life-bound beast, the water bear, within the divine domain. Xu Xing poured everything he had into the battle, unleashing all 80+ million of his signature water bear beasts. They layered themselves around the bronze divine coffin, forming a protective barrier against the black mist's corrosion. Xu Xing himself struck like a dragon, channeling his entire spiritual energy through his spiritual orifices to shatter one demi-monster after another, half dead and invaded by the black mist. His knuckles shattered with a crack, and he let out a piercing scream. Before he could even approach the goddess, he was swallowed by an endless horde of black skeletons, torn apart by their fangs. Bright red blood sprayed into the sky, splattering onto the divine coffin with sizzling, scorching sounds. The divine maiden's body emitted a blue divine light, illuminating Xu Xing's body. His injuries healed faster than they had been inflicted. Alas, the azure divine light could not withstand the black coffin mist. Wherever the black mist touched Xu Xing's skin, his flesh and bones instantly withered, as if drained of life. Xu Xing screamed, "Demon refining pot, you damn immortal, help me." Within a single breath of contact with the black mist, Xu Xing felt half his body had already completely necrotized. Phew! Fortunately, the demon refining pot hadn't deceived him. All the black mist within his body was sucked into the pot through its mouth. Your divine domain's spiritual energy is too weak to unleash my full power. My reaction was a bit slow. Xu Xing nearly died of fright. In that instant, he felt like he'd seen the king of hell himself. Make them hand over the vine immediately. Only after fusion complete can we make our escape. Escape? Holy, so you were just bullying me?
Get rid of the black mist, or you won't get it. The goddess's cold voice suddenly echoed in Shu Xing's divine domain sea of consciousness. You're merely a fragment of a soul. How dare you eavesdrop on this divine vessel's thoughts? Shu Xing. Damn it. The sand-crushing demon refining pot's thoughts were overheard by the owner herself. Enough chatter, goddess. With all your power, why not summon down one of those countless gods and Buddhas? You saw it yourself, how could my level possibly block them? They're all dead, mere lingering spiritual imprints. You carry destiny within you, and it's by your side. You won't die. Huh, a dead soul like you can actually see destiny? Never mind. Better figure out how to get out of here fast. The bronze coffin's pact hasn't expired yet. I can't move. The black coffin mist specifically infects divine tombs and divine coffins. Without stepping into the ancient god, it can't be completely obliterated. Either carry the entire divine coffin across the void, or find a way to seal it shut. Shu Xing rejected the first option without a second thought. That bronze divine coffin weighed at least tens of thousands of pounds. Carry it? No way. Seal the divine coffin? Just close the lid? Shu Xing's eyes lit up as he asked, grimacing and spitting blood to resist the effects. No. 3 divine runes are engraved upon the coffin. After closing the lid, you must repair the shattered runes while simultaneously fending off the black mist's destruction. In theory, as long as the repair speed outpaced the black mist's invasion, the interior would be absolutely secure. Unfortunately, even the most skilled divine pattern engraver couldn't achieve that. Engraving divine patterns already demanded deep concentration and controlled energy flow. This coffin, however, bore forbidden patterns. Yin-yang runes, void concealment runes, divine control runes. Shu Xing had never heard of such divine patterns, but as he looked at the demon refining pot, an idea formed in his mind. Goddess, do you possess any divine rune inheritance? And perhaps some divine stones and divine essence as well? I might just have a way to repair these runes. A flash of azure light erupted from the goddess's right hand, and a snow-white silver bracelet drifted out. Take it all. I've caused you trouble this time. She didn't believe Shu Xing could repair the divine patterns. In her view, the first method was far simpler than the second. Unfortunately, his strength was still too weak. Though Shu Xing carried the scent of destiny, who could predict whether fate would intervene? He was merely a child, one shouldn't risk such peril. It was only because the humans outside were utterly hopeless that the goddess had insisted on dragging Shu Xing down. Opening the silver bracelet, a vast silver starry sky unfolded before Shu Xing's eyes. Divine stones and wondrous artifacts littered the sky like discarded trash, piled everywhere. At the center, the jade slips containing cultivation techniques were as numerous as a national library. The medicinal gardens were filled with 1,000-year and 10,000-year spiritual herbs, even a few 100,000-year divine plants like the 10,000-year peach tree outside. Divine weapons and armor hung in the pavilions, enough to arm the entire city of Wangjiang. Truly worthy of a divine maiden who survived from ancient times. Shu Xing's mind was shattered by the shock, allowing the dark mist from outside to seize the opportunity. He nearly got drained dry and taken away in one go. Once more, Shu Xing beheld the gates of hell. This time, however, despair did not consume him. Instead, a savage grin spread across his face as he retrieved the required treasures from the divine maiden's bracelet. All divine stones, 34,300 pieces. All array patterns and divine pattern inheritance artifacts. Semi-mythical grade life water of the Elven clan, 12 drops. All living, unhatched divine beast eggs, 112. Demon refining cauldron, sacrifice all the above materials. Fuse the black coffin mist, evolve the life-bound water bearer. Direction, capable of rapidly repairing the 3 divine runes Yin-yang, void concealment, and divine control while providing moderate resistance and countermeasures against forbidden entities like the black coffin mist. Sacrifice complete, calculating evolution direction. This calculation took an unusually long time. Shu Xing seemed to realize it was due to the demon refining pot being incomplete. He decisively turned to the divine maiden. Goddess, give me the vine. I swear by the heavenly way we stand or fall together. I'll never abandon you. The goddess, seemingly observing the demon refining pot's operations through Shu Xing's divine domain, was equally decisive. She immediately tossed half a vine. My apologies, only half remains. But I know the location of the other half. Should we escape this ordeal, I shall personally retrieve it and return it to you within 10 years. Chapter 42, Mythic Grade, the All Things Parasite. Shu Xing had no time for hesitation. Catching the vine segment, he tossed it directly into the demon refining pot. The demon refining pot trembled violently. After absorbing the vine, it burst into a brilliant green light. Suddenly, the terrifying cracks on the demon refining pot's surface vanished at a visible speed. A terrifying aura filled the air. Boom! The heavens displayed an extraordinary phenomenon. In an instant, torrential rain poured down, accompanied by thunderclaps filling the sky. Shu Xing trembled in fear. This demon refining pot, an object that defied the heavens, was surely forbidden by the way of heaven. Divine retribution was bound to fall. Calm down.
With the Black Coffin Mist's interference, plus the Secret Realm and the Divine Coffin formation, the Heavenly Thunder won't strike. The goddess's voice brought Xu Xing immense relief. However, the goddess added, the next time you repair the Demon Refining Pot, you'll likely face even more terrifying divine retribution. There's no escaping it. Prepare yourself in advance. Xu Xing. Forget it. Let's just weather this current storm first. Overthinking only breeds worry and spoils one's appetite. It never solves anything. The Demon Refining Pot evolved within the Divine Realm, where time flowed 100 times faster than outside. Thus, by the time its evolution concluded, only a few breaths had passed in the external world. But in those few breaths, Xu Xing nearly got sucked to death by the black mist. His tamed water bear quickly transformed into a black shield, rushing ahead of Xu Xing to block the black mist. Strands of eerie black mist spread like demonic tentacles, rampaging to devour the bronze divine coffin hole. Wherever they passed, all life was obliterated. The fallen tardigrades piled before Xu Xing had already formed mountains, with losses exceeding 80 million. The black mist surged forward like a tidal wave. Each contact meant the death of countless water bears. Yet even so, they never retreated. In their consciousness, their master's safety surpassed all else. Advance, protect even unto death. Through wave after wave of confrontation and death, the water bears' formidable adaptability began to manifest. Realizing they could not resist the black mist, they started using their own bodies to devour it, attempting to reduce its density with their very lives. Over time, the surviving tardigrades developed a faint resistance to the black mist. Their bodies began to transform, their skin darkened, black spots like forbidden demons etched upon them, their forms growing resilient and frenzied. Congratulations! Your designated beast, the water bear, has completed self-hyper-evolution, acquiring a new species. Ability scanning in progress. Self-evolved water bear, mutant epic plus. Abilities. Before the Divine Realm could analyze the mutated tardigrade's abilities, the Demon Refining Pot completed its fusion with the green vine. All materials were sacrificed, and the light of evolution once again enveloped Xu Xing's life-bound beast. Pet information error, correcting. New evolution pathway planning. The Demon Refining Pot, fused with half the main vine, did not disappoint Xu Xing. This time, the speed matched that of the extraordinary grade gold-devouring insect's evolution. Evolution information complete. Lifebound beast, all things parasite semi-mythical potential sealed due to the Demon Refining Pot's incompleteness. Quantity, 1. Abilities. Supernatural reproduction, sole female brood, capable of producing offspring by consuming spiritual energy and divine power. Current maximum output, 10 million offspring per day, all starting with extraordinary bloodline. Offspring's bloodline and abilities can be freely granted or revoked by the mother or host. Omniscient form impaired, combines devouring and parasitic abilities to seize innate talents from corresponding organisms. Recorded abilities, water manipulation, lightning spirit, devouring, high-speed impact, supernatural body, speed, parasitism, self-destruction. Divine rune body incomplete, 3 runes, yin-yang, void concealment, divine control, a singular divine rune worm master capable of splitting offspring worms to share the divine rune body, collectively inscribing runes at unprecedented speed. Taboo body incomplete, black mist form, subordinate bugs can transform into black mist to evade most physical damage while biting and devouring enemies, capable of resisting a handful of worldly taboos. Divine? Mythical? Xu Xing nearly bulged his eyes. After all, his tardigrade's initial bloodline quality was merely ordinary. From ordinary to mythical? Not even the most far-fetched plot twists would dare to write such a twist. What semi-mythical? Once it bears the word mythical, it is mythical. Besides, it wasn't that his beast-taming potential was lacking, it was because the Demon Refining Pot was too flawed. Nearly 100 million ordinary water bears had been reduced to mere hundreds of thousands by the Black Coffin Mist's corruption. What Xu Xing hadn't anticipated was that these surviving tens of thousands, struggling desperately to save him, had achieved their own super-evolution. They shattered the limits of their bloodline, leaping 3 tiers in one go. Without the tardigrade's self-driven super-evolution, even sacrificing all the Divine Maiden's treasures wouldn't have produced a mythical tier beast. A mythical grade beast is truly born of heaven and nurtured by earth, destined to become an immortal being. The mythic grade all things parasite, no larger than a fist, radiated a unique purplish gold hue. It seemed to embody the origin of all things, fusing the ultimate yang and yang, the ultimate yin and yin of heaven and earth. It exuded a complex aura of all existence, ancient and mysterious. Mysterious patterns swirled across its body. With each rotation, the bug's aura grew stronger. Xu Xing couldn't help but exclaim in envy, "This is beyond belief." Growing stronger with every breath, and the protagonist of this novel is actually his own beast Tamer. Following the evolution of the all things parasite, Xu Xing's divine realm underwent earth-shattering transformations. Its spatial dimensions expanded at least tenfold, with the spiritual energy within becoming almost mist-like, nurturing countless rare spiritual treasures. Alas, there was no time to marvel at these changes. With the universal parasite's evolution complete, it was summoned forth at once. The fist-sized universal parasite materialized, its 2 eyes darting about wildly.
Spotting Shu Xing, the little creature grinned foolishly, its mouth twisted in a silly smile. It rushed forward affectionately, eager to snuggle up to its master, only to be interrupted by a swarm of black mist and skeletal remains. The little creature grew furious. Its face, barely larger than a palm, contorted with human-like rage as it glared murderously at the mist swirling around the black coffin. Its instincts screamed that this very substance was disrupting its reunion with its master. Pooh! The little creature opened its mouth wide, inhaling and exhaling like a whale swallowing the sea. Within dozens of miles around the bronze divine coffin, seawater surged in, and chaotic void currents exploded outward. The black coffin mist, once stubborn as a stubborn plaster, was instantly cleared away, leaving a vast vacuum zone. For a moment, the heavens and earth fell silent. Indeed, only a taboo can counter another taboo. You truly bear destiny within you. The demon refining pot alone could never evolve a taboo, murmured the goddess, her eyes blazing with divine light. She was not destined to perish after all. It's too small. It can disperse the black coffin mist only twice more at most. Hurry and take me away, the goddess whispered. Shu Xing snapped to attention, glancing at the universal parasite. Sure enough, the little creature had blown its last breath, its expression weary. Yet upon meeting Shu Xing's gaze, it immediately danced with joy, seemingly eager for praise. Escape might still be impossible, but plan B will suffice. Shu Xing's thoughts flashed, transmitting a command to the universal parasite. Little one, you should know how to draw the yin-yang, void concealment, and divine control runes, right? Daddy, easy peasy, I know how. Shu Xing's mouth twitched. Too busy to correct the nickname, he strained to lift the bronze coffin and growled. Blow again. Push that black coffin mist farther away. Then follow me inside. We'll inscribe the divine patterns and seal the divine coffin. Chapter 43, Trapped by the Divine Coffin. Outside, as the Sea Clan departed, the 12 heavenly gods of the human race gazed at the collapsed secret realm. Their expressions varied. Some noble families abandoned all pretense. Seeing Shu Xing bury the secret realm, they smirked while feigning sorrow. What a pity for such a prodigy of the human clan. Had he not perished, he would have ascended to at least the rank of high god. Indeed. What a pity he overreached himself in the end, coveting the relics of ancient gods. Zhou Jimin's eyes grew cold as he swept his gaze over the Yang family. He's not dead yet. Why rush to conclusions? Afraid his talent was too great, that he might grow strong enough to seek revenge on you? The Yang family members seethed silently. Master Zhou, please don't speak recklessly. Many prodigies from our noble families perished there as well. We too wish this tragedy had never occurred. Exactly. The losses this time were too great. Fortunately, the Sea Clan suffered even heavier casualties. At least for the next 100 years, Wangjiang will be safe. How many disciples did your clans lose? Especially your Yang family, only 2 human traitors perished. Ridiculous. The elder of the Yang family frowned. The label of traitor was unacceptable. Master Zhou, the secret realm has unleashed ancient gods and demons, even forbidden black mists. This proves its inner workings defy all logic. This old man strongly suspects those 2 young Jiafen youths were merely bewitched by unknown monstrosities. How could they be called traitors? Bull. You admitted it when they allied with the Sea Clan. Wang Han, the principal of Shu Xing School, couldn't help but curse. Humph, demigod brat. Old Wang, keep a close eye on your own young ones. Pa. Old codger, my descendants are far superior to yours. Look at your Yang clan, nothing but crooked melons and cracked peaches. Their very thoughts are corrupted. Beware of being purged by the capital. At the mention of the capital, every celestial present paled. Those in the capital possess divine potential and formidable combat prowess far beyond their own reach. Enough quarreling. I've already notified the capital. They've stated they'll send representatives to handle this matter, so... Zhou Jimin turned to the Yang family, his gaze cold and detached. Prepare yourselves to face the capital's investigation. You actually. What do you mean? With such a major incident occurring in the secret realm, if we don't report it, are we supposed to let your noble families handle it? Ahem, Master Zhou, you jest. Such a major incident naturally belongs to the capital. We have no objections. We were merely startled earlier and lost our composure. The other clans chuckled awkwardly, hastily affirming their stance. As if, when it came to the capital, they dared not overstep their bounds. The other celestial deities had intended to watch the spectacle and then return home, but upon learning that the capital would send representatives, they all abandoned that notion. They assigned the matter to their clan's young disciples while preparing themselves to receive the capital's envoys. Within the secret realm, the fist-sized universal parasite once again scattered the black mist, its tiny form swaying precariously. Shu Xing grabbed hold of it and leapt into the divine coffin in a flash. Simultaneously, he pulled out various sacred artifacts and stuffed them into the all-things parasite's mouth. Eat quickly. Replenish your strength. Prepare to repair the divine inscriptions. The all-things parasite squinted its eyes. Nestling comfortably in Shu Xing's embrace as it devoured 1,000-year-old spiritual herb after another, each bite a 10,000-year-old divine medicine. Its body radiated divine light as it fed, the energy flowing back to Shu Xing, mending the latent wounds left by the Black Mist's previous corruption. The divine maiden tossed another jade bracelet. Attributeless divine source. Feed it to the parasite. Shu Xing didn't understand divine sources, but coming from the goddess's hand, even the lowest grade was beyond his means. Eat it. Don't hold back. Shu Xing commanded the universal parasite telepathically with unrestrained generosity. After all, it was his own beast. Its growth meant his own growth. Unconsciously, he had already stepped into the realm of a level 7 beast tamer. Truly, it was a mythic grade beast. The all things parasite saw the large mass of crystal-like liquid, its eyes gleaming. It slurped twice and swallowed it all in one go. Burp. Mama, yummy, full. The universal parasite waddled over to the divine maiden, affectionately rubbing against her. Shu Xing awkwardly pulled it back. Don't go around calling people that. Now that you're full, get back to work. By the way, how do you plan to repair the divine patterns? Shu Xing hadn't heard of a divine pattern master before, but he guessed it was probably similar to an array master. The little buggy in front of him was clever, but could it really set up an array? The next moment, Shu Xing understood. The universal parasite's abdomen swelled, and rice grain-sized black dots began appearing all over its body. Supernatural fertility. Quantity, 490,000. Bloodline, epic. Type, divine pattern insects non-reproductive. After absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, the black dots rapidly grew larger, transforming into insects the size of quail eggs, their bodies engraved with divine patterns. Under Shu Xing's astonished gaze, the offspring worms approached the divine rune array within the coffin. Their back-engraved runes unfolded, intertwining and fusing to repair the damaged patterns. Within mere breaths, 490,000 epic-grade divine pattern insects achieved complete coverage of the array. The patterns on the insects' bodies began autonomously integrating with the array, resonating, repairing, and strengthening one another. Soon, the divine coffin radiated a dazzling divine light once more. 3 layers of divine patterns rose, enveloping the entire divine coffin. Yin-yang divine pattern, drawing upon the yin and yang energies of heaven and earth, it's the essence of life and death. Preserving the divine maiden's physical form and immortal soul, ever ready to resurrect her. Void concealment renders the entire bronze divine coffin invisible, allowing it to absorb cosmic energy and dissolve into the void's dark layers, evading pursuit by heaven's path, hell, or forbidden realms. The divine maiden used this to conceal herself for nearly 10,000 years. Divine control, mastery over the divine realm, preserving her divine essence while communicating with ancient divine spirits. Through this, the goddess could connect with the lingering traces of her divine friends gods and Buddhas who once roamed the world, summoning their protection. As the divine patterns rose, the goddess showed a rare flicker of emotion. Thank you. Your beast companion is quite interesting. The all things parasite could actually hear the goddess's telepathic voice. Delighted, it circled around her in joyful loops before circling the divine coffin once more. Countless divine patterns flickered. The little creature observed intently, seemingly learning in secret, or perhaps inspecting the divine coffin for flaws. Through the divine coffin, Shu Xing saw the black coffin mist arrive belatedly. Without Shu Xing and the others to obstruct them, the mist easily made contact with the divine coffin. Unfortunately, the array had long been repaired. The divine coffin radiated divine light, which, while unable to dispel the black coffin mist, also prevented it from entering. The young one hasn't fully matured yet, only capable of sustaining the basic operations of the 3 divine runes array. Still, it's sufficient, the divine maiden remarked calmly. She had made countless preparations, enduring 9,999 years. Only the final step remained and thankfully, she had prevailed. Once true safety was assured, Shu Xing collapsed inside the divine coffin, lying motionless alongside the goddess. The coffin's interior was spacious enough to accommodate 2 people and a beast. Upon confirming the array's integrity, the all things parasite immediately flew back, settling between the 2. The little creature held Shu Xing's right hand with one paw and rested the other on the goddess's left hand. Contentedly crossing its legs, it began digesting the divine essence within its body. Divine essence, the very core of the ancient divine realm. Its rarity rivaled that of a mythic tier secret realm core. Shu Xing hadn't witnessed the universal parasite's maneuver, otherwise, he would have been terrified. The goddess merely smiled indulgently at the little creature's cheeky little trick. It was just a newborn, craving affection. This place is saturated with divine essence. Once you've rested, begin your cultivation. Your own strength is limiting the little one's bloodline potential. The goddess's voice echoed faintly within the divine coffin. Shu Xing was speechless, thinking to himself, my cultivation speed is already fast enough, but it's a pity that my beast's evolution is too rapid. An epic tier beast master was already terrifying enough, but now it had evolved directly into a mythic tier beast. So, what do we do now? Shu Xing stared at the sealed divine coffin, dark thoughts stirring within him. The goddess smiled. You want to get out? Not likely. The forbidden black mist outside won't dissipate easily. Besides, the secret realm is shattered. Beyond the bronze divine coffin lies the chaotic void of the depths. With your current strength, a gust of soul wind would leave you nothing but a corpse.
Xu Xing panicked instantly, scrambling to his feet as he glared at the goddess. So I'm supposed to lie in this coffin with you for the rest of my life? That's practically the same as being dead. Though the goddess before him was breathtakingly beautiful, he still loved his own girlfriend. The goddess smiled. It's quite similar, but that's the reality. At least inside the coffin, we can still freely eat, drink, and enjoy ourselves. If you leave now, your soul will scatter and you'll fall into hell. Even with this little one protecting you, even with fate's guardianship, it'll only spare you a few beatings in hell at most. No way. Absolutely not. I'm going back. My girlfriend is waiting for me to marry her, and my family is waiting for the good news that I'd become a god. Goddess. I was trapped here trying to save you. You have to help me find a way out. Xu Xing had nothing left to lose, pinning his last hope on this ancient mummy, this goddess. Chapter 44, The Goddess Coffin Exposed. Outside, upon hearing of the emergence of ancient gods and demons, the people of the capital immediately rushed toward Wangjiang. Led by immortals and gods, they tore through the void, traversing 10,000 miles with over a dozen high gods, drawing ever closer to Wangjiang. The homeworld differed from the secret realm. Though its void was more stable, it required greater protection. Secret realms were worlds left behind by the ancients. Shattering the void and defying heaven was acceptable at worst. They could destroy the secret realm and flee back to the real world. Secret realms are numerous, destroying one is no great loss. But the Blue Star's main world has only one. Should Blue Star face peril, all races would perish together. In the main world, shattering the void was strictly forbidden. At most, traversing the void for travel was permitted. Excessive void shattering destabilizes the main world. No sane being would willingly damage their own home. Protecting Blue Star was a consensus reached by all races thousands of years ago. Though the races may not know the primary reason for the collapse of the Age of Gods, the shattering of Blue Star by their battles was undoubtedly one of the major causes. The current races have no desire to repeat that mistake. Soon, the 18-member delegation from Shangjing arrived at Wangjiang. Led by Yi Qingge, a peerless expert at the immortal god realm standing above the 9 heavens, the group descended upon Wangjiang. Clad in a flawlessly white robe, its sleeves billowing like a fallen immortal descended from the heavens. His face bore a resolute expression, his gaze profound and piercing. In his hand, he gripped an ancient and mysterious divine sword, the Seven Slaying Sword. A faint, icy glow emanated from the blade, while purple lightning patterns danced along its surface, as if it contained the ultimate power of heaven and earth. Zhou Jimin, truly the mightiest warrior of Wangjiang, sensed Yi Qingge's arrival the moment he appeared. He lifted his gaze toward the figure in white, his eyes holding 3 parts admiration and 7 parts awe. General Yi. As Zhou Jimin bowed in salute, the other celestial beings of Wangjiang City immediately reacted, following suit in their own bows. General Yi. Yi Qingge nodded, then fixed his gaze directly at the entrance to the oceanic secret realm, his brow slightly furrowed. He had indeed sensed ancient energies emanating from within, but alas, he had arrived too late. The realm had collapsed, and everything within had likely been swept into the endless void of chaotic currents. Nevertheless, after centuries of relentless pursuit, he had finally encountered an ancient divine being. He was determined to meet it, no matter what. With a gentle flick of his sword, a white celestial scar appeared. Yi Xingling. Behind Yi Qingge, one of the 18 high gods, a young woman stood ready. A vertical eye opened on her forehead as she summoned her beast companion, transforming it into a spirit entity that followed the sword's trail into the void. Put. Yi Xingling used the heavenly eye to probe information and map the void. The spirit essence swiftly locked onto divine essence, the sword trail sweeping 3,000 li across the void. Along the way, Yi Xingling pinpointed coordinates for over 100 unknown secret realms and shattered divine artifacts. Suddenly, a massive bronze coffin caught her attention. In Zhou Jimin's report, the bronze divine coffin was listed as the most crucial artifact. Her heart jolted, and she growled. Found it. Help me. Without hesitation, the other 17 high gods unleashed their divine domains, transforming into a colossal Tai Chi diagram. They anchored Yi Xingling within the central yin-yang eye. Blessed by boundless divine power, Yi Xingling's beast mount, a Lord Tier ethereal spirit, plunged toward the bronze divine coffin. Even if it couldn't be retrieved, it must at least leave a mark upon it. Put. Alas, before the spirit could reach the coffin, it was engulfed by the endless black mist swirling around it. The black mist sensed Yi Xingling and the aura of the 17 high gods behind her through the spirit, becoming as excited as a bloodthirsty wolf. Using the spirit beast as a vessel, the black mist sought to invade the real world in reverse. Aya! Yi Xingling screamed in agony as her life-blood essence burned. The void spirit was her life-bound beast, and the black mist nearly forced its way into her divine domain through it. Yi Qingge's expression turned grim. This was indeed the legendary forbidden black coffin mist. It seemed that bronze divine coffin was the vessel that had buried the ancient gods and demons. Yi Qingge's face burned with determination. Help Xingling tend to her wounds. Wait for my return. Yi Qingge severed the black mist with a single sword strike, cutting off its path into the real world. She then stepped into the void herself, commanding the 7 slaughter sword to lock onto the mist's location. Only taboo could counter taboo.
How fitting his 7 slaying sword not only originated in antiquity but was itself a forbidden beast-taming artifact. I was worried I might lose my bearings in the void turbulence and fail to locate the divine coffin. This time, I owe a debt of gratitude to the Black Mist.
Nightchinga's heart burned with fervor. Though he had only recently ascended to godhood and remained far from the pinnacle of cultivation, who would refuse an opportunity to pave their path ahead? Moreover, ancient divine demon cultivation methods were scarce in the entire world. And within that divine coffin, it might very well hold a living ancient divine demon. This was an opportunity of cosmic proportions. To hesitate now would breed regret that could stifle his progress for the rest of his life. Yichinga's body transformed into a white meteor, covering tens of thousands of miles with each stride as he charged straight toward the divine coffin shrouded in black mist. The mobilization of the great Xia immortal gods alarmed numerous alien races. At that very moment, news spread from the Sea clan royal family. The great Xia immortal gods were pursuing the ancient divine maiden's coffin. Within the coffin lay not only ancient cultivation techniques, divine weapons, and eggs of divine beasts like the azure dragon and phoenix, but also the life-extending divine medicine, the 10,000-year peach tree of immortality. Countless veteran celestial deities and immortals stirred, stretching their limbs. On present-day Blue Star, spiritual energy was thin. Not only was the 10,000-year peach divine tree rare, but even 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs were seldom seen. All the treasures lie within perilous, terrifying secret realms. Now, a divine elixir has actually escaped from one such realm. Though the void is also dangerous, it does not restrict their power or their means of escape. Opportunity must be seized by force. If you cannot win in battle or outrun your pursuers, then death is simply a matter of inferior skill. Finally, the Merfolk king of the Sea clan personally released a video that utterly stirred the multitude of immortals and gods nearing the end of their natural lives. Within the divine coffin lay not only countless spiritual treasures and divine artifacts, but also a living goddess. Moreover, someone had already obtained a supreme divine artifact from the goddess's hands. The footage revealed. A young man of the human clan had entered the divine coffin alive. He was seen receiving 2 jade bracelets gifted by the divine maiden. Within the jade bracelet space lay a boundless silver sea, strewn with divine stones. Ancient medicinal gardens yielded 1,000-year-old herbs everywhere, while cultivation technique pavilions rivaled national libraries. Seated beside the divine maiden, the youth cultivated using divine stones, received her guidance, and evolved his beast-taming abilities. Even the form of the evolved universal parasite was captured and shared with the world. An extraordinary insect-type beast, fueled by the goddess's essence, evolved into a lord-tier being. Even the legendary mythic tier. The youth depicted in the footage was none other than Xu Xing himself. Yet at this very moment, Xu Xing remained deep within the divine coffin, training with grim determination. In just a few short days, he had ascended to an 8th-rank beastmaster, standing but a single step away from demigodhood. Alas, he still hadn't found a way to leave. The goddess had told him there was truly no method to depart. At present he could only wait for an opportunity. The path home, earliest within months, latest within a year. This was the divine maiden's promise to him. Chapter 45. Reactions in the outside world. Xu Xing remained unaware of the frenzy unfolding outside. For now, he could only share the coffin with the goddess. The difference was that while the goddess lay resting, he sat cross-legged in meditation. Having gained immense benefits and evolved into a mythical grade all things parasite, Xu Xing was overjoyed. But the price was steep. He would be trapped within the divine coffin for at least half a year, and rumors of his death would likely spread throughout the outside world. He hoped his family, brothers, and girlfriend wouldn't grieve too deeply. Xu Xing remained unaware that the world had already learned of his survival. If he knew he'd been broadcast live to the entire world, his joy would likely outweigh the social embarrassment. Fortunately, as the divine rune array repaired itself, the outside world's view of the situation inside Xu Xing's divine coffin grew hazy until it vanished entirely. The culprit, the Sea clan's Merfolk king, stared at the shattered jade ruler mirror in his hand with a look of heartache. This was a semi-divine artifact, yet it shattered in retaliation after merely peering into the bronze divine coffin. "My daughter, you saw it yourself. He's alive and well, even consorting with that goddess." The Merfolk king glared at his daughter, boiling with rage. What nonsense about a destined son. He bitterly regretted dragging his daughter to that fortune-teller in the first place. The fortune-teller failed to predict the calamity for his daughter, yet instead foretold some human brat, a so-called chosen one? Utter nonsense. Su Xiaoyun, who had been so worried she couldn't eat, finally relaxed when she saw Xu Xing was unharmed. A smile returned to her face. "Thanks for your trouble, father. But projecting his image like that will surely land him in deep trouble." She was an ancient divine maiden. Once Xu Xing returned to Blue Star, he would become the target of the entire world. Whether or not the goddess gave Xu Xing a divine artifact, they wouldn't let him go. Better safe than sorry. To the immortal gods nearing the end of their natural lifespans, Xu Xing was a piece of immortal flesh, radiating a deadly temptation. The Merfolk king snorted coldly. Whether he survives is another matter entirely. Besides, if he isn't exposed before the entire world, who would even think to rescue him? And who would even want to save him?
That was the depths of the chaotic void of nothingness. Even immortals could perish there if they weren't careful.
Just because he's a human prodigy? TSK geniuses are a dime a dozen. To immortals and gods, a genius who hasn't proven themselves is barely worth a second glance. Expecting immortals and gods to risk their lives in the void to save him? There must be sufficient incentive. As it happens, the Divine Maiden's coffin represents the greatest reward imaginable. The origin of the secret realm, the path for immortals and gods to continue their cultivation, divine elixirs that extend life by 10,000 years. Any one of these would be enough to stir the hearts of immortals and gods, let alone all gathered together. Too bad. Your old man here wants to live a few more years, so I'll stay out of it. Having personally sensed the aura of the goddess coffin, the merfolk king harbored not a shred of greed. Upon returning to his clan, he announced he would enter seclusion and see no one. Xiaoyun, you'll stay close to me for now. Rest assured, the moment I hear news about that boy, I'll tell you immediately. Su Xiaoyun sighed helplessly. Fine. But I want my aunt to stay with me. Oomph. She's grounded. She's useless at accomplishing anything and only good at causing trouble. If it weren't for her, none of this would have happened. Pfft, but wasn't it your order to have Auntie release the array? The merfolk king roared in fury. But I never told her to destroy the formation. She nearly let that menace into the real world. No pleading for her. Let her reflect on her mistakes properly. And you get back to your training. Human race, Wangjiang City First High School. Senior 3, Class 1, originally 68 students, only 56 returned. The entire school suffered even greater losses, with over 200 students permanently trapped within the secret realm. Among them was Xu Xing. Yuan Qianxian read the list of fallen classmates with heavy heart. When she reached Xu Xing's name, her heart clenched violently. As their teacher, she owed her very survival to Xu Xing. But Xu Xing had been left behind in the secret realm. Thud. Wu Yulong slammed his fist on the table, gazing at Chen Siyu's lonely figure ahead, cursing his own helplessness. If only his beast-tamer had evolved sooner, if only he hadn't fainted back then and could have stopped Xu Xing. Li Tiancheng tried to force a smile to comfort the three girls, only to realize he couldn't even comfort himself. His eyes glazed over as he stared at the official announcement on his phone, the list of casualties. His fingers clenched tightly. If not for his good brother Xu Xing's rescue in the secret realm, he and Wu Yulong would have perished in the sea dragon's jaws. Now, the members of their team who should have perished had emerged alive, yet Xu Xing. See you, we haven't seen Xu Xing's body yet. Maybe he's still. The squad leader looked guiltily at the pale, dazed girl slumped over Xu Xing's seat and whispered softly. Chen Siyu seemed not to hear him, her eyes fixed straight ahead. Her once delicate face was now streaked with tears, her features blurred by so many tears. Class advisor Yuan Qianxian glanced at Chen Siyu, and the words of comfort on her lips dissolved into a long, drawn-out sigh. What a tragic pair. A perfect match in their freshman year, Xu Xing's descent into darkness began with his beast awakening in sophomore year, and just as he regained his talent in senior year, this sudden tragedy struck. He's not dead. Ah, Xu Xing, he really isn't dead. Li Tiancheng suddenly shouted. He leaped onto the desk, holding his phone aloft as he shouted. What? The name Xu Xing seemed to flip a switch in Chen Siyu. At the sound of those two words, her lifeless eyes slowly began to move. Li Tiancheng charged forward, shoving aside anyone blocking his path. Chen Siyu, he's still alive. Li Tiancheng projected the video of the merfolk king. The footage showed Xu Xing grimacing as he cultivated trapped within the divine coffin. The fist-sized all things parasite and the peerlessly radiant divine maiden were also visible within the frame. Upon seeing the news, Wu Yulong let out a wild cry to the heavens, his emotions surging wildly. He had broken through again, reaching the rank of level 7 beast-tamer. Chen Siyu, recognizing the familiar figure on the screen, snatched the phone and called her clan. After personally confirming the news was true, her vision darkened and she fainted. Ever since emerging from the secret realm and learning of Xu Xing's death, she hadn't stopped crying. Her body had long been pushed to its physical limits. Wang Mengxin screamed, Siyu. He barely survived, don't you dare get her too. She's fine. She's just exhausted. After the teacher's initial shock, she personally checked on Chen Siyu's condition. Take her to rest first. You all need a few days rest too. Xu Xing is fine, you should be relieved. Yes, teacher, you should rest too. As for the other students who perished, we'll pay our respects in person in a few days. Li Tiancheng finished speaking and led Wu Yulong, Chen Siyu, and the other two girls out of the classroom. Once outside the classroom, Wu Yulong couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yes. I knew Xingzi was tough, she wouldn't go down that easily. Shut up, keep your voice down. We haven't heard any good news about the other students who were in the accident. Yeah, you're right. This time was just too tragic. Wu Yulong gave an awkward smile, but within minutes, the conversation turned back to Xu Xing. Xingzi sure has his charms, getting to share a coffin with an ancient goddess. Well, I've got even better news for you. Not only did Xingzi sleep with the goddess, but he also won her favor.
Latest intel from my clan, that fist-sized insect by Xingzi's side appears to be a lord-level ancient witchcraft mother beast.
What? Lord level? Wang Mingxin and the other woman gasped in unison.
They hadn't scrutinized the photo earlier. Li Tiancheng sighed solemnly, confirming, yes, at least a lord level.
Rumor has it Xu Xing received 2 bracelets from the goddess, containing various divine stones and elixirs.
With the goddess's aid, his beast companion underwent a super evolution at least lord tier, perhaps even the legendary, never before seen semi-mythical tier.
Khan, what does that make my beast then? Wu Yulong had been overjoyed with his beast's evolution.
Having devoured so many dragon eggs to reach epic tier, he was already immensely satisfied.
As for ascending to the lord tier above that? Wu Yulong dared not even dream of such heights. Across the entire Great Xia Empire, lord tier beasts numbered less than 10.
Every single one belonged to high-ranking heavenly god tier leaders or generals.
As for the semi-mythical tier?
Not only in Great Xia, but across the entire Blue Star, none had appeared for thousands of years. Though they were now called heavenly gods, compared to the true deities of ancient times, they were likely only comparable to the immortal gods of the present age. That's a goddess who survived from ancient times. For her to intervene, a lord tier beast would be the norm.
But Xu Xing's follow-up might. Worry about what?
He already has a lord-level beastmaster and a living goddess by his side.
Why should we fret? True enough.
Li Tiancheng pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding not to mention that Xu Xing had already caught the attention of immortals and deities worldwide.
Truthfully, it wouldn't matter anyway.
Their little Karami was no match for immortals and deities. All they could do now was pray for Xu Xing.
Go back and train diligently. Only by growing stronger can we possibly help Xu Xing, Wu Yulong murmured. He never wanted to be caught off guard like this in the secret realm again.
Next time, he would definitely bring his beast-taming abilities to protect those around him.
Chapter 46, Cultivation Plans.
The turmoil outside held no concern for Xu Xing. In the blink of an eye, he had already cultivated within the divine coffin for a month. Within the divine coffin, Xu Xing didn't even need to consciously activate his cultivation techniques. Endless spiritual energy poured into his body. As the spiritual energy flooded his body, Xu Xing simultaneously cultivated the body refining spirit orifice technique and the breathing method. A series of cracking sounds echoed within his body.
Xu Xing felt the stagnant spiritual energy instantly clear away.
The spiritual energy gathered like trickling streams, strengthening his meridians.
His bones creaked and his internal organs glowed with a spiritual light. Muscles bulged and an explosive force seemed to surge within him. 9th level demigod.
This time, Xu Xing was truly confident he could kill a dragon with a single punch. In just 1 month, Xu Xing had ascended from a level 7 beast tamer to a level 9 demigod. Just 1 step away from the heavenly god realm. Through the divine maiden, Xu Xing also learned that the ancient path to ascending as a heavenly god differed greatly from the present world. For humans in the present age, ascending to godhood was exceedingly difficult, with only 2 paths available. The first involves leading beast tamers into battle against alien races, hunting down corresponding celestial gods, and bathing in their divine blood to achieve advancement. The second path required a beast tamer with sufficiently potent bloodlines to first cultivate into a heavenly god themselves. They could then channel divine energy back to their master, guiding them into the heavenly god realm. The second method seemed simple, but it placed an incredibly terrifying burden on the beast. First, the beast's bloodline must be exceptionally potent, at least epic tier. Second, if the beast's power surpasses its master's, even if the master temporarily breaks through to godhood, they face divine retribution. Most beasts are demonic creatures, and demonic beasts fear divine retribution and heavenly thunder most of all. Thus, the second breakthrough method risks reducing one's beast companion to ashes in an instant if mishandled. As for the ancient methods of ascending to the heavenly god realm, they are even more terrifying. Ancient cultivation practices did not involve beast tamers. When cultivators broke through to the heavenly god realm, they faced the heavenly thunder trial directly. 3 to 9 bolts of heavenly lightning struck indiscriminately. Survive to ascend as a heavenly god and command a divine domain, fail and pray for mercy. Withstanding heavenly thunder with one's physical body is sheer madness. In the present age, this path is likely impassable for anyone. Modern human cultivation relies primarily on beast taming. Even the thick-skinned, tough-flesh tamed beasts couldn't withstand the heavenly thunder. As for the tamers themselves, forget 9 bolts, the soul would likely be scattered by the gale winds before the first strike even fell. By the way, Divine Maiden, how many heavenly thunderbolts did you endure back then? Xu Xing, cultivating the spirit cavity decision, was in excruciating pain and needed to shift the conversation. 9 purple bolts, the goddess replied calmly, as if it were nothing out of the ordinary. Whoa! Xu Xing sucked in a sharp breath. 9 purple thunderbolts in 1,000 years, not even those who broke through to immortal or godhood seem to have endured such a trial. The gods outside are weak precisely because they lack the baptism of heavenly thunderbolts. Xu Xing chuckled dryly. Weak celestial gods? Compared to the Black Coffin Mist, they might seem weak, but human celestial gods, even among alien races, were mid to high tier combatants hardly weak by any measure. The goddess seemed to read Xu Xing's thoughts.
Those alien races outside?
Their bloodlines are fragmented and patchy.
They're just as pitifully weak.
Take that Merfolk king from earlier, he's so far behind my era, I'd scorn him even as a gatekeeper.
Xu Xing.
By the way, that little Merfolk king seemed to do something to you earlier. Quite a few are heading this way. It doesn't look like they're rescuing you, but rather hunting for this king.
Not very strong, but quite bold.
The goddess's tone remained calm, betraying no emotion.
Xu Xing frowned. No wonder he felt uneasy earlier, it all made sense now.
Goddess, how strong are these intruders?
Xu Xing felt uneasy.
He knew the void beyond was now deep space, where even ordinary celestial beings lack the qualifications to enter. Using our own power rating system, Xu Xing added, fearing the goddess might dismiss them as trash. 17 immortal gods, 124 high-ranked heavenly gods, and too many others to count. The goddess's tone dripped with contempt. Cultivators of this world sure knew how to exaggerate.
Immortal deities?
In the ancient era, they wouldn't even stand a chance against a single high-ranked heavenly god.
How dare they call themselves immortal gods? Don't they fear bringing misfortune upon themselves? What? Xu Xing was stunned. How had so many ancient demons arrived?
This must have drawn immortals and deities from across the entire world.
Could the goddess coffin have been exposed? Well, no wonder. With all that commotion, any surviving ancient goddess would seize it if she had the power. Wait, something's off. Hadn't he already claimed the goddess? What are you afraid of? You're inside the coffin, the goddess sighed. The black coffin's mist couldn't even penetrate it.
A mere few hundred big monkeys wouldn't even be able to get close.
Xu Xing grimaced. But I have to get out eventually.
I don't want to step outside only to be surrounded by a horde of immortals and gods.
You old immortal might not fear them, but I do. They'll slice me up for research. No, they'd probably stew me and eat me.
Xu Xing had no doubt about his fate. After spending a whole month alone with the divine maiden, if the immortals and deities outside got their hands on him, he'd be doomed. No chance of survival, no hope of mercy.
They dare.
The goddess snapped, her voice tinged with murderous intent.
A wave of warmth washed over Xu Xing.
He thought to himself that saving her hadn't been in vain.
Could you accompany me outside?
Xu Xing suddenly asked. The goddess remained silent for a moment before replying.
I cannot.
Not for at least 10 years. If you're worried, you may stay with me for 10 years.
After that, I shall personally escort you out.
I'm eager to see how those outside will treat you.
10 years? My girlfriend might remarry in 10 years.
Xu Xing's voice was filled with despair.
My family hasn't ascended to divinity yet either. Our lives are finite,
and we still have enemies like the Yang family.
10 years is too long. Goddess, true. One must protect loved ones and friends. Don't follow my example, ending up alone, clinging to life by a thread.
Well, Xu Xing scratched his head. After spending over a month together, he felt they'd become friends.
When you emerge, if you have nowhere to go, you can come to my home.
If Xu Xing claimed he had no ulterior motives, no one would believe him.
The goddess before him was an ancient deity. With her protecting his family and friends, who on the entire Blue Star would dare harbor ill intentions? The goddess smiled. Very well. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly visit.
You're in such a hurry to leave, but the immortals and deities outside could actually help you. Once the black coffin mist is dispersed, the divine coffin can be briefly opened to let you out. Xu Xing was both shocked and delighted, but then he glanced at the divine patterns on the coffin. But these divine patterns were restored temporarily using my beast-taming power.
Once I leave. Precisely. They'll become ineffective. I'm not that foolish.
Though those weaklings outside can't harm me, I refuse to let them defile my dwelling and disturb my peace.
Abode? Xu Xing's mouth twitched. Calling a coffin an abode was truly one of a kind. Then what should I do? Xu Xing tentatively asked. Simple, the divine maiden replied indifferently. Just leave your beast behind. Xu Xing was utterly baffled. Leave his beast? How would he cultivate in the future? How would he fight enemies? Did she really expect him to achieve godhood through his mortal body alone?
As if sensing his worry, the goddess added, rest assured. To be precise, you'll leave behind half of your beast companion.
I possess an ancient technique here that can split two beings. After your beast learns it, we'll split it and leave half behind. The cost is that your beast's bloodline will solidify. Until the two halves reunite, no matter how many resources it consumes, its bloodline won't evolve. Of course, the benefits are clear. Your beast's half-form will accompany this sovereign.
Within a century, it will inevitably evolve to mythical tier strength, surpassing even true immortal beasts. When this king finds you again, it will be the moment your beast's bloodline breaks through to mythical rank, and its power surpasses that of an immortal beast. Such a blessing? Xu Xing didn't hesitate. Let's do it. Please, divine maiden, bestow your teachings. Young one, seeing how fond you are of the goddess, I doubt you'll object. The all things parasite chuckled and nodded, though it was unclear if it truly understood. The goddess was momentarily speechless. She'd been contemplating whether to threaten him if he refused. But it turned out, was it because the other party was simply innocent, or? Your beast-taming method is intriguing. Cultivating the art of separation benefits both you and it. Otherwise, divine retribution could lead to unforeseen disasters, the goddess added by way of explanation. Shu Xing nodded. Thank you. After the differentiation, I hope you'll continue to look after it. Since you trust this king so deeply, I shall impart several ancient techniques to you. Use this time to cultivate diligently. Once your physical form ascends to godhood, this king will find a way to ensure your safety and aid your secure return. Chapter 47, half a year later, flesh ascends to divinity. Though the current cultivation system is weak, it cannot be denied that the new beast-taming system will significantly bridge the power gap in the later stages. This holds especially true for you. Possessing the legendary mythical bloodline of the witch's bug beast-taming, coupled with the aid of the demon refining pot, mere mortals and gods should not be your target. What lies beyond immortal and god? Shu Xing interrupted the goddess, unable to contain his curiosity. The entire Blue Star knew that after reaching the 6th level of immortal god, there was no further path forward. One must either develop a divine realm or undergo body refinement to cultivate anew. That is not something you need to concern yourself with now. Besides, the immortal gods I speak of are not the pseudo-gods you currently worship. Since the beast and its host can mutually supplement cultivation, I suggest you abandon refining your cultivation realm altogether. Rely solely on the little one to replenish your spiritual energy. After all, with your mortal physique's innate talent, 10 years of cultivation won't yield as much as the little one absorbing a single divine source. Shu Xing, actually, my talent isn't that bad. Reaching demigod status within a month of cultivation, even isolated from the outside world, that makes one a peerless prodigy. The goddess was speechless, thinking to herself, staying within her divine coffin, he breathed in boundless spiritual energy and divine power with every breath, constantly imbuing himself with her divine essence. Even a pig should reach the pseudo-god stage within a month. Anyway, stop practicing that crappy breathing technique. Focus on refining your body from now on and master the immortal body as soon as possible. Body refinement? Immortal body? You mean the spirit orifice technique, right? Shu Xing reacted quickly. After all, he'd only cultivated one body refining method. Spiritual orifice? That fits well enough. I never imagined the immortal body legacy would survive, let alone fall into your hands. The mark of destiny is too obvious. Shu Xing, ahem, divine maiden, while the spirit orifice technique isn't exactly commonplace in this world, it's certainly not rare. Anyone can learn it with enough money. If you need it, I'll gladly give you 10,000 copies. Goddess. Then why are your physiques so feeble? The heavenly tribulation can't even detect your presence. Holy crap, so they broke through to heavenly god without a tribulation because they're too weak. The tribulation couldn't even lock onto them? Shu Xing couldn't help but wryly smile. With beast control at our disposal, who would bother cultivating this self-mutilating technique? Not only is it excruciatingly painful, but it's also incredibly resource-intensive. Just opening the 12 acupoints for beginners consumes a century's worth of resources from a noble house. A century's worth of resources for a clan? At least tens of millions of top-grade spirit stones. In this spirit-depleted modern age, 10 million top-grade spirit stones could cultivate 12 human heavenly gods. Shu Xing only began cultivating this technique because he stumbled upon a secret realm, suddenly acquiring an overwhelming amount of spiritual treasures and stones. He figured, why not give it a shot? Nonsense. No matter how powerful your beasts are, they're not your own strength. In combat, once an enemy closes in, a single punch can shatter your body and extinguish your soul. Even resurrection and reincarnation would be impossible. A world-altering upheaval is imminent. All manner of forbidden knowledge and ancient myths will emerge. An indestructible physique is your sole path to survival. Cultivate diligently. Having mastered physical refinement, this king shall now impart 2 ancient divine arts, soul cultivation and divine domain. Prepare for seclusion. Once your flesh ascends to godhood, you may emerge. This king has arranged everything. Before Shu Xing could speak, the bronze artifact inverted, its 3 divine runes blazing with sacred light. From the void beyond, it drew in gale winds, fiery gold, and thunder spirits, unleashing them upon Shu Xing's body. The youngster cried out, attempting to shield Shu Xing, but was blocked by the divine maiden. Young one, it is time for you to cultivate the twin divine arts. Whether this king survives the next decade depends on you. Rest assured, your master won't die. The little one seemed to understand, chattering excitedly as it patted its chest. Mom, don't worry. Divine arts? Easy. The goddess chuckled softly as the 3 divine arts shone upon the heads of the human and the beast. The divine coffin was then divided into 3 distinct sections. The divine maiden lay motionless, her body flickering with azure light. Resonating with the divine coffin's formation, her vitality steadily grew, as if she might awaken at any moment. The all things parasite closed its eyes, its tiny hands honing the divine arts as traces of the great Tao emerged. Shushing wailed like a ghost, gale winds howling, flames forging souls, and thunder spirits roaring. Shushing could no longer feel his own flesh and blood, his body seemed foreign to him. Bone-corroding, heart-searing agony tore at his soul. Endless divine light enveloped Shushing. His internal organs, bones, tendons, and muscles were reborn amidst destruction. The terrifying energy of the divine medicine violently cleansed his physical form. At first, Shushing could still feel the pain, but as it intensified, his nerves went numb and his eyes lost their light. He drifted in and out of unconsciousness, waking only to fall back into darkness. Had his physical strength not grown stronger with every passing moment, Shushing would have long since descended into madness. As the external substance forged his body, the spiritual orifices within Shushing were forcibly opened one by one. Countless divine stones and 10,000-year-old elixirs actively fused into his body, repairing and expanding his constitution. Unable to die, unable to live, this was the sole thought consuming Shushing's mind. This despair lasted for half a year. Half a year later, Shushing's body glowed with divine light. If one could see through his skin, they would witness countless meridians crisscrossing within, forming an exquisite array. At the junctions of this array, spiritual orifices glowed faintly. Counting them revealed a total of 49. According to the original teachings of the spiritual orifice decision, mastering 48 spiritual orifices signified the pinnacle of organ cultivation. Flesh and blood would be reforged, and all injuries, great or small, would heal. In less than half a year, he had activated the 49th spiritual orifice. His physical form had ascended to godhood, capable of regenerating severed limbs. Thank you, Divine Maiden. Shushing snapped back to reality, clenching his fists as he felt the terrifying power and vitality surging within him, overwhelmed with joy. The inhuman ordeal of the past half-year suddenly seemed almost endearing. Though he couldn't yet regenerate from a single drop of blood, limb regeneration alone was terrifying enough. Even high gods, relying solely on their divine essence, couldn't achieve limb regeneration except for healing-type beast-tamers. It's nothing. This king wouldn't want you to be wiped out the moment you step outside. Survive out there. Once I'm free, I'll seek you out to understand this world. Shushing laughed heartily. Rest assured, Divine Maiden. I'm terrifyingly persistent. I'll wait for your return on Blue Star for as long as it takes. So, Divine Maiden, how do I return? Have those celestial beings outside found this place? After over half a year of cultivation, he remained utterly ignorant of the outside world. See for yourself. As the goddess spoke, the divine coffin began to turn transparent. From within the coffin, Shushing clearly saw the scene outside. Endless void and darkness, punctuated by scattered starlight and colossal forms. The scene shifted, and Shushing immediately spotted Yichinga, a young sword cultivator clad in white robes, the only one of his kind in the entire Great Xia. Behind Yichinga stood over a dozen withered elders. Since achieving godhood through physical transformation, Shushing had become exceptionally sensitive to life force. These old men radiated a thick aura of death, clearly nearing their end. The divine beings present included members of Great Xia's noble clans and foreign races. Their expressions were uniformly greedy as they eyed the divine coffin, yet their gazes toward Yichinga were tinged with apprehension. Among the dozen or so divine beings present, Yichinga was certainly not the strongest in combat prowess, but he was undoubtedly the youngest. If it came to actual combat, these old men would certainly be unwilling to fight to the death, especially unwilling to risk their lives against Yichinga. The ancient immortals, already on the brink of death, risked aggravating their injuries with even the slightest movement, hastening their physical decline. They had but a few years left to live. If they engaged in combat, they couldn't be sure if their enemies would die, but they themselves would certainly perish first. The sole purpose of these ancient immortals and deities gathering here was one, to seize the divine coffin and extend their lifespan. Chapter 48, Gathering of Immortals. General Yi, it's been ages. You look as formidable as ever. Indeed. Decades have passed, and General Yi's aura has grown even more formidable. He's likely broken through to mid-tier immortal god status. It won't be long before he catches up to us old immortals. Numerous venerable immortals and deities from noble clans and alien races greeted him with smiles. Yichinga frowned but nodded in acknowledgement. He was the sole immortal deity from the capital present this time. The upcoming battle would prove challenging. As for the human clan immortals? Yichinga never harbored any expectations for them. It was enough if the clans didn't stab him in the back. Enough small talk. We're all old acquaintances here. Let's get straight to the point. The nine-winged angel's gaze was icy. As an alien race, his lifespan was several times longer than that of humans, but his bloodline was damaged. Without the appropriate elixir to save him, he too would soon meet his end. An ancient divine coffin. The projections show at least a dozen divine artifacts within, enough for all present to divide equally. My suggestion is to cooperate first. Once we breach the coffin, each may seize what they can. Don't forget this coffin also seals a divine maiden. Who knows if she might suddenly awaken? The ancient immortal from the Ghost Eye clan wore a solemn expression.
His ghostly eyes couldn't penetrate the coffin's barrier, leaving him deeply uneasy.
The dozen other immortal gods exchanged glances and unanimously agreed it was acceptable. Such collaborations were commonplace. They had occurred before in otherworldly realms and when dealing with divine elixirs.
Young friend Yi, what do you say?
The other immortals turned their gaze to Yi Qingge, fearing his youthful impetuosity might lead him to reject the equal share agreement. The greatest variable now was Yi Qingge. With his vibrant life force, he showed no fear of taking action.
Yi Qingge's expression remained calm. Agreed. But I require one additional item.
As expected, the other immortals and deities darkened.
What does General Yi desire in addition?
My great Xia subject Xu Xing.
You're dreaming. Absolutely impossible.
The alien deity, enraged and humiliated, nearly lost his temper on the spot.
Yi Qingge, don't push your luck.
The footage shows Xu Xing alone possesses several divine artifacts.
And who knows, he might have even inherited the goddess's legacy. Handing him over to you? You're dreaming.
15 celestial beings were present, 11 from alien races and only 4 from the human race, 2 from noble families and 1 from a merchant guild. While the alien race opposed Yi Qingge's words, the human noble families and merchant guilds beamed with delight, unanimously siding with him. If they could bring Xu Xing back to Blue Star, they stood to share in the profits. The venerable merchant deity Su Huojin grinned broadly as he stepped before Yi Qingge.
That's quite wrong.
Xu Xing is a citizen of our great Xia.
Both in reason and in duty, we must ensure his safe return. Exactly. As the ancestral guardians of Great Xia, shouldn't we protect our own young? The aristocratic families were even more shameless, outright claiming Xu Xing as their own kin. Oomph. Strong words mean nothing. With just 4 of you, do you really think you can take on 2 of us? The Sea Dragon Clan deity sneered. Shut up.
The angelic race and other alien races glared at the Sea Dragon Clan.
They thought, damn it, how many years do you have left? Don't you have any sense? Everyone came here for the divine medicine. Who the hell came to fight? At the immortal god realm, if they truly wanted to leave, who could stop them? Rely on this bunch of half-dead old farts? General Yi, if they truly attack, what should we do? The merchant elder had retreated behind Yi Qingge without anyone noticing. Yi Qingge's lips twitched. I don't know. Hey, you can't just say you don't know. How many of them do you think you can handle? I'm just a businessman, old man. At most, I could hold off 2. Brothers Li and Wu are certainly stronger than me. They might be able to hold off 5 or 6. The 2 immortal elders nearly cursed aloud, hastily interjecting, General Yi, don't listen to his nonsense. We're both nearly 1,000 years old, equivalent to septuagenarians in mortal years. Fighting one would leave us gasping for breath. Put. You've got some nerve. I'm too embarrassed to admit I can only handle one myself.
The Su family immortal from the Merchant's Guild burst into laughter, seizing upon his words to deliver a cold, mocking retort. The Li family immortal's face flushed crimson, seemingly realizing his own words were a bit off. He hastily added, this old man could hold off 2 of them.
Enough, 3 venerable elders. Mind your dignity.
Yi Qingge thought to himself, even if each of you holds off 2, that still leaves 5.
Are you seriously expecting him to fight 5 at once? He was young, not stupid. If negotiations fail, once the coffin is opened, prioritize retrieving Xu Xing even if it's just a corpse.
Nearly half a year had passed, and Xu Xing's chances of survival were shockingly slim. Unless the goddess had taken a fancy to the boy, truly considering him as an heir or a pretty face.
Hey, General Yi, can you hear me?
Suddenly, a voice both familiar and unfamiliar reached Yi Qingge's ears. Yi Qingge stiffened, scanning his surroundings but detecting no one nearby capable of such a transmission.
General Yi, come save me. If not, at least send some food. The voice echoed again.
This time, Yi Qingge's gaze locked onto the massive bronze divine coffin before him. His eyes went wide as he murmured.
Xu Xing? Oh my, General Yi, you really did come to rescue me. Xu Xing was overjoyed.
Hearing the dialect he hadn't heard in ages made him feel an instant connection.
He'd long heard that General Yi hailed from Wangzhong City.
Hearing that accent alone confirmed it a true fellow townsman.
Fellow countrymen meeting, eyes brimming with tears. Night Qingge's hair stood on end. The void realm was perilous beyond measure. One misstep could lead to encountering a forbidden entity. Had he stumbled upon a hellish undead taboo? But that didn't make sense. The 7 slaying sword hadn't issued a warning. Could it only mean that the opponent was the genuine article? Having fallen into the divine coffin for half a year, even if the goddess hadn't killed him, surviving without food or water for that long would have starved him to death on the spot. Was the other person even human anymore? The divine coffin contained no sustenance, only boundless spiritual treasures and divine artifacts, yet no basic foodstuffs. Even if there had been, Xu Xing dared not touch provisions buried for nearly 10,000 years. Xu Xing's survival owed everything to the vastness of his divine realm. Before entering the secret realm, he'd stockpiled ample provisions there. Moreover, his divine realm had evolved into a miniature world. Basic water resources, fish, mushrooms, and other staples could be self-produced and consumed even detached from reality.
Thus, for the past half year, Xu Xing had survived entirely on supplies from his divine domain. But after eating bland food for over half a year, Xu Xing was on the verge of tears, if not starvation. Fortunately, his physical body had successfully ascended to godhood. Fortunately, Yi Qingge and the other immortals and gods had found the bronze divine coffin. The Divine Maiden's original plan was that while drifting through the void, if they encountered a continent or secret realm with a teleportation array, they would toss Xu Xing into it. With good luck, he could be transported directly back to Blue Star. With bad luck, with the little one around, mastering teleportation arrays wasn't difficult. As long as he gathered the materials, he could set up a grand array to return on his own. Now, with the arrival of Yi Qingge and the other immortals, Xu Xing need only exit the divine coffin, seek refuge within their divine domains, and follow them safely back to Blue Star. But this choice heavily tests one's ability to select allies. If the chosen ones harbor ill intentions toward Xu Xing, the consequences would be dire. Though Xu Xing had attained godhood through physical ascension, capable of defeating ordinary celestial gods and even turning the tables on them, immortals, surrendering might at least spare him a whole corpse. Without the goddess's backup plan, Xu Xing would rather risk the first option. There was no other way. Human hearts were terrifying, more terrifying than unknown taboos or ghosts. Naturally, Xu Xing chose his fellow countryman, Yi Qingge. Yi Qingge enjoyed a favorable reputation in Great Xia. Though perceived as cold-hearted and ruthlessly decisive, he was at least upright and devoted to safeguarding the empire. With the goddess's backup, Xu Xing was 99% certain of success. Now, the prelude to executing the plan had begun. Wangjiang City First High School. Drill ground. Four-person teams practice drills, with two squads standing out distinctly, one comprised solely of 2 males, the other of 3 females. These 2 teams naturally belonged to Wu Yulong, Chen Xiyu, and their 3 companions. Half a year had passed, and the 3 girls, including Chen Xiyu, had grown increasingly silent. The original 4-person squad lacked its sole anchor. Chen Xiyu's once cool and gentle demeanor had vanished. Now she sat alone on the field, staring blankly into space while cradling her 6-tailed spirit cat. Gao Yuding and the other girl felt helpless about this. As long as Xu Xing didn't return, Xiyu couldn't find peace or joy. Wu Yulong and Li Tianchang, positioned several hundred meters away from the 3 girls, practiced the spirit pour technique while keeping watch to prevent any harm coming to them. The excruciating physical pain from the spirit orifice technique paled in comparison to the agony in their hearts. For the past half year, whenever Wu Yulong and Li Tianchang saw Chen Xiyu's pale cheeks, they couldn't help but think of their dear brother, still lost in the unknown void, his fate unknown. Wu Yulong and Li Tianchang channeled their grief into cultivation, frantically refining their bodies and inducing physical pain to slightly ease their inner torment. Both had now opened 9 spiritual orifices, greatly enhancing their physical prowess to withstand bullets and cannon fire. Their cultivation had also broken through to level 8 beast-tamers, and they would soon step into the realm of demigods. Over the past half year, the 3 women had also reached level 8 beast masters. After consuming the dragon eggs they brought back, their beasts underwent bloodline evolution within 6 months, all achieving epic tier status. Unfortunately, when Chen Xiyu's beast evolved, her master's profound grief had left her in poor physical and mental condition, causing her innate talent awakening to fail. Wu Yulong and the others felt even more guilty about this. Had they managed to persuade Xu Xing to return back then, things wouldn't have ended up like this. Thus, at school, they remained constantly by the 3 girls' sides, watching over them from afar. They feared Chen Xiyu might do something reckless. If anything happened to her again, they wouldn't wait for their good brother Xu Xing to return, they'd end it themselves right then and there. Hey, beautiful, feeling lonely? How about we team up for practice? Don't worry, we'll go easy on you. Suddenly, 4 African American guys rushed over to the 3 girls, whistling and tilting their heads back as they asked coolly. Get lost, jerks, Wang Mingxin snapped. Over the past 6 months, with Xu Xing absent from the group, the number of idiots hitting on them had only increased. After the Oceanic Secret Realm incident, Wangjiang City lost 1/5 of its student population. Some schools nearly lost all their students, forcing the authorities to intervene and redistribute students across schools. Fortunately, Wangjiang No. 1 High School remained intact. Unfortunately, many students from other schools had transferred in. Most of these cocky, blonde-haired guys hitting on girls were new transfers from other schools. Hey, you're a feisty one, kid. And that emo sitting on the ground? Why don't you come play something fun with Big Bro? You, asshole. I need to blow off some steam anyway. Tianchang, you're up against 3 of us. Wu Yulong grinned savagely, summoning his beast companion, the purple-winged crystal dragon. After merging with it, he transformed into a dragon's claw and snatched all 3 away with one hand. Li Tianchang summoned his star spirit, forming an array with his bare hands to carry off the last one. The 3 women continued their cultivation undisturbed, as if the earlier incident had never occurred. Chapter 49, The Plan. Shu, young friend, are you even human? Yi Qingge's heart sank, and he finally couldn't help but ask. Xu Xing looked stunned. Of course I'm human. Whether you're human or not isn't important. What matters now is, do you want the goddess's inherited cultivation technique? Xu Xing's tone dripped with temptation. Sure enough, the moment the words goddess's legacy were uttered, Yichinga's expression changed. At this moment, not even ghosts, gods, or demons could stand in the way of his determination to obtain the goddess's legacy.
Do you have it with you? The moment Yichinga spoke, he regretted it.
It was a pointless question. He'd shared a coffin with the goddess for over half a year. Every treasure within the coffin had likely fallen into that brat's hands.
He'd probably even plundered the goddess's most sacred personal artifacts. Shu Xing chuckled. Of course I do.
I can impart a divine succession technique to you right now, but…
Yichinga wasn't surprised. He'd be wary of any gift without strings attached. But it requires rescuing you? To be honest, I can't do it alone.
Even if he enlisted the 3 companions by his side, Yichinga still felt uncertain.
The ancient deities of the alien race refused to act because they wished to avoid needlessly squandering lives.
Having lived for an eternity, they wouldn't risk themselves for meaningless disputes. But the divine maiden's coffin before them directly determined whether these immortals could live a second life. Once the divine maiden's coffin was opened, the immortals present would undoubtedly become frenzied, fighting to the death for its treasures.
Anyone who dared to interfere would be killed without mercy. After all, these ancient immortals were clinging to their last breath.
Even sealed away, they had only years left. Yet any single divine artifact within the coffin could effortlessly extend their lives by decades or even centuries. Even break through to higher realms, reaching the ancient divine realm, enjoying 10,000 years of eternal glory. Truthfully, barring any mishaps, the quantity of divine artifacts within the coffin should easily allow each of them to claim 1 or 2 pieces without issue.
But now a problem has arisen, and it's a very big one.
Inside the divine coffin, alongside the motionless artifacts, now resides the living Shu Xing. Shu Xing had spent half a year within the divine coffin.
To claim the divine maiden hadn't imparted any knowledge would be laughable.
The divine artifacts could be divided among many, but Shu Xing was one person.
Could every immortal and god present really take a limb? Before Shu Xing transmitted her thoughts, Yichinga had actually entertained that notion.
To vie for Shu Xing's entire body would be tantamount to declaring war on all the other immortals and deities present.
When one's own Tao was at stake, who cared about status or age? Only killing mattered.
The goddess had long prepared, using Shu Xing to transmit her voice to Yichinga. I shall impart a divine technique to you. By burning your divine blood, your combat power can increase up to 100-fold.
If so, can we fight? 100-fold?
Yichinga's heart lurched in shock, only then realizing the voice belonged to the goddess herself.
Would this sovereign deceive you?
The goddess's tone was cold and detached.
In that instant, Yichinga's scalp prickled.
It felt as though countless celestial beings and Buddhas across the void had opened their eyes, gazing upon him. At the realm of immortals and gods, one's perception of the outside world became terrifyingly acute.
I dare not. Does the goddess herself require assistance? After the initial shock, Yichinga's heart swelled with joy.
Scanning his surroundings, he detected no awareness from the other immortals or deities.
This meant the goddess had chosen him.
The goddess truly still lives. Not even 10,000 years could erase her presence.
Even in her fragmented state, she can summon forbidden celestial beings and influence reality.
If she were to fully revive.
Did she choose him because of Shu Xing?
Boosting my combat power 100-fold might just make this battle possible, but I fear the cost. Yichinga's mind raced with conflicting thoughts, but he finally steeled his resolve.
First, collaborate with the goddess to save Shu Xing.
That boy can actually communicate with ancient divine maidens. The secrets he holds are likely no less profound than the maidens themselves.
Moreover, over the past millennium of Great Xia, they've discovered far more than just this single divine maiden's coffin.
If Shu Xing could be brought back, perhaps communication with other divine coffins might become possible. The ancient gods' paths were numerous in primordial times. As a sword cultivator, this divine coffin held no sword intent. Even if he gained its inheritance, it wouldn't be the most suitable choice for him.
You are too weak. I need not aid you. But I owe him a life. I must find him a guardian. Yichinga's heart sank.
Indeed, divine arts were not so easily obtained.
Once a guardian was chosen, their fates became bound.
Should Shu Xing face mortal peril and he failed to rescue him wholeheartedly, he too would suffer the heavenly Tao's punishment. At best, he would stagnate for life. At worst, he would descend into hell alongside Shu Xing.
Don't refuse so hastily. A divine technique is merely a gift. Should you accept, this prince owes you a favor, to be repaid within 100 years. Moreover, I possess the inheritance of the 12 sutras of the Lord of the Underworld. Yichinga's pupils contracted sharply. He cultivated precisely the King of the Underworld Sword Sutra, an ancient text that emerged alongside the beast-taming 7 slaughter sword. No one in the world knew of its existence. How could this person have discovered it? Yichinga quickly relaxed. After all, the other party was an ancient divine maiden. Discerning his life-bound cultivation technique was hardly surprising. A legacy of the Nether King, a divine art, plus a favor from this prince. You should be satisfied. Yichinga bowed slightly. Chinga is satisfied.
I, Yichinga, swear by heaven's mandate, henceforth, I shall serve as the guardian of the X. Shushu star for my clan until they ascend to immortal godhood.
Very well. I shall impart to you the divine awakening technique.
As long as your divine blood flows, your divine power shall never cease. All my legacy resides within Shushing. Beyond the core, all external matters are under his command. Protecting him is safeguarding my divine lineage.
Yi Qingge remained composed.
Having staked everything, she would give her all. Rest assured, divine maiden.
In 3 days, the 12 constellations will manifest and another star domain will border ours. Seize the opportunity to bring Shushing into that domain.
The route to the other star domain lies here. Use these 3 days to diligently cultivate the heaven-awakened divine art. The star domain barrier won't be easily breached. At the very least, it will require all present immortals and gods to engage in a fierce battle to tear it apart.
3 days hence, this king shall cast forth 10 divine artifacts in Shushing's false form.
You must seize them at all costs, burning your divine blood to attack all other immortals indiscriminately. You must slay one immortal or god on the spot, offering their blood as a sacrifice to the other star domain.
The more you slay, the smoother your return journey will be. Otherwise, you will be deemed invaders by the alien realm, exposed to countless forbidden secrets. 1 against 14, and you're supposed to kill one of them? Do they really think all the immortals and gods here are idiots?
If ranked by cultivation level, he was actually the weakest among them, merely a level 2 lower tier immortal. The other ancient immortals present, however, were at least mid-tier level 4 immortals, with most reaching the pinnacle level 6 immortal realm of Blue Star. As for why there are 14, the alien race only has 11 immortals and gods.
Naturally, Yi Qingge counted the other 3 human immortals as enemies too.
In the struggle for the Tao, all are enemies.
Moreover, the noble families and merchant guilds have always been exemplars of unwavering dedication to the great Xia. What about Shushing? Should he hide within my divine domain? Once the divine war begins, Yi Qingge won't be able to protect him. Agreed. As the goddess's words fell, silence descended. Then, intricate divine patterns surged into Yi Qingge's mind. Knight Qingge remained impassive, immersing himself in their study. With only 3 days, one misstep could plunge him into an abyss. Yet success would pave his path to divinity with unbroken smoothness. The 12 meridians of the Lord of the Underworld cultivated to perfection, they grant descent into hell and ascent to the celestial court, making one a true immortal deity. Chapter 50, Collapsing Star Realm, Escape. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Shushing and the beast-taming parasite formed hand seals, enduring the pain as their primordial essence began to split. The primordial essence of the all things parasite split into 2 parts, one plunged into the goddess's body, while the other returned to its original form, re-entering Shushing's divine domain.
Shushing's essence split into 3 parts.
He coughed up blood and nearly fainted on the spot. Only after 2 parts returned to his body did he recover. The 3rd part merged into the divine embryo the goddess had prepared in advance.
Formless and featureless, the divine embryo began to take on Shushing's likeness as his primordial essence flowed into it. All preparations are complete.
Thank you for your guidance these past days, divine maiden. At parting, Shushing felt a lingering reluctance. This ancient, Zhongzi had been nothing but kind to him during this time, caring for him like a neighborly older sister. She never coerced or threatened him, nor did she harbor any thoughts of soul-stealing or reincarnation. The goddess shot Shushing a sidelong glance, as if reading his true thoughts. Perhaps it was her vast experience, or perhaps she'd lain too long, but she didn't grasp the old rice dumpling's meaning.
Either way, she didn't dwell on it. Go now. Live well. Shushing laughed heartily. I will. You too, goddess. See you back home.
As his words faded, Shushing shouted.
Open the coffin. General Yi, save me. Boom.
The bronze divine coffin stirred, causing the entire nearby star domain to tremble. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of the immortals and deities who had been guarding the area for so long. Over these past 3 days, under Yi Qingge's disapproving gaze, 2 more immortals and dozens of high-ranking celestial gods had joined the ranks. Yi Qingge, still engrossed in mastering the heavenly revelation divine art, nearly lost his composure upon seeing so many new enemies arrive. His lips twitched as he cursed inwardly.
Khan, you've arrived just in time. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. This deathly calamity is destined to be yours.
A plan had already formed in Yi Qingge's mind. Though the cost would be immense for him, facing the encirclement of over a dozen ancient immortals on the brink of death, decisiveness was his only path to survival.
Open the coffin. General Yi, save me.
As Shushing's cry rang out, Yi Qingge's body trembled. He knew it was time to fight for his life. The bronze divine coffin burst forth with sacred light, spewing forth countless jade tablets of cultivation techniques, 10,000-year-old divine herbs, and ancient divine swords. Shushing's clone drew the attacker's fire as it emerged with the divine treasures, while his true form, harnessing the power of the divine inscriptions, instantly arrived at Yi Qingge's side.
Yi Qingge, prepared, safely stored them within his divine domain before dashing toward the scattered artifacts. These were genuine divine treasures, why pass them up? Besides, he was fully prepared to face any enemy. Outside, immortals and gods surged forward in a frenzy, scrambling to seize the treasures.
The black mist surrounding the coffin was merely a trivial obstacle to dispel. Dispelling the fragmented taboo was effortless for immortals and gods, but annihilating it remained beyond their reach.
Brotherly! Brother Wang! Aid me!
Yi Qingge roared, then single-handedly held off over a dozen immortal deities from the alien race as he charged toward the divine coffin.
If we succeed, we'll share the coffin's treasures.
The three immortals from the noble families and merchant guilds hesitated for a moment before deciding to protect Yi Qingge.
As fellow humans, their trust naturally ran deeper than that for the alien race.
More importantly, the three lacked the courage to charge head-on against over a dozen alien immortals and gods.
Better to do a favor and shield Yi Qingge as he seized the opportunity. The clash between immortals and gods unfolded in an instant.
Acting decisively, the clan and guild each blocked 6 opponents for Yi Qingge.
The blocked alien deities roared with fury.
There were only dozens of divine artifacts, no time to waste.
Die!
The alien beings unleashed their divine forms. 100 Zhonglong dragons, celestial angels, and jade elephants materialized, bearing overwhelming ferocity as they charged toward the immortal deities of the noble families.
Oomph! The 3 human immortals joined forces to resist.
The divine realm descended from their palms, countless celestial soldiers and generals forming ranks to block the alien forces.
Boom!
The collision sent black mist scattering in all directions, causing space to collapse and nearby star systems to tremble.
Yi Qingge frowned.
This level of disturbance couldn't possibly shatter the star domain barrier. He'd have to go all out. Her body began to radiate an eerie divine aura, flickering and shimmering. Suddenly, a blinding crimson light pierced the entire star domain, transforming into a pillar of light that pierced the heavens, illuminating Yi Qingge's body.
Heaven's awakening divine art! Yi Qingge roared, his centuries of vitality instantly consumed. What emerged was boundless explosive power, infinite and limitless, multiplying his physical prowess exponentially. Yi Qingge once again drew a great divine seed from the divine realm.
A flicker of reluctance crossed his eyes, but for the sake of the Lord of the Underworld's inheritance and the path ahead, it was all worth it.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Bathed in the heavenly revelation divine art, the gray seed instantly blossomed into thousands of flower buds.
An endless sea of sword light engulfed the star domain, shattering the entire space as if sliced by razor-sharp blades.
Sensing the spatial anomaly, the alien immortals near the divine coffin halted abruptly. They turned in terror toward Yi Qingge, suspended at the center.
Yi Qingge? Have you lost your mind? There are dozens of divine artifacts here. At worst, I'll let you have one. Why burn your life away in mutual destruction? Stop this at once. I'll hand over Shushing to you.
They had no idea when Yi Qingge had mastered such a terrifying forbidden technique, one capable of slicing through the void itself. If this triggered a void upheaval, they would all be buried beneath it, lost forever, unable to find their way home.
Yi Qingge roared with laughter, like a raving demon. Then all of you step aside.
I'll take only 2 divine artifacts and bring Shushing back with me.
You're asking for death. 1 divine artifact is the absolute limit. The angelic tribe gritted their teeth. Die.
The jade elephant had circled behind Yi Qingge unnoticed, its limbs like divine pillars crashing down upon him.
Yi Qingge's expression turned icy. The first sacrifice? You shall be my blood offering.
Thousands of sword blossoms, formed from gray seeds, clung to the jade elephant like snowflakes.
Aya! The jade elephant let out a piercing scream.
The sword blossoms devoured its flesh and blood, their roots burrowing into its divine soul.
One by one, crimson sword seeds emerged.
The alien immortals recoiled in horror, sensing mortal peril emanating from these tiny sword blossoms. A sovereign-level ancient alien spirit plant the blood-feasting soul sword.
Given time to cultivate, it could have nurtured a living ancient spirit deity. Alas, Yeking's face twisted with grief.
Accelerated by the heavenly awakening divine art, it could only unleash its fleeting divine might for an instant.
Save me.
The colossal elephant, 100 zhang in size, saw its life force steadily wane, giving rise to thousands of inch-long crimson soul swords.
Thousands of Lord-tier soul swords took shape.
Though they could only unleash a single strike, it was more than enough.
Now, who dares say no? Yi Qingge held aloft the crimson soul swords, a smile spreading across his face.
Paired with his slightly withered, aged face, not a single soul dared to speak up.
Madman! Madman!
Though you've ascended to godhood, your lifespan is but a few thousand years.
This forbidden technique has drained 500 years from your life. How many years do you have left?
Even 10,000 years of peaches of immortality would only extend your life by a few centuries.
Is it worth it?
The immortal gods of other races couldn't comprehend it, murmuring derisively.
The immortal deities from the human clans were equally perplexed.
Yi Qingge was hailed as the human race's most promising powerhouse, one who could reach the pinnacle of human cultivation within a century without divine artifacts. That forbidden technique had not only consumed his life force but also his boundless future potential.
The clan deities sighed, what a pity, such youthful recklessness.
Had the goddess herself still been present, burning everything to seize her would indeed have been a bargain. Alas, after the goddess's coffin had radiated divine light and left behind a trove of divine artifacts, it had already closed once more. Yichinga paid no heed to their thoughts, snorting coldly as he dashed toward the scattered divine artifacts. In the blink of an eye, 4 of the 12 divine artifacts were claimed by Yichinga. Just as he prepared to seize the 5th, the alien deities went frenzied, simultaneously igniting their divine blood to force him back. You seek death. Greedy for 4. Spit them out now. Combine forces. He's alone. His blood soul sword seed has already taken shape, leaving him no parasitic power. Together, we can block the soul sword's core. Hiss. Wait, that brat is still alive? Suddenly, a divine being's gaze fell upon the clone Shu Xing had cast aside, eyes blazing with fervor. What? The alien deity's terror mingled with boundless delight. A living Shu Xing could very well mean the intact inheritance of the divine maiden. Yichinga's face paled, disbelief etched across his features. The deal was Shu Xing for me, and I take 2 divine artifacts. Aha, too late. Your greed has cost you. If we'd let you take this brat back, it would have been our greatest loss. Exchanging a mere 2 divine artifacts for the complete goddess lineage? Yichinga, you are a traitor to the human race. Yichinga roared with fury, his eyes bloodshot as he refused to accept the reality. If I can't have it, neither can you. We'll all die together. Thousands of crimson soul blades pierced straight into Yichinga's body, radiating blinding divine light. Under the horrified gazes of the assembled immortals and gods. Boom! The youngest immortal of the human race self-detonated. The illusory forms of the 12 constellations descended. 2-star domains slowly merged. Near the bronze divine coffin, auroras shot skyward. Under the white light, the area was reduced to ruins. The souls of 4 alien deities including the white jade elephant were sucked into the adjacent star domain. Chapter 51, Escape to the Alien Realm. Damn it, damn it, damn it. What a huge loss. You're paying for my losses, kid. 1 copy of the King of the Underworld Sword Sutra won't cut it. The shrunken, transparent version of Yichinga wailed, his former aura of a white-robed sword immortal utterly gone. Without a body, what good was aura anyway? Yichinga was ruthless and decisive. After snatching the divine artifact, he detonated his divine body. The sheer force of the explosion nearly obliterated half the star domain. Besides the initial jade elephant, 3 more alien deities perished instantly. Divine blood spilled across the heavens, stars plummeted from the sky, and unprecedented celestial calamity engulfed the Blue Star. Panic gripped all major factions on Blue Star. In the human capital city, the head of District 001 nearly collapsed upon seeing General Yi's life token flickering on the verge of extinction. Level 8 alert, General Yichinga in our sector is in mortal danger. Life token deep red. Coordinates, lost. Route, Wangjiang City Oceanic Secret Realm Extraterrestrial Coordinates X2Y46Z1 Bronze Divine Coffin. Dispatch rescue immediately. In the entire Great Xia Empire, only dozens of immortals and gods were publicly acknowledged, with just 7 officially recognized. Among them, Yichinga was the youngest and most promising immortal god. General Yi is a sword cultivator, inheriting ancient techniques. His killing prowess is unmatched. Even if he couldn't win, he could escape. Why? Could it be the bronze divine coffin malfunctioned? Damn it! We shouldn't have let him go. The order was clearly to guard Wang Zheng. The supervisor was drenched in sweat, his fingers furiously pounding the keyboard as he issued 12 maximum level alerts and activated the stellar intelligence brain, desperately trying to pinpoint Yichinga's exact location. Extraterrestrial space is chaotic. Unknown energy levels have surged dramatically. Subject's position lost. Beep beep beep. Level 9 alert. Detecting alien presence. Attention, attention. Recommend concealing Blue Star coordinates. Yichinga's physical body detonated, successfully shattering the star domain barrier and carrying Shu Xing into an unknown star domain. Without her physical form, Yichinga's divine domain began to collapse and shatter, forcibly expelling Shu Xing. Countless supreme spiritual treasures and resources within Yichinga's divine domain plummeted into the alien realm, instantly devoured by all manner of demonic beasts and soul-bound creatures. This enraged Yichinga to the point of spiritual explosion. His divine domain contained 1,000 years of accumulated treasures, yet he dared not speak his fury, forced to watch helplessly. He dared not attempt to reclaim them. As a mere soul, he stood no chance against the swarm of soul-devouring beasts of god-tier power before him. Fortunately, Yichinga wasn't the only one suffering this calamity. 6 other ancient immortal gods, including the alien race elders, had also fallen into the foreign realm simultaneously. The state of the ancient immortal gods from the alien race was even more dire. Already a group of decrepit old men on the brink of death, they were nearly obliterated on the spot by the close proximity of Yichinga's forbidden divine technique and self-detonation. Before they could recover from their injuries, they faced attacks from demonic creatures and soul entities of the foreign realm. Unlike Yichinga and Shu Xing, these ancient immortals had no divine maidens to aid them. Without passes to traverse the foreign realm, they were all treated as invaders. Countless alien monsters swarmed in, and in an instant, another angelic immortal fell. Yichinga felt a chill run down his spine as he clutched the 2 starlight divine talismans in his hands obtained through the goddess's sacrificial rite. Xu Xing also held too. As a demigod, he stood out like a blazing sun in the night sky amidst the swarm of celestial and divine beings in this alien realm, his presence dazzlingly bright.
Go! Yi Qingge growled.
Though the foreign creatures did not attack them, this anomaly had been detected by other celestial beings.
When enemies meet, reason vanishes.
They possess protective divine talismans, undoubtedly the goddess's artifacts.
Kill them. The punishment from this alien realm was terrifying, akin to being crushed by the very laws of an entire star domain. Even at full strength, they might not have escaped, let alone in their current, gravely wounded state. Our only hope lies with them. Kill.
The alien immortal deities seemed to experience a final burst of strength, their divine forms reverting to their youthful peak. Terrifying immortal power surged through them, simultaneously locking onto Xu Xing and his companion. Yi Qingge tried to drag Xu Xing away, only to awkwardly realize he no longer possessed a physical form. In a flash, Yi Qingge possessed Xu Xing. I'm sharing the heavenly awakening divine technique with you. Breakthrough.
Xu Xing's face darkened. General Yi?
Time was of the essence.
Before Yi Qingge could complete the transmission, the alien deities closed in.
Terrifying divine energy locked onto Xu Xing. Yi Qingge intended to intervene and counter the divine might. But he discovered Xu Xing was completely unaffected by the divine aura. A short-range teleportation array had materialized beneath her feet. Whoosh! 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 Xu Xing's footsteps danced like flowers, new teleportation arrays appearing beneath her wherever she went. In the blink of an eye, Xu Xing completed over 10 short-range teleports.
Yi Qingge watched in stunned silence, unable to suppress a low growl. Innate Tao body. No, wait. Yi Qingge's divine sense was exceptionally keen.
He was utterly certain that beyond its absurdly formidable physique, Xu Xing possessed no other innate talents.
Beast control? Seeing the fist-sized purple gold insect beside Xu Xing, Yi Qingge was utterly horrified.
He couldn't discern the bloodline of the beast before him. The ability to instantly cast an array, this single talent alone indicated a bloodline no less than that of a domain lord.
Because of the goddess?
He had long known Xu Xing's background. Though he had undergone self-evolution before, it had only reached the extraordinary tier, with a few epic tier instances. The insect before him had undoubtedly received the goddess's gift, elevating its bloodline to lord level, perhaps even legendary. Xu Xing had no time to speculate on Yi Qingge's thoughts. He sensed danger closing in from all sides.
The mere aura emanating from the divine being was unbearable. A single strike would mean certain death. Run! Run! Run was the only thought in Xu Xing's mind. The universal parasite sensed its master's intent, continuously spawning offspring parasites. Each was engraved with teleportation patterns, acceleration patterns, and interference patterns. One by one, the offspring bugs, fearless of life or death, fused together to form an array beneath Xu Xing's feet. Only then could Xu Xing achieve continuous short-range teleportation. Under the Divine Maiden's nurturing, the universal parasite had assimilated nearly all the ancient divine rune traditions. Thus, for a mere short-range teleportation array, the universal parasite could almost instantly complete its formation. Xu Xing's playground stunned the alien immortals and gods. Their minds reeling from the shock, they were soon surrounded by the natives of the foreign realm, their piercing screams echoing through the air. Xu Xing, you brat! How dare you feign death to deceive us? Once we escape, our entire clan will hunt you down and spread the news of your acquisition of the goddess's legacy.
Xu Xing erupted in curses.
You old bastard, try getting out alive first. Who the hell is Xu Xing? Do you have proof I'm Xu Xing?
Xu Xing made up his mind, once outside, he would change his identity completely. The identity of Xu Xing was utterly useless now, unless he broke through to become a divine being himself, free from others coveting the divine maiden's inheritance.
You shameless brat. Put. A bunch of ancient fools chasing after me, a pure and ignorant 18-year-old boy. Who the hell is shameless? Put. Yi Qingge couldn't help but burst out laughing. Innocent, ignorant teenager? That was too abstract. Had he been cultivating too long, leaving him out of touch with the younger generation's mindset?
The alien immortals were enraged to the point of blood streaming from their 7 orifices.
Their fury robbed them of reason as the native alien encirclement tightened.
Xu Xing watched and laughed heartily.
Farewell, everyone.
I hope you can reincarnate quickly and reunite with your families.
Chapter 52, Wandering, CU's Leave of Absence.
The alien deities, under attack by the natives, were too preoccupied with their own survival. With the aid of the all-things parasite, Xu Xing swiftly fled tens of thousands of miles away. Yeking laughed at the sight. You've got some skills, kid.
No wonder the goddess took a fancy to this pretty boy. Xu Xing, question mark. What pretty boy? General Yi, don't speak recklessly. Ha? Isn't that exactly what you said?
Yi Qingge's spirit floated out, scrutinizing Xu Xing intently. Your talent's nothing special, and your initial beast riding skills are a complete mess. Besides your fair complexion and sturdy physique, I can't think of any other reason.
Xu Xing's face darkened. She's my aunt. Besides, I have a girlfriend. Holy crap, what year, month, and day is it today? How long have I been gone?
Xu Xing felt a bit panicked. He'd been gone so long he'd lost track of time.
Yi Qingge pondered for a moment. At least 7 months, I'd say. Young man, save your grief. Prepare for a breakup.
Yi Qingge patted Xu Xing's shoulder. Xu Xing snorted coldly and dodged the gesture.
Impossible. It's only been 7 months.
But by the end of his protest, even he began to doubt himself.
I wonder if my family and CU even know I'm still alive.
Xu Xing murmured, his face rare with helpless sorrow. Seeing this, Yi Qingge couldn't help but think of his own situation. With his physical body destroyed, his life token had likely already extinguished. Sigh. He hoped the capital would learn of his fate later, and above all, not send anyone to search for him.
In their current predicament, even a large force would be useless.
They had already crossed beyond Blue Star's star domain, arriving in some unknown alien world.
Hey, don't get down. Got some good news for you. Your family and friends probably know you're still alive. Though only up to half a year ago.
Xu Xing's face lit up.
Really? Yi Qingge nodded.
Of course. Why would I lie to you? After you fell into the divine coffin, the Merfolk King used a semi-divine artifact to peer into its images. It showed your beast evolution progress and witnessed you receiving the divine maiden's inheritance lively and energetic in your cultivation.
Just knowing I'm alive is enough. Just knowing is enough.
A heavy weight lifted from Xu Xing's heart. While trapped within the goddess's coffin, he had been consumed by worry for his family's safety.
Yi Qingge snorted coldly.
The critical issue now is that both you and your beast-taming abilities have been exposed to all major factions and alien races.
Once you return, you'll likely face endless assassination attempts. Seeing Xu Xing's unmoved expression, Yi Qingge sighed in exasperation. Aren't you afraid? Of course I'm afraid.
But if Xu Xing dies beyond the borders, so be it. Xu Xing replied matter-of-factly.
If we return, we can always change our appearance and live under a new identity. Yi Qingge sneered coldly. The methods of the immortal gods will directly lock onto your divine soul aura. How could you possibly?
Jior. Xu Xing softly summoned the All Things Parasite, addressing it by the affectionate nickname he'd given it.
The universal parasite understood instantly. Its eyes darted as it replicated Yi Qingge's divine soul aura, then overlaid it onto Xu Xing. Night Qingge was speechless with shock. It can do that?
Xu Xing remained utterly composed. The All Things Parasite truly lived up to its name, its vast array of abilities leaving Xu Xing in awe, not to mention its astonishing combat prowess.
One creature could match a trillion-strong army. Everyone who used it raved about it. What a bargain. Your beast control, even among lords, it's top tier. It might even reach the legendary mythical level. Ahem, General Yi, we should return now. Xu Xing interrupted Yi Qingge's murmurs. Yi Qingge snapped back to attention, offering an apologetic smile. It is time. I've activated the Divine Star domain map. The rest is up to you. My soul form isn't suited for long journeys. No problem. I'll need to trouble you further with precautions and vigilance along the way, General. Wangjiang, November was nearly over. The weather grew steadily colder. Leaves turned yellow and fell, leaving the campus desolate and stripped of its former vitality.
9 months had passed since Xu Xing vanished. Yet not a single word had returned from beyond the domain.
Xu Xing's family and friends seemed to have grown numb inside.
Her grandparents were advanced in years. Having failed to break through to the heavenly god realm, their vitality steadily waned with age. When the elderly couple first heard their only grandson was in trouble, they fainted on the spot. Fortunately, footage of Xu Xing alive soon surfaced, allowing their hearts to slowly settle. As the days stretched into months without news, their health began to falter. Fortunately, with the comforting presence of Chen Xiu, Wu Yulong, and others, along with the procurement of rare, 1,000-year-old tonics, they managed to hold on. Unfortunately, misfortune struck again. The family business, lacking investment, saw its capital chain break, nearly leading to bankruptcy and liquidation. In just 9 months, too much had happened. The Xu elders fell ill, Xu Xing's fate remained unknown, and recently, their ancestral home faced forced demolition. The Xu family seemed to have reached the end of their luck, but Chen Xiu and the others refused to accept fate. Dressed in white, Chen Xiu's face was as cold as ice. She had come today to process her leave of absence.
With Xu Xing absent from school, attending classes held little meaning. Besides, with Xu Xing gone, she needed to protect his family. Her beast-taming bloodline had mutated, reaching epic plus tier, and her cultivation had broken through to level 8. Months ago, universities had already offered her special admission. Yet she had declined without hesitation. She firmly believed Xu Xing wasn't dead and would return soon. If she was going to university, they should go together. See you, it's too dangerous for you to go alone. We'll accompany you. Gao Yuding and Wang Mingxin stepped in front of Chen Xiu. Chen Xiu smiled. What danger? Xu Xing's hometown is also in Wangjiang City. It's not like it's some secret realm. But the Yang family.
At the mention of the Yang family, Chen Xiu's expression turned cold. After mobilizing her family's resources to investigate, she discovered that most of the misfortunes befalling the Xu family had been orchestrated by them behind the scenes.
After bankrupting the Shu family's businesses, they still weren't satisfied and had set their sights on forcibly demolishing the Shu family's ancestral home.
That house was the heart and soul of her grandparents. Chen Siyu would never allow it.
It's fine. As fellow aristocratic families, they won't do much to me. But you two hurry up and cultivate.
Once Xu Xing returns, we can all get special admission to university together. Only when Chen Siyu mentioned Xu Xing did a glimmer of light appear in her eyes.
The two girls hesitated, then sighed. All right then. Call us if you need anything. We're your best friends. No problem. I'm off. See you next time.
Chen Siyu slung her backpack over her shoulder, mounted her old bicycle, and rode alone toward Qinghe village, Xu Xing's hometown.
Shouldn't we go?
Wu Yulong whispered from his hiding spot.
Li Tianchang sneered coldly, of course we're going. This crappy school has no humanity whatsoever. Studying here is a waste of time. Besides, I've already secured an invitation to Beijing. Siyu definitely doesn't want us tagging along. We'll just go secretly.
No need to burden her.
Makes sense. So do you know the exact location of Xingxi's hometown? Wu Yulong asked. Li Tianchang's expression faltered. Just follow Chen Siyu closely. Wu Yulong looked utterly speechless. Good thing I was prepared. I staked out Yang Xin yesterday. After getting the demolition plan, I casually noted down Xingxi's exact home address. Get in the car. They plan to plant landmines at Xu Xing's hometown in the coming days. We must get there before Chen Siyu and neutralize them. Wu Yulong snapped his fingers. Young master. A black sports car appeared before Wu Yulong. He yanked Li Tianchang into the car, slammed the accelerator, and sped toward Qinghe village. Chapter 53, The Return of the Ancient Immortal.
In the unknown star domains of another realm, Xu Xing and Yi Qingge had drifted for over half a month without realizing it, still not reaching the first cross-domain teleportation array marked on the goddess's map. The alien landscapes bore little difference from the blue star starfield. Beneath the pitch-black silence lay countless dangers and opportunities. Along the way, Xu Xing relied on Yi Qingge's powerful divine sense and the myriad abilities of the all-things bug Jiujie to seize most of the opportunities. The star medicine starflower for refining the starlight body technique, starfield stones for expanding divine domains or crafting spatial rings, the eternal vine that thrived in the void, peculiar little sprites drifting through the star domain. Countless rare treasures, nearly extinct in the world, found their way into Xu Xing's possession. We split everything 50-50, okay? Yi Qingge was equally delighted. With his divine domain shattered and his reserves depleted, these treasures eased his heartache. Xu Xing was speechless, his heart heavy with reluctance. He couldn't help but mutter, "You're a powerful immortal deity. Why bother fighting me over these trifles?" Ha! Yi Qingge sneered coldly. A single starflower, which takes 1,000 years to form, can easily be traded for dozens of divine god pills. These are no trifles. Besides, my physical body is shattered and needs rebuilding. These body refining elixirs are crucial for me. Oh, and pass on your body refining techniques to me too. Under Yi Qingge's divine perception, Xu Xing's physique was astonishingly formidable. In terms of raw physical strength alone, Xu Xing could likely rival a high-ranking celestial deity. This must be the ancient body-forging divine technique passed down by the goddess. Night Qingge adopted a why not learn it if it's offered attitude. Ancient divine techniques learn one, gain one. Even if he couldn't use them himself, he could return to Blue Star and pass them on to his loved ones and friends. Xu Xing tossed over the Blue Star spirit cavity technique with a sigh. I don't have that many divine techniques. Even if the goddess wanted to teach me, my current strength wouldn't allow me to learn them. This is the Blue Star spirit pour technique. The goddess merely added some of her insights. She wishes to bestow it upon you. Yi Qingge's expression faltered, but rather than show disdain, she treasured it like a precious artifact. After all, it contained the goddess's insights, essentially half a divine technique. General Yi, if you wish to refine your body, you needn't rely on the star refining technique. This spirit pour technique has even earned the divine maiden's praise, so. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingge immediately declared, then I shall use this method to refine my physical body. After reading the spirit cavity manual, Yi Qingge finally understood why he had missed out on this divine art. It first appeared 180 years ago. It had been obtained by a disciple of the Buddhist sect, who then presented this technique to the capital in exchange for the Buddhist merit holy body. However, Yi Qingge had ascended to the rank of high god 300 years prior. His physique no longer required body refining techniques, so he hadn't paid much attention to this method. Now it seemed Blue Star held many treasures. Upon returning, he would definitely re-evaluate everything. A technique valued by the divine maiden must possess extraordinary power. We've covered most of the journey. The remaining area is no longer dangerous. You can proceed at your own pace. I'll study this spirit pour technique first. Xu Xing nodded and handed over various body refining elixirs. Strengthen your physique as quickly as possible. I sense the star domain talisman is dissipating, its duration is likely nearly exhausted. Yi Qingge's expression grew solemn. At most a month. Be cautious during this time. Blue Star. 10 months had passed since Xu Xing vanished. On this day, near the entrance to the oceanic secret realm in Wangjiang City, space suddenly fractured. Over a dozen pitch-black spatial passages appeared in succession. Outside the secret realm, Squad 199 from the capital, comprising 12 high gods, stood in battle formation. Detecting 14 lifeforms, 8 with blue star auras, 6 with alien auras, the AI brain warned coldly. Energy signatures match. These are the earliest group of immortal ancestors who entered. Prepare to rescue our human ancestors. Damn it. No trace of General Ye's aura. Could it be? Shut up. Follow orders. General Yi has his own arrangements. Activate the star array. Prepare to suppress the alien entities. Yes. The squad swiftly completed the formation, their expressions solemn as they gazed upon a dozen pitch-black spatial portals. Beep beep beep. A shrill alarm sounded. The first to burst through the foremost portal was the ancient immortal from the Human Merchants Guild. His armor lay shattered, his body drenched in blood, his face weathered and wrinkled like the bark of a withered tree, a truly unsettling sight. Team 199 gasped, Senior Su? Though aged, Senior Su was among the earliest to attain immortal godhood, his power long surpassing that of a level 6 immortal god. Compared to the rising star Yichinga, Senior Su was a veritable peak combat force. Su Wenjie, the divine immortal of the Merchants Guild, shattered the void and finally escaped back to Blue Star. Only one thought filled him with excitement: this old man has finally survived. Spotting the expected rescue party from the capital, Su Wenjie shouted, "Young ones, save me! A void demon lurks behind me. Use the true fire of the sun to incinerate it." Before Squad 199 could react, 2 other ancient immortal gods from the human clans charged forth. These 2 fared even worse. Upon returning to Blue Star, over half their life force dissipated instantly, their bodies rapidly aging. They clearly had only days left to live. "Old Su, save us!" Su Wenjie shrieked, "You youngster from the capital, hurry up and act." Team 199 snapped into action, suppressing their shock. They activated the life array first, 3 emerald beams radiating intense vitality enveloping the 3 elders. This greatly alleviated their physical injuries, allowing them to catch their breath. Then, the array shifted randomly. Endless divine thunderbolts and celestial fires, carrying starlight, fiercely suppressed the invading void calamities. Countless divine stones were cast into the formation, supplying an unending stream of divine power that gradually suppressed the alien creatures. Sensing trouble, they fled one after another into the stellar rifts behind them. The remaining alien immortals and gods also burst forth, each with mangled demonic bodies. The 12-winged ancient angel had only half a wing left. Returning to Blue Star, the alien immortals wept bitterly, their wails piercing the air. "Yichinga, you've done well. I swear I'll slaughter your entire clan. And that human brat, they all deserve to die. What did you do to General Yi?" Squad 199, hearing news of Yichinga, couldn't contain their joy and asked eagerly. The 5 remaining alien deities snapped to attention, glaring at Squad 199 with savage grins. "You were his former subordinates? Die!" The 5 ancient alien deities had never displayed such unity before, joining forces to vow the complete annihilation of the squad before them. When Yichinga had unleashed his forbidden self-destruction, he had instantly taken 4 alien deities with him. Several others, caught in the chaos, had been swept into unknown star domains, their fates likely grim. What began as a joint expedition of over a dozen immortals to investigate the Divine Maiden's coffin beyond the star domains should have ended in triumph. Yet, who could have foreseen such an outcome? They had departed as a group of over a dozen divine beings, yet fewer than half returned. Worst of all, they hadn't even touched the Divine Maiden's coffin. All casualties were caused by Yichinga alone. Fortunately, 5 divine artifacts were seized, coinciding with the 5 surviving alien deities, 1 for each. The living 5 felt torn between relief and frustration. But they knew this: every single person connected to Yichinga must die. Otherwise, they could never face the entire Sea Clan. "How dare you!" The 3 human deities who had barely survived roared in fury, clenching their teeth as they moved to block the path. Su Wenjie of the Merchants Guild unleashed his divine domain, forcibly enveloping Squad 199 before swiftly vanishing. "My esteemed brothers, follow me into the city to defend it. They are mere remnants. Once our human immortals arrive, their doom is certain." Chapter 54, The Shu family is finished. Is the Chen family finished too? Qingha village in Wangjiang City, once a tranquil and peaceful hamlet, now lay shrouded in gloom. The Shu family's ancestral home stood forlornly, its desolation stark. Villagers either watched from afar or hurried away, none dared approach. Clearly, the news that the Yang family, one of the great clans, was about to forcibly demolish the place had spread throughout the entire village. Rumors had already spread for miles around. Fortunately, Chen Siyu had arranged for Xu Xing's elderly parents to stay in the city beforehand, sparing them further emotional and physical distress. Chen Siyu had withdrawn from school and moved into Xu Xing's ancestral home herself, determined to prevent the Yang family from forcibly demolishing it. The Yang family was a distinguished aristocratic lineage, and only she, the sole daughter of a fallen noble house, could stand in their way. Thus, Chen Siyu had no intention of informing Wu Yulong and the others.
Unfortunately, she had underestimated Wu Yulong and his companion.
Driving like arrows, they sped through the outskirts of Wangzheng City like the wind, heading straight for Qinghe village. They arrived at Xu Xing's hometown ahead of schedule. The black sports car came to a halt before a dilapidated old residence. Amidst swirling dust, the pair swiftly exited the vehicle. Looks like they got here earlier than we expected, Wu Yulong frowned, gazing at the massive boulder barrier not far away. Xu Xing's ancestral home was already surrounded by a group of men wielding clubs, their faces twisted with menace.
Li Tianchang snorted coldly. A bunch of rabble, just local thugs hired by the Yang family. Kill these scum.
In remote areas like this, demolition squads were usually hired thugs secretly cultivated by powerful families' shadowy forces that didn't fear official intervention.
Exchanging a glance, they needed no words. With perfect understanding, they strode toward the group. Their aura was thick with murderous intent. After their journey through the secret realm, the pure innocence that once radiated from them had vanished completely. Who sent you here? Don't you know this is the Xu family's territory? Wu Yulong's voice was deep and low as he summoned the dragon's aura to intimidate them.
Several thugs staggered from the dragon's aura, nearly fleeing on the spot. The bald, burly leader, enraged, lashed out at one of his men with a slap.
Just two puny kids. Look at you, such losers.
A vicious grin spread across the man's face. As he finished speaking, he swung his golden weapon, aiming it squarely at Wu Yulong. To Wu Yulong, however, the attack seemed child's play. He sidestepped effortlessly, then delivered a swift kick straight to the bully's chest. The blow sent him flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. He coughed up gobs of crimson blood, unable to rise for a long while. The others watched, their expressions turning pale. Yet bound by the Yang family's orders, they steeled themselves and charged forward. Thud! 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 Within moments, every last one lay beaten on the ground, their cries of pain filling the air. As the burly man lay motionless, his demolition-specialized beast, Giant Rock, collapsed with a thunderous crash. Shrinking in size, it trembled violently, retreating into the burly man's divine domain, too afraid to emerge. Wu Yulong and his companion stepped forward. Crack, crack, crack. Over a dozen bone-shattering sounds echoed.
Ah!
The dozen or so thugs on the ground let out agonized cries as Wu Yulong and his companion shattered one arm and one leg on each of them. Had they arrived a moment later, Xingzi's ancestral home would have been forcibly demolished. The villagers watched in horror. Never had they witnessed such a scene. Terrified, they abandoned the commotion and fled back into their homes. After subduing the thugs, Wu Yulong and his companion prepared to reinforce the protective array around Xu Xing's ancestral home. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed through the air. A young man emerged, dressed in a designer suit, his hair slicked back with a mirror-like shine.
Wu Yulong frowned. The young man before him was none other than Yang Xian, the rising star of the younger generation of the Yang family.
Following closely behind him were four men with steady auras and piercing gazes, clearly half-god-level powerhouses. These were bodyguards specially dispatched by the Yang family for this operation. Well, isn't this the youngster from the Wu family? You had the nerve to ambush this young master last night.
Care to try again now? Yang Xian's expression turned icy.
Recalling the events of the previous night, the back of his head still throbbed faintly. The audacity to ambush him with a brick. It had nearly smashed his handsome face. If he were disfigured, how could he ever charm girls?
Wu Yulong spat in disgust, glancing at the four bodyguards behind Yang Xian and sneering. Useless. You're just a family-dependent loser. If we fought one-on-one, I'd take one of your arms and one of your legs, and you still wouldn't win. Yang Xian roared with maniacal laughter, wrapping his arm around one of the twin bodyguard sisters. In this day and age, what good is raw strength? In this game, it's all about who you know. A playful smirk curved Yang Xian's lips as his large hands deftly slipped beneath the twins' clothing, groping freely with an air of leisurely amusement. Well, the main attraction finally arrives. Yang Xian's gaze sharpened as his fingers tightened suddenly. MMMPH. The sisters let out muffled groans, their faces flushing crimson as a flash of shame and anger flickered in their eyes. Wu Yulong and the other girls seemed to recall something. They turned their heads, their hearts sinking. Sure enough, a familiar figure appeared. At the village entrance, Shenxiu, clad in white, pedaled slowly toward them on an old bicycle. Wu Yulong's expression darkened. Yang Xian, she shouldn't be the one you're after. Yang Xian burst into laughter, as if hearing the funniest joke in the world. Handsome guys and beautiful girls, it's an age-old truth. Besides, it's none of your damn business if I'm pursuing her. Mind your own damn business. Come to think of it, I think I've seen your older girlfriend too. She's pretty nice looking. You. Wu Yulong's beast fusion activated, dragon blood surging through him. The ground beneath his feet shattered as he charged straight at Yang Xian's face. Whoosh. Whistling casually, Yang Xian calmly cradled the twin sisters in his arms. The two demigods flanking him stepped forward to shield him. Fists collided fiercely. Wu Yulong fought two at once, his blows landing with mountainous force, leaving the bodyguards bloodied and battered. 1 million for each wound inflicted. Yang Xin commanded his bodyguards. The two opposing bodyguards' expressions shifted.
One deliberately traded blows, forcibly clutching Wu Yulong's body, while the other delivered a vicious punch straight at Wu Yulong's face. Just then, Chen Xiyu finally stepped before the crowd. Clad in white, she instantly appeared between the three combatants. Her slender hand rose slightly.
Bang!
The six-tailed spirit cat's tail flicked one bodyguard away, while Li Tiancheng's formation enveloped the other.
Yang Xin clapped his hands. Impressive, impressive. Truly the genius squad.
Especially see you in just a few days, you've grown stronger and more beautiful.
Chen Xiyu's gaze was icy as she stared directly at Yang Xin. So it was you who orchestrated this. Yang Xin's gaze swept over Chen Xiyu without restraint, the awe in his eyes shifting to greed. Seems we're on the same wavelength. Mind my ass. How dare your young family openly demolish the homes of specially recruited students? Aren't you afraid of Beijing's retribution? Put. I didn't demolish your homes, so what are you whining about? Yang Xin looked at Chen Xiyu and deliberately let out an "oh." You wouldn't be talking about Xu Xing, would you? He's dead. What kind of specially recruited student is he?
Killing intent filled Chen Xiyu's eyes as she glared coldly at Yang Xin. Xing definitely isn't dead, but you're about to die. Big talk, Yang Xin said, looking at Chen Xiyu with a pitying expression.
Guess why I've been relentlessly targeting Xu Xing's family lately? He's nothing but a dead man.
His grudge with the Yang family is settled.
My plan to dismantle the Xu family step by step? It was all for you. Yang Xin's eyes glowed crimson as he spoke. To get you. To lure you to this remote place.
And most of all, to make you voluntarily withdraw from school.
Chen Xiyu frowned slightly. Enough with the nonsense. Yang Xin smiled. Don't rush. I have good news for you. The Xu family is finished. But your Chen family is finished too. Your grandfather, the former head of the Chen family and its strongest member, is dying. Last night, your grandfather went out and encountered alien immortals attacking the city. He took a direct blow from one of them. Chapter 55, The Great Change in Wangjiang. After Su Wenjie and the other two immortals who had escaped from the foreign lands took refuge in Wangjiang City, the 5 immortals of the alien race launched a full-scale assault on the city. The alien immortals had lost everything. Their status left them no room for compromise. Only by breaching Wangjiang City and offering a blood sacrifice could they barely salvage the fortune lost by the Sea Clan with the demise of 7 immortal gods. Dark clouds swirled in the sky, thunder roared, and the alien deities, returning to their home turf on Blue Star, radiated overwhelming might. Their bodies underwent forced, extreme ascension, restoring them to peak condition. Countless Sea Clan minions, shrimp soldiers and crab generals surrounded the entire city like celestial armies. Wings shimmered with sacred light, the forces of the angelic immortals. Giant bodies shook the earth with every heavy step, the Elephant Clan marching forward. And the Rainfly Clan swarmed in endless, impenetrable masses. Countless sea creatures surged from the ocean, heeding their sovereign's call as they charged toward the Wangjiang formation. The eyes of the sea creatures, shrimp soldiers and crab generals burned with contempt and murderous intent toward humanity. Within Wangjiang City, the once thriving scene lay utterly devastated. The protective array teetered on the brink of collapse under the relentless assault of alien immortals and gods, its light flickering erratically as if ready to shatter at any moment. Gazing upon the endless horde of sea demons and beasts swarming the skies and ground outside the city walls, the inhabitants panicked and scattered in all directions. Yet the entire city was sealed within the protective barrier of the formation. Escape was impossible. Thud. 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 The alien immortals launched their assault first. The combined might of 5 immortals, even if they were aged and gravely wounded, was far beyond what the small city of Wangjiang could withstand. The protective array began to tremble and shatter, the entire city of Wangjiang nearly disintegrating into a scene of utter apocalypse. Where the protective barrier faltered, mountains collapsed and earth split open. Rolling boulders crushed houses and streets into rubble. Mountains and seas reversed their flow, rivers surged backward, churning up towering waves that devoured all living things. Ordinary people summoned their beasts to defend themselves, but under this terrifying catastrophe, lives were lost relentlessly. The city echoed with screams, sobs, and cries of despair, weaving together into a harrowing tableau of hell on earth. This apocalyptic scene left the 3 immortals who had fled back utterly stunned. It's over. That was the sole thought of the 3 deities from the noble merchant families. Then, boundless fury engulfed their hearts. Wangjiang City was their birthplace. They had guarded and lived in Wangjiang for nearly 1,000 years, only to see it destroyed by their own hands now. Hearing the agonized cries of ordinary citizens, witnessing 3-year-old children swept away by raging waves, their eyes burned with fury. They were human beings, these were their own kindred. You're asking for death. Su Wenjie and the other 2 human immortals pushed their bodies to the limits of transcendence, forcibly healing their wounds before each staked out a corner of Wangjiang. Their divine domains manifested, merging into the grand formation. At least one more immortal deity is needed. I'll do it. Zhou Jimin gritted his teeth, personally taking command at the Western Array's focal point. Su Wenjie beamed. A great-grandson of the Zhou family? Excellent.
Once we weather this crisis, I shall grant you an opportunity to ascend to godhood. The moment Zhou Zhoming stepped into the formation, his body began to collapse under the strain. Hearing Su Xianxin's words, he let out a bitter smile. Senior Su, I fear I won't live to see that day.
Su Wenjie's face darkened with guilt.
Had it not been for his decision, Wangjiang City would never have fallen into this dire straits. His fear of death had dragged so many innocent lives into this, some even descendants of his own clan.
Watching the casualties below continue to mount, Su Wenjie gritted his teeth.
He burned his divine blood, dismantled his divine domain, and merged it into the formation, finally holding back the alien race's assault. From the moment Su Wenjie and his two companions fled back to Wangjiang to the coordinated invasion by the alien races, scarcely more than a few breaths had passed.
Wangjiang City was utterly unprepared, suffering losses unprecedented in its history.
The old patriarch of the Chen family suffered the worst misfortune of all.
He had only just left home when the alien immortals launched their assault. No sooner had he left Wangjiang than he collided head-on with alien immortal deities. Fortunately, the immortal gods were preoccupied summoning their minions to assault Wangjiang and paid him no mind. Yet in the chaos, he still took a palm strike from an angelic immortal god. Not yet having reached the heavenly god realm, the patriarch was sent flying like a. He was then discovered by other noble families and rushed back to his clan for emergency treatment. Had this occurred earlier, the combined strength of all Wangjiang City might have saved him. Alas, fortune had not been on his side. As the immortal god's assault continued, the entire city of Wangjiang nearly became a wasteland, littered with corpses. Not only the old patriarch of the Chen family, but even many heavenly gods lay fallen, unable to rise. Had it not been for the Merchant Guild's celestial being, Su Wenjie, sacrificing himself to merge with the formation, the entire city of Wangjiang would have been reduced to dust. Fortunately, Wangjiang City managed to hold out until reinforcements arrived from the capital's celestial deities. From that point onward, the alien forces retreated, and Wangjiang City was finally, barely, safe. The subsequent task was to restore order in Wangjiang City. The aristocratic families emerged, each initiating their own relief efforts. In the heart of Wangjiang City, vital locations like major universities and residential districts remained largely untouched. Their arrays remained intact, and they were specifically protected by Wangjiang's celestial deities, including Zhou Zhoming. The area around Qinghe village experienced similar tranquility. Yang Xian learned all this through his grandfather. Upon hearing that Wangjiang City was safe, his first thought was, the Chen family is finished. Chen Xiu is mine. Now that the celestial beings had departed from the capital, the entire Wangjiang region was under the control of the aristocratic families. During this period, minor incidents were perfectly normal. According to his original plan, he would have needed at least several more months before daring to make his move on Chen Xiu. Little did he expect fate would intervene so swiftly. With the old patriarch of the Chen family dead, who in all of Wangjiang would dare defy the Yang family's orders? From now on, whichever family's daughter caught his eye would be considered fortunate indeed. With Wangjiang now in chaos and most of its high-ranking officials dead in battle, this was the perfect moment for Yang Xian to strike. That was why he dared to forcibly demolish the Shu family's ancestral home today and why he had successfully lured Chen Xiu herself to the scene. Since yesterday, Yang Xian felt as if destiny itself had blessed him, with everything going smoothly. Thus, observing the scene before him, he was brimming with confidence. Li Tiancheng and Wu Yulong were mere children at best, they could hold off two demigods. As for Chen Xiu, she had her sisters to rely on. Everything would unfold exactly as he had planned. If any mishaps occurred during the operation, the male target could be killed outright. As for the woman, she'd be captured alive and brought back. He recalled that Chen Xiu's two besties were also quite attractive, something like Wang Mingxin and Gao Yuding. Each of the three women had her own charm, embodying innocence, sophistication, and youthfulness. Once he got Chen Xiu, the other two would be easy. The thought of sharing a bed with all three tonight made Yang Xian itch to snatch her back immediately. What are you waiting for? Get moving! Yang Xian urged. The four demigod bodyguards exchanged glances. The twin sisters' eyes flickered with reluctance as they silently cursed Yang Xian's inhumanity. But under Yang Xian's relentless pressure, the sisters shed their pity. Their gazes turned icy as they struck without mercy. Though they felt sympathy for the students before them, at least the misfortune hadn't befallen them personally. All they wanted was to survive. Chapter 56, Xu Xing returns, Explosive Slaughter. Beyond the Star Domain. Xu Xing utilized the All-Things Parasite to execute a series of short-range jumps. After months of relentless travel, he finally located the large-scale Star Domain teleportation array mentioned by the goddess. Everything proceeded smoothly. As Xu Xing cast the Divine Stone into the array, both figures slowly faded away, returning to the Blue Star Domain. The moment they entered the Blue Star Domain, Yiqingda's divine soul connected to Blue Star. Something seems wrong with Wangjiang. Yiqingda, back on familiar ground, felt his divine soul stir with unusual alertness. He sensed the situation in Great Xia from afar. Wait, your little girlfriend seems to be in trouble too. As Yi Qingge drew closer to Blue Star, his perception grew increasingly potent.
After Chen Xiu and her group were surrounded, he sensed something amiss and alerted Xu Xing. His physical body hadn't recovered yet, and his divine domain was completely shattered. His soul's influence was limited, allowing only vague perceptions. He couldn't intervene to rescue them.
Xu Xing's expression darkened.
Abandoning the celestial treasures along the way, he commanded the universal parasite number 92 and raced desperately toward Blue Star.
Yi Qingge assured him that once he returned to Blue Star, he could instantly pinpoint Chen Xiu's location and teleport there.
Looks like it's the Yang family again, Yi Qingge remarked, his expression sour. He had long been aware of the Yang brothers' methods, but his urgent search for the goddess's coffin had prevented him from dealing with them earlier. Judging by this, even if Yang Jiafeng were gone, there would still be Yang Dafeng and Yang Erfeng.
The Yang family was likely doomed, destroyed by their own young generation.
The Yang family, if anything happens to see you, I'll wipe out every last one of your ancestors. Xu Xing gritted his teeth. Already consumed by longing, he couldn't believe someone dared to harm his beloved. After achieving physical deification, Xu Xing could directly withstand the chaotic winds of the void. The All Things parasite carried him as he continuously traversed the void. When the universal parasite reached its peak, traversing tens of thousands of miles took only a few breaths.
Alas, the star domain was vast. Even if he could see Blue Star, reaching it would take time.
Yi Qingde tried to reassure him. Fortunately, your girlfriend has someone protecting her, and it seems the other party isn't intent on killing. She should be safe for the time being. Xu Xing seemed not to hear her, accelerating even further as he once again invoked the divine technique, Heavenly Revelation. The divine essence gifted by the goddess diminished, offsetting the divine technique's side effects for Xu Xing.
Watching divine essence squandered in chunks made Yi Qingge's eyelids twitch.
His heart ached as if the wasted essence were his own.
Rushing desperately, just as he sensed Chen Xiu's presence, Yang Xian's 4 bodyguards had already lunged at the trio. Yang Xian's 4 bodyguards split up. 2 burly men charged at Wu Yulong and Li Tiancheng, while the twin sisters targeted Chen Xiu.
Compared to the sisters' more measured approach, the 2 burly men in black struck with lethal precision and utter ruthlessness.
Within mere moments, Wu Yulong and Li Tiancheng were spewing blood.
Li Tiancheng, whose beast-taming abilities were inherently intelligence-based support, nearly vomited his gallbladder after taking a direct punch from a seasoned demigod. As bodyguards trained by Yang Xian, these 2 were seasoned demigods with formidable combat prowess, far surpassing most students. Even with Wu Yulong and Li Tiancheng's extraordinary talents and their baptism in the oceanic secret realm.
Stop!
Chen Xiu, seeing the 2 instantly gravely wounded, was about to rush to their aid.
Yang Xian waved his hand, and the sisters obediently held her back.
I could spare them if you surrender to me.
You!
When Xu Xing returns, I'll slaughter your entire family.
Wu Yulong roared.
Thud! Unfortunately, after the curse, another punch landed, nearly shattering his heart and lungs.
Stubborn fool, Yang Xian sneered, then turned to Chen Xiu.
Final warning, if you submit to me, your old patriarch might still be saved.
Pa! Utter nonsense. My grandfather is perfectly fine, and besides, how could someone like you possibly influence our family's decisions? Chen Xiu sneered with utter disdain. Yang Xian couldn't stand a woman's mockery. Enraged and humiliated. Knock her out.
I'll see if she still talks like that once she's in bed.
You!
Yi Qingge tore through space, bringing Xu Xing to Chen Xiu's side, then casually yanked Wu Yulong and Li Tiancheng over as well.
So you're the one who injured them?
Xu Xing's face darkened as he stood protectively before Chen Xiu and the others, his killing intent palpable.
Yang Xian frowned slightly. Tearing through space? 2 demigods? Even a god. Bro, this might be a misunderstanding. Yang Xian's heart sank.
The 2 arrivals were likely god-tier powerhouses, especially the one behind Xu Xing. Their cultivation was absurdly powerful. Under his perception, the aura emanating from them was even more terrifying than his own grandfather's.
This time, he was likely doomed. A misunderstanding?
Xu Xing sneered savagely.
So be it. It's just a roadside pheasant anyway. What's the harm in killing it? You? Yang Xian was both shocked and furious. My family is the prestigious Wangzheng noble house. My grandfather is an upper-rank heavenly god. If you kill me, my grandfather won't.
Joer, this guy's too loud, Xu Xing snapped. Oh, and don't kill him.
Keep him alive.
I want to slaughter him in front of the entire city.
Joer nodded, denying him another chance to speak. A water droplet materialized out of thin air, striking Yang Xian squarely in the mouth.
With a pop, his mouth exploded, his throat shattered, and his vocal cords were pierced.
Yang Xian's eyes rolled back.
Veins bulged on his face as excruciating pain nearly overwhelmed him. Clutching his blood-soaked mouth, he crouched on the ground, letting out a beastly growl, his damaged vocal cords unable to form sound. Xu Xing paid no heed to this, busying himself with treating the injuries of those on the ground.
For the first time, the 9-tailed parasite sensed its master's fury.
It tilted its head in thought.
Another 4 droplets of water shot forth, each striking Yang Xian's arm and thigh with pinpoint accuracy.
The immense force drove him violently into the stone wall behind him. The 4 demigod bodyguards beside young Xian, witnessing their master's pitiful state, felt not anger but sheer terror. "Spare us! Spare us, sir! We were forced into it. Yes, yes. His grandfather poisoned us and forced us to sign indentured contracts. We had no choice." Shu Xing glanced at them coldly. "When you were beating my brother, did you ever think to spare his life? Jor, do it. Give these men a quick death. After all, unlike them, I have no conscience." Jor nodded. Killing these men? Even if the master ordered the slaughter of the entire city, it wouldn't question. It would only ponder how to fulfill the master's method of killing. The master said to give them a quick death? Simple enough. As usual, dozens of water droplets materialized out of thin air, each one flinging toward the 4 bodyguards. But the droplets struck like golden iron, piercing their bodies effortlessly. The twin sisters were no exception. Their bodies bloomed outward, collapsing stiffly to the ground, their eyes wide open as if they died with unresolved grievances. "No, no. You devil. You have no conscience at all." Jor snorted coldly at the curses directed at her master, rewarding each one with an extra drop that instantly shattered their skulls, leaving behind headless corpses. "Xing. Xiao Xing?" Chen Xiu slowly opened her weary eyes. Spotting the familiar figure, her face lit up with joy. Her voice trembled as she clutched tightly at the hem of Shu Xing's robe. "You're back? Or, have we reunited in hell?" Shu Xing, radiating murderous intent, was amused by her words. He gently lifted her up, clasped her small hand, and smiled warmly. "We're both alive. Alive and well. But I clearly remember. Oh, Wu Yulong. And Li Tianchang." Chen Xiu's voice grew urgent as she tried to rise and search for them. Shu Xing gently pressed her down, gesturing to the side. "They're all fine. I'm still healing them. It's okay, everything's fine. Don't worry." Phew. Thank goodness, as long as they're safe. Chen Xiu's tense face slowly relaxed. "You're healing them? Has your beast companion evolved again?" Chen Xiu was both shocked and delighted. Shu Xing smiled. "Naturally. I've attained godhood through my physical form. I can now battle celestial gods." Chapter 57, A family should be complete. Attained godhood through physical cultivation? Chen Xiu looked puzzled. On Blue Star, physical cultivation methods had long been abandoned, and practitioners of physical cultivation had virtually no cultivation levels to speak of. Those practicing spirit orifice cultivation were few and far between, and the most successful body temperer was Luo Hansen 100 years ago. He possessed poor cultivation talent and was exceptionally inept at beast-taming. Fortunately, he obtained ancient elixirs, refining his physical body to 49 spirit orifices, a physique capable of battling celestial gods. Yet even he could go no further. Once the ancient elixir was exhausted, his physical cultivation stagnated. When his lifespan reached its limit, he journeyed alone to the alien race and detonated himself, taking 2 of their god-tier revered elders with him. A demigod's body slaying 2 alien deities. No one had surpassed this feat in a century, and Luo the demigod was enshrined in the annals of history. Had Shu Xing witnessed Luo the demigod in person, he would have recognized that the latter had also reached the realm of physical deification. Alas, lacking the elixir to replenish his bodily depletion, Luo never broke through the divine god's constraints before his death. Only upon truly attaining the flesh god realm did Shu Xing comprehend its terrifying power. Physical strength surged endlessly, cultivation techniques operated autonomously, and spiritual energy flowed back ceaselessly, nearing perpetual renewal. With the goddess's personal guidance, Shu Xing consumed elixirs of 1,000 or 10,000 years with every meal, occasionally supplementing with divine herbs. Only after half a year did he successfully refine his body, achieving physical deification. Without the divine maiden, Shu Xing would never have believed he could master this technique. Luo the demigod achieved divine physical form with just a single 10,000-year elixir. His talent for physical cultivation was truly unparalleled throughout history. Alas, he was born in the wrong era. Had he encountered the divine maiden, he would have become a legendary immortal deity, at the very least. Shu Xing briefly explained the situation to Chen Xiu before turning to Yang Xian, his face twisted with murderous intent. "Do as you please. No need to worry," Yi Qingge shrugged indifferently. He had never held much regard for the aristocratic families anyway. Now, Shu Xing held the status of the divine maiden's successor. His every word and action represented the ancient divine maiden, a position far more significant than that of the great Xia's foremost prodigy. So even if Shu Xing wiped out the entire Yang family, the higher-ups would merely grit their teeth and declare, "Well done. Then let's slaughter 18 generations of their ancestors." Shu Xing sneered. The Shu Xing of before had been too weak. Faced with the Yang family standing behind the bullies, she could only grit her teeth and endure. But now, Shu Xing sneered coldly. The entire Yang family had already chosen their path to destruction. The Yang brothers, Jiafeng and his sibling, have been missing for over a year. I'm sure the entire Yang family misses them dearly. I'll send them down to reunite with their loved ones. A family should be complete. Yi Qingge stared in astonishment, then smiled.
He liked this temperament.
As the other's guardian, it seemed quite fitting.
Then go. With your current strength plus this little one's help, you'll sweep through the Yang family. Xu Xing glanced toward the city center. Won't this cause trouble for you? After all, Yi Qingge held the status of an envoy from the capital. If word reached the capital that he had slaughtered the entire Yang family, no matter how heinous their crimes, the repercussions would be disastrous. Yi Qingge sneered coldly. A year ago, I might have feared it. But now, with the heavenly goddess's revelation divine art and his newly forged, formidable physique, even without his divine realm, he could take on 10 opponents single-handedly. Besides, present-day Wangjian was likely preoccupied with its own troubles. Yi Qingge had already ascertained Wangjian's current situation through his trace technique. The 3 immortal deities from the noble families had barely escaped the star domain, yet the cowardly trio had fled into the city, unwittingly luring alien immortal deities into Wangjiang City. They nearly endangered the entire 6 million inhabitants of Wangjiang City. Had it not been for the merchant clan immortal Su Wenjie casting a forbidden technique at the last moment, transforming himself into a grand formation, all 6 million inhabitants of Wangjiang would have perished. Making an example of the Yang family would also serve as a warning to the other clans. If the 2 clan immortals endured it, fine. But if they couldn't bear it, Yi Qingge would personally intervene to suppress them, throwing the 2 deserters into the capital's dungeons. This one? Chen Xiyu felt Yi Qingge's terrifying divine might and was horrified. Such overwhelming aura and authority even Wangjiang's strongest, Zhou Jimen, couldn't match it. After disappearing for a year, Xu Xing had grown so powerful and gained such formidable allies. Would he even deem her fallen noble house worthy of his attention? A thread of worry crept into Chen Xiyu's heart. Suddenly, Yang Xian's words flashed through her mind, and her face grew urgent. Xing, Yang Xian said my grandfather was gravely injured. I need to. Seriously injured? Xu Xing gasped, slapping the unconscious Yang Xian awake and demanding coldly. What happened to grandfather Xiyu? Tell me the truth, or die. Yang Xian, staring at the corpses of the 4 bodyguards, nearly wet himself. He stammered, her grandfather was struck by a foreign immortal god. He's probably... Chen Xiyu felt as if struck by lightning. Her face turned as pale as paper, and she started to run toward her home. Xu Xing frowned, gently pulling her back. Wait, he whispered. I'll teleport us there. First, we need to pinpoint your grandfather's exact location. Yang Xian, showing remarkable tact, immediately sent the location of Chen Xiyu's grandfather. This is the last location he transferred to this morning. You dared to track his location? Xu Xing nearly slapped him senseless. Yang Xian trembled. He's critically injured. You must be prepared. Get lost. Xu Xing kicked her flying. General Yi. Xu Xing pulled out the locator and turned to Yi Qingge. The Blue Star's spatial barrier was too thick, the universal parasite couldn't yet transport so many people through it together. Yi Qingge nodded, memorized the coordinates, and with a sweeping gesture, vanished along with the unconsciously Tancheng and Wu Yulong, who were recuperating on the ground, as well as Xu Xing and herself. As for Yang Xian, Yi Qingge casually left a mark on him. He wasn't worried about the man escaping. On the contrary, if Yang returned to relay the news, it might yield even more valuable intelligence. Like the Yang family secretly collaborating with alien races. At the Chen family ancestral hall, 2 figures moved with great difficulty, slipping into the sanctuary. As a fallen noble house, the Chen family had long been the target of countless envious eyes. The news that their strongest patriarch lay gravely wounded and near death spread like wildfire, unleashing a torrent of attacks upon them. Even internal strife erupted within the clan, nearly splitting the Chen family in 2. Beset by both internal turmoil and external threats, the Chen clan was on the brink of collapse. The second elder of the Chen family, sensing the gravity of the situation, immediately and secretly relocated the old patriarch. As long as the patriarch could recover from his injuries, everything the Chen family had endured would cease to be a problem. Yet gazing upon the patriarch, clinging to life by a thread, the gaping wound in his chest was terrifying. Countless 1,000-year and 10,000-year elixirs proved ineffective, only a legendary divine medicine might. Were it not for the patriarch's obsession with protecting his only granddaughter, his fear for her safety had become an obsession, lest he have long since. See you too. With the family facing such peril, she remains outside, preoccupied with her lover. She is unfit for great responsibility. Yet it is fortunate she is not within the family, otherwise, she would likely have fallen victim to treachery. The second elder's face was etched with sorrow. Overnight, most of his hair had turned white. To escape the clan, he had already burned away a significant portion of his primordial essence. As a level 9 demigod, he would never again break through to become a heavenly god in this lifetime. Turning to the old patriarch, the second elder murmured with a bitter smile. Old patriarch, we have failed you. We have failed the clan. At least Xiyu remains outside and has avoided calamity. Her talent is exceptional. If given time to mature, she will surely ascend to godhood. My life has been one of mediocrity.
The wisest decision I've made in recent years was not to stop Siyu from withdrawing from school yesterday, not to stop her from going to Qinghe village, and not to stop her from guarding her home for that young lover of hers.
At this thought, the second elder smiled again.
And here's another piece of news, not entirely good, but still news: that little sweetheart of Siyu's seems to be alive.
Word has it he even wounded those alien immortals who injured you. What a formidable youngster. Siyu certainly has good taste.
Entering the oceanic secret realm as merely a level 4 beast tamer, yet surviving a year after being cast into this vast star domain. He even obtained the inheritance of an ancient divine maiden and wounded those alien immortals. None of the above was within his power to accomplish, likely not even within the old patriarchs.
No wonder the patriarch hadn't stopped Siyu. Could it be that the patriarch could see through fate? The second elder shook his head immediately. If he truly could see through fate, the old patriarch wouldn't be lying here now. Ah, that lad inherited the divine maiden's legacy. He might possess divine medicine. But alas, he's far away in foreign lands. You, elder, may not hold out until his return. The second elder knelt beside the old patriarch, murmuring incessantly. He had exhausted every possible solution. It could only be said that this calamity was destined in the old patriarch's fate. Under normal circumstances, the second elder could at least alert the strongest cultivators of Wangjiang to seek divine aid. But Wangjiang now?
The alien deities had assaulted the city, leaving all of Wangjiang's high-ranking officials gravely wounded and near death. One of the three deities had even lost his divine form entirely. After the alien deities retreated, the high-ranking officials immediately sealed themselves away to recover. The second elder didn't even have the privilege to request an audience. Who? The sudden spatial disturbance sent the second elder of the Chen family into high alert.
With enemies closing in on all sides, the Chen family could afford no complacency.
Chapter 58, The 10,000-Year Divine Herb. Through spatial transfer, Yi Qingge led several people to the secret hiding place within the Chen family ancestral hall.
Second uncle?
The second elder perked up at the familiar voice, his gaze sweeping over the group.
Siyu.
Chen Siyu immediately recognized her grandfather and gasped, rushing toward him. Xu Xing acted faster, retrieving a 90,000-year-old revival herb and gently placing it over the fist-sized gash on the elder's chest. A medicinal herb aged 90,000 years, even the most common spirit herb, if it could grow for 90,000 years, would be a divine medicine.
The resurrection grass swiftly integrated into the elder's wound.
An emerald-green divine light enveloped his entire body as intense vitality surged forth. The gaping hole in his chest began to close, and the shattered fragments of his internal organs slowly reassembled. Where the heart had been nearly gone, the resurrection grass took its place, manifesting a brand new organ. Connecting to every part of the body, it soon began beating steadily, driving the entire system into motion. Within mere breaths, the old man's gravely wounded body was restored to perfect health, his vital energy gradually stabilizing. Yeking stared wide-eyed, inwardly exclaiming, "What a wastrel! What a wastrel! A 90,000-year-old resurrection herb could revive the dead." The old man merely had a gaping hole in his chest, and his life force still lingered.
A single top-grade vitality pill would have sufficed for recovery.
He'd only need to rest at home for 10 days or so. Why waste such a divine medicine? Damn it, millennial resurrection grass was already extinct on Blue Star, and most had to venture into secret realms to obtain it. Herbs over 10,000 years old only grow in domains at least at the Lord level.
Poof. A herb aged 90,000 years?
Only a mythic tier secret realm could yield such a thing. For 1,000 years now, not a single soul has breached a mythical tier secret realm. It's been nearly a century since the last divine artifact was obtained from such a place. That spendthrift Xu Xing actually casually produced a 90,000-year-old divine herb. That single resurrection grass alone was worth the lifetime savings of an immortal god. Moreover, a single 10,000-year-old revival grass could refine 99 transformation vitality pills, enough to extend the life of an immortal or god 9 times. I must question Xu Xing about how many divine herbs he possesses.
With his cultivation, he cannot refine them anyway.
Better to entrust them to my junior sister so she can craft divine pills, preventing further waste. The mere thought of that 90,000-year-old revival herb made Yi Qingge pound his chest in anguish. The pain was excruciating. But he couldn't show it, for the old man before him was likely Xu Xing's future father-in-law. Speaking of which, this old man was remarkably resilient.
If one didn't know better, that wound was inflicted by an angelic deity. To survive his palm strike was truly extraordinary. Grandfather. Chen Siyu's expression shifted from heartbreak to pure delight in the blink of an eye. Chen Chunfeng slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was his precious granddaughter, and a delighted smile spread across his aged face. "I never thought I'd see you again before I die. Grandpa, no, you're fine." "Really?" Chen Siyu shot a grateful glance at Xu Xing before carefully helping her grandfather sit up. Yi Qingge rolled her eyes. "Sis-in-law, your grandfather's current physique is probably no weaker than mine. No need to be so cautious." "Ha!" Two gasps escaped them as Chen Chunfeng himself realized something was amiss. Where was the gaping hole in his chest? Wasn't he supposed to be dying? And what was this power surging from his body? Shen Xiyu already knew Yi Qingge's identity of being of immortal god-level power. Yet Xu Xing's single herb had elevated her grandfather's physique to match that of an immortal god. Seeing the pained expression in Yi Qingge's eyes, she understood that this herb was incredibly precious. Only a legendary divine medicine could have such an effect on grandfather's wound. Divine medicine. Even if she sold the entire Chen family, she couldn't possibly afford it. Silly girl, what are you thinking? It's just one herb, I have plenty of them. Xu Xing took Chen Xiyu's small hand, smiling lightly. Chen Xiyu sniffled, her delicate little nose quivering like a wronged kitten, her eyes brimming with doubt. Xu Xing sighed helplessly at the sight, plucking another handful of resurrection grass from the divine realm. Though none were as ancient as 90,000 years, most were still several thousand years old. Anyway, she couldn't tell their age, so this would fool her just fine. See? Real, right? These aren't worth much, just picked up by the roadside, Xu Xing chuckled. Chen Xiyu. Yi Qingge. These days, young people flirt and flaunt their relationships with such brazen extravagance? 1,000-year-old resurrection grass pulled up like weeds, a handful easily yielded over a dozen stems. Damn it! Yi Qingge couldn't hold back any longer and cursed out loud. Xu Xinghahoho casually tossed half the resurrection grass in his hand over. General Yi, you've worked hard. Consider this a delivery fee. Oh, no need to mention it. It's nothing at all. Yi Qingge instantly beamed, carefully catching the bundle. He intended to transplant them into his divine domain, only to awkwardly realize his domain was still shattered and hadn't been rebuilt yet. Ahem, better leave them with you for now. Keep them safe for me. Yi Qingge emphasized the word safekeeping heavily, afraid Xu Xing might forget. Xu Xing smiled and nodded in agreement. Truthfully, given Yi Qingge's status and power, he'd had ample opportunities along the way to demand divine medicines or techniques from Xu Xing. Yet he'd never once asked, instead teaching Xu Xing numerous foundational cultivation methods and techniques. The divine maiden's discernment was truly exceptional, or perhaps her divine authority was simply too formidable. Or both. A gentleman judges by deeds, not intentions. If judged by intentions, no one is good. Xu Xing cared only for actions. For kindness, he would repay double. For harm, he would repay tenfold. Take Yang Xin, for instance. Take the entire Yang family. Xu Xing held grudges fiercely. Xiyu had already recounted every recent provocation the Yang family had directed at the Xu family. Hearing this, Xu Xing's rage surged skyward. Had he returned just a few days later, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Xiyu, you go reunite with grandfather first. I'll head home to check on grandpa and grandma, Xu Xing said softly. Chen Xiyu instinctively reached for Xu Xing's hand, her eyes filled with reluctance, afraid he might vanish again for another year. Don't worry, nothing unexpected will happen this time. Xu Xing seemed to sense her concern, smiling confidently before leaving behind the offspring of the nine-child parasite. Over the year drifting through the star domains with him, Joer had fused with too many abilities. Now, even its offspring charms possessed combat power rivaling that of a 9th-level demigod. And Joer could produce one such offspring daily. Over the past year, Xu Xing's divine domain had amassed hundreds of demigod offspring. After leaving all the demigod strength subpuppets behind, Xu Xing headed toward his grandparents' residence. Wu Yulong and Li Tianchang remained unconscious and were left in Chen Xiyu's care. Before departing, Xu Xing secretly infused 3 nearly 10,000-year-old divine herbs into their bodies. Chapter 59, New Identity. Starry Night. After leaving the Chen family shrine, Yi Qingge planned to part ways with Xu Xing. Having been away from Blue Star for over a year, it was time to reconnect with old friends upon her return. Wangjian currently has no immortal or divine level cultivators, so I won't accompany you there. I'll come to fetch you for the journey to the capital in 3 days, Yi Qingge said, looking at Xu Xing. The capital? Xu Xing frowned slightly. So soon? 3 days at most. I'd prefer to take you directly to the capital. After all, your status is different now. The heir to the divine maiden must not encounter trouble in Great Xia, especially not within his reach. Having come into close contact with the ancient goddess, Yi Qingge's reverence for her grew ever more pronounced. Having lain in a coffin for nearly 10,000 years, the aura emanating from her was enough to fill him with dread. Yi Qingge dared not imagine the sheer terror she would unleash once fully revived. Upon meeting the goddess, Yi Qingge had already confirmed that ancient cultivators were on an entirely different level from modern practitioners. Drawing parallels from the novel's classification system, the entire Blue Star equated to the mortal realm, while ancient cultivators resided in the immortal realm. The strongest beings on Blue Star, after ascending to the immortal realm, were merely celestial soldiers. Those with exceptional talent might, at best, become celestial generals a distance from the power of a true god that was utterly unbridgeable. As for the goddess, even within the immortal realm, she likely ranked among its most formidable masters. Yi Qingge had no reason to antagonize the goddess. Moreover, Xu Xing was now effectively his half-disciple. Having already aligned himself with the goddess's faction, why invite trouble? You have 3 days to settle all affairs in Wangjiang. Your family and friends may accompany you to the capital.
Knowing Xu Xing's deep loyalty and sense of duty, Yi Qingge resolved to bring them all along to spare him any lingering concerns. After all, accommodating a few more people in the vast capital was a mere trifle for him.
Alright then, though there might be quite a few people. And my friend's university. All minor matters.
I'll provide you with credentials. These trivialities can be handled independently.
Oh, and after meeting your family and friends, you'll need to go into hiding.
The more traces you leave behind, the greater the chance of being discovered by the foreign immortals and gods.
Xu Xing nodded. Naturally. I'll change my appearance before eliminating the Yang family. What identity? Yi Qingge raised an eyebrow. How about becoming my disciple?
Ahem, though it might seem like I'm taking advantage of the divine maiden, I assure you I have no such intentions.
My standing in Great Xia is fairly solid.
Only by taking you as my disciple can I protect and favor you without reservation. Xu Xing shot Yi Qingge a sideways glance, deeply suspecting the other had planned this all along. Still, becoming a divine being's disciple wasn't a bad deal for him either.
It's possible, yes, but your disciple must have some background. Yet you've spent the entire year in the star realm. Yi Qingge smiled. Being in the star domain is perfect. From now on, you are my sole disciple, Yi Qingge. As for your origins, you are naturally a sacred spirit born from the divine embryo of the star domain. Only a divine spirit born of heaven and earth could match your terrifying physical power. Moreover, if you fuse with a beast, you'll simultaneously gain a series of strange abilities from the star domain. Xu Xing's eyes lit up. That's excellent. I won't have to hide my physical talents anymore, and Jor can finally show herself. From today onward, I am the sacred spirit of the divine fetus of the star realm. As for my name, let it be Xingye. Stellar Knight?
Yi Qingge shot Xu Xing a peculiar look but said nothing more. Then we'll meet again in 3 days.
The two parted ways.
Xu Xing headed straight for his family. The home in the city, this place both familiar and strange, had been absent from his life for a full year. Now, seeing it again, his heart was filled with mixed emotions.
Grandpa! Grandma!
Xu Xing pushed open the door and called out loudly. Inside, an elderly couple sat facing each other, their faces etched with worry. Hearing Xu Xing's voice, they snapped up, their eyes flashing with disbelief.
Xing?
Grandma rose, her steps unsteady as she approached Xu Xing, her face frozen in disbelief. A year had passed since Xiao Xing's departure, and they had imagined this moment every waking second. Yet now, seeing her standing before them, she found it hard to believe.
It's me, Grandma. I'm back.
Xu Xing embraced her grandmother tightly, feeling the frail vitality of the two elders. Her heart was filled with both relief and rage. Relieved that she had returned in time, furious at the Yang family's coercion. The Yang family, I'll give you a few more hours to live. Grandfather approached, patting Xing's body repeatedly.
No, this isn't a dream. Xing has truly returned. Xing, this past year?
Grandfather knew his grandson had fallen into the void realm, a place where 10 out of 10 perished. Xu Xing smiled and briefly recounted his year's adventures, including meeting the goddess and achieving physical deification. Grandpa and Grandma listened, their eyes wide with astonishment, but more than anything, they felt relief and gratitude.
Good, good, good. Coming back safely is what matters most. In the eyes of the elderly couple, life itself was paramount, strength and power were secondary.
Of course, provided he remained alive, seeing their grandson grow stronger and achieve greatness would only bring them greater joy.
Xing can now match the gods themselves. We have nothing to worry about anymore. Grandfather patted Xu Xing's shoulder, his eyes brimming with pride.
He had always believed his grandson could become a god.
Xu Xing smiled. Of course. Grandpa and Grandma will get to enjoy the good life with me. Oh, we're perfectly fine.
No need to worry about us, Grandpa waved his hand dismissively. You're still young and need plenty of resources.
Don't waste them on us.
Xu Xing smiled, but secretly infused the 1,000-year-old elixir into his grandparents' bodies. Their advanced age had caused significant bodily deterioration, making them unable to withstand the potent effects of a 10,000-year divine medicine. He would first use the herbs to regulate their systems, then have a professional alchemist refine them before administering the full potion to the elders. After sharing a heartfelt dinner with Grandpa and Grandma, Xu Xing truthfully explained he needed to leave temporarily to handle some matters.
Though worried, Grandpa and Grandma understood Xu Xing had grown into an independent adult with his own path and responsibilities.
They did not try to stop him, only urging him to be careful in all things. As night fell, Xu Xing walked alone through the chaotic streets, heading straight for the Yang family compound. To evade pursuit by alien immortals and deities, Xu Xing had already altered his identity and aura using the power of the universal parasite. From this moment on, he was Xing Yi, the disciple of the divine spirit obtained by Yi Qingge in the foreign realm. Dressed in black robes, his face stern, Xu Xing carried a staff as he walked through the streets of Wangjiang City. Flames roared skyward along both sides of the road, while cries of battle and wails of grief echoed in waves. This was the aftermath of Wangjiang City's assault by alien immortals and gods. The lingering turmoil, far from subsiding, shrouded the entire city in gloom. The chaos within the city, which should have been pacified by the noble families, only grew more intense. Surveying the chaos around him, especially seeing numerous young nobles caught up in the turmoil, Xu Xing felt a murderous intense surge to the top of his head. As he walked, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Xu Xing looked up to see a group of young family youths surrounding a newlywed woman. Their clothes were torn and disheveled, their faces twisted into terrifying, vicious grins. "Sweetheart, just give in to us," one of the young family members sneered, pulling out a thick chain with a mocking grin, ready to shackle her. The woman wept bitterly, her tears falling like pear blossoms. She struggled desperately, but the disparity in strength left her helpless. She cried out, "No, I beg you, at least not today." Chapter 60, The Fall of the Yang Clan. "You beasts! Release Manor! I'll kill you all." Beneath her, the gravely wounded youth glared with bloodshot eyes, his hatred so intense he wished he could tear these monsters apart with his bare teeth. When a woman says no, she really means yes. You're screaming so desperately, you must be desperate for it. Ha, third brother, why not just go for it? We'll cover you. The surrounding villagers were enraged by the scene. Many couldn't hold back any longer, summoning their beasts to charge forward. Unfortunately, their opponents were the Yang family's elite young masters. Their bodyguards formed an impenetrable wall, easily knocking the villagers to the ground and leaving the newlyweds to suffer the humiliation. "You bastards!" Xu Xing roared in fury, striding forward and smashing his staff down with brutal force. Half the bodies of two young family scions exploded into a sky-filling mist of blood as they screamed in agony, curling into painful contortions. The others watched in horror and fury. "The bodyguards! Where are the bodyguards?" Xu Xing paid no heed. Moving like the wind, he swung his staff, sending several more young family members crashing into pools of their own blood. Most of the fallen were gasping for air, their last breaths outpacing their inhales. They were done for. You dare kill members of the Yang family." A core disciple of the Yang family roared furiously. He was clearly the leader of this group, dressed in splendid robes and wielding a long sword radiating divine light. He glared at Xu Xing, his entire body trembling. "I kill members of the Yang family. A clan steeped in evil, they deserve to be exterminated." Xu Xing stared at him coldly, his voice icy. Enraged beyond control, the disciple swung his sword and lunged fiercely at Xu Xing. But Xu Xing flickered aside, effortlessly evading the attack. Instantly, his staff crashed down on the disciple's skull. A piercing scream echoed as the disciple's brain matter splattered, ending his life in an instant. "No! How dare you kill the old patriarch's child?" At that moment, a heavenly god-level powerhouse descended from the sky. Clad in black robes with a sinister expression, he glared furiously at Xu Xing. As an elder of the Yang family tasked with protecting its core disciples, he knew the patriarch would never forgive him now that the heir was dead. At this point, there was only one option: bring the murderer back to atone for his crime. "Boy, you dare kill one of the Yang family? I'll cripple you before dragging you back to face justice. A mere heavenly god? Perfect, I'll test my full power against you." Xu Xing leapt forward, charging bare-handed toward his opponent. The Yang family elder laughed bitterly in rage. "A mere demigod, a mere child, how utterly audacious." Boom! Their fists collided. Before the Yang family elder could finish his sentence, he felt an unstoppable, explosive force. The terrifying force instantly shattered his internal organs. His body flew backward hundreds of meters, smashing through dozens of civilian homes. Xu Xing casually tossed several dozen thousand-year-old spiritual herbs. "This is compensation. Take the herbs and relocate. This place is unsafe. Head to the city center. You too as well, leave immediately." After leaving 2,000-year-old herbs for the newlyweds, Xu Xing vanished in a flash. The Yang family disciple lying on the ground now bore a thumb-sized hole in his forehead. Every single one of the dozen or so nearby Yang family disciples, including that elder-level heavenly god-tier powerhouse, lay dead. Fearing the commotion would scare off the Yang family, Xu Xing flashed directly to the Yang family's main gate. As one of Wangjiang City's noble families, the Yang residence was indeed magnificent and imposing. It was a pity that those residing within were nothing but treacherous scoundrels. With a single palm strike, Xu Xing shattered half of the Yang family compound, claiming the lives of countless Yang descendants on the spot. The screams and wails of agony sounded strangely melodious at that moment. "How dare you? Who dares to run amok in the Yang family compound?" A furious shout echoed as an elderly man clad in brocade robes emerged from the mansion. Xu Xing regarded the old man, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. "So you're the old patriarch of the Yang family, the ancient wizard with one foot in the realm of immortals?" The old man, enraged, laughed bitterly. "You insolent brat, you seek death. Today, I shall show you what true divine might truly is." The old man roared, his aura erupting violently as he unleashed his divine domain, charging toward Xu Xing. Xu Xing made no attempt to dodge. Having achieved godhood through his physical body, his power was immense. How could he fear a mere old celestial? With a single punch, Xu Xing met the old man's attack head-on, the collision erupting in a deafening roar. The old man felt a tremendous force surge through him, nearly knocking him off his feet. How is this possible?
The elder was utterly horrified. He couldn't comprehend how a demigod could possess such overwhelming power. But Xu Xing gave him no time to ponder. The all things parasite had already transformed into a dark shadow, lunging toward the old god. Whoosh! 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 The all things parasite's speed and power were peerless. The old man scrambled to defend, only to find himself unable to withstand the onslaught. Bloody holes began appearing on his body one after another. You! The old patriarch began to panic. In decades, he had never been wounded. What kind of beast was this creature? It was utterly bizarre. With skills like that, you dare act so arrogant before me? Xu Xing sneered coldly, swinging his fist once more toward the old man. His physical form had ascended to godhood, his fists striking like dragons. With boundless vitality, the old man couldn't withstand the barrage of blows. Xu Xing's punch sent him flying, crashing heavily into the wall of the Young family residence as he coughed up mouthfuls of blood. The Young family members watched in utter terror. The old patriarch was the strongest among them. If even he couldn't prevail, how terrifyingly powerful must this enemy be? Some timid Young family members began scattering in panic, desperate to flee this terrifying place. Xu Xing's eyes flashed with contempt, yet he showed no intention of sparing them. In a flash, he appeared before one of the fleeing Young family members and crushed him with a single punch. Today marks the end of the Young family. Xu Xing's voice was as cold as ice, sending shivers down the spine. As his words echoed, the 10,000 creatures parasite unleashed its full fury. The entire Yang family estate instantly transformed into a living hell. Xu Xing single-handedly slaughtered the entire Yang family. The uproar was so great that it quickly alarmed the noble families throughout the city. Upon learning of this, the other clans were furious, yet none intervened. Firstly, Xu Xing's formidable power deterred them from provoking him. Secondly, the Yang family had long been notorious for their wicked deeds, having offended many. Their downfall now seemed a fitting punishment. The Yang family got what they deserved, sneered a high-ranking noble. But who exactly is this youth? How could he possess such formidable power? Another wondered. Who cares who he is? As long as he doesn't interfere with our family's interests, another remarked. True. With his power, he wouldn't bother with our little Wangjiang. Let's just watch the show. And so, the aristocratic families chose to turn a blind eye, allowing Xu Xing's slaughter to proceed unchecked. Wangjiang was never large to begin with, yet it housed numerous aristocratic families. Resources were already scarce enough to distribute evenly. Now, with the Yang family gone, the other clans were overjoyed. Xu Xing fought his way to the Yang family ancestral hall. Gazing upon the spirit tablets of the once mighty Yang ancestors, he felt not a shred of pity or reverence. To his eyes, these tablets were nothing more than wooden idols enshrining a pack of beasts, utterly devoid of meaning. Today, I will erase the Yang family from this world. Xu Xing's voice echoed within the ancestral hall. With that, he swung his fist once more, striking the ancestral hall with devastating force. A deafening crash echoed as the entire shrine instantly collapsed, reduced to a pile of rubble. Thus, the Yang family was utterly annihilated. Chapter 61, The Capital Test. As night deepened, the clamor of Wangjiang City gradually subsided. Yet in certain corners of the city, lights remained ablaze, and dark currents swirled beneath the surface. After eliminating the Yang family, Xu Xing did not depart. Instead, he continued to roam the city, purging other vermin within its walls. Since he had already taken action, he might as well kill more tonight as service to ridding the people of these pests. Clothed in black, his face stern and cold, Xu Xing moved through Wangjiang City's streets like a specter in the night. With each swing of his staff, headless bodies fell, their blood staining the pavement crimson. After all, his current identity, Xingye, disciple of the great Xia immortal Knight Xingge, meant that eliminating these vermin would only earn him praise from certain quarters for serving the nation and its people. But just as Xu Xing was in the heat of the slaughter, the aristocratic families watching the spectacle from within the city could no longer sit idly by. Xu Xing had only targeted the Yang family moments ago, sparing the offspring of other noble houses. Yet now, his relentless killing spree suggested he had lost his mind. In the span of a single incense stick's burn, Xu Xing had slaughtered at least 15 young masters from 5 noble families, 16 lives in total. Outrageous! Utterly outrageous! How dare this brat act so madly? His killing intent is so thick, he must be possessed by demons. Does he truly believe Wangjiang is devoid of capable men? My own nephew was struck down by his staff, his soul scattered to the winds. Fellow elders, why not unite to eliminate this boy? Hearing this, the elders of the other clans exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with unease. Finally, one voiced the truth in their hearts. That staff radiated divine light. It must be an ancient artifact. He actually devoured millennia-old spiritual herbs raw to replenish his strength. What a waste! Within mere hours, he consumed over a dozen. He seemed to emerge from the void. Could he have obtained part of the Divine Maiden's legacy? At these words, the leaders of Wangjiang burned with fervor, their eyes no longer hiding their greed. A resolve crystallized within them. That brat has fallen into demonic delusion. For the safety of Wangjiang, we must capture him. A bunch of shameless old fools. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you, Zhou Xing, head of the Zhou family, sneered coldly. His elder brother, Zhou Zhoming, had just delivered shocking news. The celestial deity Yi Qingda had returned alive from the star domains, rumored to have obtained part of the goddess's legacy. And accompanying General Yi back was a youth. Though even his elder brother knew nothing of the youth's identity or General Yi's, anyone connected to the immortal Yi Qingda was far beyond their ability to offend. This youth before them, with his astonishing physique and terrifying power, was most likely the young master brought back by General Yi. Even if he wiped out the entire Yang family or even purged the entire Wangjiang clan, the people of the capital would likely not care much. Upon hearing Zhou Xing's words, the other clan heads felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. The head of the Li family, who shared a close personal bond with Zhou, cautiously inquired, "Brother Zhou, could this be what Brother Ming said? Could this youth possibly hail from the capital?" The mere mention of the capital brought a collective chill over the other families. Indeed, the power behind this inhumanly powerful youth was far beyond what they could provoke. The capital? Zhou Xing sneered coldly. He's likely more terrifying than any prodigy from the capital. If he truly served General Yi, his status would be unparalleled even in the capital. The entire Great Xia realm held fewer immortals and divine beings than could be counted on two hands. As the youngest and most promising among them, General Yi's status spoke for itself. Moreover, General Yi had now inherited the goddess's legacy. His power would surely surge further, potentially placing him among the very pinnacle of Great Xia's strongest warriors. He was barely 500 years old, with at least 1,000 years of life remaining. Whoa, more terrifying than the geniuses of the capital? Brother Xing, don't try to scare us. Zhou Xing retorted irritably, if Big Brother weren't worried you lot would die out and leave Wangjiang defenseless, he wouldn't have sent me to warn you. The divine General Yi Qingda returned to Wangjiang yesterday. And this youth here seems to have returned alongside General Yi. Got it? The divine General Yi? Could he be General Yi's disciple? With that kind of talent, only General Yi could have trained someone like that. A demigod slays several Yang clan celestial gods. Though the Yang clan's celestial gods are vastly overrated, even their weakest member far surpasses any demigod. Ahem, I told you this youth was exceptional. Such prowess only General Yi could have cultivated it. The other noble families sucked in a cold breath. They didn't even have the standing to curry favor with General Yi normally. If their ancestors found out they'd offended him, they'd crawl out of their graves to beat them to death. Enough nonsense. The youth and General Yi's status remain unconfirmed, but rest assured, they're far beyond our reach. Now, retrieve your unworthy offspring immediately, don't bring shame upon Wangjiang. Zhou Xing glared at the opportunistic young noble scavenging within the city walls, his expression thick with displeasure. He'd long wanted to warn these clans, but lacked the strength to do so, especially with his elder brother gravely injured and in seclusion. Fortunately, this lawless youth had arrived, possessing terrifying power and an ability so exalted it was terrifying. Ahem, these grandchildren are utterly disgraceful. The Li family spoke first, then prepared to depart hastily. Hold on. Zhou Xing's eyes flickered. With chaos reigning in the city, we have failed in our duty. We should open our clan treasuries to aid the suffering citizens. What say you? The other clan's expressions froze momentarily before turning to the youth in the image. They all smiled and nodded in agreement. It is only right. It is only right. The youth in the image clearly possessed a kind heart. If the clans performed some acts of goodwill, they might salvage their standing in his eyes. After all, he was connected to General Yi. Parting with some material possessions could win even a shred of the general's favor, an opportunity for boundless benefit. Brother Xing, in a week's time, it will be the 10-year anniversary auction of Wangjiang. Why not hold it early? In the coming days, we could use the auction house as a platform to distribute wealth and aid the city's citizens. Then, during the auction, we could invite the young man to come and observe? Excellent, excellent. The Wangjiang clan's treasury has accumulated too many useless items. With this crisis upon us, it's time to exchange them for items to reinforce our defensive formations. The young man's noble status means he must possess items we each desire. A friendly exchange could further strengthen our bonds. Zhou Xing pondered for a moment. Agreed. But first, we must maintain stability within the city over the next 2 days and alleviate the suffering of the people as much as possible. Of course. We'll each oversee our respective districts. Stability will be restored within the day, ensuring the people's safety. Xu Xing roamed the streets all night, purging over 100 corrupted aristocrats. The number should have doubled, but by the latter half of the night, no more aristocratic offspring appeared. By dawn, the aristocratic youths reappeared, but now each wore a face of benevolence. Their previous havoc had transformed into relief efforts. They walked the streets, registering and distributing life-saving elixirs. When encountering commoners with even modest talent, they generously left behind cultivation resources. Xu Xing looked up at the sky, his mind already piecing together the aristocratic family's plan. But it didn't matter. Even if they were merely putting on a show of benevolence, it was still far better than outright evil. Xu Xing intended to continue wandering, taking in the scenery of Wangjiang.
After all, in 3 days, he would leave this city where he had lived for over a decade. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in lavish attire descended from the sky. His face bore a smile, yet his eyes flashed with scrutinizing light. The visitor was none other than the imperial inspector of the capital, Lin Yifeng. His arrival clearly stemmed from news of General Yi taking on a new disciple. Brother Xingye, Lin Yifeng greeted him warmly, as if they were old friends. I hear you are the newly accepted disciple of Lord Yiqingge.
Truly, heroes emerge in youth.
Xu Xing gave a slight nod, his expression proud.
Naturally. Lin Yifeng's expression faltered momentarily before erupting into hearty laughter. Brother Xingye, you're a man of passion.
These are turbulent times in Wangjiang City. Barbarian immortals run rampant, and dark currents swirl among the noble houses.
Since you've earned General Yi's favor, you must possess exceptional talent. I've been tasked with conducting a simple assessment of your abilities. Would you be willing? Xu Xing shrugged indifferently. Sure. How will you test me? Yiqingge had already briefed him on the assessment, nearly the Great Xia standard talent selection process.
Xu Xing had undergone it once before, receiving an A rating.
This time, however, Xu Xing felt a pang of curiosity. What rating would he receive now?
The higher the rating, the greater the national resources allocated and the higher the cultivation value. To receive state funding, one must undergo the national grading system. Even direct disciples of immortals and deities were no exception.
Lin Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief.
As long as the other party wasn't averse to it, he was grateful he couldn't afford to provoke General Yi.
The test is simple. Please follow me, Brother Xingye. Chapter 62, Rating, SSS Grade Contract. Xu Xing followed Lin Yifeng into an unknown space.
Lin Yifeng smiled as he looked at Xu Xing.
I have only 2 tests for you. You're testing me? And others too? Xu Xing frowned. Was it really that complicated? Naturally. You are the one praised by General Yi and his sole successor.
The higher-ups place great importance on you.
However, the subsequent tests will only begin once you arrive in the capital.
Therefore, please do your utmost to complete today's test.
Though these trials won't affect you personally, they concern General Yi's reputation.
Xu Xing narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly.
Someone's dissatisfied with my status? Lin Yifeng gave a dry chuckle, saying nothing. Silence spoke volumes. What are these tests? Just get on with it. Lin Yifeng gestured invitingly. 2 tests, the most fundamental and primal ones. Strength and speed.
As Lin Yifeng finished speaking, a massive black tombstone materialized ahead.
Strike it with all your might.
Suddenly, Xu Xing's form shifted like an awakened beast, unleashing a furious punch. In that explosive instant, all his spiritual orifices released their power. His bones, muscles, and flesh seemed guided by an invisible force, his physical body channeled by his consciousness into an unstoppable surge of energy. Whoosh! Accompanied by a fierce wind, Xu Xing's fist slammed violently into the massive test tombstone. Boom! A deep, thunderous explosion echoed, as if the very air had been torn apart in that instant. In an instant, the tombstone on the punch-testing ground flashed with light, clearly displaying a line of numbers, 190,000 kilograms.
What? 190,000 kilograms? Lin Yifeng, watching from the side, stared in shock, his face frozen in disbelief. This force equaled the explosive power of 20 tons unleashed in an instant, far surpassing even the might of a heavenly god. This tombstone's heritage dates back to ancient times. It absolutely cannot be wrong. Its material solidity rivals that of a divine artifact. Lin Yifeng took a deep breath. If he hadn't misread it earlier, the tombstone had actually trembled violently, as if it had nearly shattered. Gazing at the undamaged tombstone, he felt torn between relief and regret. After all, even the immortals and gods of old could not shatter this tombstone. Yet Xu Xing, a young demigod, had already demonstrated such astonishing physical strength. Had he shattered the tombstone, the entire capital would likely have erupted in chaos. Xu Xing withdrew his fist, a faint, serene smile touching his lips. He paid no mind to the sheer power of his punch, merely savoring the sensation of that force surging through his body. Flesh ascending to godhood, the goddess had not deceived him. This single punch, even a high god could not withstand. Of course, no high god would foolishly engage in physical combat. Most would rely on the power of their beasts to fight together. Lin Yifeng stared intently at Xu Xing. The power Xu Xing had displayed was beyond his wildest expectations. He knew well that this single punch alone could cement her status. Where had General Yi found this freak? She was definitely not human. Such power was exceedingly rare even among the younger generation of the great demon clans. Come on, Brother Xingye, give it a try too. Lin Yifeng's eyes held no trace of doubt now. Instead, he gestured warmly with an inviting motion. Lin Yifeng's current strength was merely that of an upper heavenly god. Without the aid of his beast, his punch could only muster tens of thousands of jin. Compared to this monster, Xu Xing, he was pitifully weak. Just unleash your full speed. Lin Yifeng deployed the speed measuring device. Xu Xing approached the testing entrance. He took a deep breath, channeling his spiritual energy throughout his body as he summoned every ounce of his physical strength. Boom!
The floor beneath Xu Xing's feet shattered, unable to withstand the immense force unleashed in an instant. Xu Xing surged forward like a blur, covering the 100-meter test distance in a flash.
99 meters per second. Another staggering figure. Huh, only this much?
Xu Xing frowned slightly, recalling how he could traverse the entire Wangjiang River in mere breaths using the universal parasite for spatial travel.
Yet Lin Yifeng stood utterly speechless.
His own speed barely reached 43 meters per second and he was already an upper-ranked heavenly god. 99 meters per second, this was the true power only a deity could wield.
After his initial astonishment, Lin Yifeng's face brimmed with envy.
General Yi had been right, ancient cultivation methods were the true path to divinity.
Modern techniques relying on beast-taming were too cunning.
Though they granted formidable combat power, the hostess' physical form remained too weak. Brother Xingye, your strength is truly astonishing, Lin Yifeng praised sincerely. I imagine Xinjing must be filled with both fervor and awe at your arrival.
As he spoke, he produced a contract and solemnly handed it to Xu Xing. After my evaluation, your rating is SSS. Truthfully, in my estimation, you far surpass SSS. Your innate physical prowess frankly is comparable only to ancient deities. But alas, the nation's current rating system caps at SSS. That is the highest standard. Xu Xing nodded.
Now that he possessed the goddess's inheritance, he no longer placed much value on the nation's financial support. Compared to state resources, what he truly needed was the identity the nation could grant him. The nation grants its most exceptional talents the highest level protection for their family and friends. Unfortunately, his current identity was Xingye, making it impossible to openly protect Xu Xing's family and friends.
He'd need to find an excuse. Fortunately, Yi Qingge had already laid the groundwork. As long as Yi Qingge didn't deny it, others wouldn't suspect too much. Here are the specific terms of the contract. Review them first. If anything is unsatisfactory, we can negotiate on the spot. The state's tolerance for geniuses like you exceeds your imagination. Mentioning this, Lin Yifeng's eyes brimmed with envy. He was a genius, but only in the eyes of ordinary people. Someone like Xu Xing, however, was a genius of the capital. Chapter 63, Exercising SSS-level privileges. The SSS-level contract offered only 3 benefits. First, a monthly resource allocation of 30 million units and 5 million in cash, usable to purchase any resources including but not limited to divine artifacts. Second, unrestricted access to all major information networks within Great Xia cultivation techniques, secret realm intelligence, news of the myriad races. Third, command of a Shangjing direct military unit, deployable for protecting loved ones or venturing into secret realms together. Additionally, there is a hidden benefit, the protection of the nation. As long as Xu Xing remains loyal to the nation, even if he falls into foreign lands or faces siege by alien immortals, the state will dispatch rescue forces immediately. In return, Xu Xing need only pledge non-treason. Naturally, as a citizen of Daxia, he must also shoulder the responsibility of defending his homeland as he grows. With talent, the Great Xia offers ample support programs, making it highly unlikely one would turn to dark paths for resources. After reading it, Xu Xing signed his name, Xingyi, at the bottom. As a model student of the Great Xia, he would never betray his country. Seeing Xu Xing sign, Lin Yifeng laughed heartily and slung an arm around his shoulder. From now on, we're comrades in arms and alumni. Alumni? Xu Xing suddenly realized he hadn't even taken the college entrance exam yet. Damn it, was the exam scheduled within the next few months? Exactly. Didn't General Yi tell you? Super geniuses get direct admission to the capital's Heavenly Academy. So you're already a freshman in the class of 2020. Xu Xing? Yi Qingge hadn't mentioned going to Shangjing, it was about being directly admitted to university. What about my girlfriend and my brothers? Ha? Your girlfriend? Lin Yifeng's expression turned peculiar. Didn't General Yi say you were a divine embryo incarnate? Holy crap, you actually have a divine embryo girlfriend? Lin Yifeng looked at Xu Xing with a mix of surprise and delight. If Xu Xing nodded, he'd immediately report it to the capital and send immortals to personally escort Xu Xing's girlfriend. Had this earth-shattering fortune finally landed on his unlucky head? Ahem, my tongue slipped. I was just thinking about dating in the future. Xu Xing nearly forgot his current identity, a divine embryo from another realm. Lin Yifeng, you're thinking pretty far ahead, huh? Lin Yifeng stared speechless, having thought Lady Luck had finally smiled upon him. By the way, since you're the incarnation of a star domain divine embryo, when exactly did you meet General Yi? Or rather, besides General Yi, have you seen any other humans? Especially a black-clad youth about your height named Xu Xing. Xingyi flinched. Why are you asking this? You've seen him? Seeing Xingye's unusual reaction, Lin Yifeng forced himself to suppress his excitement and pressed on. Where is he now? Is he still alive? Xingyi pondered for a moment before shaking his head slightly. He's dead, as expected. Well, General Yi personally intervened. If he were alive, he'd have returned safely with the others. What a pity. Lin Yifeng's face was filled with regret. Xingyi inquired, when I saw him, he was only an 8th level beastmaster. He probably wasn't important to you lot, right? Lin Feng shook his head. Regardless, he was still one of our countrymen.
Moreover, he sacrificed himself to defend the secret realm against the Sea Clan's invasion. His passing is deeply regretted by those above. Stellar Knight thought to himself, the regret felt by those above likely stems mostly from coveting the goddess's inheritance that resided within Xu Xing.
Of course, that was only human nature. As the saying went, one judged deeds, not motives. At least the great Xia nation was willing to extend aid to its citizens lost in a foreign land. Regardless of the motives, aid is aid, one must know where to draw the line. As for other nations? Poof. When common folk die, they die. What concern is it of their high-ranking officials? There was nothing to be done. When I saw him, he had already fallen into darkness. We couldn't even retrieve his body. And as generally mentioned, it was precisely by pursuing Xu Xing that he found me and that I was able to manifest in this world. Lin Feng understood the implication in the other's words. So, what do you require? By karmic debt, I owe him a life. I must repay it in full or I'll face retribution during the divine tribulation. Lin Feng's expression tightened. The current Stellar Knight wouldn't tolerate any cultivation risks for the other party. How should we proceed? Speak freely. Protect all his family and friends. General Yue mentioned that his girlfriend is still waiting for him desperately and his brother has sacrificed a lot for him. Lin Feng nodded. I've heard about that too. We do intend to protect. That's not enough. I need absolute certainty. Bring everyone connected to Xu Xing back to the capital. My own troops will guard them around the clock. Moreover, Xu Xing's girlfriend and his closest brother must accompany me to Tianfu University. I need to witness them emerge from their shadows and reintegrate into normal life. Lin Feng. How could this man know Xu Xing's relatives and friends better than he did? If not for the vast disparity in their demeanor and strength, he might have suspected this man was Xu Xing himself. Well, the former is acceptable. After all, starting now, full command of the 123rd Army falls under your responsibility. But the latter, bringing people into Tianfu University? One person might be manageable, but multiple. Stellar Knight glared, instantly displeased. General Yi explicitly said that by becoming his disciple and following him here, I could do as I pleased as long as I didn't betray the nation. This is my first day here, my first task, and already it's this difficult? Do you all look down on this young master? His attitude, his posture, he was practically pointing his finger at Lin Feng's nose and cursing. Lin Feng felt both amused and exasperated. He'd braced himself for this kind of attitude. The prideful offspring of other races were always like this. No, they were 1,000 times more arrogant than this divine fetus youth standing before him. Well, allow me to consult my superiors, Lin Feng sighed helplessly, dialing the deputy dean of the Heavenly Palace. Stellar Knight snorted coldly, the Heavenly Palace? It's not like we have to go there. Lin Feng cleared his throat twice, relaying Xingye's stance. Agree to it. Have him come to the capital as soon as possible. A warm voice came through the phone. Lin Feng exhaled in relief. Understood, Vice President. He'll depart within 3 days at the latest. No. No. Ambassador Lin. Suddenly, a black-clad spy from Wangjiang charged toward Lin Feng. Lin Feng's vision darkened. He was still on the call with the vice president. How embarrassing. If he left a bad impression on the vice president, he might have to postpone graduation again this year. What's the panic? I told you to practice calming your mind regularly. What could be so urgent? Lin Feng growled. The spy screamed. The young family of the Wangjiang clan, 512 souls wiped out. The killer is still at large. Damn it, he. Sir, he's the one who wiped out the young family? The spy suddenly realized, his face contorting in disbelief as he whispered. Could it be your orders, sir? But why wipe out the entire Yang family? And the execution wasn't even discreet enough. Lin Feng's vision darkened, his heart nearly exploding. What nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever order the slaughter of the Yang family? The vice dean was still listening. If this misunderstanding wasn't cleared up, forget about the commendation, he might even lose his Tianfu Academy enrollment. Chapter 64, The Auction, the Beautiful Young Wife. Seeing Lin Feng's fury, Xu Xing almost wanted to devour the black-clad spy before him. With a smile, Xu Xing intervened to save the black-robed servant. He's right. The Yang family has been wiped out by me. Look, brother Xingye has been wiped out too. Wiped out? Lin Feng's face flushed crimson instantly, his brain freezing up. Whether feigning ignorance or playing dumb was unclear. Fortunately, the vice dean's voice cut through the tension. Enough of this nonsense. We old fools already know about it. We've handled it for him. The Yang family got what they deserved. However, inform our new member that according to Great Xia's laws, even if someone commits a crime, they must be handed over to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Justice cannot be meted out solely by one's own hand. Lin Feng stiffly relayed the vice dean's words to Xu Xing. The look he now gave Xu Xing held none of the previous warmth.
Though the Beastmaster era revered strength above all, and comrades often fell on foreign battlefields, clan exterminations within Great Xia were exceedingly rare. This young man before them, one could only say he truly lived up to his reputation as a star domain divine embryo utterly devoid of compassion? But wait, he'd only been here a day. Why would he annihilate the Yang family? Many aristocratic scions were arrogant and tyrannical, traits he disliked, but even the most foolish Yang family wouldn't provoke such a clan-wiping calamity in a single day. Unless... Stellar Knight smiled indifferently. I learned the Yang family had truly bullied Xu Xing's relatives and friends. Their moral compass was unstable. I killed them all. Lin Yifeng. Next time, leave it to us. We will ensure justice for you and the departed. Xu Xing. With Starlight invoking the Dao Heart, Lin Yifeng could do nothing. Even if Starlight stepped into the capital, the higher-ups wouldn't hold him accountable. Ancient texts indeed recorded that cultivation by primordial cultivators and celestial wonders required pursuing a natural Dao heart, otherwise, part demons would inevitably arise. It was unclear why this principle had been lost in modern cultivation. Contemporary beast-taming cultivation truly relied solely on the beast's own cultivation. The master only needed to care for it daily. Xingye nodded. Next time for sure. Lin Yifeng was speechless. That indifferent attitude suggested he hadn't taken it seriously at all. Well, out of sight, out of mind. Any other matters to report? Lin Yifeng turned to the spy. The spy whispered, another faction is preparing a grand auction. It seems they intend to invite that figure. Despite possessing the strength of a level 3 heavenly god, the spy dared not look directly at Xu Xing. Now known as Xingyi, Xu Xing's aura of a physical body ascended to godhood was utterly unmasked, as if he intended for everyone to know of his existence. An auction? Lin Yifeng frowned, then realized the major cities' decennial auctions were due. But why would Wang Jiang rush to prepare an auction so soon after suffering such heavy losses? The other major clans likely wouldn't have time to participate. It seemed the old guard, unwilling to let Stellar Knight depart upon learning of his impending departure, had deliberately advanced the schedule. Alright, I got it. Time and location. Lin Yifeng felt a surge of anticipation for this auction. Especially with Starlight right before him coming from the star domains and having roamed them for half a year with General Yi, she must possess quite a few treasures. Perhaps he might even encounter an heirloom from the goddess. The odds were slim, but what if? As a divine being, General Yi might have gifted Xingye many items he deemed unworthy. If they could acquire one or two of those. The spy reported truthfully, Wangjiang Pavilion. Opening tonight. The auction should formally commence tomorrow at noon. Young Star Knight, if you have no other plans, would you like to accompany me to take a look? Xu Xing considered it. Sure. With the Yang family matters settled and no pressing concerns remaining, since the other party had agreed to escort Siyu, Wu Yulong, and the others to the capital, Wang Jiang could proceed without further worries. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The next day at noon, after finishing his familiar breakfast beef noodle soup and yellow wine, Xu Xing headed to the auction feeling refreshed and invigorated. A full year in the star domain had nearly dulled his taste buds. Only in the comfort of the Great Xia could he eat whatever he desired. After achieving physical godhood, all toxins and dietary intolerances vanished. At dawn, as the sun rose, the Wangjiang Pavilion in the city center gradually came alive with bustling activity. Beneath the vast glazed dome, suspended lamps twinkled like stars, casting an aura of both mystery and splendor upon the ancient structure. The Pavilion of Riverviews, built 5 centuries ago, opened its doors only for momentous occasions. Clearly, the auction held once every 10 years counted as a rare event. Xu Xing strolled into the auction hall, leisurely holding street snacks. Fortunately, the auction house had recognized his distinguished face beforehand, sparing him any embarrassing moments. Inside, a subtle fragrance mingled with an air of opulence. Hundreds of exquisitely arranged seats were scattered throughout the hall, each draped with soft cashmere blankets and furnished with carved pearwood tables and chairs, radiating prestige. Esteemed guest, this way, please. Shortly after entering the auction hall, a charming maid respectfully guided Xu Xing into the waiting lounge. After a brief moment of leisurely seating, the gracefully poised manager appeared before Xu Xing with a warm smile. This must be Lord Xingye, the heir of General Yi. Truly handsome and formidable. The manager lifted the teapot and personally bent to pour tea for Xu Xing. The young woman, dressed in a slit-front qipao, revealed a glimpse of her snow-white bosom as she bent to pour, as if offering a subtle greeting to the honored guest. Xu Xing made no effort to avert his gaze. Why pass up a free ride? After all, he was now Star Knight, not Xu Xing. Seeing that Xingye showed no displeasure, the young woman bent even lower, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she looked at him. Esteemed guest, might you have any items to auction today? Your status is noble. It would be our bank's honor to auction your items, and we would never charge a single penny in fees. Xu Xing laughed heartily. He had known the auction's purpose before arriving. Of course I do. But first, this young master needs to see if there's anything to his liking. Otherwise, even if I exchange it for your currency, it'll be a waste if I don't find anything I like. The young woman beamed with delight, pressing herself against Xu Xing and perching cross-legged on his lap. She carefully peeled a grape and fed it into his mouth. Of course.
Today's auction features numerous items. The entire Wangjiang clan treasury's collection from the past century is here. Xingye's eyes lit up, eager to take a look.
The young woman whispered softly into Xingye's ear, her breath tickling his skin. This humble maiden also longs to see the treasures from the outer realms.
Might you grant me the privilege of broadening my horizons?
Xu Xing snorted coldly, leaning back against the soft curves.
My back's a bit stiff.
The young woman shot Xu Xing a reproachful glance, yet her small hands began a gentle massage. Unexpectedly, the massage felt so good that Xu Xing drifted off to sleep.
This infuriated the young woman.
She'd given him all the benefits, yet hadn't gotten a single glimpse of his exotic treasures. You little bastard, the young woman cursed inwardly.
Looks innocent, but you're full of tricks. She wasn't some massage therapist.
She was the daughter of a prominent Beijing family. She'd planned to use her beauty to trick this foreign bumpkin, hoping to get her hands on a few divine artifacts early. Little did she expect this outcome. Though Xu Xing slept, the young woman dared not stop her hands. Her two small hands massaged for over an hour before he finally stirred.
Chapter 65, Queen Medusa.
Xu Xing lay sprawled across the beauty's long, fair legs. After sleeping soundly, he slowly awoke, ignoring the young woman's reproachful gaze as he stretched lazily and rose to his feet.
Has the auction started yet?
The young woman massaged her aching legs.
How could they dare begin without your word? Representatives from all major factions have arrived. Would you care to meet them?
The young woman, clearly prioritizing the auction over her own petty thoughts, pressed the matter.
Meet them? What's there to see? They're all just eyes and noses.
Besides, if they want to see me, they should be begging to see this young master.
Xingye's face was full of arrogance, showing no regard for others' feelings.
The young woman sighed helplessly. Very well, then this servant shall preside over the auction. She swayed her pert hips as she slowly walked away. Xu Xing picked up the auction item list and began perusing it.
Though hastily arranged, this auction had drawn participation from numerous prominent clans, with representatives arriving from several cities near Wangjiang.
Xu Xing leisurely flipped through the auction catalog, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Items like the Lord-grade spirit material Spirit Phoenix Heavenly Gold and the Heavenly God pills that aided breakthroughs piqued his interest, yet none truly stirred his heart. His gaze lingered longer on the list of rare and exotic beasts.
Medusa Demon King? Xu Xing's eyes lit up.
This beast possessed not only formidable strength but also the divine ability of petrifying gazes.
Taming it would undoubtedly become a tremendous asset.
Of course, there was an even more compelling reason. Influenced by novels from his previous life, he was quite intrigued by the enchanting form the Medusa Queen would take after transforming. Just as he pondered the Medusa Demon Queen's worth, the auction hall doors burst open. A youth clad in black strode in with purposeful strides. The youth radiated an air of arrogance, his gaze sharp as a blade, locking onto the second floor box where Xu Xing was seated. Whoa, Wang Chen, the young master of the Wang family, the immortal king of the capital.
He's here too. It must be because of Xingye. Looks like we're in for a show today.
I do hope those two get into a bidding war at the auction. Maybe they'll drive up the price of our treasures by several tiers.
Pfft, watch out they don't just take your treasures for free. They're from a divine family. Even if they don't pay, you wouldn't dare demand payment, would you?
Damn it, old Yang, stop being such a jinx. Those two young masters don't look like the type to have no shame.
Poof. You can't judge a book by its cover. Who knows? Ahem, ahem, ahem.
Suddenly, someone began coughing violently.
Old Yang looked up and nearly died of fright.
There, before him, stood Wang Chen, the young master of the divine Wang family, who had appeared at his side without warning. Young master, please take a seat.
This old man is here to guard the door for you.
Old Yang slapped himself hard across the face, then flashed a fawning smile as he stepped aside to clear the private room.
Wang Chen's expression softened considerably. He nodded. Go ahead.
Oh, and bring me a copy of the auction catalog while you're at it.
Certainly, young master.
Old Yang bowed and immediately turned to guard the door.
It's him?
Xu Xing's heart stirred. She recognized the black-clad youth as none other than Wang Chen, the young master from the Wang family of the immortal clan in the capital, whom Lin Yifeng had specifically mentioned earlier.
Wang Chen had persistently sought to become Knight Qingge's disciple, only to be repeatedly rejected. Now, he had become Yi Qingge's sole disciple, appearing here under the alias Xing Yi. This fellow's intentions were likely far from friendly. Wang Chen gave the auction items a cursory glance, his expression turning dismissive.
What a bunch of junk, not even worth as much as the trash his family processed monthly. His gaze then settled on Xu Xing, a cold smirk curling his lips. Truly befitting a penniless upstart from the frontier scrambling to attend an auction of this caliber. Doubt he even possesses a single divine artifact worthy of his presence.
Judging by his strength, he's barely a demigod. What good is an extraordinary physique if it only highlights his lack of innate talent? Does someone like this even deserve to be General Ye's disciple?
Wang Chen muttered under his breath, his voice faint yet clear enough to reach Xu Xing's ears.
Xu Xing smiled faintly, ignoring Wang Chen's provocation.
He knew well that with such a narrow-minded individual, the more you acknowledge their barking, the louder they'd grow.
Sometimes, indifference and silence inflicted far greater damage.
Sure enough, seeing Xu Xing act as if he hadn't heard a word, the other man flew into a rage and smashed the table with a single palm strike. How dare you ignore this young master's words?
Just then, the auction commenced below.
Wang Chen noticed Xu Xing's eyes light up and instantly made up his mind. For any item Xu Xing coveted, he would simply drive the price through the roof. After all, as the sole heir of a divine clan, resources were the last thing he lacked.
The auction commenced formally. Treasure after treasure was presented on the auction block, eliciting wave after wave of gasps and bidding.
Seated in an ornate box, Xu Xing toyed with a small jade stone brought from the star domains. He merely smiled at Wang Chen's provocation, paying it no mind.
During the auction below, if an item piqued his interest, Xu Xing would occasionally place a bid.
Wang Chen, observing this, would double Xu Xing's bid for any item he bid on, flaunting his wealth with an air of "I've got money to burn." Xu Xing saw through this tactic and sneered. From then on, he began bidding on every subsequent spiritual item.
Pure Mind Pills, Epic Grade. 12 sets, each containing 12 pills. Aids in meditation and cultivation.
100 high-grade spirit stones per set.
Sold as a complete lot. Minimum bid increment, 100 high-grade spirit stones.
The young woman swayed her graceful form as her enchanting voice filled the auction hall. Though her gaze swept the crowd, it lingered most intently on Xu Xing. Xu Xing's bid filled her with unexpected delight.
Xu Xing, a mere 1,000 high-grade spirit stones? I'll take it 2,000. Wang Chen sneered, penny pincher, 4,000.
Others? Xu Xing feigned disappointment.
Next item, please. The young woman felt so delighted she could have kissed Xu Xing right then and there.
Normally, an item wouldn't fetch more than 2,000 high-grade spirit stones, but the moment Xu Xing made her bid, Wang Chen doubled the price. 4,000 high-grade spirit stones meant she could pocket at least 200 more.
Converted to RMB, that was 200 million yuan. 200 million. Enough to splurge for a whole month in the capital. High-grade Divine God Pill, 1 piece, starting bid 1,000 high-grade spirit stones.
Each bid increment must be no less than 100 high-grade spirit stones. The young woman immediately launched the new round of bidding.
Xu Xing, 3,000. Wang Chen, 6,000. Penny pincher. You've broken through to Divine God realm yet still rely on pills? Useless.
Xu Xing ignored the taunts, gritting her teeth as if enduring pain.
5,000 high-grade spirit stones, plus 1 divine stone. The young woman's legs went weak at the mention. A divine stone? That was something even heavenly gods coveted.
In this modern age, spiritual energy was scarce, let alone divine stones. This single divine stone alone was enough to serve as the grand finale of this auction.
Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Divine stones, even he possessed only one such artifact.
For her to carry such a treasure, a foreign divine embryo, humph. Young master, our family has plenty of heavenly god pills.
Don't let your emotions get the better of you.
The old man beside Wang Chen couldn't help but speak up. But the moment the words left his lips, Wang Chen's anger flared even more.
Shut your mouth, you worthless servant. The old man sighed silently and fell silent.
Wang Chen continued his bidding, 10,000 high-grade spirit stones, plus 3,000-year-old spirit herbs.
Xu Xing looked at him as if he were a fool. Very well, young Master Wang.
The Divine God Pill, worth 3,000 spirit stones, is yours.
Seeing this, anger flashed in Wang Chen's eyes. He knew full well that the items Xu Xing was offering were likely not what he needed. Unable to discern Xu Xing's true target, he had no choice but to bid on everything. If everything Xu Xing named ended up in his pocket, Xu Xing's desired item would inevitably be lost. He thought to himself, humph. As long as you dare to bid, I'll show you what real financial power looks like. After the sucker had bid over a dozen times, the item Xu Xing truly desired finally appeared. The Medusa Demon King egg was presented on the auction block, sending the entire hall into an uproar. Medusa Queen Epic Plus. Chapter 66, Substitute Technique. Medusa Queen Epic Plus. Level 1 Unhatched. Abilities: Petrification, Shapeshifting, Ancestral Bloodline Reversion. Holds immense potential. Can evolve into the rainbow-colored swallowing serpent by harnessing heavenly and earthly anomalous flames. Life Essence, 100,000. Soul Crystals, 9,999. Xu Xing effortlessly discerned the attributes of the Medusa egg on the platform using his Demon Refining Pot. It actually possesses innate shapeshifting and can truly evolve into a rainbow-colored swallowing serpent? Such destiny belongs to me. Xu Xing's eyes burned with fervor as he envisioned its fiery, graceful form after nurturing its shapeshifting. The Medusa Queen he'd nurtured since infancy, the thought of her future shapeshifting form alone set his heart aflame. Before the auctioneer could finish the introduction, Xu Xing cut him off. Bidding. The young woman shot a reproachful glance at Xu Xing on the stage. He was the one refusing to give her face, but who could blame her? His status was too exalted for her to afford to offend. As this egg originates from the birth of a Medusa Queen, its bloodline is extraordinary. Starting bid, 100,000 high-grade spirit stones.
Each increment must be no less than 1,000 high-grade spirit stones.
200,000. A young heir from a prominent family was the first to bid. 300,000. Another young noble followed suit. The Medusa Queen possessed at least epic tier bloodline, with innate petrifying divine abilities.
Upon maturity, she attained the power of a celestial deity, making her the ultimate guardian beast for any clan.
Moreover, her fiery figure and appearance perfectly aligned with human aesthetics, causing the price to skyrocket instantly.
The bidding soared relentlessly, swiftly surpassing the 1 million mark.
Yet Xu Xing remained silent, waiting for the perfect moment. Just then, Wang Chen suddenly spoke up, 5 million.
His voice was icy cold. Those around him hesitated for a moment upon hearing it, then finally let out sighs of resignation. There was nothing to be done. The price was too high, for one thing, and for another, there was the matter of his status.
The young master of a divine clan, no one dared cross him.
Xu Xing smiled, speaking calmly and deliberately, 10 million.
Wang Chen snorted coldly and raised the bid again, 20 million. Xu Xing, 40 million. Wang Chen, 50 million.
He'd intended to double it to 80 million, but fearing Xu Xing might be bluffing, he settled for adding just 10 million. He had plenty of spirit stones, but he'd already spent a lot in the previous bidding.
Xu Xing calmly raised again, 90 million. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, 100 million. The price skyrocketed, quickly reaching a staggering figure.
Xu Xing shot him a dismissive glance.
100 divine stones. Divine stones? 100?
The moment those words left Xu Xing's mouth, the entire hall fell deathly silent. Everyone stared at Xu Xing in shock, as if unable to believe their ears. Divine stones, those legendary treasures beyond price, their value utterly incalculable. 100 divine stones, enough to catch the attention of immortals and gods.
Wang Chen's expression darkened instantly.
He never expected Xu Xing to bid with 100 divine stones. What infuriated him even more was the realization that his opponents seemed to have no shortage of funds. 300 million, plus one 6,000-year-old demigod herb, the 7-colored serpent fruit.
Wang Chen spat out through gritted teeth, clearly going all in. The 7-colored serpent fruit.
It could aid serpentine beasts in breaking through bloodline restrictions, even effective for the Medusa Queen.
Xu Xing's eyes lit up.
If he could obtain this snake fruit, combined with the unhatched Medusa egg and using the Demon Refining Pot, he was confident he could directly cultivate a Lord-level Medusa Queen. Forget the 7-colored swallowing serpent, even the legendary mythic tier 9-colored swallowing serpent wasn't beyond reach.
Brother Wang, why not sell me your rainbow serpent fruit too?
Rest assured, I'm not short on funds.
I'll trade you divine stones for it. You. Wang Chen pointed at Xu Xing, his finger trembling. You're nothing but a foreign ghost fetus. How dare you even think you deserve these treasures? Xu Xing's eyes turned cold. Whether I'm worthy or not isn't for you to decide. Just then, the auctioneer's voice rang out at the perfect moment. 300 million high-grade spirit stones, plus one 6,000-year-old semi-divine herb, the 7-colored serpent fruit. Going once. Going once more.
Xu Xing sneered coldly.
200 divine stones, plus a 1,000-year peach. Whoa, a 1,000-year peach of longevity.
Such a treasure only grows in mythical realms. It even benefits immortals and gods.
Truly befitting a divine embryo from another realm.
At its birth, it likely came with an entire celestial medicinal garden. Too bad the 1,000-year peach isn't up for auction.
Otherwise, even risking offending the immortal deity Wang family, I'd bid for it. You'd have to be able to afford it first.
After Xu Xing placed his bid, Wang Chen's expression twisted. His gaze turned icy as he stared at Xu Xing, as if he wanted to devour him alive.
A mere foreign monster dares challenge my Wang family?
Wang Chen muttered under his breath, his voice thick with murderous intent. Suddenly, the room Wang Chen occupied shattered. Xu Xing felt a powerful aura surge toward him. Startled, Xu Xing saw Wang Chen charging at him like a raging lion.
You're asking for death. Xu Xing coldly snorted.
Having achieved physical godhood, he channeled all his strength into his right fist, sending Wang Chen flying backward once more.
Wang Chen's expression darkened.
He hadn't expected Xu Xing's strength to be so formidable.
But he wasn't weak either.
Roaring with fury once more, he charged at Xu Xing. This time, Xu Xing's eyes turned cold with murderous intent. He held nothing back. Divine power erupted from his entire body as he unleashed a flurry of punches, pinning Wang Chen to the ground, intent on beating him to death.
You!
Wang Chen's eyes widened in terror as he stared at Xu Xing. But Xu Xing gave him no chance to speak, driving a fist straight into his chest.
With a loud crack, Wang Chen's ribs shattered instantly.
His body flew backward like a tumbling dozens of meters away. Xu Xing followed up immediately, swinging another punch.
With your measly strength, you dare call yourself a descendant of the immortal gods?
Xu Xing coldly surveyed Wang Chen, his voice dripping with contempt.
Boom! But at that very moment, a powerful aura erupted from Wang Chen's body.
As Xu Xing delivered his fatal blow, his opponent detonated himself.
Ha! A clone!
Xu Xing's heart jolted in shock.
Wang Chen had unleashed his life-saving technique, the substitute body, at the critical moment.
His true body had already fled under the cover of the clone's explosion.
Interesting.
Xu Xing snorted coldly, his mind made up. Next time they met, he would strike first and knock the opponent unconscious. The substitute technique and the multicolored snake fruit on the opponent should rightfully belong to him. He hadn't anticipated that the opponent's clone technique could evade both his own perception and that of the all things parasite. It seemed Blue Star still held many valuable cultivation techniques. This trip to the capital would be an opportunity to study diligently, ensuring he wouldn't face such situations again.
Chapter 67, Heavenly and Earthly Strange Fires.
After Wang Chen fled, Xu Xing's face turned icy as he scanned the room. An invisible aura of pressure tightened the hearts of the young aristocrats present, who all lowered their heads to stare at the floor, afraid to cross him.
None present were fools. Fearing entanglement in this sudden conflict, they fell silent as if frozen by fear, not daring even to breathe heavily.
Wang Chen hailed from the divine Wang clan of the capital, his own strength long surpassing that of a heavenly god.
Yet he couldn't even withstand a few punches from Stellar Knight. Truly, he was worthy of General Knight's admiration.
A demigod battling a heavenly god, such prodigies of history could be counted on one hand in modern times.
And a complete, utter crushing like what Stellar Knight had just delivered. In millennia, he was the only one. The auction hall's atmosphere instantly grew oppressive.
The young woman conducting the auction looked tense, forcing a smile as she suppressed her inner panic.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is an ancient poison manual.
It is said to contain recipes for poisons potent enough to fell even immortals and gods. For cultivators skilled in alchemy and medicine, this is truly a priceless treasure. Though she tried to keep her voice steady, the tremor in it was impossible to hide. Xu Xing's gaze fell upon the ancient poison manual, stirring something within him. His universal parasite hadn't ingested many poisons, and its inherent resistance was rather poor. If he could concoct toxins himself and gradually feed them to the parasite, it would surely accelerate its development of resistance. Perhaps it could even awaken new innate resistance to toxins, benefiting him in return. Though he had attained godhood through his physical body, that didn't mean he was immune to poison. In this era of beast-riding cultivation, there were always strange and bizarre beasts capable of breaching their rider's defenses to attack the host's physical body directly. At such times, the host's various resistances would prove crucial. 3,000 high-grade spirit stones. Each bid increment must be no less than 1,000. The young woman's voice had barely faded when Xu Xing placed his bid. 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, Xu Xing stated calmly. The young nobles present exchanged glances, wisely refraining from bidding further. After all, Stellar Knight was backed by the immortal Nightchinga, a figure who dared challenge even the young master of the immortal Wang family. How could they possibly compete? Thus, the ancient poison manual fell into Xu Xing's hands at an extremely low price. The young woman gave a wry smile, daring not to say more. She could only continue the auction, though a threat of ill will began to stir within her heart. Another item was presented, a yellowed map depicting an unknown land and a location marked as red flames. This is a treasure map, the auctioneer announced. It's said to lead to an ancient ruin containing a rare heavenly fire. Whoa, heavenly fire? It's been centuries since any heavenly wonder appeared in Wangjiang. Celestial fire can dramatically increase alchemy success rates. It can even be used to forge divine artifacts and sustain the growth of a divine domain. The young woman's description stirred the cultivators present, greed flickering in their eyes. Hey, lady, stop showing off your figure. Just name your price already. Exactly. No matter how much we look, you're not ours anyway. Someone broke the ice, and the atmosphere instantly grew lively, as if the earlier farce had been forgotten. The young woman exhaled in relief, casting a grateful glance at the crowd. She swayed her hips seductively once more, well aware of what these men desired. Having chosen this line of work, she had long prepared herself mentally. Women, after all, either possess talent and virtue or curves and charm. As it happened, she had a bit of both, though the latter was more pronounced. 4,000 high-grade spirit stones. Each bid must increase by no less than 400 high-grade spirit stones. Ha! That price seems off. Could this blueprint be incomplete? Beauty, don't try to pull a fast one on us. The crowd's initial fervor cooled instantly. They didn't believe this exploitative auction house would suddenly show mercy. The young woman gave an awkward chuckle. I was just about to explain. You gentlemen are indeed well informed. Exactly. There are 4 treasure maps in total, and we only have 1 copy here, so... Screw you, a quarter? What's the difference between that and scrap paper? So we're supposed to go scouting then? The words sent shockwaves through the room, instantly freezing the lively atmosphere. Ancient treasure sites were notoriously hidden, riddled with extraordinary taboos and vast celestial formations. Without a complete map, who would dare to force their way in? Why were mythical realms so terrifying? Naturally, it was because no one possessed complete information about them. Each expedition demanded countless lives as payment, slowly piecing together maps and cataloging forbidden monsters and dangers. The young woman felt like crying. If only she hadn't brought out this tattered thing. She blamed today's awkward atmosphere. 6,000 high-grade spirit stones. Just as the young woman thought this would be the first item to go unsold from her hands, Xu Xing's voice suddenly echoed in her ear once more. Overjoyed, she scanned the room. Seeing no other bids, she immediately declared the item sold to Xu Xing, her haste almost as if she feared he might change his mind. Once again, no one dared to bid against him. Xu Xing acquired the Heaven and Earth Strange Fire treasure map at an extremely low price. The next few items up for auction were commonplace, and Xu Xing refrained from bidding. Only then did the other noble families slowly begin to raise their bids. As the auction drew to a close, the pace quickened. Xu Xing placed one more bid midway through, easily securing a Divine Realm development card. Having broken through to demigod, yet with his divine domain's boundaries unchanged, it was time to begin expanding it upon his return to Blue Star. The Divine Domain expansion card allowed him to open up entirely new territories within his domain. Upon activation, the mist surrounding his domain would disperse significantly, revealing various hidden islands, secret realms, and fragmented continents that had previously been concealed within the fog. Provided one's divine realm and beast-taming prowess were sufficient, the core of these microcosms could be relocated and fully integrated into one's own divine realm, thereby achieving its expansion. As each auction item was sold, Xu Xing reaped substantial rewards. Meanwhile, the young nobles from the prominent families were devastated. The incident involving Xu Xing and Wang Chen had cast a shadow over their enjoyment of the event. As the auction drew to a close, Xu Xing suddenly produced a set of 100 divine stones and placed them on the auction platform. This set of divine stones is offered in exchange for high-grade spirit stones. Xu Xing's voice echoed through the auction hall, drawing everyone's gaze to the stones. Divine stones contain divine power essential for the breakthroughs of celestial gods and immortal gods, and indispensable for the ultimate advancement of divine realms. The young woman's eyes lit up with delight. Her body trembled with excitement, her legs clenching tightly together, nearly causing her to moan aloud. The Heaven and Earth Divine Stones will be auctioned in 4 sets, each containing 25 stones. The starting bid is 250,000 high-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 10,000. 1 million. 8 million. The Li family is determined to secure these divine stones. Gentlemen, do us the favor. Otherwise. Or else you'll go down in infamy. 10 million. The Lin family patriarch sneered, raising the bid without hesitation. The patriarch had reached the upper heavenly god realm centuries ago yet remained stuck, unable to break through to immortal godhood. With his lifespan nearing its end, these divine stones represented the Lin family's greatest opportunity. The young woman's face flushed crimson as she shouted excitedly, 10 million high-grade spirit stones. Going once, going twice. Everyone, 25 divine stones, a once in 1,000 years opportunity. 12 million. The Zhou family patriarch gritted his teeth, clutching his aching heart, repeating to himself, my elder brother is a prodigy. These divine stones will surely help him break through to immortal godhood. Once one ascends to immortal godhood, they enjoy 3,000 years of lifespan. It would propel the Zhou family into the ranks of the capital's noble houses, becoming the 8th immortal god house of Great Xia. 12 million high-grade spirit stones represented an unimaginably vast fortune. Even for noble families, such a sum would be impossible to muster without centuries of accumulation. Fortunately, after the Zhou family had placed his bid, no one else contested it. Though his heart ached at parting with the spirit stones, he felt fortunate to have secured the divine stones. Soon, the second and third lots commenced auction. Second set, 16 million high-grade spirit stones. The third set, 21 million high-grade spirit stones. The Zhou family head stared in disbelief, exclaiming how fortunate he was. Thankfully, he had stood his ground earlier, otherwise, even if he had wanted to, the entire Zhou family would have been unable to afford the subsequent divine stones. The final set sent all the noble families into a frenzy, especially the elderly patriarchs whose lifespans were nearing their end and who now had a chance to break through to godhood. Group 4, 33 million. 4 sets of 100 divine stones sold for 82 million high-grade spirit stones. Xingya's personal wealth instantly reached its zenith. His fortune alone could rival the combined wealth of half the aristocratic families of Wangjiang accumulated over centuries. Even in the capital, few would dare call Xingyi a bumpkin or a pauper from now on. Since the auction concluded flawlessly, Xu Xing's divine stones, the undisputed centerpiece, nearly fetched nearly 100 million high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 68, Unexpected. After handing over the divine stone and auction items, Xu Xing turned to the young woman. Do you have any time-stopping pearls? The young woman paused, then nodded quickly. Yes. But there aren't many left, just over a dozen, and they're only of the supernatural grade. Time-stopping pearls could slow the passage of time within a divine domain. For modern divine domain beast tamers, they were an invaluable treasure for developing their domains and cultivating their beasts. I'll take them all. Is this star crystal enough? Xu Xing casually tossed over a fist-sized star crystal, a rare mineral from another realm, essential for cultivating the star body refinement technique. The young woman's eyes lit up. More than enough. Plenty to spare. This was yet another exotic rarity long extinct on Blue Star. Only this foreign divine embryo treasure trove held such treasures, each one a once-in-a-century find in Wangjiang. Use the extra to exchange for various Wangjiang delicacies. Have them delivered to this address later. After taking the time-stopping pearl from the young woman, Xu Xing vanished. With the auction concluded, Xu Xing gathered his relatives and friends including Siyu, Wu Yulong, and others preparing to depart for the capital at any moment. Yi Qingge had relayed the latest update. Another small starship would arrive early tomorrow morning to escort them into the capital. Yi Qingge seemed occupied with other matters, so this time, Lin Yifeng offered to guide Xu Xing back to the capital. However, Xu Xing found him cumbersome and declined his accompaniment. Xu Xing's grandparents were advanced in age, and traveling by starship posed potential safety risks. Before departing, Yi Qingge personally escorted the elderly couple and some of Xu Xing's relatives back to the capital. This time, only 5 people accompanied Xu Xing back to the capital, the 3 women Chen Siyu, Wu Yulong, and Li Tiancheng along with the 2 brothers. Before departure, Xu Xing specifically gathered with the heads of the major clans. Over wine, they repeatedly pledged to protect every blade of grass and tree around Xu Xing, vowing to prevent anyone from causing harm. Xingye left behind a dozen divine stones, then prepared to enter the capital with satisfaction. As night fell, a majestic starship approached from the distance, silently hovering before the 6 companions. The Wanwu bug gazed at this colossal technological marvel, its tiny eyes brimming with curiosity. After seeking Xu Xing's permission, it immediately began circling the starship with delight. The starship's main body was streamlined, resembling a silver dragon poised to strike, capable of briefly traversing the void between stars. Its hull was coated in advanced divine materials, not only withstanding void turbulence and meteorite impacts but also automatically adjusting its color to blend with the surrounding environment, achieving a cloaking effect. At the bow, a massive divine stone crystal was embedded the starship's power core. This modified divine stone alone could effortlessly propel the vessel across millions of light-years of void. Wu Yulong and the others followed Xu Xing aboard the starship, gazing around in awe. Had Xu Xing not repeatedly insisted they must conceal their identities and temporarily avoid recognition, Wu Yulong would have lifted Xu Xing high in the air. Never before in his life had he witnessed the legendary starship. The hull featured several transparently domed sections arranged in an aesthetically pleasing pattern. Inside lay intricate control rooms and spacious observation decks. The starship contained a total of 12 rooms, accommodating a crew of 8 including Xu Xing. After registering and receiving their ID badges under the captain's guidance, Xu Xing parted ways with the others. There was no choice, his current identity was Xin Yue, and he had to maintain that appearance. The identity of Xu Xing would have to be concealed for as long as possible. Chen Siyu looked a bit downcast, but she understood the gravity of the situation. Forcing a smile, she linked arms with Wang Mingxin and the other woman, beginning to admire the view outside the starship. The starship had already launched, its massive air shield providing perfect protection for everyone aboard. Xu Xing, however, returned to his cabin. He retrieved the universal parasite and prepared to expand his divine realm. Expanding the divine realm brought immense benefits to his physical form. When the expansion was complete, his physical prowess would reach a new level. Even after achieving godhood through the physical body, there remained potential for further enhancement. The journey from Wangjiang to Shangjing spanned several seas, a straight-line distance exceeding 10 million li. At normal speed, it would take at least a year or 2, but with the starship, it required only 3 days. Sitting cross-legged in his room, Xu Xing tore open the Divine Realm expansion card without hesitation. The instant he did so, outside, the blue star's protective barrier shattered like a mirror. Space around the starship trembled, and chaotic void turbulence erupted. The universal parasite within Xu Xing's body began to stir with unusual agitation. Startled, Xu Xing realized that even when encountering immortals or gods, the parasite had never reacted with such intensity. Caution! Something seems amiss. Xu Xing barked sharply. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the space ahead shattered abruptly. A powerful suction force pulled the starship violently into an unknown dimension. The captain's face darkened. In decades of navigation, he had never encountered such a situation. He feared an alien attack. You audacious alien race! How dare you disturb the void of Blue Star? Do you not fear annihilation? Alas, only the endless void answered him. Suddenly, the captain seemed to think of something. Young Star Knight, protect yourself. Before he could finish, he watched helplessly as the chamber containing Xingye was engulfed by a vast darkness. In the blink of an eye, Xingye and the entire room vanished. It's over. The captain's vision darkened, nearly causing him to faint. He knew Xingye's true identity. It could be said that anyone else aboard this starship could meet with misfortune, even himself, but Xingye absolutely could not. The captain, now a high-ranking celestial being, gritted his teeth, attempting to tear through the void to track Xingye's aura. Yet he found no trace of her. Chen Siyu and the others finally snapped out of their shock. Seeing the room where Xu Xing had vanished, they felt as if the heavens had collapsed. Chen Siyu, unable to bear the blow, fainted on the spot. Chapter 69, The Ancient Forsaken People, the Witch Clan. Xu Xing felt darkness engulf his vision, his body momentarily suspended in midair before stumbling forward, his feet landing on the parched grassy ground. Xu Xing immediately summoned the All Things Parasite, keeping watch over their surroundings. Dense jungle stretched all around them, the air thick with an ancient, mysterious aura.
Shu Xing frowned, suspecting this must be some ancient, fragmented secret realm, a miniature world.
Just then, the all things parasite stirred restlessly once more, tugging at Shu Xing's sleeve.
Master, let's go.
Following the creature's lead, Shu Xing pressed forward. Passing through the jungle, they arrived before a sprawling ruin.
Within the ruins, an ancient altar stood prominently.
Its surface was covered in intricate runes and patterns, no less elaborate than the divine inscriptions carved on the goddess's coffin. Through the altar, Shu Xing glimpsed an ancient, primitive tribe emerging ahead.
Holy envoy.
Suddenly, a hooded, masked woman materialized beside Shu Xing's right side. Shu Xing startled in shock, he hadn't sensed her approach at all. Turning to face the newcomer, Shu Xing saw a tall woman with long, straight legs. Though her figure was concealed by black fabric, Shu Xing knew from past experience that she belonged to the category of beauties. Though her face was concealed by a black mask, her eyes seemed to pierce through his very soul, sending a chill down Shu Xing's spine. The tiny figure of the all things bug stepped in front of Shu Xing, baring its teeth at the woman.
Stop right there. Surprisingly, the universal parasite devoured didn't attack.
Instead, confusion and delight flickered in its eyes.
It sensed the aura of its own kind emanating from the woman. Sacred beast, may you be well. The woman's eyes flared with intense emotion upon seeing devoured.
She knelt on one knee, her right hand pressed to her forehead as she bowed her head in reverence.
Why did you attack the messenger, mistress? Devoured's childlike voice echoed.
The woman pleaded for forgiveness.
Holy beast, please forgive us. We never intended to harm the messenger.
But our clan has been trapped for thousands of years, utterly without hope.
When we suddenly sensed the messenger's presence, driven by desperation to escape, we couldn't resist inviting them here. Shu Xing's mouth twitched. This was an invitation?
Fortunately, he sensed no malice from them.
Otherwise, the universal parasite wouldn't have wasted so much time on idle chatter. Divine messenger? Why do you call me that?
Shu Xing voiced his confusion. Calling him a divine messenger he could barely grasp, after all, he had direct contact with the goddess. The woman smiled, rose to her feet, and bowed again. Her soft voice flowed gently. I am the holy maiden of the witch clan, named Shilua. And behind me, clearly, are my clan and tribe, the last remaining in the world, the witch tribe. The witch clan has waited for thousands of years to finally welcome a new holy envoy.
Which tribe?
Shu Xing furrowed his brow slightly. His memories held no trace of such a race, though he recalled numerous descriptions of witch women from novels in his past life.
Witchcraft.
Suddenly, Shu Xing seemed to grasp something, his gaze shifting to the all things bug. The witch clan's holy maiden chuckled softly.
It seems the holy messenger has caught on. The universal bug is the sole sovereign among all bugs in the world. It is born with the innate ability to command all bugs and wield their innate powers. Shamanesses are practitioners descended from the witchcraft lineage. Alas. What is regrettable?
Shu Xing asked on behalf of the all things bug.
The shaman sighed.
It is a pity they incurred the jealousy of the gods and the envy of heaven, leading to the annihilation of their entire clan.
Ha! Shu Xing was stunned. Could ancient deities truly fear shamanesses?
The shaman before her radiated immense power, though only at the heavenly god realm. She far surpassed the upper tier heavenly gods among the human race.
But was it really that? Do you think I'm exaggerating, messenger?
Shu Xing didn't feel awkward and spoke directly. Yes, your power is formidable, but it's certainly not enough to warrant being hunted down by the ancient gods. Unfortunately, I recently encountered a true ancient goddess.
Merely the aura she emitted would overwhelm your entire clan combined. The shamaness Chilua showed no anger. Instead, she turned her gaze toward the universal parasite. As I said, the time foretold in the prophecy has not yet come. Yet the sacred beast has emerged prematurely.
What fortune for you, messenger, to have earned the favor of the ancient goddess, priestess Chilua remarked with emotion.
Fate again? Shu Xing couldn't help but press. This fate you speak of, is it human? Divine? Or some so-called cosmic order? Chilua shook her head.
If you, the messenger, are unaware of his existence, then the time has not yet come. We dare not presume to speak of it.
Let's return to the matter at hand. Did you doubt the shaman's abilities, messenger? This humble servant may demonstrate them for you.
However, the effects will be directed at you, causing some discomfort.
Is that acceptable? Shu Xing's eyes flickered. Driven by absolute confidence in his own abilities, he nodded. Simultaneously, he transmitted a mental command. Devoured, stop staring at the beauty. Protect your master.
Devoured seemed to understand the beauty's meaning, shooting her master a disapproving sideways glance.
Master, I refuse. Shu Xing nearly choked. Had Devoured's intelligence increased? And speaking of which, was Devoured male or female?
Fortunately, Devoured hadn't intercepted that mental message, otherwise, he'd have earned a rolling eye.
Begin.
Shu Xing stood ready for battle. He believed himself unmatched below the level of immortals and gods. At least, no one could take him down with a single strike. With a physical body ascended to godhood, severed limbs could regenerate effortlessly.
The night was as dark as ink, stars hidden behind thick clouds.
Only faint moonlight seeped through the gaps, spilling across this ancient and mysterious wilderness, landing upon the black-robed shamaness, Shilua. Shilua smiled softly, raising her hands as her wide sleeves danced. Her lips began to chant an ancient incantation, its notes complex and archaic, like the whispers of gods and demons. As the incantation deepened, Shilua closed her eyes, her face etched with solemn devotion. Her hands traced intricate patterns through the air.
Witchcraft forced transformation.
Shilua roared, the witchcraft taking shape as a destiny-woven trajectory descending upon Xu Xing's soul. Xu Xing's body instinctively screamed in warning, his heart pounding wildly as if trying to resist this unknown force but to no avail. Xu Xing's 1.8-meter frame began irreversibly shrinking, his wheat-colored skin degenerating into a green hue. As the witchcraft solidified, Xu Xing shrank into a half-meter-tall quadrupedal creature of frog. Witchcraft malicious transformation, frog spell. The bug of all things stared wide-eyed at its master. The soul remained unchanged, the aura unchanged, but the appearance was utterly transformed, horribly ugly. Xu Xing projected his consciousness outward, catching sight of his current form. A single glance sent blood surging to his head, his face flushing crimson to the extreme. His divine blood ignited. Bang! The unknown restraints within his body shattered, and Xu Xing's form swiftly returned to normal. Xu Xing's expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze on the witch. His eyes overflowed with murderous intent. This was the first time he'd ever wanted to kill a woman. The transformation lasted no more than 2 breaths, and his body suffered no lasting damage upon recovery. Yet Xu Xing still wanted to kill. He despised toads above all else. What kind of forbidden technique is this? Xu Xing's scowl prickled. Suppressing his murderous intent, he demanded coldly. It wasn't particularly aggressive, but the sheer insult was terrifying, a million times more disgusting than someone spitting in his face. Spit could be dodged, but that malicious transformation had descended from the soul itself. He'd had no chance to resist. Worse still, his soul had received no warning of danger. This meant that even if he possessed treasures to guard his soul, they would be utterly useless against such a technique. The shamaness seemed to realize her mistake. Kneeling on both knees, she lifted her veil, her exquisite face turned upward as she gazed at Xu Xing.
Messenger, that was witchcraft. The witchcraft of divine jealousy and celestial envy. What I demonstrated earlier was merely ordinary sorcery. The pinnacle of witchcraft comprises 2 branches, curses and prophecies. Which curses can slay any living thing from afar. With sufficient sacrifice, even ancient deities can be cursed to death provided the conditions are met. Prophecy can accurately foretell an individual's fate, their opportunities and calamities, the rise and fall of a race. It can even forcibly alter destiny for a person or an entire tribe. Had Xu Xing not experienced it firsthand, he would never have believed such nonsense. But if the witch clan was so powerful, capable of foretelling the rise and fall of races, had they never considered the fate of their own kind? As if reading Xu Xing's doubts, Shilua sighed. In our clan's heyday, even the gods would retreat. But then a traitor emerged within our ranks, compounded by a great calamity that shook the heavens and earth. Before the war of the gods united and first annihilated our witch clan. That battle shattered the heavens and earth. 12 witch gods perished. With the aid of traitors among the gods, our clan was slaughtered to the last. Had our ancestors not sacrificed themselves to secure a sliver of hope for the witch clan, none of us would exist today. The surviving young of the witch clan were trapped in this forsaken land for millennia. To resist the taboo, the witch blood within us has long since dried up. Now, only 100 or so of us remain. If we cannot find the sacred beast, the entire witch clan may perish in our hands. Please, holy envoy, grant us your aid. I pledge to serve you as a slave, generation after generation. As the shamaness Shilua spoke, she tore apart her black robe, revealing a crimson undershirt and snow-white skin. Xu Xing's eyelid twitched. What was going on these past few days? Had his luck with women suddenly turned? First the young woman at the auction, now a sacred maiden from another tribe throwing herself at him. Still doubting, envoy? Cairo grew impatient, gritting her teeth as if ready to shed her last garment. Fortunately, Joer stepped in front of Xu Xing. Mother, blame me. Kill me. The mother Joer referred to was, of course, the goddess buried in the coffin. A sudden pang of guilt struck Xu Xing, and he couldn't help but glance up at the void. That ancient mummy of a goddess, clinging to life for nearly 10,000 years, might indeed possess the means to test him. Ahem, rise first. Xu Xing adopted the posture of a righteous gentleman. Of course, with her black robe torn to reveal snow-white skin, there was no need for further concealment. Just a glance at her arms and legs the goddess would surely understand, right? The shamaness, Shilua, felt a surge of joy. So you agree, honorable envoy? Xu Xing sighed inwardly. Though the beauty before him was undeniably captivating and he was tempted to recruit her as a bodyguard, he couldn't possibly verify the truth behind her words. Making rash promises was out of the question. In the cultivation world, failing to fulfill a promise could lead to minor consequences like the emergence of heart demons, or major ones like divine retribution resulting in death and the annihilation of one's cultivation path. Master, she's telling the truth. I want to save her. It feels like family.
Suddenly, the All Things parasite transmitted its voice, startling Xu Xing. Circling the shaman Qilihua, the All Things parasite's tiny eyes flickered with contemplation. It sensed the sincerity and despair in Qilua's words, a resonance stemming from ancient bloodlines. It gently brushed against Xu Xing's fingers, conveying its desire to save the other to its master. Xu Xing gazed at the universal parasite. This was the first time it had ever pleaded with him. Since the little creature had chosen to trust Qilihua, that trust deserved his utmost consideration. Beast tamers were his closest companions, not slaves. Qilihua. Xu Xing spoke slowly, I trust you heard as well. The little one has chosen to aid you, but I need to see your sincerity and resolve. At these words, a flicker of joy passed through Qilua's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, it offered up its own soul blood. Holy Envoy, I am the sacred maiden of the Witch Clan, bearing all its ancestral knowledge. From this day forward, I shall belong entirely to you. For this lifetime, I shall serve as your slave and maid, with unwavering loyalty. A flicker of surprise crossed Xu Xing's eyes. He hadn't expected such swift compliance. It seemed she had already made up her mind. Without further ado, Xu Xing integrated her soul blood into the divine realm. Detected candidate meeting divine favor criteria. Current capacity for divine favorites, 1. Confirmed divine favorite selection? Granting divine favorite status confers divine realm blessings and recognition from the heavenly Tao of this realm. Subject, Qilihua Shamanic Tribe Sacred Maiden, Ancient Remnant. Realm, Ancient Heavenly God 9th Tier High Heavenly God. Talents, Witch God Physique, Witch Spirit Summoning. Characteristics, an ancient being of unknown origin. Without hesitation, Xu Xing agreed. Divine light enveloped Qilihua. Since she had surrendered even her soul blood, she offered no resistance to Xu Xing's divine domain consecration ritual. The divine vow contract was sealed with remarkable ease. Upon completion, their statuses were fixed. Remarkably, the aura of an outcast upon Qilihua began to fade gradually. Qilihua rejoiced. She had feared she could never follow the Holy Envoy back to the new era, yet now the Envoy had granted her a new identity, washing away the ancient aura of an outcast. If she could remove the outcast status from her entire clan, then I thank the Holy Envoy for the gift of rebirth. Qilihua shook her head repeatedly, dismissing her own unrealistic thoughts. The Holy Envoy had already done so much for the Witch Clan. One must not be too greedy, lest fate spit upon them. Xu Xing smiled. It's fine. We're all family now. Speaking of which, you asked me to aid your people. How should I proceed? I know nothing of alchemy or array formations, let alone blood-swapping techniques. Qilihua hastily shook her head. Rest assured, Holy Envoy. I will prepare everything. All that will be needed is the cooperation of the Holy Beast. Jor flew over curiously. How? Cooperate? Qilihua gritted her teeth. We must draw the sacred beast's blood, merge it into the Witch Clan's blood pool, perform the witchcraft ritual, and complete the blood conversion. Jor narrowed her eyes. Ouch. Go easy. Xu Xing was speechless. Where on earth did it learn this? A mighty semi-mythical beastmaster, yet afraid of pain? There are so many of you, but Jor doesn't have that much blood. Xu Xing could save the Witch Clan, but he absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Jor. Qilihua waved her hands repeatedly. The envoy jests. A single drop of the sacred beast's blood can effortlessly awaken the primordial witch blood within dozens of bodies. There are 116 clan members. We'll need no more than 16 drops of the sacred beast's blood. Very well. How long will it take? See you, Wu Yulong, and the others were waiting outside. This couldn't be delayed too long. Qilihua sensed something was troubling Xu Xing. She knew she'd dragged him here against his will, but thankfully the Holy Envoy was reasonable otherwise. Half a day. Only half a day is needed. Agreed. Proceed immediately. In the time that followed, Qilihua led Xu Xing and the universal parasite deep into the Witch Clan's territory, where they began preparing the intricate and mysterious ritual. After the ritual, the All Things parasite would release its own blood to merge with that of the Witch Clan members. This fusion would awaken the dormant, primordial Witch Clan bloodline within them. Chapter 70, The Witch Clan's Submission, the Heavenly Demon Army. As droplets of the universal parasite's blood fell into the Witch Tribe's blood pool, the entire ritual site was enveloped in a faint glow. Within the glow, hundreds of Witch Clan subjects trembled slightly as their bodies touched the pure witch blood. Their eyes remained tightly shut, faces contorted in expressions of both agony and anticipation. Ever since their bloodline had dried up, they had yearned for this moment without respite to awaken the dormant primordial bloodline of the Witch Clan within them. Alas, in the ancient war, all the Witch Clan's ancestors perished. To preserve the last remnant of their lineage, the ancestor had no choice but to seal them away in the godforsaken land. Trapped in this forsaken land for millennia, they never imagined they would actually witness the arrival of the legendary sacred beast, the Emperor of Witchcraft, the All Things parasite. Even more astonishing was how agreeable the host of the universal bug proved to be, effortlessly initiating the bloodline ritual. Xu Xing stood by, silently observing it all. Merely by boarding a starship, he had coincidentally crashed into this ancient secret realm and coincidentally saved the fate of the ancient witch clan. His solitary efforts had actually altered the destiny of an ancient race. Destiny ever since awakening the demon refining pot, his fate had undergone tremendous shifts. First the ancient goddess, now the sacred maiden of the primordial witch clan. What exactly was this fate spoken of by the ancient ones? And what had they seen in him? The all things parasite? Unlikely. Could it be the demon refining pot? Xu Xing found it hard to believe. While the demon refining pot was indeed a divine artifact and immensely powerful, it wasn't something even the ancient goddess had risked her life to seize. Could it truly be the reason fate kept favoring him? Besides the demon refining pot and the universal parasite, the only thing left about him worth coveting was his status as a traveler through time. Damn it, could fate itself be a time traveler too? Countryman meeting countryman? Xu Xing chuckled to himself as the thought crossed his mind. Forget it. Whatever it is, as long as it benefits me. Worrying about it was pointless. With his current strength, he couldn't even defeat a human immortal, let alone an ancient goddess. Even if he was caught up in some powerful figure schemes, that was his fate. Being noticed by such a being was, in itself, a kind of skill, wasn't it? Finally, the glow faded. The witch clan members opened their eyes one by one. Tears glistened in their eyes as they felt the familiar yet powerful force surging within them. Their faces lit up with astonishment and delight. We thank the holy envoy. We thank the great master of all things. Over 100 members of the witch clan, young and old alike, knelt on the ground. Their voices of gratitude echoed through the valley, lingering long after. Shilua stepped forward and bowed deeply to Xu Xing. Holy envoy, your immense kindness is something our witch clan will never forget. From this day forward, the last remnants of the witch clan submit to you. We pledge to serve you faithfully, offering our humble labor. Xu Xing smiled and nodded. Though the other witch tribes could not yet enter his divine realm or return to Great Xia with him, once his power advanced further, he would easily bring this tribe back to reality. They would join him in conquering other secret realms. The witch clan sorcery was unfathomable, and Xu Xing eagerly anticipated the day when the entire witch clan would restore its former glory. Shilua, as my divine consort, you shall accompany me back to Great Xia first. Henceforth, I shall do everything in my power to aid the witch clan in its rebirth, Xu Xing pledged. Upon hearing this, a flicker of excitement passed through Chilua's eyes. She knew Xu Xing could have made no promises at all. Shirking responsibility and accountability was the customary approach of the divine clans. Yet the envoy. Honorable envoy, our clan shall not disappoint your expectations. With their shamanic blood fully reawakened, they could remain in this secret realm to diligently study witchcraft. When they emerged, they would become the sharpest blade in the messenger's hand, destined to make a name for themselves in battle. Before departing, Shilua began transcribing the witch clan's ancestral techniques, preparing to entrust them to Xu Xing. The witch clan's arts had long been destroyed by the gods, and this was likely the sole surviving copy in the world. Its value was no less than that of divine arts. These witchcraft techniques spanned every facet of the witch clan, from combat to daily life, from forbidden arts to divine magic. As Xu Xing carefully perused them, his heart filled with awe. When his gaze fell upon the necromancy section, his eyes suddenly lit up. Necromancy was a form of undead magic capable of resurrecting the bodies of deceased creatures. The number of resurrections was unrestricted, but the strength of the resurrected form was limited by the physical realm of the body and life. It could never surpass the strength of the original flesh. Coincidentally, Xu Xing's current physical strength rivaled that of ancient celestial gods, even by primordial standards. Combined with the parasitic abilities he gained from merging with Joer, capturing a group of undead, refining them into souls, and integrating them into the dead bodies, couldn't he create an undead, immortal, and sentient puppet army? If the puppets' original bodies were sufficiently powerful, reincarnating them into an army of immortal, godlike puppets, who in the world could stand against them? Shilua discerned Xu Xing's fascination with necromancy. With a smile, she offered, Holy envoy, should you be interested in necromantic arts, our witch clan would gladly provide a batch of ancient celestial demon corpses as materials. These celestial demons possessed powers surpassing even ancient celestial gods. Our clan treasury currently holds 300 to 500 such corpses. Additionally, our clan possesses the remains of 2 ancestral shamans who reached the immortal god realm. One will remain to guard the witch clan, while the other may accompany you back to Great Xia. Xu Xing's heart leapt with delight at this unexpected windfall. The physical bodies of ancient celestial demons were famously formidable, though not quite matching his own flesh and blood deity form. They came remarkably close. Several hundred celestial demon bodies, once their spiritual intelligence deficiencies were remedied, would effortlessly crush all secret realms of epic tier and below. Then I'll trouble you, I'll take all the celestial demon corpses. After speaking, Xu Xing surveyed the current state of the witch clan and produced roughly 1,000 divine stones along with several 100,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Consider this payment for the celestial demon corpses. No. Indeed. Don't make us shorten our lifespans. If the ancestral lord learns that we unworthy descendants dared to bargain with the envoy, he'll return from the underworld to beat us to death. The holy maiden also refused with a stern expression. Master, divine stones are scarce in this world now.
The stones left behind by the divine maiden must be cherished henceforth.
The prophecy foretells a great calamity approaching.
Each divine stone used is one less.
Once you and the sacred beast ascend to heavenly godhood, spirit stones will become useless.
That's serious?
Shu Xing stowed the divine stone away. He had noticed the spirit stone's efficacy waning significantly after achieving physical deification, and had hoped it would normalize upon reaching the heavenly god realm.
The side effects of physical ascension manifested once more. If even the newly ascended heavenly gods were immune to spirit stones, would those who reached immortal godhood require divine elixirs at every meal?
Then stow away these 1,000-year-old elixirs. Shu Xing commanded, transforming the elixir garden into a ring and thrusting it into the hands of the elder shaman. Within the goddess's medicinal garden, 1,000-year-old herbs grow like weeds. Keep them for your cultivation, and use them to strengthen the bodies of the young and old. The holy maiden looked at Shu Xing and bowed once more.
Thank you, honorable envoy. Chapter 71, Where is Xingye?
Upon the sacred altar of the witch clan, the holy maiden Shilua stood clad in intricate shamanic robes. Eyes tightly closed, she chanted low, mystical incantations. As the incantation concluded, the air around the altar began to warp, and an ancient, powerful shamanic force coalesced around her. Shu Xing stood nearby, his gaze fixed intently on Shilua. After he had requested the celestial demon's corpse, Shilua had immediately begun preparing her necromantic rites. Once the clan members had transported all the celestial demon corpses to the site, Shilua began casting necromancy. Under her incantations, the bodies that had lain dormant for millennia began drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy, their limbs stirring with strange movement. In the name of the witch god, awaken the slumbering corpses of the dead.
By necromantic arts, grant you new life.
Shilua roared, her eyes blazing with witchcraft light. Shrouded in shadowy radiance, the celestial demon corpses trembled.
The once silent corpses began to tremble faintly.
Then, their eyes snapped open, glowing with an eerie green light.
Powerful auras radiated from their bodies as they slowly rose upright. Their vacant eyes fixed collectively upon the witch. It worked! The witch wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. It had been ages since she'd wielded such a large-scale witchcraft spell. Fortunately, having just undergone the baptism of the bloodline of all things, the spell flowed with unusual ease. Shu Xing's heart swelled with joy. This witchcraft truly had merit. The resurrected bodies were full and powerful, brimming with vitality, as if truly alive. Though these puppets had lost their former consciousness, their physical strength remained intact, even enhanced in certain aspects. Now, all that remained was to find suitable spirits for them, and they would fight for him against all races. Shilua withdrew the magic, a weary yet satisfied smile spreading across her face. Being able to assist Shu Xing proved she was not useless. She could support the messenger and remain by his side to care for him. Holy messenger, these celestial demon puppets are now fully prepared.
You may command them at any time, Shilua informed Shu Xing. Shu Xing nodded, his satisfaction with Shilua deepening. Without her assistance, he could never have acquired this formidable puppet army so easily. Shu Xing immediately activated his divine realm, storing each celestial demon puppet within it. Just then, Shilua suddenly remembered something. She walked to the tribal treasury of the witch clan, retrieved several treasures, and handed them to Shu Xing.
Holy envoy, these are treasures our witch clan discovered in the godforsaken land. They may prove useful to you.
Shu Xing accepted the treasures, his eyes flashing with astonishing divine light.
A black stone that was an object of creation, the primordial source stone. A wooden brush inscribed with mystical runes, the ancient human emperor's brush. A grape-sized drop of blood radiating terrifying divine might, ancient unknown god's essence blood. And finally, a miniature garden filled with strange blossoms, the ancient spirit garden. These treasures. Shu Xing stared at their names through the demon refining pot, his heart filled with awe. The mere fact that the demon refining pot couldn't identify their specific details told Shu Xing that each treasure was priceless, enough to send shockwaves through the entire cultivation world. Even the divine maiden had only yielded fragmented information to the demon refining pot, yet these items bore only their names. Holy envoy, these treasures were retrieved from the godforsaken land by generations of shamanic people.
Due to the lack of historical records, we know nothing of their specific origins or details.
We hope you won't look down upon them.
Shilua spoke with regret and guilt, fearing these might not be treasures and that she had offended Shu Xing.
No, I don't look down on them.
These are all priceless treasures. Shu Xing was inwardly stunned.
The gains from this journey might rival those from the goddess's coffin. Wait, you say these treasures were all retrieved from the land forsaken by the gods? Could that be the mist-shrouded realm outside?
Shu Xing scanned his surroundings, his eyes brimming with both apprehension and wonder. The demon refining pot couldn't pierce this mist either, but Shu Xing's instincts screamed that touching it was forbidden.
Shilua nodded.
Yes, honorable messenger, there's no need to worry. Primordial witchcraft can isolate that mist. In truth, the sacred beast could feed on the mist, but Shilua glanced at Shu Xing and whispered, but the sacred beast seems incompletely evolved.
The witchcraft power within its body is less than 1/10 of its bloodline.
Watching the little sacred beast prancing around in a daze before her, Shilua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The sacred bug, the origin of all bug creatures, possessed pitifully little witchcraft power within its body. Instead, it had fused together a hodgepodge of lowly bloodline talents from all sorts of inferior creatures. It was simply an insult to the sacred beast. Shu Xing gave an awkward chuckle. Evolving the universal bug had been a miracle of sheer force achieved solely by throwing a hodgepodge of divine and spiritual artifacts provided by the goddess into the demon refining pot for fusion and evolution. Moving forward, I will refine various witch bugs for the sacred beast to absorb their witchcraft essence, Chi Luo stated. Only when the sacred beast's witchcraft source reaches perfection will its true power be fully unleashed. Shu Xing cleared his throat.
Well, that's quite a task. If there's nothing else, I suppose we should prepare to head back. The day was nearly over.
Hopefully nothing major had happened outside.
Shortly after Shu Xing arrived at the Witch Clan, an unexpected incident occurred outside.
When the starship captain personally failed to rescue Xingye, he attempted to contact the capital but discovered the signal had been blocked. A sense of foreboding settled in his heart.
Bang! Beep beep beep. Starcraft core controller damaged. Forced landing imminent. Enemy attack.
The starship captain roared with rage. The loss of Star Knight had already nearly driven him mad, and now someone dared to attack the starship. But when he burst out of the control room and gazed upon the sky filled with countless figures and permeated by a terrifying aura, his scalp prickled, his heart contracting and expanding violently. Hundreds of goblin gods, accompanied by countless elite troops, surged like a black torrent from all directions. They sealed off the entire space, sinking the starship. Cruel light flashed in their eyes. Bloodline mages and priests stood at the rear, maintaining the sealing formation and concealment runes, while a vanguard of goblin warriors, gods in flesh, charged forward.
What a grand spectacle, what overwhelming might!
The starship captain's scalp tingled. Such a display of force would be more than sufficient to besiege even the immortal clans of the capital.
All this for a mere starship captain? There's a traitor in the capital. Who betrayed Lord Starlight's location? Alas, the only response was an endless chorus of savage roars. A suicide squad composed of hundreds of heavenly god-tier powerhouses. When did the goblin race ever possess such audacity? The alien race truly spares no expense to eliminate Star Knight. The starship captain turned to Qin Siyu and the others behind him, roaring, back to the control room. Wait for reinforcements. Before his words had fully faded, the starship captain burned his divine blood to the last drop, charging headlong into the goblin god-tier army. Facing certain death, he prayed only to hold on a little longer to take as many of those alien scum with him as possible. The moment the Starfleet captain charged into the heavenly god army, a despair-inducing aura suddenly locked onto him. A half-step immortal god-tier powerhouse materialized before him, its aura terrifying beyond measure, as if it could effortlessly shatter this entire world. Speak! Where is Xingye? Chapter 72, Return, Slaughter.
Wang Chen had sworn Star Knight was aboard this starship, prompting them to mobilize their entire force.
They aimed to eliminate the peerless prodigy Star Knight before humanity could react.
Yet, despite deploying their most elite heavenly gods with a death-defying resolve, Xingye vanished without a trace. The goblin race, numbering billions, could barely produce one god-tier warrior annually. Now, to hunt down Xingye, they had dispatched hundreds of god-tier warriors, even a half-step immortal god. Truthfully, if they could truly slay Stellar Knight, the goblin tribe could barely stomach all these losses. After all, the demon emperor would surely compensate with vast cultivation resources, preventing any bitterness.
But now Starlight is nowhere to be found? What use is killing mere ordinary geniuses? Humans have no shortage of ordinary geniuses. Unless it's an unparalleled genius, why deploy such an enormous force for this exchange?
The goblin half-step immortal god, enraged beyond reason, clamped his rough, massive hands around the starship captain's throat.
Speak! Where is Star Knight?
The starship captain's face turned crimson as he gasped for breath, yet he burst into laughter.
Daring to attack the borders of the Great Xia Empire? You're courting death.
The immortal gods in the capital will arrive within half an hour at most.
Not a single one of you will escape then.
One old man like me trading for hundreds of your celestial gods, and you ancient fossil, it's a steal.
A monumental achievement that will be passed down to my descendants. Ha 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 ha. My lack of power got me demoted to logistics duty.
I've only slain 2 foreign celestial gods in my entire life.
Never imagined I'd get so many to accompany me in death. This is bliss. Pure bliss, you little bastard. Kill me.
The starship captain roared, and suddenly, the starship erupted with a beam of light as dazzling as starlight.
Boom! The starship unleashed its ultimate strike, slamming into both the starship captain and the alien demigod. The goblin demigod's expression flickered.
This strike could wound even a true immortal god. Taking it head-on would leave him gravely injured.
Without hesitation, the demigod prepared to flee.
But the starship captain grinned savagely. "Old fool, come with me. The starship captain burned his divine blood to its last drop, his hands transforming into forbidden spells as he forcibly dragged the other being toward him.
Madman!
The half-immortal screamed in terror. Seeing no time to evade, he steeled his resolve. With a sudden thought, over a dozen goblin heavenly gods materialized before the half-immortal. Block this for me, or else your family will die. The dozen celestial gods grimaced inwardly, cursing their sovereign in their hearts. Yet they dared not flee, gritting their teeth as they joined forces to withstand the assault. The starship cannon instantly pierced through the bodies of the goblin deities, its residual force tearing through the starship captain and striking the half-immortal god. The goblin clan's demigod had half an arm torn clean off, howling in agony. His other hand pressed against the starship captain's forehead. Insect, I remember your scent. If this king cannot find Xingye within 3 breaths, I shall hunt down your descendants instead. The Starfleet captain, his chest pierced and clinging to life by a thread, spat venomously at his opponent. Even if my entire family is wiped out, I will never betray the human race. Fine. Very well. I shall grant your wish. The half-immortal's face twisted with fury. He hoisted the Starfleet captain, crushed the starship under his boot, and sent Wu Yulong and the others hiding in the control room flying through the air, their bodies whipping uncontrollably. The Starfleet captain's face twisted in horror. You beast! They're innocent! Kill me instead! The goblin demigod roared with maniacal laughter. So you're just talking tough? Fine. Kill them first, then I'll hunt down your wife and children. If I can't find Xingye, I'll slaughter every last one of you. Amid the goblin demigod's savage grin, the starship's wreckage scattered across the sky like shattered toys. Wu Yulong, Chen Xiu, and the others drifted helplessly through the void, gravely wounded and utterly despairing. Fortunately, Xu Xing had left numerous protective bugs with Chen Xiu and the others. Otherwise, they would never have withstood the goblin demigod goddess attack. The starship captain's eyes bulged with fury as he desperately tried to shield them. Alas, his power paled in comparison to that of the half-step immortal god Gada. He could only watch helplessly. At that critical moment, a brilliant beam of light sliced through the sky. Looking for trouble. Xu Xing had just returned from the Witch Clan, expecting a joyful homecoming, only to witness this scene. Xu Xing. Starlight. Wu Yulong managed to call out, his voice strained. Surprise and delight flashed in the eyes of those present. Xu Xing's face was twisted with murderous intent. Clad in plain robes, his aura had grown even more formidable, as deep and unfathomable as an abyss, radiating a heart-stopping presence. Sensing the newcomer's formidable power, even the fearsome goblin gods halted their actions involuntarily, fixing their gaze upon Xu Xing with solemn intensity. This newcomer was formidable, at least physically, his strength rivaled even their own king, the demigod. You dare harm my people again? Xingye's face grew icy cold, brimming with boundless killing intent. He had just returned, vowing to protect them all, yet. Fortunately, he had left behind numerous poisonous insects for Xiu and the others earlier. Otherwise, a towering goblin god wielding a massive axe, a general under the demigod's command, had been snarling menacingly, poised to strike at Chen Xiu and the others. Sensing Xingye's terrifying aura, he froze in shock before breaking into a delighted grin. You're Xingye? Your cultivation is only at the demigod level? Your physical body is well forged, but it's still too weak. These little chicks aren't half bad looking, heh. Let me enjoy them first before killing you. With that, he swung his massive axe and lunged toward Chen Xiu and the others. Xu Xing's spiritual energy erupted violently. His body shot forward like a cannonball, exploding into existence behind the goblin commander. With a slight flick of his right hand, carrying a surge of violent energy, he sent the goblin general flying. Half his cheek shattered instantly, blood splattering everywhere. This scene made every goblin god present gasp in horror. They had never witnessed such terrifying power, not even their own king possessed such might. Feeling the force of Xu Xing's punch, the goblin demigod's expression changed. Who are you? The demigod's voice trembled. He could sense the heart-stopping aura emanating from Xingye. Yet intelligence sources confirmed Xingye was merely a demigod. A demigod nearly killed his top commander with a single punch? Damn it, even if he were the reincarnation of an ancient god, it couldn't be this absurd. Brother Gu, kill him. The goblin demigod's face darkened, blaming his commander's carelessness. Gao Xiaogu clutched his shattered cheek, roaring with thunderous fury, "Human, you're asking for death." Goblin Xiao Ji's muscles bulged as he expanded his divine form. "Human, take this punch." Xu Xing sneered, flipping him off with contempt before unleashing a single-handed punch that slammed into the goblin. Boom! This punch unleashed all of Xu Xing's power, fueled by overwhelming fury. It shattered half of Goblin Xiao Ji's body. Seizing the momentum, Xu Xing followed with relentless strikes. 3 punches utterly shattered Goblin Xiao Ji's divine form, spraying crimson and green divine blood across the sky. Goblin Xiao Gu, whose alien flesh had ascended to godhood, dead. The entire goblin army erupted in shock. Gu Xiao Ji's power ranked among the top of their celestial gods, yet he couldn't withstand 3 punches. Was this the human race's peerless genius? Even the demigod's face paled with horror. He couldn't help but cry out in shock, cursing inwardly. A peerless genius transcending one or two minor realms that he could comprehend. But his own commander had already stepped into the realm of a high god, what humans call a level 9 god. Even an immortal god could be held off for a moment. Yet now, in a straightforward clash of brute force, the very domain the Beast clan excelled in, his commander wasn't even a match for a single exchange. Who the hell are you? Where is Xingye? Xingye wore an expression of pity, as if looking at a fool. You don't even recognize my true form. Who gave you the courage to kill me? The star captain, clinging to life, watched Xingye return with panic gripping his heart. He'd intended to exhaust his last breath to buy Xingye time to escape, but instead witnessed the youth dispatch the alien commander with 3 punches. Captain Xing gazed at the young Xingye, his heart filled with both relief and bitter laughter. He had trained relentlessly for nearly a century, yet still couldn't even glimpse the threshold of a high god, while Xingye was barely a teenager. To reach demigodhood in one's teens was already a testament to extraordinary talent. Yet Xingye's demigod strength rivaled that of a high god, even approaching the level of a half-step immortal god. Was this why General Yi had taken notice and personally accepted him as a disciple? Indeed, he was truly formidable. The human race's destiny surged like a dragon, its future held boundless promise. If Xingye develops smoothly, he will surely ascend to immortal godhood, perhaps even become the strongest being among humanity. If he remembers even a fraction of what I taught him today, his family's future generations will never have to worry again. At this thought, the star captain roared with laughter. Xingye, take them and leave immediately. Dying for a peerless genius like you, I have no regrets. Summoning his last breath, Captain Xing prepared to detonate himself, desperate to buy Xingye even a moment's advantage. Xingye's expression darkened as he roared, Shilua, save him. A tall, slender girl clad in black robes emerged from the shadows. As you command, my holy messenger. This maiden was none other than the Witch Clan's holy maiden, returning to the mortal realm in the form of a divine blessing. An ancient outcast people, hiding for millennia, had finally returned to the main world. Shilua's gratitude toward Shuxing was akin to that for a deity. Shuxing's command was her life. Whoosh! The girl vanished and reappeared instantly beside the goblin demigod. Her pale hands touched him lightly. The demigod goddess stood frozen like a statue, allowing her to lead the starship captain away. By the time the half-immortal god Gata regained his senses, the shaman had already returned to Shuxing with the starship captain. A chill ran down Gata's spine. Was this woman a divine being? Had she targeted him just now, he would likely have been torn to pieces. So what if she's a celestial deity? Gata sneered savagely. They had prepared to sacrifice themselves before arriving. Oomph. Now I believe you are Xingye himself. After all, human celestial deities are rare. And this woman actually willingly became your bodyguard. I must thank that Wang family brat for the tip. Once you're dead, my clan will surely gain the demon emperor's favor. With that, he swept his massive hand, and hundreds of goblin celestial beings instantly formed a bizarre formation, emanating waves of icy, sinister energy. Blood sacrifice ancestors return. Upon hearing Wang family brat, Xu Xing's mind instantly flashed to Wang Chen from the auction. Fine, another human traitor. Xu Xing's face darkened with malice. After this incident, he must pay the Wang family a visit. Wang Chen's lineage must die. Honorable envoy, tend to your friend. I'll handle these men. Shall I slaughter them all or capture them alive? Shilua's smile remained serene as she spoke words of unsettling cruelty. Nearly 1,000 elite goblins had arrived, this time the cream of the crop among their forces. If they were all killed, the goblin clan would plummet several tiers in power. Take a few prisoners, Xu Xing ordered. I need information on their backing factions and the traitor who betrayed humanity. Then leave not a single one alive. Sometimes, the truth spoken through necromancy resonates more profoundly than words uttered by the living. Shilua strode forward with her long, slender legs, her figure darting out from behind Xingye. Her witch's robe billowed in the air, her eyes flickering with a dark, eerie light, her entire being seeming to merge with the surrounding world. Death curse! Shilua hissed, her small hand flickering as black incantations shot forth like venomous serpents toward the goblin deities. The runes danced through the air, seeking out the goblins' bodies with pinpoint accuracy. The moment they touched the goblins, their bodies withered as if drained of life, their eyes losing all luster. They ultimately turned into desiccated corpses, plummeting from the sky. Whether demigod-level or god-level goblins, none were spared. Under the death curse, all beings were equal. What? The demigod Gata gasped in horror. What kind of wicked power was this? Far more unnatural than forbidden magic. When had such a spell ever existed in the world? How could the heavenly way tolerate her existence? Yet the true horror lay yet to come. Shilua shot him a cold glance as her hands swiftly formed seals, chanting ancient incantations of witchcraft. As the incantation echoed, the corpses of the recently slain goblin gods began to tremble faintly. Then, their eyes snapped open, glowing with an eerie green light. Necromancy! Chi Luo growled. The fallen goblins suddenly snapped awake, leaping up like vengeful spirits and lunging at their own kind. My ears! My eyes! Brother, I'm your own flesh and blood. Why? Die. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with wails and screams, blood splattering everywhere.
The half-immortal's face turned deathly pale.
He could only watch helplessly as his kin died again and again, only to be resurrected and continue slaughtering their own kind.
He had never witnessed such a bizarre and forbidden technique. When did the human race acquire such terrifying immortals?
You, who exactly are you? The demigod asked, his voice trembling.
Shilua couldn't be bothered with a dead man.
Since he dared provoke the messenger, he should prepare for his clan's annihilation. At first, she had feared the messenger might be too merciful and suffer consequences later. Now she realized her worries were unfounded. She rather liked the messenger's temperament. With a flash, she materialized before the demigod, pressing both hands atop its head with a look of disgust.
A dazzling light instantly engulfed the demigod.
The demigod managed only a single agonized scream before being utterly consumed by the light. When the light faded, the demigod lay before her, a broken, blood-soaked wreck. Shilua had intended to kill them all after all. With her soul-searching witchcraft, she could extract any information she desired.
But she reconsidered.
The envoy had been so enraged earlier. It would be better to spare the leader and let the envoy personally kill him to vent his fury.
Anger harms the body. The honorable messenger was of such noble stature, his spirit must not be harmed by rage. Fortunately, the half-immortal god knew nothing of Chilua's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he would have bitten his tongue to death on the spot. The half-immortal stared at Chilua and Xingye in terror, his eyes filled with despair and resentment. He had to survive. He had worked so hard to reach the threshold of immortality. As long as he lived, as long as he could return to his clan. The failure of this mission is no big deal. Upon returning, if he can report Xingye and this woman's talents, the Demon Emperor will surely not blame him. He might even reward him with a divine immortal pill to help break through the barrier to divine immortality. Too bad he wasn't handsome enough to get away with such a scheme. After Chilua tossed him beside Xuxing, the latter looked utterly disgusted and casually crushed his heart with a single kick. Captain Xing, summon your beast. If it doesn't mind, let it consume this corpse to aid its recovery. Though he possessed many thousand-year-old elixirs, they were highly effective for human healing but far less potent for beast tamers. Having exhausted his divine blood, Captain Star's beast-taming essence had been depleted. This half-step immortal god corpse was the perfect remedy, though devouring a goblin was rather revolting. Chapter 73, Healing.
The Starfleet captain, clinging to a thread of life, swallowed the 1,000-year Lingxin mushroom elixir. His wounds began to heal rapidly. Though full recovery would take time, his life was no longer in jeopardy. The Starfleet captain had been worried about his own beast tamer, but unexpectedly, Star Knight had delivered the half-step immortal god goblin corpse to him. A half-step immortal god's corpse that was an immortal god's body. Every part was an unparalleled treasure, divine blood, divine essence, all priceless. And the other party had actually given it to his beast companion? The Star Captain himself wanted to tell his beast companion, "You eating that would be a waste of divine treasures. Young Star Knight, this simply won't do. It's far too precious." Just the 1,000-year-old medicinal herb he'd consumed could have bought him 10 lifetimes. Accepting this alien divine body was utterly out of the question. "I said it's yours, so it's yours." "What? Think goblins are disgusting? Want me to go hunt down another dragon for your beast companion instead?" Xingye said expressionlessly. This. Captain Xing thought Xingye was furious. He'd heard these peerless prodigies all had eccentric tempers. Refusing might offend him? With that thought, the Star Captain sighed helplessly, bowing in gratitude. "Then, thank you, Lord Xingye." Strength commanded respect. Since the other's power surpassed his own, the honorific was only proper. "Eat up," Xingye continued. Captain Xing was both amused and exasperated. He summoned his drooling beast companion, the golden toad. "First, thank you, Lord. Then we'll eat." The golden toad, already at the heavenly god realm and long since sentient, prostrated itself before Xingye. Mimicking human etiquette, it bowed low, a gesture performed with genuine willingness. Whether out of respect for strength or gratitude, its reverence was entirely justified. "You nearly sacrificed your life to save them. The elixir and this divine body are both things you deserve. Don't feel awkward about it," Xingye said, his expression softening considerably upon seeing the other accept. He explained. "To you, these are treasures, but to me, they're worthless. Beyond the star domains, such things are plentiful. Conversely, the lives of these few people are what truly matter to me. You protected them, so the debt is mine. 5 lives. I promise you 5 conditions within my power. Consider the elixir and divine body as one. The remaining 4, whenever you decide, just tell me." Without waiting for the starship captain's response, Xingye immediately began scanning Wu Yulong, Chen Xiu, and the others. "Go tend to your injuries. We'll need you to guide us shortly." Captain Xingye gave a wry smile and could only nod. "All right." Xu Xing waved his hand, bringing Chen Xiu and the others back into the divine realm. His face was filled with guilt. Before he could explain, Chen Xiu clung tightly to him, her voice choked with emotion. "Next time, take me with you, okay? Xu Xing's heart clenched violently, his murderous intent toward the goblin intensifying.
Falling into the secret realm was truly an accident. I never expected it. My strength is formidable, I don't need.
But I was still scared. Scared you'd vanish for another year.
The shrine maiden apologized. Mistress? I'm sorry. I brought the holy envoy into the secret realm without permission.
Since you're so concerned about the holy messenger's safety, I can craft a life talisman for him.
As long as the talisman remains intact, no matter where the messenger travels, he will be protected. Chen Siyu's eyes lit up.
The method for crafting life talismans had long been lost to history, obtainable only through the secret realm. Her own family didn't possess one either, otherwise, she would have exchanged the talismans between the two of them long ago.
Who are you?
Chen Siyu stared at the unfamiliar, tall woman before her and quickly tidied her makeup. The shamaness Qilihua smiled.
I am Qilihua, the sacred maiden of the witch clan.
Though now, I am merely the divine attendant of Lord Xingyue, commonly called a servant or a slave girl. When the shamaness mentioned female slave, she seemed to deliberately emphasize the word. Wang Mingxin spat in disgust, shooting a sideways glance at Xu Xing. Well done, you little star.
Got a big head now? Strengthen yourself a bit and you're already going bad? If you dare take a maid today, will you abandon Siyu tomorrow?
Gao Yuding glared at Xu Xing as well.
Siyu has waited for you year after year. Think back to how you were just a few months ago. She never abandoned you. Xu Xing gave a bitter smile. What this? Nice work, star. You always seemed so honest and straightforward. What? Just because you changed your name and status, did your personality and soul change too? Or is it that your true nature has been unleashed?
Wu Yulong winked and raised an eyebrow, grinning wickedly as if the scandal wasn't big enough.
Hiring a maid is just a man being a man. If you'd done it secretly, sister-in-law Siyu might have understood. But doing it so openly? That's really not right of you. Get lost, Qilihua. Shut his mouth. Xu Xing snapped irritably. When dealing with brothers, he'd rather use his fists than his mouth.
Of course, when it came to Siyu and her best friend, Xu Xing dared not mess around.
Girls' best friends were terrifying.
He yanked Siyu toward him, glaring at Qilihua as he whispered, I merely saved her clan.
She chose to submit to me out of gratitude. That's all. Chen Siyu pinched Xu Xing hard.
Startled, he immediately retracted his physical form into his divine power to avoid hurting her.
Ouch, ouch. I'm sorry. How about I transfer her to you?
The shaman Qilihua paled in shock.
Envoy, I was wrong.
Mistress, I was just talking nonsense earlier.
The envoy is crucial to the evolution of our shamanic bloodline. Please. Chen Siyu quickly helped Qilihua to her feet and sighed. Of course I trust him.
From now on, please take good care of him and protect him.
Cairo beamed with joy. Thank you, mistress.
The messenger will never come to harm, not unless the entire witch clan is wiped out. Messenger, allow me to tend to the mistress's injuries and regulate her chi and blood flow to aid her future cultivation. The shamaness Cairo had discerned the mistress's standing in the messenger's heart.
Since she couldn't defeat him, joining forces was the logical choice. Agreed.
And assist these two as well, Xu Xing gestured toward Wang Mingxin and Gao Yuding.
Wang Mingxin's face lit up instantly. Little star, you've got a heart after all. I wrongly accused you earlier.
Xu Xing rolled his eyes.
Time's running out. Once we're outside, I'm just Xingyi. Don't give me away. No problem. Come here, Xingzi. Help us out too, okay? I feel like our talents could still improve.
Wu Yulong wrapped an arm around Xu Xing and pulled her over forcefully.
Xu Xing was speechless, thinking to herself, I don't know any witchcraft either. Messenger, the sacred beast Jor knows how.
You could ask it for help. Qilihua seemed to read Xu Xing's thoughts and whispered telepathically.
Xu Xing's eyes lit up. She summoned Jor. Go.
Help them regulate their chi and blood. 10 lollipops as a reward when you're done. Hearing lollipops, Jor recalled their sweet and sour taste and hummed twice. Cross my heart and hope to die, I swear it'll last 100 years.
Wu Yulong seethed. How dare she bribe such an adorable divine beast?
Holy beast, do you like lollipops? If you restore our chi and blood and enhance our talents, I'll buy you lollipops for a year, no, a decade.
Put, liar. Daddy said never talk to strangers. Jor put on her best good girl expression.
But since it was Xu Xing's order, she obediently performed the witchcraft, the body tempering blessing on Wu Yulong and the others.
Chapter 74, Journey to the Goblin Holy City.
While the shamaness and Jor were regulating the group's chi and blood, Xu Xing withdrew from the divine realm and appeared beside the starship captain. The starship captain immediately stood and bowed to Xingyi.
What is your name? Xingyi inquired, his tone cool not out of deliberate coolness, but because the disparity in power was evident. Projecting authority might at least put the other party at ease. Captain, Zhou. Zhou? Do you know Zhou Zhongming?
Xingyi suddenly inquired. Zhou froze, a flicker of melancholy crossing his eyes.
Yes.
He's my cousin, the most gifted beast master in our clan.
Any one of these 5 conditions could elevate your talent to the pinnacle of the world. Would you like to use one opportunity? Xingyi looked at Zhou Li. Zhou Li's face lit up. Is that possible? Of course. It would save me the trouble. Xingyi casually tossed 3 pills his way. Sacred marrow washing pills. Before achieving physical deification, you'll face no more bottlenecks. These ancient pills possess the potency of 10 modern epic grade pills. A heaven grade divine soul pill. Refines and hones your soul essence, increasing its strength by 10 to 30 times. Before stepping into immortal godhood, you'll have no more worries about your soul essence. It can also form a soul barrier for you, capable of withstanding one attack from an immortal god's soul essence. As for beast taming, I'll also give you a bottle of blood melting bone regenerating pills. Once it fully assimilates this goblin's body, its bloodline will at least break through to epic grade. Reaching the half-step lord stage isn't impossible either. Every word from Xu Xing sent shockwaves through Zhou Li. What kind of fortune was this? He was merely an ordinary heavenly god who had never even laid eyes on a heaven grade pill in his entire life. Now, he was consuming the legendary ancient divine pill's sacred grade pills. 3 pills, any single one could ignite a frenzy of competition across the entire capital. Yet he had effortlessly obtained all 3. As the pills dissolved within him, his bones and tendons regenerated. Fresh vitality surged through his body, his organs rejoicing as his heart pounded like a primordial beast. Huff! Trapped at the mid-tier 6th level heavenly god for decades, the thick barrier of his cultivation realm suddenly shattered like paper under the elixir's potent force. He had finally reached the 7th tier high god realm, a position among the top 1,000 in the capital. Thump! 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 His heartbeat remained thunderous as his chi and blood grew ever denser. Under Zhou Li's stunned gaze, his cultivation broke through once more, reaching the rank of an 8th level high-ranked heavenly god. He stood but a single step away from the 9th tier, half-step immortal god. Double good fortune struck simultaneously. After devouring the goblin's divine body, his beast companion had also completed its bloodline evolution, leaping into the ranks of the rare and legendary epic bloodline, the 1,000-thread golden toad. Not bad. At least the elixirs weren't wasted, Xingyi smiled with satisfaction. Remember, there are still 3 conditions left. Zhou Li nodded. Master, I wish to use one now. Speak. Xingyi was eager to settle this quickly, lest it breed inner demons. The other had risked his life to save his girlfriend and brother. 5 conditions were his best way to repay the debt. He wouldn't stoop to using a few potent herbs to gloss over it. Cultivation is also cultivation of the heart. Please look after the Zhou family, Lord, Zhou Li said cautiously. Xingyi frowned slightly. One condition, I can protect the Zhou family from mortal peril once. How about it? Zhou Li gritted his teeth. The Zhou family in the capital has endured centuries of oppression and persecution at the hands of the Wang clan. 2 conditions, annihilate the Wang family. The Wang clan's collusion with foreign tribes is common knowledge. Yet, alas, they are shielded by divine protection. No one in the capital dares offend them. Zhou Li murmured. This goblin attack was orchestrated by Wang Chen, the Wang family's grandson. I've gathered the evidence, but in the face of overwhelming power, proof is worthless scrap paper. Wang Chen? Xingye's expression turned cold. So it was him after all. If that's the case, 2 conditions, we can destroy them. But not now. Our strength is insufficient. I'm no fool. Xingye stated plainly. Zhou Li rejoiced, bowing deeply. Your approval suffices, Lord. With your divine talent, once you ascend to heavenly godhood, that old fossil won't stand a chance against you. The Wang family has only one immortal god left, a newly ascended level 1 immortal god. Oh, and Lord, upon your return to the capital, you may utilize my Zhou family's ancient heavenly mystery realm. Study the ancient methods for breaking through to the heavenly god realm within. If combined with modern heavenly god techniques, I believe you will surely forge your own path to becoming a heavenly god. Xu Xing nodded. He had already learned of the peculiarities of the heavenly god realm from the goddess and Yi Qingda. His journey to the capital also harbored ambitions of breaking through to heavenly godhood. No rush. Deal with this matter first. Xu Xing's expression turned grim. Do you know the location of the Goblin Holy City? Zhou Li's expression faltered. I do know it. The Starcraft has the recorded route. Excellent. Is the starship still airworthy? The starship can self-repair. It's no big deal. But what are you planning to do, sir? Zhou Li seemed to grasp Xingye's intent and couldn't help but swallow hard. Xu Xing sneered coldly. Those alien goblins, how dare they attack the main world, Blue Star? As a newly joined divine embryo from another realm, I won't tolerate my new home being destroyed. Lead the way to the Goblin Holy City. Such lowly trash dares to target this divine embryo? Dares to harm this young master's friend? I will destroy their holy city. Feeling the overwhelming killing intent radiating from Xingyi, Zhou Li dared not provoke such a formidable presence. He thought to himself that with the other party's terrifying power, coupled with the female bodyguard by his side who seemed like a divine being, this mission might just be possible after all. The strongest among the Goblin clan were merely pseudo-immortal gods. Their inferior bloodline doomed them to perpetual obscurity.
Jolie gritted his teeth.
Then let's do it.
Jolie piloted the battered starship, slicing through the sky like an enraged meteor, heading straight for the Goblin clan's holy city beyond the domain. Xingye's face was grim, his eyes blazing with vengeance. Beside him, the shamaness Chilua wore a black robe, resembling a messenger of the Dark Knight, her body surrounded by eerie and powerful shamanic fluctuations. With the starship traversing the starfield, soon the group caught sight of the foreign goblin holy city in the distance.
Trash goblins, your doom is upon you.
Xingye's voice was as cold as the biting wind, piercing through the ship's rattling hull to echo across the vast expanse of the cosmos.
Shaman Cairo took the initiative, humming softly as her fingers flickered.
Mysterious runes coalesced in the void, transforming into streams of black light that surged toward the Goblin Holy City's protective array.
This ancient formation, crafted by generations of goblin masters, could withstand attacks from immortals and gods unbreakable.
Yet before Cairo's witchcraft, it crumbled like fragile paper, effortlessly melted and torn apart.
Enemy attack.
Holy crap, the protective array's been breached. Within Goblin Holy City, countless tribesmen watched as the sky darkened and the protective array, once a dazzling expanse of light, shattered into fragments scattered across the ground. Panic gripped the goblins as they stared at the massive starfleet closing in, their eyes filled with terror and despair.
A human starship? Could it be the humans from the capital, bringing their entire army to slaughter us? I told you not to provoke the humans. It's over.
They must have discovered our plan and are taking revenge.
It's over. Our clan is doomed. The goblin tribe never imagined that this assault would involve only Xu Xing and the shamaness. Even if they had known, they could never have believed that just two individuals could breach the sacred city's protective array. Chapter 75, Malevolent Spirits from the Netherworld. It's Xingye.
He dares to attack us directly. The Goblin Emperor sat deep within the sacred hall, his expression as dark as storm clouds. There was no doubt the mission had failed. But the goblins sent were all death servants. The Goblin King was confident they would never betray their kin.
But now,
gazing at the sacred city on the verge of shattering, the Emperor's expression darkened. He truly hadn't anticipated the human race reacting so swiftly. Xingye was merely a newly risen prodigy. Logically, the humans shouldn't have invested so many resources and forces.
Activate all defenses. Under no circumstances must they set foot within the sacred city.
The Goblin King's voice echoed through the sanctuary, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. The sovereign could never have imagined that only Xu Xing and a few others remained aboard the starship. Ignoring the Goblin Emperor's warning, Xingye and Chilua piloted the starship wreckage like a raging beast, charging recklessly into the defensive barriers of the Goblin Holy City. With an earth-shattering roar, the city walls shattered like paper, easily breached. The starship wreckage plunged like a razor-sharp blade, piercing straight into the heart of the holy city.
Damn it!
The Goblin Emperor roared, his form vanishing instantly into the temple to confront the intruders.
Commanders, follow me to meet the enemy.
Within the holy city, the goblin race's celestial beings and mighty warriors roared in fury, determined to halt this sudden invasion.
Though goblins were a lowly race, their bloodline was abundant.
They could produce multiple offspring per litter. Several times a year this tribe lacked reproductive isolation altogether. With a population nearing 100 million, the goblin tribe produced numerous gifted individuals each year. Pouring all their resources into cultivation, the goblin tribe had cultivated a considerable number of divine tier warriors. After centuries of development, the total number of divine tier beings within the entire tribe had long surpassed the 5,000 mark.
Alas, the goblin race's reproductive prowess proved both its strength and its downfall. Without reproductive isolation, they couldn't resist snatching women from other races.
The human race must conduct annual purges of surrounding goblin tribes to address this. Other beast tribes, while sharing the same animal heritage, seethe with hatred when goblins abduct their women. They smile politely in public but secretly wish to slaughter every goblin they encounter. Consequently, the goblin tribes were perpetually embroiled in conflict, their ranks of celestial-level warriors barely sustaining around 3,000. The annihilation of all 300 celestials during the hunt for Xingye struck directly at the very foundation of the goblin race. The Goblin Emperor seethed with fury, convinced the humans had slaughtered over 300 divine warriors from other tribes. Yet, with their own prodigy still alive, they had the audacity to attack. "Humans, you've gone too far." Alas, only endless silence answered him. Only when the Emperor charged outside the city and reached the starship did he sense something amiss. The Goblin Grand Elder stared in utter shock at the 2 men and 1 woman standing on the starship's deck, his eyes filled with confusion. Where is the human army? A mere 3 individuals, one of them gravely wounded and crippled, dared to storm our sacred city? Slurp. This woman is stunningly beautiful. Those long legs, that slender waist, those full hips. The shamaness, Cairo, darkened. She was confident in her own figure and appearance. She didn't need anyone else's opinion besides her master's. Disgusting lowly trash, die. The shamaness' mind flickered, and the death curse spell activated. Aya! Shrieks erupted in succession. One by one, the celestial guardian deities surrounding the Goblin Emperor began to crumble like weathered stone, dissolving into dust. Within mere breaths, 7 level 6 heavenly guardians lay dead. Though modern celestial gods were weak, their power at least halved compared to their ancient counterparts. They remained celestial gods nonetheless. Even in their diminished state, they were supreme beings wielding divine power. Yet with a mere flick of the Shrine Maiden's finger, 7 perished within moments. The Goblin King's heart froze. His first instinct wasn't to avenge his kin, but to roar and retreat. Protect the king. Fall back a kilometer. Shu Xing sneered coldly, did I give you permission to retreat? Kill. The Shrine Maiden bowed gracefully and murmured, as you command, my master. Heavenly Demon Army, kill. With a flick of the shamanist's small hand, icy cold energies surged forth from Shu Xing's divine domain, coalescing into thousands upon thousands of celestial demon battle puppets. Bare-handed, eyes glowing crimson, they charged toward the Goblin Emperor like killing machines, defending the undying. These celestial demon puppets, not yet fused with undead essence, possessed no rationality and could only function as simple mechanical constructs. Yet against lowly goblins, nearly devoid of bloodline divine abilities, they were more than sufficient. Nearly 1,000 flesh and blood heavenly demon golems charged onto the battlefield in unison. The shamaness was not idle either. Countless materials, white bones, specters, demonic blood flew out. Under her hands, an altar filled with an eerie aura was swiftly assembled. The shamaness licked her lips. It had been ages since she last summoned a witch spirit. Little did she expect the day would come when she could bring the forbidden witchcraft back into the world. Witchcraft spirit summoning spirit witch hell, open. As her words fell, the altar transformed into a towering black gate. 3 doors opened successively within the gate, revealing a scene shrouded in utter darkness. Ferocious demons and malevolent spirits roamed amidst a sea of white ghosts. Layer upon layer of the 9 hells unfolded, threatening to merge with reality. The Goblin King trembled in horror. Hell, the aura of hell. You can actually communicate with the ancient mythical realm, the 9 hells? Who are you? The shamaness paid him no mind, intent on summoning the hellish emissary. Yet she discovered this realm fiercely resisted the underworld. As the black gates of hell opened, the very laws of this world began to expel her. Had she not already become a favored child of the Shushing deity, bearing the mark of the Shushing race, the shaman Chilua had no doubt the heavenly Tao would have already unleashed a divine tribulation to expel her. I merely connect to the edge of the 9 hells, the rules permit it. Why make things difficult? The shamanist's expression hardened. Summon 1,000 witch spirits. Return at once. Countless vengeful spirits and malevolent souls within the 3 black gates surged madly toward the entrance as her words fell. Each possessed a terrifying divine essence, some even solidified into physical forms. Their actions could pierce through the black gates to influence reality. The shaman marveled at the spectacle. These vengeful spirits, likely trapped in hell for millennia like herself, had all gone mad upon glimpsing escape. They would burn their very souls to squeeze through. In the current world, she was likely the only one capable of forcibly opening hell to guide these vengeful spirits back to the mortal realm. Alas, her power was limited, and she feared her master would become entangled in too much karma. Otherwise, she could have summoned every wandering ghost and spirit that hell itself could not contain, commanding them to fight for her master. Suddenly, a 9-headed lion tiger burst forth from the unopened 4th gate. 7 of its 9 heads instantly exploded, soul blood raining down like tangible matter. The creature's face contorted in agony as it charged recklessly toward the shamaness, gaping its 2 remaining blood-stained maws wide open. The shamaness Cairo's eyes flashed coldly. With a flick of her wrists, she drew forth the clan's treasured artifact, a square seal carved from an unknown stone. Its surface was covered in dazzling divine patterns, and at its very center was engraved the character Su. Die. The shaman showed no mercy toward disobedient malevolent spirits. Channeling the power of the 4-sided seal, she manifested the ancient sound of the character void in her palm, effortlessly piercing through the unknown might of the fierce lion tiger spirit. Roar! The lion tiger spirit let out a deafening roar of rage. Alas, it possessed no power to resist this ancient forbidden divine character. Its soul was crushed to dust, its spirit scattered to the winds, not even hell could claim it. Chapter 76, Kill, Kill, Kill. Fall in line, or dare to move again, and I'll personally storm into hell to annihilate you all. The Shrine Maiden's eyes flashed with ferocity. 10 breaths. Line up and get out by whatever means you can. Before its demise, the 9-headed lion tiger had fiercely suppressed the other malevolent spirits. After all, in life, it had been the mount of an ancient deity. Its power had long reached the pinnacle of immortals and gods. Though its soul weakened greatly in death, millennia of wandering and cultivation in hell likely strengthened its soul force beyond its mortal peak, perhaps even reaching the legendary realm of ancient gods. Yet now, it had been annihilated in a single strike by the shamanist's unknown artifact, denied even the chance of reincarnation. The modern heavenly god realm is divided into 3 tiers with 10 minor levels each. To match the power of an ancient heavenly god, one would need at least 20 minor levels across 3 tiers. This means a modern level 2 heavenly god still couldn't defeat an ancient level 1 heavenly god. If they encountered an ancient top-tier cultivator like the Divine Maiden from the Divine Maiden's Coffin, that being could likely dominate modern immortals and gods with ease even at the initial stage of Heavenly God level 1. Countless vengeful spirits within the Black Gate unleashed their divine abilities, causing the underworld to tremble. Yet none were willing to relinquish their chance to return to the mortal realm. Finally, 10 breaths passed. For 1,000 spots, over 1,300 had appeared. The Heavenly Tao mercilessly unleashed azure thunderbolts. Under the torrent of divine lightning, only those with divine souls surpassing the Heavenly God realm could barely withstand the assault. The rest were reduced to ashes. As the heavenly tribulation dissipated under the shamanist's displeased gaze, it left behind 999 half-dead vengeful spirits and malevolent souls for her. Little girl, curry, and finest bodies. I was a mighty ancient powerhouse, the patriarch of the spirit serpent sect. What kind of fool can't even tell the difference between the great king and the lesser king? The shamaness angrily strangled him to death, then swept her cold gaze over the remaining malevolent spirits. You're nothing but a bunch of wandering spirits. I saved you once, but I can kill you 10 times over. Remember my face and my masters. Dare to be insolent again, and you'll meet the same fate as him. The shamaness grabbed the elder who had just been ranting and tore his soul apart. She paid no heed to the remaining spirits' expressions. To her, these wandering souls were merely summoned cannon fodder garbage to be cleared away for her master. If they died, she could simply summon more. Souls were the least scarce commodity in hell. Now listen up, you old fools. See those celestial demon puppets? Those are your next bodies. Quantities are limited, so scramble for them with whatever skills you have. After possession, whoever slays 10 enemies claims the body. Slay 100, and you may repair and enhance the body once. Slay fewer than 10? Ha! The shamaness sneered coldly, any outsiders, get the hell back where you came from. You've all died once already. With a celestial demon puppet body, if you can't even defeat 10 lowly goblins, what kind of useless trash are you? The slaying counts mentioned by the shamaness were measured in heavenly gods. Those malevolent spirits who had broken free from hell possessed divine soul strength starting at least at the level of an upper heavenly god. 998 malevolent souls and vengeful spirits, their eyes flickering, gazed down at the battlefield below, faces thoughtful. Escape seemed unlikely. Though their divine souls were formidable, they faced a shamaness wielding the uncanny power to traverse the spirit realm, connected to hell itself. Yet these were ancient monsters who had lived for millennia. They were unwilling to surrender their fate to a mere child. Fortunately, the goblins observing the battlefield below hundreds of divine souls all wore expressions of utter contempt. Such trash goblins! Even in their divine soul forms, they were confident they could slaughter them. Fine, we'll heed the girl this once. After all, she summoned us here. Such a great favor deserves some repayment. Some shameless old fools chimed in after hearing this, then, free of any lingering guilt, possessed the celestial demon puppet and charged toward the goblin tribe. This was their first battle since revival. They wouldn't let their former selves down. Beneath the vast, desolate starry sky of the 116th star domain lay the goblin holy city. As nearly 1,000 ancient monsters joined the fray, the once lifeless puppets erupted with power magnified 1,000-fold. Dark clouds gathered thickly, the aura of slaughter shaking the stars. Wails of despair echoed endlessly, severed limbs drifted through the air, and piles of white bones rained down upon the holy city. Blood nearly dyed the entire city crimson. Fragments of stars drifted through the void, where crimson light and darkness intertwined, staining the cosmos a mottled shade of red and black. The goblin clan's demonic warriors, clad in fearsome battle scales and wielding blades that flashed with icy light, roared with fury as they watched their comrades fall around them. They charged like madmen, adopting a tactic of mutual destruction, each determined to pierce their enemy's body with their blade before meeting their own end. Alas, the celestial demon puppet possessed no life to begin with, and the malevolent spirit within cared even less for existence. As long as its soul remained unbroken, it would endure forever. Within less than a stick of incense, the entire star domain trembled from the clash. Xu Xing observed several possessed celestial demon puppets unleashing divine might akin to ancient demon gods. He surmised that among these ancient beings, some might be celestial prodigies from the same era as the goddess. Chiluwa, are you certain you can control so many ancient monsters? With nearly 1,000 ancient monsters commanding the celestial demon puppets, the goblin clan's defeat was inevitable. Chiluwa gazed down at the stellar battlefield, particularly the figures at the forefront, and felt a chill run down her spine. Master, I can't be certain anymore. The ancient era ended, and in recent times, there have been no inheritors of witchcraft. Thus, hell has likely accumulated too many terrifying beings waiting to emerge. Logically, with my power, I shouldn't summon malevolent spirits beyond the immortal god realm. Chiluwa observed the ancient monsters below, an old Taoist who had transformed into the 10 Directions heavenly court, a maskless monk holding a Buddha realm within his palm, and a red-haired monkey riding an old ox. None of them looked remotely like ordinary immortals or gods. Then why did you just? Xu Xing's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. If Chiluwa couldn't control this horde of old monsters before her, Xu Xing dared not imagine the consequences if these things were unleashed upon Blue Star. The shaman Chi Luo sighed helplessly, murmuring, when summoning spirit entities, one must never show weakness. Otherwise, the risk of immediate betrayal is highest. Besides, I myself am only at the heavenly god realm. According to shamanic revelation, it's utterly impossible for me to summon beings surpassing immortals and deities unless these old monsters can conceal their own realms and deceive the heavenly Tao itself. As Shushing and the Shrine Maiden spoke, flashes of ancient forbidden light flickered, their destructive power relentlessly reaping the lives of goblin warriors. The Goblin Emperor, fiercely escorted by his loyal guards, was brought back to the sacred city. Witnessing this carnage, the Emperor's 7 orifices bled, and his hair instantly turned white. In the span of mere incense sticks, nearly 3,000 celestial gods of the Goblin clan were nearly annihilated. Yet the enemy suffered fewer than 100 casualties. Even those hundreds were only vanquished through the desperate sacrifice of their kin, who burned their very lives to cast forbidden arts. This war had far exceeded their expectations. That the human race dared to secretly communicate with the underworld and release fiends he would ensure the news spread. All races must unite to exterminate them. Damned humans! How dare you unleash demons? How dare you humiliate my race so, the Goblin Emperor roared. You shall all perish with me. Chapter 77, The Fall of the Goblin Clan. Madness flashed in the Goblin King's eyes. Today's battle would mark the complete downfall of the Goblin clan. But as their sovereign, how could he simply give up? In his despair, a forbidden ritual surfaced in his mind: the clan sacrifice. The Goblin heavenly god army lay nearly annihilated. All that remained in the holy city were a few of his personal guards and the cowardly elders of the major clans. If left to their fate, the Goblin clan would sink to becoming the lowest caste slaves of the beast tribes, their status likely even lower than that of the pig-headed clan. This was an outcome the Goblin Emperor, hailed as the wisest ruler in their history, would rather die than witness. He could not tolerate such utter defeat. With matters having reached this point, there was only one course left: burn the boats. The Goblin Emperor stood atop the altar, clutching a dagger that glowed with an eerie light. This sacred artifact of his clan could, through sacrifice, communicate with ancient beings. Now, he would sacrifice the entire holy city, using the most elite of his goblin kin to summon the ancient goblin progenitor in existence transcending even immortals and gods. His face twisted with ruthless determination as he gazed down upon the sacred city below, murmuring, "My people, once I rebuild the goblin race, I shall ensure your descendants are cared for. And when the time comes, we shall guide your souls into the cycle of reincarnation." Sacrifice. The Goblin Emperor had already secretly set up a grand formation to draw the entire holy city into the ritual. As the Goblin Emperor cast his spell, the entire holy city transformed into a colossal altar, an ancient, mysterious, and sinister power permeating the air. The darkness thickened, as if the gates of hell had been reopened. Yet, at this critical moment, the runes on the altar suddenly shifted. Instead of channeling the power of the ancient primordial gods, they unexpectedly resonated with a possessed celestial demon puppet on the battlefield below. Within that celestial demon puppet lay a hidden ancient shaman spirit. In life, the old man had been a terrifying being who had refined an entire hell, but he met a tragic end through treachery, his fate showing him no mercy. After lying dormant in hell for over 3,000 years, on the verge of dissipation, it unexpectedly returned to the world through the shamaness. The old man intended to develop quietly, seeking an opportunity to escape in secret. As for killing the shamaness and Xingye in retaliation, he dared not even think of it. Setting aside the witch clan's inherent strangeness, the young man by the witch's side radiated an overwhelming aura of fate itself, so potent it was downright terrifying. Even in his current fragmented state, let alone if his true form had arrived, he wouldn't dare lay a finger on that boy. Now, however, he unexpectedly sensed the call of sacrificial power. His heart swelled with joy. Stealing divine offerings was his specialty, and he never imagined he'd need innate divine abilities to do it. Ha ha ha, truly heaven favors me. This sacrificial power, the weak, excels in its sheer volume and purity. Infused with the force of resentment, it's enough to restore 10% of my self-defense power in the short term. The old man let out a maniacal laugh from within the puppet's body, then began frantically absorbing the power emanating from the altar. The Goblin Emperor's eyes snapped open. Something felt terribly wrong. Sacrifices were meant to commune with ancient spirits, yet he hadn't even entered the realm of the ancient divine soul. Who dares steal the power of my royal lineage? The Goblin Emperor's eyes bulged with fury. He had staked the entire middle race on this gamble. Failure meant, a lowly goblin dares to know my name? Today, your kind shall have the honor of becoming the first source to restore this king's power. The old man's voice echoed within the Goblin King's mind. Before the words faded, the elder harnessed the power restored through sacrifice, shattering the puppet's constraints. Transforming into a dark shadow, he charged straight toward the Goblin Emperor. The Goblin Emperor was utterly horrified. He never imagined that the sacrificial ritual he had staked everything on would end up benefiting his enemies. Blood streamed from the Goblin Emperor's eyes. He seethed with hatred for the Beast Emperor. He had sent envoys demanding the Beast clan dispatch their celestial deity to hunt down Star Knight. Yet now, as the enemy attacked their very doorstep, the Beast Emperor remained utterly passive, allowing the Goblin clan to be annihilated.
I hate that I am not strong enough. The Goblin Emperor, now in his twilight years, relinquished his struggle and allowed the old man to possess him. All because the elder had promised him, give him your body, slay the Demon Emperor, and ensure the Goblin race survives. With the Goblin Emperor's demise, the sacrificial formation of the entire holy city collapsed. The surviving goblins within the city let out agonizing wails. Bodies littered the fields. Of the holy city's nearly 1 million inhabitants, fewer than 10,000 remained. Aboard the starship, Xingye and the shamanist Qilihua closely monitored the battlefield's developments. Suddenly, the Goblin Emperor's unusual movements caused Xingye and the others to frown. Before Xingye could react, a spirit entity erupted, slaying the Goblin Emperor and completing its possession in less than 3 breaths of speed so swift it was terrifying. Something's gone terribly wrong. Xingye's brow furrowed deeply. He sensed things spiraling out of control. Just then, a voice echoed in his mind. Hey, kid, hold your horses. I come bearing goodwill. Xingye's heart stirred, recognizing the voice as belonging to the witch spirit that had just slain the Goblin King. He replied in a deep voice, Who are you, elder? Seeking to possess this body? Ha. Reincarnation? That's a fine term. Pity this old man finds this body rather lacking. Time is short. I'll get straight to the point. Before Xuxing could recover, the old man continued, I hail from the age of the Nether Gods, the Nether King who ruled the 7th Nether Realm. I met a tragic end in an accident, nearly suffering complete annihilation. Now, this remnant soul is but a fraction, a mere tenth of my former self. You may address me as Old Lord Nether. I wish to propose a deal. What sort of deal? Xuxing didn't rush to refuse. Having established the premise of bargaining with the goddess, he was quite intrigued by the treasures held by these ancient monsters. Yet he remained constantly wary of the other party turning on him. The fact that this being could break free from the shamanist's control was akin to Madara escaping the impure world resurrection. Its power was unfathomably deep. Fortunately, the shaman possessed the clan's treasured artifact. At worst, they could summon the heavenly thunder again and destroy all these shamanic spirits. Haha, lad, I know you fear these witch spirits running wild too, especially those first few. TSK, that little girl is quite the force. With her own strength barely what it is, she managed to summon beings even I fear. If she weren't mentally unstable, she'd have long since fled to wreak havoc elsewhere. Xingye's heart sank. Yet the old man's words implied he held a solution. Elder, do you possess a method to control them? The old man rolled his eyes. You've got some nerve, kid. Thinking you could control them? Alas, I'm but a fragment of a soul, barely 1/10 of what I once was. Had I not unexpectedly intercepted vast offerings of sacrificial energy, I would never have regained my senses. Enough idle talk. Naturally, I wish to remain in this world, but I have no desire for these monsters to return with me. While I rebuild my strength, I can assist this girl in kicking every ancient monster hiding within these witch spirits back where they belong. The rest? Both this girl and I can easily suppress them. Keeping them as celestial demon puppets poses no real issue. What's the price? You can't possibly help me selflessly, can you? Xuxing asked in a deep voice. Chapter 78, The Shocked Beast Emperor. Freedom, naturally. He had been summoned by the witch before him. When he passed through that gate connecting the underworld to the mortal realm, he had forged a contract with her. Contracts impose too many restrictions on divine souls, especially for someone like him, a fragmented spirit. One misstep, and his enemies could exploit it. If he could return to the mortal realm through the Shrine Maiden, then his enemies could certainly find other ways to emerge. With the world on the brink of upheaval, having been resurrected prematurely, he had to be fully prepared. Senior, don't joke about this. The moment you're granted freedom, we'll likely meet our end, Xuxing refused without hesitation. Though the nearly 1,000 shaman spirits, those ancient monsters running amok, posed grave danger, as long as he was shameless enough and fast enough, these spirits would never target his companions first. The elder seemed to anticipate this refusal. Then I shall concede. How about we sign an equal contract? Wait, the elder's expression shifted slightly as he glanced toward the battlefield. The witch spirits at the forefront seemed to have noticed his disturbance. I shall first aid you in driving them back. The old man could bear it no longer. As fellow ancient immortals, he naturally sensed the terror emanating from these monsters. Should they awaken prematurely and gain sentience, the elder, though confident he could match others, needed to be peerless in this age. Driving these ancient monsters back would allow him to roam the mortal realm unchallenged, albeit temporarily. Yet in the struggle for the Tao, seizing the initiative was paramount. As the shamanic spirits on the battlefield underwent their strange transformations, the shaman goddess's expression darkened. She whispered to Xuxing, Master, the enemy is correct. Those few far surpass me in power. Once they fully awaken, even with my clan artifact, suppressing them will be difficult. Once they break free, they might not dare harm you too immediately, but those behind you, especially that young girl in the center, well, that's another story.
The old man's gaze was piercingly sharp, instantly discerning the nature of their relationship. Xu Xing was not one to hesitate. "Then we trouble you, senior." Not at all, the old man beamed. Compared to confronting ancient monsters, he'd much rather face that old hag of fate head-on. He had no intention of hunting down the youth before him. Though there was suspicion of exploitation, as long as the youth remained alive, that old hag of fate shouldn't care too much. Such were his thoughts, yet his hands moved with relentless speed. Not a day passed without sending these old acquaintances home, and not a day passed without his mind finding peace. "Young girl, open the gates of hell once more, this time, the seventh gate." The old man's touch transformed into a sky-darkening veil, casting its shadow across the entire star domain. The shamaness plunged her finger deep into her own heart, drawing forth several drops of her own blood. She dripped them onto the clan artifact, forcibly activating the second ancient character, Boundary. On the battlefield, as the shaman performed the forbidden ritual, the Elder Ming began to assist her. His form flickered in and out of existence within the void, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light as he guarded the shaman Chilua. The shamaness clutched the square seal of unknown stone in her hand. Divine patterns swirled upon it, channeling the ancient power it contained. The seventh gate of hell was far beyond her current comprehension, yet the urgency of the situation left her no room for hesitation. As the essence of her heart's blood spattered upon the seal, it erupted in a blinding radiance. A terrifying hellish force surged forth, tearing apart the barrier between reality and the underworld. The seventh hell's black gate crashed down. Within the black gate, the scenes of the 9 nether hells reappeared. A howling, icy wind raged, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and howls of beasts, as if intent on devouring all living beings. The old man Ming flickered, transforming into a dark shadow that plunged into the battlefield, charging straight toward the most formidable ancient monsters. "You old fools, get the hell back where you came from!" The Elder Ming roared, his hands forming seals as waves of nether god power surged from his body. Invisible chains coiled around the souls of the ancient monsters, binding them. Over a dozen ancient monsters were effortlessly sent back. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected turn occurred. One ancient vampire monster, moments from returning to hell, sensed the aura of the seventh hell's black gate and abruptly regained its wits. Its eyes instantly turned blood red, and a cruel, furious grin twisted its lips. The ancient blood demon roared, instantly splitting off a portion of its soul. This fragment transformed into a crimson beam of cursed light, hurtling toward the shrine maiden, Karara. Shaman Kairo's face paled. She hadn't anticipated any survivors slipping through the net, let alone one regaining consciousness at this critical moment to unleash such a terrifying blood curse. Damn it, the shrine maiden cursed inwardly. A vampire's blood curse meant becoming its slave. As the revered holy maiden of the witch clan, with her noble bloodline, how could she allow her lineage to be defiled? Just as the shaman prepared to self-detonate her physical form, transforming into a shamanic spirit to flee into her master's divine domain, the figure of the Elder Ming suddenly appeared before her. With a wave of his hands, a shield of nether god power materialized, forcibly blocking the blood curse's light. Alas, the blood curse still seared itself as a mark, etching itself into Ming's very soul. The ancient blood clan monster roared in fury, You'll pay for this." As the pull of the seventh hell gate grew ever stronger, the ancient vampire monster could do nothing but plummet relentlessly downward. "No! I refuse to accept this. I haven't tasted the blood of a maiden in millennia." The ancient vampire roared, but it was too late. His body was slowly sucked into the black gate, vanishing into the depths of the 9 hells. The old man Ming watched the ancient vampire being carried away, a sigh of relief escaping his heart. However, when he sensed the blood curse within his own body, his expression darkened once more. "Damn it, this is a bloody loss. For that little girl, I've offended the entire blood clan." Old man Ming cursed inwardly. Fortunately, the girl proved formidable. She had actually unlocked the 7th hell. Whether the old monsters sent back, especially that ancient blood clan patriarch, would survive their return was another matter entirely. Meanwhile, the annihilation of the goblin clan sent shockwaves through the entire beast tribe. Seated upon his lofty imperial throne, the beast emperor's eyes shimmered like shifting stars. Using the power of the divine artifact, he peered into the battlefield where Xingye fought, witnessing precisely the moment the 7th hell gate opened and the ancient blood clan monster unleashed its blood curse. What kind of power is this? To actually communicate with hell and unleash such a terrifying existence. That figure utterly transcended the barriers of Blue Star's mightiest warriors. The Beast Emperor was utterly horrified. As Blue Star's supreme powerhouse, he had explored no fewer than 3 mythical-level secret realms. Yet no monster within those realms could compare to the figure of that ancient blood clan ancestor. Looks like a trip to the blood clan is in order. The Beast Emperor's eyes flickered. He had memorized the final mark of the blood curse the blood clan had cast. That blood clan patriarch must have originated from the ancient era. Perhaps he was even a legendary figure from the Beast clan's ancient court. If he could uncover even a trace of their legacy, he would surely gain access to ancient inheritance. He had dismissed the rumors of humans discovering the Divine Maiden's coffin as mere drama, yet now it seemed the ancients had truly emerged. Chapter 79, Plunder.
As the last ancient blood clan monster plummeted into hell, the shaman's 7 orifices bled, instantly sealing the dimensional gate. Having opened the gate to the netherworld twice in quick succession, the heavenly Tao directly unleashed 3 bolts of purple divine lightning upon the shamaness. Whoa, the 7th bolt of the 9 heavens divine thunder. That's a treatment reserved for those who achieve godhood. The old man was startled at first, but then his body involuntarily drew closer to the shamaness. His expression darkened as he remembered the immense debt he owed her. As long as she didn't dissolve their contract, he'd have to keep shielding her from harm to repay that debt. Kid, she's your woman. Help block this. The old man shrieked, cursing inwardly as he steeled himself to stand before the shrine maiden. Had this been during the Elder's prime, mere celestial thunder would have been but a tickle. Yet now he was but a shattered soul, and souls feared divine thunder most of all, let alone the most terrifying of all, the thunder of the heavenly tribulation. The shamaness' face drained of color, her expression resigned to death. Master, you absolutely must not approach. If it comes to it, I will sacrifice this mortal body. The old man nearly cursed aloud. Damn it, if you abandon the witch clan's vessel, who will open the gates of hell? His remaining soul fragments were suffering in hell itself. Young girl, do not worry. I merely wish to borrow your master's body to withstand the divine thunder. I will never endanger his life. Besides, that boy is wrapped in destiny, he can't even die if he wanted to. Shu Xing peered through the demon refining pot at the thunderclouds gathering above the shamaness, his eyes gleaming. Heavenly tribulation thunder, forbidden, no quality distinction. Properties, primordial thunder. Capturable, converts heaven and earth thunder spirits. Joer, fuse the armor. As Shu Xing spoke, Joer dissolved into streams of black energy, instantly enveloping Shu Xing's entire body to form battle armor that fit him perfectly. Thunder patterns. Various thunder attribute patterns spontaneously evolved across the armor. Unfortunately, lacking divine patterns for reference, the combinations could only be considered semi-divine at best. Shu Xing leapt into the air, charging straight toward the thundercloud that had yet to fully condense. With Joer's full enhancement, his speed was so blindingly fast that even the old man couldn't follow it. The shrine maiden screamed, "Master, don't!" The shamaness believed Shu Xing was attempting to forcibly halt the heavenly tribulation for her sake. Shu Xing plunged straight toward the heart of the divine thunder, enveloped in the black, streamlined battle armor formed by Joer. Lightning patterns flickered across it like ancient totems. His eyes shone like stars, gleaming with the hunger for the heavenly thunder about to be his. The thunderbolt, nearing its final form, seemed to sense Shu Xing's approach. The wrath of the heavenly tribulation flared at the presence of this stranger. Those who defy heaven's might shall die. The first bolt of heavenly lightning struck instantly, carrying a destructive force that slammed violently into Shu Xing's body. Oomph, mere heavenly thunder. Shu Xing snorted coldly. Within him, the demon refining pot stirred restlessly, releasing an ancient aura. The heavenly thunderbolts poised to strike him vanished abruptly. The old man below stared in stunned disbelief. He had intended to intervene, yet witnessed this terrifying spectacle. The heavenly thunderbolt seemed to have been swallowed by Xingye. The moment the thunderbolt touched the lightning patterns surrounding Shu Xing, it seemed guided by an invisible force, drawn into the demon refining pot. A series of booms echoed from within the cauldron, the sound of the heavenly thunder being decomposed and refined. This was the first time Shu Xing had witnessed the demon refining cauldron making such a tremendous commotion. It seemed the heavenly thunder was indeed formidable. Soon, the first purple strand of heavenly Tao transformed into pure thunder essence, nourishing Shu Xing's physical body and divine soul. Unfortunately, the thunder spirit mentioned by the demon refining pot hadn't been refined at all. Continue. Since achieving physical godhood, Shu Xing had discovered that many thousand-year-old elixirs failed to enhance the physical body. Yet divine elixirs were too precious to consume raw solely for physical enhancement. Even a divine maiden wouldn't dare such extravagance. Shu Xing had prepared himself to neglect physical cultivation for the time being, unaware that heavenly thunder could also fortify his body. Feeling his physique grow stronger, the first bolt of heavenly thunder had boosted his physical strength by at least 10%, a terrifying figure. The power gained could easily slay a heavenly god. As the heavenly tribulation sensed the life below, the thunderclouds churned violently. The thunder's might surged abruptly, its range expanding relentlessly, as if poised to devour the entire world. It had never witnessed such an audacious being, daring to openly defy the heavenly tribulation in utter contempt for the majesty of heaven. Arrogant! The voice of the heavenly Tao echoed through the void. Heavenly fire rained down from the sky, warping the void and consuming everything in its path, intent on reducing Shu Xing to ashes. Yet Shu Xing only grew more elated. Heavenly fire, forbidden, no quality distinction. Properties, primordial fire. Can capture and transform celestial and terrestrial strange fires. He moved, charging headlong into the celestial flames. With a mere flick of his wrist, the demon refining pot activated once more, sucking even the fiery inferno into its depths. A more intense roar echoed within the cauldron, as if a fire god raged and struggled. Yet ultimately, it was subdued by the demon refining cauldron's power, transforming into the purest energy.
The fire energy split into 3 portions, one remained within the cauldron, one was given to Shu Xing, and the final portion was bestowed upon Jor.
Their physiques strengthened once more, and even Jor began smacking her lips. Master, it's delicious. I want more.
Alright, I'll go grab some more for you. Shu Xing gazed up at the sky, watching the heavenly tribulation still gathering and intensifying, yet he grew impatient. He charged into the thunderclouds of his own accord.
The power surging within him resonated with the demon refining pot. Jor, activate the concealment runes.
Shu Xing projected the demon refining pot, transforming it into a colossal divine vessel. A savage grin spread across his face as he aimed it at the heavenly tribulation.
Come out, all of you.
Shu Xing roared, forcibly yanking the second bolt of thunder still brewing within the storm clouds and sucking it directly into the demon refining pot. The heavenly thunder transformed into a thunder god, struggling and roaring within the cauldron, but ultimately succumbing to its overwhelming power. After refining 2 heavenly thunderbolts in succession, Shu Xing's physical body exploded, his entire being crackling with lightning as if the son of thunder had descended upon the world. Below, the shamaness Qilua and the old man beside her stared wide-eyed, frozen in place as they watched the scene unfold in the sky. Master, this.
Am I still half asleep, or caught in some illusion?
He had roamed the ancient world, possessing power formidable enough to reshape realms, yet he had never witnessed such a defiant being, one who dared to confront the heavenly tribulation, even harnessing the heavenly thunder as his own source of strength.
No.
That youth's physical form is terrifying beyond measure.
Even in the ancient era, he would be considered a top-tier figure.
But it's utterly impossible for a mortal body to withstand heavenly thunder directly. Heavenly thunder carries the forbidden, destructive power of the world. It's not something human strength can possibly oppose. The old man's gaze grew fierce. Even with only a fragment of his soul remaining, and despite Shu Xing having Jor arrange concealment runes, the old man still sensed something amiss. An ancient artifact shaped like a flask, the old man murmured to himself, searching his memories for a matching divine object. Alas, the fragmented soul carried only incomplete memories.
The shamaness Qilua was equally stunned.
As the sacred maiden of the shaman clan, she commanded the world's witchcraft and possessed the mystical power to communicate with the underworld.
Yet, when faced with the heavenly tribulation, she could only choose to evade it.
Yet her divine messenger treated the heavenly thunderbolts as if they were mere trifles, almost as if he were taunting them. The shaman knew full well that the divine messenger relied solely on his own power. Though the sacred beasts of the shaman clan were terrifying, they too were bound by the way of heaven.
An immature sacred beast could never withstand heavenly thunder head-on,
much less devour and refine the heavenly thunder in fire. Truly worthy of being her master, her judgment remained as unerring as ever.
Shaman Qilua's eyes shone brightly.
Witnessing Shu Xing's divine might, her cheeks flushed crimson, her straight legs clenched tightly together, overcome with excitement. Above, Shu Xing seemed to have caught the thrill. As he raised his head to meet the heavenly tribulation once more, he discovered that the third bolt of heavenly lightning, which should have struck down, was actually beginning to dissipate.
Shu Xing roared in fury, "Don't run! Have the guts to strike me dead!"
The heavenly Tao trembled with fury, yet more than anger, it felt unease. This being before it had transcended its comprehension. Not only had the first 2 heavenly thunderbolts failed to harm him, but his power had actually surged further. It was the heavenly tribulation, the authority that punished all beings under heaven, not some divine treasure meant to enhance power. Since it couldn't deal with the opponent in the short term, it was better to flee than become his nourishment. The heavenly tribulation made an unprecedented move. It halted the tribulation and fled decisively. Shu Xing and the others were stunned.
Shu Xing was stunned. If the heavenly tribulation fled, what would become of his physical body?
Opportunities to strengthen his physical form were scarce. The shamaness had coincidentally summoned the heavenly tribulation. Missing this chance meant it might never come again. Shu Xing wanted to pursue it, but found himself unable to follow. In frustration, Shu Xing cursed, "You coward! Calling this a heavenly tribulation? It's nothing but a tickle to me." The shamaness and the old man stared in disbelief. To encounter someone so terrifying, someone who chased after the heavenly tribulation, demanding it, was truly unprecedented. Calling him the first of his kind in all of history would be no exaggeration. As the heavenly tribulation dissipated, the shaman Qilua and the old man snapped out of their shock. They gazed at Shu Xing, their eyes filled with
admiration. "Master, are you all right?"
Priestess Qilua asked cautiously, her eyelids fluttering as she observed Shu Xing, whose body radiated lightning energy. Even from a distance, she could sense the terrifying power surging within the messenger.
Shu Xing sighed. "I am hurt. Very badly." "What?" Kirara gasped. "Where are you hurt, master?" "I'll cast healing magic for you." Cough cough. Kirara coughed up a mouthful of blood.
Though the heavenly tribulation hadn't directly harmed her, she had nearly drained her essence dry from forcibly opening the gates of hell twice. Shu Xing produced 2 5,000-year-old spiritual herbs.
"Eat these to heal. I'm unharmed, though it's a pity I missed capturing the final heavenly tribulation." The old man regarded Shu Xing with a complex expression.
He had never encountered such a brazenly shameless individual. Haha, youngster, you've got quite the repertoire of tricks. The old man chuckled, his tone laced with teasing and testing. Shu Xing offered only a faint smile, saying nothing more. The more mysterious his strength and identity became, the more wary the old man would be, and that was precisely what Shu Xing desired. As the heavenly tribulation dissipated, this farce finally drew to a close. Shu Xing's gaze swept down toward the shattered ruins of the Goblin Holy City. The surviving goblin tribesmen knelt in unison, wailing pitifully for mercy. They pledged to surrender every sacred artifact and divine relic within their clan, begging for their lives. The old man cleared his throat twice. His body was still that of the Goblin Emperor, and he hadn't forgotten the promise he'd made to the Goblin Emperor. Well then, young friend Xingya, what if we spare them? As the old saying goes, saving a life is like building a 7-tiered pagoda. These are hundreds of thousands of lives. Seeing Shu Xing's unflinching expression, the elder sighed inwardly. He was a ruthless one, indeed. But the elder owed the Goblin Emperor already. He owed him far too much to take on more debt. Young friend, I can curse these goblins. I swear they will never trouble you again. Release them, and I pledge to serve you faithfully for 10 years. Within that time, I shall safeguard your safety, resolve minor troubles for you, and impart all the knowledge I have accumulated throughout my life. Shu Xing's eyes lit up. Old master, I shall certainly heed your words. But as for their treasures, I won't be so polite. As Shu Xing spoke, countless crimson-red parasitic insects swarmed forth from the divine realm. These were little creatures Joer had bred out of boredom, perfectly suited for gathering spiritual artifacts from the battlefield. The Battle of the Holy City had nearly wiped out the Goblin clan's leadership, yet most of their clan treasuries remained intact. Endless swarms of bugs descended like locusts, sweeping away spirit stones, elixirs, cultivation techniques, divine weapons, and sharp tools, all carried away. Having stood for over 3 centuries, the Goblin Holy City now yielded all its treasures to Shu Xing. The old man couldn't be bothered with the trash below. His mind was consumed with scheming, how to gain the youngster's trust, how to extract information about that artifact that absorbed the heavenly tribulation, how to get him to help retrieve the other scattered souls. Shu Xing remained oblivious to the old man's scheming. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care much. With his current strength, he feared nothing, not even the old man's treacherous intentions. 12 billion high-grade spirit stones, 100 million supreme spirit stones, 10,000 divine stones, 12 medicinal gardens, 12 goblin statues, 7 pieces of divine essence material. Excellent. A rich haul. And an ancient alchemy furnace to boot. Shu Xing was thoroughly satisfied, his resentment toward the goblins who had hunted him steadily diminishing. Of course, he had no intention of sparing Wang Chen of the Wang clan, the mastermind behind it all. A mere Goblin Holy City had yielded such vast resources for him. If he were to plunder the Wang clan, the divine family of the capital. Shu Xing shook his head repeatedly. With his current strength, he likely couldn't shake the entire Wang family, and besides, the Great Xia Empire wouldn't let him take action against the entire clan. Elder Ming, I'll spare these goblins for your sake, but... Old Ming beamed with delight. Young friend, what is your command? Speak freely. The contract is sealed. For the next 10 years, whatever within my power to do, command it freely. He had come from ancient times. Even with his fragmented divine soul, he possessed many arts and techniques unseen in the present world. The same held true for the young girl before him. The elder could sense the weight of history emanating from the shamaness. Shu Xing produced a drop of Wang Chen's blood. A simple matter. Find a human for me. Here is their portrait and blood. The blood had naturally been taken during the auction. Revenge may wait a decade, but Shu Xing. Starlight was no gentleman. His current identity was that of a divine embryo from another realm. Those who provoked him would face merciless slaughter. He hoped the Wang family would know better. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to make enemies with the entire clan. As long as the Wang family's celestial deities didn't intervene, he was confident in his invincibility. The old man chuckled darkly, thinking, that unlucky soul again, daring to provoke this demonic star. A simple matter. Leave it to me. With the extinction of the Goblin clan and the Beast Emperor's unusual movements, the entire demonic race plunged into turmoil. 10,000 meters beneath the deep sea, the Sea Clan princess lay bored on her bed. Beside her lay a slender, naked figure. Su Xiaoyun glared at the woman before her, her anger flaring. Auntie, watch your image. If the third prince next door finds out about your behavior, he'll definitely... He'd call off the engagement? Auntie's eyes lit up. Then hurry and tell him. I couldn't care less about that cold fish. Su Xiaoyun rolled her eyes. He's handsome, incredibly powerful, ranked 3rd on the Demon Clan's genius list. He'd be more than suitable for an old woman like you. Auntie didn't even flinch at being called an old hag. She just snorted. So you're that interested in him? Fine, I'll let you have him. Auntie, I just feel like that pretty boy you've got your eye on is pretty great. Chapter 80, Su Xiaoyun and Auntie. Su Xiaoyun instantly flew into a rage, standing up and placing her hands on her hips as she addressed her aunt directly. Su Qin, he's barely an adult. Just turned 18? Perfect.
Strong and healthy, easy to mold.
Su Qin also stood up, spreading her arms wide to reveal vast swaths of snow-white skin. Her chest swayed with her movements, making Su Xiaoyun's expression grow even darker.
TSK, your auntie here keeps herself in such great shape. Much better looking than those human foxes with all their makeup. Su Qin cooed and cooed, striking pose after pose before the mirror, showcasing her alluring figure to the fullest. Unfortunately, Su Xiaoyun couldn't be bothered to admire it.
She grabbed the pink blanket and yanked it hard, wrapping it tightly around Su Qin's entire body, eyes and nose included.
Su Qin yelped and tumbled to the floor. Su Xiaoyun, you ambushed your own aunt. I'm telling your dad. Su Xiaoyun sneered coldly, you're hundreds of years old and still threatening to tell your parents? Don't you feel embarrassed? Hundreds of years old? By human standards, your auntie is only 28, still in the prime of her charm. Oh dear, young humans seem to adore this type, don't they?
Su Qin discovered the quilt wrapped around her felt surprisingly comfortable. She lay sprawled on the floor, wriggling like a worm every now and then. Su Xiaoyun watched her sister, who couldn't even be bothered to struggle, and felt a wave of exhaustion wash over her. Ever since getting scolded after that last incident, Su Qin had given up entirely. She'd abandoned all cultivation practices and instead turned her attention to studying human storybooks and melodramatic TV series. Day after day, she clutched her tablet, binge-watching shows and munching on sunflower seeds. Over the past year, she depolished off tens of thousands of pounds of them. She never left her room, spending all her time lying in bed watching shows. Not only did she neglect cultivation, but she even needed her meals brought to her. Now it had gotten to the point where she had to be fed fruit. If it weren't for her desire to further study human habits, Su Qin probably wouldn't even bother eating. After all, with her cultivation level, she could easily go 10 days or even half a month without food and still be fine. Hey, Xiaoyun, when are we leaving? Your pretty boy's already headed for the capital. At his pace, he'll probably be there within 3 days. Auntie poked her head in, eyes sparkling with anticipation as she looked at Su Xiaoyun. She was utterly fascinated by human life. After devouring human romance novels for a year, she now yearned for a sweet, heartfelt romance of her own. As for cultivation? She was already at the peak of the heavenly god realm. The next step was immortal god, and it was said that stepping into that realm would greatly diminish one's emotions and desires. She didn't want to live like a machine, she'd rather delay her breakthrough. Su Xiaoyun snorted coldly. What's the rush? We're leaving tonight. Once he picks a university, we'll enroll together. Sure thing, sure thing. As long as you take auntie along, I'll do whatever you say. Su Xiaoyun sighed in resignation. Landing this auntie was truly a blessing of 3 lifetimes. What identity did your old man arrange for me? It can't be the same as yours, a student, right? Auntie flipped her hair. My mature aura doesn't fit that either. Gross, Su Xiaoyun spat, rolling her eyes. He's an English teacher. Huh, teacher-student romance? How thrilling. Su Qin. Su Xiaoyun broke down, screaming as she yanked at the sheets. In the human clan, teacher-student romances are forbidden. Oh, don't try to fool your auntie. I've studied human laws. Romance isn't a crime. But it's immoral. Morality? I'm a C clan. What use do I have for human morality? Su Qin declared with deadpan seriousness. Su Xiaoyun nearly choked on her anger. Fine, do as you please. With your lazy ways, can't wash clothes or cook, don't know how to take care of yourself or make money, just a pretty face who spends money on eating and drinking, shushing would never be interested in you. Oof, that's not necessarily true. Auntie here is gorgeous. If I just walk right up to him, I don't believe he won't be tempted. What about a man's true nature? Ha! With me around, let's see how you'll flirt with him, Su Xiaoyun thought bitterly. After all, Xu Xing was his destined partner. Though fate hadn't revealed their exact relationship, it didn't matter, Su Xiaoyun would figure it out herself. Right now, she only felt admiration for Xu Xing. There was truly no romantic attraction between them. A destined connection didn't necessarily mean they were soulmates. As for her aunt, her standards were sky high. Right now, she was probably just teasing Su Xiaoyun, using Xu Xing as an excuse to refuse the Sea Clan's marriage proposal. She likely didn't fancy Xu Xing at all. Oh, and Xu Xing has changed his identity. He goes by Xing Yi now, claiming to be a divine embryo from another realm. Don't slip up and reveal his true identity, Su Xiaoyun cautioned. She feared her scatterbrained aunt might blurt out his true identity. Her aunt rolled her eyes. Auntie here is sharp as a tack. I wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. You can count on me. Precisely because you're my aunt, I can't trust you. Once you're there, just focus on teaching the alien language. Don't go stirring up trouble everywhere. Ugh, my head hurts. I'm going to sleep. Oh, and get me a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. Su Qin deliberately stood up, her eyes serious. What for? Su Xiaoyun looked at her, expecting something serious. Little did she know, Su Qin's next words nearly broke her resolve again. In those romance novels, foreign language teachers are always mature women with gold-rimmed glasses, the ultimate goddesses of youth among the boys. Su Xiaoyun gritted her teeth. Go buy them yourself.
I'm heading back. Pack your own clothes.
We're leaving sharp at midnight.
What? Midnight? That means no sleeping in.
Su Qin gasped, scrambling back under the covers to catch some extra sleep.
As for clothes? What was the point of packing them?
The human race had so many beautiful outfits.
She'd been eyeing them for a year. This trip was all about shopping till she dropped for new clothes.
Her little stash still held a few 100 million top-grade spirit stones. That should keep her busy for quite some time. If it wasn't enough, she'd worry about it later.
News of the Goblin clan's annihilation finally reached the human capital.
When the major clans and academies of the capital heard that Xingyi alone had annihilated the entire goblin race, their first reaction was utter disbelief. The goblin race, while not powerful, still boasted several thousand heavenly gods and over a dozen half-step immortal gods.
And this was wiped out by Xingyi, a mere demigod? What utter nonsense!
They initially believed it was an exaggeration by alien races, an attempt to provoke the human race.
However, as a video recording was transmitted back, the leaders of the noble families and academies fell into collective silence. Witnessing witchcraft reappear in history, seeing the gates of hell open, watching Xingyi single-handedly plunder heavenly thunder and fire. He is still a demigod, right?
He attained godhood through physical ascension, yet his spiritual energy realm hasn't surpassed that of a heavenly god.
So, he must be. How many heavenly gods could you defeat at your demigod level? 3.
Merely clashing 5 statues.
So, what if we annihilate them?
The weakest present possessed peak heavenly god strength, while the strongest boasted immortal god power. In their youth, each had been a prodigy of their generation, hailed as peerless geniuses or once-in-a-millennium talents.
Yet even at their peak as demigods, they could barely match opponents across a single major realm. As for annihilation that existed only in the annals of history.
Yet witnessing this scene now, the crowd felt as if they were in a dream.
Xingyi, what on earth did you bring back with you? This is absolutely incredible.
The great upheaval of heaven and earth is about to begin.
Mythical realms are invading the mortal world with increasing frequency.
We were still worrying about our descendants, but now. The elders gazed at the youth Xingyi in the image, their eyes filled with awe. A single thought surged through their minds: if we could bring him into Great Xia, if we could cultivate him to the immortal god realm.
A mere mythical realm? A mere ancient forbidden monster?
Crush them both with a single punch.
Chapter 81, Entering the Capital.
Xu Xing prepared to board the starship back to the capital, but first, he must track down the mastermind behind it all, Wang Chen. Old Ming formed seals with both hands, murmuring incantations as a mysterious force surged from his body, the ancient art of soul pursuit. Young friend, let us see if this art can help you find your enemy. Old Ming's voice carried a hint of satisfaction. Though he was but a fragment of a soul, the power of ancient arts was no trivial matter. Eyes tightly shut, a divine radiance flickered around his body, as if resonating with some mysterious force within the heavens and earth. Moments later, he snapped his eyes open, a sharp gleam flashing within.
Found him. That brat is hiding right here.
Old Ming's finger pointed at the map of Great Xia. The Starfleet captain beside him immediately reported the coordinates.
That's the Wang family estate in the capital. He actually dared to return there. The Starfleet captain hadn't forgotten Wang Chen's alliance with the alien races. For humans to join forces with aliens to frame Xingyi, a peerless genius on the verge of joining Great Xia, was utterly absurd and utterly heartless. Had Xingyi been weaker, he likely would have been assassinated by the Goblin clan long ago. Then, Great Xia would have lost a genius destined to reach the realm of immortal gods in the future. How was this any different from treason?
That the Wang clan would still shelter him proved it. The immortal god Wang clan was deeply corrupt. Alas, his power is too limited to punish them. May the one before him serve as a deterrent. In the capital of Great Xia, within the Wang family's residence, a beam of divine light sliced through the void, piercing through 10,000 miles to lock onto Wang Chen's location.
Depart.
As Xu Xing's command fell, the starship captain immediately activated the vessel, initiating hyperspace traversal. Standing on the deck, Elder Ming chuckled darkly. This old man is eager to see just how capable that brat is, daring to offend our young friend. With the roar of engines, the starship transformed into a streak of light, tearing through the void and heading straight for the capital of the Great Xia Empire. Meanwhile, within the Wang family manor, Wang Chen knelt in the grand hall, his eyes red and swollen, his face streaked with tears. Before him sat a stern-faced middle-aged man, the head of the Wang family, his father.
Father, you must save me.
Xingyi will never let me off, Wang Chen wailed, his voice tinged with despair. He never imagined Xingyi possessed such terrifying power. He had allied with the goblins, intending to kill him completely. Yet, the hundreds of celestial gods sent by the goblins had all been slaughtered. While he was still reeling from the shock of Xingyi's power, the man had personally stormed into the goblin holy city. Wang Chen's mood shifted from gloom to hope, praying the goblin emperor would crush this overconfident upstart with a single blow. Yet, he never imagined the entire goblin clan would be annihilated. Though the Wang clan was a revered immortal lineage, its total number of heavenly god-level experts fell short of the goblin race. Were it not for the support of their ancient ancestor, an immortal deity, the Wang clan might not even compare to the goblins.
Now, the opponent he had casually provoked could effortlessly annihilate the entire goblin race. If that opponent were to march on the Wang family, Wang Chen could already envision his fate. For the sake of their interests, the clan would undoubtedly hand him over without hesitation. Father! Brother! Save me! I'll apologize to him, just don't kill me. Wang Chen was utterly panicked. Survival was all that mattered now, dignity was meaningless. The Wang family patriarch frowned deeply. He was heartbroken by his eldest son's cowardice, but he also knew Xingye's power, a terrifying force capable of annihilating an entire goblin clan. The Wang family dared not provoke such a threat lightly. The patriarch sighed. There was no choice, this was his son, and no matter how foolish, he must be saved. Elders, do you have any suggestions? One elder immediately rose, clasping his hands respectfully. Head of the family, in my humble opinion, having the young master offer his apologies would be the best course of action. The second elder frowned. But our Wang family is a lineage of immortals and gods. How can we bow to a mere upstart? If we do that, how will our family ever maintain its standing in the capital? Bah! At a time like this, you still care about face? The young master actually colluded with foreign tribes. Forget seeking official aid, the authorities won't even list us as traitors. Do you wish to bury the entire Wang clan with him? The first elder roared. The family head immediately cleared his throat. Well, elder, the boy was deceived by outsiders. It's hardly treason, the charge is far too severe. The grand elder snorted coldly. Whether he's a traitor isn't for us to decide, that's for the higher-ups to determine. Beware a full investigation from above. How could any of us old fools withstand scrutiny? The grand elder was panicking too. He dreaded an investigation from above. Having held this position for decades, how could he possibly be without blemish? In his view, handing over Wang Chen to spare the entire Wang clan was the most advantageous course of action. So what if he was the clan chief's son? He wasn't his own flesh and blood. Besides, even if it were his own son, dead is dead. One death could be replaced by countless others. Was that really so difficult to decide? The hall erupted into heated debate. Half the elders demanded appeasement, a few vehemently opposed, while others feigned ignorance, refusing to engage. Just then, a deafening crash echoed as the Wang family gates were violently smashed open by immense force. Amidst swirling dust, a starship slowly glided in, coming to a halt outside the hall. Wang Chen, come out and die. Xingye's icy voice echoed throughout the entire capital. Oh ho, the main event has arrived. Representatives from other noble families and university leaders all turned their gaze toward the sky above the Wang family estate, their expressions twisted with curiosity. Gazing at the battered starship, each wore a look of bewilderment. The image of Xingye within seemed like a god of death, yet it remained just an image. They all yearned to witness his true form in person. Xingye, what do you think? The old dean of Tianfu University turned to Yi Qingge beside him with a gentle look. Hee, master, I'll be watching from the sidelines, of course, Yi Qingge joked. The old dean understood. So confident in him? Of course. Haven't you seen his battle record, Dean? The dean shook his head. Those are external aids. This old man isn't senile yet. Yi Qingge shrugged. What of it? His external resources are still things he's earned himself. Take the Witch Clan's sacred maiden by his side. We've encountered Witch Clan members before. In the mythic secret realm, whenever we cross paths with ancient beings, we inevitably face all manner of misfortune. Forget subduing them, we can't even get close. Yi Qingge knew full well that Xu Xing possessed a destiny that even ancient goddesses envied. Now that Xu Xing had gained momentum, his rise was unstoppable. The Wang family? Merely stepping stones. The old dean couldn't deny this. Even so, the shamaness even with that elder could only oppose ordinary immortals and gods at best. The Wang family, however, possesses a level 6 immortal god ancestor. Yi Qingge sneered coldly, if he dares to intervene, I'll cleave him in two with a single sword strike. Knowing full well I am Xingye's protector, yet they did nothing to stop their own descendants from causing trouble for him. A duel between juniors might be tolerable, but for them to dare conspire with outsiders to frame my disciple. If not for Xingye's formidable strength and cunning, my first and only disciple would be dead. At this, Yi Qingge's eyes flashed with savage intent. He had sworn to the goddess to protect Xu Xing's safety. If anything happened to her, Yi Qingge dared not imagine the consequences. Today, the Wang family's old fossil had better not intervene. Should they dare, any immortal or deity who dares to act shall be slain without mercy. Yeking unleashed the heavenly revelation divine art, brandishing his blade as he swept his murderous gaze across the elite of the capital's aristocratic families. Chapter 82, Crushing the Wang Clan. Wang Chen, come out and die. Xu Xing's roar echoed across half of Shangjing. He deliberately shattered the Wang family's main gate. The elders gathered in the Wang family's inner courtyard flushed crimson. Staring at the shattered gates and hearing the young upstart's tirade, their faces burned scarlet. How dare he? How dare this upstart brat act so insolently? This is the Wang family estate. The Wang family elders glared angrily.
Though they harbored thoughts of reconciliation, surrender was unthinkable, let alone bowing to a mere brat and admitting fault. Punishing Wang Chen was acceptable. Forcing him to apologize was tolerable. After all, one man could not represent the entire Wang family.
Wang Chen could be disgraced, but the Wang family could not.
Xingye Shu Xing grew cold.
How dare he insult me? Shut up.
With a casual flick of her wrist, Xingye struck the second elder, the loudest voice of dissent within the inner courtyard, across the face. With his peak heavenly god cultivation, how could the second elder dodge? Xingye's current power knew no equal beneath immortal gods. Thud. The second elder's right cheek shattered, sending him flying backward over 10 meters to crash into the wall behind him. Crash. The elders in the Wang family's inner courtyard were stunned. They all rose to their feet, their eyes fixed on Xingye, filled with shock and fury. You dare.
Dare my ass. One more question, are you handing over the person or not?
Xingye's face was cold as ice. He swept his gaze around the room, his expression filled with contempt.
A bunch of cowardly, useless trash.
Xingye turned his gaze back to Wang Chen, who was cowering in the corner, shivering. He sneered, Wang Chen, I'd recognize you even if you were reduced to ashes.
What's there to hide from? Why wouldn't I hide when you deliberately provoked me at the auction? Why wouldn't I hide when you colluded with outsiders to hunt me down? Wang Chen stammered, unable to lift his gaze toward Xingye. The head of the Wang family was furious. What kind of creature had he fathered? But he was still his child. Wang Lin, the head of the Wang family, steeled himself and stepped forward. Young friend, we've looked into the matter. It's true that Chinner was in the wrong, but he's still young. Your mother. I'm barely a few years old myself. Xingye snapped irritably. And he's 18. Even by your standards, he's an adult. He's an adult and still acting like a bloody child? What a shameless old fool. No wonder he raised such a shameless brat. The Wang family head's face twitched, murderous intent spilling from him, nearly shattering his cultivation techniques. This brat before him was truly an alien race, utterly lacking in manners. Young friend, matters have come to this. Besides, you haven't caused any major trouble. Of course, wrongdoing must be compensated for. Xingye sneered coldly, so the entire Wang family is willing to pay for his actions? The Wang family patriarch cleared his throat. I personally, along with several elders, are willing to bear the consequences. But not every mistake can be bought off. Wang Lin, the family head, forced a smile. Young friend, name your price. Whether we can afford it, well, that's something we'll have to discuss. Xingye burst into laughter. Very well. Then transfer all your Wang family's assets in the capital to my name. Impossible. Wang Lin, you are merely the head of the family, not the patriarch. The Elders' Council will never allow you to trample the Wang family like this. Before the Wang family head could react, a group of elders leapt forward in protest. If the entire family estate were transferred, these elders would all face bankruptcy, a fate more cruel than death itself. Wang Lin had never intended to agree to Xingye's outrageous proposal, but seeing the drunken faces of the other elders enraged him to the point of slamming his fist on the table. Silence. I am not only the head of the Wang family, but also a half-step immortal god. With a great enemy at our doorstep, I shall safeguard the clan's interests. Wang Lin unleashed a torrent of scathing rebuke upon the elders before turning to his trembling eldest son. With a hardening resolve, he struck Wang Chen across the back. Son, I'm sorry. From now on, I'll support you for the rest of your life. Just stay home and live out your days in peace. Wang Lin's brutal spiritual energy surged into his son Wang Chen's body, ruthlessly shattering his meridians. Wang Chen let out a piercing scream, Father. Wang Lin's heart clenched violently. But upon seeing Xingye's expressionless face, he immediately sealed Wang Chen's mouth shut, allowing the spiritual energy to slowly destroy his meridians and divine domain. Young friend, I personally crippled this unfilial son and am willing to offer 100 billion high-grade spirit stones. I only hope this satisfies you. Wang Lin, the head of the Wang family, murmured, his voice devoid of emotion. Xingye shook his head. Not enough. Veins bulged on Wang Lin's temples as his eyes turned bloodshot. He glared at Xingye and growled, What else do you want, young friend? His life. Wang Lin's rage turned to laughter. You truly wish to go down in flames, boy? Xingye chuckled lightly. Sink or swim? The net breaking? It's just not strong enough. Seeing the disgust on your faces, I've had enough. Anyone watching would think you're the victims. Colluding with foreign tribes deserves extermination of your entire clan. I only demand you hand over one person, yet you still think I'm overstepping. Absolutely laughable. Wang Chen roared, but you're fine. I've been crippled. What more do you want? I want you dead. Xingye cut to the chase, sweeping his right hand to summon hundreds of celestial demon puppets. Wang Chen, you want to live? Simple. Survive 10 breaths among these heavenly demon puppets. Xingye gave him a look that said, I'm giving you a chance. But when Wang Chen looked up at these malevolent celestial demon puppets, his entire body trembled. They're all ancient demon king puppets at the peak of the heavenly god realm. You're so cruel. I'm just a worthless, yet you. Bull. I'm only at the demigod realm myself.
You knew my cultivation level, yet you still allied with the alien races, sending hundreds of heavenly god puppets, even half-step immortal gods. Compared to you, this young master is downright benevolent.
Put. Wang Chan's rage overwhelmed him.
Combined with his crippled body, he coughed up blood and collapsed unconscious. Xingyi suddenly turned to the Wang family patriarch. You seem to be his father. If a child goes astray, the fault lies with the parent.
Since you're so eager to save him, why don't you try saving him yourself? 300 heavenly demon puppets.
If you can hold out for half a day, I'll release him.
How about it? The Wang family head's face twitched.
Staring at the ancient celestial demon puppets before him, he recalled the scenes from the footage where these puppets tore apart goblins of the same realm.
Shame and rage surged through him. Boy, I see you're purely provoking the Wang family.
You show no willingness to negotiate. Xingyi remains silent.
Fear of death is fear of death.
Seems you don't love him as much as you claimed.
The Wang family head roared with fury. Wang Ironguard, step forward. Kill him. Boy, we gave you a chance. You didn't seize it. Don't blame us for not showing General Yi face.
Wang Lin murmured, his words seeming directed both at the higher-ups and as an excuse to himself.
As Wang Lin's words fell, 500 members of the Wang Ironguard appeared instantly within the clan.
Each wore golden armor and wielded a long sword, everyone possessing the strength of a heavenly god. This was the Wang clan's accumulated might over 1,000 years.
As a lineage of immortals and gods, their strength was undeniable.
The Wang family patriarch knew Xingyi possessed formidable power, but the reason Xingyi could slaughter the goblin clan in the footage likely relied heavily on external forces. Particularly the terrifying technique of summoning hell by the shamaness. If this were in the outer domains, the head of the Wang family would truly dare not casually antagonize Xingyi.
But this was Blue Star. All alien races entering Blue Star faced terrifying suppression. Summoning the forbidden hell was out of the question. The head of the Wang family was confident the shamaness could no longer wield such forbidden arts. The same applied to the elder beside Shushing. As a remnant soul from ancient times, even with astonishing power, descending to Blue Star would have his strength at the very least. Thus, the Wang family patriarch was confident that even if a fight broke out, the advantage would be theirs. A venerable immortal lineage, could they truly bow to some upstart alien brat? Kill. 500 members of the Wang Ironguard charged toward Xingyi in unison. Xingyi coldly stared at this group of useless fools, letting out a low, deep roar. Get lost. The 500 Wang Ironguards were swept aside as if by a gale, staggering backward. Their faces twisted in horror as they stared at Xingyi, nearly dropping their swords. Never mind Xingyi's divine physical form, even his mythical great beast spirit alone, the all-devouring parasite, was beyond their ability to withstand. When a mythical great beastmaster unleashed its aura, all beastmasters under heaven would tremble in fear. On Blue Star, a beastmaster's combat prowess depended largely on the beast within them. Xingyi turned to look at Elder Ming. Elder Ming, let me taste the power of the ancients. I shall destroy them myself. Ha 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 ha. Good lad. Your killing intent is so potent, excellent, excellent. But my power is truly terrifying. Once I begin transferring it, I fear I won't be able to stop anytime soon. Then all the better. Xingyi flexed his fleshly body. Having attained godhood through his physical form, he was confident it could contain boundless spiritual energy. At the demigod realm, his spiritual energy had long failed to keep pace with his strength. Each time he acted, he relied solely on his physical might. Yet no matter how formidable his body became, it could only make him a brute. A cultivator should wield various divine arts. Coincidentally, the goddess had imparted too many divine techniques to him. Tormented by the limitations of his own realm's spiritual energy, he could only simulate their use in his mind. Now, with this opportunity, Xingyi could test his newfound abilities on these men. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, a good thing. With Yi Qingge by his side, he was confident any disaster could be resolved. Besides, ridding the people of a menace, how could that be considered a disaster? The Netherlord let out a loud laugh, then swiftly drew talismans with both hands. A vast, eerie surge of spiritual energy poured into Xingyi's body. The elder was equally fascinated by Xingyi's physical form. Even in his prime, at comparable cultivation levels, his own body couldn't match that of the youth before him. He wanted to see just how formidable such a terrifying physique, paired with boundless spiritual energy, could become. As the crowd watched Xingyi float motionless with eyes closed, Wan Quan, the second elder of the Wang clan, sneered. So he's supposed to be powerful? Yet he still needs to borrow spiritual energy from others. Boy, at this point, you still think you can play mysterious? A mere demigod. Without General Ye's aid, what are you but a nobody? Die. A heavenly god from the Wang family, a level 9 heavenly god just one step away from becoming a half-immortal, was the first to attack. His strength ranked among the elite of the entire capital. Xingyi's eyes snapped open. In that instant, the entire world seemed to plunge into an endless netherworld hell, filled with countless wails and howls of the damned. Xingye stood like a god demon emerging from the deepest abyss, his aura surging wildly, boundless and limitless. "Jor, don't waste it," Xingye murmured indifferently. With a flick of his wrist, he struck the Wang family's heavenly god. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. Xingye plunged a hand into the divine sea, snatched out the soul, and tossed it to Jor. She made a couple of smacking sounds before spitting it out. "Master, it's bitter." The shrine maiden nearly burst out laughing. "Holy beast, that's because it committed too many evils and its soul suffered too many curses. Huh, this tastes awful. Here, have it." Seeing her master persistently tossing the soul fragments her way, Jor felt she couldn't refuse and could only fling it to the shrine maiden. The shrine maiden's expression froze. "Ahem, holy beast, I dare not swallow it." In this world, aside from the holy beast, only certain beings from the underworld could devour soul fragments raw. A soul essence contained a lifetime of memories and sins. If one couldn't purify it quickly after consuming it, it would easily contaminate one's own divine soul, causing severe spiritual depletion. Almost no one dared to swallow a divine soul raw. Jor then turned to Old Ming. With him, she held no such courtesy. "Old man, you eat it." Old Ming didn't take offense, chuckling instead. "This old man can't handle it either. Best if the sacred beast keeps it for himself. But I can teach the sacred beast a minor technique to purge the sins from these souls. That might improve the taste a bit." Jor's eyes lit up. "Great. You're a good man." The old master of the netherworld smiled and proceeded to impart the technique. He could sense the noble bloodline flowing through Jor's veins, and astonishingly, she carried the aura of an ancient divine maiden. It was wise to cultivate such a connection. Deaths continued to mount on the Wang family's side. Fortunately, their conversation went unheard by the others, otherwise, their minds would likely shatter. To die and have even one's soul devoured alive. Wang Quan, the second elder of the Wang family, felt a chill run through his heart. How could he suddenly become so terrifying? How could borrowed spiritual energy be so terrifying? Wasn't he afraid his body couldn't withstand it? Wang Quan, of course, knew nothing of Xingye's current physical prowess. At that very moment, Xingye's gaze locked onto Wang Quan. Instantly, Wang Quan felt an indescribable terror. Almost simultaneously, he activated a divine grade talisman, his form vanishing into the void as he fled deep into the Wang family compound. Xingye wasted no time. His fingertip lightly tapped the void, causing blood to spatter through the air, accompanied by Wang Quan's agonized scream. Xingye, you bastard!" Hearing the second elder's agonized scream, the once menacing Wang family elders now felt uneasy. They realized Xingye dared to kill one of their own. Xingye took a step forward. "What? Weren't you going to kill me? I'm giving you the chance if you have the guts. You insolent brat, don't get cocky." 6 half-step immortal god elders of the Wang family launched a joint assault. Xingye formed seals with both hands. Grayish-black spiritual energy surged skyward, coalescing into the shadow of a colossal netherworld ghost dragon. Its massive jaws snapped open, sucking in and devouring the divine souls of all 6 Wang family elders. Moments later, the 6 combat immortals' eyes were hollow, leaving only bodies brimming with vital essence. Xingye tossed the 6 bodies to the shamaness, who accepted them with delight. 6 more prime puppet bodies. "House Wang, your greatest mistake was raising a hand against me. Today, you shall witness the divine arts of my clan." Xingye never forgot his current identity, a divine embryo from another realm. Targeting the Wang family was deliberate, a move to ensure the world would see him and Xu Xing as completely separate entities. Slaying immortal sword. Behind Xingye, a colossal void sword materialized. Fueled by boundless spiritual energy, its power far exceeded his expectations. 9,999 starlight sword beams shot skyward. With a light flick of Xingye's finger, the beams locked onto the Wang family. Chapter 83, The Examiner. The Wang family's protective clan array activated. The starlight sword beams slammed into the protective formation, causing it to crack inch by inch. Countless Wang family members watched in horror, but the sword beams showed no mercy. Under this overwhelming force, countless souls were obliterated. "Humph, this turtle shell is surprisingly tough. I'll see if you can withstand this strike." Xingye's cold voice echoed as his physical form merged with his spiritual energy, transforming into a sword-wielding Vajra. The Vajra's eyes blazed with fury, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure. As it moved, the very heavens and earth seemed to tremble in fear, its terrifying power unleashed without restraint. 5 elements: ash, mountain suppression. 5 black mountains imbued with the essence of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth crashed violently into the Wang family's protective formation. The array shattered instantly, reducing a 100-mile radius to ruins. Countless Wang family disciples within the courtyard were reduced to piles of flesh, their souls scattered to the winds. Watching from above, Yi Qingge stared in utter shock. Impossible. In just a few days. How could Xingye have grown so powerful? Such strength rivals that of ordinary immortal gods. Yi Qingge knew Xu Xing possessed extraordinary talent, but never imagined it could defy the heavens to such an extent.
Though he understood the spiritual energy within Xingye had been transmitted by that ancient elder, this level of power was still terrifying.
If Xingye truly broke through to the heavenly god realm, ordinary immortal gods might indeed be no match for him.
The old headmaster of the Celestial Academy's eyes gleamed.
My good disciple, you found me a treasure. Yi Qingge shot the old headmaster a look. Old man, don't get ahead of yourself. I haven't even said he'll join the Celestial Palace yet.
The old dean immediately puffed out his cheeks and glared.
He must belong to our heavenly palace.
He's your disciple, and you're part of the Celestial Palace.
If he doesn't come here, where else would he go? Yi Qingge shrugged. It's entirely up to his personal choice. You know my role as his master is merely ceremonial. I wouldn't dare force or alter someone's will. If we anger that divine maiden, 10 of us wouldn't be enough to save us. Hep, old man, why don't you go test that goddess's mettle? You've always talked about sparring with ancient masters, what a perfect chance.
Pfft, you little brat, the old headmaster shot him a sideways glance.
That goddess was peerless even in ancient times. If you want me dead, just say so. Speaking of which, is that goddess even alive? 10,000 years? Even the mightiest of the ancient era couldn't have lived that long. Otherwise, how could our present age even exist? The age of the gods lasted only about 10,000 years. Yet the aura emanating from that goddess seemed even more ancient and terrifying than the gods themselves. Yi Qingge shook his head. If you can't discern it, how could I possibly see it? Get lost. I was tens of thousands of miles away from that goddess, how could I possibly tell? You were the one who came into close contact with her. What's that supposed to mean? Can't I even speak my own mind?
The old man's expression turned stern as he glared at Yi Qingge.
Yi Qingge sighed helplessly. Old man, I truly don't know. That goddess's single glance nearly shattered my body, how could I dare probe her information? But that kid Xingyi might know.
Which means that kid can only be one of us from the Celestial Palace.
Yi Qingge shrugged.
I'll try my best, but with the trouble he's in right now. The old dean waved his hand dismissively.
You decide for yourself. Let him make a fuss, it won't hurt. After all, the noble families have been restless lately.
But he shouldn't go too far. With the great calamity of heaven and earth approaching, these people could at least serve as cannon fodder.
The great Xia needs stability now. Old man, cut the nonsense. Just tell me your plan, Yi Qingge snapped impatiently.
The old dean remained unperturbed, chuckling, let him vent a little longer.
It won't be long before the Wang family patriarch reluctantly intervenes.
Seeing Yi Qingge's glare, the old headmaster pressed him down.
Rest assured, the Wang family patriarch knows his limits. He'll never threaten that boy.
I hope you won't meddle and stir up trouble again.
Then what am I supposed to do? Yi Qingge protested vehemently. You know his status. He was nearly killed. He only killed a few Wang family members. They shamelessly mobilized immortals and gods. Why shouldn't I be allowed to act? How old are you? Acting like a child. It's not that I'm telling you to ignore it, but to vent your anger in a different way. Speak up. If even I can't be satisfied, don't expect me to persuade them.
The old headmaster cleared his throat.
What's the point of killing? What the great families truly value is the younger generation. Yi Qingge's eyes lit up. So we wipe out the entire young generation of the Wang family? If that were the case, that brat would probably be satisfied. The old dean. Kill your head off, you fool. I said we should try a different approach. Forget it. I'll just come out and say it, so you don't have to play dumb. The old dean seriously suspected Yi Qingge was doing this on purpose. The entrance exams for all universities in the capital are scheduled for the day after tomorrow. And we at Tianfu University happen to have one examiner position available. Let the Xingye lad serve as our Tianfu University's new student examiner. Anyone who hasn't passed his assessment can be sent packing. Damn it, you old codger, you're up to no good. You want to use Xingyi to kick out all the weaklings the aristocratic families have arranged to get into Tianfu. And only if Xingye agrees to be Tianfu's examiner will he be required to enroll in Tianfu University. Yi Qingge swept a glance at the old dean. Seems like I was tricked into joining this way back when. The old dean chuckled. Tricked? It was entirely voluntary, you know. Tell that kid about this condition. Haha, I'm sure you can convince him.
The old dean patted Yi Qingge on the shoulder. Yi Qingge's face twisted with contempt.
You old codger, you're wicked. Poof. As long as he joins, this old man is happy to take the blame. Keep watching the show. Remember what I said, don't get involved.
The Great Xia Empire can't afford to lose another god-tier warrior.
With that, the old dean vanished, as if he had never been there at all.
Yi Qingge sighed inwardly, readjusting his composure as he silently planned his grand entrance. Over at the Wang family's side, their protective clan formation shattered.
With each strike from Xingyi, countless Wang family disciples met their end.
The vast essence of life was devoured by Jor, and countless celestial beings fell beneath the crushing weight of the mountain, their fate sealed without question.
Ancient elder, please spare us. The Wang family pledges generations of devotion to you.
A hoarse voice echoed from the depths of the Wang family compound. An elderly member of the clan bowed respectfully before the aged figure standing behind Xingye. At these words, all present were startled. The very words ancient era sent shivers through them. The mythical realms formed from the shattered remains of gods during the divine wars thousands of years ago. These realms were forbidden zones to the modern world. If even the realms themselves were impenetrable, how could they not be terrified now that a living being from the ancient era had appeared before them? Sowing discord, damn you, Xingye sneered coldly, striking out with a palm toward the Wang family elder. The elder recoiled in terror, spitting forth a vast black umbrella. Instantly, a boundless starry river unfolded, attempting to block Xingye's strike. Boom! Xingye felt as though his fist had struck cotton. The old man had actually blocked 80% of his pure power. Not bad, not bad. You've got some skill. Now let's see if you can withstand this move. Reincarnation Fire Lotus. Boom! Spiritual energy surged wildly within Xingye's body. The overwhelming might of boundless spiritual treasures coalesced into blossoms of fire lotus, hurtling toward his opponent. The lotus collided with the black umbrella, erupting instantly. Towering pillars of flame engulfed the area, completely incinerating the massive black umbrella. The staff in the Wang family elder's hand melted away inch by inch under everyone's gaze. The elder was sent flying by the terrifying force, coughing up blood repeatedly. His entire body was charred black by the fire lotus, leaving him utterly disheveled and defeated. This was the Wang family's strongest half-step immortal god. The elder's defeat plunged the Wang clan into utter despair. Unless the immortal ancestor intervened, the Wang family would be destroyed. The Wang family patriarch gazed upon the countless dead and wounded disciples around him, his heart filled with regret. If only he had surrendered this unworthy descendant from the very beginning. It's all your fault, you scourge. The patriarch's face twisted in rage as he stared at his dying eldest son, his hand itching to strike him dead. But suddenly, a beautiful woman darted forward, clutching Wang Chen's lifeless body to the ground and wailing with heart-wrenching grief. Chener, my Chener. Wang Lin, you beast. What are you trying to do? Do you really intend to beat your own son to death? As a father, you lack the ability to protect your own son. You're no man. The woman knelt on the ground, carefully lifting Wang Chen into her arms. Her face contorted as she glared up at the starry night sky. You little bastard, I'll make you. Wang Lin's face twitched. Before the woman could finish, he lashed out, slapping her hard across the face. Shut your mouth. Don't you see what's happening? If they can wipe out the Wang family, they can wipe out your Wei family too. The beautiful woman was none other than the younger sister of the Wei family patriarch. Back when the Wei and Wang families had formed an alliance through marriage, they had dominated half of the capital sky, their influence so vast that even the authorities dared not provoke them lightly. The slap stunned the woman. As the sister of the Wei family head, her status was incredibly exalted. Wang Lin, you dare hit me? You dare hit your own wife? You're nothing but scum. I'm leaving tomorrow. I'll make you wear the horns tomorrow. Wang Lin's rage boiled over. Already driven mad by Xingye's betrayal, the thought of his own wife cuckolding him sent him into a fury. He kicked the beautiful woman hard in the stomach. You worthless woman. Sleep it off first. Wang Lin suppressed his rage at killing the two, knocking her unconscious before beginning to maintain the clan's protective array. Seeing the countless dead and wounded clan members, Wang Lin's heart ached unbearably. But with matters having reached this point, Wang Lin no longer considered appeasement. He resolved to go down fighting. You hold him off. I'll go find the ancestor. I refuse to believe he can stand against the immortal ancestor. Wang Lin's face twisted with madness. Today, either the Wang clan or Xingye must perish. But the patriarch is in seclusion. The Wang clan is on the brink of annihilation. I trust the patriarch won't hold it against us. Wang Lin plunged into the clan grounds, drew a token from his robe, and pressed it against the dark ironstone door before him. He bowed his head fiercely, his forehead crashing against the stone, spilling a torrent of crimson blood. Ancestor, your unworthy descendant Wang Lin has failed our forebears. The Wang clan faces invasion and imminent destruction. We beseech you to rescue us swiftly. Ancestor, your unworthy descendant Wang Lin has failed our forebears. The Wang clan faces invasion and imminent ruin. We implore you to rescue us swiftly. Wang Lin banged his head frantically against the stone, muttering incessantly. If the ancestor did not respond, he intended to bang himself to death right there. Better to die at the feet of our own ancestor than fall to the Star Night hand outside. Finally, after the 12th prostration, the black gate slowly opened. An ancient sigh echoed throughout the entire capital. Alas, why must it come to this? Why must it come to this? The ancient elder, clad in blood-red robes and hunched over, slowly emerged. Starlight tensed as if facing a formidable foe. The shamaness and elder Ming by his side paled visibly. Young man, this old man's power is terrifying. He's already touched the realm of life and death. The old shaman was visibly startled. Jor, nestled in Xingye's arms, showed a rare flicker of fear. Master, we can't win. Run. As the old man's gaze fixed on Xingye, he felt as if a primordial divine beast had locked onto him.
His body's instincts screamed to flee. Xingye's body began to crack.
Even a physique as formidable as his couldn't withstand the aura of a level 6 immortal elder.
Yet Xingye lifted his head to the heavens.
He had long sensed Yi Qingge's presence, the very reason he had attacked the Wang family so openly. Xingye had prepared for Yi Qingge's intervention, yet he hadn't anticipated such leniency from those above. Even as he slaughtered the Wang family before the entire capital, no one intervened. Now, he needed Yi Qingge's intervention.
As Xingye's gaze shifted upward, Yi Qingge descended as expected.
Clad in white robes, Yi Qingge floated down gracefully, positioning himself before Xingye.
With a gentle wave, he deflected the divine might of the Wang family patriarch. Meanwhile, the young princess of the Sea clan and her aunt had finally arrived at the long-cherished human realm of Great Xia.
Arriving in the bustling capital city of Daxia, the streets teemed with traffic and vibrant activity.
The array of technological gadgets and street snacks left them utterly mesmerized.
Su Qin's eyes sparkled as she excitedly pulled Su Xiujuan's hand, weaving through the crowds. Their radiant figures, like celestial fairies untouched by the mundane world, left ordinary passers-by equally mesmerized.
Xiaoyun, look at that sugar-coated hawthorn. It's huge. I want to eat it.
Su Qin pointed at a street stall, drooling with desire.
Candied hawthorn, a staple snack for the downtrodden heroines in storybooks.
Su Xiaoyun shook her head helplessly but still pulled out money and bought 2 skewers.
Su Qin took the skewers and began eating with eager anticipation.
The sweet and sour taste made her eyes crinkle with delight. After wandering for a while, the aroma of street food began to whet their appetites, and their stomachs started to rumble. Su Qin suggested hot pot, and though Su Xiaoyun hesitated, she was promptly dragged along.
They arrived at a bustling hot pot restaurant and found a window seat.
Faced with the menu's dazzling array of ingredients, Su Qin felt overwhelmed with excitement.
For this day, she'd mastered the entire human language.
Xiaoyun, this beef looks great, and that try too, I'll have that.
Su Qin pointed at the dishes on the menu, enthusiastically recommending each one to Su Xiaoyun. Su Xiaoyun sighed helplessly and helped her order each item. Soon, the steaming hot pot arrived at their table.
The aroma filled the air, and both girls looked utterly enchanted. Being her first time eating among humans, Su Qin seemed a bit flustered. She tried to pick up a piece of beef with her chopsticks but realized she didn't know how to use them. Watching her awkward hands flail about like a monkey, Su Xiaoyun couldn't help but laugh.
"Auntie, haven't you even learned how to use chopsticks yet?" Su Xiaoyun teased. Su Qin snorted indignantly. "Who says I can't eat? I just haven't gotten used to it yet."
With that, she summoned her spiritual energy and flung all the meat slices and tripe directly into the hot pot.
Chapter 84, Entering University Tianfu.
Within the Wang family compound, with the withdrawal of the clan patriarch and Yi Qingge, the conflict had ceased to concern Xingye.
"Old Wang, at your age, you should be enjoying your retirement. How dare you still bully the younger generation?" Yi Qingge looked at the Wang family patriarch with contempt, letting out a cold laugh. The Wang family patriarch showed no anger.
He understood the dire straits the Wang family now faced.
More importantly, he couldn't gauge Yi Qingge's true strength.
He had heard rumors that she had entered the ancient goddess coffin and gained a portion of the goddess's legacy. At first, he had been skeptical, but now, observing her eerie aura, the patriarch's eyes filled with apprehension. If it came to a fight, he truly had no confidence he could kill her. As fellow immortal god-tier cultivators, he understood all too well how difficult it was to kill such a powerful being.
If Yi Qingge escaped, the Wang family would plunge into an endless abyss of crisis.
A divine immortal lurking in the shadows could slaughter clan members as easily as slaughtering chickens.
Beyond him, no one in the clan could stand against such a threat. The Wang family patriarch gave a wry smile. "General Yi, you jest.
I would never dare lay a finger on your disciple. Besides, I can see the formidable backing this young friend here possesses." The mere aura of the divine maiden's protection filled the Wang family patriarch with such apprehension that killing him was utterly out of the question. Even if he were to act, he would have to think 3 times over.
After all, the Wang family had made the mistake first.
It was unjustifiable both in reason and in principle. Yi Qingge glanced at the Wang family patriarch in astonishment, thinking to himself that this old man's power was indeed terrifying. He could actually discern the aura of the goddess upon Xingye. He must have already touched upon the threshold of the unknown.
"So, old Wang, what is your stance?"
The Wang family patriarch murmured with a bitter smile, naturally, an apology and admission of fault. With events having escalated to this point, handing over Wang Chen was utterly impossible. Even had they surrendered him initially, things wouldn't have spiraled to this extent.
"You'll apologize personally?" Yi Qingge looked utterly unconvinced.
"And old Wang, don't you dare harm my disciple.
He can't withstand your apology.
If someone exploited the bow of a divine ancestor, that Xingye kid wouldn't be able to bear it.
Besides, by seniority, the Wang family patriarch could be Xingye's great-great-grandfather. An elder bowing to a junior, it wouldn't look good if word got out." "Then what do you suggest?" Wang's patriarch sighed. Yi Qingge smiled. "The university entrance exam. I want every single Wang family scion to withdraw. The Wang family patriarch's face darkened. Without hesitation, he refused. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. General Yi, you should know what the university represents to the younger generation. This concerns the very foundation of our Wang family's legacy. The university was the hope for the future, the vital ground where all noble families cultivated their successors. With only 3 universities in the capital, they controlled countless secret realms and vast resources, making them the optimal place to cultivate beast masters. Even immortal and divine clans couldn't compare. Yi Qingge shrugged, a playful smile curling his lips. Old Wang, are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Don't forget, it's your Wang family that needs me now. The Wang family patriarch's expression flickered between anger and restraint as his fists clenched slightly, yet he forced himself to suppress the rage boiling within. He knew full well that the current situation left him no room for stubbornness. General Yi, this matter concerns the future of the Wang family. I truly cannot comply. Gritting his teeth, the patriarch painfully produced 10 divine stones and slit them over. Yi Qingge's face darkened with fury. What are you doing? Do you think I'm a fool? Though his tone was furious, his actions were sincere. He promptly pocketed the divine stones. The Wang family patriarch's mouth twitched. Alas, there was no choice. Even when scolded for offering gifts, one must still present them and even add more. Having lived nearly 1,000 years, the Wang family patriarch understood the ways of the world well. However, the tables had turned. Previously, he was the one receiving gifts, but now he was the one giving them. Resigned, the Wang family patriarch retrieved another golden orb from the divine realm, one as large as a human face. This is an ancient golden bead. Its exact purpose is unknown, but it originates from the great curtain of the primordial gods. Perhaps the divine maiden will find it to her liking. Yi Qingge's eyes lit up. If it's something the goddess would like, then I'll keep it safe for her. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Wang family breathed a sigh of relief and murmured. General Yi, perhaps we could renegotiate the terms. Whatever is within the Wang family's power, we shall fulfill without reservation. Yi Qingge gave a light snort, his gaze piercing as if he had already seen through the patriarch's thoughts. Old Wang, you know very well that Wang Chen allied with the alien race to kill my disciple. This is no small matter. Very well. I'll make a concession. Wang family disciples may take the entrance exam. But no one from your family may appear at the academy where Xingye studies. The Wang family patriarch frowned deeply, weighing the pros and cons in his mind. With only 3 universities in existence, if Xingye joined one, the Wang family could only apply to the other 2. Compared to complete withdrawal, this offered some leeway. Moreover, if the Wang family's disciples excelled at the other 2 institutions, they could still become core disciples. Very well. I agree, the patriarch of the Wang family said slowly, taking a deep breath. Yi Qingge nodded with satisfaction, a sly smile playing on his lips. That's more like it, old Wang. A wise man knows when to yield. But remember this agreement. Should you renege on this or I discover any improper intentions within the Wang family, don't blame me, Yi Qingge, for showing no mercy. The Wang family patriarch seethed inwardly. This Yi Qingge truly had a sharp tongue. When had the venerable patriarch of the Wang family ever been bossed around by a mere junior? Alas, given the current situation. Ah, what a bunch of ungrateful brats. Why provoke anyone but someone who inherited the legacy of an ancient divine maiden? Not only did they provoke her, but they didn't even finish the job cleanly. If they'd killed Xingye with a single blow back then, none of this would have happened. General Yi, rest assured. The Wang family will honor our pledge. Though the Wang family patriarch harbored doubts about Yi Qingge's sincerity and a sense of foreboding, he could find no better solution at the moment and could only agree for now. Otherwise, if Xingye were allowed to continue slaughtering, the entire Wang family would be wiped out. Yi Qingge waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to waste words on the Wang family patriarch. Enough. Stop standing there like a sore thumb. Get your people and get out of here. Hearing this, the patriarch's face twitched violently. He desperately wanted to attack regardless of the consequences, but behind him stood his descendants for generations to come. He could only swallow his rage and lead the Wang family members out of the inner courtyard, retreating dejectedly into the newly established small world. Watching the Wang family's retreating figures, Yi Qingge's lips curled into a cold smile. He turned to look at Xing Yi, observing his expression before transmitting his voice. Surprised by my decision? Xing Yi shot him a withering look. You've already made up your mind. Why ask me? Yi Qingge patted Xing Yi on the shoulder. Come, let me explain it to you properly. I don't want you harboring resentment and stabbing me in the back later. I wouldn't, but the goddess might, Xing Yi quipped. Yi Qingge stiffened slightly before dragging him away impatiently. Let's go. We still need to handle your enrollment paperwork and that of your friend. Huh? I don't think I've picked a university yet. Xing Yi looked utterly confused. He'd only just arrived in the capital city, and he'd heard there were 3 top-tier institutions. Tianfu, that's my alma mater. Go check it out for me and relive some college life while you're at it. Forced recruitment? Once you're there as an admissions examiner, you can weed out all the Wang family scions. Plus, you can get all your friends and relatives admitted. Of course, no more than a handful. It can't be too obvious. Xingyi looked skeptical. Guaranteed? Yi Qingge nodded firmly. As acting dean of Tenfu Academy, I can guarantee you these privileges. But if you go to other institutions, your genius status won't be affected, though I can't speak for other perks. That's a blatant threat. Xingye's eyes widened, utterly speechless. Yi Qingge smiled. So, are you coming or not? Xingyi sighed. I'll go. Of course I'll go. Chapter 85, Movements of the Alien Race. Seated upon his lofty throne, the Beast Emperor's gaze pierced through layers of space, still fixated on the awe-inspiring scene from Xingye's former battlefield. Witnessing the seventh gate of hell open once more, along with the terrifying aura emanating from that ancient blood clan ancestor, a tidal wave of emotion surged through the Beast Emperor's heart as usual. He knew this was not merely Xingye's power alone, behind it lay secrets far more ancient. I must summon the tribal chieftains to deliberate this matter, the Beast Emperor resolved inwardly before rising to his feet. With a flickering motion, the Beast Emperor vanished from the palace, leaving only a lingering echo behind. The sacred land of the Angel Clan, the Lightwing Microcosm. As one of the most noble races among the myriad tribes of Blue Star, the Angel Clan's sanctuary floated above the clouds, radiating brilliant light like the dwelling of deities. Angel Clan chieftain Jin Shenlai, with 12 pure white wings behind him and a handsome face, sat meditating with closed eyes at the center of the sacred temple. Suddenly, a powerful aura shattered the tranquility. Jia Chenlai abruptly opened his eyes to find the Beast Emperor standing before him. Your Majesty the Beast Emperor, what brings such urgency? A rare expression flickered in Jin Qianlia's eyes as he rose to pay his respects, his tone tinged with puzzlement. The Beast Emperor's expression was grave as he slowly recounted the events, Xingye and the shamaness Qilua opening the gates of hell, and the terrifying scene involving the ancient progenitor of the Blood Clan. Upon hearing this, Jia Chenlai nearly burst out laughing, his eyes filled with disbelief. Your Majesty, are you certain this isn't some sort of illusion or divine magic? How could a mere human possibly wield the power to communicate with hell? Jia Chenlai questioned. The Beast Emperor had anticipated this. With a flick of his sleeve, a light screen materialized, revealing the shocking scene of Xingye annihilating the goblin tribe. In the scene, behind Xingye, the 9 nether hells descended. Countless beings resembling demon gods appeared, and with every gesture, the goblin tribe was obliterated. As Jia Chenlai watched the scene, his expression grew increasingly grave. Though his heart still refused to believe it, the scene before him could not be faked. This can't be possible, Jia Chenlai murmured, his shock beyond words. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Roar Abyss Palace of the Sea Dragon Clan, the Beast Emperor manifested in myriad forms, simultaneously notifying numerous high-ranking beast clans. In the distant depths of the ocean abyss, the ancient progenitor of the Sea Dragon Clan rested with eyes closed within the Dragon Roar Hall. His blue scales shimmered as he reclined gracefully upon the dragon throne. Suddenly, the figure of the Beast Emperor materialized within the Dragon Roar Hall. Your Majesty the Beast Emperor, what brings you here? The Sea Dragon Clan's ancient ancestor opened his enormous dragon eyes, his voice thunderous, echoing throughout the Dragon Roar Hall. The Beast Emperor recounted Xingye's affairs in detail, replicating the aforementioned events and projecting the scenes before the ancient ancestor. After viewing them, the ancestor's gaze grew profoundly deep. However, as the Sea Dragon Patriarch watched the footage repeatedly, scrutinizing the stellar night within the images, a sudden flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Wait, this man. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, the Sea Dragon ancestor murmured to himself. A familiar figure surfaced in his mind. Shu Xing, the human youth he had encountered at the Divine Maiden's coffin. That damned human brat. He was the one who caused the Sea Dragon Clan to lose 3 immortal clan elders. Even if that brat were reduced to ashes, he would never forget him. Beast Emperor, I fear I recognize this man, the ancient ancestor of the Sea Dragon Clan said slowly, his tone tinged with uncertainty but dominated by shock. He had witnessed Shu Xing's death with his own eyes, yet now. Blood Clan Dark Night Castle. Shrouded in the cover of night, the Blood Clan's ancient castle appeared eerie and mysterious. The Blood Clan chieftain, an elderly man clad in black robes with a pallid face, sat atop the castle's highest point, gazing intently at the distant horizon. The Beast Emperor's arrival caused the Blood Clan Patriarch to pause slightly. Rising to greet him, his voice carried a hint of wariness. What brings you here, Beast Emperor? The Blood Clan Patriarch inquired, a flicker of wariness crossing his eyes. The Blood Clan had long since fallen into decline. The Beast Emperor's arrival might signal another demand for blood slaves and blood droplets. The Beast Emperor could sense the clan leader's thoughts. He recounted the events concerning Xingye and the return of the Blood Clan's ancient ancestor to hell. Upon seeing the vision of his own ancestor resurrected, the Blood Clan chieftain nearly embraced the Beast Emperor in joy. Yet, as the Blood Clan ancestor was sent back to hell once more, the chieftain's face instantly turned ashen. Our ancestor, the Blood Clan leader roared. After finally witnessing the ancestor's revival and glimpsing the chance to restore the clan's glory, the clan leader's eyes burned with fury. Seeing this, the Beast Emperor felt immensely satisfied.
The primary objective of this journey was largely accomplished. Finally, he summoned most of the Beast Clan's high-ranking officials to the Beast Clan's Imperial Court, the Hall of 10,000 Beasts, to convene a meeting and discuss countermeasures. The Hall of 10,000 Beasts, the power center of the Beast Clan, now gathered the chieftains of all major Beast Clans. This was the second time in nearly 1,000 years that the Grand Assembly of all clans had been convened. The Beast Emperor stood upon the lofty podium, his gaze sweeping solemnly across the assembly. Honorable clan chiefs, you are all here today, and I trust you know why. The existence of the human race Xingyi. The Beast Emperor spoke slowly, detailing Xingye's affairs and the power to communicate with hell he possessed. Following the Beast Emperor's words, the ancient ancestor of the Sea Dragon clan rose and added a shocking revelation. Beast Emperor, I suspect this Xingyi may very well be the human youth who previously opened the goddess coffin Xu Xing. The Sea Dragon clan patriarch declared, his tone carrying certainty. Whether it was him or not, he was a human genius either way. Killing him would certainly be no mistake. As you all know, not long ago, nearly all our clan's elite warriors were dispatched to the ancient goddess coffin in the Star Domain. There, I witnessed Xu Xing with my own eyes. It was because of that brat Xu Xing that our clan lost 3 immortal ancestors. Thus, his aura and bearing are impossible for me to forget. And this Xingyi before us bears an uncanny resemblance to him. Moreover, as luck would have it, this Xingyi was brought back by Yichinga, who claimed he was some ancient divine embryo. This old man suspects he is none other than Xu Xing. You must understand, Xu Xing survived within the Divine Maiden's coffin for half a year. It's possible he gained some ancient inheritance during that time, granting him the power to communicate with the underworld. The ancient ancestor of the Sea Dragon clan explained. A gleam of sharp insight flashed in the Beast Emperor's eyes upon hearing this. Turning to the others, he spoke slowly, if Brother Sea Dragon's conjecture holds true, then this Xingyi possesses the inheritance of the ancient Divine Maiden. We must obtain it. The Blood Clan patriarch was the first to agree, my clan will lead the charge. If it could revive the Blood Clan's progenitor, the Blood Clan would reclaim its ancient glory. Indeed, the Blood Clan was one of the rare clans to survive from the ancient era. Chapter 86, New Life at University. After settling the Wang family affairs, Xingye and his companions followed Yichinga to Tianfu. To avoid drawing attention and to let Xingye experience university life, Yichinga promptly vanished after arranging their enrollment. Xingye was perfectly content with this arrangement. Upon learning of the hidden protections within Tianfu, Xu Xing boldly took Chen Siyu's small hand and strolled along the tree-lined path leading to Tianfu University. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow, while a gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness. Is this the legendary Tianfu University? It looks really nice, Chen Siyu said, her arm hooked through Xingye's, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Xingye smiled gently, his gaze tenderly fixed on her. Yes, the environment is indeed splendid. Unfortunately, my identity must remain concealed for a while longer. I fear I won't be able to grow too close to you all in the future. Chen Siyu forced a smile. It's fine. After all, it involves the arrangements of immortals and gods. By the way, how strong are you now? Whenever conflict arose, Xu Xing would swiftly draw everyone into his divine domain. Even his girlfriend remained unaware of his true power. This filled Chen Siyu with unease, especially seeing Xu Xing return this time with a beautiful witch clan holy maiden in tow. She had been here first. Xu Xing chuckled. Below the immortals and gods, I am unrivaled. There was no need to hide his true strength from his own girlfriend. Besides, after the battle with the Wang family, the whole world likely knew his current strength. Hearing Xu Xing's declaration, Wu Yulong, Wang Mingxin, and the other two behind them stared wide-eyed, exclaiming, Holy! Xingzi, are you really this badass now? Seriously? Wu Yulong looked utterly disbelieving. Xu Xing chuckled softly, summoning his physical strength to lean back effortlessly. Wu Yulong's body instantly recoiled over 10 meters. His face was frozen in horror. After all, he was now a level 9 demigod wielding an epic tier dragon-type beast, yet he couldn't even withstand Xu Xing's aura. Xingzi, you're crushing me. After the initial shock, Wu Yulong was left with nothing but profound disappointment. Such a massive gap, how could he ever catch up? Xu Xing slapped Wu Yulong and Li Tianchang hard on the shoulders. That's why I brought you to the highest-ranked university in the capital Tianfu. We'll be here for at least 3 years. 3 years is more than enough for your beasts to evolve once more. As for your own strength, when I ascend to godhood, that will be the moment you break through. You haven't broken through to heavenly god yet? Wang Mingxin's face brimmed with astonishment. Invincible below immortal god level, and you still haven't broken through to god heaven? What exactly is your talent? Even Chen Siyu couldn't help but look at Xu Xing. She too wanted to know the true extent of his current talent. Xu Xing smiled. Just a lord-level beast tamer, plus achieving godhood through my physical body. Divine body cultivation? You mastered that spirit cavity technique? Gao Yuding gasped. Xu Xing nodded. I owe you all for mentioning that spirit cavity technique back then. It's a divine art passed down from ancient times, powerful and well worth cultivating. From now on, focus solely on refining your bodies. Aim to reach the realm of physical ascension to godhood.
How is that possible? Attaining godhood through the physical body?
In nearly 1,000 years, only a handful have achieved it.
Even immortals and gods can't do it.
Xu Xing produced a pile of powerful body refining elixirs, stargrass, thunderflame flowers, dragon blood sacred wood, stellar essence. They can't cultivate it only because they lack resources.
With sufficient resources, even a sow could become a god. You're the sow.
The women glared at him, Chen Xiyu deftly slipping her hand into Xu Xing's waistband.
Xu Xing gave an awkward chuckle. My mistake, my mistake.
You're all celestial maidens.
Poof. Did you get these potions from that so-called divine maiden? Chen Xiyu suddenly asked again. Put. The witch clan's holy maiden behind them burst out laughing. Old Ming cleared his throat.
Young friends, I'll take the shamaness for a stroll.
You continue chatting, we won't eavesdrop.
Old Ming tactfully dragged the witch saintess away, paying no heed to whether she was willing or not.
He was already ancient and couldn't be bothered with the romantic entanglements of mortals.
Mainly, witnessing such affairs only brought him more troubles.
His soul itself was incomplete now. If he sought love, wouldn't he gain one memory at a time?
Wu Yulong snorted coldly, his tone tinged with bitterness.
Siyu, if you possessed such precious medicines, would you give them to other ordinary friends? Exactly. Little Star's been quite the troublemaker lately.
Barely a year gone, and he's already tangled with 2 shady women.
TSK, and they're gorgeous too. What excellent taste he has, Wang Mingxin added with a sinister edge.
Xu Xing flared with anger, thinking if he didn't explain now, the wrong would become right.
Nonsense. The goddess has lived nearly 10,000 years. She could be my great-great-grandmother.
As the words left his mouth, a sudden chill gripped his neck.
Joer had suddenly opened her mouth and sunk her teeth into his flesh. After the bite, Joer's eyes instantly cleared.
She stared at the wound on her master's neck, then at her own actions, and froze in shock.
Xu Xing's scalp prickled.
The goddess's old bastard had indeed tampered with him. Even here in the capital of Blue Star, the most heavily defended heavenly capital, he was still under surveillance. Yet the old bastard could still eavesdrop on his conversations and even issue covert warnings. Wu Yulong and the others felt a chill in their hearts, their senses sharpening. Seeing Xu Xing's unusual state, cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads.
Xingzi, can the goddess hear us? Wang Mingxin nearly fainted from fright.
She just felt a cold breeze whispering in her ear.
Little Xingzi, maybe you should just submit to the goddess. As for Siyu, I can persuade her to be the secondary.
Chen Siyu gritted her teeth, thinking, plastic sister act, I'll bite her to death when I get home tonight. Ahem, the goddess is peerlessly beautiful, a mortal like me could never hope to match her.
Besides, I've always looked up to her as an older sister. Accepting a few gifts from my sister is perfectly normal, right?
Xu Xing quickly changed her tune.
Fortunately, the girls weren't fools. They knew this wasn't the time for jokes.
They all nodded in agreement. Xu Xing swiftly changed the subject.
Let's go find our dorm rooms first. Right.
I wonder if we'll get to choose our dorms freely. I heard the academy has private villas.
I hope we can live together. Chen Xiyu stared intently at Xu Xing.
Wu Yulong and Li Tanchang consciously omitted the word us, but they weren't envious either. After all, their respective girlfriends were already on their way to the capital. Though they couldn't enter Tianfu University, Xu Xing had assured them that, aside from Shangjing's 3 top institutions, they could choose any other university they desired.
Wu Yulong and Li Tanchang were thoroughly satisfied with this arrangement, their hearts brimming with gratitude.
Relying solely on their own connections, they wouldn't have gotten into the Tianfu Academy in Shangjing or even any other top-tier metropolis, for that matter. Epic-tier beast-tamers were formidable, but only in Wangjiang. In Shangjing, they were merely the baseline. After shifting the topic, the group gradually emerged from the oppressive atmosphere cast by the goddess. Wang Mengxin and Gao Yuding walked ahead, hands linked and swaying, their occasional laughter ringing like silver bells.
Xingya, do you think we'll meet lots of amazing seniors?
Wang Mengxin blinked her big eyes, her face full of anticipation.
Chapter 87, Senior Wu. Xu Xing was speechless. He had no interest in men, so he bluntly replied, I don't know.
Shen Xiyu scoffed coldly, I think you're just going through puberty.
Why are you so eager to meet some fantasy handsome prince senior? Wang Mengxin snorted twice. So what? Does that mean only you're allowed to date? What about you, Yuding? Wang Mengxin turned to Gao Yuding. Gao Yuding shook her head. I'm not interested in guys, so I'm not joining in. To life without sweet romance? How utterly pathetic. Gao Yuding shook her head. I don't think so.
Just don't get so love-struck you end up crying.
Wang Mengxin flared up. Who do you think you're looking down on? Like I'd ever let a guy manipulate my feelings.
You think everyone's as fickle as Xu Xing. Xu Xing was speechless. He got caught in the crossfire even while lying down. But he selectively ignored Wang Mengxin's words, pretending not to hear them. After all, you wouldn't believe her nonsense anyway. As they chatted and laughed, several senior students in Tianfu University uniforms approached, their expressions brimming with pride. Their gazes swept over Qin Siyu, Wang Mingxin, and Gao Yuding, their eyes flashing with sudden admiration.
Hey, aren't these our new freshman sisters?
With all that luggage, could you use some help from your seniors? A burly senior said with a smirk, his tone tinged with frivolity. Xingye Shuxing frowned slightly, about to intervene, but heard Qin Siyu speak up first. Thank you for your kindness, seniors, but it's not necessary. We can manage on our own. Qin Siyu noticed Xu Xing's readiness to intervene, but she reasoned that it wasn't worth making a scene on her first day at school. During Xu Xing's absence, she had often handled these tedious attempts at flirtation.
Hearing this, the senior's expression darkened slightly before quickly returning to a smile. Don't be so formal, Junior.
We're all classmates, helping each other out is only natural. With that, he reached out to grab Qin Siyu's suitcase.
Xingye's eyes flashed coldly, ready to snap back, when a voice suddenly whispered in his ear, Xingye, hold it in. I've got this.
Xingye froze, then turned to look at the two behind him.
Wu Yulong and Li Tiancheng were winking and giving him knowing looks. Wu Yulong suddenly stepped forward, grabbing the senior's arm. Hey, what's your problem, senior? Didn't you see she already refused? Why are you still clinging on like a leech? Why don't you just help me carry my luggage? The senior, disgusted by Wu Yulong's grab, immediately shook his hand off. Who the hell are you? Talking to me like that?
His face turned ashen, glaring at Wu Yulong.
Oh, look who's playing the prude. I'm not the one disgusted by your filthy hands.
Wu Yulong dropped all pretense.
Get lost, or don't blame me for being rude. Li Tiancheng sneered coldly, with a face like yours, you think you can pick up girls? How clever of you.
The senior's face flushed crimson with rage at their words. A crowd of students had already gathered around.
Hey, isn't that freshman Wu? What, got rejected again?
Tisk, he's really going downhill.
Can't even handle freshman girls?
If I tried, I'd have those 3 girls head over heels for me.
Pfft, shameless. But you're right, those 3 girls are campus-level beauties. True. A Lolita, a mature beauty, and a next-door type. Damn, I envy that pretty boy in the middle.
Old Wu's already a level 3 heavenly god, about to break into mid-tier level 4. Hope he gives that guy a proper lesson.
Old Wu ranked 3rd in last year's assessment.
Wonder how this year's freshmen stack up.
Heard there are over a dozen connections this year, 3 guys, 3 girls. Damn, you're not telling me it's these 6 right here? You're right, I hadn't noticed.
None of them are even demigods, let alone heavenly gods.
They're definitely all connected. Damn it, Old Wu, beat the crap out of them. Damn shameless bastards, a bunch of connections. I hate connections the most because I don't have any.
Old Wu seemed to overhear the mutterings beside him, his expression turning savage.
You little freshman, spouting old man left and right? Utterly lacking in manners. Let your seniors teach you a lesson in how to behave. Just a few demigods? Come on, all at once. Let me test your strength first.
Senior Wu unleashed his level 3 heavenly god power, summoning his beast mount, a mutated epic tier explosive savage bear.
The colossal beast stood like a mountain, muscles bulging. Its eyes blazed crimson as flames licked from its jaws, its fury palpable.
Wu Yulong watched the scene unfold, a cold smile curling his lips.
This was the moment he'd been waiting for.
With a light pat to the floating epic tier propelling crystal dragon beside him, the dragon instantly understood. It spread its wings and transformed into a purple lightning bolt, charging straight toward the exploding savage bear.
Dragon breath. Wu Yulong roared.
The dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of scorching dragon breath that instantly engulfed the exploding savage bear.
Though ferocious, the exploding savage bear proved utterly fragile against the dragon's breath. The flame-like blast seemed capable of melting anything. The beast roared in agony as its own flames, encountering the dragon's fury, retreated like a child before its father, dared not show their heads. Senior Wu was stunned by the sight.
He hadn't expected this newcomer to be so formidable. While the Beastmaster bloodline was also epic tier, it was a rare dragon-type Beastmaster.
He immediately commanded the exploding savage bear to counterattack.
Yet the papluing crystal dragon granted the exploding savage bear no respite. Twisting its dragon form, it coiled around the beast. With a single flap of its wings, it slammed the exploding savage bear hard onto the ground.
At the same moment, Li Tiancheng sprang into action.
The epic tier star spirit in his hand transformed into a streak of light, landing beside the exploding savage bear. His hands then rapidly formed one array after another: confusion arrays, interference arrays, spirit sealing arrays. All surged forward simultaneously. The myriad small formations merged into a complex, intricate array, trapping the exploding savage bear within.
It couldn't break free.
Already tormented by the purple-winged crystal dragon's dragon breath, the exploding savage bear now found itself bound by the formations, unable even to flee. It could only let out a despairing roar. Senior Wu, witnessing his beast being so humiliated, felt a surge of grief and fury.
Don't push it too far.
Senior Wu roared, preparing to rush in personally to rescue his beast.
However, Wu Yulong and Li Tiancheng paid him no mind.
Wu Yulong chuckled lightly.
Senior, you'd be wise to admit defeat now and avoid getting hurt.
Li Tiancheng chimed in, exactly.
Senior, save yourself some dignity.
Senior Wu, however, interpreted their words as deliberate humiliation.
How could he tolerate such contempt from two newcomers?
Without a second thought, he charged at the pair, determined to reclaim his dignity through sheer strength.
Chapter 88, Li Tiancheng takes on apprentices. However, he had ultimately underestimated the strength of Wu Yulong and Li Tiancheng.
With a mere flick of Wu Yulong's wrist, the purple-winged crystal dragon transformed into a streak of violet light, hurtling straight towards Senior Wu. Its claws shot out, gripping him firmly. Senior Wu felt immense force surge through him, immobilized as if crushed by a mountain.
Let me go. Suspended midair, Senior Wu glared around with contempt, his face flushed crimson. Wu Yulong sneered, "You think I'll let you go just because you say so?"
Senior Wu stubbornly retorted, "You shameless scoundrel. If you've got the guts, let's settle this one-on-one between beast masters, no using your beast."
Damn, how embarrassing. Beastmaster, if you don't know how to use your beast, are you going to resort to barbaric physical combat like the beast tribes? Exactly.
This freshman is barely a demigod, while old Wu is a peak lower tier god whose body's been cleansed by divine power.
He's willing to lose his dignity just to win.
The other upperclassmen watching the spectacle muttered among themselves, their eyes filled with contempt as they looked at old Wu.
Some even openly mocked him. Old Wu, you fraud. Did you jerk off too much last night? Are you even capable? A mighty god tier powerhouse can't even beat a demigod freshman? If you can't handle it, let me take over. Don't embarrass our year. Exactly. If I were up there, I could crush these two arrogant newbies with one hand, no beast summoning needed. Wu Yulong listened to the cacophony around him, his expression sour. Bunch of phony tough guys. Yeah, you lot. Stop talking big. Got the guts? Come fight me one-on-one. One-handed? I'll kick you to death with 1 foot. Wu Yulong raised his middle finger in an extremely arrogant gesture of mockery.
His audacity stemmed not only from confidence in his own strength, but also from having thoroughly assessed the opponent's capabilities. After consuming countless millennia-old elixirs from beyond the realms delivered by Xu Xing, his body refinement techniques and soul strength had undergone a profound transformation. Through his divine soul perception, those once seemingly absurdly powerful heavenly god experts now appeared merely to have a few extra layers of external spiritual energy defense.
And beneath that soul perception, those defenses were nothing but vulnerabilities. You're asking for death.
The men he pointed at roared with fury, ready to move in and crush him.
Broly, Bro Wang, hold your horses. Let me handle this first.
Suddenly, a lanky, blonde-haired figure pushed through the crowd. The newcomer was none other than old Wu's roommate, Huang Ziqiang, a mid-tier level 4 heavenly god.
Huang Ziqiang moved with blinding speed, closing the distance to Li Tiancheng in an instant.
He had already assessed their strength, though they were only demigods, both possessed physique and divine souls that seemed exceptionally powerful, rivaling those of mid-tier divine beings.
Of the two, Wu Yulong, bolstered by his dragon-type beast, was the more formidable opponent.
Naturally, he prioritized taking down Li Tiancheng, whose mastery of formations was terrifyingly advanced. In fact, his analysis was spot on.
He managed to close in on Li Tiancheng and unleashed a full power strike. Unfortunately, Huang Ziqiang's terrifying punch, packing 100,000 gene of force, struck Li Tiancheng squarely in the back. Yet Li Tiancheng merely staggered slightly backward, his back turning faintly red, not even breaking the skin. Impossible. Huang Ziqiang's face twisted in horror.
A full power strike from a mid-tier level 4 heavenly god would make even a demon beast spit blood and suffer severe injuries.
A sneak attack? Li Tiancheng snorted coldly. After what happened in the secret realm last time, I've been constantly guarding against danger. I've diligently cultivated defensive formations for this very moment. As Li Tiancheng finished speaking, all his formations manifested around him.
Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, a full 108 formations hovered around Li Tiancheng's entire body.
Khan, you're actually deploying formations on yourself? Aren't you afraid of blowing yourself to bits? Huang Ziqiang nearly choked on his anger. Damn it, if you must deploy formations, why stack over 100 on your own body? How terrified of death must you be? Exploding formations? You fraud. If you can't even control the formations you set yourself, how can you call yourself an array master? Li Tiancheng was utterly confident in his formations. Exploding the formation? Absolutely impossible.
Huang Ziqiang was so furious he nearly spat blood. Though his talent for array magic, his minor subject, wasn't exceptional, he was a prodigy who'd earned admission to the Celestial Academy.
When had anyone ever called him a fraud?
Yet seeing the stable, intricate array stabilizing the youth before him, envy surged anew.
The opponent's foundational array skills likely rivaled those of the Academy elders. Private lessons with Elder Xiang? 100 yuan per second. That's right, array techniques were charged by the second. But if he could learn from this kid, surely he wouldn't charge 100 per second? Anything under 40, no, 50 per second would be acceptable. The mere fact that the kid could combine over 100 arrays without causing an explosion was skill enough to warrant teaching him. At this thought, Huang Ziqiang's expression shifted.
In the end, he bowed to the cost. 100 yuan per second meant 360,000 yuan per hour. He could barely afford to learn anymore.
Master, I beg you to take me as your disciple. Huang Ziqiang wasn't one to hesitate.
Once his mind was made up, he immediately threw himself at Li Tiancheng's feet, calling him master repeatedly, just short of kowtowing.
This left Li Tiancheng utterly flustered.
He'd almost thought the man was about to attack his lower regions, preparing to give him a taste of his own medicine.
Instead, whoa, Wu Yulong glanced over. This senior has great taste. My brother's array skills are pretty awesome, huh? Huang Ziqiang nodded frantically. Absolutely. Master's skill alone here rivals that of the top student at the Array Academy.
He'd wanted to say on par with the Academy elders, but fearing their resentment, he'd chosen a more diplomatic phrasing.
Taking on an apprentice isn't out of the question, but this.
Wu Yulong shook his head repeatedly, eyeing the empty-handed man.
Huang Ziqiang instantly understood and pulled out 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Ahem, master, please don't look down on this. I'll make up the rest later. Our teaching fees are based on time. Given your mastery of array formations, I'm willing to pay 36 top-grade spirit stones per second. Huang Ziqiang didn't dare quote too high, planning to raise the price gradually to avoid the other party demanding an exorbitant rate. What? 36 top-grade spirit stones per second? Li Tiancheng was stunned.
While he didn't mind teaching this was just too much. In Wangjiang, a single top-grade spirit stone could easily buy an 80 square meter, well-appointed apartment in the city center.
36 apartments per second?
After consuming the 1,000-year-old elixir Shu Xing had brought back, his body and spirit had greatly strengthened. With the star spirit's assistance, his innate talent for array formations was also increasing at an astonishing rate. He had worried that his talents might pale in comparison among the prodigies of the capital, but the scenes unfolding before his eyes were somewhat disappointing. But then he glanced at Xingye Shuxing beside him, and suddenly it all seemed perfectly reasonable. The 1,000-year-old elixirs Xingye had gifted them were each rare treasures in this world, yet they had been consuming them like ordinary food during this period.
To Huang Ziqiang, Li Tiancheng's astonishment looked like blatant dissatisfaction. He immediately gritted his teeth and raised his bid. Master, 48 top-grade spirit stones per second.
If Master helps me break through this minor bottleneck, I'll add 10,000 top-grade spirit stones as a bonus.
And during your instruction, I'll handle all your miscellaneous tasks like these very chores right now. With that, Huang Ziqiang grinned savagely and walked over to his roommate, Old Wu. Sorry, Old Wu. You know how obsessed I am with arrays. Chapter 89, Auntie's Beauty. Lao Wu shouted, what do you think you're doing? Huang Ziqiang snorted coldly, you dared provoke my master? Naturally, I'll beat you.
Huang Ziqiang deftly pulled out a black sack, slipped it over his roommate's head, and proceeded to rain down a barrage of punches and kicks.
Ah! Damn you, Huang Zi!
Lao Wu screamed in agony.
Huang Ziqiang was beating him mercilessly, showing no mercy whatsoever. To an outsider, it looked like they were sworn enemies.
After beating him mercilessly for several minutes, Huang Ziqiang turned to the group who had provoked them earlier. Brother Li, apologize to my master, or else.
Li Ziming exploded. Do you know what you're saying? Huang Ziqiang snorted coldly. I said, apologize. And all of you mark my words. These are my master's good friends. If any of you dare mess with them, don't blame me for coming after you. You're mad, Huang Ziqiang. Completely mad. You're only a level 4 heavenly god. Do you really think you can take on the entire first-year senior class? Huang Ziqiang sneered coldly, you can try. Huang Ziqiang had ranked 18th among first-year students in the last power rankings. He was confident that if Li Tiancheng would teach him array formations, his mastery would skyrocket. If he could engrave formations onto his own body, breaking into the top 10 of his year would be no trouble at all. What's going on here? What's going on? Gathering a crowd to cause trouble?
Suddenly, a squad of uniformed guards descended from the sky. The guard captain, radiating the power of a half-step immortal god, intimidated the surrounding area. Spotting several new faces in the crowd, he assumed these freshmen were being bullied by the seniors again. His sense of justice surged. You shameless lot. Bullying freshmen is bad enough, but ganging up on them? Don't you feel ashamed? The captain's words instantly sparked discontent among the surrounding seniors. Off with your freshman nonsense. These guys aren't some undercover seniors pretending to be weak, are they? Exactly. Who the hell believes a demigod could take down a level 4 heavenly god? Especially that one manipulating formations with his bare hands. Holy, no materials needed, just conjuring formations out of thin air. Damn it, even the Academy's new elders don't possess that level of skill. Each one's physique is so monstrous they look like demonic beasts. If they're really demigods, humanity would have conquered the demon race ages ago. The guard captain was utterly baffled. This didn't add up. It sounded more like the seniors were being bullied. He personally received these freshmen, especially since they'd been delivered by the legendary General Yi himself. Ignoring them was impossible. Spirit guard, leave this to me.
You all return first.
Lin Yifeng, who had vanished for a long time, reappeared before Xu Xing.
Brother Lin, the guard captain clasped his fists. Then I leave this to you.
Though both were half-step immortal gods, Lin Yifeng was a candidate for the position of elder, a status far beyond that of a mere guard captain. Stepping before Xing Yi, Lin Yifeng ignored the astonished stares of others and wrapped an arm around Xing Yi.
Hey kid, why pick on these clueless newbies?
Xing Yi retorted irritably, I'd barely set foot on campus, and these punks come over to harass my friends.
Lin Yifeng's anger flared instantly. He glanced sideways at the figure sprawled on the ground and demanded, is that what happened?
Old Wu and the others dared not lie, hanging their heads like guilty quails.
Lin Yifeng slapped each of them hard across the face. You blind fools. If it came to a real fight, even I might not be their match. Bunch of useless trash. Your talent sucks, your judgment sucks, and you dare provoke anyone? Get the hell back to seclusion for 6 months. Don't show your faces without my orders.
When Lin Yifeng finished speaking and saw no one moving, his anger flared. He silently transmitted his voice, get moving, or I won't be able to save you later.
The Wang family massacre the academy just announced?
That was the handiwork of this young master right here.
Holy crap. Run.
At the mention of the Wang family massacre, the onlookers' faces turned as pale as paper. They turned and fled without a second glance. As for the few lying on the ground, Lin Yifeng deliberately feigned anger, kicking them all flying with a few swift blows. Upon learning that academy students had offended Xing Yi, Lin Yifeng had rushed over in terror, fearing the young master might lose control and kill them outright.
Ahem, brother Xingye, these guys are just ignorant. Don't take it personally, okay? Lin Yifeng chuckled awkwardly. Xing Yi smiled. It's fine. No big deal. This is the academy. I understand the rules. Xing Yi paused, then added, of course, as long as they don't provoke me on matters of principle.
Lin Yifeng chuckled dryly, thinking to himself, your principles are whatever you decide they are. Thankfully, he was in a good mood earlier, and thankfully those fellows didn't actually touch the girls in front of us.
Otherwise, they'd probably be reduced to ashes by now. Enough about them. Have you arranged accommodations yet? Lin Yifeng asked with a smile. Xing Ye's eyes lit up. You can arrange it? Lin Yifeng nodded. Naturally. It's just a student dormitory. I have that much authority. Though he didn't know why General Yi hadn't arranged accommodations for Xing Yi and the others, he'd seen it and naturally had to see it through. If you wish to stay together, I have 2 detached villas available, Lin Yifeng asked, almost as a formality. Huh, villas? Really?
Then we'll take the villas.
Wang Mingxin's eyes lit up. She knew full well they'd only gotten in because of connections.
Had Xu Xing not been present earlier, the women would have definitely been at a disadvantage. Their physical cultivation progress lagged far behind Wu Yulong and the others. Before breaking through to the heavenly god realm, the women had originally planned to stay indoors. If they stayed in the villa together, they could look out for each other.
Then the villa it is.
Seeing the women agree, Xu Xing spoke up to seal the deal.
Tianfu, Ocean Mansion. 2 graceful figures moved into the vast ocean mansion alone.
They were, of course, the young princess of the merfolk tribe and her aunt. Su Xiaoyun gazed at the array of clothes inside the wardrobe before her, a satisfied smile spreading across her face.
Indeed, the human side had its merit, so many beautiful garments.
As for her aunt, Su Qin, she had already begun undressing.
Smiling cheerfully in front of Su Xiaoyun, she changed her clothes.
With a wave of her small hand, one piece of lingerie after another slipped off, casually tossed aside. She selected a lace camisole set from the rack, lifted her legs, and slowly slipped it on. The shapewear panties hugged her hips and bust tightly, accentuating her slender waist. Beneath the lace and mesh patterns, her delicate, fair skin was faintly visible. For black straps extended from the lace, fastening at the lace trim of her stockings. Paired with pure white stockings on her slender, straight legs. This ensemble showcased her pure yet alluring charm to the fullest. She slipped on a black coat, spinning before the mirror to admire her own figure, giggling softly. Xiaoyun, stop staring. If you fall for your auntie, I'll be in a bit of a pickle, you know. Su Xiaoyun gritted her teeth. Su Qin, put my clothes back on. Chapter 90, Little Fairy. Led by Lin Yifeng, Xing Ye and her companions traversed the bustling campus of Tianfu University, eventually arriving at a lavishly decorated villa nestled deep within the grounds. A spacious lawn stretched across the courtyard, dotted with vibrant red cherry blossom trees. Petals danced lightly in the breeze, adding a touch of romance. The women's eyes lit up with delight, clearly pleased with the surroundings. Lin Yifeng noticed their subtle reactions and smiled inwardly. As long as the girls were pleased, Xing Ye would be easier to deal with. This is the dormitory the academy has prepared for you. The surroundings are quite nice, aren't they? Lin Yifeng smiled as he looked at the women behind Xing Ye. Though he could roughly guess their preferences, courtesy demanded he ask. If he happened to misjudge, at least he'd have a chance to correct himself. With Xing Ye's talent, he'd surely reach the heavenly god realm within half a year. By then, Lin Yifeng would likely need to rely on the young man's strength. Building goodwill early could only bring benefits, not harm. The girl smiled demurely.
Thank you, Senior Lin. We're very satisfied. But with such a large villa, are only the few of us staying here? Of course, Lin Yifeng affirmed. Even if Xing Yi were the only one living here, this villa would be his. But what about tuition and accommodation fees?
Wang Mingxin seemed to recall something, her expression tinged with concern. Though she knew Xing Yi Shuxing possessed terrifying power and wealth rivaling a nation, she was at best his friend. Future expenses needed to be accounted for. Clearly she didn't want trivial matters to strain their friendship. Lin Yifeng glanced at Xing Yi, hesitated for a moment, then said, tuition is manageable.
After all, it's a special admission. The academy can work things out.
But the villa's accommodation fees are indeed steep, over 1 million top-grade spirit stones a year.
That much? Wang Mingxin gasped.
Her entire fortune amounted to only tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones, a mere few hundred top-grade spirit stones.
What's so expensive about it? Little Mingxin, if you can't afford the rent later, you could always consider becoming Tiancheng's cook, Wu Yulong teased with a mischievous grin.
After all, Tiancheng charges over 100,000 top-grade spirit stones per hour for tutoring others.
Wang Mingxin snorted coldly. I dare to cook it, but does he dare to eat it? Li Tiancheng gave a nervous chuckle, wrapping his arms tightly around Wu Yulong's neck. I only eat what my girlfriend cooks. You just can't keep your mouth shut, Luozi. You love to talk nonsense. But you really don't need to worry too much about expenses. Once you two refine your bodies into divine forms and your auxiliary divine techniques advance further, earning some top-grade spirit stones should be easy. Guess you're right, Wang Mingxin consoled herself. But that's not enough. Guess I'll have to live off Siyu for now. Hee, Siyu, you wouldn't refuse, would you?
Wang Mingxin hugged Chen Siyu, burying her head into the softness and rubbing against her constantly.
Chen Siyu blushed fiercely, her body going limp under the other's touch. She could only turn to Xingye for help. Xingye impatiently pulled her away.
If Siyu's broke, I'll lend you some.
Remember to write an IOU, you'll have to pay it back by washing dishes and scrubbing pots. Got it. Wang Mingxin feigned indifference, though she was genuinely grateful. She truly couldn't afford it right now.
Gao Yuting also wanted to express her gratitude, but Xing Yi cut her off.
Same goes for you. It's just a loan. Pay it back when you can. If the price is acceptable, then please come in and choose your rooms.
Lin Yifeng gestured invitingly.
No problem. Thanks, Senior Lin. No need to be so formal. If you ever need anything, just come find me.
Lin Yifeng looked at the girls, his tone warm and friendly. The villa had 4 floors. Pushing open the main door revealed the first-floor living room, anchored by a large round wooden dining table. A 4K TV hung on the wall ahead, and there were 2 storage rooms and a guest bedroom.
Wu Yulong and Li Tiancheng exchanged a glance and proactively chose the first-floor guest room as their accommodation.
The second floor housed a master bedroom, a secondary bedroom, a luxurious gym, and a mini movie room. Xing Yi, too lazy to climb the stairs, chose the second floor. Chen Siyu, pushed along by Wang Mingxin and the other girl, chose the second floor as well, her face slightly flushed.
She settled into the room next to Xingye.
For the remaining third and fourth floors, Xing Yi let Wang Mingxin and Gao Yuting choose freely.
The fourth floor also housed 2 large cultivation rooms. Overall, the villa was quite impressive.
After settling their luggage, Lin Yifeng invited Xing Yi and the others to a nearby restaurant for a welcome dinner. The restaurant buzzed with warm camaraderie. Lin Yifeng chatted animatedly, sharing amusing anecdotes about Tianfu University and explaining the academy's rules, making Chen Siyu and the others feel right at home. After a satisfying meal, Lin Yifeng arranged for someone to escort Chen Siyu, Wu Yulong, and the others back to the villa dormitory. He then took Xing Yi to the academy's all-weather sports field. The field was ablaze with lights, fully equipped with various combat platforms. Students engaged in beast-taming challenges, physical sparring, or even joined chaotic free-for-alls, leaving pools of crimson blood splattered across the platforms. Below the arenas, dedicated teams of beautiful female medics stood by. Whenever a handsome fighter appeared, these medics instantly transformed into cheerleaders, singing and dancing to cheer them on. How about a beast riding spar? Lin Yifeng asked with a smile. Xing Yi glanced around. Truth or lies? Lin Yifeng's eyes faltered. Truth, naturally. Just a bunch of noobs pecking at each other, like kids playing house, Xing Yi remarked casually. Lin Yifeng gave a bitter smile, thinking he shouldn't have asked her. It was pure self-inflicted misery. What did you say? Suddenly, a tall woman from the medical team rushed over, pointing angrily at Xing Yi. Xing Yi looked at Lin Yifeng with a puzzled expression. Lin Yifeng was equally bewildered. Miss, what's the matter? What are your eyes wandering around for, you two losers? Do you think you're worthy of looking at me? The tall woman shuddered, as if she'd been sexually violated by their gaze. Holy, Lin Yifeng's usually calm temper flared. Had they stumbled upon one of those legendary fairies? Damn it, how come he never heard of such a person at Tianfu University? Wait, how could Tianfu University possibly admit someone like this? You're not a student here? Lin Yifeng snapped. The woman grew even angrier. None of your damn business, loser.
Go back to your dorm and jerk off. Stop coming out here to fantasize. Damn it. Lin Yifeng's temper flared. If you're not from our college, you have no right to be here. Who brought you in? Oomph. See that guy winning 7 straight matches? He's the 7th strongest freshman at Tianfu, a level 2 heavenly god and the young master of the Wang family. I'm his girlfriend, why can't I come in? The Wang family? Lin Yifeng's eyes narrowed strangely as he glanced at Xing Yi beside him. Sure enough, Xing Yi, who had been sluggish and indifferent moments ago, perked up instantly at the mention of the Wang family. The tall woman, thinking Xing Yi was intimidated, sneered coldly, so you've heard of the legendary Wang family after all. Scared now? Too bad it's too late. 2 losers. Instead of staying in your dorms at night, you come here to ogle us. Disgusting. Chapter 91, Black Stockings, Unreachable. You asshole. Where did this moron come from? Looking like that and still fantasizing about you? What a pain in the ass. Xing Yi couldn't take it anymore and slapped the other girl across the face. Smack. The tall woman flew backward over 10 meters, her fair cheek swelling into a red ball that even covered her eye. The tall woman screamed, clutching her face in agony. She scrambled toward a nearby stage, wailing, Xing, Xing. Save me. Your woman got hit. Holy Shaoxing? Xing Yi felt a chill run down his spine. What a coincidence this Wang family scion was named Wangxing. Lin Yifeng nearly choked on his laughter. After carefully examining the Wang family member on the stage, he reported truthfully, he is indeed from the Wang family, though unfortunately just a branch family. I never expected him to have broken through to level 2 heavenly god, and his beast-taming has even achieved bloodline mutation. His name, Xing Yi demanded, his voice strained with suppressed rage. Hold on. I'll need to look that up. Lin Yifeng pulled out his phone, tapped away for a moment, and immediately pulled up the opponent's information. Wang Qinxing, level 2 heavenly god, beast-tamer. Before Lin Yifeng could finish reading, Xing Yi cut him off. What followed left Lin Yifeng both amused and exasperated. Beat him up and make him change his name on the spot. Lin Yifeng wanted to protest, is that really necessary? But then he recalled the little fairy from earlier. What if that guy had called him Little Yifeng? A chill ran down Lin Yifeng's spine. He found himself beginning to agree with Xing Ye's approach. Beating him up is fine, just don't kill him, okay? Lin Yifeng emphasized. Don't worry, I know my limits. You stay out of it and don't expose my identity, Xing Yi said coldly. Lin Yifeng shrugged. No problem. Just then, a group of young aristocrats in lavish attire approached from afar. Their eyes swept over Xing Yi and Lin Yifeng, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Well, if it isn't Senior Lin. What's this? Giving the freshman the lowdown on the academy again, remarked a tall, handsome young noble with a smirk, his tone tinged with flippancy. Lin Yifeng stepped forward to introduce Xing Yi. Wang Yu, another member of the Xianqian Wan clan. This one, however, is from the main branch. Rumor has it he's been undergoing rigorous training elsewhere. Wang Yu sneered coldly, oh my, Senior Lin, how biased. Why not give me the lowdown on this junior's background and capabilities? Lin Yifeng ignored him. But Wang Yu pressed his advantage. I heard from afar that this kid actually dared to demand a Wang family member change his name on the spot and that a beating would suffice. What audacity! What a big mouth! Don't you fear your boast will slip out the wrong end? I hear several well-connected newcomers joined the academy this year. Is this fellow yours? Someone with connections must be exceptionally powerful, right? Yet he's only at the demigod level? Wang Yu's gaze settled on Xing Yi, a flicker of provocation in his eyes. A demigod battling a celestial god? That's just a legend from ancient times. I never believed it. I wonder if this arrogant, well-connected brat dares accept my challenge. Xing Yi smiled faintly, his gaze calm as he met Wang Yu's. Challenge? Just you? Do you even deserve it? Wang Yu's eyes turned cold, but unusually, he held back. Instead, he went along with Xing Yi's words. Since you look down on me alone, let's have a free-for-all with all of us. Xu Xing shrugged indifferently. Hurry up and gather your people. Don't waste my time. Wang Yu seethed with rage, snatching Wang Qinxing who'd been soothing the little fairy and barking. 3 heavenly gods from the Wang family, 2 from the Yang family, and 1 from the Yu family, bring it on. Wang Yu vowed to cripple this fool before him. Just then, the Yu family's celestial being, hearing the mental transmission, looked at Xing Ye with terror and immediately retreated from the arena. Brother Wang, my stomach hurts. I'm out. You guys fight. A cousin had just telepathically warned him that Xing Yi was none other than the slaughterer who had massacred the Wang family. These 3 idiots from the Wang family didn't even recognize their enemy and were dragging him into certain death. Wang Yu had no time to be angry, for Xing Yi was already charging toward him. Wang Yu roared, kill him. With that, he waved his hand, and 5 heavenly gods instantly surrounded Xing Yi. Yet, facing the full assault of these aristocratic scions, Xing Yi merely shifted his stance. His body trembled, muscles bulging as he channeled the absorbed thunder. Lightning flared across his form, transforming him into a thunderous war god. Flesh ascended to godhood break.
Xingyi roared, his fist blazing with azure gold light. His fist struck out with a thunderous roar, nearly shattering the entire stage. The void trembled violently as the attacks of the young nobles were utterly shattered. Feeling the sheer power of Xingyi's punch, their faces drained of color, their bodies trembling involuntarily. What? How is this possible? Wan Yu's face drained of color. Facing this incoming punch, he sensed the threat of death. Unfortunately, Xingyi showed no mercy. His fist slammed into the 5 figures, sending them flying dozens of meters backward. They smashed through over a dozen academic buildings along the way before their bodies were finally embedded into a massive stone wall.
Go ask the Wang family for compensation.
Lin Yifeng was still marveling at the sheer power of Xingyi's punch when Xingyi suddenly uttered those words.
Lin Yifeng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Of course we won't ask you for compensation.
They came to challenge us themselves.
Serves them right. Oh, and don't leave. That punch just established your authority.
I'll secure your position as a new student examiner.
Xingyi nodded. Sounds good. When's the assessment, anyway? I can't stand looking at this bunch of troublemakers for another day.
Xingyi said, his cold gaze sweeping over the little fairy lying on the ground wailing.
Lin Yifeng checked the time. Soon. Just a couple of days. The thing is, this assessment seems to involve outsiders. Rumor has it there's even a young princess from the prestigious Sea Clan. Go easy on her then. Don't make her look too bad. Xingyi shrugged. That depends on their attitude.
If they're like that piece of trash earlier.
Ahem, hopefully not. That kind of trash is rare even among women. Let's hope so. An alien presence?
Suddenly, Lin Yifeng looked up, gazing toward the left front. 2 striking figures were gliding slowly toward them. Upon learning Xingye had arrived at the celestial domain, Su Xiaoyun had rushed to confirm it firsthand. But her aunt insisted on changing clothes, delaying her for so long. Fortunately, he hadn't left yet. Feeling the aura emanating from Xingyi, Su Xiaoyun's heart finally settled. It was him, the real him. Fate had pointed him out correctly. Oh dear, Xiaoyun, look how anxious you are. Why bother dressing up so meticulously? Just charm him home with your looks. Auntie giggled. Su Xiaoyun snorted coldly, casting a disdainful glance at her aunt's peculiar outfit. He'd never liked such bizarre clothes. Su Qin chuckled softly. Then let me show you how it's done. Auntie slipped on a snow-white silk-spun jacket over a sheer black lace camisole. The round neckline stretched taut across her ample bosom, creating a stunning silhouette that drew the eye like a magnet. Whether by coincidence or remarkable adaptability, within days of arriving on Blue Star, Auntie had mastered the art of wearing the most alluring stockings. To tempt Xingye, she deliberately slipped on a pair of black stockings before stepping out, showcasing her straight, slender legs to perfection. Paired with her silver high heels and sexy black stockings, she was an irresistible temptation. Her mature, voluptuous figure paired with her youthful face created an alluring blend of innocence and seduction in this ensemble, drawing countless men's eyes like magnets. To test her allure, Auntie pulled Su Xiaoyun into her divine domain, forcibly removing all unrelated individuals until only Xingye remained. Xingyi frowned, seemingly recognizing the 2 women. Before he could speak, Su Qin's next words nearly made his jaw drop, sending his heart rate soaring to 180. Leaning close to Xingyi, Auntie lifted her shapely black leg and purred, "Handsome, wanna touch?" Chapter 92, Uniform Temptation. Auntie Su Qin drew near Xingyi, her alluring posture dripping with sensuality. She lifted her long, slender black leg, her gaze mesmerizing, and purred. "Handsome, wanna touch?" Simultaneously, her red lips parted slightly as she whispered telepathically to Xingyi, "Little Shuxing. It seems your identity has been discovered by those ancient sea dragon deities. They might be monitoring you from the shadows right now. So, to keep your identity hidden for now, you need to change your personality drastically. Like, teasing me right now." To win over her niece, Auntie decided to use herself as bait, personally seducing Xingye while also making thorough preparations. Her niece was so innocent. When it came to scheming, she could sell the girl out, and the girl would still thank her for counting the money. Though startled inside, Xingye remained outwardly composed. He gave a cold snort, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Without hesitation, he reached out and pulled the aunt into his embrace. Clearly caught off guard by his directness, Auntie Su Qin froze momentarily. By the time she tried to struggle, Xingye's large hands were already roaming over her body, eliciting soft gasps from her. Even the black stockings on her legs were accidentally torn. What are you doing?" Su Qin's face flushed crimson, her eyes filled with both shame and anger, yet more than anything, an indescribable thrill. Su Xiaoyun stood beside them, utterly dumbfounded. She had never seen her aunt like this before, nor could she have imagined Xingyi being so bold. She wanted to step in and stop him, but feared causing an even bigger scene. Instead, she stood frozen in place, utterly helpless. Xingyi seemed oblivious to his aunt's fury. A playful smile curved his lips as he leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Beautiful lady, you're playing with fire." Her body trembled. She sensed the teasing in Xingyi's words, and an inexplicable panic rose within her. But she was a mature woman, how could she let her younger brother tease her like this? She forced herself to appear indifferent and even amused, quickly regaining her composure. With a glance, she signaled Xingyi to look up at the sky. Only then did Xingyi notice a section of space above and to his left, seemingly sealed off by some mysterious force. Their every move appeared to be under someone else's surveillance.
Xingyi was furious.
So there really were spies sent by that old monster. How dare they spy on him, the heir to the goddess's legacy? Seeing Xingyi had caught on, his aunt whispered in his ear, "Play alone.
At least we can keep this hidden a little longer."
Xingyi weighed her words. He knew she spoke the truth.
He certainly didn't want to expose his identity at this critical juncture.
He had finally managed to stabilize things with Siyu. If he attracted the attention of alien immortals again, even with Yi Qingde protecting him and his life unthreatened, he could forget about returning to his normal, leisurely university life. Without further hesitation, Xingyi nodded in agreement. Seeing Xingyi yield, his aunt felt a wave of relief wash over her. She leaned closer, wrapping an arm around his neck, and purred, "That's my good boy.
Auntie won't let you down. Remember, I'm the one making the advances. You're just passively accepting no touching me first."
Unfortunately, Xingyi pretended not to hear the latter part. Holding the fragrant, soft beauty in his arms, it was the perfect chance to unleash his true nature. His large hand slid down her aunt's long, straight thigh, caressing freely. The stockings were already torn to shreds, but instead of discouraging him, it only heightened his excitement. Su Xiaoyun watched from the side, her face flushing crimson partly from anger, partly from embarrassment. Seeing Xingyi's utterly blissful expression, she couldn't bring herself to stop him. She could only silently lower her head, unable to bear watching any longer. Just as Xingyi's hand began to slip beneath her clothing, Auntie suddenly cried out, "Ouch!
You rascal, that hurts." Su Qing gritted her teeth. The guy really wasn't holding back.
In just a few seconds, he'd groped her entire body. Her pristine, delicate form, untouched for centuries, was being wasted on this young man.
And now he wasn't satisfied? He actually wanted to. Auntie dared not let it go any further.
She dug her nails into Xingyi's waist and shouted.
Seeing she'd reached her limit, Xingyi reluctantly let go, his face still unsatisfied.
A top-tier beauty handed to him on a silver platter, he'd certainly had his fill.
As soon as her aunt's words fell, Xingyi gently pushed her away. Her aunt seethed inwardly. "You ungrateful bastard. After groping me for so long, you turn on me the moment I say stop? Couldn't you have been gentler?" Gritting her teeth, she shot Xingyi a vicious glare before smoothly adjusting her clothes and hair, restoring her usual dignified and elegant demeanor.
Not far away, Su Xiaoyun, who had been squinting, wanting to watch but too afraid to look, saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. Before Su Xiaoyun could scold her improper aunt, another tall, graceful figure suddenly burst in, completely ignoring her aunt's presence. The shrine maiden Kirara suddenly ran over, clutching a pile of stockings in various colors and styles.
Her eyes sparkling, she addressed Xingyi.
"Honorable messenger, I bought you so many pairs of stockings. Which style do you like best? I'll wear them for you every day from now on."
Xingyi froze. Shilua's words genuinely left him dumbfounded.
He hadn't expected the shrine maiden to pull such a stunt out of nowhere.
"Hey, you scumbag." "Ugh." Aunt Su Qing's face flushed with anger and embarrassment.
He'd just finished flirting with her, and now another stunning beauty, no less captivating than her, was practically offering herself. Xingyi cleared his throat and said, "Shilua, I appreciate your kindness, but the stockings?
I'll pass. You should focus on your cultivation instead."
A flicker of disappointment crossed Shilua's eyes at his words, but she quickly regained her composure. "Honorable messenger," she said, "I can cultivate while wearing the stockings."
Holy crap! Xingyi's heart lurched, his eyes involuntarily darting toward Shilua's towering figure.
At 5 feet 10 inches, Shilua possessed legs that stretched a full meter. Sensing the emotional stir within Xingyi, Shilua beamed with delight. Just as she suspected, the envoy truly favored these peculiar garments.
In modern terms, what was this called? Uniform temptation? Shilua didn't quite grasp the concept, but it didn't matter. As long as the messenger liked it, she could learn anything.
"Ahem, let's discuss this back at the residence." Xingyi hastily interrupted Shilua's train of thought, fearing she might blurt out something shocking again. At the very least, he needed to save some face. The main concern was safety. There might be ancient alien monsters watching him. Shilua seemed to grasp this instantly, promptly standing obediently beside Xingyi. As for the pile of stockings she'd been clutching, their origin unknown, she solemnly stored them away within her divine domain. To Shilua, these treasures were more precious than any other item within her divine domain. Having finally found something that could capture the envoy's heart, she had to seize this opportunity. The messenger had saved their entire Shrine Maiden clan. The debt she owed him was already beyond repayment. She had to keep the messenger in good spirits at all times, for only then could she barely ease the guilt gnawing at her heart. As long as the envoy was happy, what did it matter if she wore these strange garments? Even going without clothes wouldn't be a problem.
Chapter 93, The Newcomer Assessment begins. "You too?"
Xingyi composed herself and turned to Su Qin and Su Xiaoyun.
Acting required thoroughness.
Su Xiaoyun, prompted by her aunt, had prepared her lines long ago. Yet, seeing Xingye's solemn expression before her and recalling the scene of her aunt panting softly in his embrace moments earlier, Su Xiaoyun's face flushed crimson. She could no longer meet Xingye's gaze. Her aunt grinned, wrapping an arm around Su Xiaoyun as she addressed Xu Xing on her niece's behalf. I'd heard General Yi had taken on a most handsome apprentice. Seeing him today, it's certainly true. Honest people don't beat around the bush. Brother Yi has already seen that we are both merfolk. Our main purpose here is for the new student assessment. Xing Yi understood immediately. These two must be the mermaid princesses Lin Yifeng had mentioned.
So you know I'm the examiner? His aunt giggled sweetly. Of course we do. So, Brother Yi, would you be willing to help us? Xingye laughed heartily. Of course I can, but there are a few small conditions. Auntie's expression faltered. Meeting Xingye's unrestrained gaze, a troubling thought crossed her mind. What treasure does brother desire? Just name it. Xingye shook his head, his gaze lingering on his aunt's slender form. I want you. The words sent shockwaves through all three women. The shaman, Shilua, snorted coldly, glancing at Su Qin and thinking her own conditions weren't any worse than this. Su Xiaoyun's expression twisted in conflict. Could it be that Xingye truly fancied her aunt? But he was clearly her destined partner. Did this mean they would have to share him? Su Qin's expression froze, and she forced a laugh. Little brother Yi, don't joke like that. I'm not the kind of person who'd do something like that. Xing Yi smiled. I haven't even finished speaking. I only want you to accompany me for a few simple meals. Where did your mind wander off to? Su Qin chuckled awkwardly. She'd been teased again. Who said this kid was honest? He was full of mischief, his mind overflowing with dirty thoughts. That blatant look in his eyes earlier, it was clearly. Forget it, forget it. She'd let it slide. Little pervert. She'd have plenty of chances to get him back later. Remembered he had that innocent little girlfriend, right? If she could just expose his true nature to her, that would be absolutely hilarious. The thought lifted Su Qin's spirits considerably, and a smile returned to her face. Just a simple meal? Of course it's fine. Then, the assessment the day after tomorrow will depend on you. The day after tomorrow? So soon? Xing Yi was taken aback. He hadn't even been informed of the assessment schedule himself. How did this guy know before the examiner? Su Qin looked at Xing Yi's bewildered expression and thought, could he seriously not know about the assessment yet? Examiner, we'll be heading out now. You go ahead with your work. Don't forget to go easy on us during the exam the day after tomorrow, okay? With that, Su Qin promptly pulled Su Xiaoyun away. This visit was supposed to be Su Xiaoyun's moment to shine, yet she realized she'd barely exchanged a few words with Xing Yi. Having witnessed intimate moments between a man and a woman for the first time, she was utterly bewildered, her mind in complete disarray. She vowed to reflect deeply upon returning home. Next time, she absolutely couldn't be like this. No, she'd better watch a few more forbidden films beforehand to practice. Xing Yi remained oblivious to Su Xiaoyun's inner turmoil. After the two women departed, Su Qin dissolved her divine domain. Xing Yi sought out Lin Yifeng. Before Lin Yifeng could ask, Xing Yi demanded the specifics of the upcoming assessment. He couldn't afford to be a lackluster examiner. A day passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the assessment finally arrived. Tianfu University buzzed with activity. I heard this freshman assessment is being held jointly by the three major universities of Shangjing. Yeah, but does that mean we'll face 3 examiners from 3 different universities? Isn't that even better? Maybe you'll catch the eye of the other 2 universities and get special admission? Poof. We're all aiming for Shangjing's elite institutions. Don't sugarcoat it for me. If Tianfu University rejects me, would the other 2 even dare to accept me? The 3 highest-ranking universities in Shangjing, Tianfu, Starry Sky, and Great Xia. Among them, Tianfu University reigns supreme, boasting the most comprehensive strength and resources. It controls hundreds of complete secret realms and is rumored to hold the gateway to a mythical-level secret realm. Daxia University, though its name suggests an official institution, is actually the perfect place for wealthy individuals and aristocratic offspring to polish their credentials. Its founding dean hailed from one of Shangjing's prominent families. Starry Sky University was a mixed institution. Its founding dean upheld the principle of educating all without distinction. Over half of its students were from different races, with varying levels of strength, yet they were extremely united. Freshmen from Shangjing's 3 universities gathered together, preparing to face this grand assessment. Xing Yi stood at the center of the assessment area, clad in black combat attire. His gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, scanning every person present. He had already learned from Lin Yifeng that, as one of the 3 chief examiners for this freshman assessment, he held immense authority. Beyond having complete control over Tianfu University's enrollment quotas, he also held 1/3 of the admission spots for each of the other 2 academies. As Xing Yi scrutinized the other freshmen, they, in turn, scrutinized him. Many, seeing how young he appeared, wore looks of skepticism. Damn, who is this kid? Why is he wearing an examiner's uniform? And it's Tianfu University's examiner uniform? Could he actually be one of the examiners? Are you kidding me? Has Tianfu University really fallen this far?
Well, I heard Tianfu University has a lot of connections this year. Rumor has it General Ye's precious disciple brought in over 10 connections, all of them at the demigod level.
Semi-god? Are you kidding me? Even my university wouldn't accept someone at that level. How could they possibly get special admission into Tianfu, the top academy in the capital? Lin Yifeng stood beside Xingye, listening to the murmurs of doubt around them.
He chuckled softly. I don't know why General Yi didn't announce your identity publicly, but clearly, I can do it for you now.
Need me to? Xingye was speechless. No need. Better to keep a low profile.
With alien immortals and gods secretly monitoring them, Xingye preferred to keep a low profile to avoid revealing too much.
Alright.
Lin Yifeng sighed at her stubbornness. If she preferred playing the role of the wolf in sheep's clothing, he wouldn't spoil her fun.
Oh, right. Lin Yifeng murmured, you'd better be careful during this assessment. Those aristocratic brats aren't pushovers.
They'll stop at nothing to sabotage you for better results. Xingye smiled faintly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
Don't worry.
Those spoiled brats from the noble families, especially the Wang clan, I won't let a single one of them off the hook.
Well, Lin Yifeng was left with a mix of laughter and tears. Had the other misunderstood his meaning?
But then again, even if these newcomers resorted to forbidden items, they likely couldn't scratch Xingye.
It was the current batch of aristocratic youths who were in for trouble.
The news of the Wang family being slaughtered by Xingye alone hadn't spread yet. These aristocratic disciples, who had been under the academy's protection all this time, still didn't know Xingye's true identity.
Especially the Wang family's offspring.
Seeing the expressions on those Wang family members' faces, Lin Yifeng felt a deep sense of pity for them. This batch of Wang family offspring actually included several promising talents, by which he meant students gifted with both exceptional aptitude and exemplary character.
What a pity being born into the Wang family sealed their fate this time. Lin Yifeng wouldn't lift a finger to plead for the Wang family's young ones. Xingye and the Wang family were now mortal enemies.
Having chosen Xingye's side, he wouldn't give the Wang family a second thought.
Even if those Wang family members were innocent. Chapter 94, The Overly Clever Wang Qingqing. The new student assessment was about to begin.
Li Tiancheng approached Xingye, virtual wristband in hand, and whispered.
Here are the personal details of all the aristocratic heirs participating in the tests. I've compiled their files.
If any of them get on your nerves, just punch them out. Xingye nodded, began receiving the information, and carefully examined each aristocratic youth's file. His mind was already made up. Those spoiled brats from noble families who bullied commoners and committed atrocities must all be eliminated. Wang clan, 9 new recruits, heavenly god strength, projected quota, 9. Li family, 6 newcomers, heavenly god strength, projected quota, 6.
Yang family, 12 newcomers, projected quota, 10. Xiangyao City, 19 newcomers, heavenly god strength, estimated quota, 2.
Wangjiang City, 15 new recruits, heavenly god strength, projected quota, 10. Xingye Guang's anger flared at the mere glance of the rough enrollment plan.
Li Tiancheng delivered the final blow. Doesn't it seem like the admission rate for the noble families is incredibly high? No, it's more accurate to say almost everyone from those families gets in. Actually, these lists have already been urgently tampered with once, especially our Wangjiang City data. How many is Wangjiang City recruiting? Surely they won't take none. Xingye glanced at the pitifully low quotas for other districts, yet Wangjiang City's 10 spots stood out like a beacon.
Wangjiang City had 15 spots, a nearly 1-to-1 admission ratio so high it was unbelievable. Other districts barely got 1 or 2 spots. Originally, Wangjiang City only had 1 spot. After they discovered your favor toward us, they immediately altered Wangjiang's quota and slightly reduced the slots for aristocratic families.
Li Tiancheng's face darkened. The admissions process for a prestigious top-tier academy in the capital was even more chaotic than their own in Wangjiang. Although they had secured their spots through Xu Xing's connections, the rest of Wangjiang's candidates had earned theirs through relentless cultivation.
Yet in the end, only 1 spot was available.
If other districts' noble families had only 1 spot each, that might be understandable. But for the admissions plan of the most prestigious academy to be arbitrarily altered like this?
Li Tiancheng found it hard to believe, let alone comprehend.
Fairness? What a ing joke.
And damn it, reviewing those biographies of the aristocratic scions nearly sent his blood pressure skyrocketing to 280. After reading through the lives of these aristocratic disciples, Li Tiancheng felt like he didn't even want these eyes anymore. It was truly beyond words.
Fortunately, this assessment was conducted by Xingye, and the Wang family had recently incurred Xingye's wrath. At least these scoundrels from the Wang clan wouldn't be allowed into Tianfu University to torment other students.
Raping women, oppressing commoners, embezzling poverty relief funds distributed by the school.
There wasn't a single evil deed they hadn't committed. Their actions were utterly appalling, no better than beasts. These scum are nothing but a cancer on society.
After reading the report, Xingyi burned with rage. His fingers slid down the list, finally pausing at the Wang family column. The name Wang Qinqing felt like a thorn, deeply embedded in his heart. He remembered it vividly. They'd met because of his little fairy girlfriend. Unfortunately, other Wang family members had interfered back then, and the unexpected appearance of the black-stockinged ant had prevented him from getting the other party to change their name. To his shock, he now saw that name again on this list of heinous crimes, and the man was ranked at the very top. Wang Qinqing, you dare prey on the innocent girls of Wangjiang City? Today is your doom. Xingye's eyes blazed with icy murderous intent. He knew well that any mercy was wasted on these scourges of noble families. After all, he'd already killed so many Wang family elders, a few more disciples wouldn't make a difference. He was confident that the Wang family's immortal ancestor wouldn't dare blame him. Without waiting for the other two examiners to arrive, Xingyi initiated the new student assessment for Tianfu University ahead of schedule. As the head of the assessment, he held full authority over all matters concerning the new students. The other two examiners had no power to interfere. Though initiating the test early violated protocol, rules were meant for humans. As a divine embryo from another realm, arrogance and tyranny were his normal state. Leaping into the center of the assessment area, Li Sheng declared, "Everyone, the new student assessment begins now. The scions of noble families shall take the stage first, beginning with the Wang clan." As Xingye's words fell, a stir rippled through the crowd below, particularly among the Wang family of the noble clans. They hadn't even been informed of the specific test rules. Why should they be the first to step forward as guinea pigs? You want to settle a personal grudge? Wang Yu, the Wang family member beaten 2 days prior, his face twisted with fury, couldn't help but roar. Most of the Wang family members still at Tianfu University were unaware of the massacre Xingyi had inflicted upon their clan. Consequently, they assumed this assessment would be a mere formality, just like all the others before. Even if Xingyi was exceptionally powerful and had defeated them 2 days prior, he was still just one person. What good was individual strength when it came to competing in the world? It was all about background. The Wang family, after all, was a celestial clan of the capital. Who dared refuse them face? In past Tianfu admissions, the examiners practically begged them to pass. First candidate, Wang Qinqing of the Wang family, step forward. Xingye's expression remained icy as he nearly repeated the announcement. If the opponents still refused to step forward, Xingyi would personally descend and drag them out. In his eyes, there was no such thing as forfeiting. Since these noble scions had shown up, even if they were forfeiting their admission, they still deserved a beating. Wang Qinqing had been chatting and laughing with a group of other young nobles. Upon hearing Xingye's words, his expression darkened instantly. He hadn't expected to be the first one called to the stage. Poof! A mere demigod tier examiner dares to make an example of me? Wang Qinqing thought inwardly, holding Xingye in utter contempt. After all, he was the elite of the Wang family's branch, having already reached the second-tier heavenly god realm and completed the bloodline mutation in his beast-taming. In his eyes, Xingyi was nothing more than a clown, utterly insignificant. As for his cousin Wang Yu getting beaten up the day before yesterday, Wang Qinqing simply assumed his cousin had been careless. Otherwise, how could a demigod possibly suppress a heavenly god? Another possibility was that his cousin had been sparring with the opponent. He knew this examiner had been specially recruited into Tianfu University. A semi-deity could only gain admission through special recruitment. Tianfu University likely needed to save face. They couldn't very well admit a special recruit who turned out to be useless. So, perhaps my cousin deliberately sustained injuries. They might have planned this all along. My cousin was cooperating with this examiner in a staged drill. As a formidable level 4 heavenly god, if he were to be wounded by this demigod examiner, it would undoubtedly highlight the examiner's extraordinary talent and prove that the special admission was justified. Once Wang Qinqing grasped this, his mood instantly lifted. So that was it. It seemed this examiner had considerable backing. No, perhaps he was even the illegitimate son of some clan patriarch. Sending this demigod to pre-test the young masters of the noble families might be a coded message from their clan, deliberately lowering the bar to ensure all the noble disciples passed. Chapter 95, The Maiden's Gratitude. The more Wang Qinqing pondered it, the more plausible it seemed. He truly was a genius. He'd instantly penetrated the essence of the matter. Glancing at the furious aristocratic youths around him, Wang Qinqing wore a look of utter contempt. He was clearly the sharpest one here. The examiner had put on such a masterful performance, yet he'd seen through it so early. Xingyi had no idea what was going through Wang Qinqing's mind. But seeing him actually smile, Xingyi was momentarily stunned. Rage surged within him. How dare he mock him? Did he really think he wouldn't dare cripple him in public? Come up! Xingyi murmured again. Convinced he had everything figured out, Wang Qinqing strode forward without hesitation, stepping onto the testing platform with a flourish. Yet the moment he stepped onto the platform and met Xingyi's icy gaze, an unprecedented pressure crushed him. This pressure felt like it came from the depths of an abyss, like facing an ancient immortal ancestor, making him feel suffocated. What do you want? Wang Qinqing demanded, his voice trembling despite his feigned bravado. He sensed something was terribly wrong. His body's instincts screamed to flee immediately. He didn't want to take this test anymore. Unfortunately, Xingyi gave him no chance to back out. Xingye's gaze was like a cold blade, slicing through Wang Qinqing's psychological defenses stroke by stroke. In an instant, his form shifted, and he charged toward Wang Qinqing like a bolt of lightning. Wang Qinqing paled in shock, urgently summoning his beast to meet the attack. But Xingye's speed was simply too overwhelming. Before his beast could react, it was already sent flying by Xingye's fist. Boom! Half the beast's body shattered, flesh and blood scattering everywhere as it let out a blood-curdling scream. What? Wang Qinqing's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't fathom what had just happened. His beast companion was the epic Tearstone origin beast Roar, meticulously cultivated and evolved to possess immense power. Yet before Xingye, it crumbled like paper, utterly defenseless. Xingyi struck again, this time obliterating the beast before Wang Qinqing's horrified gaze. No! Wang Qinqing's eyes turned bloodshot as he snapped into action, desperate to intervene. But Xingye's beast, Jiur, appeared. Though small in stature, it contained terrifying power. Jiur mimicked a tiger, unleashing a terrifying roar whose shockwave nearly shook Wang Qinqing to death. Wang Qinqing could only struggle to defend himself, his attacks rendered child's play before Jiur easily deflected. Impossible. How could your beast companion be this powerful? Wang Qinqing despaired. The Xingye before him couldn't possibly be merely at the demigod realm. This must be the old monster's avatar, deliberately toying with them. If it were the heavenly prefecture immortal god, this trial would never have truly harmed him. Though his beast was dead, it didn't matter as long as he himself was unharmed, everything could be negotiated. Elder, I concede. Alas, he had miscalculated once more. And the price for that miscalculation was facing Xingye's attack head-on. Xingyi sneered coldly as his fist thundered toward Wang Qinqing like a bolt of lightning. A thunderous crash echoed as Wang Qinqing's body flew backward like a, slamming heavily into the edge of the assessment platform. Scum! Trash! Xingyi spat out the two words coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt. Had this not been the capital of the Celestial Kingdom, that single strike would have shattered him completely. Though Wang Qinqing wouldn't die, he might as well be dead. Completely crippled, he would never be able to cultivate again, and his manhood would be utterly destroyed. Wang Qinqing lay on the ground, covered in blood. The guards maintaining order around him exchanged bewildered glances, unsure how to proceed. Historically, examiners have never actually laid a hand on or injured the new recruits during assessments. But this examiner? Not only was he not holding back, he looked dead set on beating the new recruit to death. Should we save him or not? The guards found themselves in a dilemma. They knew full well that the man on the ground was a member of the royal family, a precious asset. Yet these guards were no slouches either. As Tianfu guards, their status was certainly not low. With the examiners silent, they could only watch helplessly. Fortunately, Lin Yifeng spoke up. What are you standing around for? Go save him. The guards breathed sighs of relief, swiftly hoisting the stretcher and roughly lifting Wang Qinqing off the ground before hurrying away. The guards had figured it out, this examiner had powerful connections and a grudge against the Wang family. Next. Xingyi swept his gaze over the crowd below, his eyes sharp and piercing. By now, the other young masters from the prominent families were all stunned into silence. They never imagined this seemingly young examiner could be so formidable. Wang Qinqing was the cream of their crop, yet he proved utterly helpless before Xingyi. Wang family, continue. The Wang family disciples had no choice but to grit their teeth and take the stage one by one. One punch, blood spurting, flying backward, eliminated. In the subsequent trials, Xingyi showed no mercy. For these scoundrels from the noble families, he dispatched each with a single punch. Whether from the Wang family or other clans, they were all eliminated. His fist struck like thunderbolts, sending the aristocratic youths flying backward, each one wailing in agony. Good. Well done. Many commoner seniors watched with blood boiling. Xingyi did what they had always dared not do, nor could do. These aristocratic scions had bullied the common folk and committed every conceivable evil in their daily lives. Now, finally, someone had stepped forward to teach them a lesson. Lin Yifeng stood nearby, watching Xingyi's brutal display, his mouth twitching. Elimination was one thing, but why stir up so much hatred? But then again, this was Xingyi, the sole disciple of General Yi. And most importantly, Xingyi possessed formidable strength. Standing alone against the entire Wang family? Compared to eliminating these aristocratic brats, that was practically nothing. Oomph. These aristocratic brats, always relying on their family's power to commit all sorts of atrocities. Fine, let's purge the academy of such filth. Lin Yifeng felt a surge of satisfaction, though his expression remained impassive. He had no choice, he had no divine beings backing him. As the assessment progressed, more and more Wang family scions were eliminated. The elders seated in the spectator stands could no longer remain composed, their faces twisted with fury. Who is this Xingyi? He's utterly arrogant. Wang Tianba, head of the Wang family's branch, slammed his fist on the armrest in fury. How dare he treat our Wang family's disciples like this? Other elders of the Wang family branch echoed his outcry. Indeed. The examiner must be replaced immediately.
Otherwise, where is the dignity of our Wang family?
Meanwhile, in the waiting area below, at the Wangjiang City testing site, a girl clad in the uniform of Wangjiang First High School, her face tightly concealed, glanced at the Wang family members lying on the ground. Then she looked at Xingye, the one who had so effortlessly beaten these spoiled brats. Her eyes held 3 parts gratitude, 3 parts fascination, and 4 parts awe.
Chapter 96, All Aristocratic Family Disciples Eliminated.
As the rounds of assessments continued, fewer than 1 in 100 aristocratic disciples remained. Finally, an elder could no longer contain himself. He slammed his fist on the table and rose to his feet.
How dare you? A new official sets 3 fires, and they burn right into our clan's territory? Wang Ling, the Wang family elder, roared angrily.
Other clans joined in the chorus of protest. After all, while the Wang clan had eliminated the most, the other clans weren't faring much better. Xingyi seemed oblivious, instead barking orders at the gathered clan disciples below.
What are you standing around for? My time is precious. Get moving and take the test. Bunch of trash. We'll finish testing all of you by morning. The clan disciples seethed inwardly but dared not speak. They couldn't win in a fight, and resisting now would only guarantee a slap across the face later on stage. That slap from Xingye might not kill, but it hurt like hell, and worse, it was utterly humiliating. You brat! Didn't you hear me tell you to stop? Wang Ling leapt forward, climbing onto the testing platform himself. He hadn't intended to escalate matters, but with the young upstart showing such disrespect first, he wouldn't be blamed for bullying his junior. Yifeng, don't blame me.
He was the one being so arrogant, Wang Ling murmured, as if offering an explanation to the upper echelons of the heavenly palace. Lin Yifeng smiled faintly, tapping his fingers as if he hadn't heard or seen a thing.
Wang Ling's withered face broke into a smile. Excellent. Nephew Yifeng shows great promise. My Wang family is grateful. Out of Wang Ling's sight, Lin Yifeng sneered. Old fool, you're so blind. I'm your Wang family's enemy. He kept his head down because he didn't want to witness Wang Ling getting beaten. After all, Wang Ling was an elder. If he were struck in front of so many people, Lin Yifeng would have to try to stop Xingyi, regardless of the circumstances. But now, with his head down, as long as he couldn't see or hear, Wang Ling's fate was none of his damn business. At worst, he'd face a charge of dereliction of duty later and offer an apology. Apologizing? Anyone could do that. Xingyi watched Wang Ling step forward and sneered coldly, Old man, haven't you managed to get into Tianfu University even at your age? While Tianfu University has no age restrictions, seeing how you can barely stand upright, perhaps you should withdraw. Save yourself from ending up crippled and having to pay me for medical expenses. Wang Ling roared with fury, you brat, you're asking for death. You're merely a demigod. Making you an examiner is doing you a favor. I'm an externally appointed elder of Tianfu University. What are you, anyway? Oh, I can't hear you. I don't care what your status is. You're standing right in front of me now. Are you here to test? If you want to fight, just get on with it. Xingyi looked thoroughly impatient. It was already past noon. If the test wasn't finished, how would they get to eat? Fine. Wang Ling's rage turned to laughter. He stepped forward himself, determined to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Just then, the other 2 examiners strolled over leisurely, overhearing Wang Ling and Xingye's exchange. Unfazed by the commotion. Since we're here, we'll serve as referees. Please fight freely. Student safety is our responsibility. Wang Ling sneered coldly, 3 examiners? Don't be surprised if only 2 remain shortly. Enough chatter. Get on the mat. Your Wang family still has a few beasts left to weed out. If you defeat me, what harm is there in handing over this examiner position to you? The newly arrived examiners adopted a spectator stance. We're only responsible for our own assessment quotas. So as for examiner Xingye's words, we'll pretend we never heard them. Wang Ling ceased his words, unleashing his body. The moment he released his level 6 heavenly god power, the entire assessment area seemed enveloped by an overwhelming aura of might. A faint golden glow surrounded him. Each step he took was as heavy as a mountain, causing the assessment platform to tremble slightly. Boy, today I'll show you what a true powerhouse is. Wang Ling roared, his hands swiftly forming seals to summon his mighty beast, the Great Might Celestial Dragon. A colossal dragon, its body stretching nearly 100 zhang, burst forth from the void. Its scales glinted with icy light, its eyes blazing like torches. This epic-tier celestial dragon was the culmination of centuries of cultivation by Wang Ling, who had expended countless resources to refine its bloodline to its peak, resulting in terrifying power. Young upstart, prepare to face utter despair. Wang Ling sneered coldly, commanding the Great Might Celestial Dragon to lunge at Xingyi. The colossal dragon opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. Within that inferno lay destructive power potent enough to instantly melt a small mountain. Yet, faced with this attack powerful enough to shock anyone, Xingyi merely sneered with disdain, not even shifting his stance. He raised his hand lightly, delivering a seemingly casual slap that seemed to contain the very power of heaven and earth. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as the arrogant Great Might Celestial Dragon was sent flying by that single slap.
Its massive body tumbled several times in midair before crashing heavily onto the edge of the assessment platform. Dragon scales shattered, and dragon blood spattered everywhere. Its eyes rolled back, foam spilling from its mouth. Like a dead fish, it lay unconscious, clearly incapacitated.
How is this possible? Wang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding scene.
His great might celestial dragon was an epic tier beast companion, battle-hardened through countless conflicts. It could even hold its own against a half-step immortal god.
How could it be defeated so easily?
The students watching below erupted in an uproar. They rose from their seats, their eyes filled with shock and awe. The resentment and skepticism they had harbored toward Xingyi had now completely transformed into awe.
This can't be possible? Is he still only at the demigod realm? That power is terrifying.
Good heavens, to witness history in my lifetime. History books today only recorded demigods defeating lower-tier celestial gods, yet here was Xingyi, effortlessly defeating a mid-tier level 6 celestial god with a single palm strike. The other two examiners, hailing from different universities, had initially intended to test Xingyi's strength during this assessment to gauge the true measure of this legendary prodigy.
Yet that single punch had utterly shattered their plans.
This kid, he truly is an anomaly, one examiner murmured, his voice tinged with dread.
Indeed. He truly lives up to his reputation as a divine embryo from another realm. Perhaps he genuinely inherits ancient lineage.
These two were aware of Xingyi's identity, which was precisely why they hadn't looked down on him from the start. Now they realized they hadn't done their homework. If they'd known his background beforehand, they might have ended up on the ground themselves today. Before Wang Ling could react, Xingyi delivered a swift kick, sending the old man flying out of Tianfu Academy. That geezer had wasted precious time. He had dinner to catch.
Glancing down at the nearly 100 new aristocratic students below, Xingyi's eyes lit up.
Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him.
Wang Ling's defeat presented an opportunity for Xu Xing. He stood up.
You've all seen my strength.
Making you hold out another 3 seconds would be a bit unfair. So, following the rules, all the young masters from the noble families should come forward together. Let me see if all of you, nearly 100 of you, can hurt me when you band together. If even one of you can wound me, then you all pass the test.
No sooner had Xu Xing finished speaking than dozens of young nobles surged forward from below the platform.
Each bore a murderous glint in their eyes. How dare he be so arrogant? Did he truly think these noble heirs were all useless trash?
A team of nearly 100 heavenly god cultivators, even if they were all pigs, could easily wound a half-step immortal god.
They refused to believe it. A demigod, no matter how formidable his physical form, would eventually exhaust his spiritual energy. Once drained, wouldn't he be at their mercy?
Yet, facing this assault from nearly 100 men, Xingyi merely smiled faintly, as if he didn't even acknowledge their presence. His form moved lightly through the crowd, as if strolling through a garden, effortlessly dodging one attack after another.
Poof! Is that all you've got?
Xingyi sneered, his voice dripping with contempt. The young nobles roared with fury at his words, intensifying their assault as boundless spiritual energy engulfed the entire trial platform.
Yet Xingyi's movements remained eerily unpredictable.
Each time, he found an opening at the critical moment, slipping free from the crowd. Stop testing me one by one, Xingyi declared impatiently, his voice dripping with arrogance.
Just unleash your full power together already. Save me the trouble of wasting my time.
Infuriated by his words, the young masters began desperate measures. Some forcibly merged with their beasts, others unleashed forbidden arts, and still others burned away their life force. These young nobles knew that only by entering the celestial palace could their families continue to nurture them. Otherwise, they would inevitably become cannon fodder. Thus, even at the cost of burning their life force, they sought to wound Xingyi and seize their chance to enter the celestial palace.
Alas, it was all in vain. Xingyi gave them ample opportunity, and in the end, he didn't even bother to dodge.
Endless storms of spiritual energy crashed down upon him. As countless young masters watched in a mix of shock and awe, Xingyi's form paused ever so slightly. Then, like a tiger charging down a mountain, he unleashed a punch that struck one of the young masters squarely in the chest. With a thunderous thud, the young noble flew backward like a. As Xingyi stood unscathed before them, a wave of helplessness washed over the young aristocrats.
Anyone else?
Xingyi swept his gaze coldly around the room, his eyes brimming with defiance. The young aristocrats all lowered their heads. And Xingyi, seeing this, let a cold smile curve his lips.
Useless. Utterly pathetic. With abilities like yours, you dare call yourselves scions of noble families? Xingyi mocked the young nobles mercilessly. Unfortunately, these heirs seemed to have given up entirely. After his prolonged tirade, most remained numb. Xingyi was speechless. Their surrender was far too easy for them. He swung his fist again, this time targeting not individual scions but the entire crowd. His form darted through the crowd like a phantom, each punch landing as another noble son collapsed. Thud! 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 A series of punches echoed as the young nobles fell like wheat cut down. Within mere minutes, nearly 100 aristocratic youths were cleanly and decisively eliminated by Xingyi.
Lying on the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, eyes rolled back, the physical injuries they suffered paled in comparison to the psychological blow. If these individuals couldn't overcome the nightmare of this day, their cultivation would never advance further.
Xingye stood at the center of the assessment platform, a faint golden glow emanating from his body.
To the other new recruits, he resembled a living ancient war god. A mere demigod possessing such overwhelming power, it was utterly terrifying.
Very well. None of you could harm me. Therefore, all of you are eliminated, Xingye declared, his expression unreadable. Any objections? The aristocratic youths below groaned in despair, yet none dared speak. Very well. The morning's new student assessment is concluded.
Not a single member of the noble families passed.
You may leave.
Xingye wore a satisfied smile. He was thoroughly pleased with this outcome.
As for the other two examiners? What did they care?
Even if they tried to intervene, Xingye wouldn't give them the time of day. After all, admissions at Tianfu University were entirely his responsibility. Of course, the other two examiners were quite sensible, playing dumb throughout the entire process.
Testing concluded. Dismissed. Xingye promptly left.
Lin Yifeng sighed helplessly. Xingye, come to my office first.
We need to discuss something. Lin Yifeng had just faced pressure from above.
Xingye had been too ruthless, leaving no room for compromise, and the higher-ups were dissatisfied with this outcome.
Some higher-ups feared straining relations with the aristocratic families too much.
They wanted Lin Yifeng to act as a mediator, at least ensuring Xingye didn't interfere too much with the afternoon admissions at the other two colleges.
Lin Yifeng and Xingye had just entered the office to discuss the afternoon enrollment plans when, suddenly, the office door swung open. A young girl in a black dress walked in. Her eyes locked on Xingye and Lin Yifeng as a surge of excitement and gratitude washed over her face. Excuse me.
Are you Starry Night's examiner and teacher Lin Yifeng? She asked, her voice trembling. Xingye and Lin Yifeng froze, utterly taken aback by this unexpected intrusion. When they saw the girl's face, surprise spread across their expressions.
Are you the girl bullied by Wang Qingqing? No, Xingye realized that phrasing was inappropriate and quickly corrected himself. Are you the new student from Wangjiang? The girl nodded.
Yes, I passed the entrance exam from Wangjiang No. 1 High School to study in Shangjing.
I'm here for the Tianfu assessment.
My name is Su Qing, and I'm 16 years old.
Thank you for saving me. Xingye smiled and shook her head.
It was the Tianfu guards who saved you.
If you must thank anyone, thank them.
Besides, those aristocratic brats had crossed me before.
I just didn't like them and took my revenge. Cough cough. Cough cough. Lin Yifeng coughed violently. How could he just make things up like that? What did he mean by deliberate retaliation? Lin Yifeng wanted to retort, you're a Tianfu examiner now. If you aren't ashamed, the Tianfu certainly is. Su Qing lowered her head awkwardly and hurriedly said, I didn't hear anything. I promise I won't say a word. I won't cause trouble for Lord Xingye. Xingye shrugged. No big deal. If she did, so be it.
Anyone who dares cause me trouble will have my fists explain things to them.
Same goes for you. Focus on training hard from now on. Once you're strong enough, if anyone bullies you, just beat them to death. If they have backers, don't worry either. As long as you're strong enough, beat the crap out of them and their old farts too.
The girl's eyes lit up as she listened to Xingye's words.
Her back straightened slightly as she looked at Xingye and Lin Yifeng gratefully. Thank you both.
From now on, I'll train diligently and live up to your expectations. Lin Yifeng looked at the girl before him, then glanced at Xingye, a flicker of speculation crossing his mind. He knew Xingye wouldn't speak lightly.
Could this girl possess hidden, immense potential? No, he must ask Xingye about this later.
If she truly possessed immense potential, he wouldn't mind taking her as a disciple.
Alright, Su Qing, you may go now.
Should the academy encounter any difficulties in the future, you can call this number. Lin Yifeng smiled as he handed her a business card.
In any case, hedging his bets was the prudent move.
Su Qing gratefully accepted it with both hands before respectfully exiting the office.
Chapter 97, Challenge accepted.
In the afternoon, sunlight slanted across Tianfu Academy's testing grounds, bathing them in a golden glow. Xingye stood at the center of the assessment platform, his gaze radiating a gentleness starkly different from that of the morning. Unlike the arrogant, spoiled scions from prominent families earlier, most of the remaining freshmen hailed from the city districts and commoner backgrounds. They had earned their place here through sheer effort. He turned to face the candidates from the major districts and commoner neighborhoods below the platform, his voice booming.
Good afternoon, freshmen. Welcome to Tianfu Academy's assessment grounds. For the upcoming assessments, I will uphold the principles of fairness and impartiality. As long as you demonstrate your true abilities, you will have the opportunity to pass. Xingye's words stirred the hearts of many new students. Yet, having witnessed the morning's events, the sight of his smile only deepened their fear. Hundreds had taken the test that morning, yet not a single one passed. Among them were peerless geniuses of the upper heavenly god realm, yet before Xingye, they were sent flying with a single punch and eliminated without hesitation.
The elimination of the aristocratic scion should have brought them joy after all. This year's assessment seemed to disregard family backgrounds. Yet, with every single aristocratic candidate eliminated, they found themselves unable to feel any real delight. This examiner, Xing Yi, seemed to carry an overwhelmingly personal bias during the morning session. Would the afternoon proceedings follow suit? Eliminated for not meeting his personal standards? As for questioning the fairness, they might grumble inwardly, but none dared voice it openly. Their respective instructors wouldn't tolerate such dissent hadn't they seen all the aristocratic heirs eliminated without a single protest? Or perhaps those who dared to question were dealt with physically. Proceed to the test according to the list. First up, Li Wanner. Li Wanner from Nanjiang City First High School stiffened at the sound of her name. Her accompanying teacher gave a wry smile and whispered, "Go on. Be polite. Do your best." Anxiety filled Li Wanner's eyes, yet she clearly neither wanted nor dared to abandon the test. Taking a deep breath, she channeled her spiritual energy and leapt forward. Senior Xing. Senior Xing Yi, please. Li Wanner immediately performed a 180-degree bow, her voice trembling. Having witnessed the examiner's methods earlier that morning, she only hoped to avoid humiliation and lose with a shred of dignity. Xing Yi nodded. Release your spiritual energy. Li Wanner cautiously released her spiritual energy, and a refreshing breeze instantly filled the assessment platform. Wood element healing? Quite similar to Wang Mingxin, Xing Yi murmured. Li Wanner, thinking he was displeased, covered her face in fright, nearly ready to surrender. She knew she couldn't win a fight. Even if she were a pure attacker, her own strength was only at the level 1 heavenly god stage, not even matching the aristocratic youths from this morning. How could she possibly defeat the person before her? What astonished her was that Xing Ye didn't attack, but instead nodded in praise. Not bad, not bad. What elementalists are rare indeed. To break through to the heavenly god realm at such a young age through your own efforts, that's quite the talent. By the way, what kind of beast do you command? Li Wanner was puzzled but bowed respectfully, summoning her beast. A small, entirely green spirit appeared. Nature spirit, what element? Bloodline, mutated epic. Abilities, revival of all things, life restoration. Very well. You have passed. Ha? Xing Ye patiently repeated, your talent is promising. You've passed. I might establish a faction later. If you need resources, consider joining us part-time. Compared to the ruthless Xing Yi from the morning, the afternoon version was like a completely different person, now adopting the demeanor of a refined gentleman. But that didn't dampen Li Wanner's joy. Senior. I've been accepted into Tianfu University? Yes. Now, go ahead and leave. I still have work to do. Xing Yi raised his hand, and a gentle force sent her back to her original spot. Just as Li Wanner's acceptance was announced, the crowd below erupted in murmurs, especially among the aristocratic youths. Corruption. Backroom deals? Admitting her just because she's pretty? And he openly threatened her to join his faction. Is he going to invite her to be his personal secretary next? Damn, this is too brazen. Not even pretending openly playing favorites? In stark contrast to the aristocrat's fury, Li Wanner's section erupted in celebration. Admission to the capital's Heavenly Academy meant securing a spot among the future half-step immortal gods. A half-step immortal god, even within the entire Great Xia, ranked among the top 100 supreme experts capable of commanding an entire city district. If fate and luck favored them further, ascending to full immortal god status meant not just ruling their district, they could choose any location across the entire Great Xia Empire, becoming unrivaled rulers where their word was law. Wanner, you've truly brought honor to Nanjiang. Once you enter Tianfu University, focus on your cultivation. Resources? Don't worry about it, all of Nanjiang is at your disposal. The mayor of Nanjiang, his face beaming, immediately rushed over to offer warm congratulations. The morning's assessment had already crushed her hopes, but now this unexpected surprise had arrived. Wanner, hurry and thank the mayor. The elderly woman beside Wanner pulled her forward to express gratitude. The mayor recoiled in alarm. Not at all, not at all. Wanner is now a Tianfu student, and you, madam, are her teacher. Such formalities would be too much for me. Wanner, here are 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. It's not much, but it's my personal token of appreciation. Take it for now. Once we return, the city will hold a special meeting to discuss allocating resources for you. The mayor smiled broadly as he handed over a golden ring. Li Wanner hesitated to refuse, but the old woman tugged her arm. Take it, silly girl. Otherwise, the mayor won't be able to sleep tonight. Li Wanner smiled bitterly, her heart filled with even deeper gratitude toward Xing Yi. However, Xing Ye's recent request left her feeling uneasy. Without overthinking it, she turned to the mayor beside her and asked, Mayor, I have a question about Senior Xing Yi. The mayor was delighted to hear this. Go ahead. I'll tell you everything I know. Li Wanner spoke honestly, it's about what Senior Xing Yi mentioned earlier about forming a faction. The mayor's expression suddenly shifted. Without hesitation, he declared, join.
You absolutely must join. Whatever he asks of you, you must obey.
Realizing his tone was off, the mayor quickly added with a nervous chuckle, after all, Senior Xingye is exceptional. Following him will help you progress rapidly.
But Li Wanner felt uneasy hearing the malicious speculation from the aristocratic youths. Could they genuinely be interested in her face and figure?
Otherwise, with her talent, why would she deserve their special praise?
And become Tianfu University's first admitted student this year.
Even though she felt Senior Xingye wasn't that kind of person, her talent simply wasn't on the same level as the outstanding young masters from prestigious families.
No buts. The mayor, shedding her previous gentleness, spoke with unwavering resolve. Wanner, you must understand that you are the first student Senior Xingye has recruited. Given his immense strength and reliability, joining his faction is an honor bestowed upon us. We must be grateful not everyone gets such an opportunity.
The old woman sighed helplessly, gazing at her outstanding student's beautiful face. She seemed to foresee the outcome, yet felt powerless to intervene. At least he was young and powerful, and he had granted her student the qualification to enter the celestial realm.
It didn't seem like a bad deal. Humph, you. Playing innocent, huh?
Probably already hooked up with the examiner behind the scenes.
Exactly. A mere level 1 heavenly god? What good is a support class anyway? Supporters can't even attack. What can you do? She really is beautiful. That curvaceous figure, that innocent yet seductive face, plus that teasing, reluctant yet welcoming look.
Tisk, it's only natural she caught someone's eye.
It wasn't just the aristocratic science sour-faced slander erupted from other districts too.
Li Wanner felt wronged, but seeing the mayor's usually gentle expression turn stern and intimidating, she forced a smile and agreed.
Seeing her compliance, the mayor's face softened once more.
Another golden ring was offered.
These are several beauty cultivation techniques I've collected. They're said to be ancient traditions. Women's love for beauty is timeless. As long as it doesn't interfere with your cultivation, there's no harm in it.
The old woman stroked Li Wanner's silky hair. Seeing that Wanner didn't seem to dislike that young man above, she could only hope he would treat her kindly, not just toy with her before. Xingyi and Lin Yifeng naturally sensed the farce unfolding below, but Xingyi couldn't be bothered.
Why should he explain his actions to this trash below? Damn it, he'd originally planned to recruit a few more new students from the city.
Judging by their foul-mouthed slander, they probably weren't much better than the disciples from the noble families.
He didn't want any of them. Admissions were his call anyway.
Talented individuals were a dime a dozen in the Great Xia.
If need be, he'd personally go out to recruit. Some people are just disgusting.
Lin Yifeng stood by, feeling Xingyi was being treated unfairly. This morning, he'd stood firm against pressure from numerous clans and eliminated them all. This afternoon, he'd hoped to recruit more commoners, only to be met with nothing but trolls. The main issue was that only one recruit had been admitted that afternoon. If Xingye had mostly accepted beautiful women later on, then the criticism and insults would have been understandable. But damn it, they started complaining after just one admission. Did they really think whispering would make him deaf? Better that such people didn't join. Tianfu wouldn't miss a genius or two. The assessment continued, and Xingye called in 4 candidates this time.
3 men and 1 woman, all from Nanjiang City.
Only 5 candidates were listed for Nanjiang City, and the plan was to recruit just 1. Normally, after recruiting Li Wanner and the others, they wouldn't need to test them. Unfortunately, Xingye made the decision this time. Release your spiritual energy and summon your beasts, Xingye murmured. Their expressions turned solemn as they immediately complied, releasing their spiritual energy. All 4 were level 2 divine beasts, each wielding an attack-type beast, a lion-tiger hybrid, a giant eagle, a sea scorpion, and a dark-hearted rat. Xingyi had initially favored 3 of them, but one had just spoken disparagingly about him and the girl, so he was immediately eliminated. You're accepted. The rest may leave. Xingyi pointed at the first boy with a simple, honest face and the last girl with freckles. Why? Before the accepted pair could celebrate, the third candidate, a tall, thin boy with piercing eyes, voiced his objection.
I'm the strongest here. That girl couldn't even withstand 3 of my moves. Why? Just because she's female? Lin Yifeng rushed onto the stage.
Before Xingyi could speak, he delivered a series of kicks to the lanky boy.
What nonsense! Get off the stage. Don't you want to live? These students nowadays, they're getting pretty bold, aren't they? Didn't he see that even the aristocratic scions dared not speak out?
If Xingyi had cut him down just now, he'd have deserved it.
This was ultimately the world of beast-taming cultivation might made right. Rules and laws? Pure nonsense.
Don't be fooled by Xingye's demigod realm. His combat prowess already rivals that of an ordinary immortal god. If an actual immortal god had come to recruit students, Lin Yifeng guaranteed this brat wouldn't dare utter a single word of complaint.
You actually fancy someone with a face full of pockmarks?
Little did he know that the next words from this kid would silence the entire assessment ground.
Lin Yifeng's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, you little punk. Fury made Lin Yifeng curse out loud.
Seeing Xingye's expressionless face, Linifeng sensed trouble brewing. Sure enough, Xingye grabbed the guy by the collar, didn't say a word, and smacked him hard across the face. The blow shattered the guy's jaw. Linifeng winced at the sight. Xingye then interrogated the lanky youth on the spot, discovering he was merely a foul-mouthed troublemaker with no major crimes to his name. Forget it. Get lost. Xingye tossed him back, utterly speechless. Linifeng gave a nervous chuckle and immediately followed to handle the aftermath. He vowed that this kid would receive a strict lesson in respecting teachers and honoring elders once he returned. This minor incident didn't disrupt Xingye's recruitment drive. Several more candidates were admitted in quick succession. The heads of various districts below wore expressions of delight, their eyes gleaming as if they'd discovered this recruitment drive imposed minimal restrictions on commoners. Some district mayors even flew back personally to secure a fresh batch of civilian prodigies. Stellar Knight tacitly allowed it, offering no obstruction. Halfway through the assessments, a sudden burst of clear laughter shattered the quiet of the assessment hall. Xingye turned to see a young woman in an exquisite long gown walking slowly alongside a stunningly beautiful older woman. Arm in arm, their gowns one black, one white made them appear like mermaids emerging from the sea, radiating an air of noble elegance. "Examiner Xingye, it's been a while," the girl greeted with a smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Staring at the girl before him, Xingye couldn't help but show surprise. This girl was none other than Su Xiaoyun, the young princess of the Sea Clan. The stunning older woman beside her was her aunt, Su Qin. "You actually came for the newcomer assessment?" Xingye was somewhat surprised, fully aware of her status as the Merfo princess. Su Xiaoyun giggled. "What? Not happy to see me?" Xingye chuckled at her words. "Don't waste my time. No need for the test, you're both passed." Su Xiaoyun stuck out her tongue and made a funny face. Glancing down at the crowd below, she pursed her lips and whispered, "Is this really okay?" Xingye shrugged. "I'm in charge. If I say it's okay, then it's okay." Su Qin shot Xingye a disapproving look. "This special treatment is just too embarrassing. Just look at the crowd below. They'll definitely assume you've swept us sisters off our feet." "Oh my, sisters, auntie and niece, little Yayua feeling fluttery?" Su Qin suddenly leaned close to Xingye, deliberately wrapping her arm around her and whispering low. Xingye snorted coldly. If they were alone, he'd definitely take advantage again. But with so many people around, he couldn't risk you finding out. "Get down. You're accepted." Xingye shoved Su Qin away forcefully, pushing both of them down the stairs. Unfortunately, the aristocratic youths below couldn't contain themselves. They rose to their feet, roaring with anger and jeering. They cried out about unfairness and corruption. Unaware of Su Xiaojun and Su Qin's identities, they witnessed the two effortlessly pass the assessment and resolved to protest together. Why did they pass without testing? This is unfair. Exactly. Hundreds of us from prominent families failed this morning. Fixing. There must be fixing. We're going to report this to headquarters. The clamor of the aristocratic youths rose in waves, plunging the entire examination hall into chaos. Xingye watched the aristocratic youths below the stage, a sneer curling his lips. "What are you dogs barking about? If you're not satisfied, come fight me to the death." Chapter 98, Dean Bai, The Secret. As Xingye's murderous words fell, the atmosphere in the assessment arena froze solid as if encased in ice. The young aristocrats exchanged glances, their eyes filled with resentment. Yet, faced with Xingye's unfathomable power, they ultimately chose silence. The morning's humiliation echoed relentlessly in their minds, a thunderous warning against rash action. "Humph, a bunch of trash." Xingye snorted coldly, his gaze sharp as blades as it swept over every young master present. That icy stare seemed to pierce through their very souls, sending a chill down their spines. Under that gaze, the young nobles lowered their heads one after another, none daring to meet his eyes. "Wasting my time." Since no one objects, the assessment continues. Xingye's voice broke the silence once more. His gaze swept over the candidates below the stage, finally settling on a burly young man. "Next. Wu Lei." At the mention of his name, Wu Lei's eyes flickered with 6 parts excitement and 4 parts fear. The excitement stemmed from the apparent advantage commoners seemed to hold in this Tianfu assessment, while the fear arose from Xingye's unpredictable temperament. Wu Lei dreaded inadvertently offending him and being unjustly eliminated. The new student assessment was more than halfway complete. All 300-plus aristocratic offspring had been eliminated, and over half of the 100-plus commoners from the city districts had also been tested. The acceptance rate had reached a staggering 5-to-1, truly terrifying and impressive. Wu Lei took a deep breath, strode forward, and bowed respectfully. "Senior Xingye, please guide me." Xingye gave a slight nod, signaling Wu Lei to release his spiritual energy and summon his beast. Wu Lei wasted no time, immediately releasing his entire spiritual energy as instructed. A colossal surge of fire attribute energy erupted from his body, instantly igniting the air above the assessment platform. A colossal beast companion, a bear engulfed in flames, materialized beside him. A blazing bear with an epic tier fire bloodline. "Not bad," Xingye commented, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He could sense the profound spiritual energy within Zhao Lei and the beast's considerable potential. For a commoner to cultivate to this level made him a promising prospect. You pass. Xingye's words were concise and clear. Yet, an indescribable surge of joy welled up within Wu Lei. Overwhelmed with emotion, he knelt on the ground, repeatedly thanking him. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Xingye raised a hand, a gentle force lifting Wu Lei to his feet. No need for formalities. Keep up the hard work. Should my faction ever need more frontline fighters, you might consider joining us. With Wu Lei's acceptance, the testing grounds buzzed with renewed energy. The subsequent candidates, whether from the city or common backgrounds, eagerly showcased their abilities, hoping to earn Xingye's approval. However, just as the assessment was in full swing, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed through the air. A young man dressed in lavish attire rushed in, accompanied by several attendants. Behind him followed an elderly man. His face was etched with urgency, his eyes blazing with fury. Xingye! How dare you treat my noble offspring this way, the young man roared, his voice echoing across the examination grounds. Xingye frowned and turned to face the young man. Who are you? I am Yun Yang, young alliance leader of the Yun clan of the capital, declared the youth, his tone dripping with arrogance. Xingye snorted derisively upon hearing this. The Yun family? Never heard of them. Yun Yang's anger flared. How dare you insult the noble family's alliance? Xingye scoffed, so what if I do? Stop barking like a dog. Got a problem? Let's settle this with a fight. Yun Yang snorted coldly, barbarian. This is a university, a place of higher learning where reason comes first. Lin Yifeng nearly laughed out loud. Unable to defeat Xingye, he resorted to such a lame excuse. Yun Yang shot Lin Yifeng a sidelong glance. If he couldn't handle Xingye, how could he possibly handle an ordinary student council president? Master Wang, this fellow seems to be your student? Yun Yang addressed the elderly man behind him. The old man bowed slightly. Such an impudent student, this old man will deal with him immediately. Lin Yifeng, do you still recognize me? The old man appeared before Yun Yang and barked at Lin Yifeng. Lin Yifeng curled his lips. Vice Dean Wang, of course I remember. Oomph. You remember me, yet dare to be so insolent? You've been deferred this year, no, deferred again next year. While your abilities are sufficient, your character is lacking. You show no respect for teachers or reverence for the way. You need more discipline. Lin Yifeng cursed inwardly, but he felt helpless. There was nothing he could do after all, he had no divine backing. Before he could accept the punishment, Xingye stepped directly in front of him. You old fool. What kind of teacher are you? Respect for teachers and reverence for the way applies to people worthy of it, not to a decrepit old man like you. Old Master Wang roared with fury. How dare you, young upstart? I know you only became an examiner because of powerful connections behind the scenes. But I am the Vice Dean of the Celestial Academy. If I set my mind on dismissing you, do you think those connections could protect you? Lin Yifeng couldn't help but laugh this time. Xingye's backing? It was laughable. Setting aside the true dean, even the legendary General Xian Xingye was beyond this old man's reach, let alone comparing himself to such figures. The mere thought of General Xing Xingye hearing such a claim made Lin Yifeng chuckle inwardly. Lin Yifeng felt deeply moved by Xingye's defense. Indeed, he had placed his bet correctly. This was someone worth cultivating a relationship with at all costs. My backer? Xingye chuckled, glancing up at the sky. You likely don't even have the privilege to meet them. Old Master Wang unleashed his half-step immortal god aura, his face turning ashen. Then let this old man personally test your mettle and force the person behind you to step forward and meet me properly. The old man roared furiously, his figure flickering as he lunged toward Xingye. But at that moment, a gentle yet commanding voice cut through the air. Enough, Vice Dean Wang. Deputy Dean Wang halted abruptly, turning to see an elderly man in a blue robe approaching slowly. His face bore a benevolent expression, yet his eyes shone with profound wisdom. The newcomer was none other than Bai Yunhe, the Dean of Tenfu Academy. Dean Bai. Elder Wang's eyes widened in shock. He quickly steadied his spiritual energy fluctuations and bowed respectfully. Bai Yunhe gave a slight nod, then turned his gaze to Xingye. Xingye, this recruitment assessment may have been a bit violent and subjective, but you did recruit quite a few promising talents. Your eye for talent is commendable. Young Xingye truly made the right choice in recruiting you. Still, it's a pity your half-god realm is rather low. Xingye grinned. No big deal. What's a demigod? More than enough to handle a bunch of half-baked immortals and gods. Bai Yunhe chuckled. Seems you know quite a lot, boy. Truly worthy of being a divine embryo from another realm. The path you walk now echoes that of the ancient gods of old. Very impressive. Too bad we missed our chance, Dean Bai's eyes flickered with regret. After ascending to godhood, these elders had uncovered numerous ancient ruins and relics, gaining insight into the paths of primordial cultivators. But by the time they realized their own path was flawed, it was already too late. Asking them to disperse their cultivation and start anew was utterly impossible. With only 7 immortal gods in the Great Xia Empire, if they were to disperse their power, the alien races would descend in full force. The human race would have no chance of withstanding such an onslaught.
No worries, Dean.
The heavens and earth are about to undergo great change.
Your opportunity is approaching, Xingye said with a mysterious smile.
Dean Bai paused, then burst into laughter, patting Xingye on the shoulder.
You're something else, kid. You know a lot of secrets.
Come to my office later. Have a drink with this old man, and we'll exchange some information.
Forget the liquor, it's too harsh and pungent. Not my cup of tea.
Your cola here is just fine, Xingye replied bluntly.
Fine. Cola it is.
This old man will go buy some for you, Dean Bai laughed heartily.
Looks like things here are wrapping up soon. How about this, come over to my place tonight? Bring your master, Brother Yi Qing.
The 3 of us can enjoy some hot pot together.
Hot pot? You know what that is? It's our winter specialty here. Xingye nodded. I've smelled it and seen it. It smells amazing. See you tonight then. Their conversation, completely unguarded, stunned everyone present. Especially Vice President Wang, standing nearby.
Listening to their exchange, he felt as if the sky had fallen. The mere fact that Xingye knew the dean was enough to give him a headache, but little did he know this was merely the appetizer. Xingye's master was none other than General Yi, the youngest, most gifted immortal warrior who had just returned victorious from the foreign lands. How could this possibly be tolerated? Just the thought of facing General Yi in the future made Vice President Wang's legs go weak, unable to stand. He wanted to explain and apologize immediately, but the president and Xingye were deep in conversation.
Talk of cosmic upheavals and ancient deities left him dizzy and confused just listening.
Seeing the dean's eyes gleam with rapt attention, clearly this was vital information he dared not interrupt.
Deputy Dean Wang could only glare fiercely at Yun Yang, who was trembling beside him.
If that brat hadn't gone, he wouldn't have provoked Xingye, ended up on the dean's blacklist, or offended General Yi Qingge. Word had it that during Night Qingge's last expedition to recover the ancient goddess's coffin, over a dozen immortal deities had perished. Yet not only had Night Qingge returned unscathed, he had also obtained the goddess's personally transmitted divine arts. The more Vice Dean Wang thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Thankfully, he hadn't actually laid a hand on him earlier, and thankfully the dean had called him off in time.
Otherwise. Alright, young Master Yi, that's all for now. Get back to your work. I'll send you the location tonight. Oh, do you have a phone? Xingye shook his head.
My master mentioned it, but I haven't had time to get one yet.
Ahem.
Young knight, no young brother knight, if you don't mind, I happen to own a small mobile phone shop. Later, I'll personally take you to select 100 devices. Consider it my apology for my earlier rashness.
Dean Bai chuckled. Vice Dean Wang's tech shop is quite decent. That would be kind of you. Xingye readily agreed. Vice President Wang breathed a huge sigh of relief. Excellent. Brother Yi is so generous. I'll assist you with your tasks now and take you there once you're done. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Dean Bai. After President Bai departed, Vice President Wang promptly kicked Yun Yang aside with a kick, chuckling awkwardly. Now then, Brother Yi, this fellow doesn't know a mountain when he sees one. Fortunately, the misunderstanding isn't too serious. Please forgive him and let it go. Speaking tactfully, Vice President Wang presented a golden ring.
Xingye scanned it with his divine sense, not bad, containing tens of thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Yun Yang scurried over, offering a silver ring with an equally obsequious smile. He wasn't nearly as wealthy, holding only a few thousand top-grade spirit stones, but his collection of cultivation techniques and secret realms was substantial.
Not bad. Several ancient texts will be useful to me. Consider this rare medicinal plant paid for.
Xingye's eyes lit up as he casually tossed over 1,000-year-old starry spirit rasher. This made Yun Yang ecstatic. 1,000-year-old medicinal herb was rare even in the capital. With spiritual energy vanished from Blue Star, such herbs could only be obtained from secret realms.
But cultivation techniques?
He had plenty, especially photocopied copies.
Brother Xingye, you like cultivation techniques, right?
My Yun family happens to be renowned for compiling them.
Tomorrow, I'll make copies of our entire clan's techniques and give them to you. Agreed. I won't shortchange you either. If I find any ancient techniques I need, 10 copies for one major herb, how does that sound? Yun Yang nodded repeatedly. Big brother, just decide what's fair. Copies don't cost anything. Deputy Dean Wang seated beside them. He'd arrived first, yet Yun Yang's passion for cultivation techniques held sway and Wang simply didn't possess that many ancient manuals. 1,000-year-old medicinal herb. Especially one this rare, even he coveted it. That kid Yun Yang hadn't wasted his effort securing this opportunity. Hopefully he could procure a few 1,000-year-old herbs, then he could ask for one or two himself. Alright, the admissions testing is nearly done. You two handle the rest. Remember, accept decent charactered city dwellers and commoners, just about anyone who fits the bill. Got it? Xingye looked at Vice Dean Wang and Yun Yang. The two nodded frantically. No problem. We'll get the job done. Very well. I believe I have enrollment tasks at 2 other universities to attend to. Time to deal with those spoiled brats from the aristocratic families. Deputy Dean Wang felt a pang of dread. He thought, this is bad. The aristocratic brats at those other universities are going to suffer too. My own Wang family has plenty of offspring there. But whatever. The younger generation has their own fate to face. I need to hold on to mine. Xingye was his greatest chance at destiny now. Whether he could ascend to the realm of immortals and gods depended entirely on that person's word. When Xingye headed to the recruitment assessment sites of the other 2 universities, Linifeng gasped in surprise and hurried after him, transmitting a silent message. Xingye, you mustn't interfere with the other 2 universities' recruitment assessments anymore, Linifeng whispered urgently. You've already eliminated enough aristocratic heirs. If this continues, you'll risk offending even more people. This is also the higher-ups' directive. Of course, I know you fear no noble houses. But Great Xia still needs them to manage the secret realms across the regions, and even to defend against the myriad races. Great Xia cannot afford another large-scale war, especially with the cosmic upheaval approaching. Xingye nodded slightly upon hearing this. Truthfully, he had already been preparing to back down. Alright, I agree. Lin Yifeng exhaled in relief, but Xingye's next words jolted him back to alertness. However, I retain the right to decide the admissions for 1/3 of the spots allocated to each of the 2 universities under my control. Lin Yifeng gave a wry smile. That might be a bit difficult. Truthfully, the quality of freshmen at the other 2 universities doesn't affect us. Why not sell your quotas to the major clans? I'm sure the major clans would gladly pay a hefty price for them. Xingye's eyes lit up. Not a bad idea. How much per spot? Don't expect me to sell for less. Lin Yifeng had anticipated this. In truth, this was one of the best outcomes the clans had proposed. As for spirit stones, clans possessed centuries, even millennia, of accumulated wealth. Each one, roughly tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones. How about that? Xingye sucked in a sharp breath. Tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones per slot? Since the slot was useless to him anyway. Sold. Chapter 99, Auctioning University Spots. After Xingye agreed to sell the academy spot, Lin Yifeng immediately relayed the news to the other clans. Lin Yifeng also relayed the truth to Xingye. Xingye naturally had no objections. Exchanging a useless spot for tens of millions of high-grade spirit stones was undoubtedly a profitable deal. Don't be fooled by his divine maiden inheritance making him seem wealthy. Most of her treasures were peerless artifacts, making them difficult to sell. Besides, who wouldn't take money when offered? Once this recruitment concluded, he planned to push toward the heavenly god realm. His divine domain still fell far short of the ancient heavenly court. He lacked tens of thousands of celestial soldiers and generals, as well as 10,000 li of immortal peaches and spiritual herbs. His need for spirit stones remained a bottomless pit. Xingye and his companion waited a few minutes before representatives from the noble families arrived. It was clear the families were in a genuine hurry, fully prepared to conduct the transaction at any moment. A middle-aged man in an ornate robe approached Xingye with measured steps, a smile on his face and an inexplicable gleam in his eyes. The visitor was none other than an elder of the Noble House Alliance. Young brother Xingye, impressive prowess. The entire Noble House Alliance witnessed today's events. The man smiled, his expression sincere enough to pass for genuine congratulations. Xingye snorted coldly. Yeah, right. I know I'm strong and handsome enough myself. The corners of the man's mouth twitched. The young man truly had thick skin. However, knowing he had come seeking a favor, he dared not continue the banter. We deeply admire your strength and tactics. But as you know, the young masters of our clans often have superior cultivation resources and innate talent compared to candidates from the city districts and commoners. So what? Does that make a genius someone who can't even block a single blow? Xingye sneered. The middle-aged man didn't respond directly. Instead, he continued speaking to himself. The world is on the brink of great change. Chaos among the myriad races is about to begin. If we rely solely on these commoners in the coming century, the human race might. The middle-aged man paused briefly before continuing. Therefore, reserving enrollment quotas for us, the offspring of noble families, is a matter of vital importance for the benefit of the nation and its people. Hearing this, Xingye couldn't help but sneer inwardly. The arrogance and selfishness of these aristocratic scions ran deep in their bones, utterly beyond redemption. What kind of dog barks like that? If you come begging, act like you're begging. And you're lecturing me on grand principles? What? Are you threatening me? Human geniuses, huh? Cultivating to defend the homeland? Does the Yang family of Wanzhong City know about this? Never mind if you don't. I don't know either. But as a divine embryo of a different race, I saw it with my own eyes. That so-called Yang family scum sold out their own comrades, even their own country, just to save their own skins. Master told me that so-called Yang family is one of the Great Xia's noble clans, a bunch of parasites sucking the life out of the nation, nothing but blood-sucking trash. Xingye spat out the insults without mercy. The middle-aged man's expression froze. He hadn't expected the other party to specifically name the Yang family. Speaking of which, didn't the Wang family just produce a traitor too? Though I still haven't managed to take him down yet. Ahem, well, perhaps we should focus on how to handle these quotas instead. Lin Yifeng couldn't bear to watch any longer. Was this alliance of noble houses made up of fools? At this critical juncture, they were still trying to suppress the other side with grand principles. Did they really think Xingyi was some honest, down-to-earth native of Great Xia? Xingyi wasn't pressing them either. After all, he needed to make a profit. He couldn't push too hard, or what if they refused to sell? Very well, Xingyi said indifferently, his voice cold. I can reserve some enrollment spots for your aristocratic offspring. However, these spots must be exchanged for spirit stones or other treasures. How many spirit stones you're willing to offer determines how many spots I'll reserve for you. The middle-aged man nodded. No problem. At this point, the aristocratic man dared not press Xingye further. He could tell the other was a powerful, lawless maverick. In the past, such individuals would have been secretly eliminated by the clans long ago. In truth, the young master of the Wang family had already made such an attempt, with assassination preparations thoroughly in place. Hundreds of celestial gods from the entire goblin tribe had been mobilized. Alas, none could have foreseen the heretic's terrifying power. Not only did he slaughter hundreds of goblin deities, but he single-handedly exterminated the entire goblin clan. For the 2 universities, you hold 1/3 of the spots for each, meaning 16 spots per university, totaling 32. Xingye nodded. Correct. Let's be clear, I'm selling them individually. No bundles. Xingye added. The aristocratic man frowned, thinking this was nothing but price gouging. Selling them one by one, wouldn't the final price skyrocket? Take it or leave it, Xingye said coldly. This was an order, not a question. The aristocratic man's face darkened. This brat sure had a foul mouth. Who did he think he was? The insults hurled at him today surpassed the total he'd endured in his entire life. But he dared not show anger. Not only did he need this person's help, but if it came to blows, victory was far from certain. The power of this heretic before him was too abnormal. When he ascended to become a heavenly god, divine retribution would surely follow. I didn't say no, the middle-aged man pressed on, resignedly. So what price do you place on your intentions? Xingyi smiled faintly, held up 3 fingers, and stated, 40 million high-grade spirit stones per spot. Lin Yifeng sucked in a sharp breath. This Xingyi was truly ruthless. How dare he demand such a price? Did he think 40 million high-grade spirit stones were as common as 40 million cabbages? He had only joked about a few million high-grade spirit stones per spot, never expecting Xingyi to take it seriously. The middle-aged man's face darkened. Xingyi, this is outrageous. 40 million high-grade spirit stones? Do you have any idea how astronomical that price is? Xingyi chuckled darkly. These spots grant access to advanced university studies. Their value far exceeds 40 million high-grade spirit stones. Besides, I merely proposed a price. If the elders refuse, then so be it. The middle-aged man's expression shifted between light and shadow upon hearing this. He knew full well how precious the quotas held by Xingye were. If he could secure some through this opportunity, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to the Noble House Alliance. However, the price of 40 million high-grade spirit stones was truly difficult for him to accept. Yet, just as he hesitated, a young noble dressed in brocade suddenly rushed forward, declaring loudly, "My Li family is willing to pay 40 million high-grade spirit stones for 1 spot. Li Ming. The family explicitly instructed you to secure at least 3 spots. Are you planning to pocket the university quotas for yourself? But the family only gave us 40 million high-grade spirit stones. Get lost. When has the Li family ever been short on money? I see you just want your brat to enter the academy alone. Quick, raise your bid. At least 2 spots. My kid deserves 1. Ha 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 ha. Has the Li family really fallen so low? A mere 40 million spirit stones? Brother Xingye, here are 5, that's 210 million spirit stones. Moments later, another man rushed over, bellowing as he flung a silver ring onto the table. The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected anyone would actually offer such a high price for a spot and buy 5 at once. The middle-aged man was about to reprimand him. After all, he was the one representing the clan in negotiations with Xingye, and this was clearly overstepping. However, recognizing the newcomer as the eldest son of the Wu family, a formidable figure ranked among the top 10 young disciples of the great families, the middle-aged man nodded in tacit approval of his actions. Xingyi cared not a whit about the man's identity. Seeing payment meant spots were his. He swept his divine sense over the spirit stones, no issues. Immediately, he tossed 5 tokens. They're yours now. All settled. The eldest son of the Wu family laughed heartily. Of course. Thank you, brother Xingye. Come visit the Wu family for a drink sometime. The Wu family? Xingyi glanced at him, wondering if Wu Yulong might be from a collateral branch of that clan.
The eldest son of the Wu family seemed to read Xingye's thoughts and quickly added, "Your friend in Wangjiang does indeed appear to be from a branch of our Wu family from years past. He practices a different lineage of cultivation techniques passed down by our ancestors." Hearing this, Xingye nodded slightly. "I'll make a point to visit when I have the chance." The eldest son of the Wu family beamed with delight. "We shall await your arrival with great honor. By the way, our family intends to offer support to that branch of the Wu family in Wangjiang. What do you think?" Xingye pondered for a moment. "Proceed as you see fit, but do not disturb their peace. And under no circumstances are you to harass my friend." The eldest son of the Wu family pounded his chest in assurance. "No problem. As long as I remain in the capital, your friends are my friends." Seeing his purpose achieved, the eldest son of the Wu family wasted no time and immediately withdrew, with the eldest son of the Wu family taking the lead. The other young masters from prominent families who had been lurking in the shadows stepped forward one after another, declaring their willingness to purchase spots. In an instant, the atmosphere grew heated, transforming the scene into something resembling an auction. Lin Yifeng watched the scene unfold, a bitter smile playing on his lips. 40 million high-grade spirit stones. All it took was a few words, and people were scrambling to hand them over. 40 million high-grade spirit stones might not seem like much, but with over 30 spots available, that amounted to at least 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. He didn't possess that much in his entire lifetime savings. TSK, if only he had a divine master. "Very well," Xingye said with a smile, "since everyone is so eager, I won't keep you waiting. Each spot is priced at 40 million high-grade spirit stones. The highest bidder wins. But I must remind you, spots are limited. First come, first served." No sooner had the words left his mouth than a frenzied bidding war erupted within the examination grounds. Heirs from the great clans, desperate to secure a spot, spared no expense as they drove the price skyward. 41 million. 45 million. 50 million. Dozens of noble families gathered under one roof. The once quiet auction hall erupted into a frenzy after the eldest son of the Wu family departed, with shouts of bids rising and falling in rapid succession. Though the Wang family, one of Shangjing's prominent clans, had lost many elders to Xingye's attack, their deep-rooted foundations remained unshaken. Far from collapsing, the weakened Wang family now clung more desperately to the opportunity to gain admission to Shangjing University. The newly appointed Grand Elder of the Wang family, Wang Quan, wore a grave expression. Others might be unaware, but he knew this auction wasn't just about enhancing the strength of the family's next generation. It also determined the Wang family's share of resources allocated annually by the capital's noble alliance. Most crucially, the young masters of families holding university spots would gain access to explore the mythic realm, a place where supreme treasures could be obtained, and where the very fate of a family might be altered. 50,500,000. Wang Quan declared without hesitation. Yet, as Wang Quan made his bid, another voice suddenly rang out, 60 million. This bid came from the Li family, who had long been at odds with the Wang family. Wang Quan's expression darkened instantly, his gaze sharpening like a blade as it fixed on the Li family's direction. He never expected the Li family to be so insolent, daring to compete with the Wang family for a spot at the academy. After all, the Wang family ranked among the foremost noble houses in the capital, a lineage blessed by immortals and gods. The Li family, by contrast, was merely an ordinary house that had gone nearly a century without divine protection. Did they truly believe anyone could trample upon the Wang family? That incident involving Xingye the brat was purely because he had the divine being Yi Qingge backing him up. But the Li family had no divine ancestor or master to rely on. Young Li, do you even know what you're doing?" Wang Quan snorted coldly, his tone dripping with menace. This was a warning to the Li family, do not bring shame upon yourselves. Anyone who dares challenge the authority of the Wang family will die. Yet the Li family remained undaunted. Elder Li Zhentian rose to his feet, smiling at Wang Quan. "Elder Wang, it's merely fair competition. Why the anger? The Li family's disciples are equally entitled to vie for academy spots." Wang Quan's rage twisted into a bitter laugh. "Fair competition, indeed. Well then, let's see who has the last laugh." Just then, another discordant voice cut through the air, "Humph. The Wang family has just offended Lord Xingye, yet they still have the audacity to bid? I suggest you show some sense and withdraw immediately. Don't make fools of yourselves here." The speaker was none other than Yang Hong, an elder of the Yang family. The Yang family harbored deep grudges against the Wang family as well. Seeing the Wang family in trouble, they wasted no time in kicking them while they were down. Wang Quan's face turned ashen, his eyes blazing with fury. He genuinely feared Xingye might hold a grudge and bar the Wang family from bidding. Wang Quan glared at Yang Hong, his voice icy cold. "Yang Hong, you're courting death." Yet Yang Hong roared with arrogant laughter. "What? Does the Wang family intend to resort to violence? Don't forget, Lord Xingye is still present. If you dare make a move, be warned, Lord Xingye will eradicate your entire Wang family." Hearing this, Wang Quan's heart sank. He glanced at Xingye, who stood expressionless in the distance, his face alternating between pale and crimson with suppressed fury. Other noble families, witnessing this, began echoing Yang Hong's words, mocking and suppressing the Wang family. Such an opportunity was rare after all. The Wang family's formidable strength had long been a thorn in the side of the other clans. Now that the Wang family was in trouble, they naturally seized the chance to crush them without hesitation.
The Wang family has really bitten off more than they can chew this time. They've offended Lord Xingye. Let's see if they dare act so arrogantly now. Exactly. Don't they know their place? Daring to oppose Lord Xingye? That's nothing short of courting death.
The other clans murmured, their voices dripping with venom.
They didn't even mind elevating the despised Xingye to further crush the Wang family.
Xingye felt sick to his stomach.
What a bunch of scum, not a single decent soul among them. Still, dogs fighting among themselves was rather convenient. Whoever got torn apart, it would be ridding the world of a menace. Wang Quan's expression darkened further as he endured the other clan's scorn and pressure. This auction was no longer merely about securing an academy spot.
It had become a contest for the Wang family's honor and standing.
If he backed down now, the Wang family's standing among the aristocratic families of the capital would plummet.
Just then, Xingye's voice cut through the chaos. Enough! Stop this disgraceful spectacle. You're acting like a bunch of old farts haggling at the market.
This auction is about money, not status. The highest bidder wins. Whoever keeps barking like a dog, get the hell out. Xingye's imposing presence dominated the room as his fierce gaze swept across the crowd. Thinking to use him to crush the Wang family?
The other clans had a nice fantasy, but alas, Xingye cared only for money this time. Past grudges meant nothing.
Chapter 100, News of the Divine Rankings.
The moment Xingye finished speaking, the once boisterous auction hall fell silent. All the young masters and mistresses of the clans turned their eyes toward Xingye, their gazes filled with apprehension. When the Wang family showed weakness, other clans dared to suppress and mock them. But when Xingye showed weakness, no clan dared to make a move. For the great clans knew the Wang family would never risk a clan-wide crisis over mere verbal disputes. Even if the Wang family possessed such power, the Great Xia Empire would never permit it. The capital loathed internal strife above all else. But Xingye was different. As a divine embryo from another race, he had no relatives or allies on the entire Blue Star.
While the clans had concerns about repercussions, Xingye had none.
Provoke him, and the fate of the Wang family just days ago would serve as a stark warning to all other clans.
As for the Great Xia government? A joke.
Setting aside the fact that Xingye's master is the most promising among the 7 divine immortals of Great Xia, Xingye's terrifyingly exceptional talent alone would ensure the government would handle him with kid gloves.
Wang Quan also glanced toward Xingye. Hearing his words, Wang Quan secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
Though he disliked Xingye, that single sentence had unexpectedly stirred a sense of gratitude within him. He understood that as long as Xingye stayed out of it, the Wang family still had a chance to salvage the situation. It would just cost them a bit more money.
Gritting his teeth, Wang Quan raised his bid once more, 80 million.
This time, his bid surpassed the previous highest offer by a staggering 20 million. An astonishing 80 million high-grade spirit stones for a single spot. But there was no other way. Wang Quan understood perfectly well that spots were limited, only 30-odd openings, yet the number of prominent families in the capital was vast.
The auction relied solely on wealth. With Xingye present, who dared to pressure others with family influence?
Therefore, as long as one had the money, there was a chance to bid for a precious university spot. The later it got, the fewer spots remained, and naturally, the higher the price. 80 million for a university spot alone seemed unprofitable, but when factoring in the subsequent benefits of enrollment, it became an absolute bargain. The privilege alone for university students to explore the mythic realm was worth 8 billion. Yet, to his surprise, the moment his bid fell silent, another voice immediately shouted a higher price, 100 million. The bidder was none other than Wu Hao, the eldest son of the Wu family, who had returned after briefly stepping away. Although the Wu family may not be as wealthy as the Wang family, their strength should not be underestimated. Otherwise, they wouldn't have shelled out hundreds of millions to secure 5 spots right from the start. But now it seemed he'd snatched a bargain with those initial 5 spots, saving at least hundreds of millions.
Wang Quan's expression darkened once more. He shot a furious glance toward Wu Hao. Wu Hao, you already snagged 5 spots at a bargain, what more do you want? Wu Hao chuckled lightly. Only 5? Can't I have a few more?
Auction, it naturally goes to the highest bidder.
Wu Hao, you're courting death.
Wang Quan roared, his eyes blazing with fury, clearly harboring murderous intent toward the Wu family. Yet Wu Hao remained unfazed. He smiled at Wang Quan.
Senior Wang, it's just fair competition. If you're unhappy, you could have bid higher.
Why make such a spectacle of yourself?
A mere 100 million? Can the Wang family not afford it? Wang Quan's rage turned to a bitter laugh. Fair competition, indeed. We'll see who has the last laugh. 150 million. Wang Quan roared.
At this declaration, the other clans fell silent in shock, none daring to bid further.
Wu Hao shrugged. All right then, the Wang family proves wealthiest once more. Elder Wang, this spot is yours.
Wu Hao emphasized the word one with deliberate emphasis. One spot costing over 100 million, nearly 4 times the price of his own 4 spots.
TSK, truly wealthy indeed.
Wang Quan's face darkened, but seeing the token in his hand, he relaxed slightly. At least he'd secured one.
This meant he wouldn't lose the chance to enter the mythic secret realm in the future.
Xingyi grinned as he collected spirit stones from the major clans, selling off one useless slot after another. In the shadows, the other 2 university admissions officers watched the piles of high-grade spirit stones, hundreds of millions piling up, their eyes burning with envy.
They desperately wished they could sell their own quotas too. Alas, they were not Xingyi. Their quotas were granted by the academy. They held recruitment authority, not trading rights.
Xingyi, that divine embryo, had immortals and gods shielding him.
Even annihilating most of the Wang family elders went unpunished.
Now, merely trading university spots, if it reached higher authorities, they'd simply turn a blind eye.
Ah, the world is going to the dogs. People's hearts aren't what they used to be. Exactly. How noble the university was, yet now it's been reduced to an item auctioned off in the streets.
Damn it, all that spirit stone, too bad we can't sell it ourselves.
Damn it, that kid's a beast.
Heard he robbed the Wang family of most their spirit stones too. Now that brat's personal fortune probably rivals 1,000-year-old clans. Why calculate so precisely? Careful, he overhears you. He might think you're eyeing his wealth and swing a club at you, robbing you blind.
Damn right, that makes perfect sense. That kid's got something off about him. Better keep our distance so we don't get dragged into trouble.
Xingye had no idea people were secretly bad-mouthing him. If he knew, he might even dare to rob them back.
As Xingye's remaining slots dwindled, competition intensified.
The Wang family made their first bid, followed by 3 more, successfully securing 2 additional slots at prices of 80 million and 110 million respectively. Watching them actually smile as they paid, looking like they'd made a killing, Xingye felt like laughing. He thought 40 million per slot was already outrageous, but after their bidding frenzy, every subsequent slot sold for no less than 80 million.
For the final spot, Xingye held it aloft with a broad smile. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last one.
As his words fell, the heads of the other clans stared at him with bloodshot eyes, waiting for the auction to begin. The clans had already fought fiercely in the previous auctions, and the final spot was bound to spark a terrifying battle. The aristocrats were a greedy and competitive bunch. These academy spots were no longer just about education, they were a chance for families to flaunt their wealth and influence.
Xingye was delighted by this, secretly hoping they'd bid even higher.
This was the final slot. Once it was gone, such a golden opportunity wouldn't come again. Begin, Xingyi said casually. The starting bid remains 40 million.
He lacked the passion of an auctioneer. But that didn't stop the frenzied bidding below. 80 million. 100 million. 200 million. Bids echoed relentlessly, the price spiraling upward, long since surpassing the staggering 500 million mark.
Lin Yifeng's eyes burned with greed. He vowed to follow Xingye's lead from now on. His future ability to earn resources for breaking through to immortal godhood depended entirely on this man. Every noble house poured out their entire fortunes without hesitation, all to secure more academy spots and uphold their family's prestige. Finally, when the last spot sold for 78 million high-grade spirit stones, the entire venue erupted in a frenzy. Spectators cheered and rejoiced as if they themselves had won over 700 million high-grade spirit stones.
The Wang family had secured the final spot once again.
Wang Quan forced a smile, handed over the full payment of spirit stones, and departed slowly, his back hunched under the weight of 5 university spots.
The heads of other noble families followed suit. Once payment was settled, they departed immediately, as if unwilling to linger for even a second.
Meanwhile, Xingyi stood smiling to the side, gazing at the mountain of high-grade spirit stones piled within his storage ring. In his mind, he quietly calculated how to channel these resources toward the development of his own divine realm.
Should he emulate the ancient celestial court and establish an army of 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals?
Though he now possessed the mythic tier All Things Parasite, which boasted exceptional reproductive capabilities, Xingye refused to reduce it to a mere breeding machine. Forcing the parasite to give birth to hundreds of thousands of elite demonic creatures would inevitably weaken its own bloodline. Xingye still awaited the All Things Parasite's breakthrough to mythic tier, so he naturally couldn't do anything to harm its bloodline. Thus, the first step of the ancient heavenly court plan was to capture hundreds of thousands of elite demonic creatures. Minor soldiers and officers were acceptable, as were demonic beasts and wild oxen.
As long as they were sufficiently formidable, they would suffice.
By the time he develops the divine realm, he should be ready to ascend to the rank of heavenly god. The subsequent plan was clear: complete the divine realm's celestial soldiers and generals within a month, and ascend to heavenly god within 2 months. As the shifts in the cosmos grew increasingly evident, Xingyi felt an ominous foreboding. He must grow stronger swiftly. Once he fused ancient and new techniques to break through to heavenly godhood, he would become the first heavenly god in all of history. With the right methods, even immortals and gods weren't untouchable. Brother Lin, thank you for your timely warning today. Xingyi turned to Lin Yifeng with a smile. Without your prompting, I likely wouldn't have gained so many spirit stones.
Lin Yifeng heard this and couldn't help but give a wry smile. It's nothing like that. I merely acted as a mediator and even received considerable benefits from the noble families.
Xingyi waved his hand dismissively. Regardless, without your words, I might have lost these spirit stones entirely and alienated all those noble families.
Lin Yifeng chuckled. It was indeed no small feat to resolve today's matter so smoothly. He patted Xingyi on the shoulder. Brother Xingyi, between us, there's no need for formalities. Still, you must be more cautious in your future actions. These noble families won't. Xingyi chuckled. Don't worry, I know my limits. Lin Yifeng nodded. Good. Here, take your share.
Xingyi tossed over a silver ring. Lin Yifeng caught it, scanned it with his divine sense, and nearly dropped the spatial ring in shock.
100 million high-grade spirit stones? Xingyi chuckled. What? Think it's too little? Lin Yifeng shook his head repeatedly. Of course not. Wait, this is for me? Xingyi raised an eyebrow. Then what? Are you some kind of bank I can deposit it with? Lin Yifeng laughed bitterly. Right now, I wish I were a bank.
Holding the heavy silver ring in his hands, Lin Yifeng scanned it with his divine sense once more. 100 million high-grade spirit stones truly lay quietly within. His heartbeat quickened. The gift felt overwhelmingly heavy, leaving him at a loss. I can't accept this. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yifeng swiftly returned the ring. 100 million, that was enough to buy half his life. How could he possibly accept it? Brother Xingye, this is far too much. I truly cannot accept it, Lin Yifeng declined again, his tone firm. Xingyi merely smiled, a genuine warmth in his expression.
Brother Lin, please don't be so polite. If not for your timely reminder today, how could I have so smoothly earned over 200 million high-grade spirit stones?
Besides, if I may be blunt, 100 million might be a fortune to you, but to me, it's but a drop in the ocean. And remember, we'll be adventuring together in this world from now on. What are a few spirit stones between us? Hearing this, Lin Yifeng felt a wave of warmth wash over him. His judgment had been spot on. He hadn't misread this man. Knowing Xingye's character well, he realized further refusal was futile and reluctantly accepted the generous gift.
Very well, Brother Xingye. I shall accept this with gratitude. But remember this, whatever trials lie ahead, I, Lin Yifeng, pledge to stand by your side. We shall brave mountains of blades and seas of fire together. As long as Brother Xingye doesn't mind. Xingye laughed heartily. That's more like it. A man shouldn't be so indecisive.
The two shared a knowing smile.
Xingye stretched lazily. Busy day. Let's go hot pot it is. You have that meeting with the dean tonight. I'll pass. Lin Yifeng couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Surely he hadn't forgotten? The dean, no less.
The only person he'd ever dare stand up.
Xingye had genuinely forgotten, but it didn't matter. Hot pot was best enjoyed with a crowd. What's the big deal about the dean? He's just two eyes and a mouth. What's there to be afraid of? Let's all go together. Xingyi dragged Lin Yifeng away forcefully. As they headed toward the hot pot restaurant, the school's emergency task notification suddenly sounded, interrupting their plans for dinner. Attention all freshmen who have recently entered the Heavenly God realm, the school has issued an emergency mission. Level, SS. Mission details, sudden disturbance in the ancient secret realm. Suspected fragments of the divine list have surfaced, awakening primordial demons. Most senior students are critically injured. Urgently require a group of powerful newcomers to assist in rescue operations. Rewards, 10 million high-grade spirit stones per rescued individual. 50 million high-grade spirit stones per ancient demon slain. Capture and return a demon alive for 100 million high-grade spirit stones or equivalent divine stones. Additionally, there is a chance to obtain clues about the fragments of the divine list. Interested parties are requested to assemble at the mission hall immediately. This announcement exploded like a thunderclap, reverberating instantly throughout the entire academy. The Book of Deification, that legendary artifact of the ancient celestial court. It's said to hold boundless mystical power, capable of elevating mortals to divine status in an instant, granting them the pinnacle of immortal glory. Now, fragments of the divine list have surfaced in the ancient secret realm. How could this not stir desire? Upon hearing this, Xingye's eyes flashed with excitement. He immediately turned to Lin Yifeng and said, Brother Lin, it seems our dinner will have to be postponed. The divine list, a celestial artifact of the heavenly court. What a coincidence! He had been contemplating recreating the splendor of the ancient celestial realm, and now a realm resembling the primordial heavenly court had unexpectedly appeared. Destiny again? Xingyi didn't bother overthinking it. All that mattered was knowing fate was on his side. Lin Yifeng's expression sharpened upon hearing this, then he nodded. Alright, let's go check it out together. The two hurried toward the mission hall. Along the way, they saw countless new recruits surging like a tide toward the same destination, all drawn by this sudden mission. Chapter 101, Entering the Ancient Celestial Court's Secret Realm. Within the mysterious Tianfu University, news of a secret realm exploration mission spread like wildfire, reaching every corner.
This secret realm announcement was no ordinary matter. It concerned the legendary, fragmented ancient celestial court, the Eastern Heavenly Gate.
The news sent shockwaves through the entire academy. Students buzzed with excitement, their eyes sparkling with astonishment and greed.
Anything connected to the term ancient held extraordinary value, let alone an open ancient secret realm. Before Xu Xing's transmigration, the term Heavenly Court was known to all, evoking images of celestial immortals and Buddhas, eternal life, fiery eyes, the 12 golden immortals, and more. In this era where Xu Xing had transmigrated, the name Heavenly Court was equally thunderous, surpassing all others. This was because most of the fantastical elements of the Heavenly Court imagined on Blue Star were real here. The 12 golden immortals, 10,000-year peaches, and the celestial deities of the Heavenly Court were all documented in historical texts and witnessed firsthand by those living in the present age. Thus, the people of this world are utterly mad for any divine treasures within the celestial court.
Now, opportunity lay before them. Every beast-tamer yearned to attain the path to divinity. These gods were the ancient deities of the celestial court, the pinnacle of immortality in the mortal realm. Upon reaching the Academy's task hall, it was already packed to capacity. Xing Yi and Lin Yifeng, relying on their exceptional strength, quickly pushed their way to the front. The Academy elders, clad in robes with snow-white hair and beards yet radiating vigorous vitality, stood in orderly rows upon the elevated platform, addressing the students below. Sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, bathing them in a glow that lent an air of sanctity to the solemn occasion. "Students, we have gathered you here today because of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity," declared an elder in a resonant voice that seemed to pierce every soul. The ancient celestial realm of the Eastern Heavenly Gate, a fragmentary secret domain, is a hidden treasure trove our Tianfu University has painstakingly uncovered. After deliberation with the dean and all elders, Tianfu shall now open this concealed realm, inviting both new and returning students to share in this grand occasion. This opening of the ancient secret realm also serves as a test of your abilities. Since it is a test, there will naturally be tasks to assess your skills. Elder, please be direct. What are the assessments? Indeed, I've never been to an ancient secret realm. How dangerous might it be? Of course. It's called ancient for a reason. Safety? Even an ancient insect, if it survived to the present, would possess the strength of at least an upper-tier celestial deity. The elder above the academy paused briefly, then smiled at the inquiries below. This mission offers two paths. Choose based on difficulty. The academy imposes no demands. May you make wise decisions according to your own strength. He paused again before continuing. The first mission is rescue. Within this secret realm lie many trapped cultivators, some who strayed off course, others who fell by accident, and some who are our academy's seniors. Those who choose this mission will traverse the fringes of the secret realm, searching cautiously to rescue as many as possible. For each person saved, besides generous resource rewards 30 million high-grade spirit stones and various treasures and elixirs, you will also earn 1 academic credit. The students murmured among themselves, many eyes blazing with unparalleled greed. Rescuing one person meant 30 million high-grade spirit stones, rescuing 10 meant 300 million. For any new student, this would be a colossal sum. Ah, I nearly forgot about the newly enrolled freshmen. Many of you likely remain unaware of the purpose of credits. Allow me to briefly explain. Credits, in the most concise terms, are equivalent to everything within the heavenly domain. At Tianfu University, credits can be used to trade for any item within the academy. Whether it's martial arts techniques from the academy elders, cultivation grounds, or various cultivation methods and rare artifacts, all can be exchanged for credits. Even the status of being a disciple of a divine immortal dean can be obtained with credits. Of course, credits also serve as crucial proof of status. The academy conducts a credit assessment every 6 months. Those who fail to meet the standards will be expelled. At the mention of expulsion, the freshmen instinctively flinched. They knew the difficulty of gaining admission to the Tianfu Academy in the capital. If expelled, they would face the most terrifying prospect for a noble family, the relentless criticism of countless relatives and friends. Relatives and friends would congratulate you when you achieved success, but they would also slander and curse you when you fell into disgrace. They'll curse you for squandering your place at this prestigious academy. They'll curse you for being a disappointment. Why were others spared expulsion while you were singled out? They wouldn't listen to a loser's excuses. Human nature never changes. At the mere mention of expulsion, the young nobles trembled like sieves. Their very presence here was bought with their family's hard-earned wealth. Each spot costs at least 100 million high-grade spirit stones. If they get expelled, their families will absolutely shift the terrifying debt onto them. Expulsion meant owing 100 million high-grade spirit stones. The young nobles resolved, even if they perished in the secret realm, expulsion was unthinkable. Credits, huh? Though they didn't know how many were needed for the midterm assessment, they would give their all in this secret realm trial. Rescuing others earned points. Judging by the seniors' expressions, this task didn't seem too difficult, likely a perk for freshmen. Future opportunities to earn points probably wouldn't be this easy. Where there were doubts, questions followed. Some clan heirs asked directly, "Elder, how many credits are required for the midterm assessment?" The elder shook his head without answering. Instinctively, I can't say for certain.
Let me put it this way, every 6 months, several students are inevitably weeded out. Those at the bottom of the credit rankings are naturally the most at risk. So, young men and women, strive diligently. You needn't push yourselves to the brink, but at least don't fall behind your peers.
Otherwise, the taste of expulsion is far from pleasant. Enough about credits. Back to this mission.
Mission 1 is essentially a new student perk. Only those at the lower heavenly god level or below are permitted to participate in the rescue operation. At this announcement, the upperclassmen exchanged knowing glances, their faces twisting into expressions of despair as if mourning a death. The freshmen, witnessing this, took the mission even more seriously.
Following Mission 1, the most crucial is Mission 2, also known as the Death Mission, the SS class task.
The elders' tone grew grave.
First, the requirements for participating in Mission 2.
Participant strength, middle tier heavenly gods and above. Upper tier heavenly gods and half-step immortal gods are recommended.
Number of participants, unlimited. Specific tasks, 2 types, Secret Realm Trial Task and School Assessment Task.
Secret Realm Trial Mission, enter the ancient heavenly court's secret realm, repel the demonic hordes, and defend the eastern heavenly gate. If the gate falls, the mission fails. Risk of death, yes, 26% mortality rate.
Whoa, that's a high death rate. Huh? Is that really high?
A clueless freshman looked puzzled.
The senior student snorted coldly, a 26% mortality rate? Do you even grasp what that means? Out of every 10 who enter, at least 3 will die. Don't think I miscalculated. These death rates only inflate, never deflate. Countless severely injured survivors die immediately upon exiting the secret realm, yet those deaths aren't counted in the official statistics. That's like 1 out of every 3 people dying. Can you handle that? Holy, that's basically suicide. That's why the elders made it clear, this is a death mission. If you don't have the strength, don't sign up recklessly. Once you're in, you can't get out. The last top-ranked second-year student was supposedly trapped inside. With luck, maybe we can rescue him this time. Huh? The top student? What about his strength? Halfway to immortal godhood.
He went in seeking a breakthrough to immortal godhood but ended up trapped for over a year. Yet his life token hasn't shattered, he might still be struggling inside.
His power truly is terrifying.
Terrifyingly powerful yet still trapped.
Of course. Anyone less terrifying would have perished long ago. Whispers rippled through the crowd below until an elder barked, "Silence!"
The venue fell silent for a moment, unwillingly silenced by the forced quiet. The elder shifted his tone.
The school assessment task is simple. The sole objective is, emerge alive. For once you enter the secret realm, the mission will last at least 3 months. Survival itself is the primary task.
Naturally, the school's objective is to retrieve all information related to the Celestial Court, fragmented ancient maps, cultivation techniques, divine artifacts and elixirs, and the ultimate prize, fragments of the divine list. The foundation for obtaining these treasures lies solely in your survival upon exiting the secret realm. Therefore, young men and women, choose your path with utmost caution. Once you enter the secret realm, you bear sole responsibility for your own life and death. Choosing this mission means entering the ancient heavenly court ruins with your true form. This secret realm's difficulty rivals semi-mythical level, posing extreme danger. At these words, the entire hall fell silent. The students exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both fear and excitement. A semi-mythical realm? That was a challenge even many elders shied away from. Yet equally compelling was the lure of fragments from the ancient divine artifacts of the divine list, a temptation no cultivator could resist. Shingi sat among the crowd, his gaze flickering uncertainly. He knew well that to fully ascend to the heavenly god realm, he needed a pivotal opportunity, and this ancient heavenly court secret realm was undoubtedly one. The ancient celestial court must harbor countless world-shaking elixirs. His physical body was too formidable, even exhausting the entire divine maiden's herb garden might not guarantee a stable breakthrough to the heavenly god realm. But within the ancient celestial court, such elixirs would likely be as common as dirt. Even the gods themselves coveted the ancient heavenly court. Moreover, he aspired to develop his own divine domain, gathering 10,000 celestial soldiers and generals, 10,000-year-old peach trees, and other divine treasures to recreate the glory of the heavenly court. With the ancient celestial court now within reach, refusing to enter would be a betrayal of the gift bestowed upon him by fate.
I choose mission 2. Xingye's voice cut through the silence like a thunderclap, jolting everyone awake. As Xingye rose to his feet, many eyes turned to him in surprise. After all, even the senior deities among the upper-tier celestial beings dared not attempt this mission lightly. Yet Xingye, a mere freshman, possessed such audacity and resolve. Good. That shows spirit, an elder nodded approvingly. Stellar Knight, is it? Truly worthy of being General Knight's successor. Though your cultivation is only at the demigod realm, the elder stroked his beard. Given your battle record, the Academy has made an exception to allow your participation. I hereby extend my advance wishes for your ascension to immortality and for you to uphold the pride of our human race. Xingye nodded. Thank you, elder. Ha 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 ha. If brother Xingye dares to go, so do I. Lin Yifeng roared with laughter, standing boldly beside Xingye. Only those who have faced life and death trials can truly become strong. Lin Yifeng might not believe this saying, but he certainly believed in Xingye's choice. Following Xingye was a sure bet. As Xingye and Lin Yifeng made their choice, the other seniors exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and many who had originally chosen Task 1 immediately slapped themselves across the face and switched to Task 2. Cultivation was inherently a struggle against heaven and earth for opportunity. Life and death were predestined, one only needed to fight fiercely. With talents inferior to others and resources lacking compared to the aristocratic families, these seniors had only one path left, to fight with everything they had. The other students began making their decisions. Fortunately, most newcomers had a clear plan. Some chose Task 1, aiming to earn credits and resources through rescue missions. A few selected Task 2, seeking to challenge their limits and find opportunities for breakthroughs. Very well, very well. Tasks selected. Assemble here in full 1 day from now. At dawn tomorrow, we depart together. With that, the elder turned and departed. Brother Xingye, see you tomorrow. I still need to prepare some supplies, Lin Yifeng said as he took his leave. Xingye nodded. He didn't need to prepare supplies himself, but the thought of Chen Siyu waiting for him in the dorm for dinner made him feel a little guilty. He had promised her they wouldn't be apart again, but the sudden emergence of the semi-mythical secret realm had once more disrupted his plans. This semi-mythical realm was far too perilous. He intended to venture in alone. There was no way he could bring Siyu with him. If anything went wrong, he'd lose his mind. Fortunately, once he broke through to the heavenly god realm, his lifespan would extend to at least 300 years. There would be plenty of time in the future. A great upheaval was imminent. Without sufficient strength, he would be unable to protect his loved ones afterward. Therefore, he absolutely had to go this time. Over the course of a day, the students who had chosen to participate in Mission 2 prepared in various ways. Some honed their martial arts and strengthened their abilities, others studied the secret realm's data and devised battle plans. This expedition demanded utmost caution. They understood clearly that this mission concerned not only their personal survival but the very fate of their entire clans. Should any perish within the secret realm, their enemies would inevitably seize the opportunity to act. Thus, survival was non-negotiable. The day passed in a flash, and finally, the day of departure arrived. Xingye felt deeply sorry for disappointing Siyu once more. Yet she remained understanding as ever. Upon learning of his departure the next morning, she felt worry and fear, but never reproach. Xingye and Lin Yifeng stood before the secret realm's entrance, gazing into that unknown world. Lin Yifeng felt both anticipation and trepidation, but above all, he was consumed by his desire for the divine artifacts within the secret realm and his confidence in his own strength and that of Xingye. Let's go! At Xingye's command, he and Lin Yifeng stepped into the secret realm first, followed by the others in succession. Inside the secret realm, desolation reigned. Ancient palace ruins lay in crumbling ruins, decaying and dilapidated, shrouded in swirling demonic energy, creating a sinister and terrifying atmosphere. Xingye entered to find himself alone. Sure enough, he and Lin Yifeng had been separated. He surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. Suddenly, Xingye frowned. He spotted a group of trapped cultivators. Their clothes were tattered, their faces haggard. Clearly, they had been confined here for a long time. What a coincidence! Xingye narrowed his eyes. If they truly were fellow cultivators, he wouldn't mind rescuing them. But if not... Chapter 102, The Illusory Clan of the Demon Race. The moment Xingye stepped into this ancient celestial realm, an aura of antiquity and desolation washed over him, as if he had traversed the river of time and returned to the glorious age of the gods. All around lay the crumbling ruins of ancient palaces, ravaged by the frost and winds of time. The air thick with the aura of gods and demons only deepened the desolation's eerie dread. So this is the secret realm of the ancient celestial court? Xingye marveled inwardly, his gaze darting warily around. His beast companion, the nine-tailed beast, Jor, immediately grew alert, releasing waves of perception. As his beast companion, Jor possessed unique perceptual abilities. Moreover, within his body resided the Demon Refining Pot, a divine artifact whose power could effortlessly pierce through all illusions. Just then, Jor suddenly issued a warning in Xingye's mind, "Master, beware! An anomaly ahead!" Xingye immediately fixed his gaze ahead. A group of ragged, haggard-looking refugees staggered toward them, their eyes filled with despair and exhaustion, as if they had been trapped here for ages. What a coincidence! Could these be the cultivators who strayed into the secret realm? Xingye's heart stirred, and he was about to approach them for questions when he suddenly sensed a faint, insidious demonic energy emanating from the refugees. Though faint, this demonic energy was impossible to conceal under the scrutiny of Jor and the Demon Refining Pot. Phantom Clan, a sub-branch of the demon race. Realm, Heavenly God Level 29. Bloodline, Mutated Epic. Abilities, Dreamlike Illusion, Shadow-like Presence. Demons. Xingye's heart sank. They weren't fellow humans in distress at all, they were demons transformed from the Phantom Clan. As a unique branch within the demonic race, the Phantom Clan possessed extraordinary deceptive abilities.
Not only could they invade dreams and alter their appearance and aura, but they could also infiltrate shadows, moving with ghostly stealth and proving exceptionally troublesome. The Illusion clan demons before him had undergone bloodline mutations, reaching the epic tier. Yet, observing their cultivation levels, Xingye's expression turned puzzled. If he remembered correctly, the Heavenly God realm on Blue Star span levels 10 to 19, while level 29 already belonged to the Immortal God realm. Could it be that this realm followed the ancient cultivation tiers? A sudden realization dawned on Xingye. If ancient realms were indeed the standard here, then these demons' power might rival that of ordinary immortal gods. You want to hunt me down? Xingye sneered inwardly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. He deliberately feigned ignorance of their demonic origins, adopting a concerned expression as he approached. Fellow cultivators, what brings you here? Xingye had barely begun speaking when a sly gleam flashed in the demon's eyes. They seemed unfazed by his approach, smoothly launching into their fabricated story. After all, they deceived countless others with this talent before.
Ah, fellow cultivator, you must not know. We are an expedition team originally from Blue Star. We accidentally stumbled into this secret realm. Here, we faced countless dangers.
Our companions died one after another, leaving only us remaining, said the demonic being who appeared to be their leader, his voice trembling. Their acting wasn't exactly poor, but before the demon refining pot within Xingye's body, it seemed utterly laughable. As Xingye listened to their lies, he secretly observed the demon's movements. He noticed that despite their feigned weakness, surging demonic energy pulsed within them clearly, they were biding their time. But who was the hunter and who was the prey remained to be seen.
Oh? Such a tragic situation? Well then.
Xingye deliberately drew out his words, feigning sympathy as he slowly approached. Seeing this, a flicker of delight crossed the demon's eyes, convinced Xingye had taken the bait. Yet, the instant their guard dropped, Xingye erupted into motion, his fist crashing toward the demonic leader.
Die!
Xingye roared, his fist erupting with blinding light that seemed capable of piercing the void itself. He unleashed this punch with every ounce of strength, determined to kill the demon leader with a single strike. Having just entered the ancient secret realm and the famed ancient heavenly court secret realm at that, Xingye dared not be the slightest bit careless. He launched his full power strike from the very start. The demonic being never anticipated Xingye's sudden assault. By the time he reacted, Xingye's fist was already mere inches away. His eyes widened in terror as he tried to dodge, but it was too late. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Xingye's fist shattered the demon's body into a cloud of blood mist that dissipated into the air.
Seizing the momentum, Xingye moved like a ghostly apparition among the remaining demons.
His fists struck like dragons, one blow per target, instantly slaying dozens.
What? The remaining demons watched in horrified disbelief.
They never imagined Xingye could see through their true forms, much less that his power was so terrifying, capable of slaughtering so many of them in an instant.
Damn it!
He's discovered our true forms, one demon roared. Another demon clenched his teeth and gritted out, this brat can't be spared.
We must eliminate him immediately. With that, the remaining demons charged toward Xingye, intent on slaying him right there. Yet once again, they had underestimated Xingye's power. With a flash, Xingye effortlessly evaded their attacks. Simultaneously, Zhou'er transformed into a dazzling beam of light, coiling through the air like a dragon. A piercing shriek erupted from her mouth as she instantly became a white streak, sweeping toward the demons. Zhou'er, at her semi-mythical peak, unleashed her full might. Her earth-shaking aura swept through the air, and the oppressive pressure emanating from her bloodline sent shivers down the demons' spines. Zhou'er's speed was so overwhelming that the demons below had no chance to evade. Ah!
The demons, sensing death approaching, screamed in terror. They tried to evade, but Zhou'er's attack was simply too swift, leaving them no time to react. Where the sliver of sky passed, demonic beings were pierced through, disintegrating into clouds of blood mist that dissipated into the air. Zhou'er, seemingly tireless, darted through the sky, slaying the demonic hordes one by one.
Damn it!
The remaining demons watched in horror. In mere moments, most of their comrades lay dead.
How could they not be terrified? How could they not scatter in flight?
True to her reputation as a semi-mythical beast-tamer, Zhou'er seemed to read their minds completely. Instantly, she channeled her spiritual energy, spreading it out around her. Then, Zhou'er halted abruptly, landing beside Xingye. She murmured something, and Xingye nodded slightly, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes.
Think you can escape? Not so fast.
Xingye snorted coldly, forming seals with both hands. Instantly, the formation Zhou'er had set up activated. A flash of light erupted, and the demons found themselves bound by an invisible force, utterly immobilized. You all deserve to die. Xingye stared at the trap demons, her eyes brimming with murderous intent and greed. These phantom clan demons were a rare species. Their kind had long been exterminated on Blue Star, and their bloodline abilities were primed for mastering disguise and assassination techniques. If all of them were retained, the demon refining pot could be utilized to immerse their corpses entirely within it, refining their bloodlines to purify them before merging them into the all things parasite to enhance Zhou'er's foundational strength.
Simultaneously, their corpses could be transformed into premium life essence.
Ever since evolving the universal parasite, he seemed to have forgotten the demon refining pot's capabilities. This was the perfect opportunity to put it to good use. Accumulate countless life essences to evolve his own 100,000 celestial soldiers and generals. The demonic forces, witnessing this, all wore expressions of utter despair. They knew they had truly met their match this time. This youth before them was far beyond what they could ever hope to challenge. "Boss, what should we do?" one demon asked the leader in terror. The demon leader's face hardened as he gritted his teeth. "What else can we do? Fight to the death. We of the Phantom Clan would rather die than surrender." As the demon chief spoke, he channeled demonic energy throughout his body, seemingly prepared for a final, desperate battle. Seeing this, the demons behind him had no choice but to follow suit, channeling their own demonic energy in readiness for one last struggle. Yet, as the leader bellowed the charge and the others surged forward, the leader abruptly turned and fled without a moment's hesitation. This utterly bewildered the others, who lost their composure and erupted in curses. "You skinless bastard! Deserting the battlefield in the heat of battle deserves extermination of your entire clan. We treated you like a leader, but you treated us like fools. Brothers, we're doomed anyway. Kill this traitor first. We don't need a cowardly leader like him." Xingye watched the demons infighting in silence. In the past, he might have cracked sunflower seeds while enjoying the spectacle. But now, in the ancient Heavenly Court's secret realm, Xingye dared not underestimate them. He feared this might be a delaying tactic, a trap set by the demons. To eliminate this possibility? Simple. Kill them all. With a wave of his hands, Xingye unleashed the divine art of heavenly awakening. Blinding beams of light surged toward the demons. Those beams seemed to pierce through everything, instantly skewering the demonic beings one by one. "Aya!" The demons screamed in agony as their bodies shattered under the blinding light, their demonic blood splattering across the sky. Under the divine technique's assault, their bodies exploded into clouds of blood mist that dissipated into the air. Xingye stood rooted to the spot, observing it all with cold indifference. Slaying demons? What psychological burden could there be? These demons were surprisingly strong, as befitted an ancient race. Xingye glanced at his fist. The initial collision had actually fractured his knuckles. This was precisely why, in the final moments, he had unleashed his ultimate move, the Divine Revelation spell, without hesitation. Xingye had no confidence he could eliminate them swiftly with physical strength alone. Ancient cultivators, huh? Strong as expected. If you can't beat M, join M. Xingye snorted coldly, withdrawing his gaze, though his mind was already set on a plan. Naturally, he would seek out ancient divine techniques to cultivate. He needed to practice both ancient and modern methods simultaneously to break through to the perfect heavenly god realm. Surveying the scattered corpses of high-ranking demonic tribesmen, Xingye felt a surge of fervor. With a sweeping gesture, he drew countless mangled demonic remains into his demon refining pot. Just as Xingye prepared to refine these corpses to extract the materials he needed, suddenly, he felt a violent tremor surge up from the ground. What's happening? Xingye's heart jolted, and he immediately turned his gaze toward the distant ground. Amidst the ancient palace ruins in the distance, beams of light flickered incessantly. Even from this distance, Xingye could sense the immense power contained within those beams. Holy crap, a divine artifact has descended? Xingye's heart raced with excitement. Forgetting about refining the demon corpses, he hurried toward the lights without pausing. Blue Star, Tianfu Academy, Xingye's villa. 3 girls sat eating in the empty first-floor dining room. The 3 girls were, of course, Chen Xiyu, Wang Mengxin, and Gao Yuding. Wang Mengxin and Gao Yuding watched as Xiyu stuffed chopsticks into her cheeks, sighing inwardly. The girl who once loved eating the most was now so distracted during meals. The only one who could reduce Xiyu to this state was that Xu Xingbrat. How despicable. He had promised Xiyu they would never part again, yet they had only been reunited for a few days? Damn it, damn it. Faithless bastard, I'll stab you to death. Wang Mengxin scowled, holding her chopsticks and stabbing them fiercely into the rice before her. Gao Yuding rolled her eyes. You're such a child. You know perfectly well Xu Xing isn't that kind of person. Gao Yuding glanced at Xiyu, who showed no reaction, and sighed. Xu Xing should have brought Xiyu along. Of course he thinks we're too weak. Wang Mengxin hadn't finished before Gao Yuding clamped her hand over her mouth. Unfortunately, it was too late. Chen Xiyu had heard it. Her expressionless face finally showed a flicker of emotion as she murmured softly. Yeah, he probably thinks my abilities are too weak to help him. If I had the goddess's power, no, even the holy maiden's power, it wouldn't. Xiyu, don't overthink it. That's not true. How could Xu Xing possibly look down on you? Ahem, I agree. That kid might be unreliable, but he'd never say a bad word about you. He cherishes you too much to ever look down on you. Wang Mengxin realized she'd said the wrong thing and immediately tried to cover it up with a nervous laugh. Unfortunately, Chen Xiyu seemed oblivious. She refused to eat and insisted on cultivating, even harboring thoughts of secretly entering the secret realm for training. Gao Yuding shot Wang Mengxin a fierce glare, thinking, if you can't speak wisely, just eat. Your attempts to comfort only made things worse. Xiyu, improving strength takes time. Besides, we're already far ahead of our peers in power. Our combat prowess rivals even celestial beings.
Even if we went to the secret realm, we could help Xingye.
He's not letting us go simply because he wants to protect you, to keep you from getting hurt. Besides, Shuxing brought back that holy maiden, yet he didn't take her into the secret realm either. Instead, he kept her here to protect us.
So don't overthink it. Cultivation can't be rushed.
You must keep your composure and avoid losing control.
Exactly. If something happened to you, how would Shuxing face us when he returns?
Besides, the secret realm has a set time frame, 3 to 5 months at most.
Let's retreat together. By the time we achieve physical deification, he might just be back.
Shen Siyu's eyes lit up at the mention of physical ascension.
Then let's achieve physical ascension first. Chapter 103, Forging the Mortal Body in the Firefly Demon.
Xingye darted through the crumbling ruins of the ancient celestial realm, racing toward the divine light. He desperately hoped this sacred object could instantly bolster his power. Though victorious in the fierce battle against the Phantom Clan, it had exposed the flaws in his own power.
The Phantom Clan he had encountered earlier stirred an uneasy premonition within him. While skilled in deception and assassination, they were not adept at direct combat. Yet, in that battle, Xingye had actually been wounded.
Had it been a Dragon Phoenix clan member of equal rank, he was confident he could still win, but he would have suffered severe injuries. Sustaining injuries in such an ancient, perilous land was far from good news. Therefore, he must grow stronger once more.
Xingye understood that his power relied on his physical body.
Before breaking through to the heavenly god realm, the amount of spiritual energy his body could contain was limited.
Thus, strengthening his physical form became the most urgent task.
As he pondered this, a faint glow caught his attention. A flicker of excitement stirred within Xingye. It seemed he had approached a treasure.
The light emanated from a spot densely overgrown with vines.
As Xingye drew near, he discovered the entrance to an underground palace concealed beneath the tangled foliage. His heart raced with excitement.
The mystical aura emanating from the palace entrance told him this would be a fruitful find.
He approached silently, parting the vines to reveal a deep stone staircase leading into the unknown depths. Inside the underground chamber, an ancient and mysterious aura washed over him. The surrounding stone walls were engraved with long-lost runes, emitting a faint glow that illuminated the entire space. At the chamber's center, a small pool lay still. Its liquid emitted a faint blue glow, like the brightest star in the night sky, or the most mysterious fire in the abyss.
Name, Firefly Fiend. Grade, Holy Tier Lord Class. Function, Tempering Physique Mild. With the aid of the Demon Refining Pot, Xingye recognized this legendary treasure.
The fire spirit essence was said to be a sentient entity formed in ancient times by a great being who, through supreme divine prowess, condensed the pure fire spirits and malevolent energies of heaven and earth. Naturally, the Firefly Fiend before Xingye could not be the very spirit personally forged by that ancient being. Xingye surmised that this Firefly Fiend was merely a trace left behind when the original sentient entity inadvertently lingered in this place long ago.
But that was perfectly fine.
After all, encountering the fire spirit itself would be a dangerous game of who could control whom. The fire spirit's true form was likely powerful enough to match the divine maiden from 10,000 years ago. On Blue Star, the Firefly Fiend existed only in history books. Its value lay not merely in tempering the physical body, but in its ability to awaken latent human potential, enabling painless transformation within its glow. For Xingye, who yearned to enhance his physical form, this was undoubtedly a heaven-sent opportunity.
His physique had already surpassed human limits, reaching the pinnacle of life form evolution.
Yet with the Firefly Demon, his body could undergo another leap in life form. It would fundamentally resolve his path of physical evolution, shatter the shackles of life, and allow him to continue growing stronger. Jor, set up a concealment and warning formation around this area. I intend to personally test the power of this Firefly Demon, Xingye instructed Jor, his beast-taming master of all creatures. Items recorded in texts, if not experienced firsthand, remain mere theoretical knowledge. Upon hearing this, Jor instantly transformed into a streak of light, scattering magical jades around the underground palace. These were arrays she had routinely condensed during her downtime, now finally finding their purpose. Jor's most extraordinary talent lay in her ability to pre-deploy formations and store them. When needed, she could unleash them all at once, even fusing multiple formations to create peerless grand arrays.
Watching Jor complete her array,
Xingye took a deep breath, shed his outer garments, leaving only his close-fitting battle armor, and slowly stepped into the eerily glowing pool of firefly-like energy.
The moment his skin touched the liquid, an indescribable agony surged like a tidal wave.
It felt as though countless tiny blades were slicing through his flesh, while his bones creaked under the excruciating pressure, threatening to shatter at any moment.
Xingye instantly lost his composure. Damn it, wasn't this supposed to be a painless transformation? Was this pain meant for the person who recorded the usage of this spirit essence? Fortunately, despite the agony, the effects were extraordinary, even more terrifying than the book had described. The moment the Firefly Demon entered his body, Xingye could feel his tendons and bones undergoing a metamorphosis.
His internal organs violently expanded and contracted, his heart pounding like thunder. Blood vessels dilated several times over, carrying crimson blood like streams rushing toward the sea, rapid and relentless.
Xingye rejoiced. The long-forgotten sensation of growing stronger made him revel in the agony.
Gritting his teeth, he activated his body forging technique, channeling the pain into strength that tempered his flesh.
Time seemed to freeze in that moment.
Within the underground chamber, only Xingye's heavy breathing echoed, punctuated by the occasional crackling of the firefly fiend.
For 3 days and nights, Xingye endured like a stubborn piece of iron.
Under the firefly demon's relentless hammering, his flesh first shrank and withered, then, nourished by spiritual elixirs and other supplements, hardened into something incredibly resilient. By the end, a faint golden sheen even glowed upon his skin, a sign that his physical strength had reached its peak. Were anyone to witness Xingye now, they might mistake him for an ancient god emerging from the primordial ages.
Awesome! 3 days passed in the blink of an eye.
When the firefly fiend had nearly completed its transformation of his body, Xingye finally emerged from its embrace. His physical form had undergone yet another transformation, elevating his power to new heights. Feeling the surging energy within him, his heart brimmed with joy. This ancient artifact proved truly extraordinary. It had enabled his body to absorb strands of divine power ahead of schedule, granting his flesh an unprecedented enhancement. If he encountered that group of Phantom Clan again now, Starry Night was confident he could emerge unscathed from a fistfight and even kill them with a single blow. Of course, if he encountered the Dragon Phoenix Clan, Xingye still felt uncertain.
As the ancient site of the Heavenly Court, the Dragon Phoenix Clan here wouldn't be as weak as their descendants on Blue Star. Only by fighting them again could he determine who was stronger. Let's set a modest goal first: capture 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes. Have them pull his coffin that way. When he returns, his prestige would be sky high. Why call it a coffin? He was alive and well. It had to be a 9 dragons and 9 phoenixes carriage. Though if he truly gathered all 9, they could be dispatched to welcome the divine maiden when she emerged. Amidst these starlit fantasies, tens of thousands of miles to the east, a group of demon generals clad in crimson battle armor gazed toward the location of the starlit night, their expressions filled with confusion. Why had the phantom tribe they sent out not returned with any news after so long? Could something have gone wrong? But that shouldn't be possible. Each phantom squad numbered 30 strong, with every member at least a level 20 heavenly god. Amongst the invading forces, they weren't weak by any means. 30 warriors could hold their own against hundreds of invaders in fierce combat. How could they not only fail to win but also be unable to escape? The Phantom Clan was famously swift on the run. Yet here they were, half a day later, with only this one phantom squad completely silent. Had they encountered celestial soldiers and generals? No, even celestial soldiers and generals couldn't instantly slaughter 30 Phantom Clan members. Could they have encountered a true deity of the celestial court? An elder of the Crimson Fire Demon Clan wore a grave expression. If they truly encountered a true god of the Heavenly Court, wouldn't that mean the Heavenly Court had discovered their very existence? No! Full alert! Head west. The Crimson Flame Demon Clan's Grand Elder was a decisive man. If there was even a hint of a Heavenly Court deity, the entire army must be on high alert. If it truly were a Heavenly Court deity, the absence of a full Heavenly Court army meant only a few Heavenly Court commanders were present, or perhaps just one deity. Otherwise, given the Heavenly Court's usual approach, they wouldn't allow demonic tribes to traverse their territory unchecked. Xingye, unaware of the approaching demon horde, surveyed the remaining firefly fiends before him. Guided by his frugal nature, he began excavating them directly. Just as Xingye prepared to transport the entire firefly fiend into his divine domain for future cultivation, a series of hurried footsteps shattered the tomb's tranquility. A group of demon soldiers and generals clad in crimson battle armor and wielding flaming spears suddenly appeared at the entrance. Cold, murderous intent flashed in their eyes as they charged straight toward Xingye. The Crimson Flame Demon Generals. Xingye's heart sank. These generals were the elite of the demon race, each possessing strength no weaker than his own. They excelled in frontal combat and possessed terrifying combat prowess. It seemed the secret of the Firefly Fiends had been exposed. Or perhaps these fiends were the true target all along, with the earlier Phantom Clan merely serving as the vanguard scouting force for this demonic army. Now, having slain their vanguard squad and seized the Firefly Demon, a sacred artifact of heaven and earth, he had likely landed himself on the Demon Clan's most wanted list, becoming the target of these demon generals. Oomph. If you want to snatch my destiny, try your luck against my newly forged flesh. Xingye snorted coldly, his form erupting like a mountain tiger charging downhill toward the Crimson Fire Demon generals. His fists blazed with dazzling light, each strike seeming capable of piercing the void, targeting the enemy's heads and vital points. However, these Crimson Flame Demon generals were no ordinary weaklings from Blue Star. Though they sensed the overwhelming momentum of the lone attacker, the frontline generals dodged nimbly while those behind coordinated seamlessly, swiftly encircling Xingye. Flaming spears shot forth like dragons emerging from the sea, carrying scorching heat as they stabbed toward Xingye. Xingye roared with laughter. Come on then. This is perfect. Let me see how my physical strength compares to these ancient elite warriors. Boom!
A thunderous crash echoed as Xingye and a crimson flame demon general clashed fists head-on, both staggering back several steps. Xingye was secretly astonished. These crimson fire demon generals were indeed formidable opponents. Even with his current physical strength, he felt a hint of pressure. Yet the crimson flame demon general across from him was even more astonished. As the elder of this group, his power was formidable to begin with. In fact, that earlier punch had even drawn upon the combined strength of other demonic soldiers channeled through the crimson flame formation. Yet even such a terrifying, full-power strike, one that not even an 8th rank heavenly court deity could block with physical strength alone. Yet this youth before him had not only blocked it, but his force now overwhelmed his own. This was truly terrifying. If the opponent had truly unleashed the full might of heavenly court deities, wouldn't that strike have already obliterated him, leaving nothing but ashes? At this thought, the second elder of Crimson Flame's face darkened. It seemed they had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. With such power, it was no wonder he had effortlessly annihilated the Phantom Squad. Fortunately, he was alone. If they could just stall him until the Grand Elder's forces arrived, even if he was concealing his power, even if he were a 7th-rank true god of the Heavenly Court, he couldn't possibly withstand the encirclement of nearly 10,000 Crimson Flame soldiers. This realization ignited the second Elder's fighting spirit. His cultivated demon eye could roughly gauge a person's bone age, and the youth before him hadn't even reached 100 years old. Consider that he himself was 1,200 years old, yet his power only reached the level of a 39th-rank heavenly god. He hadn't even cultivated halfway to the threshold of a 99th-rank heavenly god. Yet this youth before him, whose age was less than a fraction of his own, possessed a physical cultivation more terrifying than even his own demonic lineage. If he unleashed his divine power cultivation, wouldn't he surpass him? Such inhuman talent, if allowed to mature, it would surely add a super-grade divine general to the heavenly court. This youth must die, and die by their hands. Returning with his head would surely please the demon lord. This single achievement alone could redeem the Crimson Flame demon clan from their fate as cannon fodder. Of course, the Crimson Flame clan's second elder could never have imagined that Xingye's cultivation was merely that of a demigod. After all, this was the heavenly court's domain. Without the cultivation and power of a heavenly god, one could never withstand the pervasive divine energy permeating the air. Alas, Xingye was that anomaly. His physical prowess had long surpassed ordinary heavenly gods, yet his spiritual cultivation stubbornly refused to break through. Xingye yearned for that breakthrough, but his overly formidable physical body proved a hindrance, especially after he had swallowed a thunder tribulation hole last time, causing the heavenly mechanism to mistakenly declare him a divine god. Xingye had come to this secret realm precisely to harness its ancient peculiarities and achieve his divine god breakthrough. Otherwise, as his physical body continued to grow stronger, he feared he might never break through in his lifetime. Xingye formed seals with both hands, murmuring incantations as he instantly activated the concealed formation Jor had previously set up. A burst of light flickered, instantly shrouding the underground palace in haze, severely disrupting the Crimson Fire Demon General's vision. A mere fusion array from the mortal realm? You think such petty tricks can trap us? Kill! A Crimson Flame Demon General snorted coldly, swinging his flaming spear violently. A searing thunder flame surged toward Xingye. A cold gleam flashed in Xingye's eyes. His figure flickered, effortlessly evading the fiery tornado. Simultaneously, he clapped his hands together, unleashing a dazzling burst of light. The heavenly revelation divine art, great strength creates miracles. Xingye's hands expanded dozens of times in size, violently slamming several Crimson Flame demon soldiers together. The soldiers let out piercing screams of agony. Ha! They're still alive? Xingye's expression shifted slightly. That strike had been his full power, even unleashing the goddess's divine technique, yet it hadn't killed them. Truly the elite of the demon race, truly ancient celestial beings. The gap in strength was indeed as the goddess had warned. He must swiftly find a complete ancient cultivation method. Otherwise, even if he broke through to become a heavenly god, he would face the dilemma of having no subsequent cultivation techniques to advance further. It was unfortunate that the goddess hadn't possessed suitable cultivation methods for him back then. But even if she had, he still would have come to this heavenly court's secret realm. If he couldn't escape it, then he'd have to face it head-on and try to enjoy it. The second elder of Crimson Flame nearly died of fright. That palm strike had fortunately missed him, otherwise, he would have been skinned alive if not killed outright. What terrifying physical prowess! Far stronger than he had imagined. In terms of raw physical strength alone, even the first elder might be surpassed. But why wasn't the opponent utilizing divine power? The second elder of Crimson Flame couldn't fathom it, suspecting the opponent looked down on them demon soldiers and simply sought to slaughter them with brute force alone. Well, that suited him just fine. The second elder of Crimson Flame dared not provoke the youth, fearing that a single strike of divine power would end him instantly. For now, they only needed to tie up the youth before them and await the first elder's reinforcements. Chapter 104: The Crimson Flame Grand Elder Escapes. Xingye's form darted like lightning through the gloomy corridors of the underground palace. He channeled the surging power within his body to its fullest, each step echoing with deafening thunder. Jor, his beast companion, had now transformed into a mark, merging into Xingye's body and becoming part of his power. The symbiotic pact of the All Things parasite allowed the beast and its master to share life and power. The pure bloodline power of the All Things parasite fused into Xingye's flesh, causing his strength to undergo a qualitative leap in an instant.
Heaven's revelation divine art, activate.
Xingye murmured, golden light flickering in his eyes as the faint divine power within him fully awakened. As his words fell, the radiance enveloping him grew ever more dazzling. With his power surging to unprecedented heights, Xingye's confidence swelled like never before. The fully realized apocalypse divine art allowed him to unleash any technique at the slightest thought. Kill! Xingye roared, his fist striking like a dragon, carrying the force of a mountainous roar and a tidal wave as it slammed toward the crimson flame demon general before him. His fist techniques reached divine mastery, each strike packing enough power to shatter mountains. Those demon soldiers and generals who had once seemed formidable to him now crumbled like fragile paper dolls beneath his fists, exploding into fragments of flesh and blood. The crimson fire demon soldiers were seized by terror. While the original Xingye had been formidable enough to fight against, the Xingye of this moment was like a monstrous being. Each punch made them feel as if they were facing a demon god. Even the demonic race, renowned for their physical resilience, proved utterly helpless before Xingye's casual blows. Each of Xingye's attacks felt like the scythe of death, reaping their lives. The second elder watched from afar, his heart filled with utter dread. He had never imagined this youth could push his physical form further. With mere threads of divine power visible on his skin, he possessed such terrifying strength. If he unleashed his full divine power, they would be wiped out in an instant. Those demon soldiers he once deemed elite were now being decimated by Xingye's assault. In the blink of an eye, over half had fallen of the 30-plus warriors, only 11 remained. No! I cannot die here, the second elder roared inwardly. He knew that if he fell, this peerless prodigy of the heavenly court could evade the over 3,000 demon generals under the first elder's command and escape back to the heavenly court unharmed. And if he allowed the opponent to return, forget 100 years in just 10 years, the opponent could reach the peak of a 99th level heavenly god, possessing the strength to confront the demon lord directly. The war between the demon clan and the heavenly court had raged for tens of thousands of years. The current situation presented the demon clan with its best opportunity in nearly a millennium, the sole chance to force the heavenly court into retreat. As a member of the demon clan, he could never permit an outsider to aid the heavenly court in defying the heavens and altering destiny. At this realization, the second elder's face contorted with madness. His soul left his body, and without hesitation, he unleashed a mutually destructive tactic: self-detonation. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the second elder's body swelled violently before erupting in a colossal explosion. The devastating energy surge instantly shattered the concealment array Jor had set up, reducing the underground palace passageway to chaos. Shattered stones flew everywhere, and dust billowed thickly. The second elder of Crimson Flame was ruthlessly decisive. His self-destruction caught even the remaining demon soldiers in his grasp unawares. In the instant of the explosion, the few surviving demon soldiers were reduced to ashes, their souls utterly annihilated. Just as the second elder detonated himself, Xingye's divine sense issued a frantic warning, his keen perception detecting imminent danger. His form flickered like a ghostly apparition, evading the explosion's epicenter. Though he evaded the lethal threat, the blast's shockwave still inflicted minor injuries. His garments were torn and tattered, and his golden skin bore several rare scorched marks. This marked the first injury he had sustained since ascending to godhood in physical form, and it happened while in his peak state with Jor possessing him. Truly, this was the ancient heavenly court's secret realm. He had barely entered the outer perimeter and already suffered wounds. If he were to face the super boss of this secret realm head-on, he likely wouldn't even have a chance to flee. Fortunately, what he had encountered was merely a lowly demonic foot soldier. Think you can escape? Not so fast. Xingye snorted coldly, his eyes flashing with icy ferocity. His form flickered as he pursued the second elder's soul. This time, the second elder truly faced certain death. His self-detonation had barely scratched the surface of his opponent, failing to inflict even internal injuries. Elder 1, save me, the second elder shrieked desperately. Xingye's expression shifted. Reinforcements? As Xingye's mind froze in shock. Suddenly, an even more powerful aura locked onto him from 1,000 miles away. The second elder rejoiced. He hadn't expected the first elder to arrive so swiftly. There was still hope for him. Damn it! Xingye's expression darkened instantly. He never imagined the enemy truly had reinforcements and in such overwhelming numbers. Thousands of Crimson Flame demon soldiers, plus 3 auras far surpassing the second elder's strength. Such a force made Xingye curse inwardly. Damn it! Did I just get transported to demon territory at the start? Retreat! Xingye turned and fled without hesitation. What the hell kind of fight was this? Those thousands of demon soldiers alone were enough to send shivers down his spine. Each one possessed strength no weaker than his own. His earlier instant kills had relied entirely on the heavenly revelation divine art. Unfortunately, Jor's fusion time was limited. Relying solely on himself, he could only cast the divine revelation technique 3 times at most.
If he didn't run now, when would he? A head-on clash would be suicide. Xingye was terrified.
He only wanted to dominate his opponents, not gamble on his status as the chosen one. He refused to emulate those protagonists who always pushed past their limits at the brink of death. His form flickered like lightning as he spun and fled. Though severely wounded after his self-detonation, the second elder's soul remained largely intact.
Sensing Xingye's desperate flight, a cold smile curled his lips. The tables had turned. Chasing him had been exhilarating, but now it was their turn.
He immediately sent a telepathic message to the first elder, truthfully revealing Star Knight's identity and strength, emphasizing that Star Knight was a peerless prodigy of the Heavenly Court and must be killed.
The Heavenly Court's peerless prodigy? Is this information accurate? The first elder's eyes blazed with demonic light upon hearing this.
He hadn't achieved any great deeds in a long time, and the news of the Heavenly Court's peerless prodigy instantly filled him with excitement.
The second elder swore solemnly, "Elder, he's more than just peerless. I strongly suspect he's the Heavenly Court's ruler secretly cultivating an unparalleled heir. Without resorting to divine power, he effortlessly slaughtered us with his physical form alone.
Even my self-detonation barely scratched his skin. Most terrifying of all, their bone age doesn't exceed 100 years.
What? Impossible. Bull." The Grand Elder and the other elders reacted with immediate denial and disbelief. The second elder sighed bitterly. "I too refuse to believe it. But look at my shattered soul now. Had I not been driven to the brink, would I have resorted to self-destruction? You were right before my eyes. How could I not have wanted to preserve my physical form? Enough nonsense. That brat is unnaturally sinister. If he escapes and word reaches the Demon Lord, we deserve death 1,000 times over. But capturing or slaying him alive would earn us an unparalleled merit." Hearing this, the Grand Elder hesitated no longer. He immediately broke away from the main force and charged forward alone in pursuit. The fact that this youth could force the second elder to self-destruct proved he was a prodigy worthy of Heavenly Court's attention, a target deserving of the elder's personal pursuit. Moreover, if the second elder was correct about his bone age being merely 100 years, then this peerless merit was his for the taking. The chance to present himself before the Demon Lord was within reach. The second elder, meanwhile, commanded over 3,000 demon soldiers from behind, doggedly following the first elder's trail, determined to slay Xingye right here. Under the second elder's incitement, they believed that slaying Xingye would earn them the Demon Lord's rewards, perhaps even a direct entry into the Demon King's city as part of his elite guard. Such temptation drove them all mad. Eyes bloodshot, seemingly stripped of reason, they surged like a tidal wave toward the direction Xingye fled. Xingye felt a flicker of panic. Since achieving godhood through his physical form, his mindset had grown increasingly arrogant. This wasn't entirely his fault. The weaklings on Blue Star had fostered an invincible mindset within him. But now, sensing the terrifying power of the demon soldiers behind him, especially the Crimson Flame Demon General, the Grand Elder, at the forefront, he briefly glimpsed their strength with the aid of his Demon Refining Pot. Scarlet Flame Demon General, Grand Elder. Realm, level 69 Heavenly God Blue Star, peak combat power of a lower tier immortal god. Bloodline, mutated epic tier. Abilities, Crimson Fire, Burning Blood, unknown. A mere heavenly god realm cultivator possessing combat power rivaling a lower tier immortal god? Without the Demon Refining Pot, he might have even challenged him to a fight.
Now Xingye finally understood how others felt when facing him, seemingly only at the demigod realm, yet possessing the combat prowess of a heavenly god.
No wonder they cursed. Master, head toward the underground palace. It holds a natural array that confuses perception, and I can swiftly utilize the terrain to deploy formations. Duel transmitted. Xingye rejoiced, turning on his heel to plunge back into the underground palace, sprinting through its caverns. Behind him, the Crimson Fire Demon soldiers pursued relentlessly. Ahead lay the unknown depths of the underground palace. It felt eerily reminiscent of his earlier ordeal in the oceanic secret realm. He had to find an exit quickly. If surrounded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tianqi Divine Art, Teleportation.
Xingye murmured inwardly as he activated the technique once more, attempting to outmaneuver his pursuers through instantaneous movement. To his disappointment, however, the unique interference within the underground palace severely limited his teleportation ability, confining him to only short-distance movement. Yet the palace's aura also restrained the Crimson Flame Elder pursuing him.
"Kid, you're surprisingly fast." The Crimson Flame Grand Elder roared with fury. After chasing for so long, even at full speed, he could barely keep pace with the youth. It was utterly unbelievable, yet it only fueled the Grand Elder's burning determination. The Crimson Flame Elder now began to believe the words of the second elder. "Demon Lord, this is an extraordinary achievement." His heart aflame, the elder's expression hardened. He ignited his blood essence, activating the Demon Clan's Grand Summoning Art, instantly gathering the over 3,000 demon soldiers behind him to his side. "Pursue him. Surround him," the elder roared. "Yes." The 3,000 demon soldiers split into smaller formations, attempting to encircle and secure the underground palace. "Damn it!" Xingye cursed inwardly. That shameless old fool could still wield such divine techniques.
His figure darted like lightning through the underground palace's passages, narrowly evading the pursuer's sight at every turn. Yet the Crimson Fire demonic soldiers were overwhelming in number. They surged like a tidal wave, steadily squeezing Xingye's maneuvering space.
Xingye's heart raced with anxiety. He knew this couldn't go on, he had to find a way to turn the tide. Fortunately, the dependable Jior did not disappoint him. Just as he was running out of options, she promptly provided crucial information. Master, we can escape. There's a hidden exit deep within the underground palace. We can flee through it. Good. Lead the way. Xingye rejoiced at the news. Summoning every ounce of strength in his body, he accelerated once more, following Jior's guidance deep into the underground palace. Seeing this, the Crimson Fire demonic soldiers all quickened their pace. They had no intention of letting Xingye escape. The Grand Elder ignited his blood essence once more, personally intervening. Transforming into a crimson flame, he instantly caught up to Xingye and struck out with a palm toward his back. Oomph! Xingye snorted coldly. Sensing the danger behind him, he shifted his body sideways, evading the Elder's attack. Simultaneously, he swung a counterpunch at the Grand Elder, his fist striking like a dragon, carrying boundless killing intent. The Grand Elder roared with laughter. Boy, let me see what you're made of. Despite his words, the Grand Elder dared not be careless. His demon blood boiled as he unleashed his full power. Boom! The collision nearly collapsed the underground palace. Xingye grunted, spitting out a mouthful of blood, while Jior inside him nearly reverted to her original form from the impact. Seeing her master wounded, Jior flew into a rage. She squeezed out a drop of vivid crimson blood from within, simultaneously drawing countless potent medicines from her master's body and fusing them into his being. Xingye felt himself return to peak strength. Though he knew it was temporary, it was enough. Xingye's face twisted into a savage grimace. His form flickered like a ghostly apparition through the void, his body crackling with thunderous flames. Endless fist intent compressed into tangible force, relentlessly pounding the Grand Elder. The Crimson Flame demon soldiers, witnessing this, rushed to assist the Grand Elder in slaying Xingye. Yet Xingye split into countless shimmering projections, causing every attack to miss its mark. His true form remained elusive. Next time we meet, I'll blow you all to smithereens. Xingye snorted coldly. He activated the Heavenly Revelation Divine Art once more, his form vanishing instantly from his original position and reappearing before the hidden exit deep within the underground palace. Go! Xingye roared, charging toward the exit with Jior in tow. Yet, just as he was about to burst out of the underground palace, a powerful surge of demonic energy erupted from the exit. The Crimson Flame Patriarch's ultimate technique Demon Flame incinerates the heavens. Boy, die. Kong, you can still cast it. Xingye's expression darkened. He hadn't expected the Elder to be so ruthless, unleashing a forbidden area of effect spell right here without regard for triggering unknown dangers within the underground palace. Yet there was no time for hesitation. He had to escape the underground palace immediately. If trapped by the demonic flames, the consequences would be unimaginable. A temporary injury could be healed, but being surrounded by the Crimson Flame army behind him would be a real nightmare. Xingye flickered forward, ignoring the demonic flames behind him. Golden light swirled around his body, barely resisting the flame's corrosion. Aya! Xingye let out a piercing scream as the demonic flames engulfed his body. Even under the protection of the Heavenly Awakening Divine Art, the golden light on his skin instantly charred black. Fortunately, Jior hadn't misjudged. With another flash, he burst out of the underground palace and vanished into the vast night. He left only a threat behind. You puny Crimson Fire demons, I remember you. Within 3 months, I will slaughter every last one of you. I'm done for, this pain is killing me. Chapter 105, The Celestial Dragon Divine General. As Xingye vanished into the depths of the underground palace, the crimson fire in the eyes of the Grand Elder erupted like a volcano, blazing so fiercely it nearly illuminated the gloomy chamber. He never dreamed that this youth, seemingly only at the demigod realm, possessed such astonishing physical strength. Even when directly confronting the demonic clan's forbidden arts, they could only scratch his surface. His escape techniques were equally extraordinary, even the Elder couldn't discern the faintest trace of divine power left behind. What the Crimson Flame Elder found even more unimaginable was that Xingye possessed scarcely any divine power within him. His escape relied solely on a minor technique transforming spiritual energy into divine power while in the state of the Heavenly Revelation Divine Art. You won't escape, brat, roared the Crimson Flame Elder in fury. By now, the Crimson Flame Elder had descended into madness, utterly convinced by the Second Elder's words even more so than the Second Elder's own affirmation of him. Therefore, the opponent must die. If Xingye escaped back to the Heavenly Court, it would pose a grave threat to the demon race. And if word reached the Demon Lord that the Crimson Flame Clan had failed in their pursuit today, the entire Crimson Flame Clan would be utterly annihilated. Consumed by rage, the Crimson Flame Elder made a shocking decision. He turned to face the Crimson Flame demon soldiers behind him, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. These soldiers were the elite he had personally trained, but now, to pursue Xingye, he had no choice but to sacrifice them.
For the demon race, for the demon lord's command, you should feel honored. The Crimson Fire Grand Elders swiftly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations. As his words fell, beneath the horrified gazes of the soldiers behind him, each body began to radiate a dazzling crimson glow.
The magic within them surged uncontrollably, spinning wildly. Ye Elder? Sacrifice.
This is the forbidden ritual of sacrifice, a dark art strictly prohibited by the demon lord from being used on kin.
Elder, cease this at once. Elder Crimson Flame snorted coldly. Who saw me use it on my own kin?
With that, the Crimson Flame Elder added the few who had dared to speak out in defiance to the ranks of the sacrifice.
This action instantly silenced the other demon soldiers. They weren't ready to die yet. Let the others perish better than us.
Truthfully, the primary reason they fell silent was that the Crimson Flame Grand Elder had gone mad. Not only had ordinary demon soldiers and generals dared to contradict him, but even the fourth Elder of the Crimson Flame, who had voiced doubts, had been sacrificed alongside them. The demon soldiers unanimously agreed that the Grand Elder had lost his mind, completely forsaken reason.
To defy him now was to court certain death. Demon warriors feared death no more than they craved it.
In an instant, half the Crimson Flame soldiers dissolved into specks of crimson light, coalescing above the Grand Elder's head to form a vast demonic web. The few sacrificed soldiers merged into the Grand Elder's body, emitting an abyssal demonic energy so dense it seemed tangible. The Grand Elder grinned savagely, surveying the successfully condensed demonic web before him.
The net radiated a torrent of malevolent demonic energy, threatening to engulf the entire world.
The demonic forbidden art, the demon net once formed, it would capture its prey and draw blood, impervious to gods or demons.
Heaven and earth demon net, go, roared the Crimson Flame Elder.
With a sweep of his hands, the net surged forth like a living creature, spreading rapidly and hurtling toward Xingye. Wherever the net passed, the entire world was sealed off, transformed into a demonic realm.
Xingye hadn't even enjoyed his victory for 2 minutes when he sensed an even more terrifying presence closing in from behind. He couldn't help but curse, damn it all.
If you've got the guts, let this kid develop for a few days. He'd only been in this secret realm for less than a week. With the demon refining pot in his possession, given enough time to break through to god tier, he wouldn't just leave these trashy foes behind. Even ancient max level 99 god tier beings wouldn't stand a chance.
Alas, it was all fantasy. He was still far from breaking through to the heavenly god realm, and most crucially, he hadn't even obtained the ancient heavenly god technique yet.
As the overwhelming demonic energy closed in behind him, Xingye's face darkened. His spiritual energy surged wildly through his body, propelling him at a speed that had long since shattered the heavens.
Yet, it was still not enough to evade the encroaching threat. He never imagined the demonic race would be so ruthless.
First, the second Elder, Crimson Flame, had self-detonated to escape. Now, the Grand Elder sacrificed half his demonic forces to hunt him down.
Damn it!
Xingye cursed inwardly, his form darting through the air like a ghostly apparition. Yet the demonic net's speed surpassed his expectations, instantly sealing off the space within a 1,000-mile radius around him.
Xingye had intended to retreat into the divine realm to evade this terrifying demonic net.
Trapped within, Xingye felt the divine power and spiritual energy around him vanish instantly. With each breath, only demonic energy filled his lungs.
Divine revelation technique, break! Xingye roared, attempting to unleash the technique once more.
Yet, even as he risked the collapse of his internal organs to unleash the divine technique, this time the Apocalypse divine art was rendered immune by the demonic net. His attack struck the demonic net like a stone thrown into the sea, failing to stir even the slightest ripple.
Holy crap, how is this possible? Xingye's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding reality.
The Apocalypse divine art was inherited from the ancient goddess, one of his most powerful trump cards beyond his physical form.
He never imagined it would be countered by this demonic net. This is bad. If all else fails, I'll have to retreat into my own divine realm. Yet Xingye hesitated to enter.
The reason was simple, a divine domain anchored to one's location. Even if he forced his physical body inside now, even if he could survive within it, he couldn't hide there forever. If he retreated there, the moment his enemies surrounded his hiding place, he would be pierced by countless arrows the instant he emerged. Worse still, the enemy might summon that so-called demon lord, who could shatter his divine domain with a single blow. Then death would be truly inevitable. Just as Xingye hesitated, Zhou suddenly cried urgently in his ear, "Master!
I sense the presence of other humans 1,000 miles away and the aura of a divine beast." Xingye's heart soared with joy. Zhou truly was his greatest trump card and lucky star. He hurriedly asked, "Can you contact them?" Zhou nodded. "I can send a bloodline distress signal to that divine beast. They should be able to sense it. But we can't be sure of their intentions." Xingye waved it off. "I'm already facing a life or death crisis.
Things can't get much worse than this. Even if the new group meant no good, it would merely mean two groups trying to kill him instead of one.
If he couldn't defeat one group, he wouldn't defeat another either. Call it a gamble if you like, or just throwing in the towel if you prefer.
It was like owing money in a past life. A debt of thousands or tens of thousands could still be repaid with effort, but once it reached tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, repayment became impossible.
At that point, it no longer mattered. Jor was clueless. Though she'd gained wisdom, she clearly couldn't grasp such profound human nature. Hurry up and send it. Xingye hugged Jor, giving her a firm squeeze. If the occasion permitted, he would have kissed her. Jor giggled, immediately opening her little mouth to spit out another drop of crimson blood. The droplet coalesced in midair into intricate divine patterns, transforming into a crimson beam that shot toward the horizon. 1,000 miles away, above the eastern heavenly gate of the celestial court, a divine general clad in golden armor and riding a white dragon led 5,000 celestial soldiers on patrol through the clouds. The general commanded the eastern heavenly gate's celestial dragon army, responsible for patrolling the eastern flank to prevent any enemy incursions. Suddenly, the celestial dragon general felt an inexplicable surge of foreboding, as if something momentous was about to unfold. His brow furrowed as his gaze swept the surroundings, searching for the source of that unsettling aura. At that moment, a crimson beam sliced through the sky, landing before him. The celestial dragon general, expecting an enemy invasion, prepared to strike. But his mount, the celestial dragon, let out a piercing roar. "Master! It seems the sacred son of our beast clan is under mortal threat." The general frowned. "The demon clan's holy son? Your beast clan hasn't produced a bloodline holy son in millennia." Though he spoke thus, the divine general swiftly reached out to catch the crimson light. In his palm, it dissolved into a single rune. Such pure bloodline power, could it truly be a newly born demon clan holy son? "Master, save our clan's prodigy." The celestial dragon's body trembled. Were it not for the divine general's presence, it would have charged forth immediately. Though it was a celestial dragon, its bloodline was merely that of a low-tier lord. Compared to the blood talisman before it, it felt as insignificant as an ant before the moon, utterly insignificant. Such a noble demonic bloodline, if allowed to mature, it could well become another peerless demon emperor. The demon race had endured the 9 arrows of world destruction and the great calamity of deification. The vast demon race had been torn apart, with civil wars erupting among the various clans. None acknowledged the strength of another, leaving the position of demon emperor vacant for 1,000 years. And as long as the demon emperor remained undecided, the demon race could never achieve true unification. Sound the order. All units accelerate. Target, 1,000 miles ahead. The heavenly dragon general roared, his voice thunderous, echoing across the clouds. 5,000 celestial soldiers and generals immediately adjusted their formations upon hearing this, charging straight toward the location of the starry night. In the blink of an eye, the celestial dragon general led his 5,000 celestial soldiers to the location where Xingye was trapped. The sight of the colossal demonic net filled their faces with shock and fury. Demons? The celestial dragon general frowned deeply. He never imagined demons would dare invade his patrol territory. Moreover, the enemy had completed a sacrifice, unleashing the inhuman demon banishment technique. Judging by the net's scope and power, the number of humans sacrificed by this demonic group was undoubtedly substantial. The divine general's heart sank with dread, fearing these demons had slaughtered an entire city within his jurisdiction to conjure this demon net. Demonic beasts! How dare you invade my domain? Kill! The celestial dragon divine general roared in fury, his form instantly transforming into a golden streak of light as he charged toward Xingye within the demonic net. The demonic invasion was now undeniable. If he could rescue the youth suspected of being the sacred son of the demonic clan at this moment, it would surely atone for his transgression. 5,000 celestial soldiers and generals, upon seeing the demonic forces before them, immediately spread out and formed the heavenly net formation. Their spears flashed with a cold, white aura, as if poised to tear the very fabric of the heavens and earth apart. Heavenly net spear formation, slaughter. At the command, the power of 5,000 celestial soldiers and generals converged, forming swirling vortexes of spears. The vortexes contained boundless killing intent, instantly engulfing the remaining thousands of crimson flame demon soldiers. Though these formidable demon soldiers had relentlessly pursued Xingye across heaven and earth, before the celestial soldiers and generals, they could only utter terrified cries, denied even the chance to flee. The demon soldiers' shrill cries for help were soon drowned out by the deafening roar of the heavenly net formation. They shattered into fragments, their demonic blood spilling across the sky as countless severed limbs and mangled corpses plummeted to the ground. The crimson-robed Grand Elder's face paled at the sight. He hadn't anticipated the heavenly court's celestial soldiers and generals arriving so swiftly to reinforce them. They had taken every conceivable precaution to conceal their presence, and their undercover operative hadn't sent any warning signals either. If ordinary celestial soldiers and generals had come to the rescue, it might have been tolerable. But the leader was none other than a 6th-ranked celestial dragon general of the heavenly court, possessing terrifying level 88 power. This sent a chill down his spine, extinguishing any desire to fight. "Retreat!" roared the Crimson Flame Elder, his form instantly transforming into a crimson streak of light as he attempted to flee. Yet, Xingye, standing nearby, had already seen through his intent. "Damn it, you've been chasing me this whole time, and now you think you can just run? Not so fast." Xingye snorted coldly. Despite his severe injuries, he summoned the strength to unleash the heavenly revelation divine art once more, activating his heavenly eye state.
Golden light flashed within his eyes, as if he could pierce through all illusions in the world. Within this state, the Elder of Crimson Fire's magical energy flow was completely exposed to Xingye's perception. In a flash, he blocked the Crimson Flame Elder's escape route. The Celestial Dragon General clasped his hands together, observing Xingye with keen interest. At his 88th tier strength, Xingye's cultivation level was crystal clear. Though his spiritual energy realm was only that of a demigod, the strength of his physical body was utterly terrifying. Compounded by the divine revelation technique he had unleashed, the Celestial Dragon General felt an unsettling sense of danger. This only deepened his curiosity about Xingye's true power. Where did this youth come from? Could he be one of those celestial strangers? The Celestial Dragon General wondered inwardly. Regardless, he had struck gold this time. As long as the youth wasn't demonic, he could be brought back to the army. Bringing him back to the army, if he could join the Celestial Dragon Corps, he'd be a contender for the top 10 in the year-end tournament. Boy, you dare block my path, roared the Crimson Flame Elder, his voice dripping with murderous intent. Xingye showed no fear, sneering coldly, you decrepit old man. As a demon, you dared trespass into the heart of Heavenly Court and still expect to leave alive? Dream on. At these words, the Crimson Flame Elder's face twisted into an even more ferocious grimace. Without another word, he swept his hands forward, transforming into a crimson flame that surged toward Xingye. With the Celestial Dragon General watching, survival seemed unlikely this time. But at least he would take down this so-called peerless prodigy with him. Xingye showed no fear whatsoever, his form flickering through the void like a ghostly apparition. Each punch he threw carried boundless fury, as if he intended to beat the Crimson Flame Elder to death with his fists. Though the Crimson Flame Elder possessed formidable power, once freed from the demon net, he was no match for Xingye's divine martial physique. Terror gripped the Crimson Flame Elder's heart. He knew that if this continued, he might truly be beaten to death by this barrage of fists. This brat's fist intent was too fierce, especially the sheer force behind each strike. Each punch felt like a million Gene. If I die, I'll take you down with me, roared the Crimson Flame Elder, his form swelling explosively as if ready to burst at any moment. Pfft, that trick again, Star Knight growled, his face twisted with irritation, though his body instinctively retreated frantically. He vowed to find a divine technique capable of forcibly interrupting others' self-detonations. Otherwise, it was unbearable, especially when fighting such fearless demonic beings. It was far too disadvantageous. Wait, if they could self-destruct, couldn't his future beasts do the same? He'd have Joa research self-destruct runes later and create a batch of suicide-capable beasts. Damn it, then we'll see who blows who to bits. Chapter 106, Joining the Celestial Court. As the Crimson Flame Elder detonated, Xingye retreated frantically. The final shockwave was blocked by the Celestial Dragon General's intervention. Otherwise, Xingye would have sustained at least minor injuries. Xingye thanked the Celestial Dragon General, who waved it off as no big deal. Eliminating demons was simply the Heavenly Court's duty. The general even returned the gratitude, thanking Xingye for blocking the Crimson Flame Demon Generals and preventing them from slaughtering innocent civilians in the city. After a brief exchange, the Celestial Dragon General inquired whether Xingye hailed from beyond the heavens. Xingye's eyes flickered, yet he did not conceal the truth, acknowledging it directly. Seeing this, the Celestial Dragon General immediately extended an invitation. Would Xingye be willing to join the Heavenly Court? The general held great promise for Xingye and thus offered generous terms up front. Joining the Heavenly Court would grant him direct entry into the Celestial Dragon Guard, his personal military unit, along with the rank of 9th grade True God. As a centurion of the Celestial Dragon Guard, he could command any 100-man unit of Celestial Dragon Guards below the 20th level. Xingye readily accepted, joining the Heavenly Court's ranks. The Celestial Dragon General was overjoyed, slapping Xingye on the shoulder and exclaiming, "You're a good lad. This general has high hopes for you." Xingye followed the Celestial Dragon General back to the Celestial Dragon Guard encampment. Vast and expansive, the grounds echoed with the drills of tens of thousands of guards, their divine might radiating like rainbows, their vital energy surging. The roar of the Crimson Flame Grand Elder echoed through the air. His form swelled to its limit, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Xingye retreated like an arrow released from its bowstring. The Elder's self-detonation possessed unparalleled destructive force. Even he could not withstand it head-on. Moreover, having already pushed himself to the limit by unleashing the Heavenly Revelation divine art, he was now a severely wounded man. Why would he choose to endure the old demon's self-destruction when he could flee? Boy, I may not live to see tomorrow, but neither shall you. The Elder's voice, distorted within his swelling form, sounded like a curse from the depths of hell. Xingye sneered inwardly, cursing outright, "You old bastard, you don't deserve it." He cursed while retreating, gathering every ounce of strength to brace for any unknown danger. Just as the Crimson Flame Elder neared the critical point of detonation, a boundless divine power descended from the heavens like an invisible net, instantly enveloping him. The Celestial Dragon General, who had watched the spectacle from above for some time, saw the moment was ripe and intervened directly, shielding Xingye. Oomph! Remnants of the demon race dare to run amok in the heart of Heavenly Court. The Celestial Dragon General's voice boomed through the air like thunder. With a casual wave of his hand, the divine power binding the Crimson Flame Elder tightened, trapping him securely.
The Elder of Crimson Flame's face contorted in agony.
He strained every ounce of strength to break free from the divine power's grip, but it was futile. Before the celestial dragon divine general's overwhelming might, even self-detonation seemed a feeble, futile act.
Boom!
With a deafening explosion, the Crimson Flame Elder's body transformed into a brilliant ball of crimson flame as he had intended, bursting into dazzling light in the sky. Yet, upon touching the divine barrier erected by the celestial dragon general, this terrifying force vanished without a trace, swallowed up as if it had entered the sea.
As the aftershocks dissipated, Xingye watched the other Crimson Flame demonic soldiers being easily subdued by the celestial soldiers and generals.
He exhaled in relief, his tense mood easing slightly. Xingye clasped his fists, his cheeks pale, and looked at the celestial dragon general with eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thank you, divine general, for coming to my aid. Without your help, I would have faced certain doom today." The celestial dragon general smiled faintly and waved his hand dismissively.
It was nothing.
The remnants of the demon clan dared to stir up trouble in the heartland of the celestial court. They were doomed from the start.
As for you, young man, your physical form is extraordinary. He scrutinized Xingye closely, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes.
The more he looked, the more he appreciated him. This was precisely the kind of soldier he needed. Xingye smiled modestly, not taking the praise seriously.
"Your excellency flatters me."
It was mere luck.
The celestial dragon divine general shook his head.
"Luck? I beg to differ. Your ability to survive the pursuit of the Crimson Flame Patriarch until now speaks volumes of your strength."
"And what you just unleashed, was that not the long-lost divine revelation art of the ancient era?" Xingye's heart skipped a beat.
He hadn't expected the celestial dragon divine general to recognize the heavenly revelation divine art.
Could it be that the history of the divine maidens predated even the ancient heavenly court?
His eyes flickered, but he made no attempt to conceal it. "Your divine insight is truly sharp, General. This is indeed an ancient divine technique, unexpectedly obtained from."
"Oomph, you misunderstand, lad.
While your divine technique is impressive, our heavenly court possesses this art as well. What you've acquired is naturally yours to keep. We are the righteous path of the heavenly court. We would never harbor murderous intent to seize divine arts. However, you may use this divine technique to make a deal with our heavenly court. Ancient divine techniques hold considerable collection value for those who come seeking them. Perhaps it could be exchanged for 2 or 3 items of equal divine worth."
Xingye's eyes lit up. "Could I trade it for cultivation techniques?" The celestial dragon general roared with laughter. "A mere cultivation technique? That is certainly possible. Moreover, your divine technique has considerable origins.
If you truly intend to exchange it for a cultivation technique, you could obtain one from the heavenly court's upper echelons. While I dare not claim it would be among the top 3 peerless techniques, a spot within the top 10 is certainly possible."
"Oh? Might there be the 8-9 mystic arts?" Xingye asked casually.
To his surprise, the celestial dragon general narrowed his eyes. "You've got some nerve, kid. You're asking for one of the 10 divine arts of heaven right off the bat."
"The heavenly court's foremost general, the manifested true lord, cultivated this very art. Unfortunately." "Erlang-shun?
What's the pity?" Xingye wondered where this ancient heavenly court's secret realm had led him.
Could it be the blue star where spiritual energy had revived?
Fortunately, Xingye was overthinking it.
The celestial dragon general looked stunned. "Erlang-shun? Who is that?"
"Well, our heavenly court's manifested true lord suffered severe injuries in a battle 1,000 years ago. It's said he reincarnated to cultivate anew, but there's been no word of him since."
"Oomph. No wonder these demon spawn have grown so brazen." The celestial dragon general's fury boiled over.
These Crimson Flame demon generals had dared infiltrate his patrol territory, even approaching the eastern heavenly gate. Had the youth not unexpectedly intervened, once these demonic forces truly reached the eastern heavenly gate, he would have been finished. Even if he could easily annihilate these Crimson Flame demon generals and ensure the eastern heavenly gate remained unscathed, he would still face blame for negligence.
"By the way, are you an outsider from beyond the heavens?"
The celestial dragon general clearly wished to avoid discussing the manifested true lord, as it was hardly a glorious matter.
Xingye graciously conceded. Elders had warned him beforehand that this secret realm was unique, functioning as an independent microcosm.
Aside from its time not aligning with the Great Xia, everything else remained remarkably similar. They were all genuine beings. Injuries, bloodshed, and death were real.
Excellent. An outsider from beyond the heavens surely cannot be a demonic spy. Judging by your appearance, you must have just entered this place?
The divine general had clearly encountered many outsiders before and was quite familiar with these players.
Xingye gave a wry smile.
"Yes, unfortunately I was ambushed by them immediately upon arrival.
Thankfully I escaped quickly." Xingye omitted the matter of the Firefly Fiend.
After all, it had already been absorbed into his divine realm.
Even if they traced it back, they could only say the demonic tribe had obtained it.
The celestial dragon divine general patted Xingye on the shoulder. "Those who survive great calamities are destined for greater fortune."
"Wait, no, what's this?" Your strength?
His eyes widened in disbelief.
The sight might be deceptive, but his own perception never failed. You still haven't broken through to Heavenly God rank? Xingyi nodded.
My physical breakthroughs piled up, making the final breakthrough harder. He felt a bit embarrassed. He genuinely wanted to break through to Heavenly God now. Though his body was formidable, his spiritual energy constantly ran low. A few punches drained him dry, severely limiting his power. Upon hearing this, a peculiar gleam flashed in the Celestial Dragon General's eyes. He abruptly seized Xingye's shoulders and declared, "Young man, would you be willing to serve the Heavenly Court? Rest assured, I know you'll return to your clan after completing your mission. But that's no problem. We won't restrict your power. If you join the Heavenly Court, I promise you supreme divine techniques and elixirs.
I'll help you reach the Heavenly God realm within a month."
Xingye's heart stirred.
Truly? The Celestial Dragon General declared proudly, "Of course. Methods for breaking through to the Heavenly God realm? Our Heavenly Court has more than enough.
And regarding your recent annihilation of over 3,000 Crimson Flame Demon Generals, if you join the Celestial Court, I shall credit this great achievement entirely to you. At the very least, you shall be granted the rank of 9th grade True God.
Should you choose to serve under my banner, I grant you the rank of Centurion, commanding any 100 Heavenly Gods below level 20. Upon breaking through to Heavenly God rank, you'll instantly be promoted to Captain of 1,000. Within my Celestial Dragon army, you'll stand second only to me, commanding tens of thousands." Damn it, empty promises? Did this ancient fellow pick up bad habits from those Blue Star predecessors? Why else would most of his promises be empty titles? The 9th ranked proper deity title, though, that's a decent offer assuming it's all legit. But what choice did he have in his dire straits? He had no options, especially since the Heavenly Court was the dominant power in this secret realm. Joining their divine ranks would mean leaning on a mighty tree. At first glance, 9th ranked divine being seems lowly, but if you compare it to Blue Star's old civil service exam exemption, its value skyrockets. Moreover, this was merely his starting point. To gain his superior's favor right off the bat? That's a pretty lucky start.
Your Excellency, I shall not refuse such an honor. The Celestial Dragon General was overjoyed. He patted Xingye on the shoulder and laughed, "Good lad, I truly didn't misjudge you. I formally invite you to join the Celestial Court and become a member of my Celestial Dragon Guard." Seeing Xingye's astute understanding, the general immediately incorporated him into his own ranks. Such promising talent was naturally meant to stay within his own forces. Truthfully, if Xingye were to break through to the Heavenly God realm, his exceptional talent would make concealment impossible. He would have no choice but to report him to his superiors. Fortunately, Xingye hadn't yet stepped into the realm of Heavenly Gods. Within the Celestial Court, anyone who hadn't attained that level was still considered mortal. The higher echelons of heaven naturally paid no heed to the peerless genius of a mere mortal. Without breaking through to become a Heavenly God, without stepping into the ranks of the divine, it was all for naught. The Celestial Dragon General had placed a bold wager on Xingye that he would effortlessly ascend to the Heavenly God realm and become a true peerless genius. He had staked his annual recommendation quota for a divine position on this gamble. Upon hearing this, Xingye's eyes flashed with excitement. Being newly arrived in the Celestial Court and already favored by a leader meant he would soon gain access to higher-level cultivation resources and methods. For him, this was equally a promising start. A win-win scenario was the best possible outcome. Seeing Xingye agree so readily and sensibly, the Celestial Dragon General, he declared, "Our Heavenly Court has always been clear in its rewards and punishments. Since you have chosen to join us, I shall not treat you unfairly. I hereby swear an oath before heaven and earth, I grant you the rank of 9th grade True God of the Celestial Court, appointing you as Centurion of the Celestial Dragon Guard. You shall command any 100 Celestial Dragon Guards below level 20. Once you return to camp with me to report, your official appointment shall be confirmed within 3 days. Additionally, the merits earned from defeating these demonic troops and generals will be truthfully reported, converted into military merit points or monetary compensation for you." Xingye's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected the Celestial Dragon General to swear such an oath. For him it was staking his own future on the line. Bowing deeply, he replied, "Thank you for your kindness, Divine General. I shall spare no effort in serving the Celestial Court and alleviating your concerns." The Celestial Dragon General roared with laughter. "Excellent. I admire a young man who knows his place. Come, follow me back to the Celestial Dragon Guard encampment. I shall personally host a grand welcoming ceremony for you." With a wave of his hand, a golden divine light shot forth, coiling into a majestic celestial dragon that soared through the sky. The Divine General pulled Xingye close, and in a flash, both were seated securely atop the celestial dragon's back. This was Xingye's first time riding a dragon. Wu Yulong's Earth Dragon didn't count. Feeling the colossal divine power radiating from the celestial dragon's back, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Truly, this was the ancient Heavenly Court. Even a random Mount Dragon possessed bloodlines nearing the half-step Lord level. The Celestial Dragon General and Xingye, one before and one behind, rode the dragon as it soared through the heavens. Beneath them lay the vast expanse of the Heavenly Court, a sacred land revered by countless beings. Soon, they arrived at the camp of the Celestial Dragon Guard. Vast and sprawling like a mysterious realm, tens of thousands of guards were engaged in drills, their divine might radiating like rainbows, their vital energy surging.
Their figures glowed golden beneath the blazing sun, resembling immortal deities.
The Celestial Dragon General and Xingye descended from the heavens, landing on the central training ground of the camp.
Surveying the scene, the Celestial Dragon General proclaimed loudly, "Soldiers!
I bring you a new young warrior, a human from beyond the heavens, Xingye.
These are his spoils of war."
With a wave of his hand, the Celestial Dragon General hurled countless corpses of Crimson Flame demon soldiers to the ground below, including high-ranking figures like the Crimson Flame Grand Elder. As thousands of Crimson Flame demon soldier corpses plummeted to the ground, cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd.
"Good lad! To single-handedly slaughter so many demon spawn? He looks so young and delicate, probably younger than my grandson, yet he possesses such power? What? Are you questioning the authenticity of the general's report? Get lost, you think I'm a idiot?"
The military despised those who falsified their strength, especially the commander-in-chief.
In the army, a single fight would reveal a fighter's true strength. How could anyone dare to fake it? Holy, look! Even the Crimson Flame Grand Elder got slaughtered? How brutal is this?
I heard the Crimson Flame Elder had already broken through level 60. Even our 1,000-man captains don't match that strength.
Could this kid really be that powerful? Their skepticism was understandable. The battle record was simply too dazzling to believe. It's fine. Let's hear the general out first. We can test his mettle later.
True.
But you go first.
These veterans were seasoned soldiers who'd long since stopped judging by appearances, mainly because they'd done it too often in their youth and had been beaten into submission. I'll test him.
Bunch of cowards.
The greenhorns always had the most nerve.
Chapter 107, Disagree? Fight. After briefly outlining Xingye's background, the Celestial Dragon General smiled and proceeded to announce his subsequent assignment, the real showstopper of the day. "Soldiers, this youth holds my utmost trust. I've spoken at length, and you've likely grown weary of it.
We're rough and tumble men of the military. We don't play by the rules of word games.
Therefore, I shall proceed directly to announce Xingye's subsequent position." "Damn, he just arrived and already got a position? Didn't we all start as foot soldiers?" murmured many new recruits below.
"Of course. With our average talent, even if you gave us a centurion position, we wouldn't be any good at it."
"Exactly.
Our squad's centurion earned his stripes through real combat.
Why don't you challenge the squad leader to a fight?
If you win, not only will he resign voluntarily, but even the general would promote you."
"Sigh, I was just talking big. I know my own limits. Honestly, this new guy's record is too dazzling. Not just us rookies, even the veterans won't buy it. What can we do? Even the Grand Elder Crimson Flame died in there. But don't worry, the general won't let us down." Yet, as murmurs spread, the martial training ground erupted into chaos when the Celestial Dragon General announced Xingye's appointments, 9th-ranked True God and Centurion of the Celestial Dragon Guard. Angry shouts and countless voices of protest filled the air. The military was inherently a place for the brave and bloodthirsty. When the perceived gap between oneself and superiors was too great, defiance was not uncommon. Of course, defying superiors came at a cost. But that cost?
If one possessed sufficient strength and innate talent, then nothing was insurmountable. But if one lacked strength yet refused discipline, they were either foolish or wicked. Clearly, General Tianlong's latest appointment left most soldiers dissatisfied. What? A 9th-ranked deity? A centurion? This can't be. He just joined and already holds such a high rank? Every one of us here worked our way up from the lower realms, training relentlessly, battling demons, earning countless military merits to finally reach 9th-ranked True God.
How dare this newcomer get such a position? Exactly.
9th-ranked deity, fine after all. With all these demon corpses here, even if he just picked them up, he deserves his luck and the heavenly court's reward.
But a centurion in our army?
Without the strength to back it up, even if he did pick up the demon lord's head, we won't accept it.
Exactly. A centurion may not hold a high rank, but he must lead and train new recruits. I won't bow to some weakling as my martial instructor. The new recruits were especially discontented. They should have been overjoyed at joining the heavenly court, yet this sudden news left them stunned and disheartened. Among them were those gifted with extraordinary talent and formidable strength. Yet even they had spent decades, forging their way through countless battles, to ascend to the rank of 9th-grade True God. Now, Xingye, who appeared to be their age, perhaps even younger, had attained the status they had long dreamed of upon joining. How could this not breed doubt and discontent among them?
The Celestial Dragon General naturally noticed the soldiers' reactions. He turned to Xingye and whispered telepathically, "In the military, strength reigns supreme. How about I have some of the new recruits challenge you later?" Xingye's heart stirred slightly at the suggestion, but he readily agreed. He understood the Celestial Dragon General's intent perfectly to establish his authority swiftly and win the soldiers' genuine respect. Though his injuries had not yet fully healed, Xingye surveyed the surroundings with a cold smile. He was confident that even in his gravely wounded state, he could easily crush these ordinary level 10-15 Heavenly God recruits in one-on-one combat. Truthfully, seeing these recruits before him brought Starry Night immense relief. Since arriving in Heavenly Court, he'd endured relentless pursuit by the demonic forces whose overwhelming strength had dealt him a crushing blow, making him believe his abilities were among the weakest in heaven. Now, observing these heavenly soldiers, Xingye realized he wasn't quite as weak as he'd feared. If the Heavenly Court's recruits were weak, then the newcomers elsewhere in this realm would be even more feeble. Thus, accepting these recruits' challenges not only established his authority within the Heavenly Court but also served to restore his own confidence. Very well. Since you soldiers harbor doubts, this divine general shall grant you an opportunity. The voice of the celestial dragon general echoed across the training grounds. His gaze, sharp as a torch, swept over every soldier present. This divine general decrees the establishment of a temporary challenge arena. Xingye shall spar with 4 new recruits and 1 veteran soldier of 20 years. Should Xingye prevail in 4 or more matches, no one shall question his prowess or the rewards of his position. Is this acceptable? Agreed. We are willing. The soldiers responded with great joy, especially the greenhorn recruits, who were itching to fight and eager to prove themselves. They all harbored a burning desire to see just how formidable this newcomer, Xingye, truly was, a man who had slain the demon clan's Crimson Flame Elder. Whether he had the real deal would be revealed in battle. Soon, the makeshift challenge platform was erected. This massive platform, entirely formed from condensed divine power, shimmered a striking starlight blue. Suspended mid-air, it was enveloped by a protective barrier of divine energy to shield others from the battle's aftermath. The celestial dragon general stood at the edge of the platform, his gaze deep as he looked at Xingye. Xingye, are you ready? Xingye nodded slightly, his expression calm and confident. He walked slowly onto the platform, positioning himself at its center. Closing his eyes, he rested, awaiting the challenger's arrival. Seeing Xingye prepared, the celestial dragon general turned to the other soldiers and declared, "Don't say I'm unfair. Anyone with less than 10 years of service counts as a rookie. For this sparring match, you get to choose all 4 rookies yourselves. You have 10 breaths to decide who will fight. You may choose one first, then select the others later. Of course, only 4 may participate. With so many of you, selecting 4 to face one opponent in single combat if all 4 lose, you can't blame this general for being biased, right? Ah, general, you jest. If all 4 recruits lose, we'll accept it wholeheartedly. Besides, we know this brother just finished a major battle and must have injuries. We won't be overly harsh. If he defeats 3 of our 4 recruits, we'll accept it. Naturally, if he wins impressively, we might even reluctantly accept 2 victories. But if he defeats only 1, we absolutely cannot accept it. In that case, we'll have to ask the general to revoke his command." The celestial dragon general roared with laughter. "Excellent. You know your limits and when to back down. Truly worthy of being my soldiers. Xingye, do you agree?" Xingye nodded. 4 matches. I will win them all. Brave words. Let's see if your strength matches your mouth. First match, Li Hu, an 8-year veteran. I'll take you on first. A burly, muscular recruit strode onto the stage. His name was Li Hu, the standout among this batch of new recruits. His strength had already reached the early stage of the Heavenly God realm level 16 Heavenly God, granting him formidable combat prowess. Oomph. Xingye, huh? Li Hu, won't hold back. Li Hu eyed Xingye with contempt. Li Hu silently assessed his opponent. This guy looked scrawny and weak, with almost no divine power within him. Even if he was playing dumb to catch the wise, Li Hu was certain that by unleashing his full strength, he could defeat him. Yet, Li Hu's thoughts were swiftly shattered by reality. In a flash, starlight materialized before Li Hu like a phantom. His gaze was icy cold, and golden light flickered on his fist as if channeling the power of heaven and earth. With a single punch, Li Hu felt as though his great-grandmother was beckoning him from beyond. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as Li Hu flew backward like a, crashing violently into the divine power barrier at the edge of the arena. Blood spurted from his mouth. His face drained of color, his eyes filled with disbelief and terror. This can't be possible. Li Hu tried to struggle to his feet, but his internal organs felt shattered. Death was not imminent. This was the Celestial Court, where even 10,000-year-old divine elixirs were commonplace. Soon, someone delivered an emerald green pill, feeding it into Li Hu's mouth. His internal injuries were swiftly halted. There's no such thing as ambush in a life or death battle. But you weren't worthy of me ambushing you anyway. Xingye's voice rang out the instant Li Hu fell, cold and indifferent. Li Hu's defeat stunned everyone present, but Xingye's words infuriated them even more. It was clearly a sneak attack, yet he had the audacity to justify it so brazenly. What the hell? They weren't worthy of being ambushed? Yet some veterans' eyes narrowed sharply, brows furrowing. Some among them could recognize Xingye's extraordinary strength, though none had imagined it would reach such staggering heights. One punch. Just one punch. It had defeated Li Hu, a mere 16th-tier Heavenly God recruit. Good. Young brother Xingye is fierce.
That punch reminded me of my glory days slaughtering demons. Pfft, shameless braggart. His strength is undeniable. Looks like Heavenly Court has gained another formidable warrior. Veteran soldiers cheered in unison, acknowledging Xingye's prowess. Such is the way of the military. If you gain rewards through luck rather than skill, they'll curse you to your face. But if you win their respect through combat, they'll apologize and praise you instantly. As for the greenhorns who had previously harbored doubts and resentment toward Xingye, their expressions now shifted to solemnity and awe. They realized this newcomer, Xingye, might truly possess extraordinary prowess, perhaps even the terrifying strength to slay a demonic clan elder. Unbelievable. How did he cultivate at such a young age? Just a single punch using only physical strength, without even activating divine power. How terrifying. This must be a true primordial beast. Wait, is he even human? Definitely human. Otherwise, the general wouldn't be this excited. But he's an outsider from another realm. Maybe he has a beast with powerful bloodlines. Holy crap, a beast master with a physique stronger than ours? That's just ridiculous. What about the second match? Should we switch fighters? Not yet. Let Zhao Feng try again. He's been enlisted for 9.5 years. Among the new recruits, his strength ranks in the top 10. Crucially, his bloodline is that of the giant spirit god. His greatest strength lies in raw power. If even Zhao Feng's strength falls short, we can switch players then. You're a genius strategist. Let's send him in. Round 2, the second recruit, Zhao Feng. The voice of the celestial dragon general echoed, and another recruit stepped onto the arena. A recruit stepped forward. He was burly, with bulging muscles, gripping a massive battle axe. A fierce fighting spirit radiated from him. I'll do it. Zhao Feng possessed peak early stage heavenly god realm cultivation, equivalent to a level 19 heavenly god after digitization. Xingye. I won't go down as easily as Li Hu did against you. Zhao Feng bellowed, his form shifting like a bolt of lightning as he charged toward Xingye. His hands gripped the massive battle axe tightly, his body shimmering with a blue glow, as if channeling the divine power of thunder. Xingye watched Zhao Feng charge toward him, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. The giant spirit clan was renowned even in Blue Star lore as one of the Heavenly Court's most formidable celestial generals. Too bad this one before him seemed to have underdeveloped bloodline potential. Why did he feel so weak? Without moving his body, he merely raised his hands lightly, and a pair of golden glowing palms shot straight out. Zhao Feng roared with fury. How dare he show such contempt and insult him? Not only did he come unarmed and unarmored, but he actually intended to bare-handed block his divine axe without even covering himself in divine power. Zhao Feng took no chances. Far from holding back, he poured every ounce of strength into the strike, slamming his axe down hard onto Xingye's golden hands. He could already envision the scene of shattered bones and spattered flesh. Alas, though his divine axe clearly struck the opponent's hands, it felt as though he'd struck cotton, offering not the slightest resistance. This left Zhao Feng intensely frustrated, as if he weren't wielding a divine axe at all, but cotton. Is that all you've got? Xingye sneered coldly. In the blink of an eye, Xingye flickered and appeared behind Zhao Feng. Clenching his right fist, he channeled all his strength into a single punch that slammed into Zhao Feng's back. Boom! Another thunderous crash echoed as Zhao Feng flew backward like the same blood spitting, the same deathly pallor, the same injured spot. Whoa, this is interesting. What kind of divine technique is that? Can the power of transforming force truly nullify an enemy's entire strength? Impossible. Even ancient secret arts never recorded such a thing. Yet Zhao Feng's divine axe clearly struck his hand. Zhao Feng's defeat sent shockwaves through the crowd once more. As they stared at Xingye's calm, confident face, an inexplicable dread began to rise within them. They feared Xingye might deliver a punch to them too. This newcomer, Xingye, not only was his physique formidable, but he also possessed ancient divine techniques unrecorded even in the celestial annals. With Zhao Feng's defeat, the other greenhorn recruits dared not step forward to embarrass themselves anymore. They had already used up 2 of their 4 challenge opportunities. With only 2 chances remaining, they had to choose their fighters carefully. They certainly didn't want to end up with a complete wipeout. Such humiliation would be unbearable. Having served nearly a decade, they couldn't defeat this new recruit despite having thousands to choose from. If word got out, they'd be mocked for 1,000 years. The celestial dragon general watched Xingye on the arena, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Indeed, he hadn't misjudged this one. The celestial dragon general possessed immense power. He easily saw through how Xingye had neutralized Zhao Feng's divine axe force. Yet, precisely because he understood Xingye's tactics, the celestial dragon general felt even more satisfied. Xingye had merely tapped into his absurdly powerful physical strength. Generating force from within, he unleashed a fist wind matching Zhao Feng's divine axe in power. By harnessing the recoil force, he had completely neutralized it. What a formidable physique! What astonishing precision and control! Even the celestial dragon general himself could not guarantee such a flawless replication. A single misstep in such a maneuver could cause the force to rebound against one's internal organs, resulting in crippling injury. Chapter 108, Conquest. Though intrigued by Xingye's earlier divine technique, the recruits hadn't forgotten the two remaining trials, the final two. They had to choose their next contestants carefully. A complete defeat would be utterly humiliating. After intense deliberation, they finally decided their next contestants would focus on spell-based attacks. Pure physical strength alone could no longer shake this mysterious newcomer. Only by relying on spellcraft could they possibly have a sliver of a chance. They refused to believe that someone so young could master both spellcasting and physical prowess to such flawless perfection. After finalizing their choice, the recruits reported the third contestant to the Divine General. The third contestant, Hua Yao of the Hua clan. The voice of the celestial dragon Divine General echoed over the training grounds, tinged with a hint of anticipation. Hua Yan, the rising star among the younger generation of the Hua clan, possessed the rare fire spirit bloodline. His fire attribute divine arts were terrifyingly powerful, once regarded as the future hope of the Hua clan. Power level, level 22 Heavenly God. In the Great Xia of Blue Star, this would place him at the terrifying realm of early immortal god. Alas, this was the primordial realm, where cultivation tiers far surpassed those of the barren Great Xia. Yet even so, a 22nd tier Heavenly God still fell short of Great Xia's immortal gods, for the condensed divine power wielded by immortal gods was beyond the grasp of heavenly gods. As the celestial dragon general finished speaking, a youth clad in fiery red battle armor, radiating intense heat, stepped onto the arena. Brother Xingye, beware! My fire spirit bloodline is no joke, roared Huayan.
Instantly, his hands formed rapid seals as incantations rolled from his lips. A powerful surge of fire attribute divine power surged around him, threatening to ignite the entire arena.
Watching Huayan's movements, Xingye's heart stirred slightly. He could clearly sense the surging, overwhelming fire attribute divine power within his opponent. A faint smile touched Xingye's lips. Playing with fire? I've been waiting for this for a long time. Xingye had absorbed both heavenly thunder and heavenly fire before, so he truly feared no fire magic. Excellent. Today, I'll let you witness my self-developed fire technique. Xingye's words brimmed with confidence. With a light wave of his hands, an equally powerful surge of fire attribute spiritual energy erupted from his body. Compared to Fire Nightmare's divine power, it seemed like a watered-down version. But as Xingye's fire magic coalesced, Fire Knight frowned. The fire spirit bloodline within him was actually trembling under the opponent's fire magic. A flicker of surprise crossed Huayan's eyes at this sight. Yet, true to his reputation as one of the elite new recruits of the Celestial Court, he quickly steadied his mind and roared, "Come on! Let me see just how much you've got." Before his words faded, Huayan thrust both hands forward violently. A colossal tidal wave of flames surged from his palms, radiating scorching heat like an apocalyptic fire lotus. Wielding devastating power, it hurtled straight toward Xingye. Yet, confronting this surging tidal wave of flames, Xingye merely smiled lightly. His hands swiftly formed seals as he chanted aloud. Self-created fire technique, fire escape, grand fireball art. Instantly, he opened his mouth and expelled a massive, deep crimson fireball. This grand fireball appeared similar to an ordinary fireball, yet its core was entirely different. It contained the heavenly fire energy absorbed within Xingye's body, its temperature and power far surpassing that of ordinary spiritual fire. When the colossal fireball, imbued with celestial flames, collided with the Fire Nightmare's flaming lotus, a deafening boom echoed. The lotus shattered instantly, scattering into fragments, while the fireball surged forward, hurtling straight toward the Fire Nightmare. Fire Nightmare, seeing this, was horrified. He urgently activated the fire spirit bloodline within his body, attempting to resist this terrifying fireball. Yet it was already too late. The moment the fiery orb touched the Fire Nightmare, it unleashed terrifying heat, engulfing the entire creature. Fortunately, Xingye had managed to absorb most of its power in time. Otherwise, when the light faded, Fire Knight lay defeated at the edge of the arena, charred black and barely breathing. He struggled to rise, but ultimately collapsed powerlessly to the ground. This can't be possible. Fire Knight's voice was hoarse, his face gaunt and withered, as if scorched dry. He never imagined his prized fire spirit bloodline and fire attribute divine arts would be so easily defeated by a newcomer. If the fire god's heir couldn't even outplay others in fire manipulation, what right did he have to bear that title? Fire spirit bloodline? What a joke. Below the arena, the heavenly court soldiers were all stunned. Gazing upon Xingye's calm, confident countenance, an inexplicable dread rose within them. This newcomer, Xingye, possessed not only formidable physical prowess but also such terrifying fire attribute divine arts. Could he truly be that peerless prodigy? Yet as ascended celestial beings, weren't they all chosen by heaven? They simply couldn't believe that a human could possess such terrifying innate talent. Even General Tianlong wore a look of astonishment. If his eyes did not deceive him, what Xingye had just unleashed was heavenly fire. The power of heavenly fire. That was the very fire of the heavenly tribulation, a force even he could not easily command. In the heavenly court, only those of at least 5th rank fire divine officials could command such flames. Yet Xingye seemed born to wield this terrifying power, deepening the general's curiosity about his identity and origins. Could this youth be the hidden offspring of some fire god? Or perhaps a fire god reincarnated to cultivate anew? But that couldn't be right either. He was an alien being. True deities of the celestial court couldn't reincarnate into other worlds. Never mind. It doesn't matter. He was now under his command. The more powerful he was, the better. As long as he posed no threat to the celestial court, that was sufficient. Good lad, very impressive. General Tianlong roared, his voice brimming with praise. Modesty? What use is modesty in the military? If you can fight and win, why hide your skills? He glanced at the new recruits below the arena, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes as he sneered. How's my judgment? His strength is pretty decent, right? Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge him? The recruits all looked awkward at this, many bowing their heads in apology. General, your discernment is sharp. We were foolish not to recognize such a fine commander. Yes, they too acknowledged Xingye's prowess and voluntarily addressed him as general, thereby recognizing his status as a centurion. They had believed their magic would defeat Xingye or at least force a stalemate, yet he had once again achieved a single-strike kill. All three fell to a single strike, utterly humiliating. The fourth hesitated to act. After all, Xingye's power was undeniable. If they charged forward only to be struck down again, it would become a lifelong shadow. Yet, at that very moment, a clear voice rang out, "General, let me take this." All eyes turned to the source of the voice, where a youth clad in a blue robe and possessing a handsome face stepped forward. You? General Tianlong looked at the youth before him, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Didn't you say you didn't want to go up? The young man gave a wry smile. General, it's not that I don't want to, it's that I dare not. I detected traces of witchcraft on Xingye. That's the very foundation of my cursing techniques. If Xingye truly wields witchcraft, going up there risks drawing the attention of cursed spirits. At best, I'd suffer severe injuries. At worst, my cursing skills would stagnate forever. General Tianlong frowned at this. The unique nature of spellcasters compelled him to carefully consider their safety. With only 3 or 4 spellcasters in the entire army, losing even one would be a devastating blow. Though curse masters were physically frail, they alone could handle peculiar monsters like Een spirits. Though he found it hard to believe Xingye could still wield lost witchcraft, this lad was too unervingly strange. Better safe than sorry. This was merely a routine trial, no reason to gamble with his men's lives. In that case, you may withdraw, General Tianlong ordered decisively. He then turned to the other recruits. Who else wishes to step forward? If no one else steps forward, the fourth match will be declared a victory for the opponent. Hold on, General. Suddenly, a youth clad in black robes, his face cold and sinister, stepped forward. The celestial dragon general looked at the newcomer Huayin Zi, the second-generation immortal with the Een Thunder physique. You're no recruit, the divine general frowned slightly, showing no deference to the young man's status as a second-generation immortal. It would be different if the second-generation immortal's father came personally, but while the second generation had backing, the celestial dragon general had his own deep roots. How else could he have risen to such a high position? Huayanzi bowed. Yes, General, but I believe brother Xingye won't mind. As he spoke, Huayanzi shot Xingye a defiant look, his eyes seeming to say, man up and accept. Xingye sighed inwardly. Fine, let it be him. But let's agree up front, if I defeat him, the 5th match is cancelled. My body can't take it. The divine general turned to Huayanzi. What do you say? Huayanzi nodded. I have no objection. His strength is evident to all, he'd be more than capable as a centurion. I challenge him only to test the limits of his abilities. Huayanzi refused to believe anyone was invincible. With both parties in agreement, the celestial dragon general naturally had no objections. He remained confident in his own strength against Huayanzi. Given Xingye's current condition, victory seemed unlikely. But as Huayanzi had stated, this battle would judge only combat prowess, regardless of victory or defeat. The celestial dragon general swept his arm and declared, let the battle commence. As the dragon general's words fell, Huayanzi's form shifted, transforming into a black lightning bolt as he charged toward Xingye. A powerful surge of Een Thunder energy pulsed around Huayanzi, threatening to engulf the entire arena. Starry Night watched Huayanzi's movements, his heart stirring slightly. He naturally sensed the surging, turbulent Een Thunder energy within his opponent. Yet precisely because of this, Xingye was stunned. How could it be such a coincidence? He had just absorbed the power of heavenly thunder and heavenly fire, only to face 2 opponents whose very bodies embodied fire and thunder. With a light wave of his hands, an equally potent surge of thunder-attributed spiritual energy erupted from Xingye's body, locking in a standoff with Huayanzi's Een Thunder energy. This scene felt eerily familiar. The crowd below the stage was dumbfounded. How could this opponent also wield thunder-attribute spiritual energy? Heavenly thunder clashes with earthly fire, this was no joke. These 2 forces were fundamentally incompatible, yet both had managed to achieve it. Huayanzi's eyes widened in shock. What the hell kind of monster was this? Huayanzi's expression hardened. With a fierce thrust of both hands, a colossal Een Thunder serpent surged forth from his grasp.
Emitting an icy chill like the depths of an abyss, it hurtled straight toward Xingye.
Xingye watched the Shadow Thunder Serpent, then glanced at the others' reactions.
A chill gripped his heart. He seemed to have revealed too many hidden cards. His current power had already faintly surpassed the realm of a peerless prodigy.
The greenest branch breaks first.
The talent he had displayed was already sufficiently extraordinary. If he continued to reveal his trump cards, he risked drawing the attention of those above.
This was the ancient heavenly court. Ancient beings might covet his very body.
This thought crystallized his resolve instantly. Victory was possible, but it must be hard-won and brutal. With lightning-fast movements, Xingye channeled his spiritual energy into a spell, conjuring a golden lightning shield that enveloped his entire body.
When the Een Thunder Serpent collided with the shield, a thunderous explosion echoed.
The shield shattered instantly, yet it absorbed the majority of the serpent's force.
The remnant lightning serpent pierced directly into Xingye's body.
His form swayed slightly, and his face turned pale.
Damn it, it's poisonous. Xingye cursed.
Xingye truly hadn't expected this thing to be poisonous.
He seemed to have gone easy on it.
The Een lightning serpent, carrying its icy, deadly venom, burrowed into Xingye's body. Instantly, it spread throughout his marrow, paralyzing his internal organs, seeping into his blood and flesh. Extremely vicious. Xingye felt excruciating pain surge through him, his entire body numb. Enveloped by the frigid force, his mortal form plummeted into a frozen wasteland hundreds of degrees below zero.
I knew it. Force thunder transformation can never match mine.
Huayanzi roared with maniacal laughter, gazing down at Xingye sprawled on the ground.
His opponent was indeed not invincible. His thunder technique could easily pierce through him.
If his elder brother were here, he could crush him with one hand.
Yet, at that very moment, Xingye suddenly opened his eyes. Bloodshot and fierce, he roared. Heaven's revelation, divine art.
Xingye forcibly suppressed the Een thunder within his body, using an invincible momentum to violently open his spiritual orifices. His fist shot out like a dragon. Finally, with a deafening boom, Huayanzi was sent flying by Xingye's fist, crashing heavily against the edge of the arena. Xingye held nothing back with that punch. Huayanzi, caught off guard, nearly died on the spot. Before his horrified eyes, the life-saving divine armor his father had given him shattered into fragments.
Enough! This fight ends in a draw. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the Celestial Dragon General instantly intervened, forcibly halting the farce. He rescued both Xingye and Huayanzi, feeding each a deep blue pill. Once both had recovered, the Celestial Dragon General patted Xingye's shoulder and murmured, "Very good. Leave the rest to me." This divine general declares. Xingye is officially inducted into the Celestial Dragon Guard. He shall serve as a 9th rank true god and centurion. Any objections? No objections. We pledge to follow Centurion Xingye's command. After this battle, no one dared to speak against him. Even the veterans wore satisfied smiles, applauding Xingye and welcoming him into the Celestial Dragon Army. Standing on the training ground, Xingye felt the warmth radiating from those around him, and a surge of pride welled up within him. He bowed his hands in salute to the surrounding Celestial Dragon Guards and said, "Brothers, Xingye is new here. I humbly ask for your guidance and support in the days ahead." The Celestial Dragon General nodded approvingly in the shadows. This young man possessed not only extraordinary prowess but also humility and courtesy. Such a successor was precisely what the Celestial Court truly needed. What a pity he isn't an outsider from beyond the heavens. Chapter 109, The Reward, a 9th rank Star God. After the trial forge, Xingye followed several new recruits to his temporary quarters. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds, bathing the ancient military camp in its glow. Within the vast camp, soldiers worked bare-chested, laughing and joking as they pounded their bodies. Especially after yesterday's battle, their once proud physiques had been utterly battered by Xingye. Now, they were determined to forge their bodies through relentless training. Busy yet orderly, the camp was permeated with a solemn atmosphere unique to soldiers. Xingye sat alone in his tent, eyes closed in meditation, yet the scenes of yesterday's battle echoed relentlessly in his mind. That confrontation with Huayanzi had made him realize that even the divine arts bestowed by the goddess were not invincible. Faced with that Een Thunder Serpent, the heavenly revelation divine art had proven ineffective. Fortunately, the heavenly thunder absorbed within him provided formidable resistance, otherwise, he truly would have met his end. Were it not for the healing pill from the Celestial Dragon General, he might still be unconscious. Just then, a soldier clad in silver armor hurried into the tent, kneeling on one knee and respectfully announcing, "Lord Xingye, the reply from the Celestial Court has arrived. The Celestial Dragon General requests your immediate presence in the council chamber." Xingye's heart stirred at the news. He rose to his feet, adjusted his robes, and strode purposefully toward the council chamber. Inside the assembly hall, the Celestial Dragon General sat enthroned at the head of the chamber, holding a golden scroll radiating divine light. His face glowed with unmistakable joy. Though this was merely an ordinary reward, the Celestial Dragon General had already envisioned the grand competition in the Celestial Court several months, hence the glorious news of Xingye sweeping the entire army and securing victory for his Celestial Dragon army. Spotting Xingye enter, the celestial dragon general roared with laughter, rising to his feet. He strode over to Xingye, slung an arm around his shoulder, and boomed, "Xingye, the celestial court's reply has arrived. Look, what do you see?" With that, the celestial dragon general handed the golden scroll to Xingye. Xingye took the scroll and slowly unrolled it. Written in golden divine script were the words, "In recognition of Xingye's peerless talent and his recent joining of the heavenly court, he is hereby conferred the rank of 9th grade True God Junior Star God. May he continue to achieve great deeds and earn his place on the list of deified beings. Furthermore, in recognition of his valor in slaying the Crimson Flame Demon Tribe, he is hereby granted 30,000 military merits, convertible into the following rewards: 1 8,000-year-old peach, 1 set of the early stage of the 8-9 mystic arts, and 1 offensive divine technique to be selected personally from the Heavenly Court's Technique Hall." After reading the scroll, Xingye's heart surged with excitement. Even with the Divine Maiden's inherited medicinal garden at his disposal, he possessed no elixir comparable to an 8,000-year peach. This was a genuine Heavenly Court peach, capable of extending one's lifespan by 800 years, a supreme elixir. As for the legendary 8-9 mystic arts, it was an even more formidable existence. Even on Blue Star, Xingye had heard of this technique's divine might. Though only the initial stage, it was more than sufficient to resolve his advancement to Heavenly God. Indeed, aligning with the Celestial Court had been the right choice. Backed by such a wealthy and powerful organization, he could enjoy many hidden perks. Any one of these rewards would be enough to make Heavenly Court cultivators green with envy, let alone Xingye from Great Xia. "Xingye, do you want military merit or rewards?" Military merit, as the term implies, allows for rapid promotion and can be exchanged for any treasure within the military at any time. Without a moment's hesitation, Xingye replied, "Sir, I choose to convert them into rewards." The Celestial Dragon General, unsurprised, chuckled. "Good lad. Well said. Military merit is indeed less useful to you now than these treasures. I truly didn't misjudge you. Your current strength is inseparable from your diligent training." Xingye chuckled awkwardly at the Divine General's praise. His current strength was indeed built on his efforts, and that cheat code. Effort might account for 1%, but the remaining 99%? All thanks to the Demon Refining Pot devouring and evolving. In this cultivation world, without external aids, how could one achieve anything? Except for those born with the protagonist's luck, but wasn't that luck itself just another form of hidden external aid? In that case, I shall say no more. Here, this is the reward bestowed upon you by the Celestial Court. Keep it well. Speaking, the Celestial Dragon General retrieved a small jade box and 2 golden scrolls from his robe, handing them to Xingye. Xingye accepted them with both hands, feeling the immense divine power contained within the jade box and scrolls. His heart surged with excitement. Such pure divine energy, even this box alone, if it reached the Great Xia Empire, would be an unparalleled treasure. "Thank you, Your Excellency," Xingye said respectfully. The Celestial Dragon General waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "No need for formalities. This is what you deserve. Oh, and the military has a reward for you as well." With that, the Celestial Dragon General picked up a wooden box and a document from the table, handing them to Xingye. Xingye opened the wooden box to find 3,000 divine stones neatly stacked inside. Each stone emitted a faint, mysterious glow, making them both enigmatic and alluring. Divine stones weren't uncommon after all, the goddess's inheritance ring still held many. What caught Xingye's attention was the document. Xingye unfolded the document. It was the military's official appointment naming him a centurion, along with detailed information about his fiefdom. A fiefdom? After reading the documents, Xingye couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He hadn't expected the military to grant him a fiefdom. Was this how one came to command the outer regions for the Heavenly Court? Surprised? It's just a fiefdom. Vast as it is, land is the last thing it lacks. But don't expect fertile soil after all, you're new here, and your background. The Celestial Dragon General's tone carried a hint of regret. Truthfully, this military reward left him deeply dissatisfied. Especially that FIFA pity it was the higher-ups' decision, beyond his control. Still, though perilous, opportunity lay within. The Celestial Dragon General laid out the fiefdom's drawbacks directly, with no intention of deceiving Xingye. Beneath your fief lies the sealed entrance to the Crimson Fire Demon clan. 3 such portals directly connect to your domain. Should the demons breach your lands, countless subjects would suffer. Seeing Xingye's brow furrow slightly, the Celestial Dragon General quickly added with a smile, "But fear not. Though the Red Flame Demon clan lies suppressed beneath your fief, this is also your opportunity. After all, danger and fortune coexist. With your strength, dealing with your old adversary, the Red Flame Demon clan, should pose no significant problem. Precisely because your domain harbors the Crimson Fire Demon clan year-round, vast deposits of Crimson Fire Spirit Iron have formed beneath it. This is an exceptional material for forging divine weapons and sharp tools. Moreover, as a Heavenly Court divine official of the 9th rank, you may now establish your own castle, build your forces, and implement a taxation system within your domain.
Provided your domain yields sufficient resources, divine stones will flow endlessly into your coffers without needing to pay taxes to anyone, including me.
Moreover, hunting demons earns military merit.
You can treat the crimson fire demons beneath your domain as countless military achievements awaiting your acquisition. Without 100 or 80,000 military merits, the subsequent stages of the 8-9 mystic arts simply cannot be obtained.
The subsequent stages of the 8-9 mystic arts can be exchanged for military merit? Xingye was overjoyed.
He had assumed such divine arts could only be obtained through the favor of the heavenly court's higher-ups. The celestial dragon general nodded.
Indeed.
The benefits afforded to heavenly soldiers and generals surpass your imagination. As long as you remain loyal to heaven, the military merits you earn can be exchanged for anything you desire,
including resurrection from the underworld.
Of course, the celestial dragon general kept this last part unsaid.
As an outsider, Xingye's soul might not descend into this realm's hell after death.
Better not to tempt fate and risk him not cherishing his own life. As a fellow human, the celestial dragon general genuinely desired to witness just how far this exceptional and promising young successor could rise.
Could he replicate the glory of the second prince, the true lord of manifestation, in his prime? The celestial dragon general couldn't help but chuckle. Where had his mind wandered?
The splendor of the true lord's glory was far beyond his wildest speculation. So, young man, the celestial dragon general patted Xingye on the shoulder. Heaven's court will never shortchange anyone who joins with genuine devotion, and that applies to more than just geniuses like you.
Xingye seemed to grasp the implied meaning. Was the general hoping to recruit all his fellow outsiders into the celestial court?
Unfortunately, since entering the celestial court, the only person Xingye knew was Linifeng, and they had already lost track of each other. If he could find him later, bringing Linifeng into the celestial court might not be impossible. Xingye clasped his fists respectfully and replied tactfully, "Thank you for your guidance, Your Excellency.
I shall spare no effort in serving the celestial dragon army faithfully. Should I encounter suitable candidates, I shall certainly persuade them to join the celestial court and our celestial dragon army." The celestial dragon general felt a surge of satisfaction. It was refreshing to interact with such an articulate young man. He patted Xingye on the shoulder and chuckled, "Good lad, your word is enough. Now that you've received your fiefdom, you'll depart in a few days. Use this time to familiarize yourself with the celestial dragon army. After all, you'll be returning here eventually." "Yes, thank you for your guidance, sir." "Ah, no need for thanks. It's only right. Don't be so formal from now on. Since you've been granted a divine position, we're family. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Long from now on." "Brother Long," Xingye called out immediately.
The man was older than him anyway, and he genuinely treated him well.
Calling him brother was no loss. All right.
Since you've called me brother, I'll share a few more words. Once you're in the domain, don't be afraid when trouble arises.
Just get it done. I trust your strength out there.
However, since you're heading out on assignment, I'll only allow you to bring 10 new Tianlong recruits at most.
No problem, Brother Long. I'll follow your lead. The celestial dragon general hesitated before murmuring, "You may trade slaves in moderation. Ensure any killings to silence witnesses are thoroughly covered up.
As long as you follow heavenly court regulations in all matters, your status as a 9th rank true god will grant you invincibility within heavenly court's domain."
Oh, I nearly forgot the most crucial matter.
Among the rewards were 3 martial arts manuals, 2 from the heavenly court and 1 from the military.
Yet the scroll only recorded the 8-9 mystic arts.
You must personally select the remaining 2 martial arts manuals and combat techniques from the heavenly court's martial arts hall.
For heavenly court cultivation techniques, go to the 4th floor. For military ones, go to the far left on the 3rd floor.
The last sentence was transmitted via secret sound by the celestial dragon general.
Alright, that's all I have to say.
If you have no immediate business, I suggest you head to the heavenly court's martial arts hall first to select a cultivation technique suited to you.
Enhancing your strength is paramount.
Xingye's heart stirred at these words. He truly needed several cultivation techniques to enhance his strength. Ever since his physical body grew increasingly powerful, he had neglected the importance of cultivation methods and martial arts. This was the heavenly court, after all. The cultivation techniques passed down here would surely rival the heavenly revelation divine arts taught by the divine maiden. This thought set Xingye's heart aflame with excitement, making him eager to fly off and choose immediately. Fortunately, he did not forget his manners.
Xingye bowed sincerely in farewell. "You are correct, Your Excellency.
I shall proceed to the heavenly court's martial arts hall at once."
The celestial dragon general nodded and smiled. "Go then. Travel safely.
Once you've selected your cultivation techniques and returned, I'll introduce you to a few brothers in the military." Xingye took his leave of the celestial dragon general and turned to exit the council chamber. He lifted his gaze to the azure sky, where fluffy white clouds seemed within reach, their beauty accentuated against the vast blue backdrop. He drew a deep breath, feeling the divine energy ripples permeating the air, his heart brimming with anticipation. The heavenly god realm. He was about to break through the barrier. Along the way, Xingye traversed the bustling streets of the celestial court, admiring the divine flowers, exotic plants, and celestial beasts lining both sides. Each radiated divine light, their bloodlines extraordinary. He frequently encountered patrolling celestial soldiers and generals, all possessing divine heavenly being strength above level 20. Upon seeing the mark of a 9th grade true god upon Xingye, they all cast him friendly glances. Xingye occasionally overheard murmurs of envy. Such a young 9th grade true god, wonder which great deity's offspring he is. Shut up, you fool. What son of a great deity? He earned it fair and square with his own strength. Pfft, how would you know? You idiot, that's exactly why I'm saying it. Ha? Why? You idiot, go ask your old man. My entire family was slaughtered by the demon race. Kong, I'm sorry. I deserve to die. Come, let me personally teach you the ropes of this world. As long as you keep your mouth shut from now on, I'll guarantee you'll ascend to a 9th rank true god within 10 years. Ah, really? Thank you, brother. Xingye overheard many whispered conversations along the way. Truth be told, these celestial soldiers and generals weren't much different from ordinary people in Great Xia. Each harbored their own good and bad intentions. The only difference was that this place was called the Heavenly Court, abundant with spiritual energy and permeated by divine aura, while Blue Star was known as the Great Xia, where spiritual energy dissipated and divine aura was scarce. After flying for several hours, Xingye finally arrived at the Heavenly Court's martial arts hall, following the map. Gazing at the magnificent structure before him, Xingye couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy, this is spectacular." The 7-story pavilion soared skyward, seemingly touching the heavens. Its doors were carved with intricate runes and patterns that emitted a faint glow, lending it an air of profound mystery. Who dares stop here? This is sacred ground of the Celestial Court. Present your credentials or depart at once. Xingye produced 2 golden scrolls from his robe. The guards at the entrance immediately changed their expressions. Ah, the newly appointed junior star god. Please, come in. Oh, and Star God, these 2 scrolls grant you the right to choose 2 sets of cultivation techniques. You have 3/4 of an hour. The guard reminded him with a smile. Xingye nodded. Thank you. The guard chuckled. This was the first divine official to ever thank a guard like him. He couldn't resist adding, you may take 1 divine technique from the 4th floor and 1 heavenly tier cultivation method from the 3rd floor. Xingye stared at the guard in surprise. This guard was unexpectedly kind. This was the secret code passed down by the celestial dragon divine general. He hadn't expected a mere guard to know it and remind him. This time, Xingye didn't say thank you again. Instead, he tossed a small pouch of divine stones as a token of gratitude. Xingye stepped forward and gently pushed open the chamber door. Inside lay a spacious hall filled with bookshelves stacked high with all manner of cultivation manuals and secret techniques. Some of these manuals emitted golden light, others shrouded in purple mist, and still others glowed with a blue-green fluorescence. Each one appeared uniquely extraordinary. And this was merely the 1st floor. The manuals Xingye could see numbered at least several 100,000. And the Heavenly Court's martial arts hall spanned a full 7 floors. He dared not imagine how many more volumes lay above. Xingye strolled between the bookcases, briefly scanning the 1st floor's offerings. This realm classified techniques into heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow tiers. The 1st floor mostly held yellow and mystic tier ordinary techniques. Of course, ordinary here was relative to the Heavenly Court if compared to Blue Star. Even a random Xian grade technique on this floor could rival the divine arts of the Great Summer Dynasty. Though the Great Xia Empire harbors countless mythical realms, and those realms contain innumerable treasures from that glorious era, the Empire possesses these treasures yet lacks the strength to exploit them. How could it possibly compare to an entity like the Celestial Court, an organization dedicated to cultivating gods and immortals for tens of thousands of years? It was a pity he could only take 2 sets of cultivation techniques with him. If he could pack up all the techniques here and bring them back to Blue Star, Xingye was confident he could single-handedly enhance the strength of all cultivators in the Great Xia. A peerless prodigy like Xingye hesitated to advance her cultivation precisely because she lacked the subsequent cultivation methods of immortals and gods. With the Heavenly Court's divine techniques, countless Xia immortals and deities could undergo instantaneous transformation. This might just grant Xia a chance to survive the impending cosmic calamity. Xingye considered himself no saint, but he was certainly no villain. The Great Xia was his homeland. Given the chance, he would undoubtedly strive to save it from the cosmic calamity. Military merits could be exchanged for cultivation techniques? It seemed he'd need to accumulate more merits later. Upon returning to Blue Star, he would definitely exchange several peerless divine techniques to bring back to Great Xia for reference by Yi Qingge and the other immortals and deities. Only by strengthening Yi Gugu and the others could they better withstand and resist the cosmic calamity. Xingye was not so arrogant as to believe he alone could oppose the entire cosmic catastrophe. He was no Huang Tiandi, whose power was so formidable he could single-handedly dominate the ages. But dwelling on such thoughts was futile. For now, he must focus on selecting divine martial arts suited to him. Only by growing stronger could he hunt down more demonic tribes and earn greater military merits. Chapter 110, The God of Hidden Weapons. The moment Xingyi stepped onto the second floor, his eyes lit up once more. A vast sea of cultivation manuals stretched before him, overwhelming in their sheer number. Compared to the first floor, the second floor not only held more manuals in quantity but, more importantly, showcased a significant leap in quality. Most were Earth-tier cultivation techniques, interspersed with a few precious Heaven-tier manuals. Merely observing the ancient aura emanating from these manuals, Xingye could sense their power far surpassed that of the first floor. This was clearly like knowing the answer before hearing the explanation, yet Xingye couldn't help but feel genuine admiration for the Celestial Court's martial arts heritage. Strolling among the shelves on the second floor, Xingye casually opened a cultivation manual. The cover boldly proclaimed 4 characters, Star Body Tempering Technique. Well, what a coincidence, Xingye mused. This was precisely the body refinement technique his late master, Yi Qingge, had once sought to cultivate. But he had stopped him, instead guiding him to cultivate the complete spirit cavity technique inherited from the Divine Maiden. That the great Xia immortal god Yi Qingge once sought to cultivate this technique speaks volumes about its status within the great Xia. Calling it the object of countless cultivators' dreams would be no exaggeration. Yet here, it was merely classified as a low-tier heavenly grade technique, tucked away in the most inconspicuous corner of the second floor. The heavenly court's power and heritage truly were beyond comparison to the great Xia. He gently closed the volume of stellar body tempering technique. After a moment of reflection, joy filled his heart. With so many high-tier cultivation techniques available here, he could freely choose any 2 he desired. Time was pressing, and Xingyi dared not linger. He immediately ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor, his mind racing as he contemplated what secret techniques he needed. For realm-enhancing techniques, he already possessed the 8-9 mystic art, which was sufficient to support his ascent to higher realms. For body-forging techniques, the spirit orifice formula was already formidable enough to make his physical form unmatched among peers of the same realm. So what was he truly seeking? Martial arts? To enhance his own strength? The only martial technique he diligently cultivated was the Heavenly Revelation Divine Art, inherited from the Divine Maiden. This art possessed terrifying power, a comprehensive burst technique capable of granting him an all-around boost at critical moments. But this comprehensive boost required boundless divine power to sustain. At his current demigod realm, even with limitless spiritual energy conversion, he could only activate the Divine Revelation Art for mere tens of seconds. Adding Jior's power only extended it by a few times. It was fine for explosive battles, but in a protracted fight, his weakness would be magnified infinitely, leaving him vulnerable to being struck down with a single blow. After pondering, Xingye resolved to select sustained burst martial arts on the 3rd floor. He sought techniques that required no spiritual energy, relying solely on raw power for explosive attacks. His greatest advantage now was his invincible physique, but brute strength alone was insufficient. If he could pair it with the right combat techniques, his combat effectiveness would surge again in the short term. With sufficiently explosive techniques, his terrifying physical strength would make unleashing them as effortless as a casual strike, while their endurance would be perfectly resolved. Unfortunately, within the vast Heavenly Court's art gallery, though techniques and martial arts abounded, those meeting Xingye's requirements were pitifully scarce. After all, most martial arts techniques were developed to be used in conjunction with spiritual energy. Without spiritual energy, what kind of martial arts technique would that be? The quality of a martial technique is primarily judged by 2 criteria. The first is its inherent power and effectiveness. This is undeniable, as martial techniques are fundamentally killing arts, and greater power is naturally better. The second criterion is its universality. Martial arts are developed to serve the masses. A technique too complex for anyone to master, no matter how powerful, is utterly useless. Coincidentally, Xingye's unique circumstances perfectly sidestep the second criterion. After all, which martial arts development doesn't rely on spiritual energy? In a cultivation world, could a martial technique that doesn't rely on spiritual energy even be called a martial technique? At best, it would be regarded as combat skills for mortal realms. But how could mortal combat techniques possibly satisfy the demand for overwhelming power? Thus, Xingye was destined to struggle in finding suitable martial arts. Fortunately, the Heavenly Court possessed sufficient depth, and through meticulous searching, he did uncover quite a few. Xingye scattered his divine sense, spreading it across the bookshelves of the entire 3rd floor, carefully sensing the characteristics and power of each cultivation technique and martial skill. His gaze darted between the shelves, first settling on a martial art titled 12 Golden Snake Fingers. Technique, 12 Golden Serpent Fingers. Rank, mid-tier heavenly grade. Power, at the beginner level, it can pierce metal and shatter stone. At the minor mastery level, it can cleave mountains and split earth. At the grand mastery level, it can pierce the bodies of demons and monsters of the same realm. At the perfect mastery level, all 12 fingers can pierce through heaven and earth. To date, no one has achieved perfect mastery. Reason, humans are unsuitable, none are born with 12 fingers. Restrictions, those born with 12 fingers are most suitable, others are second best and cannot achieve perfection. Seeing the description, Xingye felt a flicker of excitement. After all, mastery capable of piercing heaven and earth, even if exaggerated, would allow effortless defeat of higher tier foes. But damn it, humans couldn't reach perfection.
Only those born with 12 fingers could achieve it. What a piece of junk martial art, a downright despicable thing. With no other choice, he continued browsing. Soon, his gaze was drawn to another martial technique. It was called God-kicking leg, a martial art whose name alone suggested it relied heavily on physical strength. Technique, God-kicking leg. Rank, high heavenly tier. Power, beginner level capable of shattering rocks with a kick. Minor mastery. Major mastery. At the perfect realm, a single kick could effortlessly shatter the void, tearing enemies apart body and soul shattered. Restrictions, at late cultivation stages, legs become abnormally thick. At perfection, unknown mutations may occur, and minor damage to soul power is possible. Xing Ye. Forget it. Keep searching. His gaze fell upon a martial technique titled Chaotic Spirit Hammering Method. This time, Xing Ye had learned his lesson. He checked the side effects first. Quality didn't matter after all, even the highest grade technique wouldn't be cultivated if its side effects were too severe. Fortunately, he finally found a normal cultivation method. Technique, Chaos Spirit Hammer Technique. Tier, High Heavenly Tier. Power, beginner level shatter mountains and seize minor achievement. Major achievement. Perfect achievement shatter gods and demons. Restrictions, only those who have attained godhood through physical cultivation may practice. Otherwise, internal organs will weaken and divine soul become unstable. Requires a divine hammer to forge into a life-bound weapon. Compared to the previous techniques, this martial art was quite favorable. It even came with an additional hammering method and instructions for forging the divine hammer. The inheritor of this technique seemed determined to prevent its lineage from fading. But then again, while it has no side effects, its restrictions are likely even higher. Attaining godhood through the physical body alone already bars 90% of mortals from practicing it. Add to that the requirement for a divine hammer. Only those of noble lineage or divine sons could possibly bear such a burden. Xing Ye happened to meet all requirements, and its power was quite formidable. At the pinnacle realm, each hammer strike could contain chaos-shattering power. Not only was the force staggering, but it could also disrupt an enemy's mind, plunging them into utter chaos. Unfortunately, Xing Ye was unaccustomed to wielding a massive hammer, and the technique's recovery time was far too long. Each strike required charging up, making it far too cumbersome. In life or death combat, it was easy to get injured. Mark it for now, Xing Ye muttered. If I can't find anything better later, I'll have to settle for this. Young friend, you're quite picky. None of these satisfy you? Suddenly, a hoarse, aged voice echoed from behind Xing Ye. Xing Ye's body froze momentarily before he spun around. He hadn't sensed anyone approaching. This old man's power was terrifying, surpassing even that of the celestial dragon general. Elder, Xing Ye responded with proper deference, immediately bowing low. The old man chuckled. You're quite polite, young man. I see you've selected several books. It seems you need martial arts techniques that rely on physical strength? Xing Ye's eyes narrowed. Did this old man possess astonishing insight, or could he read minds? Your insight is remarkable, senior. I am indeed searching for such techniques. My spiritual energy is insufficient, but my physical body is still quite decent. Xing Ye saw no point in hiding the truth. Since this old man appeared in the martial arts hall, he might be a guardian of the heavenly quartz techniques. Speaking honestly might even earn him some guidance. Sure enough, the old man stroked his white beard, staring at Xing Ye's physique with astonishment. Your physique isn't merely good. After achieving physical deification, you've advanced even further. You've absorbed heavenly thunder and celestial fire. What a remarkable opportunity. What audacity. This time, Xing Ye finally broke down. His heart raced with alarm. The old man had seen right through his trump card at a glance. Could the demon refining pot in Jor be exposed too? It shouldn't be possible. The ancient goddess had said he bore destiny. His true foundations shouldn't be so easily discerned, right? Xing Ye dared not gamble. He could only adopt an even more deferential attitude. Senior, your power is boundless. This youngster has merely been fortunate. I humbly request your guidance. I shall forever remember the great kindness of teacher and disciple. Sly little rascal, relax. I'm not about to possess you. Look how scared you are. The old man seemed to see through Xing Ye's inner panic, scolding him with a laugh. Xing Ye gave a nervous chuckle, thinking to himself, you old fox, you actually want to possess me? If the old man truly dared to possess him, Xing Ye wouldn't be so afraid. Not only did he have the demon refining pot within him, but the divine soul imprint left by the goddess would be more than enough to give this old man a run for his money. Even the divine maiden hadn't dared to possess him back then. Xing Ye refused to believe this old man could be more terrifying than her. But I'll give you this, kid, your physical body is truly exceptional. If this old man hadn't lived long enough, I might have considered possessing you. The old man's words nearly scared Xing Ye to death. Xing Ye was merely bragging. He dared not gamble on the old man failing to possess him. After all, the old man's power was terrifying. If he happened to counteract the demon refining pot or something similar, allowing the possession to succeed, Xing Ye couldn't even imagine the consequences. Fortunately, the old man's next words completely put Xing Ye at ease.
Your soul is a bit peculiar, lad. Besides the aura of an ancient deity, there are several other auras within it that even I cannot penetrate. If I were to possess you, I'd be a bit hesitant myself. How did you avoid falling into the demon clan's lair back then? If a demon lord had possessed you, this old man might have laughed himself to death. Seeing Xingye's confusion, the old man casually explained, "It seems you've encountered ancient deities before. Your soul has absorbed their essence. Even a demon lord's soul would be gravely wounded, if not killed outright, upon encountering it. The ancient deity must refer to the goddess's aura." Indeed, the goddess's rank surpasses this old man's. But what did he mean? Besides the goddess, no one else should have invaded his divine soul. Could he be referring to the demon refining pot and Jor? No, he had to ask for specifics immediately. Otherwise, being possessed without cause would truly spell disaster. "Senior, besides the goddess, there should be one artifact and one beast's aura within me. Nothing else, no, at most two more." Xingye suddenly remembered he was a transmigrator that might count as one. The only other possibility was the fate the goddess had mentioned. There absolutely couldn't be anything else. The old man's face darkened. "You know the answer, yet you still ask?" Xingye gave a nervous chuckle. "I just wanted you to confirm it, old man. I'm afraid my soul might have gotten mixed up with some other unclean stuff." "You?" The old man looked utterly exasperated. "Who would dare invade your divine soul? They'd be looking for trouble, wouldn't they?" Truthfully, an ancient deity's aura is something this old man could still barely comprehend. After all, those with good fortune might encounter one every few thousand years. But you're different. Your divine soul harbors several unnatural entities. The ancient deity's imprint merely lingers on the outer layer of your soul. Within lie several terrifying auras, presences even ancient deities wouldn't dare provoke. We dare not probe further. Don't you dare bring trouble upon me, kid. Though this old man has lived long enough, I'm not about to seek death deliberately, nor do I wish to end my days in such an ominous state. Xingye. Enough of that. Since we've met, it's fate. This old man also seeks a karmic connection for future generations. I'll offer you some guidance. With a wave of his hand, the elder produced a dark, ancient tome from somewhere. Here. This should suit your needs. And I've discovered something: you, youngster, are the most suitable candidate in the world for this cultivation method. Cunning and vicious, once perfected, every move will be lethal. Really? Xingye adored insidious, lethal techniques. In the cultivation world, one must adopt an attitude of mutual destruction toward enemies. Xingye would rather be condemned by the world than face the day when friends and family wept at his grave. Xingye wanted to dance triumphantly atop his enemies' graves, not have others weep over his own. Xingye accepted the ancient manual the elder had specially prepared for him. Its dark black cover bore only 3 characters: hidden weapon techniques. Hidden weapons? Xingye's heart stirred. Hidden weapon techniques from the martial world? It seemed plausible. Combined with his terrifying immense strength, it might truly work. But Xingye didn't believe the old man would gift him an ordinary manual on martial arts projectile techniques. Sure enough, after reading the introduction, Xingye sucked in a sharp breath. The grade of this thing rivaled that of the star body tempering technique. Martial skill, hidden weapon techniques. Grade, low heavenly grade. Power, beginner level, allows control of 100 heavenly gold needles, capable of wounding demon beasts of equal realm. Minor mastery enables command of 10,000 heavenly gold needles, sufficient to slay demonic beasts of equal realm. At great mastery, a single drop can kill demonic beasts of equal realm. With a sharp weapon in hand, one can slay foes of higher realms. Perfect mastery's power remains unknown. Restrictions: the essence of projectile techniques lies in precision, not quantity. Cultivation requires vast support from celestial mineral veins. Only those with perfect mastery over their physical bodies and formidable divine souls may practice. Note: hidden weapon techniques know no bounds. Enhancements to the physical body, divine soul, or weapon inevitably amplify their power. Historical records mention masters who, upon perfecting this art, transcended 2 realms to slay ancient immortals and gods. This manual offers an exceptionally comprehensive record of hidden weapons, detailing various techniques for powering them, methods for channeling energy, crafting procedures, and even specialized physical recovery methods. It is no exaggeration to say it distills the essence of hidden weapons from throughout the ages. Each weapon embodies the power to fight to the death with ultimate strength. The manual also contained finger techniques and fist methods. When combined with his physical prowess, they proved perfectly suited for both close combat and long-range ambushes. Xingye's heart surged with delight. This treasure was comparable to the entire legacy of the hidden weapon world. Thank you, elder. I shall never forget your kindness in bestowing this art upon me, Xingye said respectfully. The old man laughed heartily. I'm glad you like it. This art hasn't been practiced in ages. As its partial guardian, I certainly don't wish to see its legacy die out. But don't get too excited just yet. Though its foundations and entry points seem simple, mastering it is exceedingly difficult. Only time can hone the skill. I urge you to practice diligently henceforth and restore the glory of the god of hidden weapons as soon as possible.
Time-intensive practice?
Xingye thought to himself this was practically tailor-made for the people of Great Xia. Nearly everyone in Great Xia could awaken a divine realm, and the duration of that realm could be freely adjusted using spirit stones and divine stones. His divine realm time had already reached an automatic 1:18 ratio. If he spared no expense on divine stones, it could peak at an astonishing 1:180, truly terrifying. His single day equaled 180 days for others. This hidden weapon technique was meant for him to master. Young man, study it thoroughly first. I can lend a hand with the basics, but the rest is up to you. The old man spoke, then took out a stick of incense and lit it. 1 incense stick's worth of time. Soon, specialized techniques will guide you into the environment and aid your cultivation. Heh, I advise you to study diligently, youngster. Otherwise, you'll suffer bitterly later. Xingye felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't believe the old man was joking. His comprehension skills weren't particularly strong, and he hoped mastering this technique wouldn't be as difficult as the old man claimed. Xingye had Zhou set up a concentration array, then immediately immersed himself in the world of the secret manual, beginning to study it carefully. The old man watched with quiet admiration, but refrained from disturbing the young man's cultivation. This lad was far too peculiar. He didn't wish to probe too deeply into the other's background. Entangling himself in too much karma could drag him down too. Were it not for the owner of this hidden weapon, the old man would have made his escape the moment he delivered the technique. Chapter 111, The Weapon Spirit, the Holy Son of the Spirit Tribe. Xingye was utterly absorbed in the dark-hued world of the manual, feeling as though everything around him had vanished, leaving only himself and the vast expanse of hidden weapon techniques. At some point, the old man had lit a red incense stick. Wispy blue smoke rose, carrying a peculiar energy fluctuation that slowly enveloped Xingye. In an instant, the scene before Xingye's eyes shifted, transporting him into an illusory realm. This space stretched boundlessly, surrounded by endless darkness. Only a brightly lit area in the center stood out, like the sole island in this chaos. At the space's center stood a slender man clad in an emerald green robe. His long black hair cascaded freely, and his eyes shone like the most brilliant gems. His exquisite features carried an elven-like grace and nobility, reminiscent of the most beautiful woman in the world. Welcome to the phantom realm of hidden weapons. I am Yunqi, Windwalker of the Elven clan, the inheritor of this art of concealed weapons. The man's voice was gentle. You might also consider me the spirit of this place. Staring at this handsome elf before him, Xingye couldn't help but harbor a peculiar thought. If this guy were on Blue Star in my past life, he'd easily be the top-tier beauty among the effeminate men. He looked more feminine than women themselves. What a pity about his gender. Senior Yunqi, I am Xingye, here to learn the art of hidden weapons. Jokes aside, the art of hidden weapons demanded proper respect. Yunqi smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over Xingye as if appraising something. Your physical body and divine soul are truly extraordinary. Especially your physical strength. Even my former master, at your stage, did not possess such a terrifying physique. You are indeed worthy to learn this art of hidden weapons. Then this junior thanks you in advance for bestowing your teachings, senior. Xingye smiled. Yunqi waved his hand dismissively. No need for formalities. I'm merely a spirit of the artifact. Before learning the hidden weapons technique, I'll first cover some foundational knowledge. The art of projectiles is simple to begin with. Sufficient strength alone suffices, as the entry level doesn't demand high accuracy. Practice will naturally improve that. But achieving minor mastery is slightly more difficult. Minor mastery requires not only sufficient physical strength but also the support of spiritual power, which primarily aids in enhancing accuracy. Yet in my view, true mastery of hidden weapons only comes upon reaching the realm of great accomplishment. The prerequisite for this great accomplishment is perfect coordination between spirit and body, achieving flawless accuracy within 1,000 miles. As for perfection, the artifact spirit paused, glancing at Xingye with a smile. That depends entirely on one's innate talent and luck. My master, however, could be said to have reached the realm of perfection. He once slew a demonic ancestor at the divine realm with a single arrow. Xingye's heart stirred. Divine realm? The artifact spirit shook its head. That is not for you to know. I seem to have said too much. Wait until you first step into the heavenly god realm. Let us return to the matter at hand. Xingye sighed helplessly and nodded. Yunqi flickered his fingers lightly. Instantly, dozens of pebbles materialized out of thin air, swirling around him. I'll demonstrate the basic techniques of throwing projectiles for you first. Without moving, he merely flicked his finger. The pebbles shot forth like living creatures, striking a cluster of leaves 10 meters away with pinpoint accuracy. Each leaf bore only a tiny stone hole, not a single one missed. Xingye watched intently. This basic technique seemed simple, but it was actually quite straightforward after all. It was just the foundation. He attempted to mimic it, using his spirit to assist, and managed to replicate the motion. Yet his accuracy and speed fell far short of Yunqi's. This technique demanded extreme mastery over force. Every ounce had to be perfectly calibrated to achieve such precision. Not bad. You grasped it rather quickly. You've already mastered the basics. Yunqi nodded approvingly, then shifted his tone. But the true essence of projectile techniques lies in the minor and major achievements. At the minor achievement realm, you must be able to strike dozens of pebbles in sequence at the same target from 100 meters away using a unique technique, ensuring each pebble strikes the same spot with identical force to achieve cumulative damage. As he spoke, Yunqi struck again. This time, the pebbles no longer scattered randomly but followed a wondrous trajectory, striking a large tree 100 meters away one after another. With each hit, the hole in the trunk grew slightly larger until, finally, the tree was nearly pierced through. This.
Xingye's eyes widened.
That tree was no ordinary tree, it was a 1,000-year-old forest giant, its wood so hard that even iron could scarcely pierce it. Yet here it was, penetrated by mere stones. The technique of layered projectiles, a skill he had never imagined existed. Yunqi chuckled softly, seeing through Xingye's eager thoughts. This is merely one technique among many. I know you wish to learn explosive techniques, so I chose this method to demonstrate first. To master this, you must first experience its damage and impact points firsthand. Before his words faded, his figure flickered, appearing before Xingye. Suppressing his cultivation to early heavenly god realm, he conjured hundreds of translucent jade stones in his palm.
Watch out, Xingye. Yunqi barked.
The jade stones poured forth like a torrential downpour, hurtling toward Xingye's arms, legs, and torso.
Each stone carried considerable force. Before Xingye could react, his body instinctively began dodging.
Unfortunately, his divine sense couldn't accurately pinpoint the jade stones' trajectories, and their speed was too swift for his eyes to follow.
A palpable sense of danger overwhelmed Xingye.
He snapped his head up just as a jade stone closed in, forcing him to twist sideways at the last moment. Yet the jade seemed to shadow him, relentlessly pursuing his every movement.
Hundreds of jade stones shot toward him one after another. These jade projectiles were pure white, yet they emitted a faint, icy glow, appearing extraordinary. Seeing no way to evade them, Xingye channeled every ounce of his physical strength to brace for impact.
Fortunately, as the jade stones drew near, his spirit sensed that each individual stone possessed limited destructive power. His physical body could withstand the assault. Alas, he had underestimated his opponent's tactics. A sharp pain shot through him as a jade stone struck his arm. At first, his formidable physique prevented injury. But immediately, more jade stones followed in rapid succession, striking the same spot on his arm repeatedly.
Xingye sensed something was amiss. The damage to his arm accumulated relentlessly.
After the fourth jade stone, his physical defenses were breached and blood began to flow. Even he, whose flesh had attained godhood, felt an unprecedented agony from the repeated strikes to the same spot. After enduring 16 jade stones on his right arm, his flesh finally gave way. The entire arm was pierced through, blood staining his robe crimson.
Gah!
Xingye sucked in a sharp breath, yet his eyes flashed with excitement. He casually intercepted another jade stone and discovered it was merely made of Xian grade material. Even by Great Xia standards, it was only a supernatural grade jade stone. Yet his physical strength should normally be comparable to that of a lord grade material. The combined damage from a dozen supernatural grade jades had managed to wound him. Had they been epic grade or lord grade materials from the start, hundreds of such strikes would likely have left him lying dead on the ground. This intertwined sensation of agony and exhilaration only strengthened his resolve to master this hidden weapon technique. Seeing this, Yunqi's lips curved into a satisfied smile.
Excellent, Xingye.
I had some concerns about your talent, but now it seems I underestimated you. You will undoubtedly reach the mastery realm of hidden weapons.
Even for the pinnacle realm, I have 50% confidence in you. Xingye thought to himself, I've got about 50% confidence in myself too. After all, whether I can reach the pinnacle is just a matter of probability. It's either possible or impossible. What a load of nonsense. Fortunately, the artifact spirit remained oblivious to Xingye's inner rant, or else both parties would have been left in an awkward silence. The artifact spirit, delighted to have found a worthy disciple, resolved to teach him diligently. Now, I will slow down my attacks so you can carefully observe the techniques. As Yunqi spoke, his attacks indeed slowed. The flight path of each jade stone became clearly visible, revealing every technique and the precise pathways of physical force. Xingye endured the blows while focusing intently on observing and learning, gritting his teeth against the pain as he etched every detail deeply into his mind. As time passed, Xingye gradually grasped the essence of this hidden weapon technique. Leveraging his formidable physical resilience and potent spiritual perception, he swiftly absorbed the core principles and even began attempting counterattacks. With a loud laugh, Xingye waved his hands, causing hundreds of jade stones to materialize from the void. Following the techniques and methods taught by Yunqi, he fired them rapidly toward Yunqi. Yunqi dodged with graceful agility, his face perpetually adorned with that gentle smile. Very good, Xingye. You've mastered this technique.
Continue practicing to enhance its power and accuracy, and you'll reach the level of minor accomplishment. Remember, the art of projectile weapons lies in precision and speed, as well as the perfect mastery of technique and power.
Xingye nodded. He swung his hands again.
This time, the jade stones flew faster, their trajectories more complex and unpredictable. Yet each one struck its target with precision, achieving a 3-star combo. Though he still failed to hit Yunqi, the sheer force unleashed when the jade stone struck the ground left Xingye stunned. That's it. Your physical body and spiritual essence determine both your ceiling and floor in this art. I have little more to teach you. The rest depends on your diligent practice from now on. Yunqi's voice sounded in Xingye's ear, filled with genuine admiration. Oh, and later on, you can follow the forging methods in the book to craft a batch of high-quality hidden weapons. Sometimes, the quality of your hidden weapons can compensate for shortcomings in strength or other areas. Hidden weapons are inherently tools of killing. Whether they're considered treacherous or not is irrelevant. The greatest success lies in assassinating an enemy from 1,000 miles away with a single, fatal strike. Xingye wholeheartedly agreed. In the world of cultivation, mercy toward one's enemies is harm to one's own kin. Practice a little longer. I'll correct your chi positioning and throwing technique at the end. Don't rush for speed, take your time. Xingye didn't hesitate or fuss. Taking a deep breath, he swung his arms once more, beginning a fresh round of practice. Following the other's advice, Xingye focused more intently on controlling the trajectory of his projectiles and deepening his understanding of the techniques. Xingye understood that once he left this place, his future with hidden weapons would truly depend on himself alone. Thus, he approached the training with utmost seriousness, hoping the other would point out his mistakes as much as possible. Only by truly grasping the essence of this hidden weapon art could he advance further on his future cultivation path. With each practice session and Yunqi's guidance, Xingye's mastery of the art grew increasingly proficient. The rapid progress astonished even Xingye himself. He couldn't help but marvel at the difference a teacher made. Xingye understood clearly that his natural talent was limited without a mentor. It would have taken him at least half a year to achieve such results. Yunqi watched silently as Xingye grew, witnessing his transformation almost second by second. A sense of satisfaction and anticipation welled up within him. In Xingye, Yunqi saw the figure of his former master. He hoped this young man could truly revive the legendary prowess of hidden weapons from the past. By the way, young man, Yunqi suddenly spoke up, though he didn't know why. Before we part ways, I have a small request. You can hear me out first. If fulfilling it proves too difficult later, you may abandon it. Xingye agreed without hesitation. Go ahead, senior. If I can fulfill it, I'll repay your kindness in teaching me. Good. Your word is enough. Meeting you has stirred a lingering regret within me. Should you one day reach the pinnacle of power and establish your own school, I hope you will seek out young boys and girls with a natural talent for hidden weapons. Of course, if you could personally instruct some of them, that would be even better. Xingye smiled. I'll remember that, senior. Since I've accepted this hidden weapon legacy, it's only right that I carry it forward. Very well, very well. Young man, I am but a weapon spirit. I have taught you all I can and all I should. Return and train diligently. The weapon spirit laughed heartily, beginning to dissolve the illusion. Almost forgot I also hold the status of a holy son of the elf clan. This mark is yours. When you join the elf clan, you can exchange it for things. Consider it an early celebration for your sect. As the spirit's final words faded, an intricate seal pattern flooded into Xingye's mind. As the last wisp of smoke dissipated, Xingye slowly opened his eyes. He found his body still standing on the third floor of the martial arts hall, the secret manual of hidden weapons techniques in his hand still emitting a faint glow. A temporal realm? Xingye surmised. He must have entered an alternate space akin to his own divine domain. Though he had spent what felt like an eternity within the illusion, in this real world, it had been but a blink of an eye. He looked up at the old man, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Senior, thank you for this opportunity. Xingye will remember it forever and strive to live up to your expectations. The old man chuckled heartily, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. Good lad. You have talent and the will to work hard. This art of hidden weapons is yours to master. Train diligently. I look forward to the day when you become the true god of hidden weapons. Xingye nodded. I shall do my utmost. It's nearly time. I shall retire for my afternoon nap. Go to the 4th floor and select your divine technique. I can't help you with that. Divine arts are a matter of karmic connection. Remember, what suits you best is the best. Divine arts have no inherent strength or weakness. Of course, I can offer some guidance on selecting divine arts. The choice is tied to one's soul essence. You've got something special in yours, put it to good use. The best divine technique is the one that suits you. But divine techniques ultimately serve the cultivator. A technique chosen through personal recognition, isn't that another form of suitability? That is all I have to say. Go now. As the old man finished speaking, Xingye's body had already arrived at the threshold of the 4th floor. Chapter 112, Divine Technique, the 10,000 Transformations. Xingye finally stepped onto the staircase leading to the 4th floor. The 4th floor, this legendary realm of divine arts, was a place coveted even by the celestial generals of the heavenly court, let alone Xingye from the Great Xia. The moment he entered this domain, his gaze was instantly drawn to the bizarre spectacle before him. Not a single physical tome of divine law existed here. Instead, concentric rings of light, radiating unknown hues, floated freely in midair, drifting aimlessly as if searching for their destined masters.
Divine arts favor those destined to receive them, they cannot be forcibly taken.
Xingye silently recalled the old man's words. A saying had long circulated here: it was not so much that one chose the divine arts, but rather that the divine arts chose their masters.
How did one choose?
It was simple: one need only emit their divine consciousness.
Divine arts compatible in nature would naturally draw near.
Xingye took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to radiate his divine consciousness, attempting to establish a connection with these rings of light. He knew his talents were limited and harbored few expectations. Among so many divine arts, he would be content if even half of them took notice of him.
Yet reality proved almost unbelievable.
Only a handful of divine techniques responded to him. Their light was faint, seemingly uninterested in his arrival, even carrying a hint of disdain.
Xingye instantly flew into a rage. What was this? Was his talent truly that worthless? Not a single divine technique had approached him of its own accord? Xingye snorted coldly, staring expressionlessly at the surrounding divine techniques. Seeing them remain utterly indifferent, he sighed helplessly.
These divine techniques were clueless. He had no choice but to resort to cheating. Slowly, he drew forth the aura of his beast companion, Jor, and the divine maiden within him. Jor, a mythical tier beast tamer, possessed bloodline talents comparable to the ancient divine beasts Azure Dragon and White Tiger. Her aura carried the primal nobility of a primordial deity. As for the goddess, her talent was unparalleled. She had cultivated to the divine realm while still in human form in ancient times, a truly terrifying feat. The moment her aura spread, the entire fourth floor divine technique light sphere erupted into a frenzy. When the intertwined auras of Jor and the goddess simultaneously emanated from Xingye's body, the divine light circle on the fourth floor seemed to find its home, surging toward him with frenzied intensity. Their radiance grew blindingly intense, their speed so swift it threatened to engulf him entirely.
Xingye's lips twitched at the sight.
Witnessing this scene reminded him of those sycophants on Blue Star. These Halo worshippers were even more obsequious than the goddess chasing bootlickers of his past life, impossible to shoo away. Their fawning contrasted sharply with their earlier aloofness.
Xingye couldn't be bothered to express his disbelief. After all, these divine techniques were practically begging him to choose them. Why not take a look?
He began examining each one as they flooded toward him. A casual glance revealed a divine technique no weaker than the heavenly revelation divine art. This divine technique was named Divine Form of Strange Metal. Abilities: absorbs metallic materials from the world to forge divine statues of gold. As long as the golden form remains intact, the divine soul endures eternally. At its pinnacle, this technique allows one to transform into a celestial metal, granting an immortal physical form capable of obliterating the heavens and earth with every gesture.
Yet, after merely a glance, Xingye shook his head.
He had no desire to become a metallic monster. This technique bore some resemblance to the spirit cavity art, both methods for tempering the physical body. However, the spirit cavity art caused no harm to the body, it could even evolve life itself. Of course, being a divine technique, it possessed its own advantages. The path to strengthening the physical body was exceptionally rapid. Merely absorbing various metallic materials from the world could swiftly enhance the flesh. This was an entirely different level compared to the arduous cultivation of the spirit cavity technique. Discarding the divine metal physiognomy, he then spotted the eternal divine soul technique. This divine method caught Xingye's attention, though it was regrettably unrelated to physical combat. Ability: condenses the divine soul into an eternal, immortal essence. Even if the physical body is destroyed, one can reincarnate by possessing another vessel through this powerful soul.
Possession attempts 1-9.
For cultivators fearful of death, this divine technique was an undeniably immense temptation.
9 reincarnations meant 9 extra lives.
9 chances to correct mistakes. One could even cultivate exceptionally talented individuals in the mortal world, then, upon growing old, simply possess their bodies to start anew.
Yet Xingye shook his head once more. Possession required abandoning one's physical form, a sacrifice he would only make when absolutely necessary. Of course, a powerful soul offers immense benefits for future cultivation. This divine technique is a rare method specifically for tempering soul power, making it extremely precious. If given the chance, he would definitely choose it next time. He then browsed through divine arts like the Diamond Bodhibody and the 12 Pure World Blue Lotus technique. Each had its own merits, some focused on physical defense, others excelled at purifying cursed energies, but none captured Xingye's interest deeply. He silently mused that if he still couldn't find what he sought, he'd have no choice but to settle for that divine soul technique. Just then, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a divine technique positioned in the center. It emitted a faint white glow, unremarkable in appearance, yet the characters inscribed upon it stirred something within Xingye. Xingye reached out and took it. Engraved upon the divine technique were 4 large characters: the method of 10,000 transformations. Quality: divine art abilities, can transform into myriad forms. Clones can cultivate simultaneously, synchronizing spiritual energy and martial arts insights to be returned to the main body. Upon mastering this divine technique, one could manifest up to 9,999 clones. Shadow clone technique? Staring at the scroll, Xingye made an instant decision. This technique was his choice. It was the signature technique of his namesake from his previous life, Naruto Uzumaki. Whether it was his Rasengan or his wind release, Rasengan Shuriken, both relied on clones to execute. The shadow clone technique not only confused and disrupted enemy perception but also allowed for multiplied cultivation. In the cultivation world, it was nothing short of a supreme artifact. He decisively extended a finger and lightly touched the divine technique. Instantly, a warm power surged from his fingertip into his body, followed by an endless torrent of complex knowledge flooding his mind. Even with his soul fortified multiple times, he couldn't withstand it, blood gushing from his 7 orifices. The process was agonizing, yet the benefits were undeniable. This method of inheritance forcibly engraved the technique into his mind. Once the inheritance was complete, it signified he had mastered the basics of the technique. With sufficient talent and rapid absorption, achieving minor mastery was not impossible. As the inheritance progressed, Xingye felt his soul undergo another round of refinement and strengthening. His sea of consciousness seemed to open onto a new world, where he witnessed his divine soul fragmenting into countless avatars appearing around him. Each avatar simultaneously cultivated different martial arts and techniques. The spiritual energy and insights gathered by these avatars flowed ceaselessly back into his main body, causing his cultivation to soar at an astonishing pace, almost imperceptibly. This method not only granted him accelerated cultivation speed but also unlocked countless possibilities in combat. The regrets of his childhood in a past life would surely be reenacted one by one on his future cultivation path. No more reckless charging and one-punch kills. Upon returning, he would first practice the wind escape technique and perfect the spiral shuriken. Having selected 2 spellbooks, Xingye dared not violate the Heavenly Court's rules. He clasped his fists and addressed the void. Elders, this junior has made his choices and must now depart. Xingye expected no reply and prepared to depart alone when suddenly, a distant, mysterious voice echoed in his ears. Xingye, your discernment is unique. Yet the 10,000 transformations technique is no simple feat to master. The agony of soul splitting alone is enough to strike terror into gods and demons alike. Hold fast to your true self. Never forget that divine arts are merely tools for the cultivator. The true path of cultivation relies on your own effort and perseverance. May you advance relentlessly on your future journey. Thank you for your guidance, Elder. I shall remember your words. Very well, then return. I hope we may meet again someday. Xingye frowned in confusion. What did that mean? Before he could ask, he was already kicked out of the cultivation tower. Xingye shrugged. Well, he thought he'd have to walk downstairs himself, never expected to be escorted out like this. Well, it was for the best. It was time to return and take charge of his new domain. First time as a lord, he must admit, Xingye felt genuinely excited inside. Chapter 113, Preparing to Depart. Xingye and his party returned from the martial arts pavilion laden with treasures. With steady strides, they passed through the layers of military camp guards and returned to the Tianlong barracks. Sunlight filtered through sparse clouds, bathing Xingye's handsome, slightly tanned face. The East Heaven Gate faced the sun-gazing Golden Crow, and the camp was a place of rigorous training. After just a few days, Xingye had already darkened considerably. The moment he stepped back into the camp, Xingye felt the familiar, comforting atmosphere. The sounds of soldiers training and warhorses neighing intertwined, filling his heart with ease. Your humble servant, Xingye, has come to express gratitude for the Divine General's guidance and kindness. Xingye stood outside the tent, bowing respectfully. The Celestial Dragon General's laughter drifted out from within the tent, as warm and soothing as a spring breeze. Ah, Xingye. You've returned so quickly. Come in, come in. I've been waiting for you. Xingye stepped inside the tent to find the Celestial Dragon God seated at his desk, his face radiant with a gentle smile. The interior was simply yet grandly furnished, with several scroll paintings depicting the majestic scenery of the Celestial Court hanging on the walls. These works contained divine intent, and prolonged contemplation could invigorate the mind. Noticing this, the Celestial Dragon General raised an eyebrow. You like them? Then I'll gift you one. Xingye chuckled and accepted without hesitation. Thank you, Your Excellency. Since I'm expressing gratitude, I'll extend it to that young man as well. Divine General, Xingye gained immense benefit from the art of cultivation hall, all thanks to your generous assistance. Xingye bowed again, his words brimming with sincerity and gratitude. The Celestial Dragon General waved dismissively, personally helping Xingye to his feet. It's nothing, he chuckled. You are a pillar of the Celestial Court. Naturally, I must nurture your talents. Come, come. I've prepared a banquet to welcome you back. Xingye had intended to study divine arts upon his return, but the Divine General's hospitality was too warm to refuse. Reluctantly, he allowed himself to be ushered along to the banquet. The banquet hall glowed with brilliant lights, its tables laden with exquisite delicacies. The Celestial Dragon General and Xingye clinked cups and toast, the atmosphere pleasantly harmonious. Yet Xingye, disliking crowded festivities, refrained from mingling with the other generals and soldiers. After 3 rounds of wine, Xingye set down his cup, his expression turning solemn. Divine General, I have a request to make.
The Celestial Dragon General paused slightly before smiling.
Oh? What is it? Speak freely. Xingye is deeply grateful for your kindness, Divine General. Yet I am well aware that as a newly appointed 9th rank true god of Heavenly Court, this is my first assignment to a domain. Therefore, I humbly request your permission to depart for my fiefdom at dawn tomorrow. I wish to swiftly establish my presence there, contribute to Heavenly Court, and eradicate the demonic tribes. Xingye's words rang with conviction. To the uninitiated, one might mistake this for genuine loyalty.
In truth, Xingye harbored too many secrets and had witnessed the legendary soul-stealing technique in the artifact hall, filling him with dread. Though his divine soul was immune to possession, his own power remained feeble. If some powerful being took notice, captured him, imprisoned him, starved him to death, and then seized his body,
there was no choice.
In the heart of the celestial court, without strength, Xingye felt uneasy in every fiber of his being.
Since he'd already secured all the benefits, it was better to flee far away.
Upon hearing this, the Celestial Dragon General mistakenly believed Xingye was driven by a desire to achieve great deeds, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Highly talented and so dedicated, this was precisely the kind of subordinate he favored most. Patting Xingye on the shoulder, he chuckled, "Good lad.
Ambitious. This general approves. But first, you must hear my detailed briefing on the territory we're heading to."
Such a subordinate must not be lost, the Celestial Dragon General thought to himself. Xingye's heart leapt with joy at the words, and he nodded eagerly in agreement.
The Celestial Dragon General began detailing the territory. The domain you're heading to is called Xinghe Town.
It's a remote place, surrounded by water on 3 sides and mountains on the 4th.
Though remote, its environment is beautiful and free from bandit disturbances.
More importantly, Xinghe Town possesses exceptionally dense water spirit energy. It abounds with treasures and spiritual objects imbued with this energy. Every 100 years, the vast rivers and seas may even nurture water nymph essence, an exceedingly rare and precious resource coveted even by this divine general.
Upon hearing this, Xingye understood.
His superior was reminding him that should he acquire Narcissus Chi in the future, he must surrender a portion of it. He had heard of water spirit energy, but water lily energy was entirely new to him.
Could it be akin to the difference between spiritual energy and divine power? The celestial dragon god continued, water spirit chi isn't just miraculously effective for humans, it holds the same power for demonic tribes and beasts. This is especially true for the Crimson Fire Demon clan. Their cultivation involves constant exposure to crimson flames, making them highly susceptible to spiritual backlash. Coincidentally, water spirit chi is remarkably effective at suppressing such backlash. Furthermore, water spirit chi can be used to refine water spirit pills with an exceptionally high success rate. A single water spirit pill grants immunity to all illusions and mind demons. It is an indispensable treasure for exploring caves and secret realms, and an unparalleled elixir for low-tier cultivators seeking breakthroughs. It has always been priceless and impossible to find on the market. Yet the Crimson Fire Demon clan has always lacked spiritual treasures to suppress spiritual backlash. Thus, despite their immense numbers, small batches of water spirit pills could never satisfy their demand. Moreover, given the pills' extreme rarity, ordinary Crimson Fire demons had no chance of obtaining them. Consequently, the entire clan set their sights on the water spirit energy within the rivers and seas of Xinghe Town. They infiltrated the town monthly, even daily, to steal and plunder this vital essence. This situation has persisted for centuries. In recent years, with the celestial court understaffed, the Crimson Fire demons have even constructed demonic caves on the mountainous perimeter of Xinghe Town, showing signs of permanent settlement. Upon hearing this, Xingye frowned deeply. What about the people of Xinghe Town before this? The celestial dragon general sighed. We've done our utmost to protect them, but when our forces are stretched thin, we can only leave them to fend for themselves. Do not blame the heavenly court for being heartless. You've witnessed it yourself. If the Crimson Fire demons dare openly invade the eastern heavenly gate, what hope is there for a remote place like Xinghe Town? The celestial court must simultaneously defend against both demon and beast tribes. Our celestial soldiers and generals would have been exhausted long ago, the celestial dragon general whispered telepathically. Therefore, this mission carries some danger. Fortunately, I have full confidence in your personal strength. Remember, if you cannot win, retreat immediately. Xingye was stunned into silence. Before the battle had even begun, his retreat route had already been laid out. Fearing he might crush Xingye's confidence and scare him away, the celestial dragon general forced a laugh and added, of course, don't worry too much. Though the Crimson Flame Demon clan is powerful, our heavenly court isn't pushovers. As long as you escape back to heaven, even the demon lord himself wouldn't dare provoke you. Just kidding. Honestly, your mission has 2 main objectives. It doesn't require annihilating the Crimson Flame Demon clan. First, ensure the supply of water spirit essence infused artifacts to the heavenly court. Second, ideally, sever the demon clan's access to water spirit essence. Of course, the second task is no easy feat. We'll focus on fulfilling the first one to the best of our ability. Xingye understood. With the divine general having laid it out so plainly, what was there left to worry about? Sir, I understand.
I will spare no effort. The water spirit treasures shall not be lost. The celestial dragon general watched Xingye's sensible and cooperative attitude with deep satisfaction. He raised his wine cup. Then this divine general shall toast you in advance to your military achievements. May you return with promotions and rewards. Truthfully, this mission works in your favor. As long as you eliminate a few crimson flame demons while safeguarding the water spirit, you'll earn double military merit. Understand the strategy? The celestial dragon divine general whispered telepathically, his tone laden with earnest advice. Xingye blinked, clinked glasses, downed his drink in one gulp, and murmured, "This youngster understands." "Thank you, divine general. I'll do my utmost to find some narcissus essence." "Excellent, excellent. You truly are a pillar of talent," the celestial dragon general roared with laughter, slapping Xingye's shoulder hard before handing him a list. "This is the roster of new recruits. You may select any 100. Those marked with red lines cannot be forced, only if they volunteer. The rest are yours to choose freely. Here are your supplies. After all, you hold the rank of 9th grade divine official in the heavenly court. You need to maintain your status. Go collect them yourself. Once you've selected your men, depart first thing tomorrow morning. Farewells are ill-suited to the military. When we meet again, this divine general hopes to witness the true star god." Xingye nodded firmly, offered his thanks once more, and departed without lingering. The banquet continued. The camp's laughter and cheer did not fade, as if bidding Xingye farewell, or perhaps celebrating the great deeds he was about to accomplish. Chapter 114, Journey to Qinghe Town. Xingye left the divine general Tianlong's tent and headed straight for his temporary quarters. Along the way, he kept mulling over how to assemble his own 100-man guard squad. As night deepened, the camp remained brightly lit. The celestial dragon general's hint was clear: from this roster of new recruits, aside from the red-circled connections, he could freely select any 100 to join his ranks. Yet this freedom proved far less absolute when it came to actual decision-making. After all, they were being dispatched to the remote Qinghe town. Many recruits might be reluctant to join his unit, as Qinghe town was fraught with danger and far less secure than the heavenly court's barracks. This selection would form his first core group. Their strength could be lacking, but obedience was non-negotiable, otherwise, they'd only become dead weight. With only one night to prepare, Xingye couldn't think of a better solution. After all, it was only 100 men. He planned to start by inquiring at the new recruit camp. If he truly couldn't fill the ranks, he'd have no choice but to buy some slaves from the black market to make up the numbers. Yet when Xingye discreetly hinted at selecting new recruits for an upcoming garrison mission, the unexpected response was overwhelming. The majority of trainees showed keen interest, casting eager glances his way. Even some second-generation immortals with connections volunteered, hoping to join his ranks and head to Qinghe town together. "Lord Xingye, pick me. I can fight, endure hardship, and work tirelessly." A burly recruit stood up, his face brimming with eagerness. His name was Li Hu, a standout among the recruits and the same man Xingye had knocked out with a single punch during their earlier sparring match. "Lord Xingye, I'm willing too. Not only am I obedient and hardworking, but I'll even work without pay." Another recruit immediately stood up. "Me too. Get lost, you greenhorn rookie. This mission's too dangerous. Let us handle it. You stay put in camp and train. Khan, calling you brother is giving you face. How dare you stop us from joining? Brothers, let's kick his ass." The recruits scrambled to volunteer, catching Starry Night completely off guard. He thought they must have misheard the conditions and reluctantly repeated the harsh, perilous nature of the Qinghe town mission. The recruits unanimously confirmed they hadn't misheard. They didn't care where they were sent as long as they could accompany the commander on an outing, they'd go anywhere. This left Xingye utterly flummoxed. He'd expected cold shoulders, not such enthusiastic support. Before he could voice his confusion, one of the second-generation immortals muttered the reason. "The military has too many rules. You even need permission to use the restroom. There's no freedom at all." "Exactly. If we could go to Qinghe town with Lord Xingye, we'd have so much more freedom. Heh, especially for foot bath entertainment. Qinghe town, just the name sounds like a misty, gentle place. There must be tons of pretty, delicate girls needing care there." "Put. Shameless. I'm a native of Qinghe town, don't you dare coerce decent folk." Xingye listened to their nonsense and found himself at a loss for words. But for him, this was definitely a good thing, right? After all, with these new recruits eager to join, he wouldn't have to worry about not filling his ranks. "Very well. Since everyone wishes to join, I'm naturally delighted to welcome you all. But alas, I only have 100 spots available." In the military, selection must be based on combat prowess. Xingye smiled. The other recruits' eyes lit up. "Lord Xingye is truly magnificent. That's only fair. Oomph. I was top recruit last month. Anyone got a problem with that? Come at me. If no one challenges me, I'm joining Lord Xingye's personal guard squad." The prestige of being in the top 10 recruits was substantial, and few dared challenge those at the top. Instead, they sought out weaker opponents further down the list. Surprisingly, with the lure of external opportunities, many hidden masters stopped holding back. At least 7 or 8 names in the top 50 had changed. Moreover, the majority of these top 50 recruits voluntarily joined Star Knight's guard. This left Star Knight feeling somewhat awkward. Wasn't this effectively poaching the entire leadership corps of the new recruit class? Sir, there's no need to worry. Since the Divine General granted you unrestricted selection, he anticipated this very outcome, whispered a second-generation immortal who had approached him. Xingye looked at him in surprise. The youth bowed deeply. Recruit Lin Xinnan. Combat prowess, bottom of the class. But he comes from a wealthy family. Considerable wealth meant he managed the finances for the entire Eastern Heavenly Gate military camp. These second-generation immortals were clearly documented on the roster, each either wealthy or connected. Even the Celestial Dragon Divine General usually turned a blind eye to their antics. Xingye wasn't foolish enough to antagonize these well-connected individuals. With the young noble now extending goodwill, he promptly responded, Lin Xinran, is it? Given your family's background in finance, I'll be entrusting our unit's financial and material affairs to you from now on. Lin Xinran beamed with delight. Thank you, Your Excellency. I shall strive to make money breed money. Lin Xinyan, lacking true strength, kept his posture low. Ultimately, being stationed in Qinghe town would depend on his own capabilities. His family's influence couldn't extend that far. Xing Yi patted his shoulder. Just do your best to protect the team's resources. That's all. You may go now. Yes, sir. Lin Xinyan was merely a minor hiccup, not hindering further recruitment. Soon, Xingye's 100-man guard squad was fully staffed. Most were formidable fighters, with the weakest boasting at least 20th level heavenly god strength absolute prodigies in the Blue Star's Great Xia Empire. Yet within this current 100-man guard squad, such prowess was nearly commonplace. Of course, alongside the powerhouses, there were also a few red-named second-generation immortals with connections. Though lacking in strength, their backgrounds and influence could sometimes be far more terrifying than raw power. Lord Xingye, what should we do next? Li Hu, who had joined the team earliest, had been appointed deputy captain. First, collect the supplies. We depart at dawn tomorrow. Seeing the troubled look on Li Hu's face, Starry Night knew obtaining the supplies would be difficult. This was precisely when the connections within the group would prove useful. The newly appointed Lin Xinyan stepped forward boldly to take on the task, vowing confidently that the team's resources would be delivered within an hour. These well-connected individuals, aware of their own lack of combat prowess, sought to assist Starry Night in other ways. The task of procuring supplies presented the perfect opportunity for them to prove their worth. After all, their fathers and relatives were either 7th-rank divine generals or 6th-rank high officials. Any minor military supply officer foolish enough to withhold resources from such people would be courting disaster. Before the hour was up, several well-connected individuals returned laden with abundant supplies. Not only had they secured all the provisions allocated by the Celestial Dragon Divine General, but they had also procured a substantial surplus. Lord Xingye, here are 100,000 divine stones for you to hold onto, Lin Xinyan said cheerfully, handing over a silver pouch. Xing Yi thought to himself, if I recall correctly, the Celestial Dragon Divine General only allocated 60,000 divine stones. Wow, someone else got double that amount? Here are 10 large warships mid-tier heavenly grade, priced at 10,000 divine stones each. But those merchants had no choice but to sell them to us at half price 5,000 divine stones per ship, another well-connected individual added. Xingye observed the warships' imposing designs, their hulls engraved with intricate runes radiating formidable energy. The broad decks could accommodate hundreds of soldiers for simultaneous combat, while massive sails enabled swift traversal across rivers, lakes, and seas with wind power. Xingye couldn't help but nod. Excellent taste. With the Demon Refining Pot, he could easily assess the quality of these warships. What about the remaining funds for warships? Xingye understood the rules, resource quotas were fixed. For instance, if 100,000 divine stones were allocated for warships, one should purchase 10 ships at 10,000 divine stones each. However, savings from bargaining could not be converted to cash but could be used to acquire additional warships. Lin Xinyan and the others exchanged glances and smiled. They seemed to have been waiting for Xingye's question. With smug grins and faces brimming with pride, they unveiled a luxurious warship. This vessel resembled the 10 large warships in design, yet its volume was several times smaller. The aura it emitted, however, was far more terrifying. Golden dragon patterns were engraved upon its hull, shimmering with a dangerous presence. Its sails were woven from the precious heavenly grade supreme material, heavenly silkworm silk light yet resilient, capable of flying against the waves. This one a top-tier heavenly grade warship especially prepared for Lord Xingye, the last crony declared smugly. Xingye's expression turned stern. This seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? Xingye was still adjusting to the local customs. Was this considered blatant bribery? But observing the other recruits' reactions, they seemed utterly unperturbed, even beginning to feel guilty that he refused to accept it. Lord, do you dislike this warship? Ahem, we understand you might not favor heavenly tier spirit ships. Unfortunately, our clan's divine vessel is already in use, otherwise I would have brought it out to present to you.
Holy crap, no way! Xingye jumped in surprise. This was getting ridiculous, giving away divine ships? Ah, forget it. I like it. Xingye reluctantly accepted it. You seem reluctant, Lord? Lin Xinyan noticed Xingye's unease, though he found it hard to believe. Your Excellency, as a 9th-ranked true god, it is this vessel's honor to be piloted by you. As for us, we hold no envy. Your prowess is evident to all. The strongest deserve the finest. Exactly, Lord. Just take us along to slaughter more demons. We hear it's the Crimson Flame demons this time. You single-handedly slayed the chief elder of their medium-sized tribe last time. This time, you'll surely let us witness something spectacular. Xingye couldn't help but laugh bitterly. I accept this worship. Your goodwill is appreciated. Rest assured, once we reach Qinghe town, I will personally train you in hunting the Crimson Flame demons. You shall earn your stripes. Your Excellency is mighty. Enough with the formalities. Entrust these supplies to Lin Xinyan for safekeeping. We'll set sail for Qinghe town first thing tomorrow morning. Yes, sir. Ah, yes. And the elixirs, have you purchased them? We don't know how long we'll be stationed at Qinghe town, so elixirs, these essential spiritual aids, are indispensable. Sir, everything is prepared, though the higher-ups were a bit stingy. Ahem, never mind. Consider it his drinking money. My family happens to be alchemists, and I know a thing or two about pill refinement myself. Even if we run out of pills there, I can concoct some in an emergency. Xingye could tell that even those with connections face difficulties when claiming the elixirs. But then again, the celestial elixirs seem to be under the supervision of the Supreme Elder Lord. Even if this celestial elixir pavilion wasn't managed by him, its authority and status couldn't be low. It's fine. How many did you get? Let me see first, so I have a rough idea. Lin Xinyan sighed helplessly, pulling out the pills with a wry smile. These are soldiers' rations pills, low-grade earth tier. One pill can sustain someone for dozens of days without thirst or hunger. A well-connected individual pulled out a bottle of pills and said gloomily, we only managed to gather 100 bottles, 1,000 pills in total. These are Cloud Dew healing pills, high-grade earth tier. They can instantly heal injuries short of missing limbs, another insider added, presenting a bottle of healing pills. We gathered 1,800 pills, meaning each brother only gets a dozen or so. Xingye took the pills and examined them carefully. Though not of the highest grade, they possessed potent medicinal properties with minimal side effects, ranking among the superior pills within their respective tiers. Moreover, to Xingye, the quantities seemed quite decent. Lin Xinran gave a wry smile. From the look on your face, you seem to think this is quite a lot? Xingye nodded. It does feel adequate. Though that might be partly because I rarely use pills myself. Xingye rarely used pills. He seldom suffered injuries these days, so he had little sense of their consumption. Your Excellency possesses extraordinary talent and likely suffers few injuries, but ordinary folk like us are another story. Just consider our routine battles against the demonic tribes. Even in decisive victories, our soldiers can only hope for a one-for-one exchange at best. Demons possess tenacious vitality, they can heal even from severe wounds. But without elixirs, we humans are left to die on the battlefield. Each battle requires at least 3 life-saving pills, not to mention other supportive elixirs. Oof. We're heading to Qinghe town for long-term defense of the water spirit Qi, yet each of us only gets a dozen healing pills. We'd be dead after 3 battles if we were scared to death. Xingye realized upon hearing this that the pill allotment did seem rather meager. But if cultivators fighting each other relied mostly on pills for support, what had his previous battles been? Back then, he relied entirely on his formidable physical prowess as long as he could wound his opponents. Now it seemed the value of achieving godhood through physical cultivation was only increasing. No wonder even the goddess marveled at his bodily strength. At least we'll get a dozen healing pills each, Lin Xinran muttered, unable to contain his frustration. But look at the next batch, we're averaging just 1 or 2 pills per person. Blood Ignition Pill, 800 pills. Top tier Earth grade. A spirit pill that multiplies combat power several times over. Duration after use, 15 minutes. Side effect, spirit power recovery halved for 1 day. Wind Spirit Pill, 300 pills, top tier Earth grade. Enhances speed 5-fold, a life-saving escape pill. Duration, 15 minutes. Side effect, minor damage to meridians. Compared to the above, it was indeed less than half, but Xingye couldn't help it. He was new to this place and unfamiliar with the terrain. He couldn't even handle these well-connected people. He didn't believe that he, a newly promoted 9th-ranked true god, could interfere with the distribution of pills. What's the value of these pills? Should we procure our own? Xingye considered using the 100,000 spirit stones if necessary. Absolutely not. Sir, that 100,000 spirit stones are yours. Why should you spend them on our pills? Exactly. We complain about the shortage because we're furious that those above dare to pocket even combat support pills meant for celestial soldiers. Oomph. Once we return with our merits, we'll make sure the Divine General deals with that bunch of useless fools. Xingye considered mentioning he actually possessed quite a few divine stones, but Lin Xinyan's words made him abandon the thought.
Sir, these pills are restricted items within the military.
How could they possibly sell them to us?
They all have their own secret channels for distribution.
Sir, do not worry. I have already contacted my family.
A batch of healing pills and wind spirit pills will be delivered before dawn tomorrow.
Once we reach Qinghe town, we'd like you to teach us body tempering. We all envy your peerless physique.
If we could achieve physical godhood, we'd finally be free from reliance on pills.
Sure thing. No problem, as long as you don't mind. Enough. We depart tomorrow. Let's not dwell on unpleasant matters.
Since the pills can resolve this, return to rest promptly. We depart at dawn sharp.
Yes, sir.
As night fell, the military camp gradually quieted.
Xing Yi and his 100-man guard, separated by a door, each busied themselves with their own tasks. Xing Yi breathed in and out, compressing spiritual energy into divine power as much as possible.
Since entering the celestial court, the long troubling barrier to becoming a heavenly god had loosened considerably under the stimulation of divine power. With both cultivation techniques and divine arts now prepared, he hoped to successfully ascend to the rank of heavenly god within the next month. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the camp, the 100-man guard stood ready before the worship, awaiting Xing Ye's arrival. Hundreds stood united at the camp gates, gazing toward the distant sky and rolling mountains, their hearts brimming with heroic resolve.
Advance! Xing Ye gave the command, leading the new recruits and guards on their journey to Qinghe town. Chapter 115, The Pitiful Innkeeper of the Village. Xing Ye and his 100-man escort squadron traveled aboard the flying warship. After several days of navigation, they swiftly reached the outskirts of Qinghe Immortal Town.
From afar, Qinghe Immortal Town nestled against mountains and beside water, its buildings adorned in red and yellow hues reminiscent of ancient Great Xia style.
As noon approached, wisps of cooking smoke rose, lending the place an ethereal, almost heavenly ambience. Though part of the celestial court, the strength of ordinary people here wasn't as formidable as one might imagine, especially in such remote areas. Of course, this comparison was relative to the celestial court's divine soldiers measured against the Great Xia. The locals here could be considered fiercely resilient.
After all, in the Great Xia Empire, spiritual energy was depleted, leaving ordinary people truly ordinary. Most possessed only the strength of level 1 or 2 ordinary beast masters. But in the celestial court, spiritual energy was abundant, and one could even occasionally absorb divine power. People born here possess strength comparable to that of a level 3 beast master on Blue Star. Even ordinary adults who don't cultivate can reach level 6 beastmaster strength, and with a bit of effort, they can cultivate to the strength of a level 9 demigod. In the small cities of Great Xia, demigods were already considered minor masters.
Yet Xing Yi did not immediately order his troops into the town.
Instead, he chose to pause briefly in a nearby village. He wished to practice incognito visits, experiencing the lives of ordinary folk here. This also served to fulfill the task assigned by Tianfu Academy, gathering all information related to the Celestial Court. Celestial Court intelligence was too sensitive, involving only celestial soldiers and generals. He dared not record it carelessly. But arriving in Qinghe Immortal Town, as its new master, he could do as he pleased. Not only could he secretly observe the lives of its people and catalog its spiritual treasures, but relocating the entire Qinghe Immortal Town would be as simple as uttering a single command. Of course, abusing his authority or resorting to force would invite divine retribution, physical retribution in the form of lightning strikes. The village before Xing Ye and his companions was called Qingjiang Village, situated southwest of Qinghe Town, less than 100 li from Qinghe Immortal Town. Named for the Qingling River flowing beside it, Qingjiang Village relied on its crystal-clear waters teeming with spiritual creatures like fish and shrimp for survival. As Xing Ye's fleet slowly approached Qingjiang Village, a soldier suddenly stepped out of formation and requested leave. "Sir, I am Qingyu, a native of Qingjiang Village. Returning home this time, I dare to request half a day's leave to visit my family." Xing Ye gazed at Qingyu's eager eyes and waved his hand.
"Granted. Go now. Return to the ranks first thing tomorrow morning."
Qingyu beamed with joy and hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, sir. I shall be punctual in returning to Xianjin to protect you."
Immortal Town of Qinghe? That won't be necessary. As a newcomer, I'm eager to sample the local cuisine. Why not guide us to some regional specialties? What do you say?
Qingyu paused in surprise before responding with wild enthusiasm. "As you command.
I shall spare no effort in making arrangements for your excellency."
That a 9th-ranked deity would take an interest in his humble village home was nothing short of a tremendous honor. After the initial surge of joy came trepidation. Qingyu feared his humble village might fail to properly host the deity. Fortunately, when it came to cuisine, Qingyu thought of his neighbor, and his heart settled a little. In terms of cuisine alone, even the divine delicacies served in the military seemed inferior. And this neighbor offered not just culinary delights, but also, well, other delights. Upon Qingyu's agreement, Xing Ye ordered the reluctant guards to remain aboard the warship for watch, while he led several dozen willing guards to follow Qingyu into Qingjiang Village.
Among the entourage was Lin Xinyan.
Ever since Xing Ye had praised and promoted him, Lin Xinyan had begun to regard Xing Ye as a god, following him everywhere like a loyal younger brother, constantly alert to their surroundings. Xingye had indicated such vigilance wasn't necessary, but seeing how delighted the man was, he could only respect and encourage it. Though the group had dwindled from hundreds to a mere dozen, to this lone isolated village, they were still a large crowd of strangers, causing quite a stir. Fortunately, Xingye had instructed the celestial soldiers to shed their armor and disguise themselves as common folk beforehand, otherwise the commotion would have been even greater. The villagers of Qingjian village, seeing so many strangers suddenly enter the village, stopped their work and gathered curiously around.
Auntie, uncle, it's me, Qingyu. Remember me? Qingyu recognized his relatives at the village entrance at a glance. Qingyu? Is it really you, Qing? Didn't he become a celestial soldier? Why was he sent back so soon? Quick, go tell his father. A celestial soldier is such a prestigious position, yet this brat doesn't cherish it. Why did he run back? With his formidable abilities, Qingyu naturally overheard the villagers' murmurs. He felt both amused and exasperated. He tried to step forward to explain, but realized the villagers simply wouldn't believe him. After all, this place was far too backward. They only heard that once one joined the Celestial Guard, they wouldn't return for 10 years. Qingyu had been enlisted for 5 or 6 years at most, not even half the term, and he wasn't even wearing the distinctive armor of the Celestial Guard. What kind of mission was that supposed to be? Helpless, Qingyu whispered to Xingye, Your Excellency, these villagers are ignorant. I'll lead you to the restaurant first. Please eat while I go home to explain. Lin Xinyan frowned. How dare they make the master wait for him? Utterly rude. Just as he was about to reprimand them, Xingye spoke up in agreement. Xingyi nodded calmly, Very well. Family matters come first. Lin Xinran sighed inwardly, muttering, Sir, you're far too kind to them. Xingyu gave a dry chuckle, offering nothing but apologetic smiles and thanks. Indeed, only this particular noble would be so accommodating. Even the dragon god general himself would never grant such leniency for a family visit. Xingyi merely smiled, saying nothing more. Xingyu promptly led Xingye and the others through the bustling village streets to a simple yet clean and tidy shopfront. The sign above the door read Qingjiang Fish Restaurant in 4 large characters, neat and forceful, with a certain charm. Xingyu pushed open the door and stepped inside. The restaurant contains several wooden tables and chairs, with paintings depicting the scenic beauty of Qingjiang hanging on the walls. At that moment, only one stunningly beautiful woman bustled about inside. She wore a simple blue robe, yet it could not conceal her innate, radiant beauty. Hearing the movement, she turned. Her face was like a flower, her skin like snow, her figure curvaceous and voluptuous. She seemed like a fairy stepping out of a painting, her mature aura reminiscent of a perfectly ripe peach, utterly tempting. Spotting the group of 10 or so people, she initially flinched with apprehension. But when her gaze fell upon Qingyu at the front, she froze in surprise. Qingyu? Qingyu nodded with a smile, quickening his pace to her side. He whispered, Big sis, we have important guests. Please entertain them well. I'll be back shortly after running an errand home. The woman looked up at Xingye and the others, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. But when she met Qingyu's earnest gaze, she nodded and smiled. Very well. Please take a seat, honored guests. I'll prepare the meal right away. Qingyu hurried back, bent down to wipe the table, and said, Sir, please. After taking their seats at a table, Xingye and the others began to survey the restaurant. Though simple, the place was tastefully arranged. Scrolls hung on the wooden walls, porcelain pieces adorned the tables, and the faint aroma of fish in the air all conveyed a sense of tranquil simplicity. Not bad, Xingye remarked approvingly. At least it was clean, and the food was freshly prepared. Desia's pre-packaged meals were terrible, overpriced, and served with abysmal service, not a single positive review to be found. My lord jests. This humble abode is wholly unworthy of your divine office, but what can one do? Such is the state of our village, Qingyu chuckled awkwardly. Xingye shook his head. I'm not one for false flattery. It is decent. Since you're heading home, go ahead. Rest assured, the proprietress is indeed lovely, but I'm a married man. Qingyu flushed crimson. My lord misunderstands. I brought you here because this shop truly serves the finest cuisine in the village, not for any other reason. Pfft, nonsense. You keep stressing no lies, yet you claim this place has the best food in town? But look, it's peak dining hour, and not a single customer in sight. How can delicious food go uneaten? Lin Xinran couldn't hold back his sarcasm. If not for Lord Xingye's kindness, he'd have given this ill-mannered recruit a proper scolding. Though he was also a rookie, and though the other guy was stronger than him, his attitude was decent. Lin Xinran knew himself well, he just did whatever the senior told him to do. Qingyu nearly burst into tears from the rebuke. Frantically trying to explain, his tongue-tied panic made his face red and neck bulging. He was on the verge of lashing out. Though Lin Xinyan was a celestial second generation, as fellow recruits from the same intake, Qingyu couldn't care less about his status. Among the celestial dragon army, fights were tolerated as long as they didn't get too out of hand. Family clans rarely intervened, because if a second-generation immortal lost a fight and sought help from their clan, the clan might not only refuse but also punish the loser further. In the cultivation world, might ruled supreme. For a second-generation immortal blessed with unlimited resources to lose to a commoner's son? That was an embarrassment to the family. Everyone misunderstands Xiao Yu.
The shop's poor business is entirely my fault. The woman approached carrying a steaming plate of river fish, her smile suggesting she was accustomed to the slow trade.
Because of you? Lin Xinyan forced his gaze away from her. He had to admit, this mature woman was undeniably alluring, a rare beauty.
But alas, compared to the adult, he preferred the adult more. Don't get me wrong, it was the power held by Xingyi that he truly coveted.
Big sis, you. Xingyu seemed unwilling to let the woman explain.
But the woman glared at him.
Now hurry back. Does your father really think I can't take care of you? Now get back home. Don't make your father come looking for you and give your master something to laugh about.
Her words made Xingyu's face go pale.
Without another thought, he thanked Xingye once more and immediately sprinted back home.
Meanwhile, Xingye had already begun savoring the river fish served at the table. The moment the woman served it, its savory aroma filled the air. The fish itself was exceptionally fine, its flesh as white and tender as jade, irresistibly appetizing.
Xingye dug right in. A piece of fish entered his mouth. With a light chew, the flesh proved delicate and free of any fishy odor. Juices blossomed within his mouth, the flavor rich yet not cloying. It even carried pure spiritual energy that entered his body, subtly refining his physique. Xingye couldn't help but exclaim, "Delicious." The woman smiled gently at his words, accepting his praise with grace. "This is a river fish unique to our Xinjiang village," she explained, "prepared using my family's secret recipe passed down through generations." Xingye nodded. Truly exceptional. Such a delicacy would be a standout dish even at a banquet in the celestial court. What Xinjiang specialty river fish? It's just an ordinary spirit fish. The real secret lies in that sauce. This family recipe has something special. It could rival some of the technological marvels of the Great Xia Empire. Xingye wasn't unfamiliar with the cuisine of the celestial court. The farewell banquet of the celestial dragon army, though rich in spiritual energy, had rather mediocre flavors, with seasonings being scarce. Yet this woman's river fish made Xingye taste the essence of Great Xia's hotpot technology. Lin Xinran couldn't resist picking up a piece with his chopsticks. After tasting it, he was utterly astonished, immediately declaring he must apologize to Qingyu later. The other had brought them to try a local specialty, yet he had doubted and disparaged him earlier. "I'm glad you gentlemen enjoyed it, but heaven." A hint of longing flickered in the woman's eyes as she lamented, "Forget that elusive path to heaven. We can't even enter the Qingha immortal town 100 li away." "Oh? Isn't the immortal town open to the public?" Hearing mention of the immortal town he was about to oversee, Xingye felt a surge of interest. Lin Xinran perked up as well. Since it was the immortal town under the Lord's jurisdiction, if any urgent matters arose, he, as a subordinate, must resolve them for the Lord immediately. He might not be skilled at hunting demons, but he was confident in handling routine affairs. After all, raised within a noble house, he'd absorbed knowledge through constant exposure, giving him an edge over ordinary folk. The woman gave a wry smile. "Immortal town is governed by the noble families. Mortals like us entering the town naturally have to pay divine stones. If you don't have divine stones, you can use spirit stones instead." "What? Divine stones?" Lin Xinran was utterly shocked. Divine stones? Even among the celestial soldiers of the heavenly court, they were considered treasures. Charging money just to enter a town was bad enough, but demanding divine stones? Had the town's officials gone mad for money? The woman sighed. "I won't hide it from you, sir. Others only need spirit stones to enter. But for us criminals, we must pay divine stones or 100 top-grade spirit stones. Otherwise, criminals?" Lin Xinran was astonished again. He carefully sensed the young woman before him and stated plainly, "There's no blood on your hands, nor any demonic energy. How could you be criminals? Wait, you just said your business struggles are your own fault. Could it be your criminal status? Or to put it bluntly, is it because some big shot in the immortal town doesn't want you to thrive? Deliberately making things difficult for you? Restricting your business?" Lin Xinran, true to his family background, understood the tactics of aristocratic clans well. The young woman herself was startled by his insight, nearly convinced he was an insider from the immortal town. "Please investigate this thoroughly, Your Honor." Seeing her chance at last, the woman knelt before Xingyi, her voice trembling with tears. Her keen judgment and innate perception told her this youth was a relative good person compared to her enemies and possessed terrifying power. She was willing to stake everything on him, betting everything she had that he would avenge her. She had no choice. She had waited years, and the people of Xinjiang seemed to have lost patience. This was her best bet. For this, she was willing to stake everything including herself. Xingye was eating fish and listening to the story when the woman knelt before him, instantly dampening his appetite. He couldn't bear to see a woman suffer, especially one as beautiful as her. Xingyi waved his hand, a gentle surge of spiritual energy lifting the woman to her feet. You're actually a level 9 heavenly god?"
As their energies touched, Xingyi instantly perceived her cultivation level.
The woman gave a bitter smile and nodded. "You're amazing, sir.
I've been hiding this for over a decade, and I never thought you'd see through it so easily. Seeing through it at a glance is nonsense, but your energy concealment technique is indeed impressive."
"Might I study it?"
Far from alarmed, the woman brightened and hastily bowed. "After you finish your meal, I shall present both the original text of the energy concealment technique and the secret recipe for the riverfish sauce."
"You're wise. But I've told you no more kneeling and certainly no crying. Rise and join me for a meal. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat either."
The woman choked back tears.
"Your Excellency is so kind. Then I dare to join you at the table."
Xingyi nodded, casually placing a piece of fish onto her plate. "Just tell me your grievance," he said indifferently. "If it truly is a wrong, I wouldn't mind helping you provided you have a valid case." Before he could ascend to high office in the Great Xia dynasty to purge the scum, he never imagined he'd get the chance first in the celestial court.
The woman sighed. "To be honest, my mother was once bullied by a powerful family in the city. She ended up dying."
Even without her finishing, Xingyi could guess the word.
He paused his chopsticks, expressionless. "Continue."
Lin Xinran, remember every detail.
Lin Xinran's heart sank. He thought, "Oh no, the Lord is serious. The noble families of Qinghai Immortal Town are in for trouble."
But what could he do? The woman before him wasn't just stunningly beautiful, she also knew how to play the victim and tug at heartstrings. Of course, the most crucial factor was that the fish was genuinely delicious. One can't bite the hand that feeds them. The master certainly wouldn't want to owe her a favor.
TSK.
So, whoever this woman had as an enemy was in for a world of trouble. Her eyes flushed crimson.
My father couldn't bear it. He stormed into the immortal town demanding justice.
In the end, he was beaten to death in the street. She paused here, seemingly struggling to steady her emotions.
My father had been part of the demon hunting squad. He was skilled and fearless.
In that fight, he killed 2 young masters from prominent families and severely wounded a corrupt official from the immortal town.
Yet, in the end, he was still beaten to death in the street, branded a traitor. You think that's where it ended?
The woman gave a bitter laugh, clenching her fingers tightly as she whispered, "After beating my father to death, they still weren't satisfied. They wanted to silence me too, exploiting my father's status. Unfortunately, the commotion was too great, and it coincided with a celestial patrol. They had no choice but to drop the matter regarding me. But my parents were treated as traitors. Even in death, their bodies were not spared. Both were stripped naked and hung on the city walls, labeled traitors, a warning to others."
Xingye frowned. "Your mother too?"
The woman gave a wretched smile. "Yes. My mother had been buried, but they dug her up. Because she possessed considerable cultivation in life, her body remained intact. That should have been a blessing, but they dug her up, stripped her naked, paraded her through the streets, and hung her on the city walls." Lin Xinran listened, his eyes wide with horror.
Unconsciously, he clenched his fists.
As a son, the thought of his own mother facing such a fate in the future. The other soldiers' eyes also turned red. Those people were far more demonic than the crimson fire demons they had slain. Xingyi listened with furrowed brows, his appetite completely gone.
"Continue. But I demand the truth. Don't deceive me, I will verify every word." The woman gave a bitter laugh.
"This humble maiden swears by heaven's will with her life. If a single word is false, may lightning strike me down. Your willingness to investigate is a blessing, for years have passed, and I can scarcely recall the faces of those enemies." Her voice grew shrill.
As a mere mortal, how could she dare defy an immortal? Chapter 116, Entering Qingha Immortal Town.
"Sir, I can vouch for my foster sister, she's telling the truth." Qingyu had returned unnoticed, standing breathless at the doorway yet rushing to defend the landlady. Before the tragedy struck the innkeeper's family, they had been close neighbors. The innkeeper, a decade his senior, treated him exceptionally well, always welcoming him to eat and drink whenever he was hungry. The landlady's family treated him exceptionally well too, not only refusing payment for his meals but also freely giving him plenty of river fish.
Unfortunately, that incident caused too much uproar, and the terror of the immortal town's intimidation was too overwhelming.
The villagers feared being implicated by the landlady's family and had no choice but to sever all contact with her, including Xingyu's family.
As a child, Xingyu didn't understand why neighborly relations had soured so completely.
Back then, he'd pester his father daily for answers, only to be met with beatings time and again. By the time he understood, it was too late. He had been identified as possessing cultivation talent and sent to the celestial court to become a celestial soldier. Xingyu remembered clearly that before his departure, the landlady, his foster sister, had come to the village entrance to see him off. Unlike the others, she could only hide in the shadows, smiling with a look of relief as she waved goodbye. From that moment on, Xingyu vowed to cultivate his skills to greatness, to achieve glory in the military. Only by breaking through to the 60th level heavenly god realm could he help his foster sister seek justice. By then, forget the scrawny scions of Qinghe Town's aristocratic families, even the town mayor would have to bow before him. After all, even the current celestial dragon general was only a 79th level heavenly god. A 60th level heavenly god would be at least equal to Lord Xingye, a true 9th rank true god of the celestial court. Thus, Xingyu had returned this time for two reasons: first, to slay demons, earn military merit, and secure resources for cultivation to grow stronger; second, he missed home and wished to visit his family and check on his foster sister. Fortunately, his foster sister and family were all well. Yet the current situation had taken him completely by surprise. He never imagined his foster sister would directly seek aid from Lord Starry Night. Xingyu had considered appealing directly to Lord Xingye himself, but military protocol was too rigid. As a lowly soldier with no power, no influence, and no military merit, a 000 soldier, how could he dare bypass his superiors? Why would Lord Xingye trust him? Why would he risk offending the young master of the Xian Town noble family, whom he was soon to oversee, for his sake? Even if Lord Xingye were benevolent enough to overlook his unauthorized reporting, the young master from the noble house by Lord Xingye's side would certainly make his life miserable. After all, the person he intended to report was the young master of the Qinghan noble house, another noble lineage. It was rumored that the Qinghan noble house contributed tens of thousands of divine stones to the heavenly court each year. He feared that before he could speak, Lin Xinyan and the others would pin charges on him. If he ended up in the heavenly court's prison and stripped of his celestial soldier status, then his foster sister would have no hope left. The gap between mortals and immortals was wider than that between humans and monkeys. Xingyu had originally planned to wait until he and Lord Xingye entered Qingha Immortal Town. He intended to earn merit by fighting the demonic tribes before daring to report the matter and clear his foster sister's name. Unfortunately, he never imagined she would seek Lord Xingye's help herself. Fortunately, Lord Xingye did not harm my foster sister. And fortunately, it was Lord Xingye who came this time. Had it been any other lord, my foster sister would have deserved the title divine official only if she had survived. The moment Xingyu entered and heard his foster sister's words, he knew it was over. With matters having reached this point, he could only risk his life to testify on her behalf. After all, everything concerning his foster sister's family was true. There was nothing to fear from an investigation. This was precisely why Xingyu spoke so boldly. With his subordinate's assurance, Starry Night would surely make a gesture. His gaze swept over the proprietress's face, a mix of hope and anxiety, and he had already made up his mind. After a moment's thought, he instructed Lin Xinran, depart immediately and proceed ahead to Qingha Immortal Town. I give you 3 incense sticks time to verify whether the landlady's claims hold true. Remember, I demand concrete evidence, not hearsay rumors. Lin Xinran's expression sharpened as he bowed in acknowledgement. As you command, sir. I shall not disappoint and will uncover the truth swiftly. With that, Lin Xinran vanished in a flash, transforming into a streak of light as he sped toward Qinghan Immortal Town. Xingyi stared expressionlessly at the direction Lin Xinran had vanished. Despite the beautiful young woman's compelling words, Xingyi had been deceived beyond recognition during his time in the Great Xia. He'd heard too many fabricated tales. Human hearts were unpredictable. Without uncovering genuine evidence, no one could determine the truth. Watching Lin Xinyan depart, the landlady felt a wave of unease wash over her. She hoped he would uncover the evidence quickly, yet feared the townspeople might destroy it completely. Her usual composure had vanished. She paced restlessly, glancing at Xingyi every few moments, her hands clenched tightly as if terrified he might suddenly change his mind. Seemingly sensing her unease, Xingyi offered a faint smile to divert her attention. Madam, he said, first hand over your family's hidden cultivation techniques and recipes. But let me be clear, I'll examine the recipes first. If the allegations prove true, I'll accept the techniques as payment for avenging you. If they're false, I'll still take the techniques as compensation for your deception. The proprietress felt both amused and exasperated. This nobleman truly was extraordinary. Any other person would have demanded everything at once. She murmured, Your Excellency is a man of principle. This humble woman is deeply grateful. With that, she retrieved an ancient-looking manual and a yellowed cookbook from her bosom, presenting them respectfully to Xingyi. Xingyi took the cookbook and flipped through it casually. It detailed various methods for cooking fish, each dish described with such vivid precision that one could almost smell the enticing aromas. Most crucially, it illustrated the names, functions, and habitats of various seasonings, essentially an alternative compendium of spiritual herbs. In matters of cuisine, Xingyi considered this cookbook more precious than any alchemy manual. After all, alchemy manuals were collected by powerful figures from various clans. If he lacked one, he could always resort to robbing the rich to aid the poor. But this culinary legacy? He couldn't even think of stealing it. Where would he even begin? He nodded slightly, thoroughly satisfied with the cookbook. As for the hidden cultivation technique manual, he didn't immediately examine it, instead casually placing it on the table. After all, one must uphold integrity. Xingyu and the landlady watched Xingyi nervously, fearing he might suddenly make a decision. Yet Xingyi merely smiled calmly and said, There's no need to worry. Since I promised to help uncover the truth, I will see it through. Just wait patiently for news about Lin Xinyan. Time ticked by. The curious villagers of Qingjiang village who had gathered outside gradually dispersed, leaving only Xingye's group and the restaurant owner's family waiting inside. 3 incense sticks worth of time passed swiftly, yet Lin Xinran still hadn't returned. Xingye's brow furrowed slightly.
Could something have happened?
But Lin Xinyan was a top 100 recruit in the Celestial Dragon Army, possessing over 10 levels of heavenly god strength.
Could something really go wrong just entering a remote immortal town?
Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the distance.
Xingye's expression darkened. His powerful divine sense detected the approaching figure from afar.
The others followed the sound and saw Lin Xinyan, covered in blood, staggering toward them. His clothes were torn and tattered, his body covered in blood and wounds, evidence of a fierce battle.
Master, I've brought shame upon you.
Lin Xinran was on the verge of tears. Not only had he failed in his first mission, but he'd nearly died in that remote place. He was a second-generation immortal, his father a formidable 7th-ranked true god. Yet, he had.
Xingye sighed inwardly. It was merely gathering information. Even if the other party refused, did it warrant a life or death confrontation? Had he overstepped his bounds? Xingye cut straight to the point. It was just gathering information about the past. Even if it was sensitive, it should have been basic data at most. That reaction, they were practically trying to kill you. Did you overstep? Did you secretly probe into their family's secrets? Lin Xinyan nearly burst into tears at the accusation.
Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, he protested, "Sir, the Celestial Dragon Army always acts with integrity.
We follow your orders without question. How could we possibly do such a thing? Following your orders, I merely entered the shadowy black market frequented by cultivators, intending to pay a hefty price for information from back then. Little did I know that black market was colluding with the noble families. When they heard I was inquiring about past events, they threatened me directly, forbidding any further investigation. They demanded I hand over every spatial ring on my person, threatening to kill me if I refused. As a second-generation immortal of the Celestial Court, no, as a soldier under your command, commander of the Celestial Dragon Army, how could I possibly take such humiliation lying down? I refused to comply, and a fight broke out. The result, well, you saw it yourself. I nearly got beaten to death in broad daylight." Xingye was speechless. He quickly fed him several pills to stop the bleeding and heal his wounds. Who told you to neglect your cultivation? You can't even beat the locals, and you still want to kill demons?
Lin Xinran felt even more aggrieved.
He thought, how could I possibly win against so many of them alone?
But then he remembered his commander, who had single-handedly slaughtered an entire medium-sized tribe of the Crimson Fire Demon clan.
He gave a sheepish smile and dared not argue.
Compared to the Lord, his situation was clearly a matter of insufficient strength.
If it had been the Lord, wouldn't he have slaughtered the entire opposing force single-handedly? Fortunately, Xingye's next words eased Lin Xinyan's distress considerably.
But as my soldier, you were unjustly beaten to a critical state and within the city walls, no less.
How utterly brazen. Lin Xinyan's friend nodded repeatedly.
Your Excellency, something is definitely amiss in Qingha Immortal Town. Setting aside other matters, the mere act of killing within the city walls violates the immortal laws of the Celestial Court. As the current head of Qingha Immortal Town, if you don't promptly address the scandal left behind by the former town mayor, it won't reflect well on you if word gets out.
Xingye looked at him. What is your proposed course of action? Wang Mingyang, standing beside Lin Xinyan, sneered coldly, kill them, of course.
Your Excellency holds the esteemed rank of 9th grade true god in the Celestial Court and commands a 100-man unit in our Celestial Dragon Army. Killing a few spoiled aristocratic brats? The higher-ups won't dare pursue it.
Moreover, we have ample justification.
Your Excellency has been near Qingha Immortal Town for half a day, yet the town has shown no sign of greeting you.
This constitutes disrespect and disloyalty.
As your personal guard, Lin Xinran was sent to investigate the situation at the Immortal Town on your behalf. Yet he nearly lost his life. This is blatant provocation. And the women of Qingha village risked their lives to seek justice. This is Xianjin's failure to act. For these multiple offenses combined, execution is the lightest punishment. Damn, even Xingye felt it would be his fault not to kill them after hearing that.
What's your name, kid?
From now on, you'll handle all these matters. Xingye loves teammates who could find justifications for his side like this.
Sir, this one is Wang Mingyang. Wang Mingyang's heart leapt with joy.
With the lack of talent around the master these days, if he didn't seize this chance to prove himself, he might never get another. Fortunately, this opportunity came at just the right time.
Perhaps his comrade's injury was actually a blessing in disguise?
Xingye stroked his chin, muttering, charging straight into the city to kill them, isn't that a bit too arrogant?
After all, it's only my first day on the job. Wang Mingyang shook his head vigorously. Sir, have confidence. You're a 9th-ranked true god. Being stationed here is a demotion of pure injustice. The town may have immortal in its name, but it doesn't even have a 10th-rank earth deity, let alone a 9th-rank true god. To put it bluntly, our presence here is their honor. Even if we kill them, they should smile while being killed. Besides, your excellency is new here. Showing these locals a bit of your authority would be quite fitting. Of course, if your excellency prefers not to handle it personally, we are willing to be your blades. Wang Mingyang stepped forward without hesitation. What were these mere scions of Qinghe Town's aristocratic families? Could their status even compare to that of a true second-generation immortal like himself? Even if they were killed, the victims would have no choice but to grit their teeth and endure it. Xingyi glanced at Lin Xinyan, then at the stunningly beautiful young woman, and finally nodded. Very well. Let's proceed directly into the town. In the cultivation world, strength ultimately prevails. Xingyi turned to the proprietress. Wait here. Once the truth is uncovered, certain individuals will be dealt with. Xingyu will come for you then. The proprietress knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. This time, Xingye made no objection. After giving his instructions, he and his dozen followers retraced their steps, boarding the celestial warship. At Xingye's command, hundreds of men set off directly for Qinghe Town. Throughout the journey, Xingye remained expressionless, uttering not a word. Xingyu silently speculated that Lord Xingye must have been truly enraged. His foster sister's family would finally be freed from their suffering. Traveling at full speed, the warship covered hundreds of miles in mere moments, arriving directly above Qinghe Immortal Town. The flying warship circled once above the town before finally landing in the central square. Below, cultivators in the Immortal Town, seeing such a colossal warship descend upon their settlement, mistook it for an enemy invasion and cried out for help. Yet most were discerning souls. Recognizing the Heavenly Court insignia on the vessel and noting the protective immortal array offered no resistance, they surmised the ship carried noble guests, at the very least, dignitaries from the Heavenly Court. Just as Xingye and the others descended with the warship into the town center, over a dozen elders from the former mayor's household paled simultaneously. The aura of the Celestial Court? It's over. That noble has arrived so soon? What do you mean it's over? Don't speak recklessly. That's a genuine 9th rank Heavenly Court deity. Setting aside his status, his power is at least that of a level 50 heavenly god. Show him some heartfelt respect. Could this be connected to the man we injured earlier? Never mind that. Even if it is, it doesn't matter. He's definitely not dead. As long as no one dies, everything can be negotiated. Quickly cover up all the scandals from these past years, especially that incident involving your young family. Let's go. We must greet him immediately. We've already been rude. Everyone, be respectful from now on. If he strikes, don't strike back. If he curses, don't curse back. Chapter 117, each with their own agenda. Qinghe Immortal Town, shrouded in mist, was flanked by rivers on 3 sides and embraced by mountains on the 4th. From afar, its surroundings seemed more like a celestial paradise than the Heavenly Court itself. Within the town, ancient and elegant architecture exuded an aura of timeless simplicity. Yet today, this tranquil celestial town was destined to be unsettled by the arrival of Xingye and his companions. Dozens of prominent families and forces from the city lord's mansion converged at the town center, their gazes fixed upon the celestial warship soaring in the sky. Massive and ornate, the vessel bore the emblem of the celestial dragon army. As it descended slowly, an overwhelming aura of power spread outward. The vessel finally touched down in the central square. A hatch opened slowly, and a young man clad in ornate battle armor and wielding a long staff stepped out with measured strides. This man was none other than Xing Yi, the newly appointed plenipotentiary of Qinghe Town. Behind him, Tianlong army officers and soldiers like Lin Xinyan and Wang Mingyang followed closely. Each radiated an aura as formidable as a pack of fierce tigers, standing vigilant and spirited as they guarded Xingye's side. We humbly welcome the lord of the city to Qinghe Immortal Town. A booming voice suddenly broke the silence. A middle-aged man dressed in an ornate robe and wearing a jade crown strode out from the crowd, none other than Sumingji, the acting lord of Qinghe City. Sumingji smiled warmly, bowing respectfully to Xingye, seemingly striving to display his utmost enthusiasm and reverence. Xing Yi, however, merely gave him a cold glance, his face devoid of any emotion. Xing Yi had been pondering what to do if he had wronged the people of Qinghe Immortal Town. Perhaps there was some misunderstanding, or only a few were corrupt. He never imagined the situation in Qinghe Immortal Town would be this dire. No wonder the Crimson Fired Demon Clan dared to build their lair here. There were traitors among the populace. In his eyes, the aristocratic clans and the city lord's forces of Qinghe Immortal Town were nothing but hypocritical demons cloaked in human skin. The moment he laid eyes on them, his demon refining pot had already revealed most of their secrets. It might as well have marked the locations of their ancestral graves. Demons in human form. This is the first time I've encountered such creatures, Xingye mused inwardly, calculating how to clean up this mess. In front of the entire town's populace, direct action was out of the question. Moreover, outright killing them would likely collapse the entire town's operational system. But then again, in this realm of immortal cultivation, did they even need all these bureaucratic departments? Just as Xingye was pondering his next move, his subordinate stepped forward thoughtfully, breaking the awkward silence. What are all of you doing? Why has no one come to greet the lord since he arrived near the immortal town half a day ago?
Seeing Xingyi remain silent, Wang Mingyang steeled himself to speak on his behalf, confronting the local Qinghe clan natives. Acting City Lord Su Mingji nearly froze at the question. He thought inwardly, who told you to come secretly? Was I supposed to follow you in the shadows? If that were the case, wouldn't I be accused of attempting to assassinate a 9th-ranked true god? He quickly steadied himself, clearing his throat with a nervous chuckle. Please forgive our oversight, Your Excellency. We should have been here awaiting your arrival long ago to offer a proper welcome. With that, he signaled his men to present a box of premium divine stones, attempting to make amends. What could they do? He was a 9th-ranked true god. Regardless of right or wrong, gifts were the way to go. Lin Xinyan, witnessing this, was about to refuse outright. After all, the Celestial Dragon Army maintained strict discipline. Accepting bribes so soon would tarnish Lord Xingye's reputation. But just then, Xingye secretly transmitted a message instructing him to accept the gift. Seeing the Supreme Divine Stones, Xingye's eyes lit up. Supreme Divine Stones, not a single one could be found across the entire Blue Star. Even within the goddess's inheritance, there were only a handful. He never expected to encounter them here. Reputation? What's that worth? Xingye sneered inwardly. These Supreme Divine Stones would greatly aid his cultivation of the divine realm. Now that they were being offered to him on a silver platter, how could he possibly pass up such an opportunity? After all, they were just a bunch of demonic scum. Why refuse free gifts? They weren't innocent civilians, after all. Seeing Xingye accept the divine stones, the aristocratic families and others felt a surge of joy. They assumed he had accepted their overtures and was willing to befriend them. Their faces lit up with joy, as if they could already envision a future of harmonious relations with this new city lord. A heavy weight lifted from their hearts. They exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement and disdain. They had imagined the new city lord to be formidable, but clearly, he was just a greenhorn after all. A mere handful of top-grade divine stones had already dazzled him. Acting City Lord Su Mingji grinned from ear to ear, thinking to himself, seems this new city lord isn't quite the impartial figure rumored to be. As long as the gifts are delivered properly, relationships naturally fall into place. Yet Xingye's next words struck them like a bolt from the blue, instantly snapping their relaxed mood back to high alert. This city lord has seen your token gesture, he began. But, he paused deliberately before continuing. However, this city lord dispatched personal guards into your town this morning. I intended to experience the people's livelihood and invite you all to a simple meal. Yet, I nearly got beaten to death. It has already cost this city lord countless divine medicines and divine stones. Xingye reasoned that since they were all demons in human form, why not take advantage? These people had already shown they possessed top-grade divine stones clearly, their wealth was substantial. At these words, the expressions of the clan elders darkened. They exchanged uneasy glances, their hearts filled with dread. Hardly anyone present could withstand scrutiny. The celestial soldiers were ruthless in their work, and if anything incriminating were uncovered, they'd likely be struck dead on the spot. After all, the celestial laws they had violated far outnumbered any good deeds they had ever done. Acting City Lord Su Mingji was particularly startled. He hadn't expected Xingye to bring this up so directly, especially with such palpable displeasure in his tone. Su Mingji silently pondered. The new city lord just accepted their gifts and thanked them, showing he's not unreasonable. Could it be they think the divine stones weren't enough? It's merely a greeting gift. 10 top-grade divine stones aren't enough? Their appetite is truly insatiable. Though inwardly exasperated, Su Mingji knew better than to confront Xingye head-on at this moment. He could only swallow his pride and present another 10 top-grade divine stones. Forcing a cheerful expression, he gently pushed the box of divine stones toward Xingye. Please calm your anger, Your Excellency. It was all a misunderstanding. We failed to discipline our men properly, causing them to offend your guards. Here is a token of our sincerest apologies for the medical expenses. Please accept it graciously. He deliberately emphasized a token of our sincerest apologies in an attempt to ease the awkwardness. Xingye glanced at the premium divine stones presented once more, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. These old hands knew how to play the game. Since the acting city lord is so generous, this city lord shall not be rude. I thank you on behalf of my guards, Xingye said with feigned politeness, then pocketed the divine stones without a second thought. 20 top-grade divine stones equal 2,000 ordinary ones, equivalent to Su Mingji's official salary for 20 years. Su Mingji seethed inwardly. He had ruled Qinghe Immortal Town for decades. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Yet, for the greater good, he forced himself to suppress his rage, plastering a smile across his face. But at that very moment, Xingye's beast companion, Jor, suddenly sensed the malice in Su Mingji's heart. It gently nudged Xingye's shoulder and whispered in a voice only he could hear, Master, that acting city lord is cursing you in his heart. He even plans to ally with the Crimson Fire Demon clan outside to deal with you. At these words, Xingye's expression instantly turned icy. Fine. He hadn't even planned to deal with the man yet, but it seemed the man had already turned against him. Since the man had no intention of pretending anymore, Xingye saw no need to keep up appearances either. He shot Su Mingji a cold glance, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Before killing him, he'd first seize some treasures openly.
His status as a 9th-ranked true god proved remarkably useful in the open.
Xingyi promptly and smoothly addressed the Qinghe clan, requesting a welcome gift. Honored guests, this city lord has traveled far and finds himself parched.
I require some divine nectar. I hear Qinghe Immortal Town abounds in such celestial elixirs. Might you be so kind as to part with a portion for the city lord? Xingye's words were so blunt they left the other celestial soldiers speechless.
Many celestial soldiers inwardly exclaimed.
Isn't Lord Xingye being a bit too bold? Demanding gifts on his very first day? Even our divine general wouldn't go this far. What do you know?
It might be part of his strategy. After all, he hasn't even extorted a second-generation immortals. He wouldn't risk his reputation over a few divine stones.
That makes sense. We're just crude warriors, naturally blind to the Lord's schemes.
Speaking of which, Lin Xinyan, you're such a loser.
Was it really this bunch that nearly beat you to death?
After entering Qinghe Immortal Town, many celestial soldiers began secretly gauging the strength of those around them. Even the strongest guards in Qinghe Immortal Town were merely ordinary celestial gods in their teens or 20s. At best, they were on par with the top 100 recruits. But these were celestial soldiers masters of heavenly court divine arts. They were confident they could easily crush these scrubs of the same cultivation level.
Lin Shinran's face flushed crimson.
Now, as he sized up this bunch of nobodies, he felt ashamed himself. To be ambushed and severely wounded by a group of backwater cultivators from the sticks if word got out, his clan would likely disown him.
Naturally, he couldn't admit this openly. Lin Xinyan stubbornly retorted, I just didn't dare unleash my full power.
After all, the elders said not to cause trouble. Right, not to cause trouble.
I was holding back for them. Pathetic. Go back and train properly. Don't forget we're here to slay the demon clan. By the way, does it strike you as odd how the villagers around here look at these noble families with such hatred and fear? Maybe a little. Probably just the clan's usual misdeeds. What about you, Xingyu? Aren't you from around here? Xingyu shook his head. I never came to Shenzhen as a child, nor did I have the privilege to. Let the master investigate. I dare not speak recklessly now, lest I implicate my foster sister. Hearing this, the others sighed and patted Xingyu's shoulder. It's fine. Trust the authorities. The celestial soldiers' covert communication didn't disrupt Xingye's grand scheme of extortion.
As Xingye feigned a few coughs, Wang Mingyang stepped forward with remarkable consideration, collecting the divine nectar from each household.
Acting City Lord Su Mingji inwardly groaned. The divine elixirs of Qinghe Immortal Town spirits were each priceless treasures, especially the alcoholic varieties. Only the nectar of the Yao Qi pool in the Celestial Court could truly bear that name. Yet the Jade Pool nectar of the Heavenly Court was reserved for the Jade Emperor, the Supreme Lord Lao Jun, and others of the highest rank. How could this ghostly place possibly possess such a thing? Yet, since the new city lord had made the request, they had no choice but to comply. To avoid a confrontation, they reluctantly presented their treasured 9,000-year spirit-focusing mirror-breaking wine yeast, a prized collection they had guarded for decades. Seeing their leader make such a sacrifice, the other clans could only grit their teeth and scramble desperately to find their own 1,000-year spirit liquor. Facing Xingye's icy stare, the clans had no choice but to comply. Offering it might not guarantee recognition, but refusing would certainly ensure they were remembered. Many clans, having nothing to give, steeled themselves and pleaded, Your Excellency, the divine elixir is sought in the south. We humbly request a little time. We have already dispatched people to gather it from all corners and will present it to you as soon as possible. Xingyi smiled faintly upon hearing this, seemingly satisfied with their response. Yet he did not let them off so easily. He pressed on, I've long heard of the clan's wealth. If not divine elixirs, then surely your clans must abound with other spiritual treasures and divine artifacts? The clan head who hadn't produced the spirit wine felt Xingye's gaze fixed on him, sending a chill down his spine. He gritted his teeth and murmured, We wouldn't call ourselves wealthy, but we do have some specialties. Xingyi immediately smiled. As it happens, this city lord has reached a bottleneck in cultivation. Rare medicinal herbs, elixirs, and magical treasures are sorely lacking. Might you be willing to part with a few? At these words, the assembled clan heads were stunned. They never imagined Xingyi would be so greedy, even shameless. At their very first meeting, he demanded not only divine elixirs but also rare herbs and magical artifacts. This was outright robbery. Alas, as long as they wished to remain in Qinghe Immortal Town, they dared not openly defy Xingye, a 9th-ranked true god of the Celestial Court. Unable to afford his wrath, the crowd gritted their teeth, faces grim with resignation, and one by one offered to present their family's most precious possessions. Fearing Xingye might continue his extortion, the acting town chief quickly changed the subject, forcing a smile as he gestured to invite Xingye and his companions. Honorable Lord and brave celestial warriors, your journey by warship must have left you weary and exhausted. Why not sample some Qinghe specialties first? Your accommodations have already been arranged. After you've eaten and drunk your fill, you may retire directly to rest.
Naturally, entertainment options like song halls and performances have been prepared for your leisure.
All expenses incurred over these days will be covered by the Yang family. Xingye understood these aristocratic families had reached their limit. Further demands would only backfire. Xingye knew when to stop. Alright then, brothers, let's get moving.
Xingye agreed with a smile. Acting City Lord Su Mingji breathed a sigh of relief. The extortion was finally over.
Yet recalling today's losses, a surge of anger welled up within him.
The more he thought about it, the more furious he grew, and a bold plan began to take shape in his mind. In time, I'll ally with the Crimson Fire Demons beyond the city walls and strip this man of his very essence.
As long as Xingye remained alive, the Celestial Court would remain unaware.
Even if news of his injury reached them, they wouldn't risk major conflict over it.
Chapter 118, Extortion, again. The Qinghe town aristocratic families and acting city Lord Su Mingji led Xingye and his party in a grand procession to the largest inn in Qinghe City, the Yunmeng Pavilion. As Qinghe Immortal Town's signature establishment, the Yunmeng Pavilion was naturally adorned with resplendent gold and jade, its ethereal aura permeating the air. The three-story structure soared skyward, each level boasting intricately carved beams and painted rafters, exuding opulence. At the entrance, two maidservants dressed in splendid attire greeted them respectfully, their faces adorned with professional smiles. Xingye was stunned by what he saw. Even the maids guarding the entrance possessed the strength of celestial beings demigods wouldn't even qualify.
Truly, the Celestial Court was in a league of its own. Even in such a remote location, it was incomparable to anything on Blue Star. Xingye's party numbered over 100, and the Yang family had reserved the entire establishment.
Upon entering, Xingye was led to a private room on the third floor.
A dozen celestial soldiers followed him inside, while the rest were seated in private rooms on the first and second floors.
Xingye pushed open the door and stepped into the private room.
It was indistinguishable from a luxury hotel on Blue Star, save for the absence of technology and the prevalence of a retro style. A circular table of ancient wood stood at the center, already set with exquisite wooden tableware, awaiting the guests.
Xingye took the seat of honor, positioned beside a window overlooking most of Qinghe Immortal Town's residents. Looking further, one might even catch a glimpse of the river view.
Xingye nodded in satisfaction. This was indeed a splendid place to savor a meal. Seems these aristocratic families enjoy their lives quite a bit, the bunch of good-for-nothings.
Gentlemen, what are you standing around for? Take your seats. Do you expect this city lord to personally escort you to your places?
Xingye remarked casually, gesturing with his eyes for everyone to be seated.
Acting City Lord Su Mingji gave a nervous chuckle. How could that be? Please, take your seats. Oh, City Lord, here is the menu. Please take a look and order whatever you fancy.
Let us make up for our failure to greet you properly.
Exactly. Lord Su is absolutely right.
Your first visit to Qinghe is an honor for our city and for all our noble families.
Please indulge yourselves today, Lord City Master, and your soldiers too. The clan elders chatted and laughed as they handed the menu over.
Xingye didn't hesitate, picking up the menu and flipping through it carefully, a playful smile spreading across his face.
Are you sure you want to order freely? You won't find it too expensive and refuse to pay in spirit stones later, will you?
The acting city lord felt a sudden pang of unease at the thought, but the words were already spoken.
Besides, it was just a meal, nothing untoward should happen, right? Now, Your Excellency, you jest.
Naturally, we shall pay in spirit stones.
We would never burden you with the bill, nor would we allow the establishment to cover it. We are all law-abiding citizens, respectable members of noble families who abide by the immortal laws. Xingye sneered inwardly. What a shameless bunch. If not for Zhou's ability to see through others' thoughts, this performance might have actually fooled him. Since they'd offered, Xingye felt he couldn't refuse their courtesy. This dragon phoenix roast chicken looks splendid.
At 9,999 high-grade spirit stones per platter, let's start with 100 platters. Xingye remarked casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. The moment the words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the entire private room froze. The faces of the Qinghe clan members, especially Yang Feng, the Yang family head who had offered to treat them, darkened instantly. He never imagined Xingye would be so shameless, demanding such an exorbitant price, 100 plates at once. A single dish costing 9,999 high-grade spirit stones, and 100 plates at that. This single meal alone would cost the Yang family nearly 10 million high-grade spirit stones. It was nothing short of robbery.
Sir, this... Yang Feng hesitated, unable to bring himself to speak. Such prices were beyond even his Yang family's means.
But Xingye seemed oblivious to his reaction, continuing to flip through the menu. Oh, and this Narcissus wine, 99 divine stones per bottle.
Bring 100 bottles. My personal guards have been training hard in the Celestial Court and haven't had a drink in ages. Let's start with 100 bottles to satisfy their cravings.
After all, it's not easy for noble families like yours to earn spirit stones, so I won't make you spend too much.
Yang family? How the hell is this not costing them a fortune?
A single meal easily costs thousands of divine stones.
Who the hell could afford that?
The Yang family's entire annual net profit barely reached tens of thousands of divine stones.
This guy was demanding to eat up a tenth of their net profit.
Unfortunately, Xingyi seemed oblivious to social niceties and utterly incapable of reading the room. He paid no heed to the Yang family head's darkening expression and continued ordering dishes. And this divine beast, the crimson feathered spirit bird, 128 spirit stones each.
Let's have 100 of those too. With each order Xingye placed, Yang Feng's expression darkened further.
He suppressed his rage, trying to signal Xingye to stop with his eyes.
Unfortunately, Xingye pretended not to see and kept adding dishes to the order.
At this point, Yang Huai, the Yang family's senior elder, could no longer contain himself.
His expression remained impassive as he murmured, "Can you even finish all this? Relying on the heavenly court's favor, you're blatantly extorting us minor clans."
Though spoken under his breath, his words carried clearly to the ears of the assembled masters, all accomplished cultivators.
Yang Huai's words plunged the entire hall into silence.
Members of other families secretly gave him thumbs up, eager to observe Xing Yi and his companions' reactions. If Xing Yi merely smiled it off as if unheard, then in their eyes, this newly arrived 9th-ranked true god would prove nothing more than a hollow figurehead. In that case, they could openly pay lip service to the new city lord's commands without taking them too seriously. But if Xing Yi pursued the matter seriously, these clans weren't afraid either. They would gauge his tolerance based on the severity of his response and formulate their countermeasures accordingly. Having governed Qinghai Immortal Town for decades, they were seasoned veterans, well versed in the ropes. This was one of the unwritten rules in these remote corners of the Celestial Court's domain. Precisely because of this, Yang Huai dared to mutter under his breath in such a setting. Yet they never imagined that Xing Yi was not a heavenly court official at all, but an outsider from Blue Star. Xing Yi knew nothing of these unwritten rules and regulations here, nor did he care.
Hearing Yang Huai's discontent, Xing Yi narrowed his eyes. "Oh? Someone's dissatisfied with the city lord, are they?"
Xing Yi set down the menu, let out a cold laugh, and instantly turned hostile. He flung his chopsticks aside and glared at Yang Huai. Lin Xinyan, Wang Mingyang, and the others instinctively set down their bowls and chopsticks.
If the big shots weren't eating, they certainly weren't going to eat either. A misunderstanding. A misunderstanding.
Please calm your anger, Your Excellency. Seeing the tension escalate, Su Mingji hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to defuse the situation.
What choice did they have?
Xing Yi was a deity directly sent down from the Celestial Court, a far cry from their humble, self-made lineage. To openly defy Xing Yi was to defy the entire Celestial Court. But Xing Yi paid him no mind whatsoever.
His gaze fixed on Yang Huai. "Was it you who said it?" Yang Huai shuddered under Xing Yi's piercing stare, utterly unprepared for such direct accusation.
He opened his mouth, wanting to explain, but in the end, no words came out.
Chapter 119, Junior Sister's Distress Call?
Seeing the other party feigning death in silence, Xing Yi suddenly smiled. Yet that smile held not a shred of warmth, instead radiating a heart-stopping chill. Xing Yi waved behind him.
Lin Xinyan, Wang Mingyang, and the others instantly understood the implication. Without hesitation, they drew their blades on the spot.
Flashes of steel gleamed as they pointed directly at Yang Huai, the Yang family's senior elder. The icy blades glinted in the sunlight, radiating a chilling intent to kill. The members of the other clans were startled by the scene. They never imagined Xing Yi would turn hostile so abruptly, showing no regard for appearances whatsoever.
Was a minor disagreement really worth drawing blades?
Their Qinghai clan had never skimped on their annual tribute payments.
Why was this newly appointed city lord making things so difficult for them?
The clan heads present wore grim expressions, already envisioning the hardships ahead under this erratic city lord.
If he dared to openly extort them on his very first day in office, what would the future hold? No. We must eliminate him immediately. The same thought flashed through the minds of many clan leaders. The future could wait. Surviving this crisis came first. Yang Huai, the senior elder of the Yang family, was so terrified by this sudden turn of events that he immediately knelt down begging for mercy. His body trembled violently, his face as pale as paper, eyes filled with terror. Under the murderous intent locked onto him by over a dozen celestial soldiers, he felt as if plunged into a frigid abyss, his life hanging by a thread at their whim. "Please, sir, calm your anger. Please calm your anger." Yang Huai kowtowed repeatedly, his voice breaking with tears. "I was blind. I spoke without thinking. Please forgive me this once."
Acting City Lord Su Mingji cursed inwardly, but he was the only one who could step in to mediate. Though Xingye had ignored him earlier, he scraped together a forced smile and interjected.
"Your Excellency, it's all a misunderstanding. This fellow is notorious for his foul mouth.
A man of your stature needn't stoop to arguing with such a scoundrel." Su Mingji wiped sweat from his brow as he offered a forced smile.
"You've traveled far, and we should treat you with the utmost hospitality. How about this? I'll order 100 portions of today's meal, guaranteeing both you and your guards will eat to your heart's content." As he spoke, Su Mingji secretly relayed a message to all the aristocratic families, signaling that they should share the cost of this meal. After all, the spiritual delicacies ordered by Xing Yi were shockingly expensive. Should he bear the cost alone, he'd be ruined. Though resentful, the other clans dared not confront Xingyi openly, instead glaring hatefully at the Yang family head. If only the Yang family's senior elder hadn't spoken out of turn, they wouldn't have been forced to split the spirit stones. Hearing Su Mingji's words, Xingyi finally nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Since City Lord Su is so agreeable, this City Lord shall say no more. Xingyi spoke, then sat back down in his chair. Lin Xinran, Wang Mingyang, sheath your blades and take your seats. Today is a joyous occasion, let such trifles not spoil the mood. Lin Xinran, Wang Mingyang, and the others immediately sheathed their blades and returned to their seats. The other clan members, seeing Xingyi had withdrawn his killing intent, breathed a collective sigh of relief. This time, they had learned their lesson. No one dared speak out of turn, instead quietly enjoying the spiritual feast that had nearly cost them their fortunes. With the clans silent, the atmosphere risked becoming awkward. Su Mingji had to find topics to fill the void, attempting to entertain the new city lord. Your Excellency, Su Mingji inquired with a forced smile, this visit to Qinghe Immortal Town must be quite an inconvenience for you. We local clans will certainly do our utmost to accommodate you in the future. Might I ask what instructions the Celestial Court has sent you on this journey? Oh, nothing particularly momentous, Xingyi replied indifferently. I merely heard Qinghe Immortal Town boasts splendid scenery and abundant water spirit energy, so I came specifically to see it for myself. Additionally, I wish to observe whether your noble families remain loyal to their duties and abide by the immortal laws. Rest assured, Your Excellency. Our Qinghe Immortal Town's families have always strictly followed the immortal laws, another family head hastily assured him, pounding his chest. If there's anything you need assistance with, just give the word. We'll spare no effort to serve you. Xingye smiled faintly. I hope so. Your Excellency, we've nearly finished dining. Might we offer some entertainment? Suddenly, the Yang family's senior elder spoke again, his face now plastered with an apologetic smile, though his eyes flickered with resentment. Entertainment? Xingye frowned. In Great Xia, singing and dancing served as entertainment, but what about here in the Celestial Court? Surely not listening to songs in a brothel? Yang family's senior patriarch gave a mysterious smile. It's only natural that you're unfamiliar with this place on your first visit, Your Excellency. That's precisely why you should experience it for yourself. I guarantee you'll find it to your liking. Everything here is top-notch. The Yang family's eldest elder clapped his hands. And instantly, a wave of fragrant breezes swept through the air. One by one, graceful figures draped in gauze robes made their entrance. Colorful beauties, like orioles and swallows, entered calling out master and brother. At the elder's signal, these graceful figures swarmed wildly toward Xingye and his personal guards. Waves of perfume filled the air, mingling with the soft touch of fair skin. New recruits like Lin Xinyan had never witnessed such a sensual spectacle. The 16 and 17-year-old lads, in the prime of youth, flushed crimson, neck straining, nearly losing their eyes gazing at the beauty's bosoms. Seeing the unfamiliar women advance, Xingye's first instinct was that these seductresses meant him harm. His body instinctively channeled spiritual energy into a protective barrier, sending several women flying backward. Sir, how heartless! Are we not beautiful enough? The leading enchanting woman knelt on one knee, her hair cascading over her shoulders, her bare shoulder exposed. Her pitiful expression made it seem as though Xingyi had wronged her. Alas, in Xingye's eyes, this enchanting beauty was nothing but a succubus cloaked in human skin. To encounter a succubus here, Qinghe Town truly harbored hidden dangers, nearly becoming a gathering place for demons and monsters. It seemed Xingyu's foster sister was most likely genuine. Xingye resolved to handle this matter first thing tomorrow. After all, it concerned his personal guards. Resolving it would also help win over hearts and minds. Senpai? Suddenly, a familiar local accent snapped Xingye back to attention. In the corner of the group of women, a young girl gazed at Xingye with delight. Senior, run. Run fast. They're demons? The girl was none other than Li Xinran, a prodigy from Wangjiang City whom Xingyi had personally recruited into Tianfu Academy not long ago. At first sight, she hadn't dared to recognize Xingye, but upon hearing his voice and sensing the familiar aura of his spiritual energy, she found the courage to approach. Yet the joy of recognition was swiftly replaced by overwhelming terror. Having been captured herself, she had already witnessed the terrifying power of these creatures. She couldn't bear the thought of her senior falling into the hands of these demons. With that thought, she lunged straight at Su Mingji beside Xingyi. She knew he was the leader here. If she could stall him, her senior would have a chance to escape. Chapter 120, Turning on Each Other. The moment the junior student recognized Xingyi, Su Mingji, the acting city lord, turned as pale as paper. Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his forehead. His heart felt as though it were crushed beneath a mountain, leaving him nearly unable to breathe. This girl was the merchandise he had personally purchased from the demon clan, a crucial part of the secret dealings between Qinghe Town and the demon race. The girl herself might be harmless, but if Xingye, the new city lord, discovered his collusion with the demon clan, not only would his position as acting city lord be lost, but he could also face punishment from the heavenly court, a path leading straight to death. A flash of terror crossed Su Mingji's eyes.
Heavenly Court's punishment had claimed every offender for 1,000 years, even the son of the demon lord himself. His eyes darted frantically around the room, searching for a way to salvage the situation.
Or should he just make a run for it? But after finally climbing to the second-in-command position in Qinghe Town, fleeing now would mean abandoning decades of scheming. Just as he was sweating profusely, utterly at a loss, he unexpectedly saw the young girl charge toward him, seemingly intent on dragging him away as if urging the new city lord to flee. Su Mingji's heart skipped a beat. He couldn't fathom why this girl would still care about the new city lord, but he had no time to ponder it. A perfect solution flashed through his mind: kill the girl, leaving no witnesses. In the span of mere breaths, his heart raced through the extremes of despair and elation. Indeed, heaven would not abandon a genius like him without reason. If he could dispose of this troublesome woman at this critical moment and stage it as an accident, he might temporarily stabilize Xingye. Even if Xingye recognized the girl or grew furious, it was far better than exposing his collusion with the demonic race. With that thought, Su Mingji hesitated no longer. He clenched his teeth fiercely, and divine power surged through his body, transforming into dozens of gleaming golden spears. Golden divine spear. My lord, be careful. I'll slay this witch. Su Mingji roared fiercely. He was clever under the guise of protecting Xingye. He intended to slaughter the girl before him in a fit of rage. Dozens of golden divine spears shot forth like arrows released from a bowstring, piercing fiercely toward the girl. Each spear contained the full extent of his divine power, as if intent on utterly annihilating the girl's very soul. The girl possessed the power of a level 4 heavenly god. She had never felt such terrifying killing intent before. A resolute expression flashed across her face as she gazed deeply at the youth behind her, as if etching his image into her mind forever, carrying it into the cycle of reincarnation. Ever since that day when the youth had reached out to her, driving away those aristocratic scions, she had made up her mind. She would train relentlessly, and if the chance ever came, she would repay him with her life. Yet she never imagined this day would come so swiftly. Alas, she hadn't even shared a meal with her senior yet he had promised. Yet, at the very moment of life and death for the girl, Xingyi suddenly snapped into action. His figure flickered, instantly interposing himself between the girl and Su Mingji. Dozens of divine golden spears descended like a violent storm, yet every single one struck Xingye's body. Seeing this, Su Mingji's eyes flashed with ruthlessness and resolve. He decided to go all in, using this chance to stage an accident and eliminate this new city lord, Xingyi, once and for all. Instead of diminishing, Su Mingji's divine power surged once more, intensifying. The golden spears blazed with even more blinding light, as if poised to utterly consume Xingyi. Stop! Su Mingji, don't court death. Xingye's subordinates, including the new recruit Lin Xinyan, roared furiously as they charged forward. Their divine halberds raised, their expressions filled with shock and rage. They seemed ready to tear Su Mingji to pieces. Yet their speed proved insufficient. They could only watch helplessly as the golden spear plunged viciously into Xingye's back. Master! Lin Xinran nearly cried out in shock, ignoring the backlash of divine power as he rushed toward Xingye. If Lord Starry Night were to die right before their eyes, the heavenly court would surely slaughter their entire clans. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, though the golden spear possessed immense power, it seemed blocked by an invisible force, unable to pierce Xingye's body. The moment the spear touched Xingye's back, it shattered and dissipated into thin air. Xingye himself remained unscathed, as if merely bitten by a mosquito. Well, that wasn't quite right. Where the golden spears had pierced, his armor bore over a dozen holes. Su Mingji, witnessing this, froze in place as if struck by lightning. His eyes filled with disbelief and terror as he muttered to himself. Impossible. Not even a 50th level heavenly god could withstand my full power strike. His voice trembled. What kind of power did this newly arrived 9th rank true god possess? Could he be a 60th level or even a 70th level heavenly god? Then why bother coming to this remote place, Qinghe Immortal Town? Xingyi slowly turned, his expression impassive as he regarded Su Mingji. His fists clenched, veins bulging, yet a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. He spoke softly. So you could have reacted earlier, but deliberately chose to kill me? His voice remained calm, yet the murderous intent within it was palpable to anyone present. Su Mingji paled further at the accusation. He forced a few dry laughs, attempting to mask his fear and unease. Lord Xingye. I said it was an accident, an accident. Do you believe me? His voice grew fainter and fainter, dwindling to a near whisper. He knew full well that such an explanation was utterly feeble before Xingye, incapable of absolving him of his guilt. Xingye ignored his pleas, merely fixing him with a cold stare. Slowly, he raised a finger, pointing it at Su Mingji. Have demons possessed you? Or have you colluded with the demonic tribes? Seeking to silence witnesses? His voice was icy, thick enough to freeze the very air in the room. Xingyi hadn't intended to expose these people's crimes today, but circumstances had forced his hand. He never expected to encounter a fellow townsman here, especially a junior he'd personally recruited into Tianfu. Even more unforeseen was that these people had colluded with the demonic clan, treating his junior like merchandise to be traded and sold. Had he not arrived today, what inhuman treatment would this junior have endured?
The mere thought of it made Xingye's murderous intent surge uncontrollably. He suddenly realized how pragmatic he truly was. Though Qingye's foster sister had endured far greater suffering, hearing her story had stirred his heart without prompting any urgency. Truthfully, in the cultivation world, what need was there for evidence? If he truly wished to verify anything, he could simply search their souls and probe their hearts. Yet, regrettably, Xingye hadn't done so immediately. Instead, he'd considered relying on these scum of the worldly family to maintain stability in the immortal town. Yet when he witnessed his Daxia junior sister being humiliated, his immediate impulse was to purge and slaughter them all in vengeance even if she hadn't suffered any real harm. Indeed, Xingye reflected inwardly, my journey here was largely driven by a mindset of treating this as a game. Sumingji, locked in Xingye's killing intent, felt as if he'd fallen into an ice cellar. At this point, concealment was impossible. He attempted to plead for leniency and a chance at survival. Yes, we did indeed make a deal with the demonic tribe. Xingye flickered forward, appearing instantly before Sumingji. Seizing the collar of his robe, he hoisted the man into the air. For personal gain, you colluded with demons and slaughtered the innocent. Heavenly Court law decrees, traitors to the clan shall be punished by the execution of 10 clans. Suspended midair by Xingye, Sumingji gasped for breath, his face flushed crimson. Daring not to resist with divine power, he struggled to beg for mercy, Lord Xingye. I know I've erred. Please spare my life. Before his words faded, Xingye's fist slammed through the air, sending him crashing backward. Sumingji tumbled several times through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Xingye stood rooted to the spot, surveying the surroundings. The members of the Qinghe clan present all felt a chill run through them. Demons? They had actually dragged demons into this? The faces of the clan members implicated in collusion with the demons turned ashen. How had things spiraled to this worst possible outcome? All the clan heads bowed their heads, avoiding Xingye's gaze, terrified of being implicated as traitors themselves. Xingye paid no heed to their unease. Instead, he turned to the young woman Li Xinran, a flicker of tenderness in his eyes. Meeting an old acquaintance in a foreign land, how timely. Fate truly worked in mysterious ways. He murmured softly, are you all right? Don't be afraid. They can't defeat me. Li Xinran's heart finally settled. Gazing at the youth before her, tears welled in her eyes. She longed to throw herself into his arms, yet feared being pushed away, dreading to be seen as an impetuous girl. Instead, she looked at Xingye gratefully and nodded. I'm fine. Thank you, senior. Xingye exhaled in relief. Glad you're okay. Rest up first. I'll handle this mess. By the way, besides the one lying on the ground, who else was bullying you? Or rather, Xingye turned his gaze to the girl, is there anyone else here colluding with the demonic clan? As the girl scanned the aristocratic families, every clan head's heart clenched. They forced smiles uglier than tears. Miss, we've never met before. Indeed. We deeply sympathize with your plight. Who would have thought, spit? Sumingji would collude with demons? Our Yang family, representing Qinghe Immortal Town, offers you ample compensation 50,000 spirit stones. Other clans inwardly cursed the Yangs for their shamelessness, yet their mouths moved swiftly. They flung out their own compensation offers when their family's safety was at stake. They were remarkably generous. Not a single bid fell below the Yangs. Several clans even stepped forward, attempting to shove spirit stones directly into the girl's hands. Li Xinran flinched in fright. To her, everyone here was evil. Her face drained pale as she hid behind Xingye, clutching his robe tightly. Xingye snorted coldly. Get lost, all of you. Compensation is compensation handed over to my subordinates. But anyone who dares approach my junior sister will be treated as demonic remnants. No mercy. The clan heads felt a chill run down their spines and immediately retreated, keeping their distance. The strongest here, Sumingji, couldn't even block a single punch from Xingye, let alone these nobodies. Just then, Lin Xinyan and the others approached, whispering, are you all right, sir? Would you like some healing pills? They assumed the master was putting on a brave front. But Xingye truly bore no injury. His physical form had absorbed divine power days prior, achieving another breakthrough. I'm truly fine. You lot, keep a close eye on my junior sister. If she gets hurt, you'll face military punishment. Xingye murmured. Chaos was likely to erupt again soon, and he couldn't protect Li Xinran at all times. Wang Mingyang and the others immediately responded, sir, rest assured. Nothing will happen. What just occurred was purely accidental. After settling Li Xinran, Xingye smiled faintly at Sumingji, who lay half dead on the ground, then swept his gaze across the other clan heads. So, is Sumingji the only one colluding with the demonic forces? Xingye's gaze was eerily calm as it swept over every clan leader present. A cold smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. I find that hard to believe. Are all your clans truly innocent? The head of the Yang family gave a nervous chuckle. Of course not, Your Excellency. We hope you will investigate thoroughly. The laughter carried a hint of awkwardness, an attempt to mask his inner panic with a smile. The head of the Li family also hurriedly declared his stance, his voice tinged with urgency. The Li family is willing to cooperate with your investigation, but we are completely innocent. His expression was passable, but unfortunately, his acting wasn't quite convincing enough. His eyes were filled with panic and unease. The heads of the other noble families naturally shook their heads in unison, wailing their innocence. Some kept their heads bowed in silence, others stammered and stuttered, but in essence, they all insisted their families were blameless. Unfortunately, they were unaware that Xingye possessed the Demon Refining Pot, which had already revealed their true identities.
Xingye acted thus merely to conceal his ability to discern demons at a glance. He didn't want to be dragged off to Heavenly Court to serve as a human demon detector. Xingye smiled as he looked down at Su Mingji on the ground, his eyes gleaming with amusement. Su Mingji, this city lord wishes to offer you a chance to live. Are you willing to seize it? At these words, Su Mingji's face lit up instantly. He seemed to glimpse a ray of hope for survival. Ignoring his injuries, he struggled to crawl towards Xingye. Your Excellency, I accept. I know exactly what to do. Having served as city lord for so many years, Su Mingji was skilled at reading people and improvising. He had long discerned Xingye's true intent, to extract information about other Qinghe immortal town clans colluding with demonic forces. He calculated silently, since his own involvement was already exposed, and he himself would suffer, others should suffer too. Besides, with Xingye's promise that informing on others could lessen his own punishment, perhaps he could even save his own life. Oh? You know what this city lord is thinking? Let's hear it. Xingye smiled at Su Mingji, eager to see just how many names this man could actually name. Su Mingji took a deep breath, his face twisted into a vicious grin as he looked at the heads of the noble families. Gentlemen, he said, I'm sorry. But at that moment, he wished he had a dozen mouths to spew forth the series of crimes committed by the Yang family, the Wang family, and other noble families in collusion with the demonic tribes. Before he could finish, the Yang family's grand elder suddenly struck. Like a raging tiger, he unleashed a black tiger heart-piercing strike, aiming straight for Su Mingji's chest. The elder ignited his divine blood with this attack, seemingly intent on utterly annihilating Su Mingji. Lord! We cannot tolerate this madman's words. I shall execute this traitor first, roared the Yang family's grand elder, driving both fists viciously into Su Mingji's chest. With Su Mingji dead, the Yang family would be safe at least for the next few days. After all, without evidence, this new city lord couldn't simply slaughter the entire Yang clan on a whim. As for himself, the Yang family's grand elder smiled bitterly. When he struck, he had already prepared himself for death, otherwise, he wouldn't have burned his divine blood. Exchanging his own worthless life for the safety of the entire Yang family was undoubtedly worth it. Chapter 121, Lin Yifeng becomes a demon clan mind slave? The Yang family's grand elder struck like lightning. That divine blood-fueled strike, carrying the intent of certain death, aimed straight for Su Mingji's heart meridian. Terror filled Su Mingji's eyes. Already gravely wounded by Xingye, he was utterly powerless against the Yang family elder's lethal strike without even a chance to flee. In utter despair, he could only cry out to Xingye for help. Lord Xingye, save me! Su Mingji's voice was filled with despair. His body instinctively struggled, attempting to dodge the fatal blow, but his gravely wounded form failed to unleash its latent vitality. He could only watch helplessly as the fist's momentum closed in. At that critical moment, Xingye moved. His action appeared casual yet contained astonishing power. With a single slap, he sent the Yang family's grand elder flying backward just in time. The sickening crack of flesh tearing sent a chill down the spine. The Yang family's senior elder's right cheek was torn to shreds. His body flew backward dozens of meters, smashing through wooden walls along the way before crashing heavily to the ground. He clearly could not rise again. A stunned silence fell over the scene. All eyes were fixed on the spectacle in disbelief. They had never witnessed such an arrogant new city lord before. Was this display of force not a bit excessive? Heavenly soldiers below, hearing the commotion, rushed over immediately. Their expressions were tense, fearing Lord Xingye had been attacked. Are you all right, Lord? The celestial soldiers asked in unison, their eyes darting between Xingye and the fallen Yang family elder. They drew their swords simultaneously, forming a protective circle around Xingye. Even if it appeared Xingye had injured the elder, the celestial soldiers cared little. Xingye was their master. Beyond him, the life or death of anyone else held no weight for them. But if anything happened to Xingye, their entire families would suffer the consequences. Xingye shook his head gently, his expression calm and cold. Bring that man back. Evacuate the nearby residents. Keep half of you guarding the entrance below to prevent outsiders from entering. And no one here leaves without my direct order. She knew his voice was low, yet it carried a cold, murderous intent. The celestial soldiers sprang into action immediately. They swiftly dragged the unconscious Yang family elder from afar and began dispersing the onlookers and nearby residents. Xingye swept his icy gaze across the assembled clan heads before him, his eyes brimming with frigid detachment. Anyone who dares to flee will be treated as a traitor. No mercy. Xingye's voice was as cold as ice, sending a chill through the hearts of the clan heads present, who dared not make a single reckless move.
Seeing the Yang family's senior elder barely clinging to life, these clan heads now had no doubt whatsoever about Xingye's words or actions. The other heads were both shocked and furious. They had never encountered such an overbearing new city lord, nor had they ever imagined themselves facing such a humiliating predicament.
The head of the Wang family couldn't help but mutter, "What immense divine might! Is this imprisonment? Doesn't he fear provoking all the clans?"
Though his voice was low, everyone present heard it clearly. Hearing this, Xingye's lips curled into a cold smile.
Even now, these clans still failed to recognize their place.
He instantly closed the distance to the Wang family head, his eyes brimming with mockery and scorn.
Angering all the noble families? What a grand claim. Too bad you can only speak for your own Xinghe Wang family.
With that, Xingye suddenly struck out, landing a punch squarely in the Wang family head's stomach. The blow itself wasn't particularly powerful, but it was utterly vile. It sent the Wang family head reeling, spitting bitter bile as his face drained to the color of paper. Witnessing this, the other clan heads dared not make a move. They understood clearly that this new city lord before them was a madman. The slightest misstep would likely see them follow in the footsteps of Su Mingji and the Wang family head. Xingye stood rooted to the spot, his gaze piercing as he scanned every person present. The noble families of Qinghe Immortal Town truly amaze me. Xingye's voice was cold and mocking. Colluding with demonic tribes, trafficking humans, and even daring to deceive the celestial court, your audacity knows no bounds. Hearing this, the heads of the noble families all lowered their heads, unable to meet Xingye's gaze.
Having failed to assassinate Su Mingji earlier, these families knew they'd missed their prime opportunity. Now, they could only play it by ear.
Fortunately, most of them had merely traded goods with the demonic tribes without becoming deeply entangled.
They certainly hadn't divulged heavenly court secrets to the demons.
They knew full well the demons' cruelty. They merely sought to earn more spirit stones and divine stones. They had no intention of defecting to the demons or overthrowing the heavenly court.
Xingye, drawing upon Jior's influence, could read their thoughts. Seizing the moment, he declared, "However, this city lord is magnanimous. I shall grant you one chance." Xingye's voice was filled with seductive charm, clearly amplified by Jior's influence.
Upon hearing this, the heads of the noble families lifted their heads, their eyes flashing with hope. They knew this was their only chance for survival, and they must seize it tightly. "If you cooperate with me and root out all forces colluding with the demonic tribes in Qinghe Immortal Town, I will forgive past transgressions," Xingye declared. "But if anyone dares to pay lip service while harboring ulterior motives, or attempts resistance, don't blame me for being unforgiving." The clan heads nodded in unison. Had they known attaining redemption was possible, they wouldn't have concealed their actions until now.
Full cooperation with Xingye was the only way to safeguard their families and lives.
Xingye observed them, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes.
Though the process had been fraught with errors, the outcome seemed acceptable enough.
Lin Shinran, escort them to separate rooms and provide each with paper and pen. "Yes, sir," Lin Shinran acknowledged the order. Though he didn't know what the Lord intended, he knew better than to question first.
Execute the order, then ask why later. As for the possibility of Lord Xingye issuing unnecessary orders?
Well, Lin Shinran believed his lord could never be wrong. At worst, it would only prove his subordinates were foolish and had misinterpreted the orders.
A subordinate must possess this fundamental awareness: the leader never errs, at least not overtly. Any mistakes stem from subordinates miscommunicating or misinterpreting orders. "What next, Your Excellency?"
Lin Shinran swiftly arranged for the violent demolition of over a dozen empty rooms.
To fulfill Star Knight's directive to separate them, they directly installed isolation arrays within each vacant dwelling. So fast, Xingye pondered.
Tell those inside to truthfully write down their family's crimes over the years, as well as the crimes of other families. Those who confess truthfully will be credited with merit and may later make amends through service.
Liars will face double punishment for multiple offenses. Damn, that's ruthless. Lin Xinyan felt a chill run down his spine.
What a vicious, ingenious interrogation tactic. And finally, the most crucial point, any confirmed traces of demonic tribes near Qinghe Town. Those who uncover their hiding places shall have their entire clan's merits recorded, which may offset their crimes. Lin Shinran quickly jotted it down.
"Sir, anything else?" Xingye shook his head. "That's all for now. Have them write it up quickly."
There's been quite a commotion here, and I fear the demons outside may have already caught wind of it.
Lin Shinran nodded. "Understood.
I'll have the brothers intensify surveillance around here.
We might even trace a few demon nests along the way."
Very good, very good.
"You've learned something."
Xingye looked at Lin Shinran with surprise. Xingye was quite humble. Though the cultivation levels here were high, most could only rely on their cultivation bases. Heh, Lin Xinyan chuckled awkwardly, offering a compliant smile.
"All thanks to your guidance, sir." Xingye laughed and scolded, "Get lost."
After settling matters with the noble families,
Xingye took Li Shinran aside and set up another table of food.
Looking at his fellow hometown junior, his eyes softened with tenderness.
"Shinran, are you alright?" Xingye asked softly.
Seeing this girl made him miss his cousin. Li Shinran looked around and saw only Senior Xingye.
Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer and began to sob.
Ever since she had been captured by the demon clan, she had lived in constant terror. During her captivity, she hadn't even been able to take her own life. The mere thought of those days made her body tremble involuntarily. Thankfully, she had encountered her senior this time.
I'm fine. Thank you, senior. I've troubled you again.
Xingye looked at her and gently patted her shoulder.
It's nothing. We're family here.
Li Shinran felt a wave of warmth wash over her at his words, yet her tears only flowed more freely.
Xingye sighed inwardly.
Trying to reason with women was hopeless, as always.
Shinran, you should rest here with me for a while. Once I've handled these matters, we'll return to Tianfu Academy together.
Li Shinran nodded repeatedly. She knew what she needed to do now was to be obedient and not cause Xingye any trouble. But then, a thought suddenly crossed her mind. Though she wasn't sure if it was true, that person seemed to be on good terms with her senior. Should she mention it or not?
Seeing her hesitation, Xingye couldn't help but smile. We're family now. No need for formalities. If you need anything, just say so.
Your senior holds significant authority and resources here as a divine official. His strength is beyond question. So don't hesitate, speak up now. Li Shinran relaxed slightly upon hearing this and whispered, Senior, let me be clear, I'm not certain if this is true, and I can't even pinpoint the person's location.
Xingye nodded. Your companion was captured by the demon clan too?
Of course I'll rescue them, but without a rough location, I can't do it. No, Senior, it's not about saving my friend. Wait, that's not right either. If my friend can be saved, of course I'd save him. Forget it, I'll just say it.
Senior Xingye, I think I saw Senior Lin Yifeng.
He seems to have been captured by the demon clan too, forced to work in the mines.
Who? Lin Yifeng? That senior from Tianfu Academy who stood with me? Xingye frowned, pressing for details.
Li Shinran nodded softly. Yes, but I only heard his voice from afar and sensed the aura of divine power after he attacked. I'm about 5 or 6 layers certain it was Senior Lin.
Captured as a minor? Were the demons who took you guys that powerful?
Xingye knew Lin Yifeng's strength, though not as strong as his own. Lin was at least around 15th tier heavenly god level. A 15th tier heavenly god was roughly equivalent to an ordinary heavenly soldier.
Getting captured by demons seemed somewhat expected?
Li Shinran gave an awkward laugh. Senior, I couldn't gauge their strength. The sheer aura they emitted knocked us unconscious.
Right.
Li Shinran was only a demigod, not every demigod possessed his extraordinary talent. Seeing the girl racking her brains with guilt, Xingye waved it off.
It's fine.
You did well to send word.
Leave the rest to me. I'll handle it.
Oh, and give me your companions' and classmates' appearances and names too. If I run into them along the way, I can rescue them as well.
Sure thing, Senior. Just give me a moment.
Seeing he could finally contribute, Li Shinran immediately grabbed pen and paper to sketch his companions' appearances and names. And honestly, Li Shinran was quite skilled at drawing. At least, after comparing herself to him, Xingye concluded she was master-level talent, while he was clearly just bronze tier.
Here you go, Senior.
Oh, and I recall being brought here heading south the whole time.
Maybe they're up north.
Li Shinran gave a very broad location.
The northern part of the Celestial Court? That was practically like searching for a needle in a haystack. Xingye nodded. Alright, no worries. Rest easy. I'll let you know if I hear anything about them.
Oh, and if you need anything, just give orders to these celestial soldiers, they're all under my command.
Got it.
Senior, hurry and go save him.
Xingye hurried out.
If Lin Yifeng had truly been captured, it would be utter misfortune. He had to rescue him quickly, after all, he was his friend.
Wang Mingyang, go.
Use every resource at your disposal to investigate these individuals, especially this Lin Yifeng.
All I know is they're roughly in the north and likely captured by the demonic tribes to be forced into mining labor. Wang Mingyang nodded. No problem, sir. Our clan can also tap into some of our family's intelligence networks. But don't get your hopes up too high. After all, we haven't achieved anything yet, and the family side. Wang Mingyang stated honestly. Xingye nodded. It's fine. Do your best. I won't blame you. If you're truly in a hurry, sir. Wang Mingyang glanced at the Lord's troubled expression, gritted his teeth, and whispered, General Tianlong happens to be acquainted with the Heavenly Eye General. If we could enlist his aid, locating your friends would certainly be possible. As long as they remain within the Heavenly Court realm or even the Demon realm and are still alive, you could even commission a divine divination if you're willing to pay the price. Xingye's eyes lit up at the thought of such divine methods. So what are the conditions? Wang Mingyang replied truthfully, given your connection to the Celestial Dragon General, you can directly offset the cost with military merit. Utilize military connections to request their assistance. How many military merits? For the Celestial Divine General, 10,000 for locating one person. For the Divine Oracle, 100,000 to cast it, which can save everyone entangled in their karmic ties. 100,000? Xingyan nearly bit his tongue.
After all, he had annihilated an entire Crimson Flame demon tribe, and the Heavenly Court had only granted him 30,000 military merits. Yet 30,000 merits could already purchase 2 divine arts and several divine artifacts.
Forget it. You go find them first.
Oh, and have Lin Xinyan inform those inside to immediately surrender the demon tribe's location. If they make amends within the span of a stick of incense, their punishment will be halved.
Yes, sir.
Xingyi had not a single military merit point to his name, so he could only rely on his subordinates' intelligence network for now. Of course, he also needed to prepare to accumulate merits to summon the Heavenly Divine General.
100,000 military merits? Forget it. But 10,000? That was possible. Xingha Immortal Town had been corrupted by the demonic tribe for far too long. Find just 2 demonic layers, and 10,000 military merits would be easily within reach. Chapter 122, Nightmare Mine, Turning Point.
Far in the distance, Demon Clan Mine 114 lay concealed amidst barren mountains. Thick demonic energy shrouded the area, while a demonic formation further concealed it, making the place seem like a small world cut off from the rest. Lin Yifeng, once a top student at the Great Summer Heavenly Academy, now wore coarse hemp robes. His face was gaunt, his eyes betraying threads of despair and exhaustion. His hands were tightly bound by heavy demonic chains, their surfaces flowing with eerie runes that sealed off the surging divine power within him. Once full of vigor and ambition, he now wielded a shovel specially crafted by the demon race, swinging it with the diligence of a miner. Each swing echoed with a dull clang as the shovel pierced the hard ground, carefully excavating the precious nightmare ore hidden within. Nightmare ore, a treasure prized by the demonic race, shone with a deep, glossy blackness and emitted a faint, eerie glow. For the demons, it was not only the core material for forging demonic artifacts and setting up illusionary arrays, but also a crucial divine object used to suppress the divine power of the human race. Yet, the more precious the material, the greater the dangers inherent in its extraction. Rarity breeds peril, a truth universal across all realms of sentience. The nightmare ore vein, a sacred grade special mineral deposit, cannot come into contact with any form of divine or demonic power. Once tainted, it instantly loses its efficacy, making its extraction exceptionally arduous. Over the years, the yield of nightmare ore has consistently fallen far short of the demonic race's demands. There is no alternative since the ore itself cannot be touched by divine or demonic power. Miners must seal away their own power, relying solely on brute physical strength for extraction. If that were all, it might be manageable for demons skilled in physical prowess, merely a slower process.
Unfortunately, nightmare ore inherently corrodes divine power.
Miners relying solely on physical strength risk being eroded into crippled states over time. Even those who achieved godhood through physical cultivation would be tainted within it, merely enduring longer. Thus, mining this ore inevitably demanded immense manpower and resources. That said, they were all called demons, and evil deeds seemed to belong to them. So, some elder among the demons issued an order to expand the production of nightmare ore without losing too many of their own people. They would begin capturing other races with powerful physical bodies, especially hostile forces like the humans. Replacing the manpower shortage in the nightmare mines with other races made the entire problem seem so simple. Thus, no matter how many miners perished in the mines, it mattered little after all. It wasn't the demon race's own people dying.
Thus, in recent years, the demon race began rampaging against other factions, capturing alien race members en masse.
Lin Yifeng, a human of god-tier power and formidable physical strength, naturally caught the demons' attention. Captured alive, he was thrown into the mines and now serves as one of their mining slaves. The mine shaft was pitch black inside, dimly illuminated only by faint light seeping through cracks in the rock walls, barely revealing Lin Yifeng's silhouette. The surrounding walls were covered in spirit iron, bearing the marks of time. Each year, the demonic race reinforced the mine's protective arrays and runes to strengthen its defenses. Alas, a mine remained a mine, no different from a prison, if not harsher. The pitch-black tunnels reeked of dampness and decay, mingled with an indescribable aura of nightmarish demonic energy that made each breath excruciatingly painful. The clanging and clattering of tools echoed throughout the cavern. Lin Yifeng dug until sweat poured down his face. Beads as large as beans slid down his cheeks, dripping onto the hard ore and evaporating instantly. His hands were already thick with calluses, each swing of the pickaxe accompanied by sharp, stabbing pain. Without his divine power, he was no different from an ordinary mortal, merely a superhuman with a slightly stronger physique. But even the strongest mortal had physical limits. In this brutal mine environment, the demonic tribe offered no respite. Daily quotas for excavated nightmare ore were enforced. Those failing to meet them faced punishment, the mildest being denied spiritual meals, the harshest a brutal beating until death. The grueling mining combined with exposure to the nightmare gas would kill anyone without sufficient spiritual meals and demon beast meat. Relying solely on the daily spiritual rations distributed by the demon clan, one likely wouldn't last more than 3 to 5 days. Obtaining extra spiritual meals is simple: trade yen ore for them. Mining more yen ore intensifies physical damage, which requires spirit meals and demon beast meat to heal, yet spirit meals themselves demand yen ore to obtain. It was a perfect vicious cycle. Damn demons. One day, I'll make you pay. Lin Yifeng cursed inwardly. Each day he lingered here only deepened his hatred. He recalled the moment he was captured, his heart still boiling with rage and resentment.
Upon entering the secret realm, he found himself utterly alone.
His only companion, Xing Yi, had been separated from him. Yet, confident in his own strength, Lin Yifeng hadn't given it much thought. Then he was snatched by the demonic tribe and forced into labor here.
Recalling that day's ordeal, the back of his head still throbbed faintly.
The ancient demons of the heavenly court had actually ambushed him, a mere mortal. All he felt then was excruciating pain at the back of his head, struck by a tremendous force, before losing consciousness. When he awoke again, he found himself trapped in this sunless mine pit, reduced to a slave laborer. When he first arrived, he had tried to escape, but each time he was discovered by the demon patrols. After being brutally beaten, he was forced back into the mines to continue his labor. The main reason was that upon arrival, his divine power had been sealed away. Even if he wanted to run, he could only rely on his own 2 legs. After enduring several brutal beatings, Lin Yifeng resigned himself to mining. As he gradually accepted his fate, coupled with the allure of the spiritual delicacies, his mining motions grew increasingly proficient. Each swing of his pickaxe seemed guided by divine grace. A gentle pry and a flawless chunk of yen ore appeared in his hands. Practice makes perfect, Lin Yifeng sighed inwardly. He had no choice, the hunger was unbearable.
Without mining, he wouldn't eat his fill. Without eating his fill, he couldn't complete the next day's quota. This vicious cycle left him with only one path, waiting for death. Lin Yifeng wasn't ready to give up on life just yet. He firmly believed he could escape this place. Even if his own strength was lacking, his friend's power could make it happen. Xing Yi was now the beacon of hope in Lin Yifeng's heart. One day, he would escape this hellhole. And if given the chance, he would annihilate every demon within this realm. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yifeng had spent over 10 days mining in the pit. From initial clumsiness and resistance, he'd grown skilled and efficient. The demon's brutal oppression worked, but so did the untapped potential within humans. At first, he could only mine a dozen or so pieces of nightmare ore daily, barely enough to trade for the demon's basic spiritual rations. Now, however, he effortlessly extracted over 100 pieces of nightmare ore each day. Ranking among the top 20 out of hundreds of mining slaves was already a remarkable achievement. The extra yen ore earned him more spirit flesh pills to nourish and heal his body. Though the taste of that spirit flesh was far from delicious, it at least kept his strength up. Staying alive was what mattered. As time passed, Lin Yifeng even grew accustomed to life in the mines. It had to be said, humans possessed remarkable potential when it came to survival. Within a dozen days, Lin Yifeng had firmly established himself in the mine. He learned from the veterans how to sneak breaks under demonic surveillance and conserve energy while mining. Of course, Lin Yifeng never forgot to scout escape routes. During mining hours, he meticulously mapped every passageway, searching for potential escape paths. He discovered that the ventilation shaft of the 13th mine pit in the west seemed like a promising option. Though heavily guarded, there was a brief window during the midday shift change every 3 days. If an escape opportunity arose, this route would be a solid choice. Lin Yifeng sat in a corner of the mine shaft, carefully chewing a piece of demigod-level demon beast meat. His eyes still held a glimmer of light. Even in this sunless place, he remained confident he could escape. Lin Yifeng. A rough voice abruptly shattered his thoughts. Lin Yifeng looked up to see a demonic soldier striding toward him. The soldier was burly, his face twisted into a menacing scowl, wielding a thick demonic staff, clearly no pushover. "How's your yen or mining going today?" The demonic soldier stood before Lin Yifeng, looking down at him as he asked. Lin Yifeng's heart sank. This demonic soldier was one of the mine overseers, notorious for his brutality. Having witnessed Lin Yifeng's haul of hundreds of pieces of nightmare ore yesterday, he seemed to have taken a particular interest in him. "Damn it! Didn't I already give him 10 pieces yesterday? I finished mining for the day, sir." Lin Yifeng quickly stood up, gesturing toward the pile of ore beside him. The soldier glanced at the pile, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. This human looked frail and weak, yet he was unexpectedly capable. Fewer than 10 people could consistently mine hundreds of pieces of nightmare ore daily. But his expression darkened immediately. "I hear you've been mining quite fast lately. Got some secret trick?" the demonic soldier demanded. Lin Yifeng's heart sank. They were eyeing his technique. This was his livelihood now. There was no way he could teach it to anyone, or even admit to it. The principle that possessing a treasure invites trouble was something he understood all too well, even from his past life. "Sir, you jest. What secret could there be?" "I merely work harder, mining more and resting less," Lin Yifeng replied cautiously. The demon soldier snorted coldly, pointing his magic staff at Lin Yifeng. "You'd better not have any secrets. Otherwise, if I ever catch you harboring any improper thoughts, I'll make you wish you were dead." Lin Yifeng bowed and scraped. Of course. I wouldn't dare." "Oh, and sir, please don't think this is too little. Take it for your drinks." Lin Yifeng reluctantly pulled out half of the 50-odd pieces of nightmare ore he'd mined and offered them with both hands. The demon soldier's eyes lit up. This kid was getting the hint. He'd been considering giving him a beating before leaving, but now it seemed unnecessary. You're thoughtful. Though it's a bit meager, this lord won't quibble. Keep digging diligently. Word is the higher-ups aren't pleased with your mining crew and plan to eliminate half of you to save on spirit rations. Ha? Linnyfang's face was filled with question marks. Damn it, they're still not satisfied? Digging with just our bare hands? Hell, even immortals and gods would have to kneel to mine here. Thankfully, he'd learned some body forging techniques from Xingyi back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have adapted this quickly. Linnyfang wanted to ask more, but the demonic soldier turned and left. Watching the receding figure, Linnyfang thought, well, at least it's not too bad. After all, once the tribute was delivered, the guy did offer some useful information. They take money and get things done. That's way better than the Great Xia Empire. In the Great Xia Empire, they wouldn't even do their job after taking payment, and sometimes they'd deliberately make things difficult even without payment. Today he'd narrowly escaped disaster, but he knew this respite wouldn't last long. Especially given the news the demon soldier had brought. They were cutting the numbers in half outright. With only a few hundred miners left in the shafts, eliminating half meant at least 50 casualties. Those discarded were undoubtedly doomed. Those spared wouldn't fare much better. With half the workforce gone, the mining quotas demanded by the higher-ups wouldn't change. The burden would fall entirely on the remaining men. What used to be 10 blocks a day to pass muster would likely become 30 to 50 blocks per person per day. Squeezing every last drop out of them like beasts of burden. Xingyi knew this routine all too well. He must find an escape route soon, or he'd die in this sunless hellhole sooner or later. As night fell, the mine fell into silence. Linnyfang lay on his crude bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The events of the day echoed in his mind: his capture, his transformation into a mining slave. He felt rage, resentment, helplessness, but above all, an overwhelming yearning for freedom. 3 days. I'd better escape within 3 days. The more Linnyfang thought about it, the more anxious he became. He had an uneasy premonition that something major was about to happen here soon. With his divine power sealed, if anything went wrong in these mines, his chances of survival would be as slim as winning the lottery in the Great Xia Empire. How to escape within 3 days? Linnyfang's mind raced frantically. He had intended to observe for a while longer, but the warning from his sixth sense forced him to make plans ahead of schedule. Unfortunately, escaping this hellhole was utterly impossible for him alone unless Linnyfang thought of his friend Xingyi. If Xingyi had been captured instead, Linnyfang was utterly confident the man could force his way out relying solely on his physical prowess. Xingyi's terrifying physical prowess had even made ancient goddesses wary. If he stepped into this place, he'd be like a fish in water. He might even turn the tables and slaughter all the demons here, racking up trial points. Alas, Xingyi was Xingyi, and Linnyfang was Linnyfang. They were worlds apart. Fortunately, Starry Night was his closest friend. If he knew Linnyfang was trapped here now, he would surely come to rescue him. The problem was, how could he possibly get the message to Xingyi? The celestial court was vast, and he didn't even know where Xingyi was now. Linnyfang sank into deep thought, feeling utterly helpless. Just as Linnyfang was racking his brain, he suddenly heard a faint sound coming from outside. Startled, he quickly got up to investigate. A frail-looking mining slave was tiptoeing toward him, heading straight for the stash of yen ore. The slave's face was smeared with black mud, only a pair of eyes gleaming in the darkness. A thief? Linnyfang sneered coldly. Stealing yen ore right under his nose. Didn't this fool know he was the strongest physical being in this area? Otherwise, how else could he have secured a spot in the top 20 miners so soon after arriving? Something's off. Linnyfang's expression shifted slightly. As the thief drew near, Linnyfang detected no trace of the demonic clan's mark upon him. It was common knowledge that every mine slave here, even the overseers, bore the demonic mark unless they were of demonic descent. Yet this one had none? A chill ran through Linnyfang's heart. He felt he might have found a way out. Chapter 123, Operation Starry Night. Linnyfang grabbed the youth before him, his eyes flashing with caution and curiosity. In this sunless mineshaft, the sudden appearance of such an anomaly forced him to heighten his vigilance. Linnyfang's grip was like iron pincers, holding the youth firmly in place. His deep, resonant voice echoed through the cavern. Who are you? Why are you here? The youth froze under Linnyfang's grip, taking a moment to recover. Panic flashed in his eyes as he immediately dropped to his knees, begging for mercy. Before Linnyfang could ask further, the youth rattled off his identity and background. Spare my life, sir. My name is Sun Cien. I'm just a common tribesman. Sun Tsen? Linnyfang nodded. Continue. Sun Tsen's face was tense, as if terrified Linnyfang would beat him to death. I went hunting with the tribal elders a few days ago and accidentally fell into a pit. Sun Tsen paused, still visibly shaken by the memory, before continuing. Inside that pit were many yen or stones, and a magic bead. A demon bead? Linnyfang's eyes lit up at the mention. He silently pondered. This thing sounded like a treasure, perhaps even the key to escaping this dark, sunless mine. Sun Tsen knew exactly how his companion would react. Thankfully. Sun Tsen continued, Sir, that demonic orb seems to have fused with my body. Since then, I've discovered I can disguise myself as a demonic being and conceal my aura. Lin Yifeng's smile vanished instantly.
So all that talk had been nonsense. Yet he could tell the other wasn't lying. A look of helpless frustration crossed Lin Yifeng's face.
He scrutinized Song Sin closely, searching for any telltale signs.
A treasure merging with the body should manifest unusual traits, yet Song Sin appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary person save for those eyes that glowed faintly in the darkness.
Really nothing?
Lin Yifeng's face hardened as he extended a hand, gesturing for Song Sin to step closer.
Song Sin hesitated briefly before stepping forward.
Unfortunately, after scrutinizing him for a long while, Lin Yifeng still couldn't discern anything unusual. Song Sin gave a wry smile and explained, "Sir, the demon bead has truly fused with my body. I can't simply pull it out for you to see, but I can demonstrate its effects."
"Oh? That'll do then." Lin Yifeng pursed his lips. "Begin." Song Sin closed his eyes and drew a deep breath.
When he opened them again, his aura had transformed to match that of a demonic being, and even his bearing had undergone a subtle shift. Lin Yifeng carefully sensed Song Sin's transformation, inwardly astonished. This place strictly forbade the use of divine or demonic power. This demonic orb was indeed a marvel capable of enabling such convincing disguise within these forbidden grounds.
Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Lin Yifeng would have sworn Song Sin was an actual demon. "So that's why you dared to strut right in front of me earlier?" Lin Yifeng regarded Song Sin with a faint, mocking smile. Song Sin nodded, a faintly embarrassed smile touching his lips.
"Honored master, I must confess, this demonic orb seems capable of concealing even a 60th level demonic being. Yet it could not deceive your eyes."
Lin Yifeng was speechless. He wondered if this thing only worked on demons since he himself was human.
Though he didn't understand the demon orb's mechanics, his ability to see through it was sufficient. His sole focus now was escaping this hellhole, and Song Sin's appearance might just be his turning point. However, Lin Yifeng shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening. "Mere concealment won't grant you free passage in and out of this place.
Speak. Does the demon orb possess other functions?" Song Sin's face flashed with surprise.
He hadn't expected Lin Yifeng to so keenly discern the demon bead's other capabilities.
"You're so impressive, sir," Song Sin exclaimed.
"After falling into that pit, I plan to bring the Nightmare Orin magic pearl back to the tribe to trade for spirit stones and divine stones, hoping to improve life for my people and my sister."
"But I never imagined." "Oh? You have a sister?"
Lin Yifeng also had a sister in the Great Xia Kingdom.
"What a pity.
He hoped to return home soon."
Song Sin nodded, a gentle flicker passing through his eyes. "Yes, my sister is the tribe's shaman healer. She's always looked after me.
She sacrificed so much to give me a better life." Lin Yifeng felt a pang of sympathy at her words, but he immediately suppressed it. Here, compassion was the last thing he could afford. He was now a slave laborer in the mines. One careless move, and he might truly meet his end.
"Back to the point, what else can the magic orb do?" Lin Yifeng pressed.
"Escape from this mine likely hinged on this very orb."
Song Sin hesitated before speaking.
"Besides disguising and concealing one's aura, the magic orb can also open a passage to the outside world. However, once activated, it requires a period of time before it can be used again." Lin Yifeng's heart leapt with joy at these words. He finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope for escape.
"How do we activate it? Can it be opened anytime, anywhere?" Lin Yifeng pressed impatiently.
Song Sin pointed toward a specific direction deep within the mine shaft.
"Not exactly.
The passage only manifests when you approach a specific location.
But to be honest, I don't know the exact method for activating it. All I know is that when I fell into the pit back then, the magic orb suddenly emitted a beam of light, and then I saw that passageway. It's been the same each time I've gone in and out since a light appears before my eyes, and then the passageway materializes. But this time..." Lin Yifeng's heart sank. "What happened this time?" Song Sin gave a nervous chuckle.
"This time, the passage didn't appear.
The light from the demonic orb inside me seems to have dimmed considerably. Damn it, it's dead?"
Lin Yifeng nearly cursed aloud.
"It's not some disposable thing, is it?" "Ha?" Song Sin looked utterly confused. "What's batteries? And what do you mean disposable?" Why did he recognize these words individually, yet couldn't make sense of them when strung together? This shouldn't be happening.
He was the village's top scholar, otherwise, he wouldn't have joined the hunting party at such a young age.
Never mind that. The priority now is figuring out how to get out.
Lin Yifeng guessed the magic orb inside the kid had lost its energy. If they could find the right energy source, maybe they could reactivate it.
What if we can't find it? Song Sin was starting to panic now.
He hadn't fully grasped the situation earlier, but if they truly couldn't return, then all his Yenshur stones would be useless.
Moreover, this place was the demon clan's lair. If they discovered him here, the consequences would be unimaginable.
His own death would be one thing, but his sister was waiting for him back in the village.
Worse still, the demon clan was notorious for their brutal soul-searching technique.
If he were subjected to it and revealed the village's location or his sister's whereabouts.
It's fine. We'll find a way.
Lin Yifeng sighed inwardly, finding himself having to reassure the other.
To get back quickly, you need to come with me to do something first. Song Tsun's voice trembled slightly. What is it? Is it dangerous? Never mind. Dangerous or not, I must go. I have to get back as soon as possible.
Lin Yifeng nodded with satisfaction.
I need you to lead me to the exact spot where you first fell. Perhaps there, we can find a way to open the passage. Song Tsun hesitated inwardly. Doing so might expose his secret and that of the demonic orb. But thinking of his sister outside, he finally nodded. Alright, I'll take you there, Song Tsun said. But you must promise me once we're out, you absolutely cannot harm me or my people. Lin Yifeng patted his shoulder. Rest assured. I may not be a saint, but I'm not the type to bite the hand that feeds me. Of course, that's assuming you haven't harmed me first.
In Xinghe Immortal Town, several days slipped by like flowing water. Xingyi stood atop the town walls, his gaze fixed intently on the distant horizon, his heart heavy with anxiety. He had already ordered his subordinates to search relentlessly for Lin Yifeng's whereabouts, but the results were disappointing. Truthfully, he had anticipated this outcome. After all, the heavenly court was vast and boundless, and those young nobles from prominent families had yet to establish any significant achievements. Their clan's support for them was naturally limited. It was only reasonable that they couldn't find any trace of Lin Yifeng. But Xingye refused to accept this. Lin Yifeng was his sworn brother. He had helped him immensely during their time in Great Xia. Now that he knew his friend was in trouble, he had to do everything in his power to rescue him. To do otherwise would betray his own conscience. Xingyi sighed softly. Searching for someone was indeed troublesome. If it were merely about rescuing someone, he'd only need to consider defeating the enemy. But the real fear was not knowing where the enemy was. Sir, should we press the noble families again? Lin Xinran stood beside Xingye, asking in a low voice. He understood Xingye's deep regard for Lin Yifeng, but this mission was truly daunting. The scope was vast. Pinpointing an outsider was like searching for a needle in a haystack. If the target were a native of the Celestial Court, they could track them through their fate lines. Unfortunately, like Xingyi himself, Lin Yifeng hailed from the Great Xia's beyond heaven, a realm beyond their ability to trace. Xingyi shook his head, a hint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. It's unnecessary. They've done their utmost. Further pressure would be futile. Besides, I have other means. The other means Xingyi referred to was earning military merit to hire the Heavenly Eye generals from the army. With sufficient payment, they could be persuaded to pinpoint Lin Yifeng's location. The price, naturally, was military merit, his sole remaining avenue of influence. In truth, surrendering divine medicine could also hasten their intervention. Yet even within the Celestial Court, divine medicine was precious. As a lowly centurion among the heavenly soldiers, offering such a treasure would only invite unwanted attention. Even if Lin Yifeng were saved, the heavenly general would face greater peril. Worse still, everyone close to him would become targets, plunged into danger. Xingyi himself wasn't afraid. If he couldn't win, he could always flee. With the Demon Refining Pot, he was confident he could escape even within the heavenly court if he was prepared. But others couldn't do the same. Therefore, he must adhere to the local rules as much as possible, avoiding actions that exceeded his capabilities. Earning 10,000 military merits was hardly noteworthy for him. After all, he had secured 5,000 upon joining the Celestial Court. To earn military merit, Xingyi had spent recent days compiling all intelligence on demonic tribes provided by the Qinghe clan. After meticulous sifting and cross-referencing, he pinpointed the locations of 3 demonic tribes, 2 tribes of the Crimson Flame Demons and 1 tribe of the Nightmare Skin Demons. Combined, these tribes numbered over 10,000 demons. Wiping them all out would yield at least 30 to 50,000 military merits. Yet Xingye knew full well that annihilating 10,000 demons was unrealistic. Even with his formidable personal strength, he commanded only 100 celestial soldiers. Such a staggering numerical disparity made direct confrontation with these massive demon tribes impossible. Worse still, if the demons succeeded in performing their bloodline sacrifice, a ritual involving 10,000 demonic souls, a single strike could obliterate the entire Xinghe Immortal Town behind him. Xingyi possessed no blind confidence, nor would he risk the lives of his celestial soldiers and the townspeople. We only need to earn 10,000 military merits, Xingye silently resolved. Someone, contact the Celestial Dragon General immediately. Since he couldn't defeat them himself, reporting the situation was the only option. Xingye now belonged to an organized faction. Even if he couldn't claim all 3 demon tribes for himself, reporting to his superior would at least earn him some military merit and perhaps even his leader's favor. Upon contacting the Celestial Dragon General, Xingye wasted no words, immediately reporting the locations of the 3 demon tribes to his direct superior. The Celestial Dragon General was overjoyed upon hearing the news. He knew Xingye's capabilities well, otherwise, he wouldn't have immediately recruited him under his banner, even sacrificing one of the rare 9th-ranked deity positions available only once a year. Yet he hadn't anticipated the young man achieving such swift success. Starry Night's ability to pinpoint the demonic tribe's whereabouts so rapidly filled the Celestial Dragon God General with immense satisfaction.
Xingye, you have done well, the Celestial Dragon General declared in a deep voice. I shall personally lead the Celestial troops to Qinghe Immortal Town to assist you in annihilating these demonic tribes. Xingye gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Fearing his subordinate might act rashly, the Celestial Dragon General couldn't help but caution, you youngster, be careful. Wait until I arrive before taking action. Don't overreach yourself. You only have 100 Celestial soldiers by your side. 100 against 10,000. I don't want to come back to bury you. Xingye smiled, appreciating the Dragon General's concern. Don't worry, boss. I'm not an idiot. Good. I'll arrive within a day at the latest. For now, focus on activating the formations to protect the townspeople and maintain stability within the Immortal Town. As for the demonic forces, it'd be best if they slip away undetected. But if they do try to flee, just put up a token resistance. Discovering 3 demonic lairs alone will be no small achievement. The Celestial Dragon General reiterated his instructions. Don't worry, boss. I'm young, I won't do anything rash. That's all for now. Divine transmission is expensive. Get here soon, boss. Xingye chuckled before ending the call. Brother Xingye, wow, the Celestial Dragon General really treats you well. This is the first time we've seen him show such concern for a subordinate. Exactly. Back when we found demonic traces before, the Divine General practically wanted the defenders to fight to the death just to stall them. Ah, our lives don't count. Only Starry Knight's life matters. What can we do? Brother Xingye's talents are unmatched. Compared to him, we're just foot soldiers. Chapter 124, The Arrival of the Holy Maiden Qiluo. Xingye was speechless, enduring his subordinate's sarcastic remarks. Alright. After this battle, we'll distribute rewards based on merit. I did use your military achievements this time, but I won't shortchange you. I'll purchase your military merits at the market rate for divine stones. How does that sound? The subordinates perked up instantly, cheering in unison, the boss is awesome. The boss deserves his extraordinary talent. Xingye laughed and scolded, get lost, you idiots. Learn some proper language, or go back to school and brush up on your literacy. The soldiers laughed heartily. They adored Lord Xingye for his clear distinction between public and private matters, affable in daily life yet stern during missions. Every task, regardless of difficulty, earned them accumulated merit, and rewards were always fair and transparent. It could be said that his clear rewards alone surpassed most divine officials, even the Celestial Dragon Generals. Enough. Go activate the formations immediately. Ensure the city's stability and the people's safety. Wang Mingyang, you lead men to covertly monitor these noble families. Lin Xinyan, you secretly track the movements of these 3 demonic factions. No reckless attempts to claim extra glory, prioritize your lives above all else. Understood? Xingye barked sternly. He wasn't joking. As his soldiers, he certainly didn't want them to die in battle right off the bat. Though this was the Celestial Court, though hell existed here, resurrection came at a price not easily paid. Worse still, if one was unlucky, enemies wielding soul annihilation techniques would leave no chance for revival. Don't worry, boss. Machem, boss, you take care of yourself. The Celestial soldiers withdrew one by one. Xingye remained seated alone in the pavilion, his divine soul entering the divine realm. The divine realm showed no changes from before. Within it, besides Joer's physical form, only the divine stones and the medicinal garden remained. With a flick of his thoughts, countless supreme spirit stones and divine stones shattered, transforming into dense spiritual energy and divine power that enveloped the entire divine realm. Time difference, 1:100. Activate. Xingye immediately adjusted the divine realm's time difference to its maximum. A fierce battle lay ahead. Unlike his usual one-on-one fights, this would likely escalate into large-scale engagements to annihilate the demonic hordes. A single man's strength was limited, especially for a muscle-bound brute like him who hadn't yet mastered divine power techniques. Therefore, he must cultivate techniques. If he could master both his hidden weapons and the 10,000 transformations art, his killing power would surge tenfold. A single man could hold back an entire army. Within the divine realm, space seemed detached from time itself. Xingye sat cross-legged atop a cloud of mist woven from boundless spiritual energy and divine power. Below lay his meticulously cultivated medicinal garden and mountains formed from precious divine stones and spirit stones, continuously supplying the energy essential for his cultivation. This place would become his mini-celestial court after ascending to godhood. Xingye's eyes remained tightly closed as his mind was fully immersed in the cultivation of the art of hidden weapons. This technique was not particularly advanced, easy to grasp but difficult to master. He had already gained a preliminary understanding of it in the cultivation hall, but at that time, he can only be considered moderately proficient. Now, to achieve mastery, he needed to practice extensively. This divine realm was the perfect training ground. He possessed nearly limitless resources for cultivation and enhancement. Endless jade stones lay at his fingertips, which he hurled relentlessly toward distant targets. When his spiritual energy waned or his body grew weary, he simply consumed millennia-old elixirs to replenish his reserves.
Through this relentless, cost-no-object training, Xingye's projectile techniques achieved another breakthrough in a remarkably short time. A month later, when Xingye opened his eyes once more, his gaze shone with unprecedented confidence, and the smile on his lips was impossible to hide. With a single flick of his wrist, hundreds of meticulously carved jade stones shot forth like arrows released from a bowstring. Each struck its target 100 meters away with pinpoint accuracy, their power undiminished, capable of easily piercing through spirit iron and mountain rock. His projectile techniques had reached perfection. Henceforth, he could eliminate enemies of comparable strength in the blink of an eye. With a casual toss, he could slaughter large numbers of demon soldiers. Moreover, his projectile techniques relied primarily on his physical strength, completely unrestricted by spiritual energy or divine power. Thus, even trapped within the range of special forbidden techniques, he could still exert the bulk of his power. After mastering his projectile techniques, Xingye took a brief rest before immediately turning his attention to the 10,000 transformations art. This divine technique primarily involved splitting one's soul essence to create duplicates, what the great Xia anime world would call the shadow clone technique. Just hearing the name sent Xingye's heart racing. Mastering this technique alongside his hidden weapons would truly make one man an army. The shadow clone technique could replicate most of its master's power, especially physical strength, achieving near one-to-one replication. Combined with his hidden weapon techniques, Xingye dared not imagine the future possibilities. The 10,000 transformations technique could split into up to 9,999 clones. Xingye didn't crave quantity, just a few hundred versions of himself simultaneously unleashing perfect jade projectiles could annihilate tens of thousands of ordinary demon soldiers in an instant. Alas, even after briefly cultivating the 10,000 transformations technique, Xingye was plunged into self-doubt. Truly, it lived up to its name as a divine art too abstract to grasp. Back when he cultivated the divine revelation art gifted by the goddess, it had taken him over half a year, and he'd received her personal guidance. Now, however, it was clear no one was willing to instruct him in the 10,000 transformations technique. Xingye dared not bring others into the divine realm. Never mind. Time in the divine realm is ample. 1 day outside equals 100 days inside. Only a little over a month has passed here, leaving more than 60 days remaining. I'll figure it out slowly on my own. I don't ask for much, just enough to grasp the basics of splitting my soul within 60 days. The most challenging aspect of the 10,000 transformations technique was splitting the soul. It required a formidable foundation of divine soul essence, otherwise, one couldn't even clear the threshold for cultivation. It was only because Xingye had received so many blessings from the Divine Maiden that he could attempt it at his current demigod realm, otherwise, success would have been utterly impossible. Xingye circulated his cultivation technique, splitting off a strand of divine soul to begin forging it. He attempted to let the divine soul survive outside his body, meditating and cultivating. Time seemed to lose all meaning. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Within the divine realm, 2 months had elapsed, yet outside, it seemed barely half a day. For Xingye, however, it was an excruciatingly long and inhuman cultivation ordeal. He relentlessly attempted to tear apart his divine soul, seeking to create more avatars. Each failure meant the dissolution of the divine soul fragment, inflicting damage upon his core divine essence. Had he not constantly consumed elixirs to repair himself, Xingye feared he would have descended into madness before even mastering the basics. Yet, even with his relentless, day and night cultivation and unlimited consumption of medicinal pills, by the end of the 60-plus days of training, Xingye had barely managed to split off a few dozen strands of divine soul. He could only temporarily maintain up to 10 avatars, and these avatars possessed only half his strength. It was nothing like truly mastering the technique. Xingye sighed, resigned to the harsh truth. His innate talent was truly limited, his comprehension far inferior to that of peerless prodigies. Creating 10 humanoid avatars was already his absolute limit. The historical record for this 10,000 transformations technique showed the fastest practitioner mastering it in just 3 days, effortlessly splitting into dozens of avatars. Never mind. It's about time anyway. I should head out. The Dragon General had given him a day and a half. With half a day remaining, he needed to go out and consolidate the information gathered by his subordinates, hoping nothing troublesome had happened outside. When Xingye's figure reappeared on the pavilion of Qinghe Immortal Town, he clearly sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere within the town, particularly among his subordinates. Xingye's heart sank. Could he be that unlucky? Only a day and a half had passed. What new trouble had arisen? My lord, the Celestial Dragon General will be delayed by 1 day for unknown reasons. The first report immediately made Xingye frown. How could the deployment of the mighty Celestial Dragon General be delayed? Wasn't this blatantly giving the demonic tribes more time to escape? But Xingye dared not voice his doubts recklessly. After all, the Celestial Court was a treacherous place. This was no ordinary realm like the Great Xia. In the Celestial Court, even the resurrection of a divine maiden wouldn't grant him the freedom to act with impunity here. Still, the Dragon God General's full-day delay significantly disrupted his plans. What if the demonic forces exploited this window to flee? At the very least, one of the 3 demon clans must be completely annihilated. Otherwise, it wouldn't be enough to earn 10,000 military merits.
Since the Dragon God General had been informed, he would undoubtedly claim the lion's share of the credit.
Then came the second piece of bad news, one that sent Xingyi into a rage.
All 3 demon clans received word and are retreating en masse? And the Yenpi clan is brazenly displaying the human skins they've collected lately outside their lair?
Xingyi laughed bitterly through his rage, his eyes cold and menacing.
Could it be that even among the mighty heavenly army, there were traitors harboring demons? Why else would the celestial dragon general conveniently arrive a day late? In the cultivation world, even a mere stick of incense's worth of time could drastically alter the course of battle. A full day? Tens of thousands of demons could retreat intact to their territories. Soldiers soon returned with numerous human skins as evidence.
When Xingyu saw one familiar face among them, he collapsed. Xingyu knelt on the ground, blood tears streaming from his eyes.
It was the face of his foster father.
Once such a kind and warm-hearted man, he had been beaten to death in the streets, stripped naked and hung on the city walls. After death, his body was even sold to the demonic tribes, becoming a test subject for their dark cultivation practices.
Xingyu's wails echoed through the tower, stirring unease among the other celestial soldiers.
The thought of their own loved ones meeting such a fate. Xingyi clenched his fists so tightly his nails dug deep into his palms, hot divine blood dripping down. This time, he would hesitate no longer.
Facing fellow celestials might require proof after all, one couldn't indiscriminately kill people. But these were demons.
If they dared to collect and possess the human skin of his subordinate's loved one regardless of whether they obtained it themselves, they deserved death.
Xingyu, crying won't help.
Xingyi surveyed the crowd with a blank expression, his murderous intent surging skyward.
Which demon clan did this?
Xingyu nodded through sobs. It was the Nightmare Skin clan. They often flay people for amusement or use the skins to craft evil, dark artifacts. They frequently slaughter innocent civilians.
Xingye's gaze grew even colder. Has anyone been found leaking information to these demon clans? Wang Mingyang knelt with a thud. I am useless, Your Excellency.
I found no ties between the noble houses and the demons.
Yet yesterday, the demons suddenly began mass evacuations. Wang Mingyang braced himself for punishment. After all, any discerning person could see that someone must have been tipping off the demons. How else could their retreat be so conveniently timed? Unfortunately, his abilities were limited.
He genuinely hadn't detected any noble houses tipping off the demons these past 2 days.
Could there be other hidden noble houses or even commoners colluding with the demons? Xingye stared expressionlessly at Wang Mingyang. It's not entirely your fault.
After all, these demons seem capable of interfering with the Divine General's movements.
Wang Mingyang and the others were stunned. What do you mean, Lord? Xingyi shook his head. That's not our concern. Wang Mingyang, regardless, the demonic tribe's retreat is inextricably linked to you.
From now on, I expect you to slay more demons to atone for your failure.
Otherwise, you'll have to return whence you came.
A chill gripped Wang Mingyang's heart.
Rest assured, Lord. From now on, if I fail to bring back 10 demonic heads, I shall atone with my life. Very well. Rise and begin organizing your forces. He turned to Lin Shinran and said, You two, go organize your troops. Immediately issue the order, all celestial soldiers prepare for battle. Yes, sir.
Lin Shinran departed to carry out the orders, while Xingyi stood silently on the tower, gazing into the distance.
Recalling those countless human masks from earlier, Xingye's rage and murderous intent threatened to consume his reason.
The demonic forces must not be allowed to retreat unchecked.
Xingye murmured.
This was his promise to those pitiful souls who had perished and his pledge to his subordinates. Since the Divine General would arrive in a day, he only needed to hold off these demons for a single day. Of course, with only him and a few hundred celestial soldiers, holding back even 3,000 demonic troops would be difficult, let alone 30,000. Though his hidden weapons were now mastered insufficient, his mastery of the 10,000 transformations was still far from complete.
Relying solely on his own strength, delaying them was utterly impossible.
But suddenly, he remembered someone within the divine realm who could aid him. Within the divine realm, the divine favor he had obtained in the skies beyond the domain, the witch clan's holy maiden, Qiluo. He recalled how Qiluo had once opened the gates of hell, summoned the souls of the dead, and single-handedly annihilated an entire goblin tribe. This was the heavenly court now. With the gates of hell wide open, summoning souls should be a breeze. The question was whether the divine favor's summoning magic could bring Qiluo, who was far away in Great Xia, here. I must try. Xingye formed seals with both hands, murmuring ancient shamanic incantations, the unique covenant language shared only between him and Qiluo.
As the spell echoed, the surrounding air seemed to quiver.
An indescribable energy ripple quietly spread out, enveloping the entire pavilion in an eerie glow. In a hidden place within the Great Xia, atop the witch clan's sacred altar, Qiluo sat eyes closed, deep in concentration, performing her daily ritual of prayer. Suddenly, she sensed a distant call from the far horizon, the unique aura belonging to Xingye. Instantly snatched from her meditation, a flicker of delight crossed Qiluo's eyes. Her master's presence. After so many days, she finally sensed her master's presence once more.
Was the master summoning her? Without hesitation, Qilua responded with the ancestral summoning ritual of the Witch Clan. Her form gradually blurred on the altar, ultimately transforming into a streak of light. Through an unfathomable, unknown means, she shot straight toward the celestial court's Qinghe immortal town. When her form solidified once more, she stood abruptly before Xingye. Master! Qilua's voice brimmed with joy and excitement. She could barely contain her urge to throw herself into Xingye's embrace, craving that long-lost warmth. But just as she leaned forward slightly, preparing to leap across with her long legs, she keenly sensed the hidden killing intent within Xingye's heart and the icy aura surrounding him. Qilua's smile froze instantly. Though she still moved swiftly toward him, she dared not joke with her master. Instead, concern flashed in her eyes. Qilua asked softly, Master, what happened? Who hurt you? I'll slaughter their entire family for you. Anyone who dares provoke my master deserves to die. Chapter 125, Yenin, Chieftain of the Nightmare Clan. Xingye's gaze remained fixed on the distance, the direction where the demon clan was about to flee, and where the human clan's kin hung. His voice was low, each word ground out between clenched teeth, kill demons. 3 simple words, yet they contained his boundless killing intent toward the demon race. Upon hearing this, Qilua instantly understood her next task. As Xingye's divine servant, she needed only to obey her master's command. Whomever her master wished to kill, she would kill, no questions asked, only his command. Qilua, open the gates of hell once more. Xingye's voice echoed in her ear. Qilua hesitated slightly. During the Great Xia era, opening hell had already caused her to suffer backlash. Though not severe, opening it again would subject her to terrifying divine retribution. Yet she dared not defy her master's command. The moment his words faded, her hesitation lasted but a few breaths before she sprang into action. She drew the witch's staff from her spatial pouch and lightly tapped the ground. Mysterious runes rippled outward, weaving into a complex magical array. What Qiluo didn't know was that this was the celestial court, vastly different from the Great Xia. Here, the gates of hell remained perpetually open, making the summoning of spirits remarkably easy and free from divine retribution. Closing her eyes, Qilua silently chanted the incantation, her mind on high alert. This divine retribution was no less intense than before. Even as the holy maiden of the Witch Clan, she had to take it seriously. Yet as the incantation concluded and the surrounding array solidified, the warped space already touched the gates of hell. Waves of icy, deathly air quietly spread, but the divine retribution that should have appeared was slow in coming. Xingye, consumed by murderous intent, only then noticed Qiluo's unease. My apologies for my earlier outburst. Rest assured, this is not the Great Xia. With the gates of hell wide open, we won't suffer divine retribution. Qiluo waved her hands repeatedly. Master, I am merely your divine attendant. How could you apologize to me? Xingye sighed helplessly as the other person started again. Fine. No apology. Once we're done with this mess, I'll treat you to dinner. Ha, does that mean a shopping date? Qiluo's eyes lit up. She'd been cramming on Xia's daily customs lately. Xingye, I suppose you could interpret it that way. Ha? The gates of hell opened, but why isn't this thing the same undead as last time? Xingye stared at the creature before him, neither human nor ghost, wondering if the summoning had failed. Qiluo gasped in alarm and hurriedly checked her formation. Everything looks fine, master. Let me see what was summoned. The Witch Clan hadn't used hell summoning in millennia, let alone in this ancient heavenly court realm. Qiluo could only set up the array according to ancient texts. One by one, demons and ghosts of various forms slowly emerged from the void. Their eyes flickered with eerie green light, and strands of black mist coiled around their bodies, as if they were hell's soul reapers. Under Qiluo's command, thousands of these creatures swiftly formed ranks, stepping out of the underworld to stand obediently before Xingye. Though individually weak, most possessing only 20th level celestial power, Xingye noticed their auras intertwined, as if originating from a single source. Could they merge? If so, their combined might would be formidable. Even if 10 20th level celestial beings merged into one 30th level entity, that alone could assemble hundreds of elite 30th level shock troops for him. Under Qiluo's perception, it proved exactly as Xingye had surmised. Their primal essences could merge and separate at will, making them natural array masters. To master formations as well? Destiny indeed. Xingye grinned savagely. If so, his upcoming plans would become far easier. Xingye could not allow these demonic tribes to escape. Whether driven by deep sympathy for the innocent civilians or the urgent need to earn military merit to aid Lin Yifeng, one of the 3 demonic tribes in Qinghe Immortal Town must be eliminated. Truthfully, Xingye harbored little confidence in eliminating an entire group intact. Even with the Qiluo summoning technique, demons were demons. Their power far surpassed that of the Xia's common soldiers. But now, observing these array-bound demons, Xingye wore a satisfied smile. Qiluo, begin training them first. Next, I need them to complete a sealing formation capable of trapping 3,000 opponents of comparable strength. Of course, you only have 1 day to complete it. Whatever materials you need, draw them freely from my divine realm. Promise them this: if they help us complete this formation, I pledge to grant them their freedom.
Xingye had become utterly possessed by the desire to annihilate these demons.
In truth, these demonic spirits were essentially refugees from the underworld.
Shi Luo's brief summoning might not draw complaint from the netherworld, but if Xingye granted them freedom, the netherworld's emissaries would likely be displeased. At the very least, he must leave the emissaries sufficient ghost money as payment.
Otherwise, the hellish emissaries would come knocking to claim their souls.
After swiftly assessing the strength of the three demon clans in his mind, Xingye decisively chose to target the most despicable and least skilled in close combat, the nightmare skin demons. Not only did the nightmare skin demons revel in human skin, but they were also nobility among the demon clans. Their heads commanded high value on the military merit board. For this operation, Xingye didn't aim to annihilate the entire tribe of over 2,000 nightskin demons. But if he could completely blockade and delay them for just one day until the arrival of the Celestial Dragon General, his military merit would be sufficient. With the Celestial Dragon General leading the divine troops into battle, a mere few thousand nightmare skin demons would be easily annihilated. The general would claim the lion's share of the military merit, leaving Xingye needing only about 10,000 points.
Don't forget, the other two demon tribes could also claim credit for exposing and confiscating their property.
After successfully summoning thousands of demonic spirits, Xingye immediately began organizing the celestial troops. Turning to Wang Mingyang, his voice held no room for argument. Wang Mingyang, your chance to redeem yourself has come.
I command you to immediately scout the Yapi demon clan's escape route. Ensure we can intercept them in the shortest possible time. Wang Mingyang's eyes flashed with gratitude. This was the Lord granting him a chance to redeem his mistake. Rest assured, my lord. I will complete this mission at any cost. Wang Mingyang sprang into action, adorning himself with countless talismans and elixirs from his clan. This mission was perilous indeed. A direct confrontation with the demon clan's main force would spell certain death. Yet the advantages of hailing from a prestigious clan became evident. Where his strength fell short, talismans and elixirs compensated.
He deployed concealment talismans and scouting talismans, using spirit stones as freely as pebbles. With the combined effects of countless talismans, Wang Mingyang swiftly located the main force of the nightmare skin demons. Their arrogance was striking. They seemed utterly unconcerned about being detected, as if they already knew the Celestial Dragon General had been delayed.
Wang Mingyang snorted coldly, a bunch of damned fools. Let them squirm a little longer. He swiftly recorded the location and urgently relayed this crucial information back to Xingye. To be safe, Wang Mingyang didn't retreat. Instead, he followed behind the Nightmare Skin Demon Clan, continuously providing Starry Night with their precise location. To redeem himself, he was literally risking his life. There was no other choice. He had already squandered his clan's resources. If he couldn't achieve something remarkable now, he'd be left without clan support and facing certain death. Better to fight to the death than die slowly. Besides, the Nightmare Skin Demon showed no signs of vigilance. This was his perfect chance to prove himself. Upon receiving the precise intelligence, Xingye immediately ordered the entire army to advance. Outwardly, Xingye led only several hundred celestial soldiers, but within the divine domain surrounding his body, thousands of demonic spirits remained concealed. Xingye needed these demonic spirits only to deploy a grand formation at the critical moment, trapping the entire Yanapai demon clan. To reach their destination swiftly, Xingye and his few hundred celestial soldiers activated the precious teleportation array, transporting themselves ahead of the Nightmare Skin Demon clan's route. Yet fate worked in mysterious ways. The moment Xingye's group materialized from the teleportation array, the main force of the Nightmare Skin Demon clan appeared before them. Wang Mingyang was nearly speechless. Moments ago, these Nightmare Skin Demons had charged forward like madmen, making him doubt his own loyalty. Fortunately, this time he had personally followed behind the demons, relaying real-time coordinates to the Lord. Otherwise, he truly would have missed them again. What he hadn't anticipated was that the Lord could instantly teleport ahead of the demons. Even more unexpected was that the demons suddenly accelerated again, colliding head-on with the Lord just then. Seeing only a few hundred celestial soldiers flanking the Lord, Wang Mingyang's heart sank. It's over. The Lord hasn't set up the ambush formation yet. Though the Nightmare Skin Demons weren't adept at frontal combat, they were elite demonic forces. One-on-one, they could easily overpower ordinary celestial soldiers like these. This particular demon clan numbered over 2,700. No matter how powerful the Lord was, he had only 100 celestial soldiers by his side. So be it. Death is the worst that can happen. Wang Mingyang gritted his teeth and rushed toward the Lord's side. Heaven's court punished deserters by executing entire families. It wasn't that he wanted to die for the Lord, he simply had no choice. Yanlin, leader of the Yenyu demon clan, had been leisurely marching his tribe when a sudden secret report arrived. Heavenly soldiers were pursuing them. Yanlin assumed the Celestial Dragon General had arrived. Terrified, he considered abandoning his main force to flee alone. There was no other choice. The Celestial Dragon General's reputation was too formidable. Yanlin hadn't lived long enough to meet that fate. When he suddenly saw a squadron of celestial soldiers materialize out of thin air ahead, he was startled, convinced he was truly surrounded by 100,000 celestial troops.
But upon closer inspection, he realized there were only a few hundred celestial soldiers ahead. He breathed a sigh of relief, yet a surge of anger welled up within him at being toyed with. 100 celestial soldiers instead of 10,000? He, the mighty Yin clan chieftain, a formidable level 49 heavenly god, was actually being chased by a bunch of level 20 punks? And the leader was actually a demigod? Yanlin roared with laughter, his voice dripping with contempt. A wet behind the ears brat dares to lead a mere few hundred celestial soldiers to hunt us down? What a colossal joke. If word gets out, my reputation as Yanlin will be utterly ruined. Anyone hearing this would think Yannin has grown so weak. The Yannin demon warriors beside him immediately echoed his words, their laughter dripping with provocation toward Xingye and the celestial soldiers. Exactly. Does the heavenly court look down on us? Think this measly force can take us down? Well now, we've long heard the heavenly court was short on celestial soldiers. Could it be they've sunk so low they can't even muster 100,000 now? Ha 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 ha. A heavenly court like this deserves to perish early. Faced with the frenzied taunts of Yannin and his kin, Xingye remained unmoved. After all, why waste anger on a pack of beasts? Engaging the nightmare-skinned demons head-on now would be unwise. Their objective was merely to stall this tribe for a single day. Slowly, he raised his hand and extended his middle finger, the universal gesture of provocation. True to form, Yanlin flew into a rage upon seeing it. You brat is courting death. Xingye looked at him with utter contempt. Whether I'm courting death or not, only time will tell. Care to settle this one-on-one? Yanlin's suspicion immediately grew. Naturally distrustful and fearful of death, he found it hard to believe that Xingye, merely a demigod, could face him, a 49th level celestial god, with such confidence and ease. Could this be a trap? Yet there were no powerful auras nearby. Yanlin trusted his senses implicitly. Only a 99th level heavenly general could conceal themselves from him. Besides, if a 99th level heavenly general were truly present, they would have crushed him and his companions with a single blow long ago. Why bother with this drawn-out nonsense? Xingye was speechless. Watching Yanlin actually retreat, he snapped angrily, useless fool. You don't even dare to fight one-on-one. The leader of the entire Yin clan, you're nothing but a useless coward hiding behind your men, skinning creatures for amusement. How dare you expect your soldiers to fight to the death for you without any real strength? At these words, the other elders and masters of the Yannin clan turned their gaze toward Yanlin, especially those who had never accepted his leadership. They murmured among themselves. Chieftain, it's merely a human demigod. Why such caution? Could it be you fear defeat? Why not let us step forward and slay him? To avenge our chieftain's enemy? The second elder emphasized the word chieftain with particular volume. Can such a cowardly, self-preserving fool truly lead our clan to glory? The voice that uttered these words loud and clear spread swiftly throughout the entire Yannin clan. Oh dear, Xingye observed as the Yampi clan descended into chaos. His casual provocation had unleashed unexpected power, nearly tearing the clan apart. Truly, demons were demons. They didn't even trust their own leader. But Xingye was quite content with this turn of events. Watching the spectacle unfold while buying time was a win-win situation. Shut up! Yanlin's face darkened as he suddenly barked. Forget not that I, a mighty 49th tier heavenly god, rose to power by trampling over your kind. Yanlin snorted coldly. With the great enemy of the human race at our doorstep, you dare to sow discord among our ranks? Beware, I shall have you beheaded and displayed as a warning. Those who dare to defy me, step forward and test your mettle against this king. Yanlin surveyed the crowd. Seeing no one dare meet his gaze, he nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to the second elder. What do you say, second elder? The second elder, merely a supreme sovereign, immediately gave a nervous chuckle, choosing to show weakness. Human brat, your cultivation is lacking, but your mouth is sharp. Still, since you've challenged this king to a duel, I'll grant you your wish. With matters reaching this point, Yanlin had no choice but to fight. The demonic heart was in turmoil. Brute force could only suppress it temporarily. He must do something to rally the entire tribe. Slaying the 9th rank heavenly court god standing before him was the perfect way to do it. Even if the opponent possessed life-saving techniques, the semi-god realm was the semi-god realm. Even if the heavenly court bestowed a divine artifact upon him, he would be unable to unleash its full power. Thus, Yanlin was confident victory in this battle was assured. Chapter 126, Yanlin's Rebellion. Yanlin, once the revered and exalted chieftain of the Yin clan, now glared at Xingye with eyes blazing with fury. The intense hatred radiating from his gaze was almost tangible. Xingye, the moment you step forward for a duel will be the day you die. Yanlin's voice thundered through the air, reverberating across the space with boundless murderous intent. Yanlin demonstrated his resolve to his clan through action, advancing step by step. Each footfall sent faint tremors rippling through the ground beneath him. A level 49 heavenly god taking on a mere demigod? Yanlin was utterly confident in his invincibility. A faint, unexpected smile curved Xingye's lips. He never imagined the opponent would actually accept a duel. Frankly, it was an utterly foolish decision, especially for a team leader.
If roles were reversed, Xingye would have ordered the provocateur's immediate execution.
Villains die by talking too much. That was Blue Star's most fundamental rule. Fortunately, the opponent was a villain, and a buffed up, foolish villain at that.
Since delaying was the goal anyway, Xingye welcomed the duel wholeheartedly. Besides, in a one-on-one fight, Xingye, fear no one. If I get the chance to take down Yanlin, the clan chief of the Yen tribe, it might stir up internal strife among the entire Yen tribe. With luck, we might even wipe out this entire batch of Yen demons before the celestial dragon generals arrive. With this thought, Xingye declared sharply, very well, let's fight. Have your men fall back 10 li. Don't ruin your reputation with sneak attacks. Xingye suddenly added. Hearing Xingye's words, Yanlin's face twisted with rage. Damn it! Do you think I need to sneak attack to kill you? Xingye retorted coldly, if you're not afraid, then why all the yelling? It's only 10 li. Get lost already. Do you really think 10 li will stop us from escaping? Yanlin roared, 15 li. And don't you dare interfere. Yes. Several elders of the Nightmare clan were delighted by this, some even secretly transmitting messages to Xingye, boy, kill him. I'll spare your life. Xingye pretended not to hear. Not a word of these demons' promises was true. Yet it confirmed his suspicion. Internal instability plagued this Yen horde. Kill a few leaders, and perhaps their will to resist would shatter. Capture thousands alive, and his military merits would likely double. As for Yanin, though he outwardly looked down on Xingye, he knew deep down that anyone granted the title of 9th rank true god by the celestial court possessed extraordinary power. In a life or death battle, Yanin dared not underestimate his opponent. Yanlin unleashed his full might instantly. A torrent of demonic energy surged from his body like a raging black tide, thick and tangible as it coiled and churned, seemingly alive with its own will. In an instant, a malevolent and overwhelmingly powerful force, the very essence of despair, radiated outward from him, swiftly saturating the surrounding area for over 10 miles. It coalesced into a bone-chilling nightmare realm, enveloping Xingye alone within its grasp. Xingye fell alone into the illusionary realm. The surrounding scenery began to twist and distort into something eerie. The sky was thick with dark clouds, their layers an unnatural blood-red hue, occasionally flashing with ghostly green lightning. Eyes resembling those of demons appeared in the sky, suspended in the darkness, staring straight at Xingye. Below, the once solid ground turned soft and muddy, threatening to swallow him whole at any moment. Black spikes erupted abruptly from the earth, gleaming with a bone-chilling cold light. The surrounding space itself warped into chaos, vision blurring and distorting. An endless chorus of demonic whispers seemed to rise from the abyss, carrying a mesmerizing power that sought to confuse and shatter Xingye's mind. Meanwhile, to ensure absolute certainty, Yanlin's form began to undergo a profound transformation. An ancestral bloodline awakened within him. His body rapidly swelled, limbs transforming into forearms and legs. Muscles bulged prominently, and his skin gradually became covered in black scales. Each scale shimmered with a blood-red glow, as if forged from the deepest darkness itself. His head transformed into a dragon's, revealing sharp fangs, while a pair of massive black horns sprouted atop his skull. In the blink of an eye, Yanlin became a colossal nightmare black dragon, its form obscuring the sky and radiating suffocating pressure. Roar! The nightmare black dragon let out a deafening, soul-piercing howl. Immediately, it opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrent of scorching, dense dragon's breath that surged directly toward Xingye. Wherever the breath passed, space itself warped and twisted from the scorching heat. The air along its path ignited instantly, transforming into a sea of flames. The roaring inferno glowed in eerie blood red. Yet Xingye remained unmoved by the nightmare dragon's two devastating attacks, even finding it slightly amusing. How unfortunate for his opponent, first a soul-shaking attack to rob one of reason, then a physical dragon's breath assault. Most would be unable to withstand such a combination. Unfortunately for them, Xingye was far from ordinary. Xingye's greatest strengths lay in his soul and physical body, both exceptionally formidable. His greatest weakness, conversely, was his lack of spiritual and divine power. Had the opponent launched a pure magical attack, Xingye would have had to evade. Yet the enemy deliberately avoided striking his vulnerability. So Xingye could only accept it with a smile. Forged by the goddess, Xingye's soul had long been immune to all illusions and soul-manipulating arts. Moreover, his soul harbored the goddess's mark in the ancient artifact, the Demon Refining Pot. These two acted as divine guardians, rendering Yanlin's illusory realm as transparent to Xingye as a circus trick from a past life. He saw through it instantly, completely unaffected. As for the dragon's breath that followed, though seemingly devastating, Xingye didn't even bother to dodge. His physical body had once absorbed heavenly fire, the purest source of flame in the cosmos. A body tempered by heavenly fire possessed unimaginable resistance to fire-based attacks. Thus, facing a dragon's breath capable of reducing an entire city to ashes in an instant, Xingye stood motionless, a look of contempt on his face, as if watching a ridiculous farce. Trash! The word slipped lightly from Xingye's lips. Though spoken softly, it struck Yanlin's heart like a sledgehammer. Yanlin's face twisted with rage. Arrogant brat! Not even an 80th level celestial god would dare withstand this strike head-on. Die!
As the words fell, Yanlin's devastating attack, capable of obliterating everything, descended upon Xingye.
Boss? Lord Xingye, run!
Seeing the terrifying dragon's breath, the celestial soldiers behind Xingye were filled with dread for their leader.
Yanlin roared with laughter, ignorant brat.
Don't turn to ashes or I'll never find your body to skin and dismember.
Old fool, you want to skin me? Do you even deserve it? Suddenly, Xingye's calm voice echoed. As the black smoke of the dragon's breath dissipated, the shocking sight revealed Xingye completely unscathed.
Not a single thread of his clothing was torn, and not a trace of scorch mark remained on his body. It was as if he had merely been brushed by a gentle breeze.
Boss? Holy crap, boss is awesome. Even a divine general wouldn't dare withstand such terrifying dragon breath with just their physical body. Holy crap, thank goodness I recorded this earlier. No way, I gotta send word to the clan immediately, get the clan's hottest unmarried girls begging to marry the boss. If our clan's heir could inherit such terrifying physical prowess from the Lord, would we even fear cultivation bottlenecks? Pfft, you shameless bastard. The Lord's talent is terrifying, his future limitless. Do your girls even deserve Star Knight Lord? Heh, of course she wouldn't. But no worries. Have the clan girls seduce the Lord. We only ask that he consummates with them. If we can get him to leave a seed behind, that'd be a bloody jackpot. A seed planting scheme? Is this even something a human could conceive? Fortunately, the celestial soldier's idle chatter was blocked by the nightmare dragon's illusion, preventing Xingye from hearing it.
Otherwise, he might have been driven mad with rage.
Leave an heir? Did they think he was a pig? The moment Xingye appeared unscathed before Yanlin, the dragon's eyes widened in utter disbelief.
Terrified, his massive body went limp, collapsing within the illusion as he stared blankly. His all-out attack had failed to inflict even a scratch on Xingye. How could this be? His mind churned with confusion, rage, and fear.
Xingye had no intention of explaining any of this to Yanlin.
In a flash, he closed the distance like a bolt of lightning. His movement was so swift it seemed to defy spatial constraints, leaving only a blurred afterimage in the air. In an instant, he stood before Yanlin.
Xingye channeled every ounce of his strength, muscles taut, bones cracking audibly.
His fists clenched, veins bulging like thick black pythons across his arms.
Boom! Xingye's fist, carrying terrifying force, slammed heavily into Yanlin's abdomen. The sheer force of this punch was beyond imagination. A deep, thunderous crash echoed as Yanlin's massive body flew backward like a cannonball.
The illusory realm shattered instantly, smashing through countless rocks and trees, kicking up a cloud of dust. The nightmare dragon's body nearly shattered. A gaping hole appeared in its massive form, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding ground a crimson sea. Suffering such a devastating blow, the nightmare dragon let out an agonized roar that echoed across the heavens and earth, filled with despair and unwillingness. It never imagined the chasm between their powers could be so vast a single strike nearly ended its life with a single punch. In that instant, the Yanlin's pride shattered completely, replaced by an overwhelming fear of death. Faced with death, all pride meant nothing. Survival was paramount, the title of clan chieftain was but an empty name. Life itself was the ultimate truth. As Xingye's footsteps drew nearer, Yanlin didn't hesitate. He forced himself to his feet and fell to his knees before Xingye with a thud. Spare me, Lord. I surrender. I submit. Xingye never expected such utter spinelessness. Before he could even interrogate him, the man had surrendered outright. Spare my life? Xingye regarded Yanlin, now wallowing in a pool of blood, with keen interest. It's not impossible. But I need to see your worth. Yanlin banged his head on the ground repeatedly. My lord, I can transform into a nightmare dragon and become your mount. No way. Too ugly. Xingye rejected him without a second thought. Yanlin showed no sign of anger. His will to survive was so strong he was willing to abandon everything. He immediately changed his plea, I'm willing to give up all my possessions. Seeing Xingye still unsatisfied, Yanlin gritted his teeth. I'll also reveal all information concerning the demonic tribes. Oh? Now that's more like it. Xingye's eyes lit up. Intelligence equaled military merit, and military merit was what he craved most. Seeing Xingye's positive reaction, Yanlin rejoiced. He wasn't afraid of offering too much, he feared only that she might refuse. My lord, my mind holds numerous demonic forces' defense plans and resource locations. Killing me or searching my soul would trigger their destruction, so, as long as I live, I'm willing to give it all to you, my lord. Yanlin, you seek death. Dare to betray the demon race, betray the demon lord? His Majesty will exterminate your entire clan. The Nightmare clan's Grand Elder was stunned. His voice cracked with fury, dripping with murderous intent toward Yanlin. The Nightmare clan's Grand Elder had hoped Yanlin would be killed by Xingye's fist, not captured alive. He certainly didn't want Yanlin to hand over all the Nightmare clan's intelligence to the Celestial Court. As the Yanlin clan chief, Yanlin knew far too much. If the Heavenly Court truly received all that intelligence, even if the Grand Elder took control of the Yanlin clan, he would face relentless pursuit from the Heavenly Court. The Celestial Court had previously ignored them solely because the demon realm was vast and the Nightmare Clan excelled at evasion, making their lair impossible to locate. But once the Celestial Court pinpointed their position, the entire Nightmare Clan would be slaughtered in an instant.
Yen Lin sneered. You old fossil. My closest kin are long dead. As for the rest of my clan like you, for instance, what does their demise matter to me? Besides, haven't you long coveted my position as clan chief? Now I'm handing it over to you. The Grand Elder roared in fury, you fear no heavenly retribution? Is not the very purpose of exterminating demons to avert divine retribution?
Yenny nearly laughed aloud.
As demons, we must embrace a demon's fate. Demons are demons, creatures forbidden by heaven's way. I now seek to purify my sins, follow in the footsteps of the divine general, and forge a divine form. You shameless wretch. Damn it, isn't shamelessness ingrained in demonic instinct? Shouldn't it be perfectly natural for this old man to be shameless? Xingye nearly choked on his laughter. Who knew this Yen Lin was actually a man who knew when to adapt? But that wasn't enough.
What he needed now was a military achievement. Xingye whispered to Yen Lin in the darkness, if you want to live, help me accomplish one thing.
Yen Lin was overjoyed. Hadn't he acted so boldly, even risking a public confrontation before his clan, precisely for this chance at survival? Indeed, hard work pays off. Name your task, Lord. I'll do whatever it takes. Yen Lin whispered back. I urgently need military merit.
You know, in the Celestial Court, slaying demons, especially annihilating entire demon clans, is the fastest way to earn it.
Xingye fixed his gaze on Yen Lin.
Yen Lin stiffened, his voice breaking. Lord, one head won't earn much merit.
Nonsense. If that were the case, I would have killed you long ago. I kept you alive precisely to ask, can you persuade some of your kin to surrender? Understood? Yen Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Persuading them to surrender? That's easy. I thought you wanted me to kill my own kin. That might have been tricky. But persuading them? That's simple. What? Persuading them to surrender is easy? Shouldn't that be the hardest part?
Well, sir, as a human, you'd naturally fight to the death rather than surrender.
But us demons? When faced with certain death, we'll ditch our principles in a heartbeat.
Truth is, in past battles, we demons weren't unwilling to surrender.
But damn it, the celestial soldiers never promised mercy to those who surrendered.
So even when defeated, low-ranking demons had no choice but to charge on. At least charging offered a chance to live. If captured by the celestial soldiers, they'd likely be cut down on the spot. Chapter 127, Fierce Combat.
Xingye smiled. Very well. If you can make them surrender, I promise not to take their lives. Of course, those whose sins are too grave are excluded. The rest may atone through service. What do you say? Yen Lin knelt in gratitude. Thank you, my lord.
My lord, I must confess, as the clan chief of the Yanma, personally exterminating them would be too cruel.
I simply cannot bring myself to do it.
With your assurance, lord, given sufficient time, I shall certainly bring the entire Yin clan to submission.
Sufficient time? Xingye shook his head. That won't do. You have at most 1 day.
I mean, no trouble, but tomorrow is the day the celestial dragon generals arrive.
If you fail to submit, well, I cannot guarantee the consequences. But, Yen Lin grew frantic.
Lord, the celestial dragon general will slaughter them all.
Yet 1 day is far too. Xingye shrugged. Then I can't help it.
I'll be clear, my primary mission this time is to buy you time.
Yen Lin's face drained of color.
Lord, please stop. Yen Lin was on the verge of tears.
The more Xingye spoke, the more at ease he seemed to be, but as the clan chief of the Yanma clan, how could he possibly be at ease?
Only 2 paths remained, either submit completely to his enemy or face certain death at their hands.
After all, the dead are the best at keeping secrets. Xingye shrugged indifferently. No problem. My grand formation is already in place.
Xingye clapped his hands.
Joer materialized from the void, circling him affectionately and smacking her lips. Joer, show him the erase core.
Joer clapped her small hands, divine patterns blossoming across her body as she seemed to connect faintly with the ground below.
The heaven and earth array? It's a heavenly beast? Yen Lin's heart trembled with shock.
His initial disbelief dissolved into near complete conviction. His reluctance toward defecting vanished entirely, replaced by a sense of relief that he had switched sides early.
My lord, time is pressing.
Extraordinary circumstances call for extraordinary measures. I have a plan that might significantly sway the surrendered tribesmen.
Oh? Speak. Xingye hadn't expected the other to actually have a solution. Mo Lin gritted his teeth. Lord, truth be told, most of the lower-ranking Yao demons are cowards who fear death. They lack firm convictions.
As long as they can survive and secure a stable future, defecting to the heavenly court isn't such a big deal.
But the demonic elite like those Nightmare Clan elders we just encountered have long enjoyed their privileged positions. They'll never accept becoming prisoners. At least not as readily as the lower ranks. Moreover, these high-ranking figures can still incite ordinary nightmare demon soldiers to fight desperately and resist fiercely. My suggestion is to eliminate these Yama demon leaders outright kill until none dare resist. After the execution, I will return to the Nightmare clan and inform them that they are trapped within the Lord's formation. Escape is impossible. Surrender is their only option.
Once they yield, I will explain the Lord's generous terms to them.
I guarantee the majority will submit. Yanlin spoke cautiously.
These words truly came from his heart, though without his own ulterior motives, such sincerity would be impossible. The first and second elders of the Nightmare clan bore grudges against him. If he could eliminate them through Xingye's hand, the Nightmare clan that surrendered would likely still fall under his control. Heavenly Court officials would never personally oversee demonic tribes. Those officials were a bunch of glory seekers who despise demons.
If forced to take charge of them, even if the demons didn't object, the officials would surely face ridicule from their peers.
Thus, demon soldiers captured by the Celestial Court were always left under demonic self-administration, tasked with menial labor like mining. Divine officials merely conducted periodic inspections to reap merit.
Xingye pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Fine.
I can kill them for you, but you'd better ensure the plan works. Xingye instantly saw through the other's ulterior motives, but he didn't care as long as the goal was achieved.
I won't make things difficult for you.
If you can't get half the troops to surrender within half a day, then I'll have no choice but to take your. Though he trailed off, Yanlin broke out in a cold sweat. At this point, his head was his only asset worth merit points.
Rest assured, my lord. I will do my utmost. Very well.
I shall personally slaughter several dozen, spare only the elders, and bring me those who have committed the most atrocities.
With those words, Xingye leapt into the air, charging alone into the ranks of thousands of Yenin demons.
Facing these demonic forces, a harrowing vision involuntarily filled Xingye's mind, a scene of utter horror. He thought of the innocent common folk who should have lived peaceful, tranquil lives, yet had fallen victim to the nightmare demon's cruelty.
These cruel nightmares didn't merely kill, they flayed their victims alive, skinning them from head to toe. When questioned, their only reason was the laughable excuse of entertainment.
Now, whenever Xingye closed his eyes, their screams seemed to echo in his ears. Those desperate gazes and agonized pleas pierced his heart like sharp needles, making his very soul tremble. Having resolved to slay the demons, the murderous intent within Xingye surged like an unstoppable torrent, impossible to contain. Slaughtering a portion of these damned nightmares first served not only to vent his boundless fury but also to seek justice for the innocent lives they had extinguished. After all, if these demonic tribes surrendered, the rules would forbid indiscriminate slaughter. Yet not every captive deserved forgiveness. Blood for blood, an age-old truth. Xingye's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, the icy killing intent in his gaze sending shockwaves of terror through those around him, especially Yanlin. Mo Lin glanced at the second elder and smiled. Having personally experienced the power at Xingye's fist, he knew the man had no chance of survival. In an instant, Xingye's body erupted with dazzling divine light. His fist clenched tightly, veins bulging like writhing dragons along his arms, pulsing with explosive power. In a flash, his form blurred at extreme speed, leaving dazzling afterimages in the air as he closed in on the Demon Clan's Grand Elder like a ghostly apparition. The Demon Clan's Grand Elder sensed the suffocating killing intent emanating from Xingye, a wave of unprecedented terror surging through his heart. Alas, Xingye's speed was too swift for him to react. Eyes wide, his body instinctively tried to dodge the attack. Yet against sheer velocity and raw power, even his physical potential could not defy fate. Xingye's fist, carrying earth-shattering force, slammed into the Grand Elder. Crash! The deafening explosion echoed like thunderclaps. The Elder's skull shattered like fragile porcelain under Xingye's blow. The immense impact continued unabated, instantly pulverizing half his body. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere as crimson blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the surrounding ground red. Shards of broken bone scattered in all directions. A horrifying scene that sent chills down the spine. The Elder's severed half-body flew backward like a, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. His soul shattered instantly under this fatal blow, dissipating into the air without leaving the slightest trace, denying him even the chance of reincarnation. The other elders, witnessing the Grand Elder's gruesome fate, turned as pale as paper, their legs giving way beneath them. Without a moment's hesitation, they turned and fled. Fear washed over them like a tidal wave, overwhelming all reason. Faced with life and death, they abandoned without a second thought the very people who had once followed them. Seeing this, Xingye's lips curled into a cold, cruel grin. Truly a pack of beasts unable to protect even their own subordinates, what right did they have to live? His feet slammed against the ground, leaving a massive crater with a thunderous boom. Like an arrow released from its string, Xingye pursued the fleeing elders. His speed was blinding, leaving only a blurred trail of light in the air. Wherever he passed, the very air tore apart, emitting a shrill, piercing howl. Mid-pursuit, Xingye sneered, "You elders can't even protect your own subordinates. What kind of elders are you? Nothing but cowardly, self-preserving trash. Even beasts know to shield their young." The fleeing nightmare elders, hearing the insult behind them, flushed with rage. Yet that anger was swiftly overwhelmed by Xingye's terrifying killing intent. Their speed didn't waver, it surged. Pride could wait, survival came first.
Alas, how could they possibly outrun Xingye at full speed? Soon, Xingye caught up to the second elder.
Feeling the overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, the second elder was filled with despair. He wanted to beg for mercy like Yanin had done. But Xingye gave him no chance. Without a shred of mercy, he leapt high into the air, his leg muscles taut with immense power, then delivered a brutal kick toward the second elder. The blow carried the force of a falling star.
The second elder's body, as fragile as paper, was crushed by the kick.
His chest caved in, blood spurting from his mouth in great gushes as his body slammed into the ground like a meteor, leaving a deep, gaping crater. Next, Xingye set his sights on a nightmare demon commander. This commander attempted to burn his demon blood in a desperate last stand, swinging his demonic weapon wildly.
Yet before Xingye, all his efforts proved futile. Xingye effortlessly dodged his attacks, swiftly closing the distance.
Fists rained down like hailstones.
Within mere moments, the nightmare demon commander's internal organs shattered under Xingye's blows. Finally, a single punch reduced him to fragments. His body instantly exploded, dissolving into a cloud of blood mist that dissipated into the air. Chapter 128, Surrender. The second elder, who had just scrambled to his feet, watched the scene in horror. Xingye's overwhelming power left him despairing.
Escaping alone meant certain death. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he roared at the fleeing elders beside him.
"Stop running!
His burst of power is formidable, and fleeing alone means certain death if he catches us."
But he's alone, and a demigod's energy is finite. With so many of us united, who knows who might kill whom?
Most who had cultivated to the rank of Nightmare Demon Elder were no fools.
The second elder's words struck them like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering them.
Perhaps, by surrounding and attacking him together, there truly remained a sliver of hope. Thus, they halted their flight and gathered together.
Madness flashed in their eyes as they burned their demon blood without hesitation.
Over a dozen Nightmare Demon Elders and commanders fought desperately, creating a terrifying spectacle.
Thick black mist billowed around them as their aura surged and their power skyrocketed. Kill him! Led by the second elder, the elders converged in turn to charge at Xingye.
Xingye stood alone against the encircling attack of these demonic commanders and elders, his expression unchanged. He charged straight toward them, as if facing not a dozen demonic elders, but a dozen incompetents.
The demonic elders jointly unleashed their forbidden technique, Demon Star Explosion.
A massive black demon star rapidly coalesced in the sky, encircled by black flames that burned, emitting suffocating waves of heat.
As the star formed, it suddenly unleashed a powerful gravitational pull, drawing everything nearby toward it. Massive boulders and trees were uprooted from the ground.
The black flames on the demon star devoured everything, even scorching the surrounding space until it warped and distorted.
Simultaneously, the Grand Elder unleashed his nightmare dragon breath. A colossal black dragon-like aura erupted from his mouth, saturated with potent dark corrosive energy. Wherever the breath passed, it etched a deep chasm into the earth, even causing the sky itself to shift color. Facing these terrifying area of effect attacks, Xingye braced his physical body to endure them head-on. It wasn't for show, he naturally wanted to dodge. After all, this was a desperate forbidden technique unleashed by over a dozen opponents. Even with his peerless physique, he would still suffer injury and pain. Unfortunately, though he wished to evade, his adversaries would never let him escape. The demon star seemed to have absorbed sufficient energy before suddenly collapsing and shrinking into a pure black sphere about a meter in diameter. Under Xingye's gaze, it vanished abruptly, only to slam violently into his body moments later. Not only was Xingye's soul caught off guard, but even Jor within him failed to react in time. As the demon star neared his body, it instantly split into four, transforming into four circular chains that locked onto his hands and feet. They scraped against his body, spattering sparks everywhere. The nightmare dragon's breath then swept toward him. Though Xingye could normally easily withstand such a dragon's breath, he discovered his physical strength was now bound by the black demon star chains. Not only was his spiritual energy restrained, but even his physical power was largely locked away. Kill! Several demonic elders, seemingly forewarned, saw Xingye immobilized and, risking damage to their own primal essence, continued their frenzied assault. Various forbidden arts, fueled by the boiling demon blood, rained down on Xingye with reckless abandon. The earth shattered under their immense force, deep fissures spreading like spiderwebs. Molten lava spewed from the cracks, engulfing everything in a sea of fire. Though Xingye's physical form was formidable, under the assault of numerous demonic powerhouses, especially with his physical strength now restricted, his body was instantly covered in wounds. Blood flowed incessantly, staining his form crimson. Demon energy coiled around him like black smoke, relentlessly corroding his body and soul, sending waves of excruciating pain through him. Xingye snarled, swallowing 2 mouthfuls of crimson blood, and roared, "Apocalypse divine art!" The demonic star chains binding his hands shattered instantly. Ignoring his injuries, Xingye braced against the Nightmare Elder's assault while relentlessly pounding the elders wielding the most vicious forbidden arts. The attacks from over a dozen elders were indeed formidable. Even with the demon star chain shattered, Xingye's body cracked under the blows. Yet, in comparison, the dozen or so demonic elders looked far more battered. Their attacks appeared fierce yet failed to inflict fatal damage. Xingye's terrifying physical strength rapidly absorbed life essence, healing his wounds. Yet the nightmare demon elders could not endure his counterattacks. Already, several had their souls shattered beneath Xingye's dreadful fists, dead beyond death. Each punch Xingye delivered seemed imbued with the might of heaven and earth, striking fear into the hearts of the demonic hordes. They began to grasp why this seemingly demigod-level human could hold the rank of 9th-grade true god in the celestial court. His power surpassed not only 9th-grade true gods, but likely even most 7th-grade divine generals. From the very start, defeat in this battle had been their inevitable fate. But with matters having reached this point, words were useless. Both sides were now blinded by bloodlust. These nightmares knew Xingye's resolve to kill them. So, as a group of doomed souls, they vowed to tear a chunk of flesh from Xingye before meeting their end. Kill. Both sides clashed once more. With each punch Xingye unleashed, the air split with a thunderous roar. Where his fist struck, space itself seemed to warp, rippling with faint, layered disturbances. His speed seemed to increase with every clash, his form darting ghost-like among the dozen elders. Their faces twisted with horror as they fought purely on instinct. Fortunately, Xingye fought alone. No matter how swift his punches, he could only strike one elder at a time. Yet, whenever Xingye struck, the other elders struck back. Yet this tactic meant whoever Xingye targeted was invariably gravely wounded, or even killed. Xingye locked onto one target, his fists raining down like hail on an elder. Each devastating blow echoed with a despairing crack. The elder attempted to defend, arms crossed over his chest, summoning demonic weapons as if they were worthless to shield himself. Yet under Xingye's iron fists, his hastily erected defenses crumbled like paper. Xingye slammed his fist into the elder's chest. A distinct crack echoed as ribs snapped. The elder's body flew backward like a crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could rise, Xingye swiftly closed the distance, planting a foot squarely on his chest. With a dull thud, the elder's body sank deep into the earth. Blood spurted from his mouth as lifeless eyes stared vacantly at the sky. Xingye showed no sign of stopping. He let the attacks of the other elders rain down upon his body. A countdown began in his mind. Under the apocalypse divine art, his body erupted with power, his regenerative abilities reaching the astonishing state of reborn severed fingers. But this technique could only be sustained by him alone for at most a few dozen breaths. Therefore, he had only 10 breaths. One breath to kill one person. That was enough. Xingye spun and charged another elder. The elder's eyes widened in terror, his face etched with despair. Desperately, he unleashed forbidden arts, burning away his life force to block Xingye's advance. Black demonic light erupted from his hands, howling toward Xingye. Xingye neither dodged nor evaded, taking the full brunt of these attacks with his bare flesh. The demonic light pierced through his body, splattering chunks of flesh and blood, yet he seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing to stride forward. In the blink of an eye, he stood before the elder. A single thunderous punch sent the elder's skull shattering like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere in a scene of utter savagery. And so it went, Xingye delivering blow after blow, like the Grim Reaper harvesting lives. His movements showed no hesitation whatsoever. Each punch was precise and deadly, violent yet elegant, driving the celestial soldiers into frenzied cheers. Under Xingye's relentless assault, over a dozen elders fell one after another, meeting their end. Some elders were beaten into shattered bodies, limbs scattered across the ground, others were simply blasted into dust, vanishing into the air. From the start of the battle to its end, in just over 20 breaths, more than a dozen high-ranking elders of the Nightmare clan were killed one by Xingye. The battlefield was thick with the pungent stench of blood, nauseating to the senses. Xingye panted slightly, his chest heaving violently as blood stained his battered armor. No rest yet. Xingye's resolve hardened. He knew the most crucial moment was yet to come. Slaying a dozen elders was achievable through sheer determination alone, but annihilating thousands of nightmare demon foot soldiers was beyond his capabilities. Truthfully, if these foes were heavenly court generals of equal strength, they would have preferred facing thousands of nightmare demons. After all, a single divine suppression spell could wipe out most of them instantly. But Xingye was different. Possessing only physical strength, his scarce spiritual energy was utterly insufficient to unleash divine or forbidden spells. If forced to slaughter thousands with his bare hands alone, he'd work himself to death and still not finish them all. Xingye slowly ascended into the air, hovering above the thousands of nightmares. He swung his blade downward, descending like a god of slaughter, bellowing, "Those who surrender shall not be killed." These 4 simple words struck each nightmare demon like a sledgehammer. Over a dozen elders had been beaten to death by Xingye alone. Chaos erupted instantly among the nightmare demons. Maddened killing intent flashed in some eyes as they raised their weapons, roaring defiance to the heavens, vowing vengeance for their fallen elders. Thick black demonic energy surged from their bodies. Some nightmare demons charged recklessly toward Xingye, spewing venomous curses. Of course, every single one of these nightmares was chopped to death by Xingye with a single stroke. Those who disrupted his surrender plan deserved no mercy. After eliminating the particularly violent ones, the remaining ones seemed much easier to handle. Another group of nightmares looked around in terror and panic, their bodies trembling violently, legs frozen stiff as if filled with lead. While others frantically searched for escape routes, attempting to flee this terrifying battlefield amidst the chaos. Yet they soon discovered an invisible barrier seemed to surround them, trapping them utterly. No matter how they struggled, escape was impossible. Most, seeing escape impossible, sank into despair. Their eyes flickered with hesitation, tempted to surrender. But betraying the kin they'd lived among for decades? A mere stick of incense's time was too fleeting, they couldn't bring themselves to decide. In truth, such struggle and hesitation were only natural. Surrender meant betraying their kind, yet it offered the chance to save their own lives. Resistance, however, was futile. They knew they were no match for Xingye and certain death awaited them. Be it human or demon, most sentient beings are ordinary mortals. Few possess the unwavering resolve to face life and death without hesitation. Chapter 129, Subduing 2,000 Nightmares. Xingye watched the nightmares before him sink into hesitation, feeling a slight sense of relief. It seemed his plan had succeeded at least halfway. He wasn't afraid of their hesitation, what he feared was these nightmares being utterly incorruptible, choosing death over surrender. Xingye scanned the Yama demon horde below, his gaze finally settling on Yama Lin. Raising an eyebrow, he signaled for him to step forward and persuade them to surrender. Yan Lin immediately understood. He took a deep breath, suppressing the joy of vengeance within him, and flew toward his kin. The elders who had opposed him within the clan had all been slain by Xingye. Should Yan'an return to the Nightmare clan now, he would undoubtedly have the confidence to seize complete control over the Nightmare demons, thereby achieving true unification. But now a better opportunity presented itself. Rather than returning to the demon clan to face punishment, he could rally all the Nightmare demons to defect to the Celestial Court, to Xingyi. Once the Nightmare demon clan defected, as the first to surrender and possessing experience managing them, the position of clan leader would inevitably be his. Therefore, Yanlin genuinely desires his kin to surrender and survive. The more survivors remain, the stronger his future foundation will be. Once in the Celestial Court, factional struggles would inevitably arise. If the Nightmare demons under his command proved formidable, he might even secure a divine position within the court someday. This thought ignited a fiery passion within Yanlin, fueling his fervor to persuade them to surrender. Lord Xingye has already laid a great array beneath us. None of us can escape, as you've all experienced just now. Moreover, the Celestial Dragon General will arrive shortly. Surrender guarantees your lives, and even reunion with your families. But resistance means certain death. The elders are no match for him. Consider your strength, and then consider your families? Yanlin's voice echoed across the battlefield, reaching every Yin demon's ears. The demonic race was pragmatic. Once they grasped the reality of their situation, most would likely choose submission. His words instantly stirred the crowd. A glimmer of hope flickered in the eyes of some Nightmare demons. They yearned to survive, and even more, to reunite with their families. Yet most remained skeptical of Yanlin's words. After all, heaven's resolve toward demons had always been merciless slaughter. Those occasionally spared were exceptional prodigies like the demon clan's holy son and holy daughter. Many shouted in protest, "Surrender and live? Even reunite with our families?" Their voices dripped with doubt. In this brutal war, merely surviving was a blessing. Who had ever promised family reunions? They had long grown accustomed to deception and betrayal. They dared not easily trust Yanlin's words, even though he was their former clan leader. Yanlin observed his clan's reaction with a flicker of satisfaction. He immediately swore an oath, his voice earnest. "It is possible, provided you obey Lord Xingye's commands. Making amends through service may be arduous, but you will certainly not be deliberately tormented or killed." Yet at that moment, Yanji sneered, "Humph! Who'd believe that? How could we trust a traitor's words? And meeting family? What a ridiculous demand! How could we possibly believe it? Our families are all within the demon clan. Is this divine official Xingyi willing to risk his life in the demon clan to rescue our families?" Yanji's face betrayed utter disbelief, especially toward these hypocrites cloaked in heavenly court garb. They promised everything openly, yet once surrendered and disarmed, they would surely slaughter every last one. Brothers, never surrender. They're only 100 strong. If we charge together, our chances of survival are far greater. If they truly possess strength, why would they waste breath on prisoners like us? They would have slaughtered us long ago. So, never surrender, don't fall for their trap. Yanji's words crashed like a boulder into a tranquil lake, instantly sending ripples of panic across the surface. Many Yen demons who had been contemplating surrender froze, their eyes shifting from hesitation to anger and suspicion. They began to fear this was merely a trap. Surrendering now would not only cost them their own lives but could also endanger their families. A fierce glint flashed in Yanlin's eyes. If Yanji continued to sow doubt, the surrender plan would fail completely. For the sake of his own life and future, Yan'an swiftly closed the distance to Yanji, unleashing a torrent of potent Yan'an dragon breath that instantly engulfed him. Yanji let out a piercing scream. His body, engulfed by the dragon's breath, instantly began to corrode and burn.
He writhed in agony, desperately struggling and calling for help, trying to extinguish the flames consuming him. Yet the other Yen demons were momentarily stunned by Yanlin. After all, having served as clan leader for decades, his authority was deeply ingrained in their demonic hearts. In mere moments, Yenji was reduced to ashes, vanishing into the air. I served as your clan leader for decades. Even as a traitor now, did I ever betray your trust? Did I ever fail my people? Yenin roared, his voice thick with fury and resignation. I'm saving you. Those who don't want to live shouldn't drag others down with them. Finishing, he bellowed again, those who wish to join me now, stand to the right. Those uncertain, stand to the left. Those who resist, stay put. Remember, you have only the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to decide. Lord Xingye is merciful and offers you a chance to live. If you miss it, don't blame this former clan leader for not saving you. His voice echoed across the battlefield. As the final ultimatum hung in the air, tension thickened on the battlefield. Anxiety and fear gripped every nightmare demon. Their eyes widened at the sight of the burning dragon's breath and the nightmare vultures reduced to ash. Without hesitation, they turned and walked toward the right. Better to trust nightmare dragon's words and surrender for survival than face certain death now. Others remained hesitant, rooted to the spot, their eyes filled with inner turmoil. A few clenched their weapons, preparing for a desperate last stand, their gazes hardened with resolve. The tense atmosphere stretched out as an incense stick burned down, each second feeling unbearably long. Finally, the incense stick burned out, and Xingye descended slowly. Surveying the Yenin clan below, he breathed a silent sigh of relief. At a glance, more than half had surrendered a satisfactory outcome, meeting his expectations. Very well. You lot start registering your names. Once the Celestial Dragon General arrives, I'll guarantee your lives and strive to secure 10 years of freedom for you. Xingye said earnestly. Some may not understand what 10 years of freedom entails. Simply put, you must strive to atone for your sins through good deeds. By offsetting your transgressions while fulfilling 10 years of labor service, you shall attain the status of free citizens within the Heavenly Court's domain. Provided you do not break the law, you shall enjoy the same rights as any free citizen. As Xingye finished speaking, another half of the Yen demons rushed toward the right side to surrender. Xingye watched with growing satisfaction, then waved his hand, signaling Yanlin to begin registering the surrendered. Xingye then turned his gaze to the stubbornly unyielding ones. Their numbers were still considerable, roughly 1,000. If battle were to commence now, even if his 100 celestial soldiers could prevail, the losses would be devastating. Xingye let them stew in their indecision, snorting coldly, registration takes time. Those who surrender during this period will still be counted, but their 10 years of labor will be extended to 15 or 20. Chapter 130, The Celestial Dragon General arrives. The Yenin demons who had surrendered were merely temporarily subdued. To truly control the situation, a series of plans were needed to stabilize the situation. Fortunately, Xingye possessed the wisdom of the Great Xia dynasty. Recalling the methods used by the Great Xia throughout its history, he simplified and integrated them before secretly transmitting his thoughts to Yanlin. Yanlin, while registering the surrendered, carefully select obedient and powerful nightmares. Assign them tasks to monitor the remaining nightmares who haven't surrendered or are still hesitating. Ensure no uprisings occur. Whoever successfully stops or exposes rebels will earn merit points. These points can offset their past sins. Those who excel may be appointed as squad leaders, managing dozens of others. Merit is calculated in points, as are sins. When merit points equal sin points, atonement is achieved. Sin points are straightforward, each accidental killing of an innocent soul incurs 10 points. All such acts within the past decade count, verifiable using the Heavenly Court's mind scrutiny technique. Earning merit points is straightforward through various Heavenly Court missions. For instance, subduing each rioter now yields 5 points, while eliminating one grants 9 points. Upon hearing Xingye's telepathic message, Yanlin's eyes flashed with sudden brilliance. He couldn't help but admire Xingye's cunning strategy. He instantly grasped the ingenuity of this method. Amongst the demonic tribes, unity was already scarce, replaced by constant scheming and backstabbing. Implementing this mutual surveillance and reporting system would not only reward informants but also sow chaos within the demonic ranks. Those harboring ill intent who sought to incite rebellion would likely be frantically denounced by other nightmares vying for credit before their plans could even be executed, perhaps even beaten to death. Thus, the situation could be effectively controlled. The more Yanlin contemplated the brilliance of this strategy, the more chills ran down his spine. Thankfully, he had surrendered early. He feared not the strength of his opponents, but their cunning. The demon race had always been a collection of fools, lacking in divine wisdom, otherwise, they wouldn't be constantly succumbing to madness. Your Excellency is wise. I shall carry this out immediately. Yanlin banished the unwelcome thoughts from his mind and responded promptly, then began selecting suitable nightmare demons. During his time as the Nightmare Demon Clan chieftain, he had secretly cultivated numerous loyal servants. He had intended to keep them for future use, but now, in this situation, deploying them was perfectly timely. Amidst the thousands of nightmare demons, the atmosphere had already been tense and oppressive. Now, the implementation of this plan instantly stirred up waves of turmoil, sparking constant internal strife. Some nightmare demons, desperate for credit, resorted to underhanded tactics, scouring the ranks for any sign of dissent among their kind. In less than half a day, the entire nightmare clan descended into chaos and turmoil.
Mutual denunciations and assassinations became commonplace.
What had once appeared a united tribe now fractured into factions, driven by greed and fear. Those who had once hesitated, witnessing the escalating strife around them, could no longer bear the immense pressure. They flocked to the ranks of surrender. In just half a day, nearly 2,000 of the over 2,000 nightmares completed their surrender registrations.
This outcome caught Xingye off guard.
He had only intended to temporarily stabilize the situation, never expecting such absurdity. Of course, casualties were inevitable in the chaos.
Hundreds of nightmares perished in this internal strife, either assassinated by enemies or killed in mob justice after being denounced. As for whether any were wrongfully accused, Xingye scoffed. Even a fool could tell there would be. The clever ones seized this chance to slaughter their enemies. But since they were all demons anyway, mostly scum, their deaths were no great loss. Now, only 300 or 400 remained unrepentant. Eyes bloodshot, faces twisted with hatred, they huddled together, their stares fixed intently on Xingye. These die-hard resistors bore eyes brimming with utter resolve and madness. Weapons clenched in their fists, intense demonic energy radiated from their bodies. They stood ready to detonate themselves, dragging Xingye and his companions straight to hell. Xingye observed this stubborn band of nightmares, his brow furrowing slightly as he contemplated how to deal with them. Suddenly, thunderous roars echoed across the sky, sending birds into a panic. As the crowd looked up, a dazzling, brilliant light appeared on the horizon, within which figures could be discerned. The celestial dragon general descended, accompanied by tens of thousands of heavenly soldiers. The celestial soldiers filled the sky, radiating an awe-inspiring divine might. Their overwhelming pressure felt like an invisible mountain crushing down upon every heart. Each celestial soldier wore gleaming silver armor inscribed with mystical runes, wielding weapons that glinted with icy sharpness. They formed perfect formations in the sky, their imposing presence breathtaking. Tens of thousands of celestial soldiers, their sheer numbers alone filled Xingye with a profound sense of security. As the direct personal guards of the celestial dragon general, even the weakest among them were over level 20 heavenly gods. Their gazes were cold and piercing, seemingly able to penetrate all illusions, instantly locking onto every nightmare demon. Seeing this, Yanlin turned as pale as paper. He fell to his knees with a thud, frantically kowtowing toward Xingye, his voice trembling as he cried, "My lord, please don't let the divine general kill us by mistake. We truly wish to surrender." His forehead slammed hard against the ground, soon covered in blood, yet he paid it no heed. His eyes were filled with terror and pleading. The heavenly dragon divine general's fearsome reputation as a god of slaughter left Yanlin no choice but to tremble. Having struggled to survive until this final moment, he would die with regret if mistakenly killed. Xingye raised his hand slightly, signaling Yanlin to calm down. With a light chuckle, he said, "Rest assured, I will protect you all." With that, his figure flickered like a shooting star, streaking toward the celestial dragon divine general. Xingye arrived before the celestial dragon general and bowed respectfully. Before the celestial dragon general could ask, Xingye immediately reported the current situation in full detail, swiftly summarizing the sequence of events, from confronting the nightmare demon, to single-handedly taking on Yanlin, to persuading him to surrender, and the subsequent arrangements. The celestial dragon general listened quietly, a flicker of astonishment occasionally crossing his eyes. He glanced at the Yama demon prostrate on the ground, murmuring in admiration. Scrutinizing Xingye from head to toe, his eyes gleamed with approval. He laughed heartily, "You're quite the prodigy, boy. A mere 100 celestial soldiers managed to subdue thousands of Yama demons through sheer pressure? Excellent, truly excellent. This divine general shall grant your request and give these nightmares a chance." His voice boomed like a great bell, echoing across the heavens and earth, ensuring every present ear heard his words clearly. Hearing this, Xingye breathed a sigh of relief and bowed again in gratitude. "Thank you, Divine General." With the leader having spoken, the matter was settled. "By the way, Divine General, what about those who refused to surrender?" Xingye pointed at the remaining troublemakers. After all, they'd been given a chance. If they didn't cherish it, they deserved whatever fate awaited them, even if the heavenly dragon divine general slaughtered them all. The celestial dragon divine general shook his head. "Let us go down and see for ourselves first. Please lead the way, Divine General." Xingye guided the celestial dragon divine general down into the great formation. The celestial soldiers swiftly dispersed on their own, tightly encircling the 300 to 400 nightmares who had yet to surrender. Yet they held their fire, awaiting further orders. The celestial dragon general surveyed the 2,000 surrendered nightmares with growing satisfaction. "Well now, old acquaintances. Even the clan chieftain's been captured. You've done well, Xingye. You've saved my face. I'll be sure to give you major credit for this when we return." "It's all thanks to your guidance, sir," Xingye replied modestly, refusing to take undue credit. The celestial dragon general sighed inwardly. "You've learned to be too cleverly humble.
Under my command, there's no need for such modesty. Your abilities speak for themselves. Indeed, Yanlin fawned, grinning obsequiously at the Celestial Dragon General.
We joined Lord Xingye not out of rebellion, but because his charismatic presence won us over.
The Celestial Dragon General regarded Yanlin with feigned interest. Last we met, you were already a level 39 heavenly god. By now, you've likely broken through the level 40 threshold.
Yet you couldn't defeat that Xingye brat? Yanlin gave an awkward chuckle.
It wasn't just that he couldn't win, he'd nearly been beaten to death with a single punch. My strength is no match for Lord Xingye's. The Celestial Dragon General shot a sidelong glance at Xingye, inwardly wondering if the kid had been hiding his true strength all along or had he made another breakthrough in just a few days? The boy possessed extraordinary talent, and just days ago he'd acquired 2 major Heavenly Court divine arts.
If he truly mastered them, would these nightmare demons still stand a chance against him? But could he really master 2 divine arts in just a few days? Could he truly possess the potential of a manifested immortal? Enough. I'll keep a close eye on this kid from now on. He's one of us anyway.
Treat him sincerely, and let the rest unfold naturally.
Young Starry Knight, we'll tally the merits later, alright?
Starry Knight pondered, fine, but I urgently need a batch of military merits to exchange for the Heavenly Eye General's investigative technique.
Oh? Is a friend in peril? Xingye nodded. Yes, though I'm not certain if it's them. Very well.
This Divine General shall contact the Heavenly Gold-Eye General for you. He will certainly ascertain the safety of your friend.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Xingye's heart swelled with joy.
The Heavenly Golden Eye Divine General belonged to the Heavenly Eye Mutants, capable of gazing millions of miles into the future.
No problem. He happens to owe me a favor anyway. You've repeatedly earned military merits for me, you deserve a reward. By the way, what about your men? Are they unharmed? Have them retire for rest immediately. Rewards will be distributed according to their merits. The Celestial Dragon Divine General ordered. Xingye's subordinates, watching from afar, rejoiced and collectively thanked the Divine General, as you command.
The Celestial Dragon Divine General nodded with a smile. Having settled matters with his celestial troops, the remaining concern was the nightmares before him. Had he followed his previous approach, he would have ordered their immediate execution. But after Xingye briefly explained the pros and cons through telepathy, the Divine General felt that accepting demonic prisoners might not be entirely unacceptable. To save Xingye's face, the Celestial Dragon God General turned to the nightmare demons still clinging to their last stand and, unusually, offered them one final chance. You demons have committed countless evils and deserve to be utterly exterminated. But now, my beloved General Xingye has pleaded for your lives repeatedly. If you lay down your weapons and surrender now, I may spare you. Otherwise, do not blame this God General for showing no mercy. Yet the 300 to 400 nightmares burst into a collective, raucous laughter. One who appeared to be their leader bellowed, "We are noble demons. We would rather die than submit. Heaven's lackeys, you dream of our surrender." His voice was filled with madness, attempting to incite the others to resist. Fortunately, aside from the few hundred demons surrounding him, the rest watched coldly. Some even volunteered to fight, eager to slaughter them personally to earn merit and atone for their sins. Surrounded by tens of thousands of celestial soldiers, these rebellious nightmares looked like they'd lived long enough and were seeking death. Yanlin rose to plead one last time, but it was futile. The remaining few hundred night demons, seemingly possessed by madness, charged straight toward Xingye. It was all Xingye's fault. Otherwise, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Xingye, die. Hundreds of nightmares linked arms, collectively sacrificing themselves in a desperate attempt to deliver a fatal blow to Xingye. Even if they failed to kill him, they would engrave the nightmare blood curse into his very being. Seeing this, the Celestial Dragon General snorted coldly. Since that is the case, do not blame this Divine General for showing no mercy. Slaughter them. With a sweeping gesture, the celestial soldiers surged like a tidal wave toward the stubborn nightmares. In an instant, the battle cries shook the heavens and earth. Hundreds of nightmare demons sacrificed themselves, attempting to summon the nightmare demon ancestor. Alas, faced with the overwhelming might of tens of thousands of celestial soldiers, even the nightmare demon ancestor could not answer their call. This battle ended as it should have, quickly and decisively. Xingye stood by, silently observing the battle as the stubborn nightmares fell one by one, their blood staining the earth crimson. In the blink of an eye, the battle concluded. The battlefield was left with blood-soaked earth. The Divine General felt 1,000 emotions welling up within him. Originally, having been blocked on the way, he had already given up on any military merit from this campaign. Yet, he never imagined his subordinate would prove so formidable, single-handedly holding back the entire Nightmare Demon clan. No, more than held them back, they had utterly subdued the entire Yama clan. Without him, Xingye could likely handle the remaining hundreds of grunts with ease. Turning to Xingye, the Divine General embraced him tightly, slapping his shoulder heartily. You've earned great merit this time. I shall report this truthfully to the Celestial Court. Beyond military honors, what else do you desire? Xingye chuckled softly. Your Excellency's kindness is overwhelming. This was merely my duty.
Cut the nonsense. What do you need? Spit it out.
This military achievement far surpasses the last. I don't like beating around the bush. I'll definitely claim more than half the credit, but I won't rob you of your life risking valor.
So whatever you need, just ask. Otherwise, I'd feel guilty taking all the glory. With the matter laid out so plainly, Xingye felt no need for politeness. He did indeed have something he desired.
Your Excellency, I require anything that can enhance my strength, and I also need the bean scattering to create soldiers' divine technique.
Sowing beans to create soldiers? That's nothing special. No problem.
As for items to enhance your strength, I'll give you a catalog later.
Pick whatever you want.
The Celestial Dragon General was remarkably generous, thoroughly pleased with Xingye's request. This subordinate of his possessed both talent and discretion, a man who knew how to get things done.
Chapter 131, Xinghe River Basin. Xingye stood in an open expanse, gazing into the distance.
After the Nightmare Demon had surrendered, he immediately inquired of the Celestial Dragon General about the whereabouts of the Celestial Eye General. After all, it concerned the safety of his dear brother. The Celestial Dragon General confirmed the Heavenly Eye General was already en route and would arrive within an hour at the latest. He instructed Xingye to wait at the pavilion in Xinghe Immortal Town. Thus, after briefly settling his subordinates and the Nightmare Demon, Xingye promptly headed to the pavilion to await news. At present, perhaps only the Heavenly Eye Divine General could help him locate his missing brother-in-arms, Linifeng. He hoped the other lived up to his reputation.
Otherwise, Xingye would have to risk venturing personally to the Eastern Demon Clan's holy city to seek information.
The sheer vastness of this realm meant his individual strength was no match for relying on the Heavenly Court. Yet, given his current military merits and standing, the highest-ranking Celestial he could request was the Heavenly Eye Divine General. Fortunately, his superiors were supportive, directly assigning him the most formidable of the Heavenly Eye Generals, the Heavenly Eye Golden General. If even he failed to uncover anything, Xingye could only wish his brother good fortune and a strong constitution. Before long, a dazzling golden light streaked across the sky, hurtling toward him like a shooting star.
Xingye's eyes lit up, and he immediately rose to greet the arrival.
In an instant, the golden Heavenly Eye General materialized before him. The figure was tall and imposing, with an agile build, clad in golden battle armor that shimmered with mystical runes. The runes pulsed with divine light, clearly marking it as no ordinary piece of armor.
The Divine General's face was stern.
Wherever his eyes swept, they seemed to pierce through all illusions. When he looked at Xingye, he visibly startled. To his eyes, this youth was clearly at the demigod realm, yet his physical form was something even he could only admire. So this is the monster subordinate Lord Tianlong spoke of, the Heavenly Eye Divine General thought inwardly. With such innate talent, no wonder he requested my intervention. Xingye hurried forward, clasping his fists respectfully in a bow. He then relayed the news to the Heavenly Eye Golden General that his dear brother, Linifeng, might be trapped within the Eastern Demon Clan's mining grounds.
Xingye, General, this is the situation. I only know my brother's approximate location. I humbly request your assistance.
The Heavenly Eye Golden General furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of difficulty flickering in his eyes.
The entire Eastern Demon Clan territory is far too vast. Locating a single individual within it is exceedingly difficult. Do you have any more detailed information? Ideally, you could provide his aura and appearance.
That would allow this Divine General to conduct a more precise search. A thought struck Xingye, and he swiftly drew a scroll from his robe, one he'd prepared long ago.
As he slowly unrolled it, the vivid portrait of Linifeng unfolded before the general. Xingye also relayed Linifeng's birth chart to the Golden Eye General, fearing he might overlook any crucial detail.
In truth, the Witch Clan's divination arts excelled at locating individuals.
Unfortunately, the Witch Clan's sacred maiden, Qiluwa Xingye's divine consort, was constrained by Xingye's own limitations, rendering her unable to fully wield these arts. Otherwise, Xingye wouldn't be so helpless. Yet, when seeking Linifeng's aura, Xingye faced a dilemma. Who would bother recording another's aura?
Moreover, they had been separated for half a month. Even if she had items he had used, his aura would have long since dissipated. Just as she fretted over how to obtain his aura, suddenly, the voice of the beast spirit Joer within Xingye's body rang out, "Master, I retain his scent."
Leave it to me. Xingye's heart leapt with joy. He promptly replied, "Joer, I entrust this to you."
Joer gently exhaled a wisp of energy, which coiled like a nimble little snake and drifted toward Xingye. He carefully gathered the strand of energy and immediately handed it to the golden-eyed Heavenly General.
The Golden-eyed General received the essence and information, meticulously recording it.
Then, the golden seals on his eyes began to unlock. A dazzling golden light erupted from his eyes as he slowly scanned the entire eastern horizon. Once the scope was confirmed, the Golden-eyed General withdrew his gaze and looked at Xingye, saying calmly, "Give this Divine General one day. Since you are one favored by the Celestial Dragon, this Divine General will certainly provide news within a day." Hearing this, Xingye felt a wave of relief wash over him. He clasped his fists and saluted once more, his voice filled with gratitude.
"Thank you, General. I shall await your good news. MHM. Go rest now."
With that, the Heavenly Eye General immediately began summoning his divine consciousness. Wherever his golden eyes roamed, his divine consciousness followed closely behind. Seeing his business concluded, Xingye took his leave and flew toward the town of Qinghe Xinjian below. If the Heavenly Eye Divine General truly brought back news of Lin Yifeng, he would likely need to rescue him. Even if he couldn't go personally, he would have to send his subordinates. Qinghe Immortal Town had just purged a large group of demonic tribes. If they could strike another group within a day, the town would be stable and worry-free. Upon returning to the Immortal Town, Xingye immediately gathered everyone to discuss the search plan. Inside the town, unlike the outside world, they had to consider the townspeople's well-being in every aspect, which imposed significant constraints. Just then, Yanlin suddenly spoke up, volunteering himself with eyes brimming with anticipation. "Boss, we're demons. We know demonic energy and habits best. Spotting our own kind is easy. As for human traders who've dealt with demons, we've got ways to track them down too. Let us go. We'll handle it within a day." Xingye smiled instantly. He looked at Yanlin, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes, and teased, "Nice awareness. Looking to earn your way out of trouble?" Yanlin made no attempt to hide his intentions. Scratching his head, he chuckled and replied, "Of course. You actually saved our lives from the Heavenly Dragon Generals. We now trust every command you give. So we all want to earn our freedom through good deeds as soon as possible." "Very well. This matter is entrusted to you then." Xingye nodded with satisfaction before turning to Qiluo. "Qiluo, assign 100 demonic spirits to assist them." Qiluo gave a slight nod, formed hand seals, and chanted incantations. 100 demon spirits materialized from thin air. Their forms varied, some towering and imposing, others small and agile, but each possessed formidable power. The summoned demonic spirits lined up respectfully to the side, awaiting orders. Yanlin's expression remained unchanged as he observed them. He understood that Lord Xingye's actions stemmed from distrust, but he also recognized this as a natural human, demonic instinct. After all, they had only recently surrendered and had yet to establish sufficient trust. Trust was mutual, and their battle achievements would serve as the best proof of that trust. "Then, Lord, we shall proceed," Yanlin declared, leading only 20 Yen demons as they charged into the Immortal Town. Yanlin's group swiftly vanished at the street's end, while the 100 demonic spirits followed closely behind. With Yanlin handling the reconnaissance mission, Xinye could focus on his primary task. Xingye hadn't forgotten that the Celestial Court's primary mission for him was to guard the water spirit Qihir, with suppressing demons as a secondary task. It just so happened that he had completed the demon suppression first. With the demons gone, there was naturally no need to worry about the water spirit Qi being stolen. Yet Xingye felt this was insufficient. The military merit gained from guard duty was pitifully small. He desperately needed military merit both for himself and for his relatives and friends back in Great Xia. He needed to acquire vast quantities of the Celestial Court's rare treasures to accumulate items that could enhance their innate talents for those far away in Great Xia. The arrival of the Celestial Dragon General presented an opportunity. If he could provide the water spirit essence the general sought, military merit would surely follow. Xingye was supremely confident in his luck. Bearing the weight of destiny, an aura of good fortune constantly enveloped him. Xingye acted swiftly upon his decision, immediately summoning his celestial troops to advance toward the Qinghe waters. For his own safety, he instructed Qiluo and the demonic spirits she had summoned to conceal themselves within his divine domain, to emerge only in emergencies to protect him. Chapter 132, The Holy Rank 5-Tailed Spirit Heartfish. Xingye, accompanied by hundreds of celestial soldiers, swiftly arrived at the mysterious and vast Qinghe River domain. As they neared the boundless waters, a colossal and pure water spirit energy surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire group. The water essence was so dense it seemed tangible, transforming into wisps of mist that shimmered with an enchanting glow under the sunlight. Xingye couldn't help but inhale deeply. In an instant, boundless water essence surged through his nostrils and mouth into his body. The gentle, cool energy coursed through his meridians, bringing profound comfort to his entire being. It felt as though every pore rejoiced, and hidden injuries within him seemed to heal spontaneously. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The water essence here is so abundant. If I were a water attribute cultivator, I could surely harness this place's power to ascend to the heavenly god realm." A hint of regret tinged his voice. A divine god opportunity, alas, not a fire attribute. Ever since absorbing the heavenly thunder and heavenly fire, his constitution had begun transforming toward these two elements. Lin Shinran, overhearing Xingye's words, couldn't help but chuckle and tease, "Sir, even if you were water attributed, I doubt you could reach the heavenly god realm here." A mischievous glint danced in his eyes. Xingye turned his head in confusion, staring at Lin Shinran and asking, "Oh? Why not?" He was a 9th-ranked divine official of the Heavenly Court, and this was within the jurisdiction of Qinghe Immortal Town. Why couldn't he absorb this water spirit energy? Lin Xinyan shrugged, pointing toward the pure streams of water essence and the boundless waters ahead. "Because these already belong to someone else," he explained. "Within the Heavenly Court's domain, all spiritual treasures belong to the court. The court then divides these treasures among its divine officials and generals. Within a divine official's domain, all spiritual treasures belong to them. Though you are now the town's master, it's clear the previous owner won't easily relinquish this batch of water essence. Therefore, you may take no more than 1/5. The remainder must naturally be surrendered to the previous owner. Once this batch of water essence is taken, the next batch will be yours, Your Excellency. Xingyi listened, then pursed his lips in exasperation. Reluctantly, he asked, what if we refuse to pay? His expression seemed to plead, is there truly no other way? Lin Xinyan cleared his throat with a couple of coughs before continuing, you have the Celestial Dragon General backing you, and the previous master naturally had other divine generals supporting him. Refusing to pay isn't impossible, unless you get the Celestial Dragon General to vouch for you. Xingye burst into laughter upon hearing this, his voice brimming with confidence. That's easy. Just find some Narcissus Chi and present it to Lord Celestial Dragon. Lin Shinran gave a wry smile and shook his head. Narcissus essence. It hasn't appeared in decades, Lord. This is no simple matter. He clearly didn't hold much hope for Xingye's idea. Xingyi gave a mysterious smile, pretended to calculate with his fingers, and spoke calmly with an air of mystery in his eyes, you two split up and search. Report any anomalies to me immediately. I have a feeling today I'm bound to find something. His tone was brimming with confidence. Unfortunately, this time, the celestial soldiers heard Xingye's words and dismissed them as a joke. They dispersed with laughter and began their patrol. They thought to themselves, a mission is a mission. Even if Lord Xingye's task seemed unrealistic, they still had to carry it out. Patrols? They'd do their best. If they didn't find anything, it wouldn't be their fault. After all, the Narcissus Chi hadn't appeared in decades. Who could truly believe it would be found today? Xingye casually chose a direction along the river and strolled leisurely. Hands tucked behind his back, his steps were light and brisk, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. His luck had always been good, so he'd see if today brought any rewards. With plenty of time before leaving Qinghai Immortal Town, he was confident he'd obtain the Narcissus Chi. Just as Xingye drifted off in thought, suddenly, a golden three-tailed fish leapt from the water like a streak of lightning, landing right beside his hand. Xingye instinctively reached out, his movement swift and precise, securing the fish firmly in his grasp. At that moment, the demon refining pot within him began to vibrate faintly. Immediately afterward, a stream of information flooded his mind. Xingye's heart leapt with joy. If even the alchemy pot was reacting, its quality couldn't be anything but exceptional. He carefully examined the evaluation provided by the demon refining pot. Three-tailed spirit heartfish, sacred beast bloodline, heavenly grade supreme. Consumption grants spirit heart chance to obtain 7 orifice spirit heart. Effects, greatly enhances cultivation speed, aids in calming the mind and nurturing chi, reduces risk of chi deviation. What a treasure! Xingyi couldn't help but laugh aloud. Indeed, fate had not abandoned him. His eyes locked onto the three-tailed spirit heartfish in his grasp, sparkling with delight. While the spirit fish was precious, the confirmation that fate still favored him was even more astonishing. The three-tailed spirit heartfish in his hand radiated a golden glow, its scales shimmering with divine light. Its tail fluttered gently, as if struggling to escape. Lin Xinyan and the others clearly witnessed this scene too. Their eyes instantly widened, staring straight ahead with envy. Their gazes held 3 parts admiration, 1 part jealousy, and 6 parts utter disbelief. Their eyes reddened as they thought, how wonderful it would be if I could catch such a treasure fish myself. A top-tier celestial grade spirit fish. Worth thousands upon thousands of spirit stones. And this was no ordinary fish, it was a rare 3-tailed spirit heartfish with the bloodline of a sacred beast, the ultimate spirit fish to aid in overcoming the heart demon tribulation. They couldn't wait to follow Xingye's example and catch one themselves. But Xingye's luck didn't stop there. As he continued along the river, he unexpectedly encountered an even more precious 5-tailed spirit heartfish. This 5-tailed spirit heartfish was significantly larger than the 3-tailed variety, its entire body radiating a dreamlike, iridescent glow of breathtaking beauty. Its tail gently swayed, tracing elegant arcs through the water. Lin Xinyan immediately shouted, "Sir, catch it quickly." Fish with 5 tails have the potential to transform and revert to their ancestral form. The immortals in the celestial palace are clamoring for them. Presenting one to the empress would earn you great merit. His voice grew sharp with excitement as he waved his hands frantically, desperate for Xingye to seize this opportunity. Upon hearing it could earn military merit, Xingye's eyes lit up with delight. He cautiously approached the 5-tailed spirit heartfish, casually plucking several jade stones from his sleeve. He struck the fish's head with just the right force, and with a thud, it fainted. Xingye had captured it with ease. Now all the celestial soldiers were restless. Seeing Xingye capture such a precious treasure fish filled them with both envy and urgency. They hastened their search, hoping for their own rewards. The celestial soldiers weren't seeking rare sacred beasts like the 5-tailed spirit fish, they only wanted heavenly grade treasure fish to exchange for divine stones and resources for cultivation. Xingyi learned from Lin Xinyan that this single 5-tailed spirit fish alone was worth nearly 10,000 military merits. This revelation made him abandon his pursuit of the elusive Narcissus Chi, and he turned his attention to the various treasure fish instead. Brothers, catch those treasure fish.
Get moving! In an instant, the entire Qinghe waters erupted with frenetic activity. Hundreds of celestial soldiers scoured the area like madmen, transforming the place into a vast treasure hunt.
Xingye also used the demon refining pot to witness many strange spirit fish. Firefox fish, their bodies ablaze with crimson flames, darted through the water like burning fire spirits. Unbones fish, massive in size, radiated a chilling aura of murderous intent that inspired dread. Pearl immortal fish bore a celestial pearl atop their heads, like stars twinkling in the night sky, emitting a soft glow beautiful yet deadly. Though Lin Xinyan and the other celestial soldiers weren't as fortunate as Xingye, they still managed to find quite a few treasure river fish thanks to his luck. Most of these fish were of heavenly grade quality, each easily worth hundreds of spirit stones. For them, this was no small haul. Yet compared to Xingye, their haul seemed pitifully meager. Both in quantity and quality, Xingye alone matched the combined catch of hundreds of them. The celestial soldiers dared not use divine power when catching the spirit fish, fearing they might accidentally kill them. Thus, they had to dive into the water themselves, carefully grasping the fish with their bare hands. The process was incredibly arduous. They groped in the water, eyes fixed on the fish's movements. The slightest carelessness would allow the fish to slip through their fingers. These treasure fish possessed extraordinary bloodlines, and with the abundant spiritual energy in this river domain, each one was no weaker than a celestial deity. The celestial soldiers risked injury if they weren't careful. Xingye, however, had it much easier. With the demon refining pot cheat device locating the treasure fish for him, he only needed to deploy his hidden weapons once a target was spotted. With practiced and precise technique, he drew jade stones from his robe, flicking them lightly. Each stone shot forth like a meteor, striking the fish with just enough force to stun them. His figure darted effortlessly through the waters. In a short while, he had easily gathered dozens of heavenly grade treasure fish of the highest quality, including several sacred grade specimens like the five-tailed spirit heartfish. As time passed, Xingye and the celestial soldiers' haul grew ever larger. Their surroundings piled high with diverse treasure fish, each one glowing with dazzling, multicolored light that transformed the waters into a scene straight from a fairy tale. However, just as Xingye caught a hexagonal starfish near him, the tranquil water surface suddenly rippled violently. A powerful aura slowly rose from the depths, locking onto Xingye with intense focus. Feeling this aura, Xingye's expression shifted slightly as he murmured, "This one's a bit tough." Xingye immediately withdrew his hand, his eyes darkening with gravity. He barked, "Danger here! Get out of here up to the sky!" Hearing Xingye's warning, the celestial soldiers halted their actions. Their eyes darted nervously toward the water's surface, yet their bodies moved swiftly, immediately distancing themselves from Xingye. They always obeyed Lord Xingye's commands. Even though they were celestial soldiers tasked with protecting him, the truth was, how could Lord Xingye possibly need their protection? The demonic creature that even Lord Xingye feared staying behind would only hinder him. Thus, they fled without hesitation. Only by surviving could they support Lord Xingye from afar in battle. In an instant, a colossal water monster surged from the depths. Its form was mountainous, its entire body covered in black scales. Each scale glinted with a cold light, as if forged from the hardest celestial iron. Its colossal head bore a gaping maw wide enough to swallow half the immortal town, revealing meters-long, razor-sharp fangs. With each breath, thick black mist billowed forth, carrying a pungent, nauseating stench of poison. "Kong, it's poisonous!" Xingye shouted again to the celestial soldiers in the distance. This demonic creature posed an immense threat to him, far beyond anything like the Yalan could ever match. This was likely a demonic beast of the heavenly dragon general class. The monster's eyes resembled two enormous red lanterns, flashing with savage light as they fixed their gaze on Xingye and his companions. The water demon let out an earth-shattering roar, its thunderous voice echoing through the waters, making everyone's ears ring. Immediately after, it swung its massive claws and lunged toward Xingye and the others. The black claws whipped up a furious gale, churning waves dozens of meters high into a towering wall of water that bore down on them like an advancing tidal wave. "Holy crap, this thing's insane! You guys run! Call the celestial dragon general to rescue me!" Xingye didn't dare take any chances and immediately issued orders to the celestial soldiers. "Yes, sir. Please be extremely careful." Lin Xinyan and the others didn't suggest holding back these monsters. With only a few hundred of them, they wouldn't even last a single strike. The power gap was simply too vast. Damn it, fortune and misfortune truly walk hand in hand. They'd gained all these treasure fish for nothing, now disaster had struck. Fortunately, the commander was formidable, personally blocking the monsters to buy them time. "Hurry! Go seek help for the commander!" Lin Xinran barked, immediately leading the charge toward Qinghe Immortal Town. Xingye swiftly stowed the treasure fish in his storage space, then flickered like lightning toward the water monster. His speed reached its absolute limit, leaving a blurred afterimage in the air. The instant he closed in on the water monster, Xingye unleashed a furious punch. This strike contained the full might of his physical strength, its fist wind howling as if it could tear through the void itself. Boom! Xingye's fist slammed heavily against the water monster's claw, producing a deep, thunderous roar. Despite the collision of immense power, the monster's claw merely trembled slightly before being knocked back several zhang. Shaking its pained claw, it roared furiously and lunged at Xingye once more.
Chapter 133 Curse Slaying Technique. Xingye's face paled with shock. This monster seemed far more formidable than he had anticipated. His spiritual energy surged forth without restraint.
His figure flickered and leapt across the river's surface with ghostly speed. Each punch he delivered unleashed a fierce gust of wind, the roaring currents shattering the river water wherever it passed. Whirlpools erupted, spraying droplets that bloomed like black water lotuses on the edge of hell. Yet these massive waves, compared to the monster's colossal form stretching dozens of zhang across, were like tiny splashes striking an ancient mountain peak. They could only force its immense body to stumble back a few steps.
Xingye's immense strength, equivalent to 10,000 jin, could only leave shallow indentations and traces of blood on its shell.
Far from delivering a fatal blow, even breaching its defenses proved difficult. Such a massive body, with wounds no larger than fingernail-sized cracks, could scarcely shake its formidable foundation.
Yet the creature was utterly enraged by Xingye's assault.
It raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar, a thunderous blast that shook the entire river realm to its foundations. Immediately, its claws as large as giant oars swept upward.
Glinting coldly in the sunlight, they resembled the scythe of death itself as they lunged viciously toward Xingye.
The claws sliced through the air with a shrill, piercing whistle. Wherever they passed, space seemed to be cleaved by a sharp blade, rippling with layers of distortion. Xingye dared not relax, his body taut as he fixed his gaze on the monster's claw. With each strike, he pushed his speed to the absolute limit, twisting and dodging through the air with superhuman agility. Every muscle was taut to the breaking point as he strained to evade. Yet the creature was utterly bizarre despite its mountainous bulk, its speed remained utterly unaffected, defying all expectations and the very laws of science. One careless moment, and his body was grazed by the creature's razor-sharp claws.
Boom!
Xingye's body flew backward hundreds of meters like a bird struck by heavy artillery, plowing a deep furrow in the river. The water surged high on either side as his body crashed through, hissing like countless steel blades scraping against each other. The immense force ripped his entire back open, instantly staining the surrounding river red. The golden red blood spread through the water, as if injecting a stream of molten lava into the icy river. Xingye snarled, spat out several mouthfuls of river water, and charged at his opponent again, unwilling to concede.
He growled low, "My fleshly body has never bowed to anyone.
If you've got the guts, don't use your divine power."
The monster's fist-sized eyes flashed with human-like scorn.
As if understanding Xingye's words, it truly refrained from divine power, charging once more at Xingye with sheer physical might alone.
Both moved with astonishing speed, clashing dozens of times in an instant.
The vast river roared with thunderous crashes as water exploded and churned. Countless precious fish within a radius of 10 miles were killed by the shockwaves, their lifeless bodies drifting carelessly, ignored by all. After merely a few exchanges, Xingye's once proud physical form was already covered in gruesome wounds, a sight too horrific to behold. Feral lacerations crisscrossed his entire body, the wound on his right shoulder was deep enough to expose bone, the golden bone fragments starkly visible against the blood. Golden red blood gushed continuously from the wound, dripping into the river with sizzling sounds.
His internal organs had suffered unprecedented devastation. Each breath brought excruciating pain, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing through his viscera. Blood continuously spilled from the corners of his mouth, staining his shattered battle armor a deep crimson. Guh? Guh? My physical form can't defeat him?
Xingye's eyes still burned with defiance, but his body was too badly damaged to continue fighting. Another clash might truly spell disaster.
This monster's strength was overwhelming.
Had it not been for the various divine elixirs nourishing his body, his flesh would have been shattered long ago. The divine favored one dwelling within Xingye Qiluo, the holy maiden of the witch clan, witnessed his pitiful state and grew frantic. Disregarding his earlier orders, she resolutely manifested herself alongside the thousands of demonic spirits she had summoned. In an instant, the tranquil river surface erupted with a horde of demons and ghosts of every shape and form.
Some towered like giants, others were nimble and compact like civet cats.
Some possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, while others burned with eerie green flames. The moment they materialized, the demons sensed the terrifying aura of the monster. They instinctively wanted to flee, but Kairo's command was absolute: shield Xingye behind them and confront the dreadful beast head-on. Qiluo's face twisted with rage, her eyes blazing with ruthless fury. Gritting her silver teeth, she vowed silently, "This beast that dared harm her master must die here today." "Beast, die!" she shrieked, swinging her witch's staff with a fierce strike.
Black beams of divine light crashed down upon the monster.
Simultaneously, thousands of demonic spirits surged toward the beast under her command. Bound by Qiluo's curses, they charged recklessly at the monster. Yet the beast's power proved overwhelming. Though the demonic spirits sacrificed themselves relentlessly, trading lives for wounds, they only managed to inflict shallow gashes barely scratching its surface. What was even more despairing was that the beast seemed to possess a divine ability that defied the heavens' life regeneration. The damage inflicted by the demon spirits, who had exhausted all their strength, was restored in an instant, as if it had never been attacked at all. At the sites of thousands of wounds, flesh and blood visibly wriggled and regenerated at a visible pace, mending itself as if no assault had ever occurred. The hundreds of demon ghost corpses floating in the river domain bore witness to the brutal carnage that had just unfolded. Shilua watched this scene, her heart filled with despair. Glancing back at her wounded master, she steeled herself. Muttering incantations, she began to cast one of the witch clan's most formidable cursed killing techniques. Her cultivation level, constrained by her master, allowed her to wield only half-god strength. She was normally incapable of casting curses, but for her master, even if it meant draining her body dry, even if it meant paying a heavy price, she had to give it her all. As her incantation echoed, an eerie crimson glow began to emanate around her body. The light grew ever brighter, gradually enveloping her entirely. Her 3,000 black hair strands stirred without wind, their sinister beauty startlingly vivid in the blood-red radiance. Shiluo's hands shot upward violently. Instantly, thousands of demonic spirits erupted with blinding bursts of light. Their soul energies were forcibly extracted by Qi Luo and fused into the mysterious curse. To ensure the spell's stability, Qi Luo spat a mouthful of blood into the air. The blood transformed into a crimson mist as she sacrificed half of her own vital essence. A crimson beam shot toward the demon beast. Wherever the light passed, the river water instantly vaporized into a haze of mist, distorting and warping the very fabric of space. The demon beast seemed to sense this deadly threat and attempted to evade. Yet once the spell was cast, there was no turning back. The crimson beam struck its body instantly. The creature let out a piercing, wailing scream that rent the sky and echoed across the entire river domain. Its massive form convulsed violently as bone-deep gashes erupted across its hide. Black blood gushed from the wounds like fountains, instantly staining the surrounding river water pitch black. The darkened river glowed with an eerie sheen under the sunlight. The curse-killing technique was meant to destroy the target's life essence. Unfortunately, this demon beast's life force was too terrifying. With Chilua's current power, she couldn't curse it to death. Thus, the curse-killing technique could only transform into a witch's curse, corroding and infecting its limbs. Curses stem from bloodlines. Without proper countermeasures, one can only let the bloodline corrupt them, letting their body rot away. The monstrous beast, dozens of zhang in size, had half its body stained with black cursed seals. These seals devoured its demonic blood and bones. Seeing no other way, a cruel gleam flashed in its eyes as it willingly sacrificed the greater part of its own body. Though its core essence remained intact, shedding such a vast portion of its being inflicted an unprecedented, catastrophic wound. The beast instantly went mad with fury, its savage eyes fixed on Qilua and Xingye. Though not highly intelligent, it understood that Qilua had inflicted this devastating wound, and that Qilua had emerged from Xingye's body. Therefore, both of them must die. It wildly swung its claws, lunging at Xingye and Qilua. Each attack carried a murderous frenzy, growing fiercer and faster. The entire river basin was engulfed by its crazed killing intent, churning the waters into a raging torrent like a doomsday tsunami. Seeing this, Xingye made an instant, heartfelt decision to avoid the brunt of the attack, commonly known as running away. He swiftly flew to Qilua's side, scooped up her severely injured, unconscious form, and spun around, fleeing at breakneck speed toward the distance. His speed was extreme, leaving blurred afterimages streaking across the river's surface. The demon beast roared with fury. Wounded, and now they dared to flee? Dragging its mangled half-body, it pursued the pair relentlessly, vowing to slaughter these two insignificant creatures. Though its body had shrunk more than tenfold, its combat power had not diminished but intensified. It churned up wave after wave of massive water surges on the river's surface. These waves, towering dozens of zhang high, resembled moving walls of fortress, bearing down on Xingye and Qi Luo. Xingye clutched Qilua, struggling to evade the onslaught as they fled, his heart filled with desperate hope for the arrival of the celestial dragon general. This demon beast seemed to have no weaknesses, possessing overwhelming strength, unnatural life regeneration, and powerful perception that allowed it to constantly pinpoint Xingye's exact location. Had it not been for Zhou'er masking their aura, though they couldn't completely hide from the beast behind them, they could at least disrupt its tracking. Otherwise, they would have been caught long ago. The beast rampaged across the river, turning the water into pools of black, polluted by the witchcraft curse it bore. Spiritual creatures scattered in terror, their bodies thrashing frantically in the water as they sought refuge. Just as the demonic beast was about to overtake Xingye and the others, a powerful aura suddenly swept toward them. This aura locked onto the beast directly, shielding Xingye from the front. The celestial dragon general wore golden battle armor, intricately carved with lifelike celestial dragons that seemed to coil and swim across the armor as if alive. "Young star, are you all right?" the celestial dragon general asked with concern. This was his most prized subordinate, he couldn't afford to lose him. Fortunately, Xingye shook his head. "I'm fine. Just a few scrapes." Chapter 134, Water Lily Chieftain. The celestial dragon general stared at Xingye, whose body bore not a single unblemished inch. His lips twitched. To be so badly injured yet still stubbornly defiant. But he knew the formidable resilience of Xingye's physical form. What demonic beast could possibly shatter Xingye's flesh? Only then did the celestial dragon general shift his focus to the monster before them. A sacred beast?
His expression shifted dramatically, instantly giving way to elation.
And it's the rare water lily sovereign, the sacred beast that guards the essence of water lilies.
Its appearance means there must be water lily essence near its lair.
Moreover, every part of this water lily sovereign is a treasure perfect for alchemy and medicine, a sacred grade material.
Xingye, you really outdid yourself.
The celestial dragon general roared with excitement, then slapped Xingye's shoulder hard.
You stay here and tend to your wounds. Once I capture the enemy alive, we'll discuss your reward in detail.
With that, the celestial dragon general unleashed his full power without hesitation. His hands danced as incantations rolled from his lips. Instantly, 108 beams erupted from his body, darting across the river's surface toward the water lily sovereign. The dragon darts shimmered with mystical thunder runes, imbued with immense power. The 108 darts could combine into a grand formation, binding the water lily demon and capturing it alive.
Sensing the dragon general's overwhelming threat, the water lily demon roared furiously.
It swung its claws, attempting to fend off the dragon's shuttles. The claws collided with the shuttles, erupting in deafening clashes that sent sparks flying everywhere. Seeing this, the celestial dragon general snorted coldly. The dragon's shuttle blazed with crimson divine light. The water lily demon screamed as its shrunken body was lacerated by countless wounds, black blood gushing forth. Divine light shimmered around the celestial dragon divine general. The mystical thunder runes on the dragon's shuttle grew increasingly potent, each beam containing power capable of obliterating mountains and seas. Had it been a mortal enemy, the celestial dragon divine general would have slain it long ago. Alas, sacred beasts were rare and precious. The celestial dragon divine general sought to capture it alive. 108 dragon shuttles swiftly interwove into a vast golden net, closing in to envelop the water lily demon.
Fear flickered in the water lily demon's eyes. Sensing mortal peril, it struggled violently, its massive body thrashing wildly in the river, churning up towering waves as it spun to flee. Alas, the net of dragon shuttles tightened relentlessly, binding the water lily demon in an instant. The water lily demon let out furious roars, but no one answered. Seeing this, the celestial dragon general wore a smug smile. He hadn't expected such an easy capture. This was a sacred beast encountered only once in a millennium. Delay could bring complications.
Soaring before the water lily demon, he flashed a sharp dagger in his hand. With a sharp slash, he cut his own finger. A drop of golden blood slowly dripped onto the water lily demon's forehead. Once this drop of blood merged with Shuexian Kuei's body, it would transform him into the general's personal sacred beast. The celestial dragon general anticipated this outcome with great excitement, yet he remained extremely cautious. Sacred beasts were notoriously difficult to subdue, and the creature might still possess means of resistance.
Sure enough, as expected, during the critical fusion stage, an unexpected turn occurred.
A vast divine light suddenly erupted from within Shuexian Kuei, attempting to purge the celestial dragon general's vital blood. The celestial dragon general snorted coldly, indicating he was prepared. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the divine light blossoming within the demon beast. The colorless radiance struck directly against his divine consciousness. With a sharp crack, his divine consciousness imprint shattered instantly. The backlash of divine consciousness sent a wave of excruciating pain surging through his head, causing him to let out a low, agonized growl. Seizing this opening, the distant water lily demon king violently broke free from the dragon shuttle's restraints. Its massive form, like a soaring dragon, plunged into the river without hesitation, sending up a tremendous spray of water. In the blink of an eye, it vanished beneath the river's surface, leaving behind only the chaotic scene and the dragon general, frozen in disbelief. Snapping out of his daze, the celestial dragon general roared with fury. His gaze turned savage as he stared at the direction the water lily demon had vanished.
You think you can escape my grasp?
He roared, divine light erupting from his body. A powerful aura swept across the entire Qinghe River like an invisible storm, forcing the river water to sink inward and destabilizing the surrounding space.
Xingye stood nearby.
Using the demon refining pot, he had just discerned the water spirit's escape route. Moreover, the pot had revealed the beast's origins and other vital details. This water spirit is the spirit beast of the ancient Pure Water Immortal, tasked with guarding the Pure Water Immortal Palace. In recent times, the palace's protective barriers have deteriorated due to the ravages of time. The water spirit ventured out for fresh air but unexpectedly encountered humans capturing its kin.
To prevent further harm to its kind, it immediately struck down the captors. Outmatched by the humans and on the verge of enslavement, it activated a protective measure left behind by the ancient Pure Water Immortal. The Water Lily Sovereign retreated into the Pure Water Immortal Palace to evade capture. Enter the Water Lily Palace to obtain the Water Lily Immortal Gold, which can repair the damaged divine artifact. Xingye's heart stirred.
No wonder the demon refining pot had imparted so much information. It had its own agenda. Still, that was fine. It was a win-win situation. Even knowing the ancient immortal's residence lay below, he dared not enter.
He couldn't defeat a single guardian beast who knew what other horrors lurked within.
Therefore, he'd follow the big shots to pick up the scraps. The celestial dragon general before him was precisely after that water immortal sovereign. Xingyi concealed the information from the demon refining pot and addressed the celestial dragon general. Sir, I believe I saw that demonic beast flee into a cave opening below. The celestial dragon general was overjoyed upon hearing Xingye's words. He immediately flew to Xingye's side, urgently demanding, "Where? Lead the way. If we capture it, consider it a debt owed to you." His tone was filled with urgency, his eyes flashing with fervent light. Xingye agreed without hesitation. Guided by the demon refining pot, he flew toward the entrance of the pure water immortal mansion, his mind racing with conflicting thoughts along the way. He felt a pang of regret at having to reveal this ancient immortal's residence, but his own strength was simply insufficient to explore it. Moreover, the water immortal general had beaten him so badly that the hatred in his heart burned fiercely. He must avenge himself and Qiluo. On the other hand, he also saw this as an opportunity to earn great merit. Within the celestial court, only by accumulating sufficient merit could one gain more resources and status, thereby better enhancing one's own power. Before long, Xingye arrived at the entrance to the pure water immortal mansion with the celestial dragon general. Pointing ahead, he said, "Your Excellency, I believe I saw a cave opening appear here just now." The demon beast entered it and vanished. His expression was perfectly natural, as if he had truly stumbled upon the place by chance. Acting? The people of Great Xia excelled at it. Besides, with Jor in his arms, he wasn't afraid of a lie detection test. The celestial dragon general frowned, scrutinizing the opening before him. Vanished? I detected no spatial fluctuations whatsoever. He placed considerable trust in Xingyi, yet he conducted another thorough investigation. To bolster the dragon general's belief, Xingye offered further guidance. "Sir, it might be some sort of pocket dimension. That demon beast could have hidden inside. We'd need specific secret techniques to detect and pinpoint it. Besides, the aura around here feels incredibly strange." The celestial dragon general found this plausible. Unfortunately, this general is not skilled in locating such minor spaces. I shall summon someone to investigate. Chapter 135, The Pure Water Immortal Spring. The person the celestial dragon general summoned was no ordinary figure Fengling of the Feng family, a 6th-rank feng shui master from the celestial court. Upon receiving the message, Fengling arrived within the span of an incense stick. Observing the celestial dragon general's expression under the cover of night, he noticed the general seemed utterly unfazed. Indeed, having the backing of a major power made all the difference when faced with troubles. They simply summoned reinforcements, and by the looks of it, their system was already highly refined. Fengling wore a black and white divination robe that billowed in the wind, exuding an air of authority. The dragon-seeking locking chi divination tool in his hands flickered with mysterious divine light. Upon arrival, Fengling wasted no time. Muttering incantations, he swiftly activated the dragon-seeking chi locking divination tool. With a sudden sweep of his arm, 2 streams of black and white energy erupted from the artifact. Instantly, a vast bagua formation unfolded in the air, enveloping the surrounding area. Within the array, the black and white lights intertwined like 2 spiraling, living dragons, enveloping all the spiritual energy in the vicinity. The originally formless energy gradually solidified under the array's influence, transforming into crystalline streams that flowed slowly within the formation, resembling a living, pulsating map of spiritual energy. Fengling watched the flow of spiritual energy with intense focus, his gaze sharp as a torch. The dragon-seeking Lot Chi divination in his hand shifted in response to the fluctuations of the energy. The runes on its surface twisted as if alive. Moments later, the corners of Fengling's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a confident smile. "Found it." Upon hearing this, the celestial dragon general was overjoyed. His voice trembled with excitement as he declared, "Excellent. Fengling, your contribution this time is truly invaluable. Once this divine general secures the sacred artifact, you shall be richly rewarded." With that, he swept his arm in a commanding gesture, leading his personal guards and Xingyi. Burning with urgency, they strode toward the direction Fengling had indicated, heading straight for the pure water immortal mansion. There was no other choice. The attraction of the immortal palace was worth the personal risk. The water immortal sovereign alone justified his journey. The water spirit sovereign could only recognize a master once every 100 years. He couldn't trust his subordinates with it, not even Xingye. This wasn't a matter of trust, it was a matter of principle. For such a divine beast, even if his own father arrived, the celestial dragon general would not believe it. Fengling remained behind with grave expression, pouring all his energy into sustaining the formation. The slightest flaw could trap those within the immortal palace forever. Yet Fengling's efforts were not in vain. According to the Heavenly Court's strict regulations, all feng shui masters who assisted in the mission would receive generous rewards upon its completion. Once the celestial dragon general emerged, he would undoubtedly grant Fengling a 30% share of the divine treasures. With the Heavenly Court's oversight, Fengling felt confident and had no worries that the celestial dragon general would renege on his promise. Xingyi followed closely behind the celestial dragon general as they entered the immortal palace. The moment he stepped inside, an overwhelmingly dense water attribute immortal energy, thick enough to seem almost solid, washed over him. Like a powerful current, it instantly enveloped him, drawing an involuntary gasp of astonishment from Xing Yi.
This divine energy is incredibly potent. If a mortal could inhale just one breath of this, they would live 100 years free of illness and calamity. For cultivators, prolonged residence here would grant 500 years of life, even without breaking through to the heavenly god realm. Nourished by this potent water attribute divine energy, several 10,000-year-old immortal herbs thrived with vibrant vitality. The sight made everyone's eyes burn with desire, itching to seize them immediately.
The most eye-catching among them was undoubtedly the towering sea willow tree at the very center. This 10,000-year-old sea willow cast a shadow over the entire area, standing proudly within the immortal abode, its branches soaring into the clouds, lush and vibrant with life. This 10,000-year-old sea willow had long transcended into divine status, rivaling a divine tree itself. Even a single willow branch could rival a 1,000-year-old medicinal herb in value, its preciousness beyond measure. For mortals, obtaining the core of this divine tree would be akin to ascending to heaven in a single bound, gaining direct entry into the realm of ancient celestial gods without any side effects. For celestial gods themselves, it would serve as a direct pathway to the realm of immortals. Beyond this awe-inspiring sea willow, the surrounding area teemed with millennia-old medicinal herbs, abundant and commonplace, growing as freely as weeds. The dazzling 7-colored narcissus grass radiated an enchanting glow, each petal seemingly carved from the purest narcissus. As its light flickered, it seemed to hold boundless vitality within. The orchid of tranquility quietly exuded a delicate fragrance, its scent drifting like wisps of gentle mist through the air, calming the mind and dispelling evil spirits. The white bone corpse flower exudes an eerie aura. Its snow-white petals resemble bleached bones, standing starkly out among the surrounding vibrant immortal herbs. True to its name, consuming this flower can regenerate human bones, making it the supreme elixir for healing the flesh. There were also various rare wonders seldom seen in the outside world, such as the ice flame gold, which shimmered with an uncanny glow. Its surface seemed to burn with a layer of icy flame, and the metal within could be used to forge all manner of sacred artifacts. Pure water immortal spring? The celestial dragon general marveled at the sacred treasures before him, though he'd seen such wonders before and didn't lose his composure. But upon beholding the pure water immortal spring, a pool formed by the condensed essence of water lilies, he could no longer contain his astonishment. The celestial dragon general had two primary objectives for this journey. First, the escaped water lily overlord. Second, the water lily chi guarded by the overlord. Yet now, what did he behold? He witnessed an evolved form of water lily chi. The pure water lily source had been formed over countless ages by the convergence of dense water lily essence. That pool of narcissus essence resembled a dreamlike blue ocean, lying there quietly, radiating an enchanting blue glow. The celestial dragon general's eyes instantly widened, filled with greed and desire. He longed to immediately dive into the pool and claim all the narcissus essence for himself. The pure water narcissus spring, a truly supreme divine treasure. A drop or two would be one thing, but an entire pool? This pool of pure water immortal spring before him in all the world, perhaps only the sacred waters of the Jade Pool in the Celestial Court could compare. Too extravagant, too magnificent. This treasure belonged to him, and him alone. But the Celestial Dragon General was, after all, a battle-hardened commander. Reason ultimately triumphed over desire. He suppressed the surge within, drew a deep breath, and repeatedly reminded himself, no matter how precious the treasure, you must have the life to claim it. Only by leaving alive does it truly belong to you. As an ancient immortal sanctuary, this place harbored countless divine and spiritual artifacts, and with them came unimaginable dangers. Though he held the rank of divine general, his power was merely that of a 60th level heavenly god, far from invincible in this world. The celestial dragon divine general turned, his expression grave as he addressed the group. Every one of you stay alert to the utmost, he roared. Don't let these divine treasures cloud your judgment. Stay close behind me and explore step by step. The slightest carelessness, and we'll all perish here. Behind him stood his carefully cultivated direct celestial soldiers, each nurtured with vast quantities of precious medicines and time. Losing even one would break his heart. No sooner had his words faded than a low, sinister roar echoed from the depths of the immortal palace. Xing Yi would never forget that sound. It was the water lily demon king who had wounded him. The water spirit overlord's fury seemed to signal the invasion of the immortal palace. Endless demonic creatures surged forth like a tidal wave from all directions, instantly enveloping the group in a sky-filling aura of murderous intent. Leading the charge were swarms of water lily thousand-legged centipedes, each around the 10th level of heavenly god. These creatures formed a dense, teeming mass, their sheer numbers staggering. A rough estimate placed them at least in the hundreds of thousands. Each creature bore a dense cluster of 1,000 legs, which whirled through the air with a rustling sound, resembling a surging black tide. Their bodies glowed an eerie dark green, and pairs of blood-red eyes, gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, fixed intently on the group. Seeing this, Xing Ye's heart clenched. He took a step back. These things were terrifying hundreds of thousands of heavenly soldier-level monsters. With their sharp claws and mouths, a single charge would likely devour them all. What was even more despairing was that these 1,000-armed centipedes were merely the vanguard, followed closely by a horde of unicorn sharks, each as massive as the initial Narcissus overlord. These colossal creatures moved through the air like miniature warships, stirring turbulent currents that whistled with every stroke. Their deep blue skin was covered in hard scales that glinted coldly in the light. Each bore a sharp, single horn on its head, a spear-like appendage radiating icy killing intent. These behemoths were generally around levels 40 to 50. Their overwhelming aura pressed down like invisible mountains, making it hard for everyone to breathe. One or two might be manageable, but looking at the dozens of unicorn sharks before them,
and clinging to some of the unicorn sharks were rare crystal clam maidens.
Xingyi glanced over casually, his gaze instantly drawn to their fiery figures. Their figures were gracefully curvaceous, their skin as smooth and translucent as white jade. Their faces were exquisitely beautiful, their eyes like clear springs, each glance radiating an alluring charm. A powerful desire surged within Xingyi, compelling him to claim these crystal clam maidens as his own. Fortunately, the divine spirit Qilua within him snorted coldly, shattering their enchantment. Master, hold this in your mouth, and you'll be immune to these seductive clam maidens' charms. Shi Luo produced a black bead from somewhere.
Xingye's face flushed crimson.
Without examining the bead closely, he hastily placed it in his mouth. Sure enough, when he looked at the clam maidens again, his heart was as still as water, as if he had entered a state of enlightened calm. But the ordinary celestial soldiers, without Shi Luo's warning, weren't so fortunate. They were instantly bewitched, their souls utterly captivated. Then, under Xingye's horrified gaze, they turned into stone statues fragile enough to shatter at the slightest touch, vanishing completely from the world. Faced with such a surging tide of demonic creatures, the celestial dragon general's expression darkened considerably. Especially since half of his personal guards, whose willpower was supposedly so strong, had been charmed and petrified by those clam maidens.
Get out of the way!
The celestial dragon general roared with a Buddhist Vajra shout, instantly causing half the clam women to wince in pain, bending over to hide within their unicorn shark pouches.
The celestial soldiers also awoke one by one.
Seeing their petrified comrades beside them, they were filled with horror and summoned every ounce of their spirit.
Unfortunately, their trembling bodies revealed to Xingye that these celestial soldiers had lost all will to fight.
Before the battle even began, they had already collapsed, and these were the most elite celestial soldiers of the celestial dragon army. The celestial dragon general snorted coldly, his heart bleeding at the sight of nearly half his personal guard petrified. He cursed furiously, useless fools.
Never seen a woman before?
But cursing was pointless now. This was no time for self-reflection. He'd been unlucky this time, underestimating the strength of this immortal realm. That damned water lily demon lord had likely lured them in deliberately.
No point dwelling on it now.
The priority was escape. Having lost over half his personal guard, he had to bring these survivors back at all costs. But gazing at the demonic beast horde before him, then at the endless divine herbs and pure water immortal springs within their ranks, Tianlong gritted his teeth. Xingye, once I draw the bulk of these beasts toward me, you retrieve some of those pure water immortal springs for me. Along the way, any 1,000-year herbs or divine medicines you encounter, if you have the skill to take them, they're all yours. Of course, these demon puppets will shield you from harm. I also have a sun immortal gold ingot that can block 3 fatal blows for you.
What do you say?
The celestial dragon general stared intently at Xingye.
Xingye cursed inwardly, thinking, what choice do I have?
The dragon god's aura locked onto him. Xingye knew that if he dared refuse, he'd be the first to die here. Damn it, greed really does reveal people's true colors.
They don't even bother pretending anymore.
Of course, Xingye could only think this to himself. He dared not say it aloud after all, he still couldn't defeat his opponent. With no other choice, Xingye steeled himself and agreed, I shall serve you, my lord, until my dying breath. The celestial dragon general beamed with delight.
Excellent. Excellent. You truly live up to the man I chose. I won't deceive you.
I'll block most of the 1,000 armed centipedes and all the unicorn sharks for you. But the stragglers that slip through will still be dangerous. If you retrieve the pure water immortal spring for me, I'll reward you with 10,000 military merits for every single drop.
Xingye nodded, though his expression darkened. My lord, I can manage that task.
But as you know, though my physical body is formidable, I lack spiritual energy.
Without speed-enhancing divine arts or sacred artifacts, I'm easily entangled by foes.
If I retrieve the pure water immortal spring for you but fail to escape in time.
Xingye spoke truthfully.
His bursts of speed were swift but unsustainable, especially since he hadn't cultivated any speed-enhancing divine arts. Against foes of comparable strength, this might be manageable, but facing such terrifyingly dense enemies, even a slight delay could mean being entangled and utterly annihilated. The celestial dragon general immediately tossed all his speed-enhancing divine talismans and magical artifacts to him. Then, gritting his teeth, he hurled a Buddhist relic. Grasp this relic. The Buddha's teachings within will temporarily grant you supreme divine power, enabling you to wield all manner of sacred artifacts and talismans.
Xingye accepted it without hesitation.
Since he was risking his life for the other, these demands were his rightful compensation. These celestial soldiers will charge alongside you shortly, but they will only accompany you for 3 breaths. After 3 breaths, regardless of your success, they will retreat and return to the outside world.
What remains will depend solely on you. Understood, Lord. Xingye and the celestial soldiers stood solemnly.
The moment of life and death was truly upon them.
Charge! The celestial dragon general roared, leading the assault.
True to his word, he drew the bulk of the demonic forces away from Xingye and his companions. The celestial soldiers charged alongside Xingye toward the sacred pool of the pure water immortal spring without hesitation.
Chapter 136, The Divine Maiden and the Ancient Tree Sage.
To shield Xingye and secure the pure water immortal spring, the celestial dragon general fought with his life on the line.
In an instant, the dragon god power surging around him erupted without restraint, unleashing its full might.
His body was enveloped in a boiling torrent of dragon divine power. Within the blazing light, countless colossal dragons seemed to roar and coil, their overwhelming aura sweeping out like a storm.
To draw the attention of most demons and monsters, he unleashed an earth-shaking dragon roar from his mouth.
This roar was no ordinary cry, but a supreme technique containing a powerful soul attack. The sound pierced through space like a sharp mental blade, instantly spreading out in all directions. The power of this soul-shaking dragon roar attack was beyond imagination, instantly drawing the hatred of nearly all the demons. After all, a single roar had made most of the weaker demons spit blood, clearly suffering severe internal injuries. These demons turned their heads one after another, fixing their murderous gazes upon the celestial dragon general. At that very moment, under the cover of the celestial soldiers, Xingye charged toward the divine source.
The celestial dragon general's command left him no choice. Without hesitation, Xingye unleashed the heavenly revelation divine art.
Instantly, a mysterious azure glow emanated from his body. To be safe, he also activated the blood ignition technique. Under the enhancement of the heavenly revelation divine art, the burning blood art doubled the rate at which his blood burned.
Yet, the surge in power was equally explosive.
The force within his body surged like a tidal wave, dramatically increasing both his speed and strength. Not only that, he also applied every defensive and acceleration divine talisman bestowed by the celestial dragon general to himself. The moment these talismans touched his body, they transformed into streaks of light that merged into his being, further increasing his margin for error. Facing hundreds of thousands of demons, each at the heavenly god realm, there was no room for carelessness.
This could very well be deadly.
Empowered by these multiple forces, Xingye's speed reached astonishing levels, covering thousands of meters with a single stride.
Blurred afterimages streaked across the sky as he instantly outpaced countless demons.
Before they could react, Xingye vanished again. Some demons attempted to block his path, but his astonishing speed rendered their efforts futile. Xingye raced forward, his mind fixed on a single goal: the pure water immortal spring. Whether he could earn enough military merit depended entirely on this opportunity. Yet, just as he neared the pure water immortal spring, disaster struck. Countless demons, especially the distant, hidden demon leader, the water lily tyrant, witnessed Xingye poised to steal the immortal spring. A thunderous roar of fury erupted from the water lily tyrant. The roar was filled with rage. This was the master's legacy. Everything here belonged to the master, and no one was permitted to touch it. Water lily tyrant could no longer contain itself. Its massive form surged forward, instantly traversing space to appear before Xingye. Its massive tail rose high, carrying a force capable of overturning mountains and seas. Ignoring the spatial constraints around it, it slammed down heavily toward Xingye's chest. Xingye's heart raced. How could this monstrous creature appear before him in an instant? Could it possibly be exploiting the rules of this place? In the blink of an eye, Xingye urgently summoned the scarce spiritual energy within him for defense. A dozen or so Vajra talismans before him instantly ignited, transforming into streaks of golden light that attempted to block the water lily tyrant's assault. Yet the water lily demon's power was overwhelming. Even the finest heaven-grade Vajra talismans proved utterly useless. The terrifying residual force still sent Xingye flying backward with a brutal thud. As he flew backward, Xingye coughed up a torrent of blood. Yet he smiled, a sly gleam in his eyes. It seemed he had anticipated this attack. Just before bearing the full force of the water lily demon strike, relying on his keen combat instincts and masterful control of his power, he had forcibly shifted his body. This maneuver directed his flight path precisely toward the pure water fairy spring. Both Water Lily Overlord and the Celestial Dragon General watched this unfold, their expressions turning pale with shock. The Celestial Dragon General, consumed by panic, urgently shouted, "Xingye, beware! The pure water immortal spring can purify all things under heaven. If you enter, you risk being refined into an emotionless creature." His voice trembled with desperation. Xingye's death was one thing, but the loss of the pure water immortal spring would spell utter ruin. Narcissus Queen, however, burst into a thunderous laugh, her laughter dripping with scorn. She regarded Xingye as if he were a clown overreaching his limits. Drawing upon the power of the immortal palace, she spoke in human voice, "Even I, the guardian, dare not immerse myself in the pure water immortal spring. How could you, a mere mortal, possibly survive? You truly don't know when to quit." Xingye cursed inwardly. He had indeed suspected the pure water immortal spring might conceal immense danger. After all, such a precious divine artifact, while the demons and monsters gazed at it with greedy eyes, none dared to approach it.
There had to be something peculiar about it.
But he never imagined that the danger would be the power of purification. What could he do? He was just a country bumpkin from Great Xia. Among the countless divine artifacts of the Celestial Court, he couldn't possibly recognize them all.
An unparalleled treasure like the pure water immortal spring was something even the Celestial Dragon Generals knew little about, let alone an outsider like him?
Though his physical form and heavenly awakening divine arts were formidable, they primarily targeted negative buffs and offensive spells.
Against a force like purification, positive and not directly damaging his physical body, he found himself utterly helpless.
The power of purification is a rare bloodline divine technique capable of dispelling various negative buffs, bleeding, curses, bloodline corruption, and so forth. Yet if overused, it functions like a liberation rite, purifying the soul until it becomes utterly pristine.
Wouldn't that truly turn one into an emotionless being?
Staring at the ever-approaching pure water immortal spring, Xingye cursed inwardly.
No way. I absolutely refuse to become an emotionless, bald-headed donkey.
This was far more unbearable than death itself. As he was about to plunge into the source, he steeled himself and decided to sacrifice his left leg to forcefully shift his position. Just as he was about to act, the Demon Refining Pot suddenly transmitted a message: enter.
I will protect you.
Xingye froze, momentarily at a loss.
Hesitating? Regretting it? Too late. The Water Lily Demon King grinned savagely, suddenly appearing behind Xingye and delivering a vicious kick to his midsection.
Xingye had no time to react before the force of the kick hurled him into the pure water immortal spring.
Damn you!
Xingye roared, his face flushing with rare panic. Shock and rage surged within him as he tried to summon all his spiritual energy and physical strength to resist. Yet his power felt utterly futile against the overwhelming purifying force, like an ant shaking a tree. His body began to go numb, his consciousness blurring as if his soul were being slowly pulled away by an invisible force. Watching Xingye fall into the divine spring, the Water Lily Overlord laughed triumphantly.
Boy, you still dare covet my master's divine artifact? My master was a mighty ancient immortal who ascended to the heavens.
He was the peerless being who refined the world-purifying water lily, the seventh extraordinary water of heaven and earth. Though my master has passed and the divine water slumbers, this place is no longer for the likes of you to covet. Let me tell you this, what you see as the supreme divine artifact, the purifying water source, is but the saliva of the water immortal. Now, prepare to be refined into my master's mindless, desireless puppet.
Its voice echoed through the immortal palace, brimming with arrogance and hubris. Xingye ignored the Water Lily Demon's taunts. He realized he was utterly powerless against this monstrous entity. What purification power! It was clearly demonic energy. Within Xingye's body, Jor and the divine attendant Qilua paced anxiously, but alas, the divine source's quality was too high, even they were powerless.
Now, their only hope lay with the Demon Refining Pot.
Protect me swiftly. If I die, there'll be no one left to find your other half.
Xingye frantically urged the Demon Refining Pot in his mind.
The Demon Refining Pot responded leisurely, fear not, just watch. Oh, and have the girl inside you and that little divine beast cast a soul-interfering array. This divine cauldron is about to show its power. Upon hearing this, Xingye immediately relayed the Demon Refining Pot's demands to them.
Qilua and Jor dared not delay, swiftly casting arrays and witchcraft to lay one soul-disturbing formation after another around Xingye. Immediately after, the Demon Refining Pot began spinning rapidly within Xingye's body. Its mouth slowly opened, manifesting a faint shadow outside. This shadow bore a crescent-shaped mark. As the pot's mouth opened, it instantly unleashed an endless suction force. Under this powerful pull, the surrounding pure water immortal essence surged toward the Demon Refining Pot like a tidal wave.
Xingye watched in horror as the demonic refining demon cauldron absorbed these divine energies through his skin.
As the pure water immortal essence touched his flesh, his scalp prickled with dread. Fortunately, the cauldron spared him psychological torment. Like demonic water seeking to purify him, the immortal essence was entirely sucked into the cauldron. As the pure divine essence continued to be drawn into the Demon Refining Pot, Xingye felt the pressure on his body gradually lessen. The pool of divine essence rapidly diminished by half. Fortunately, the chaos outside and the cover provided by Jor and Qilua prevented the disappearance of the divine essence from being noticed. As the Demon Refining Pot exerted its power, sensation slowly returned to his body, and his consciousness sharpened. The physical form rushing toward the force of return brought him a profound sense of security. Yet, just as he believed the crisis had passed, the pure water immortal palace suddenly shook violently.
The surrounding space began to warp and distort, cracks spreading like a spider web.
The water immortal overlord and the other demons sensed this powerful upheaval, terror etching itself onto their faces.
What's happening? That brat isn't dead? What did he do to the immortal source?
Water Lily Chief roared furiously. The Celestial Dragon General also sensed the anomaly, his mind filled with confusion and delight.
Xingye, you're truly unorthodox. If it weren't for your immense fortune and resilience, don't forget the immortal source.
Hearing the celestial dragon general's voice outside, Xingyi nearly cursed aloud.
Damn it, what a piece of work!
He thought the man was a decent superior, but for the sake of the immortal source, he didn't give a damn about his life or death.
He must achieve godhood.
Once he broke through to become a heavenly god and acquired sufficient divine techniques, he would ascend to the celestial court immediately. This place was too dangerous. If not for the demon refining pot just now, he would have died for sure.
But misfortune often brings fortune.
Washed by the pure water immortal spring, not only had his physical body advanced further, but his meridians had also expanded, boosting his cultivation talents several-fold. Most crucially, the long stagnant bottleneck to divine being cultivation had begun weakening under the purifying force. Once he escaped this hellhole and secluded himself for 3 to 5 days, he would surely break through. By then, even if he had to confront the celestial dragon general, he would fear nothing. Oh, right, I nearly forgot about Linifeng. I hope the heavenly dragon general outside has made progress, but it doesn't matter. Once he breaks through to heavenly god, Linifeng can save himself.
I only hope the other can hold on.
As he pondered, the demon refining pot had already drained all the immortal source within it, even drawing a sip from the 10,000-year-old sea willow divine tree. Then, under Xingye's horrified gaze, a figure emerged in ancient form resembling a conglomeration of countless trees. The vitality radiating from this figure was so dense it was almost unbelievable. Its gaze pierced through layers of space, settling upon Xingyi. Millennia have passed, and finally someone has awakened me. A cracked, weathered voice echoed through the immortal hall. A human boy? How can you be so feeble? Xingye's heart tightened at the sound. The oppressive aura emanating from this ancient being rivaled that of the divine maiden he had encountered before, utterly untouchable.
Since you've awakened me, come forward and test your mettle. Master, go, Jior's urgent voice transmitted. It means no harm. Xingye's heart stirred.
He naturally chose to trust Jior's words, but facing such an ancient monster, it was impossible not to feel uneasy. He took a deep breath and slowly approached the mysterious figure.
Interesting. The little one can actually sense my thoughts. With a light wave of the figure's hand, Jior inside Xingye suddenly flew toward the opponent. Xingye gasped in shock and anger. Jior? Jior was equally startled, wailing, I want my master. Don't you dare touch me. In its struggle to break free, it even attempted to ignite its bloodline.
The old man sighed helplessly. The little one has a fiery spirit.
Never mind. Let's go back. Jior was tossed back.
Xingye quickly scooped her up, glaring warily at the tree-like figure.
Elder, what exactly are you up to? I may be weak in power, but I have some connections. Surely you can sense the aura of the goddess within me. She's my foster sister.
Surely you wouldn't cause trouble for me, old man.
Xingye tried to play the card. This old creature's power was too terrifying, only the divine maiden could possibly restrain him. Sure enough, the tree man frowned slightly upon hearing this. After a careful probe, his expression turned shocked. You brat, you haven't lied. But alas, that so-called goddess is merely an immortal ascended during the Jiazi era. She falls far short of my master, let alone myself. The old man's words carried an air of arrogance. Yet the moment these words left his mouth, the long-dormant divine maiden's phantom within Xingye's body began to tremble violently, as if preparing to manifest and emerge. Xingye felt his head was about to explode. My dear sister, please be mindful. This is my sea of consciousness, it can't withstand such turmoil. Old codger, you talk big. This divine maiden remembers you. When the great calamity comes, I'll peel your old skin off to make this boy a robe of immortal willow. The divine maiden's image manifested for only an instant before retreating back into Xingye's mind. Before departing, she saw Xingye clutching his head and screaming in agony. She scolded him impatiently. You're such an embarrassment to your sister. How long has it been? Why are you still stuck at demigod level? Old fool. This boy bears destiny upon him. Breaking through his realm for him is your finest chance to cultivate merit for your master. Chapter 137, The Opportunity to Break Through to Godhood. What? Destiny. The ancient tree elder's previously serene expression instantly twisted into utter astonishment. His eyes widened, filled with shock. In an instant, his figure moved like a ghostly apparition toward Xingye. His withered, skeletal hand, like an iron clamp, seized Xingye's arm with such force it made her arm ache. His other hand explored Xingye's arm, muttering to himself as if performing some mysterious probing technique. Faint glows seeped from his fingertips, slowly permeating into Xingye's body. Startled by this sudden action, Xingye's body instinctively tensed, nearly prompting him to strike back. But then he remembered that even the goddess hadn't warned him of danger. Judging that the old man probably meant him no harm, Xingyi, out of respect for elders and kindness to the young, decided against fighting back, and it certainly wasn't because he might not be able to win. So it's real? The old man's voice was low and raspy, as if his throat had been run over by a truck. His eyes flickered uncertainly as he looked at Xingye, filled with confusion. Then he glanced deeper into the immortal mansion. Taking a deep breath, he slowly said, Young friend, you possess extraordinary fortune. I must admit I misjudged you.
His tone carried a complex mix of emotions. He felt both regret over his earlier misjudgment and awe at the destiny Xingye carried. Destiny, had he missed it, the master would be in grave danger. Thankfully, the divine maiden had warned him. Xingye gave an awkward chuckle, scratching his head. You flatter me, elder. His smile carried a hint of awkwardness, for he himself knew nothing of this so-called destiny. The old man snorted coldly. I never joke. It seems you don't even understand what destiny is, let alone what it represents. His eyes flashed with displeasure, as if reproaching Xingye for his ignorance. Xingye rubbed his head and said with a wry smile, Senior, I truly don't know. Others have mentioned this word to me before, but every time I asked them about it, they acted all mysterious, saying I'd understand when the time came. But I'm still completely lost. If they'd explained it sooner, I could have understood earlier. His words carried a hint of resignation. Riddlers were the most irritating. Xingye rubbed his hands together, looking at the old man with eager anticipation. So, Senior, what exactly is destiny? Destiny, my dear, it is naturally. The old man gave a mysterious smile, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. He looked at Xingye, whose face was full of anticipation, and deliberately paused. Just as Xingye thought he was about to give the answer, the old man's tone suddenly changed. He chuckled, when the time comes for you to know, you will know. Seriously, could you rephrase that? Xingye couldn't hold back any longer. Frustration surged like a tidal wave within him. He spat angrily, his face twisted with displeasure. The old man shot Xingye a sidelong glance, yet made no move to reprimand his rudeness. Instead, he remarked indifferently, Young man, do you wish to break through to the heavenly god realm? Clearly, the goddess's words had profoundly inspired him. He had already resolved to invest in this youth before him. At those words, Xingye's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. He pressed urgently, Elder, do you have a way? His voice trembled slightly with excitement. The heavenly god realm had troubled him for far too long. Though he was confident he could break through within days upon returning, confidence was one thing, unexpected twists were another. If he could increase his chances of success, it would undoubtedly be beneficial. That old man could actually converse with the goddess. He must be terrifyingly powerful. If he could truly gain the elder's assistance, it would undoubtedly guarantee a smooth breakthrough. The old man's eyes widened as he replied with a hint of exasperation, Of course. The threshold of the heavenly god realm? Though yours is a bit stubborn, it can't compare to the barrier of the immortal god realm, can it? His words brimmed with confidence, as if breaking through the heavenly god realm were child's play to him. Xingye gasped, You can actually help others break through to immortal godhood? Shock spread across his face as his understanding of the old man's power reached new heights. Powerful individuals were not rare, but those who possessed great strength and could also aid others in their breakthroughs were truly formidable. The old man chuckled, a smug look spreading across his face. Well, recognize this old man's prowess now? How about you take me as your master? I'm in a generous mood today, I might just agree. The divine tree elder's eyes darted around eagerly, clearly hoping to seize this opportunity to take Xingye as his disciple. Get lost, you old geezer. Think you can take advantage of this lady? The cold voice of the goddess suddenly echoed from within Xingye, shattering the seemingly harmonious atmosphere. The old man sighed helplessly, speechless. Fine. Forgot you still had her on your back. Can't pull this off now. A hint of regret flashed across his face, inwardly annoyed by the goddess's sudden appearance. Xingye. He was momentarily speechless, unsure what to say, and could only stand there awkwardly. How does the senior plan to help me break through to the heavenly god realm? Xingye deliberately changed the subject. His foremost concern now was how to achieve that breakthrough. Everything else could wait. The elder casually produced a green fruit, which emitted a faint glow, as if shrouded in a mysterious halo. See this? It's 100,000-year sacred heart fruit, the primary ingredient for refining immortal god pills. It's more than sufficient to help you break through the heavenly god realm, young man. The elder's tone brimmed with pride. He seemed utterly confident in the fruit's power. Xingye's eyes lit up, his gaze brimming with greed and longing. He eagerly reached out to take the fruit, only for the old man to swiftly withdraw his hand and pull it back. The old man smiled warmly at Xingye, saying calmly, You think you can just take such a precious divine fruit for free? Have humans become this shameless nowadays? Though his words carried reproach, his eyes betrayed a hint of teasing. Xingye looked utterly helpless. Just tell me what you need, senior. Look at my worth, even selling me whole wouldn't cover it. A bitter smile touched his lips, for he knew deep down this divine fruit wouldn't come easily. Quite a self-aware youngster. I stand corrected. You're far more humble than many promising youths I've encountered over the years. The elder nodded slightly, satisfied with Xingye's attitude. But your body is useless to me. Here's the deal, this divine fruit in exchange for 3 conditions. In the future, whenever my master or I require assistance, you must help us unconditionally. Unconditional? And 3 conditions? Senior, you're being too greedy. Even when the divine maiden personally taught me the supreme body refining technique for half a year, she only asked for 1 condition in return. Xingye's eyes widened, his face filled with astonishment and displeasure. Hearing this within Xingye's body, the divine maiden was startled.
She thought to herself, hadn't she asked for 5 conditions back then?
Seeing the young man speak with such confidence, even the divine maiden began to doubt herself, wondering if she had misremembered.
Xingye immediately sent a silent message to the goddess. Goddess sister, play along, okay? After all, I'm here to serve you.
His voice carried a hint of flattery, hoping she would lend him a hand. The term sister goddess made her heart flutter. She hummed lightly in response, reluctantly agreeing. Old geezer, this thing is worth 2 conditions at most. There are plenty of divine trees like yours slumbering in the world.
If need be, let this kid go find another one. With this goddess guiding him, he'll find it in no time. Her voice echoed in Xingye's mind, brimming with authority. The ancient tree elder felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Though reluctant, he knew there was no arguing with her. He could only concede, 2 conditions it is. But he must give his all. And add one more stipulation, when my master is resurrected, he must not interfere. If necessary, he must even offer assistance. Agreed, the divine maiden consented. Don't push your luck, boy. 2 conditions are enough.
We don't want the karmic debt to become unmanageable, the divine maiden whispered to Xingye, her voice tinged with sternness.
Xingye didn't understand what karma meant, but he was obedient.
He quickly nodded in agreement.
Alright, you brat, hurry up and handle those matters outside. Then come find me secretly. Here's the talisman that grants free passage in and out of this secret realm. The old man said, handing the talisman to Xingye with a dark expression before turning and leaving.
The old man's figure gradually vanished into the depths of the immortal palace, leaving Xingye standing alone. Xingye suddenly remembered something and urgently called out, "Wait, senior!" His voice echoed through the immortal palace, tinged with urgency. The old man halted, turning back with a puzzled expression. "What else is there?" Xingye pleaded, "Please force us all out of here. That way, I can explain to the Celestial Dragon General why I'm still alive. Oh, and leave some injuries on me, just enough to make it believable, but nothing serious." The old man frowned slightly. "You're such a pain in the ass. For your sake, I'll spare these useless fools. Hurry and come find me to break through to Heavenly God. My power is sufficient now, why must I still hide the truth from these people? Simply slash down anyone who displeases you." With that, the old man formed seals with both hands and casually clapped his palms together. While Xingye and the old man haggled over terms with playful banter, the outside world had already descended into a blood-soaked chaos. The Celestial Dragon General stood like a war god at the center of the battlefield, enveloped in the frenzied power of the Dragon God. That power took the form of a massive, tangible dragon, coiling and soaring around his body, emitting deep, rumbling roars. He looked utterly formidable. Yet, compared to the enemy he faced, he appeared utterly disheveled. Hundreds of thousands of water lily thousand-armed centipedes descended like a storm, each measuring tens of meters in length. Their dark green bodies shimmered with an eerie glow within the dimly lit immortal palace. Each centipede wielded hundreds of iron-red legs, each laced with 5 deadly poisons, lashing wildly through the air. Every swing produced a bone-chilling whistling sound, the legs as sharp as steel blades, easily carving deep gashes into the hard immortal ironstone. Their mandibles were the most terrifying feature, sharp, serrated blades dripping with dread-inducing venom. A single bite allowed the poison to instantly invade the victim's vital organs. Even a heavenly god-tier powerhouse would struggle to resist the corrosive effects of such venom. The Celestial Dragon General wielded his divine weapon with all his might, each swing sending showers of blood flying. Alas, their numbers were too vast to be utterly vanquished. Fierce rage blazed in his eyes as he parried the 1,000-armed centipede's assaults while simultaneously guarding the safety of the surrounding celestial soldiers.
Despite his desperate efforts, countless comrades still fell, wounded or slain.
Watching familiar figures fall one after another beside him, the Heavenly Dragon General felt as though countless steel blades were piercing his heart, the pain unbearable. Bonded by comradeship, but the resources invested in their training stung even more. "Hold on, everyone," the Celestial Dragon General roared to the heavens, but alas, he himself was already overwhelmed. Beyond the tidal wave of 1,000-armed centipedes surging forward, the colossal unicorn shark lurked menacingly nearby. Its immense form moved through the air, stirring powerful gusts of wind. Each impact could shatter a small mountain. Their horns glinted with icy coldness, like gigantic spears, thrusting toward the Celestial Dragon General and his heavenly soldiers with earth-shattering force. Paired with the infuriatingly enchanting clam maidens, the unicorn sharks left the Celestial Dragon Generals utterly overwhelmed.
The clam maidens, also known as clam fairies, possessed graceful figures and skin as white as snow.
Their eyes shimmered with a soul-stealing radiance. The Celestial Dragon General had already been accidentally enchanted twice during the battle. Each time he fell under their spell, his gaze would grow hazy, and his body would experience a momentary sluggishness. In those fleeting moments, the unicorn shark seized its chance, lunging forward with its massive jaws snapping open. Its razor-sharp teeth nearly bit through his waist. The Celestial Dragon General narrowly evaded one deadly strike after another, his rage and dread growing palpable. "Xingye, if you don't show yourself soon, this divine general truly won't hold out much longer," the Celestial Dragon General roared inwardly. His sole hope now rested on Xingye, praying the young man would succeed in retrieving the pure water immortal spring for him. In his view, only by obtaining that precious immortal source would this devastatingly costly battle not be fought in vain, justifying the immense sacrifices he and his celestial soldiers had made outside.
Meanwhile, the water immortal chief lurked in the shadows.
Its massive form blended seamlessly into the darkness, only its pair of eyes gleaming with an eerie light, coldly observing everything on the battlefield. Seeing the celestial dragon general in dire straits, the corners of its mouth curled upward into a sinister grin.
It sneered mockingly. "Oomph. Unable to defeat me outside, yet you foolish humans dare pursue me here. How utterly presumptuous. And you dare dream of capturing me as your pet beast? Pah! You are not worthy."
Its voice echoed through the immortal palace, brimming with contempt and scorn.
Hearing Shuexian Kuei's taunts, the celestial dragon general's fury boiled over.
His eyes instantly turned bloodshot.
"Wretched beast!
This divine general shall slay you today," he roared, charging recklessly toward Shuexian Kuei. Seeing this, Water Lily Chief's heart clenched in alarm. It hadn't expected the celestial dragon general to charge at it in such dire straits. It hastily shifted its massive body, preparing to dodge. Yet the battlefield teemed with demons and monsters. Before the celestial dragon general could reach it, he was swallowed by a relentless torrent of attacks. Attacks rained down upon him like hailstones. His dragon god shield flickered under the relentless assault, its radiance steadily fading. Seeing the celestial dragon general driven back once more, the fear in the water lily demon king's heart vanished instantly, replaced by an even more maniacal laugh.
"You think you can kill me in my master's world? You're dreaming. That brat in the pure water lily spring pool might already be purified.
Now all that's left is you, worthless dragon general. Today, you will all die here, becoming fertilizer for my master's microcosm."
Chapter 138, 230,000 Military Merits.
On Xingye's side, as the divine tree elder turned to leave, he casually waved his hand, causing Xingye to vanish from the secret realm.
Simultaneously, the divine tree used a secret technique to conceal the life force emanating from Xingye's body.
"Youngster, this old man has concealed 70% of your life force with a secret technique.
Rest assured and play dead."
Xingye beamed with delight, but before he could thank the divine tree elder, he was forcibly expelled.
The elder clearly couldn't be bothered with Xingye any longer. He detested pretenders above all else.
Yet fate had singled this youth out, a mystery that perplexed the elder, who had lived nearly 10,000 years. Still, longevity had its perks, namely, not troubling oneself.
If he couldn't understand it, he wouldn't dwell on it.
He'd simply return and sleep soundly. Meanwhile, at the dragon god general's side, the celestial dragon divine sword faced endless demons gnawing and tearing at it. Of the hundreds of elite guards surrounding him, only a dozen remained. He was on the verge of collapse when suddenly the secret realm shook violently and a flash of white light erupted. Under the stunned gazes of the celestial dragon general and his companions, their figures slowly vanished. Water Lily Chief roared in fury, ready to pursue, but suddenly received a telepathic message from the divine tree elder. He halted immediately, kneeling to beg for forgiveness. Whoosh! 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 The celestial dragon general and his near-death guards reappeared in the outside world, gasping for the fresh air.
"We're alive? We actually made it out alive? Dragon brother is awesome. General Long, did you master a cross-dimensional teleportation array? Or did you break through to a new realm and force your way out with us?" Many of the surviving guards wept with emotion. Hundreds of elite soldiers had entered, yet only a dozen or so emerged. How could they not be terrified? Thankfully, they were alive. Alive was truly wonderful. The heavenly dragon divine general's mouth twitched. He'd been about to ask who'd rescued him. Truth be told, though the celestial dragon general was confident he could have fought his way out alone in that situation, bringing everyone with him unscathed? Absolutely impossible. Even if he had broken through to an 80-level heavenly god, it would have been impossible. Only a 90-level domain heavenly god could have done it. But as he listened to his personal guard's exaggerated praise, the celestial dragon general cleared his throat twice. Without discovering who had actually saved them, he decisively accepted their flattery with modesty. The more his subordinates revered and thanked him, the more his status as a general would rise. After all, if his subordinates disobeyed or defied him, his future orders would likely be met with insincere compliance men who paid lip service but failed to deliver on crucial missions. Ahem, ahem. As long as you're all unharmed, hurry and tend to your wounds. The celestial dragon general wasn't quite shameless enough to claim he'd rescued them himself, though he certainly didn't deny it either. His guards, however, grew even more convinced. Kneeling in gratitude before the celestial dragon god, their eyes brimmed with unwavering trust. "Ha! Sir, isn't that Lord Xingye over there?" Suddenly, a soldier pointed toward a motionless, battered figure nearby. Xingye was speechless. He had flown out before the celestial dragon general and the others emerged, then found a good spot to feign being gravely wounded and unable to move, waiting for the celestial dragon general to discover him. But when the celestial dragon general and his men emerged, the guards launched into a tirade of praise.
He'd been lying on the ground for 100 breaths already. If he were truly mortally wounded, he'd likely be covered in grave grass by now.
Damn Dragon General, I never trusted you this much back then.
Ah, the old ancestor was wise after all. Relying on others is no match for relying on yourself.
Thankfully, I secured the Divine Tree Elder's assurance.
If all goes well, I'll break through to Heavenly God tonight. Oh, I wonder how Brother Yifeng is doing. Hope everything's going smoothly with the Heavenly Eye General. As Xingye pondered, the Celestial Dragon General finally snapped out of his daze.
Recognizing Xingye, he was utterly shocked and immediately rushed over, muttering incessantly, "You can't die, you brat.
At least tell this general whether you've secured the pure water immortal spring or not."
With his keen hearing, Xingye naturally overheard.
His vision darkened momentarily as he snorted coldly inwardly. This place held no welcome for him now. Once he attained the status of a heavenly god, if he couldn't return to Blue Star, he would guard Qinghe Town and transform this place into his own heavenly court headquarters, no longer relying on outsiders' strength. The Celestial Dragon General cautiously probed Xingye's body with his divine sense. As fellow celestial cultivators, assessing injuries was a simple matter requiring only basic knowledge. Know what attribute spiritual energy or divine power was needed. Of course, healing still primarily relied on wood and water attributes, otherwise, one risked killing the patient.
The Divine Tree Elder proved remarkably effective.
Yet the moment the Celestial Dragon General assessed Xingye's condition, his heart sank. Damn it, his life force is so faint. He's only got superficial wounds. After soaking in the pure water immortal spring, residual curses shouldn't exist. Why is his vitality extinguished? I've never heard of the pure water immortal spring extinguishing life force. At worst, it purifies someone into a fool. The Celestial Dragon General muttered, utterly perplexed. Xingye's face darkened further.
So this guy knew about the side effects of the pure water immortal spring? Poof. He dared send him down here?
The other had set him up first. Then he wouldn't blame him for being ruthless now.
Killing him wasn't necessary.
After all, the Celestial Dragon General had treated him well initially. Once he broke through to godhood, he'd find an opportunity to knock him out and seize some divine treasures.
TSK, Xingye gave himself a mental pat on the back for his kindness. Divine General, it's possible the purifying spring is an illusion, concealing demonic toxins beneath. Devouring life force is the most common tactic for demonic beings. It could very well be that demonic tree. Indeed.
That secret realm clearly resembles a demonic forbidden zone, and that demonic tree radiates an aura rivaling that of a 100,000-year-old peach tree.
If it casts an illusion to lure people into the pool and absorb their life force. Whoa, the Celestial Dragon General sucked in a sharp breath.
You're right. But I'm certain the pool must float with pure water immortal spring, though perhaps only the top layer is genuine. Actually, that makes perfect sense. The Celestial Dragon General grew increasingly animated. Otherwise, how could the world possibly contain such vast quantities of pure water immortal springs? How could such a vast pool possibly gather successfully in less than tens of thousands of years? Your Excellency is truly insightful. Truly worthy of your rank, far superior to us common soldiers. Many guardsmen congratulated him. Xingye listened, feeling awkward, his body twitching involuntarily. The Celestial Dragon General, however, was overjoyed. Boy, you're still alive? Come, quickly take this sacred medicine to keep yourself alive. Whether you survive or not depends entirely on you now. Gritting his teeth, the Celestial Dragon General forced his last remaining life-prolonging pill, the 7 Transformation Spirit Heart Pill, into Xingye's mouth. Though his primary motivation for saving Xingye stemmed from the potential presence of the pure water immortal source within him, it couldn't be denied that as his subordinate, Xingye had amassed significant merit for him in a short time. The general simply couldn't bear to see him die so easily. A flicker of resolve stirred within Xingye as he forced the pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue, its vibrant life force swiftly permeating his limbs and nourishing his internal organs. My lord, I cough. Xingye's performance was remarkably convincing, not due to his acting skills, but because the Divine Tree Elder's vitality concealment technique was astonishingly potent, allowing him to freely regulate the intensity of the life force. A mere Celestial Dragon General couldn't detect anything amiss. Don't speak. Kiss me. No, wrong word. I mean, heal me. The Celestial Dragon General hastily corrected himself. Xingye. Xingye could only feign ignorance and pretend not to hear. A burly man tugging at him silently while saying kiss me nearly scared internal injuries out of him. With his severe injuries providing a perfect excuse, Xingye activated his cultivation technique. Closing his eyes, he silently refined the elixir. Within his divine domain, countless supreme-grade spirit stones shattered, endlessly supplying him with spiritual energy. He needed to bring his body to peak condition. Tonight, he would attempt to break through to the heavenly god realm. This time, success was mandatory, failure was not an option. The Celestial Dragon General had no choice but to plop down beside Xingye, acting as his guard. Xingye lay motionless on the ground, feigning recovery. Time passed slowly. An hour later, his body trembled slightly. The pain faded from his face as he slowly regained consciousness, pretending his injuries were mostly healed.
The Celestial Dragon General had remained vigilant by his side. Seeing Xingye awaken, a flicker of urgency crossed his eyes. He no longer concealed his purpose, asking directly, "Xingye, did you obtain the pure water immortal spring?" Xingye inwardly cursed, "Like hell I did." Yet he knew full well he was no match for the Celestial Dragon General now. Turning hostile would be utterly pointless. He forced a wry smile and slowly shook his head. At this, the dragon god's expression hardened instantly. His previously mild features darkened into a grim frown. In that instant, a palpable surge of murderous intent radiated from him. Xingye's senses were keen though the dragon god swiftly reined in the hostility. The icy chill that washed over him sent a shiver down his spine. That old bastard actually harbored murderous intent toward me. What a piece of work! Xingye cursed silently within. Impossible. With such a large pool, did you secretly hoard it? The Celestial Dragon General refused to believe it, barking harshly. Seeing the Dragon General's wavering expression, his eyes seeming to threaten a forced soul search if Xingye denied it, Xingye judged his bluff had gone far enough. Hesitantly, he finally spoke, "Lord Dragon General, I do have some, but truly, only a few drops." Truthfully, from the very beginning, Xingye had been racking his brain over how to deceive the Celestial Dragon General regarding the quantity of the divine water immortal source. Giving too much would break his heart, but giving too little would likely earn him a beating. Though the entire pool was filled with divine spring essence, such essence was incredibly precious. Every single drop could be traded as a divine artifact. Moreover, given the murderous intent the Celestial Dragon General had just exposed toward him, giving too much would weigh heavily on Xingye's conscience. Fortunately, the conversation between the Celestial Dragon General and his personal guards while Xingye feigned unconsciousness had provided him with the perfect excuse. The Celestial Dragon General's words still rang clearly in his ears. "You're right. I'm certain the pool's surface is covered in pure water immortal essence, but it might only be the top layer." Xingye feigned trembling weakness as he spoke, "My lord, that divine spring water was only a few drops on the surface. Beneath it lurked supreme demons. The moment I descended, I nearly got sucked dry. Had I not exhausted my divine stones to sustain my divine mechanism, and had I not been forcibly teleported out for some unknown reason at the last moment, I fear I would have." His voice trailed off, filled with the relief of a survivor. After listening, the Celestial Dragon General wore an expression that said, "I knew it." He then scrutinized Xingye's face, satisfied that he wasn't lying. Forcing a faint, benevolent smile, he said, "I wronged you, my child. How many drops of the pure water immortal spring did you obtain? Bring them forth at once." Xingye hesitated. "Sir, I risked my life for those drops." "What about the military merit you mentioned earlier?" The Celestial Dragon General immediately raised the stakes without hesitation, 30,000 military merits per drop. He thought to himself, as long as he could obtain the pure water immortal essence, paying a higher price in military merits was well worth it. Xingye beamed with delight. "Thank you, Your Excellency. By the way, what news has the Heavenly Eye Divine General received about my friend?" He hadn't forgotten his comrade Lin Feng. Seizing this moment to inquire, he knew the other party would have to offer a solution even if there was no news. The Celestial Dragon General frowned impatiently. "I have news. I could even dispatch celestial soldiers for the rescue, but I must handle matters here first." His tone carried a hint of irritation. Clearly, the pure water immortal spring was his primary concern now. "Enough with the trivialities. Produce the immortal spring now." The Celestial Dragon General's impatience grew palpable as his gaze fixed on Xingye, as if wary of any trickery. Xingye shrugged, knowing the moment had come. He pretended to handle it with great care as he retrieved a specially crafted small jade bottle from his robe. He slowly uncorked the bottle. Instantly, a faint, refreshing fragrance wafted out. With a gentle tilt, 7 crystal-clear drops of the pure water immortal spring trickled out, shimmering with an enchanting glow under the sunlight. 7 drops? The Celestial Dragon General was both shocked and delighted. He had expected no more than 3 or 5 drops, yet Xingye had produced 7. His smile vanished instantly, however, as he barked again, "Any more?" With that, he unleashed his soul-capturing technique, unleashing a powerful mental assault upon Xingye. Xingye feigned submission, his gaze growing unfocused as he murmured, "None left." Only then did the Celestial Dragon General nod in satisfaction. "Not bad. This is 23,000 military merits. The remainder is my compensation to you, Xingye." After all, the Lord was merely following orders. "Please don't hold it against him." His tone carried a hint of appeasement, almost as if he felt slightly embarrassed. Xingye cursed inwardly. How dare he try to soul capture me? "Damn it, I'll beat you to death when I get the chance." But outwardly, he feigned deep reverence, hastily replying, "Not at all, not at all. Your Excellency is rightly strict. Otherwise, we wouldn't have achieved such gains." His words were exceedingly respectful, presenting an image of unwavering loyalty to the Celestial Dragon General. The Celestial Dragon General beamed with delight, roaring with laughter. "Excellent! Excellent! You've proven yourself worthy of my patronage, lad. Keep up the good work."
For your service to heaven this time, this general shall not shortchange you. Oh, and with your promotion to captain of 1,000, these remaining soldiers are now under your command. Have them assist in locating your friend. Rest assured, the GoldenEye Divine General has confirmed your friend is not in mortal danger. The Celestial Dragon Divine General continued. Hearing this, Xingye breathed a sigh of relief. This time, his gratitude to the Celestial Dragon General was heartfelt. Thank you, Your Excellency. Return and recuperate properly. The Celestial Dragon God waved his hand, signaling Xingye to withdraw. Xingye slowly rose to his feet, bowed respectfully to the Celestial Dragon General, then turned to leave. In that instant of turning, a fleeting, barely perceptible flash of anger flickered in his eyes. He thought to himself, old man, just you wait. Once I break through to godhood, you'll see how I deal with you. Chapter 139, Breaking Through to Heavenly God. After receiving the pure water immortal spring, the Celestial Dragon General proved highly trustworthy. No sooner had Xingye arrived at the City Lord's mansion in Qinghe Immortal Town than a messenger delivered news from the Celestial God General. Your friend's location has been confirmed. He was indeed captured by the demonic tribe, but his life is not in immediate danger, at least not yet. The exact coordinates are marked on the map provided. The mission is complete, and your reward has been settled. We look forward to working with you again. Xingye's heart swelled with joy as he studied the map. Yantai Giant Mountain City lay over 30,000 kilometers away, an immense distance. Even at full flight speed, it would take half a day, though realistically, 3 days might not suffice. The journey would be anything but smooth. This realm overflowed with spiritual energy, breeding demons and monsters everywhere. Delays along the way were to be expected. Fortunately, Xingye had powerful backing. With a wave of his hand, the Celestial Dragon General granted him all the personal guards who had accompanied him on this mission. While their loyalty might not be guaranteed, Xingye trusted that assigning them simple tasks would prevent them from foolishly paying lip service while secretly disobeying. Linny, take 300 celestial soldiers and retrieve my friend. The reward, 3,000 top-grade spirit stones per person. How does that sound? Xingye said in a deep voice. Linny, clad in silver-white battle armor, was a formidable 40th level heavenly god. Hearing the offer of 3,000 top-grade spirit stones, his eyes lit up. This new boss was truly generous. When working for the Celestial Dragon General, had he ever received such compensation? No problem, sir. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. With 300 celestial soldiers, even against a demon tribe, he was confident he could rescue one person. The mission was merely a rescue, not an extermination of the demon clan. 3,000 top-grade spirit stones meant a net profit of 2,000. Xingye nodded. Then depart. Rescue him swiftly and prioritize safety. Aye, sir. Rest assured, we'll have news within 5 days. Move out. Linny mustered his 300 soldiers and set off immediately. After settling matters concerning Linnyfang, Xingye breathed a sigh of relief. With these distractions handled, he planned to sneak back into that secret realm that night to break through to the heavenly god realm sooner. Moreover, Xingye had a premonition. Since the Celestial Dragon General had obtained the pure water immortal spring within that divine tree's secret realm, he would not let it go easily. He would either mobilize troops to re-enter or report it to the Celestial Court to claim merit. The former was manageable. Having witnessed the sacred tree's power, Xingye was confident no number of celestial soldiers could breach it. But if they reported to the Heavenly Court, and the Jade Emperor personally led an expedition, that was another matter entirely. Never mind the old Jade Emperor himself, even lesser deities like the Thunder God and Lightning Goddess far surpassed Xingye's experience. A full-scale Heavenly Court assault would likely overwhelm the sacred tree. If the divine tree couldn't hold them off, escape was an option. But if the enemy got away, who would help him break through to become a heavenly god? Therefore, the breakthrough must happen tonight. Meanwhile, the Celestial Dragon General had obtained Xingye's 7 drops of pure water immortal essence, yet he refused to retreat. He meticulously scanned the river domain, hoping to uncover more traces of water immortal energy. Alas, he lacked Xingye's fortune, reeling in scarcely any exceptional catches. The Celestial Dragon General could only return in frustration. However, he had marked the entire river domain. That unknown demonic realm he had just probed, merely a corner of it had yielded the peerless divine treasure of the pure water immortal spring. If he were to fully explore and harvest the entire secret realm, the Celestial Dragon General dared not imagine the bounty that awaited. Alas, his current strength was insufficient. Thus, he marked the location and resolved to return another time. Let's go. Back to Qinghe Immortal Town. The Celestial Dragon General flew off toward the town with characteristic abandon, his celestial soldiers following close behind. The moment the Celestial Dragon General appeared, a small stir erupted. Whether ordinary townspeople or celestial soldiers, all gazed upon him with reverent awe. Xingye was no exception. He had no choice but to put on a convincing act. Xingye, though this mission faced many twists and turns, we've come through unscathed. This divine general has gained much and now prepares to depart. I entrust Qinghe Immortal Town to you with complete confidence.
Xingye hastily bowed his hands in humility. All credit belongs to your excellency, Celestial Dragon Divine General. Without your masterful command, we might not have escaped unscathed. Hearing Xingye's words, the Celestial Dragon General couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. You're quite the smooth talker, kid. He slapped Xingye's shoulder with such force it nearly sent Xingye reeling. Xingye coughed several times before the Celestial Dragon General realized what he'd done. My apologies, my apologies. I was so overjoyed I forgot about your injuries. His face was filled with regret. Seeing his moment, Xingye nodded immediately, a hint of bitterness crossing his face as he seized the chance to voice his small request. Lord Celestial Dragon, to extract the Qinghe holy water, the purifying water immortal spring, my life force was nearly drained dry. Now I'm gravely injured, my combat strength drastically reduced. I must tread carefully even when leaving my quarters, let alone complete the Heavenly Court's missions, like gathering water lily essence and resisting the demonic tribes. His voice grew lower and lower, filled with helplessness. The Celestial Dragon General listened, then waved his hand grandly. A mere trifle. For the next 10 years, you needn't worry about any Heavenly Court missions. Focus solely on healing. Leave the rest to this Divine General. As for your safety concerns, you're right, relying solely on these celestial soldiers might not be enough. The Celestial Dragon General hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, his heart was filled with joy. He gritted his teeth and promised. Very well. I shall return to the Heavenly Court shortly to report the extraordinary achievement of obtaining 5 drops of the pure water immortal spring, a feat accomplished by both you and this Divine General. I shall exchange them for protective city arrays from the Heavenly Treasury, concealment arrays, defensive arrays, spirit gathering arrays, and other divine artifacts to ensure your absolute safety. As for the cultivation resources I promised you earlier, you needn't worry. I pledge to grant you at least 10 peerless divine techniques, 200,000 divine stones, and 10 sets of inherited methods. Upon hearing the Celestial Dragon General mention only 5 drops of the pure water immortal spring, Xingye understood he intended to pocket 2 drops for himself. Yet he remained impassive, his face breaking into a flattering smile as he replied, Your selflessness is truly admirable, Lord. To surrender all 5 drops obtained this time is truly commendable. His gaze was clear, as if he genuinely believed he had acquired only 5 drops. Then I thank you, Lord. Xingye reiterated his gratitude. In truth, what he needed most were the city defending array and those scarce divine techniques and inheritances. With these, he could establish himself more firmly within the Celestial Court and cultivate his own forces with peace of mind. The Celestial Dragon General roared with laughter, inwardly pleased with Xingye's tact. He secretly transmitted his voice to Xingye. Young man, this Divine General won't shortchange you. I'll let you choose the finest set of city defense arrays, at least holy tier. Even a siege by 99 heavenly gods could be held off for a time. The same goes for the other cultivation techniques and inheritances. Xingye received the transmission, inwardly sneering but outwardly maintaining utmost respect. The two exchanged a knowing smile, understanding everything without words. After their discussion, the Celestial Dragon General departed alone, heading straight for the Heavenly Court. The celestial soldiers he left behind became Xingye's subordinates, assisting him in guarding Qinghe Town. From that day forward, Qinghe Immortal Town belonged entirely to Xingye. He began making basic arrangements for its affairs. In the cultivation world, mundane matters were few, and with these celestial soldiers, Qinghe Town's security was assured. Once everything was settled, Xingye announced his seclusion. I must prepare to break through to the Heavenly God realm. No one is to disturb me for the next 5 days. Yes, sir. Rest assured, we'll make sure not even a fly gets near you. Xingye returned to his quarters. He first instructed Jior and Shilua to set up concealment and defensive arrays, ensuring absolute security. Once the arrays were complete, Xingye used Jior's short-range teleportation array to leave Qinghe Immortal Town, heading straight for the Qinghe River domain. Standing at the edge of the Qinghe River domain, Xingye gazed at the token given to him by the Divine Tree Elder. Without hesitation, he tore it to shreds. In an instant, a flash of light erupted, and he found himself back within the Divine Tree's secret realm. Upon entering the Divine Tree secret realm, Xingye immediately scanned his surroundings with heightened vigilance. The endless horde of demons brought by the Water Lily Demon King last time did not appear, and Xingye visibly relaxed. Last time, the Heavenly Dragon Divine General had shielded him, otherwise, he truly would have perished. Everything here remained unchanged. Even the bloodstains on the battlefield and the corpses of the celestial soldiers still lay where they had fallen. The air was saturated with boundless water, attribute divine power, and with every breath, the urge to break through surged within him. Throughout the journey, Xingye felt an unusual unease. The Divine Tree Elder had aided him in breaking through to the Heavenly God realm. Could he truly succeed this time? He had attempted this too many times already. He hoped this time would be different. Xingye had barely taken 2 steps when he heard the familiar, aged voice. Young man, you've arrived. The Divine Tree Elder's voice was deep and raspy. Elder, I am here. I humbly request your assistance in breaking through to the Heavenly God realm, Xingye said respectfully. The ancient tree elder nodded slightly. Very well, let us begin. However, your physical form defies the heavens. Breaking through to the heavenly god realm will not be easy. The process may be painful. Prepare yourself mentally. His tone was stern, warning Xingye not to take this lightly. Xingye took a deep breath. Rest assured, Elder. As long as I achieve this breakthrough, everything else is negotiable. The Divine Tree Elder said no more. He extended his hand, revealing a 10,000-year sacred heartfruit radiating surging vitality. Consume it. Use your most proficient breathing technique to refine it. Do not allow your physical body to absorb it. Yes. Oh, and gather all your spirit stones, divine stones, and spirit fruits. Keep them close by, the elder added abruptly. Though these items held little value in the elder's eyes, he hadn't asked for them. Besides, no matter how insignificant, they were still his possessions. Agreeing to give the elder 100,000-year divine fruit was already the greatest assistance he could offer. With a flick of his thoughts, Xingye summoned Qilua and Jor from the divine realm. Then, an endless stream of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, top-grade spirit stones, and divine stones poured forth. The old man took a cursory glance and couldn't help but whistle in astonishment. Did you rob a divine tomb or something? How did you get so rich? Not only were there hundreds of 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, but over 30 billion top-grade spirit stones and hundreds of thousands of divine stones. Such resources would be more than sufficient even for a divine-level powerhouse. Xingye gave a nervous chuckle. It all belongs to Sister Goddess. Don't even think about it, old man. Bah! What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think this old man covets your trifles? The old man fumed, his beard bristling as he snapped, enough chatter. Strip and re-enter the purifying immortal spring pool. Xingye looked over and gasped in shock. Unbeknownst to him, the once empty immortal spring pool had been refilled. How the hell did this old man manage that? Did the immortal spring even have such terrifying reserves? No wonder the old man looked down on his measly trash. It made perfect sense. You too, the moment the water level in the pool drops, throw in the 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs. Once those are gone, throw in the divine stones. Only then should you use the top-grade spiritual stones. Got it? Qilua nodded. Yes, sir. Qilua dared not meet the old man's gaze. He was too formidable, comparable to the ancient patriarchs of the Witch Clan. Go! With the old man's low roar, Xingye tore through his clothes and plunged into the immortal spring pool without hesitation. The moment he entered the pool, Xingye swiftly swallowed the 100,000-year sacred heartfruit, radiating surging vitality, as instructed by the Divine Tree Elder. Simultaneously, he activated the Heavenly Court's divine technique, the 8-9 mystic art, channeling all his strength to refine this potent spiritual energy. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy seemed stirred by an invisible force, erupting into a violent storm that swept directly toward Xingye. In the blink of an eye, it tightly enveloped his body. Beneath him, the immortal source pool suffered as if struck by calamity. Spiritual energy surged into his body like a burst dam, draining the pool dry in an instant. Not even a ripple remained. Simultaneously, the stored spiritual energy within his demon refining pot plummeted at a terrifying, jaw-dropping rate. Before Jor and Qilua could react, the pool had run dry. Panicked, they immediately began adding various spiritual herbs and divine stones to replenish it. The moment these treasures touched the water, they dissolved into dense spiritual energy, continuing to surge into Xingye's body. Xingye distinctly felt the spiritual energy surging ceaselessly through every bone and tendon in his body. The boundless energy, seemingly purified by the immortal spring, crashed against his meridians like waves of a stormy sea, one relentless surge after another. Under this immense force, his meridians began to widen continuously. The once narrow passages gradually expanded, capable of accommodating greater flows of spiritual energy. His bones and flesh, tempered by this surging energy, emitted faint hums. Even as Xingye strained to control his physical form, his body underwent subtle evolution and strengthening. As time passed, Xingye's demand for spiritual energy grew ever greater. Numbers flashed continuously through his mind. Watching the vast quantities of spiritual energy being rapidly consumed, he felt both pained and thrilled. The greater the consumption, the stronger he would become after breaking through. Yet the rate of resource depletion was terrifying. 100,000-year-old medicinal herbs. 1,000 plants. 3,000. When every last 1,000-year-old medicinal herb was consumed, Xingye finally sensed a crack in the barrier that had imprisoned his cultivation realm. His heart surged with joy, yet he dared not relax for a moment, continuing to focus his energy on refining the spiritual energy. Half an hour passed. With a crisp crackling sound, Xingye successfully broke through the barrier of the heavenly god realm. Divine power, distinct from spiritual energy, surged forth from his body. Keep going. You haven't truly entered the heavenly god realm yet. This is only a pseudo-god, the old man roared. Xingye's heart stirred, and he obediently continued channeling his energy to absorb the essence. Another hour passed. Xingye's forehead was covered in a dense layer of sweat, droplets streaming down his cheeks. By now, he had completely lost control over his physical body's absorption of the spiritual energy and divine power from the immortal source pool. This unchecked absorption caused the immortal source pool to deplete at an alarming rate. Even the old man watching nearby couldn't help but murmur in awe, "What a freak. No wonder destiny chose him. We truly underestimated this boy." Thankfully, it's not too late. By now, hundreds of thousands of divine stones had been exhausted, yet his flesh and bones continued to undergo frenzied refinement, showing no sign of stopping. Joer Chilua, helpless, frantically tossed supreme-grade spirit stones into the pool. Alas, though supreme-grade spirit stones appeared plentiful, it often took tens of thousands of them to equal a single divine stone. Xingye's absorption rate of divine stones was terrifying enough, let alone supreme spirit stones. 500,000 top-grade spirit stones. 5 million. 30 million. In the blink of an eye, 100 million top-grade spirit stones were consumed. Chapter 140, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder. Joer and Chilua worked themselves into a sweat, hurling 100 million fingernail-sized supreme spirit stones into the tiny pool in an instant, a task no less grueling than a life or death duel. Their master was inside. Any deviation in the pace too fast or too slow would disrupt the breakthrough. Their focus was intense, which only deepened their exhaustion. Fortunately, their master's breakthrough seemed to be proceeding smoothly. The powerful aura filled Joer with delight and Chilua with fascination. The two girls worked tirelessly, even growing happier as they labored. As the final batch of supreme spirit stones poured into the pool, a torrent of spiritual energy surged toward Xingye. These energies flowed like countless living streams, converging and ceaselessly feeding into his body. Finally, Xingye successfully completed his breakthrough. Divine light flickered around his body, and a powerful aura surged skyward, as if striving to break free from the confines of the sacred tree's secret realm. At that very moment, the sky abruptly darkened. A multicolored thunder tribulation, like a ferocious beast, roared down from the clouds. Its blinding lightning instantly illuminated the entire secret realm, while deafening thunderclaps reverberated through the air. Though the tribulation had yet to strike, the thunder domain it formed already encircled Xingye and his companions. Thunder serpents slashed their tails, warping space wherever they passed. Blades of lightning struck the ground like razors, instantly shattering most of the secret realm. The earth cracked open, thunder roared, and the entire secret realm resembled a scene from the apocalypse. Xingye gazed upon the terrifying tribulation without a trace of fear, his heart instead filled with anticipation as he charged straight toward the very heart of the thunderous calamity. Heavenly thunder? It was merely nourishment for growth. Within this sacred tree's secret realm, Xingye stood like a thunder god, alone at the core of the lightning tribulation. Feeling the raging thunderous power all around him, Xingye rejoiced. His physical body hadn't felt this exhilarated in ages. Having already crossed the threshold into the heavenly god realm, his flesh could naturally continue to grow stronger. He had been troubled by how to further enhance his physical form, never imagining he would once again experience the warmth of heavenly thunder. Yes, Xingye was utterly arrogant. He had come to regard the divine punishment of heavenly thunder as a blessing from the Tao, bestowed to strengthen his body. With each thunderbolt's descent, Xingye actively stepped forward to absorb it. The celestial lightning, like agile thunder serpents, swiftly burrowed into his body. The powerful currents surged through his meridians, bringing wave after wave of excruciating pain, muscles tearing, shattering, and reborn. Under this baptism of thunder, his physique grew stronger at an astonishing rate. His spiritual orifices underwent earth-shattering transformations under the relentless assault and nourishment of the thunder's power. Originally possessing 72 spiritual orifices, this intense forging continuously unlocked new ones. Normally, it would take nearly a year to open a single orifice, but spurred by the heavenly thunder, he had cultivated 81 orifices in a short time. A mighty, powerful force flowed slowly within him. Upon closer inspection, Xingye's physical body pulsed with the essence of life. With 81 spiritual orifices, he had successfully broken through to the minor achievement realm of the indestructible body. Xingye's physical prowess had now reached a jaw-dropping level, truly possessing the godly power of rebirth from a single drop of blood. The heavenly thunder hasn't ended yet, I can still grow stronger. Xingye roared with laughter, his heart brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Merely enduring a few strikes of lightning had saved him nearly 100 million spirit stones in consumption. Gazing at the lightning still flickering and dancing across the sky, a fierce craving surged within him. He craved even more terrifying heavenly thunder to temper his physique. If he missed this opportunity, his physical form might never achieve such a dramatic leap before his breakthrough to immortal godhood. At this thought, a hint of madness flickered in Xingye's eyes. After all, he'd done it once before, it should be fine, right? Screw it, I'll give it one more shot. With the divine maiden and that old man around, I won't die no matter what. In a flash, Xingye's form streaked like lightning, hurtling straight toward the very heart of the nine heavens thunder domain. His speed reached its absolute limit, leaving only a blurred afterimage in the air. Upon reaching the thunder domain's core, he raised his middle finger high in an act of utter arrogance and insolence, his voice filled with frenzied mockery. Useless trash. This weak power is just tickling this young master. His voice boomed like rolling thunder, reverberating throughout the entire secret realm. The deafening roar even drowned out the thunderclaps of the heavenly tribulation itself, shaking the very heavens and earth as if fearing the Tao of heaven might not hear. Last time, this young master sucked up all the heavenly thunder in one go. Your heavenly Tao is utterly useless. Why not let me take over instead? Xingyi grew more enraged with each curse, his eyes flashing with madness. What could he do? He was addicted to strengthening his physical form. The Divine Tree Elder, Zhou and Qilua watched Xingye's frenzied actions from the sidelines, their eyes widening in shock. Their mouths gaped open so wide they could fit an egg inside. The Divine Tree Elder's mouth twitched involuntarily. He turned to look at Zhou and Qilua, his face filled with confusion. Is your master always this reckless? Did he provoke the heavenly Tao like this last time too? No wonder his physical form is so terrifying. He's absorbed heavenly thunder. But this absorption process? Truly a once-in-a-millennium feat. The elder gave Xingyi a thumbs up. That was brutally bold, even his own master wouldn't dare such a thing. Then again, he was burdened by destiny. Otherwise, well, Qilua's expression turned slightly awkward. She lowered her head slightly and murmured, last time, the heavenly tribulation was accidentally unleashed when I summoned the underworld. But after my master fought it off for me, he discovered it could temper his physique. Since then, he has indeed gone a bit overboard. He might have offended the way of heaven. Her words carried a hint of resignation, as if Xingye's reckless actions had long ceased to surprise her. The ancient sage of the divine tree listened to Qilua's explanation, his expression growing even more incredulous. His eyes widened as he stared at her and demanded, I can understand that boy surviving, but why are you two still alive? You don't even have a Tao curse order on you? The elder was deeply dissatisfied. Xingye had fate's protection, but these two before him, though of noble bloodline, did the Tao still care about bloodlines? Ha, elder, what exactly is that? Qilua asked, utterly bewildered. The ancient tree being sighed helplessly. Ignorance truly is bliss. Qiluo didn't dwell on it long, immediately pressing, Elder, is my master in mortal danger this time? Please save him. The divine tree elder stared at the swirling thunderbolts, his mouth twitching. This old man hasn't lived long enough yet, though his cultivation was terrifyingly strong. Facing heaven's punishment as his true form was merely an ancient willow tree, he absolutely could not endure the heavenly tribulation, let alone provoke the way of heaven. Don't worry. He bears destiny's weight, the Tao probably won't dare strike him dead, but after provoking it repeatedly, he won't fare well. Poof, this time it's 9 heavens divine thunder. He'll likely be bedridden for months. The old man wore a look of schadenfreude. When he faced the heavenly tribulation, he'd begged and pleaded, but the Tao showed no mercy. Seeing someone else defy the Tao brought him a certain satisfaction. Yet beyond that, the old man secretly hoped Xingye would endure even more terrifying thunderbolts. He'd suffered terribly back then, why should this reckless brat get off easy? Young people, full of youthful vigor, a few strikes won't cut off any flesh. Suffering forges the body and will. It was precisely at this moment that the old man's words seemed to carry divine power. As soon as he finished speaking, Xingyi was struck by an unimaginably terrifying bolt of lightning. This was the heavenly court, where the intensity of celestial thunder far surpassed anything in the Great Xia. And this was the wrath of a fully enraged heavenly tribulation. In an instant, a blinding bolt of lightning, bright enough to blind the eye, slashed toward Xingyi like a peerless divine weapon, carrying a world-shattering force. Wherever the lightning passed, space seemed as fragile as paper, instantly torn apart with a bone-chilling ripping sound. Xingyi had no time to react before the divine thunder crashed down upon him. With a deafening crack, the blinding axe light seemed to cleave the entire heavens and earth apart. Grim, terrifying cracks instantly appeared across Xingye's body. Blood gushed from the wounds like fountains, his golden blood boiling as it dripped into the sea below, sizzling with each drop. His skin was scorched black by the thunderfire, emitting a pungent, acrid smell. In some places, the stark white and black bone was even visible. Yet this was merely the beginning. Immediately after, bolts of 9 heavens divine thunder rained down relentlessly, each carrying enough power to obliterate an entire city. Xingye's body suffered unprecedented internal devastation. His meridians snapped like torn threads under the divine thunder's fury, while his organs were shattered into fragments. Scorching blood flowed freely both inside and outside his body. Xingye felt as though his body had been pierced by a million lightning needles simultaneously, or as if he had been thrown into a blazing furnace to be forged. His indestructible flesh began to activate, forcibly drawing in all surrounding divine power and thunder energy. His shattered physique transformed into life force, repairing Xingye's broken sacred body. Thunderbolts struck. The indestructible body repaired, the cycle repeated relentlessly. Xingye's agonized screams filled the air as his consciousness began to blur, the world before his eyes distorting. Damn it, this feels like I've really screwed up. Ugh, it hurts so much. My body can't recover fast enough, and I'm running out of divine power and spirit fruits. Xingye's divine domain lay utterly barren. All divine fruits and spirit stones had been depleted during his breakthrough to godhood. As for Zhou or Qilua, She was even poorer, stripped down to the clothes on her back. Truly, one only realizes how scarce spirit stones are when desperately needed. No, after this breakthrough, he absolutely had to rob the rich to help the poor. Earning divine stones on his own was too slow. Robbery was so much easier. Robbing human noble families was just like robbing demon clans, no psychological burden whatsoever. He might even gain some human merit points. But enough daydreaming. The pressing matter now was how to survive this damnable thunder tribulation. This heavenly Tao is no joke, it hurts like hell. And you can't even dodge it. Xingye tried to beg for mercy, his lips struggling to move. Yet not a sound emerged. His mouth had been struck numb by the lightning. But mainly, that damn heavenly Tao seemed to have sealed his mouth shut. Damn it. Not even giving him a chance to beg. Ah, senior, save the master. Qilihua heard Xingye's agonized groan and saw his pitiful state. Instantly horrified and frantic. If not for the divine thunder's terrifying might, she would have rushed forward to shield her master herself. But just then, the divine tree seemed to sense a dangerous aura. Without hesitation, it acted, instantly sealing Qilihua and Jior. Then, carrying both of them, it immediately fled thousands of miles away, escaping this perilous place. The ancient tree elder didn't even spare a thought for his own lair, the pure water immortal palace secret realm. The wretched water immortal chieftain was abandoned without a second thought. Seconds after the divine tree elder fled, the ancestral elders of the Crimson Flame Demon Clan and the Nightmare Skin Demon Clan descended like gods and demons. They forcibly tore open the spatial barrier of the pure water immortal palace secret realm and stormed inside. Two ancient divine beings descended, their aura vast as the sea, pressing down upon the pure water immortal palace until it trembled on the verge of collapse. Burning fury blazed in their eyes as they locked onto Starry Night, roaring, "Starry Night, you brat, die!" Their voices were saturated with boundless killing intent, as if they intended to tear Starry Night to shreds in an instant. The two ancient demonic immortal ancestors radiated overwhelming power, their aura like a forbidden black tide that warped the surrounding space. Their speed was astonishing, traversing tens of thousands of miles in a single stride. From the demon clan's holy city, tens of thousands of miles away, they appeared before Xingye. Yet as they drew near, they were horrified to discover Xingye had summoned the nine heavens thunder punishment of the Tao. Brilliant, multicolored divine thunderbolts danced and flickered around Xingye, like furious thunder dragons radiating a bone-chilling pressure. The two elders exchanged a glance, instantly dumbfounded, their hearts filled with horror. Had they not woken up yet? Or had they been ambushed? Had they not teleported to Xingye's side? They tried to turn and flee, but it was too late. The heavenly Tao, already enraged by Xingye's provocation, now mistook the two immortals for his reinforcements. Without hesitation, it sealed them within the thunder domain as well, unleashing two more bolts of nine heavens divine thunder. Before this, Xingye had already been struck by the nine heavens divine thunder, leaving his flesh torn and bleeding. His body was covered in gruesome wounds, blood gushing forth like a fountain. His recovery speed utterly unable to keep up. Truthfully, had he possessed the boundless support of divine stones, Xingye wouldn't have suffered so terribly. With each divine thunderbolt striking, he could only endure the assault with his physical body. The agony seared deep into his bones, as if it were tearing his very soul apart. His body convulsed violently at the thunderous roar of each divine bolt. Trapped in a state of living hell, neither able to live nor die, though his flesh grew stronger under the divine thunder's relentless forging, the excruciating agony remained unbearable. Xingye was nearly driven to tears by the relentless strikes. Unable to flee and lacking divine stones to heal his wounds, he was plunged into despair. Just then, a heavenly voice echoed in his ears, "Xingye, come to your death." The two invading demonic ancestors quickly drew the attention of most of the divine thunderbolts. Xingye was so overcome with emotion he nearly cried out. These were truly his life-saving benefactors. The arrivals radiated malevolent energy, clearly no good birds. Moreover, their first words were to kill him. Xingye felt completely at ease about being a burden to the two of them. Without hesitation, he edged closer to the two elders, attempting to drag them into sharing the divine thunder's fury. Xingye gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, dragging his feet with immense effort, to prevent his escape and ensure every divine thunderbolt struck him. The accursed heavenly Tao had deployed multiple heaven and earth great arrays, speed-suppressing formations, gravity amplified 10,000-fold. Every step felt like hauling a 1,000-ton weight. Forget flying, even a turtle crawled faster than him. Of course, the heaven and earth arrays bore no names. The two great demon clans had entered and received the same highest honor treatment. This amused Xingye greatly. Suffering alone was excruciating, but sharing the agony, especially when someone else endured an even worse fate, made it bearable. Chapter 141, Linifeng's Return. Meanwhile, the two demonic ancestors, their faces twisted with terror, desperately sought a way to escape. They unleashed every ounce of power,
bombarding the heavens with formidable divine techniques in a desperate attempt to shatter the celestial Tao's blockade. Alas, the more they struggled, the more excited the celestial Tao grew, unleashing increasingly terrifying nine heavens divine thunderbolts. This damned heavenly Tao! Why drag us into this? The crimson-fired demon ancestor roared furiously, his voice thick with grief and rage. Who the hell could endure being struck by heavenly tribulation lightning for no reason? Cultivators dreaded heavenly tribulations most, they couldn't even evade them normally. Yet here they were, charging straight into the calamity. It's all that Xingye brat's fault. If not for him, how would we have ended up in this hellhole? The nightmare-skinned demon clan patriarch also roared, seething with hatred so intense he wanted to flay Xingye alive. Having learned of their great-grandson's slaughter and coincidentally arriving to investigate the celestial court situation, they'd planned to seize the opportunity to strip the youngster who massacred their kin of every bone and sinew. Yet they never imagined this brat would provoke the wrath of heaven and summon such a terrifying thunder tribulation. Even when they broke through to the ancient immortal realm, they only faced the nine heavens divine thunder. This brat was barely at the initial stage of the heavenly god realm, how could he possibly summon the nine heavens divine thunder? Moreover, judging by the murderous intent radiating from the heavens, this clearly wasn't a tribulation lightning strike, it felt more like divine retribution. Damn it, what inhuman atrocity did this brat commit? Even when I slaughtered an entire city and flayed its inhabitants, I only faced the seven-colored lightning punishment. Using the nine heavens divine thunder for divine retribution? Unheard of. The two venerable elders racked their brains but couldn't fathom the reason. After all, within the entire heavenly court, there was absolutely no one else who had ever brazenly cursed the Tao, chasing after heavenly thunderbolts to absorb and plunder their power. Because all who had dared were struck dead. Currently, only Xingye remains unkilled, though he is merely clinging to life. In the eyes of the two ancient ancestors of the demon clan, Xingye's demise was merely a matter of time. But they couldn't die. They had barely broken through to immortal godhood, how could they possibly trade places with a worthless human? Honored ancestors, since you've come, you won't be leaving. Let us all partake in heaven's bounty together. Xingye resolved to strike first, closing in on the pair. He sensed the immense power of the two demonic beings. If he waited until the heavenly tribulation dissipated and faced them alone, certain death awaited him. Yet this realm was the heavenly Tao's thunder domain, his heavenly Tao's thunder domain. Even the most merciless heavenly Tao would spare a glimmer of life for one who had broken through. But for these two demonic intruders, the heavenly Tao would strike them down with full force, showing no mercy. The two ancient demonic ancestors grew even more enraged at Xingye's words. Yet survival now took precedence over his provocation. Dodging the surrounding thunder domains, they desperately sought any glimmer of hope. As time passed, the thunder's punishment grew ever more potent. The two ancient demons grew increasingly frantic as bolts of divine lightning fell like rain, enveloping the entire area in a sea of thunder. Xingye and his two companions struggled desperately within this sea of thunder. Their bodies were charred black as coal, their wounds exposed as stark white bones, their blood nearly drained dry. Xingye's body had reached its limit, his consciousness already beginning to blur. Fortunately, the other two were sharing the burden with him, otherwise, he would likely have perished long ago. The two ancient demonic ancestors fared even worse. Their terrifying power drew upon an even more terrifying thunder tribulation and crueler restrictions. Under this thunder domain, they could wield less than 30% of their strength. Cracks began to appear across their bodies, like porcelain on the verge of shattering. Fifth brother, I can barely hold on. Think of something. Damn it. Second brother, what can I do? We're demons, we're inherently vulnerable to heavenly tribulation lightning, let alone this nine heavens divine thunder. Damn it. How can that bastard's flesh be so resilient? He still won't die? Kong, that brat is still closing in on us. We can't wait for him to get struck dead. We can't afford to gamble. In a few more breaths, our divine souls will be damaged. So what should we do? Self-detonation, roared the nightmare skin ancestor. This thunder tribulation targets physical bodies, our divine souls are largely unaffected. And if we detonate simultaneously, it'll shatter a portion of the heavenly Tao itself. Whoa, self-detonation? But what about our physical bodies and cultivation? What time is it now? We must sacrifice what must be sacrificed. Otherwise, if our divine souls are damaged, beware of being possessed and controlled upon returning. The demonic race was ruthless. Even revered immortal ancestors like them faced relentless assassination attempts and soul-stealing if their divine souls showed damage. Losing a physical body could be rebuilt with resources, but a damaged soul spirit couldn't be restored quickly, especially for divine-level soul spirits like theirs. The stronger the soul spirit, the harder it was to injure. But recovery became exponentially more difficult once damaged. It was a case of choosing the lesser of two evils. The later the stage, the more crucial the soul became compared to the physical body, at least in the eyes of the demonic race. Damn it!
They're forcing us into a dead end.
The crimson-flamed demon clan patriarch roared furiously, his voice brimming with resentment.
It sounded easy enough, but self-detonation meant abandoning all cultivation. Who the hell would willingly do that? But self-destruction is our only way out. The nightmare-skinned demon clan patriarch gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with resolve, as if he had already accepted certain death. Exchanging a glance, they finally resolved themselves. A flash of resolve flickered in their eyes as they swiftly mobilized every ounce of demonic energy within their bodies, compressing it to its absolute limit.
Their bodies began to radiate blinding light,
the surging waves of demonic energy spreading outward like a raging tide. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the heavens,
as if the very fabric of the universe was collapsing.
The entire space trembled violently. The physical bodies of the two ancient demonic ancestors exploded,
transforming into a powerful shockwave of energy that swept out in all directions.
The explosive force of immortal and divine beings was incredibly potent,
forcibly interrupting the ongoing heavenly tribulation.
The lightning tribulation's brilliance instantly dimmed under this impact. The divine thunderbolts,
which had been falling like rain,
abruptly ceased.
The vibrant colors that had painted the sky gradually faded,
leaving only black and white.
Xingye never imagined these two fiends would act with such ruthless decisiveness,
detonating themselves without hesitation.
Caught in this sudden catastrophe, Xingye was violently slammed by the explosion's aftershock and hurled backward. Already gravely wounded from the earlier strikes, the proximity to such a terrifying self-detonation felt like every bone in his body had shattered. Every inch of his skin burned with excruciating pain. Blood spurted wildly from the corners of his mouth as he lay on the ground,
gasping for air. He struggled to rise, only to find his body utterly unresponsive. Watching the departing soul of the ancient demonic ancestor,
his heart seethed with murderous intent, yet he was powerless.
Even if he could pursue them, without the heavenly tribulation to counterbalance their power,
his current state of severe injury made it utterly impossible to withstand the divine might of these two demonic ancestors.
Damn it!
I nearly got blown to bits for nothing.
And they just ran off?
Xingye pounded the ground furiously, his heart boiling with resentment.
Those two ancient fiends were clearly high-ranking demonic overlords.
Had he exploited the heavenly tribulation to slay them? The rewards from the celestial court would be immense, not to mention the spatial rings on their bodies alone would have compensated for the resources expended in his breakthrough.
Fortunately, the two demon elders were unaware of Xingye's thoughts. Otherwise,
they'd be furious enough to spit blood after all.
They were the ones who suffered the loss. Innocently caught in the heavenly punishment lightning, he went out once and returned to find his physical body gone.
As the demonic elder's self-detonation faded and the heavenly thunder vanished, a mysterious and powerful force suddenly descended. This was the nourishing power of the Tao, flowing like a warm stream around Xingye.
Feeling its arrival,
Xingye's heart leapt with joy. This was a golden opportunity to heal his wounds and enhance his strength. The nourishing power of the Tao was no less potent than the heavenly thunder.
Most importantly, while the thunder struck fiercely, this nourishing power nurtured gently.
He immediately activated the cultivation techniques within his body, guiding this force to merge with his being. Nourished by the heavenly Tao's restorative power, his physical injuries began to heal rapidly. His shattered body rapidly repaired itself. Broken bones mended at a visible pace.
Charred skin gradually regained vitality,
and his aura steadily rose as his strength surged. Under the sustained influence of this force,
Xingye's cultivation level shot upward like a rocket,
soaring from his initial entry into the heavenly god realm all the way to the peak of heavenly god level 19.
Feeling the immense power surging within him,
Xingye was now brimming with confidence, even convinced he could kill his former superior, the celestial dragon general, with a single punch.
You're delusional. Run now. With all this commotion, reinforcements will be here any minute. Unnoticed, the divine tree elder had returned to Xingye's side, accompanied by Jior and Qilua.
Xingye instinctively covered his body.
After being struck by thunder and fire,
his clothes were still intact,
protecting his vital areas. The elder rolled his eyes. A grown man and still embarrassed? Besides, I'm a tree spirit, I know nothing of human modesty or etiquette. Humph. Old man, turn around immediately. My master's body isn't for your eyes.
Qilua stepped in front of Xingye, playfully scolding the elder before turning to gently hand him his clothes. The old man puffed out his cheeks and glared, but remembering how he'd fled without hesitation earlier,
he offered an embarrassed explanation. My status is unique. If I hadn't run just now, the demon clan would have spotted me. So what if they saw? Are you some old geezer too ashamed to be seen? Qilua snapped,
still fuming over the old man's failure to save her master. He'd even sealed her powers, preventing her from helping. Even if Qilua had been by Xingye's side, she wouldn't have been able to do much.
The ancient demonic immortal's power was terrifying, far beyond what someone like Qilua could handle.
Not only had her master successfully ascended to the heavenly god realm, But this also meant Shi Luo could return to the Witch Clan's secret realm and unlock her heavenly god power. The heavenly god strength of the Witch Clan could already match that of immortal gods in battle. Then, she would be able to protect her master once more. You ungrateful little girl. The Demon Clan is brutal. I am the sacred tree. If discovered, it would surely bring unnecessary trouble, perhaps even endangering your master. Humph. All excuses. Right. Jor. Chilua hugged Jor, her face full of mischief. Jor grimaced and nodded. No saving the master bad. The ancient divine tree was speechless. Ask your own master. This old man won't argue with women. Xingye couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Chilua. Jor, the divine tree elder is right. There's no need to pressure him. If not for the elder, I wouldn't have broken through to the heavenly god realm so smoothly either. Poof. You can thank me for the 10,000-year sacred heart fruit, but don't thank me for your body-forging achievements that mocked the Tao. I can't accept such gratitude. Now get lost, or you won't be able to leave. In your current state, you need rest. You mustn't fight for at least half a month. Understood. Thank you, senior. By the way, I remember agreeing to your 3 conditions, but how shall we contact each other when the time comes? No problem. The sacred heart fruit's essence remains within you. I can contact you one way. Xingyi. Why one way? Never mind. Asking would be pointless. But having broken through to heavenly god, his wish was fulfilled. Everything else was trivial. Now, he just needed to return home and recuperate in peace. The divine tree was right. Such a commotion would surely alert the heavenly court, especially the celestial dragon general. He'd be questioned about how Xing Yuan obtained the pure water and whether he'd kept any for himself. If this place was sealed off, he'd likely be unable to explain himself and escape. Then, senior, we shall depart first. Take care of yourself. With those words, Xingye abruptly tore open a spatial rift, vanishing with Jor and Chilua in tow. The ancient divine tree marveled inwardly. Among the celestial gods, Xingye's power was truly unparalleled, surpassing all the prodigies of the ages without exaggeration. Upon returning to Qinghe Immortal Town, Xingye secretly slipped back into his city lord's residence. He retreated to his chambers, feigning seclusion to consolidate his cultivation realm while contemplating his next steps. Having broken through to the heavenly god realm, he could now return to Great Xia at any moment, but how? Ever since he had entered the heavenly court's secret realm, his quest panel had become as if it were broken, showing no activity whatsoever, let alone any prompts. For now, he could only wait for Lin Yifeng to be rescued and attempt to inquire about the cause. Meanwhile, at the Pure Water Immortal Manor in the Qinghe River domain, heavenly court forces arrived shortly after Xingye's departure. The leader was indeed the celestial dragon general, Inevitable, given his familiarity with the area and proximity to the site. Sensing the disturbance within the sacred tree's secret realm, the celestial dragon divine general had immediately come to investigate. If he could still obtain the pure water immortal source, it would be worth it, not just one extra trip, but 10 trips a day. Accompanied by a contingent of celestial soldiers, the celestial dragon general conducted a thorough search around the divine tree's secret realm. Yet, he found nothing. The power of the heavenly tribulation was too overwhelming. It had erased all traces, leaving not a single clue behind. Frowning deeply, the celestial dragon general was filled with confusion. He couldn't comprehend what had transpired within the sacred tree sanctuary or why such intense disturbances had suddenly erupted. After hours of fruitless investigation, he had no choice but to depart reluctantly. Meanwhile, Lin Yi had successfully rescued Lin Yifeng. When Xingyi saw Lin Yifeng standing before him, unharmed, his heart swelled with overwhelming joy. Brother, you're finally back. Lin Yifeng broke down into sobs the moment he saw Xingyi, a grown man crouching on the ground, wailing uncontrollably. Xing, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Wah! Damn it, Brother Xing, avenge me, avenge me. They made me mind black or for over half a month. This time was worse than being a pig or a dog. They're 100 times, 1,000 times more despicable than the Great Xia capital clan. Xingyi felt Lin Yifeng's body depleted of spiritual energy, his flesh drained of vitality. At this rate, he'd turn into a dried-up husk soon enough. This was what the Heavenly Eye General meant by the person is fine. Thankfully, he'd been rescued in time. Xingyi patted his shoulder. Heal first. I'll avenge you. Absolutely. Chapter 142, The Great Calamity of Blue Star Unleashed. Hearing Xingyi's promise, Lin Yifeng felt much better. He trusted Xingyi implicitly. Then, Brother Xing, if you capture that bunch of demons alive, remember to let me personally slaughter them. No problem. Wait, those demons didn't die? Xingyi turned to look at the celestial soldiers. The celestial soldiers knelt on the ground, pleading for forgiveness. Forgive us, sir. Those demons were vastly outnumbered. We feared your friend might be injured.
so we rescued him first. Your friend even asked us to save several others. Yes, Brother Xing, it was my fault. Don't blame them. Lin Yifeng was startled to see hundreds of celestial soldiers kneeling before him. He knew their strength far surpassed his own. Any one of them could easily overpower him, let alone hundreds. Yet, judging by their expressions, they seemed utterly terrified of Xing Yi. So what level of power had Xing Yi attained during the half-month he'd been gone? Immortal god? No. The cultivation tiers here differed from those in Great Xia. A peak heavenly god from Great Xia would likely only reach mid-stage heavenly god here, or even fall short. Xing Yi nodded. Rise. I must thank you for saving my brother. This is how it shall be, your basic offerings shall be doubled. I shall send word to the heavenly dragon divine general. Thank you, your excellency. Thank you, your excellency. Your kindness is immeasurable. We swear to follow you to the death. It was nothing. Go rest now. Oh, and compile a list of the demonic forces who captured my brother for mining. Hand it over to the Qinghe immortal town clans, especially those who colluded with the demons. Relay the facts truthfully. Let them decide their course of action. Whether they can atone for their sins depends entirely on their conduct. Xing Ye instructed. Yes, Lord. The celestial soldier acknowledged the order and discreetly withdrew. Only Lin Yifeng and the young woman from Great Xia remained. Had it not been for her intelligence, Xing Yi might not have been able to save Lin Yifeng. Come on, let's grab a bite to eat together. Xing Yi invited. Both readily agreed. Unfortunately, before the food arrived, suddenly, a crisp alert sounded simultaneously in all three minds. Their expressions changed drastically at once. The girl's face turning deathly pale as shock and terror filled her eyes. Celestial order compromised. Initiating self-repair. Detecting foreign world aura. Activating forced expulsion mode. Ding. Changes detected in the Heavenly Court secret realm. Forced return to Great Xia in 10 seconds. Hosts, prepare for re-entry. Xing go? Forced expulsion? Are we going to be okay? The girl stammered, her voice trembling with fear. How could she not be terrified? This was expulsion by the heavenly Tao itself. If they were cast into the void of another realm, certain death awaited them. This place and Blue Star's Great Xia weren't just different eras, and endless distance and a terrifying river of time separated them. If the expulsion went wrong and they failed to return to Blue Star's Great Xia, only death awaited them. Xing Yi felt a surge of panic too. Was the heavenly Tao damaged because of their expulsion? Did that make him the one responsible for all this? Though the self-detonation of those two demonic ancestors had damaged the Tao. If he hadn't insulted the Tao in the first place, summoning the endless thunder tribulation, those ancestors wouldn't have been driven to self-destruction. No, how could he be blamed? Had he not triggered the thunder tribulation? Those two demonic ancestors might have already torn him limb from limb. So whether viewed from the perspective of unforeseen circumstances or sheer survival, the damage to the way of heaven had nothing to do with him. Even if it did, he'd been forced into it. Ahem. It should be fine. The heavenly Tao is fair and impartial. It said it would only expel me, not interfere further. Stay close to me. If anything happens, I'll protect you both immediately. Xing Ye murmured, his expression grave. No matter how the heavenly Tao was damaged because of him, he hoped it wouldn't hold a grudge or involve these two by his side. Shilua and Jor had already retreated deep into his divine domain. Xing Ye gripped the girl and Lin Yifeng, silently counting down in his mind, his nerves taut. Thankfully, he had broken through to the heavenly god realm. Even if something unexpected happened, he possessed the strength to protect himself. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, Xing Ye and the others vanished. With his disappearance, the entire Qinghe immortal town erupted into chaos. The celestial soldiers, in particular, feared Lord Xing Ye had been captured or assassinated by the demon lord. Save the lord. Dig through the earth 3 times over if we must, but we must find his whereabouts. Qinghe immortal town now witnessed celestial soldiers plunged into unprecedented frenzy. They scoured every corner of the town, meticulously examining every inch of land and every dwelling. Even the slightest trace felt like a precious lifeline to them. Anyone who dared to block their path was killed without mercy. Quick! Search more thoroughly. Even if Lord Xing Ye was taken by the enemy, he must have left traces. A celestial soldier captain roared hoarsely, his forehead beaded with sweat, his eyes betraying extreme anxiety and fear. Yes, Captain. The other celestial soldiers responded in unison, their voices equally trembling with dread. Lord Xing Ye had just performed a great service for the celestial court, yet now he had vanished within the immortal town without a trace. If the celestial court demanded accountability and they failed to find him, they would face utter destruction, perhaps even the annihilation of their entire clan. Meanwhile, the abnormal fluctuations in the Tao of heaven reverberated like a boulder dropped into a tranquil lake, sending shockwaves throughout the entire heavenly court's secret realm. Countless peerless masters sensed this astonishing upheaval. As the most powerful factions within this realm, the Heavenly Lord and the Demon Lord, the rulers of the Heavenly Court and the Demon Clan respectively, were the first to react. Seated within the Celestial Court's resplendent golden palace, the Heavenly Lord's imposing figure radiated an aura commanding awe. As he sensed the Celestial Order's disturbance, a piercing light flashed in his eyes, seemingly capable of penetrating endless spacetime. The Tao is damaged. Opportunity. The Heavenly Lord let out a low chuckle. Meanwhile, in the distant demonic territories, the Demon Lord rose from his gloomy palace at the very same moment. Enveloped in swirling demonic energy, his blood-red eyes flickered with an eerie light. Interesting. It seems the invasion of the otherworld begins today. The Demon Lord grinned, revealing a mouthful of fangs. Though separated by millions of miles, guided by the Heavenly Way, the Celestial Lord and the Demon Lord seemed to share a telepathic connection. As the Heavenly Way opened the extra-dimensional passage, preparing to send the beings of the otherworld back to their respective realms, both rulers simultaneously extended their colossal, sky-piercing hands. These colossal hands obscured the sky, radiating world-shattering power. Both sought to tear open the mysterious portal and step into the foreign realm together. Their target was none other than the otherworld, Great Xia, to which Xingye sought to return. The Celestial Way of Heaven's Court sensed the intentions of the Celestial Lord and the Demon Lord, immediately casting powerful restraints to halt their actions. Mysterious runes rapidly coalesced, forming a vast array that blocked the two colossal hands reaching toward the heavens. Simultaneously, the Celestial Way of Blue Star sensed the impending crisis. Countless dazzling beams of light erupted from the outer skies of Blue Star, weaving a vast divine net to protect their world. Yet the Heavenly Lord and Demon Lord's resolve was unshakable. In an instant, they reached a consensus. Two beings who had been enemies for tens of thousands of years now cooperated with astonishing synchrony. They forcibly severed their own arms. The divine and demonic limbs ignited in the void, transforming into unknown divine and demonic energies that jointly forged a bridge between the divine and demonic realms. This bridge spanned the heavens and Blue Star, radiating an aura both sacred and eerie. Its emergence successfully connected the two worlds, though this bridge bore numerous limitations such as opening only at specific intervals, each activation requiring boundless divine stone essence, the near-fatal peril for those who dared cross it, and the severe power restrictions upon reaching Blue Star, where practitioners might lose 50% to 90% of their cultivation. Yet its existence undeniably opened a terrifying gateway for the Celestial Court to invade Blue Star. The moment the bridge was completed, the Heavenly Lord and the Demon Lord erupted in maniacal laughter. Their cackles were saturated with greed, as if they already witnessed the conquest of Great Xia, transforming it into their personal backyard. Having cultivated to their level, they naturally understood what Blue Star represented. A river of time separated the Celestial Court from Blue Star. Once Blue Star was secured, they would gain the opportunity to seek out the Tao of time in this world. Once they comprehended the way of time, returning to past lives or the future would be effortless with their power. The Great Xia shall be ours for the taking. The Heavenly Lord's deep voice echoed throughout the entire Heavenly Court. In his pursuit of the river of time, the Heavenly Lord had unusually used the word ours, clearly intending to collaborate with the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was no fool either. The conflicts between Heavenly Court and the Demon Clan were merely minor issues like resources and temperaments. Once they controlled the river of time, all worldly matters would be effortlessly resolved. My children, cease hostilities. Follow me as we breach this new world before us. The Demon Lord roared in unison. With a sweeping gesture, each summoned tens of thousands of celestial soldiers and demonic forces. Charge! Storm the new world. All you see shall be yours. Celestial demons, for every 10 natives slain, earn 1 military merit point. 1 million points redeemable for 1 reincarnation. Celestial soldiers, for every native slain, earn 1 heavenly merit point. 1 million points grants entry onto the divine honor roll. Upon hearing this, the celestial soldiers and demons' eyes blazed with fury. Like crazed beasts, they surged en masse into the divine demonic bridge, marching toward Blue Star. Upon the bridge, endless divine light flickered, as if colossal forces collided. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly discern cultivators of Blue Star's unique beast-taming system clashing with the charging heavenly soldiers and demons. The bridge roared with deafening thunder. The celestial soldiers and demons charged toward the bridge with undying resolve. Many were instantly torn to shreds by the overwhelming force the moment they stepped onto it, vanishing into the void with agonized screams. Alas, the celestial soldiers and demons were endless. After tens of thousands stepped onto the bridge, thousands actually crossed it, standing outside the Blue Star domain with maniacal laughter. Though their bodies were covered in wounds and their auras had grown extremely weak, they did not halt their advance. Instead, they charged toward Blue Star like crazed demons. With opportunity before them, how could they not fight? The struggle for the Tao is about killing. Upon setting foot on Blue Star, these celestial soldiers and demons faced the terrifying retribution of the Blue Star's heavenly Tao. Thunderbolts and celestial fires suddenly descended from the sky, striking them mercilessly. Weaker celestial soldiers and demons were instantly reduced to charcoal, their numbers dwindling by another 10 to 20%. Those who survived found their cultivation severely suppressed. Originally, the weakest among them were at least 99th level heavenly gods, and many were even ancient immortal god-level patriarchs. Alas, under the laws of the celestial Tao, all were but ants. Having stepped onto Blue Star, even the strongest among them could not exceed the peak of heavenly god. Any attempt to break through this restriction would trigger a powerful force violently expelling them back to the celestial court, or even causing instant death. Yet, despite their power suppression, the celestial soldiers and demons still possessed the strength of heavenly gods, ancient heavenly gods at that. This was far beyond what cultivators from Blue Star, a world with depleted spiritual energy and a newly matured cultivation system, could possibly withstand. Thousands of celestial demons and celestial soldiers poured in, like wolves among sheep, slaughtering indiscriminately. The great calamity of Blue Star had begun prematurely. Chaos and terror engulfed the entire planet. People fled in all directions, their cries and screams piercing the heavens. The instant Xingye was forcibly teleported back to Blue Star, he sensed the presence of thousands of celestial soldiers and demons. Shock and fury filled his heart. He never imagined events would escalate to this extent. Damn them! How dare they invade my homeland? Xingye gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with a fury that could have torn the heavenly lord and demon lord apart alive. Upon arriving on Blue Star, the random teleportation had placed him not within the borders of Great Xia, but in a neighboring country. This nation was one he was somewhat familiar with, the small kingdom of Alago. Though small and weak, Alago had once been a peaceful land where its people lived in contentment and its king ruled diligently. Streets that should have echoed with the cries of merchants and the laughter of children were now hell on earth, filled with the incessant wails of the desperate and the cries for help. He witnessed celestial soldiers and demons slaughtering Blue Star's common folk with utter abandon, burning, killing, looting, harassing and forcing women. Both celestial soldiers and demons were equally vile. You beasts deserve to die, Xingye roared, his form darting like lightning toward the two celestial demons and one celestial soldier closest to him. This is Blue Star. Those who dare slaughter their own kind deserve death. Even the heavenly soldiers are no exception. He instantly activated the Apocalypse Divine Art and the blood burning technique, unleashing his power to its absolute limit. Having transcended the heavenly god realm, Xingye's current strength was such that even if the heavenly dragon divine general himself arrived, he would die. His first punch slammed into a heavenly demon. The demon had no time to dodge, and Xingye's fist struck it squarely. A thunderous boom echoed as the heavenly demon's body instantly exploded, dissipating into a cloud of black mist that vanished into the air. The second punch targeted another heavenly demon. Its face twisted in terror, clearly bewildered by the sudden appearance of such a terrifying foe. It attempted to resist, swinging its demonic weapon toward Xingye, but Xingye's speed was faster. His fist pierced straight through the demon's defenses, slamming heavily into its chest. The demon let out a piercing scream as its body shattered into pieces, flying backward. The third punch struck the celestial soldier without mercy. The soldier stared at Xingye in terror, utterly lacking the courage to resist. Yet, sensing the aura of a ninth-ranked true god of heaven emanating from Xingye, he immediately knelt and begged for mercy. Ninth-ranked divine being, I am a heavenly soldier, not a demon. I am your subordinate. Spare me. Xingye sneered savagely. Celestial soldier? I kill celestial soldiers. Die. Xingye crushed the celestial soldier with sheer physical force. The soldier's body shattered like glass, scattering into countless fragments of flesh and blood across the ground. Chapter 143, The Black River Massacre. Xingye appeared like a savior descended from the heavens, striking down 3 invaders with 3 punches and rescuing countless Arago people from slaughter. The ordinary people of Alago gazed at Xingye with eyes brimming with gratitude. His jet-black hair and dark pupils immediately identified him as a Xia native, deepening their overwhelming sense of debt. Thank you, Great Xia's war god, cried an Alagorite, tears streaming down his face. Aragorn and the Great Xia Empire had long been allies, with the empire frequently aiding the smaller nation. Xingye sighed, surveying the devastation around him. The power of those 3 heavenly soldiers and heavenly demons was terrifying, though he had dispatched them as easily as slaughtering chickens. For the entire Blue Star, even a single heavenly soldier or heavenly demon could rival the might of its immortals and gods. The entire Great Xia Empire boasted only dozens of immortal god-level experts. As for the small nation of Alago, it possessed but a single immortal god-level expert, and he was an ancient, decrepit figure. Within mere minutes of the 3 heavenly soldiers and heavenly demons invading Alago, thousands lay dead and tens of thousands were gravely wounded. It was as if half a town had been crippled. The ravaged land was strewn with blood and severed limbs, resembling a living hell. But Xingyi was neither a god nor a sage. With Great Xia itself under attack by celestial soldiers and demons, he must return swiftly. If Alago were next targeted, the entire nation might flee as quickly as you can. If you find nowhere to escape, go to Wangjiang City in the Great Xia Empire. Mention the word Shu Xing, and someone will protect you. As Xingyi finished speaking, he vanished. In the blink of an eye, Xingye materialized 1,000 miles away, near the borders of the Great Xia Empire. True to his words, standing at the Great Xia frontier, Xingye could sense the bloodlust rising within the realm. Warships, formations, and armies were all mobilized. Xingye's face darkened. If Blue Star were invaded, he might merely be enraged. But if Great Xia were invaded, its people slaughtered, Xingye would go mad. After all, Xingye was a native-born citizen of Daxia. Daxia was his homeland, his great family. Qiluo, Zhou, you two must first eliminate the heavenly soldiers and demons here. Ensure the safety of the majority at all costs. Show no mercy to these invaders, kill them all. Xingye's voice was as cold as the depths of hell, resonating with the slaughter unfolding in the nearest city. Yes, master. Qiluo and Zhou soared skyward, heading straight for the nearby cities of Jiangchang and Heiha. The heavenly soldiers and demons were formidable, each at least at the peak of the heavenly god realm. But Zhou and Qiluo were no less formidable. Zhou transformed into countless forms, releasing an endless swarm of parasitic insects from her body. With Xingye's breakthrough to the heavenly god realm, Zhou's power had surged immeasurably. Each insect now possessed the strength of an early-stage heavenly god. In an instant, a massive army of millions of insects appeared, charging directly at the heavenly soldiers and demons. Qiluo, meanwhile, targeted the demonic spirits summoned by the heavenly court. Using a reverse witchcraft spell, she summoned them all forth. Thousands of demonic spirits materialized, each possessing peak heavenly god strength. With their leader standing at the threshold of immortal godhood, Jiangcheng faced 12 celestial soldiers and 3 celestial demons, while Heiha City endured 11 celestial demons and 4 celestial soldiers. Both cities were effectively invaded by over a dozen unknown immortal gods. With their highest tier combatants only at the peak of the heavenly god realm, they were virtually defenseless, forced to watch as these beasts slaughtered and humiliated the populace. Zhou and Qiluo knew full well how deeply Xingye cherished his homeland and family. Therefore, every one of these invaders must die. Zhou, you go to Heiha City. Killing celestial demons there will be effortless for you. As for me, I'll head to Jiangcheng to slaughter your master's celestial soldier comrades. Qiluo wasn't as naive as Zhou. Zhou might show mercy to celestial soldiers because her master had once been one. But Qiluo? The witch clan was born to kill, otherwise they wouldn't have been sealed away and nearly exterminated. To her, everyone except her master Xingye was a beast. Killing countless numbers carried no psychological burden. Zhou hesitated for a moment before murmuring, "All right, thank you." She did feel a bit conflicted, not because she feared losing to these celestial soldiers and demons, but because she dreaded encountering a familiar celestial soldier. Facing one would leave her torn, kill or spare? Better to confront the demons, at least then. She wouldn't worry about killing the wrong person. Oh, and Zhou, after dealing with these beasts, set up some heaven and earth great arrays to shield them. We don't want more celestial soldiers or demons infiltrating. After the slaughter, I must find Master. Zhou sensed the formidable strength of these invaders. Master's killing intent ran high now, making him extremely vulnerable to demonic confusion. She did not wish to see Master harmed. Qiluo smiled radiantly. No problem. I also wish to accompany Master as soon as possible. As a side note, after Xingye broke through to Heavenly God, the beast-tamer Zhou had already gained the ability to speak human language, and her transformation into human form was not far off. This was due to the unique circumstances of Blue Star. In the celestial court, beasts capable of human speech would need to cultivate to the peak of Heavenly God, while taking human form required breaking through to Immortal God. Zhou eagerly anticipated the day she could take human form. The two women covered thousands of miles in a single stride, each charging toward their respective cities. The Black River city Zhou was rushing to aid was named for its proximity to the Black River, surrounded by water on 3 sides and mountains on the 4th. Its location made it a fortress easier to defend than to attack. This was especially true with 3 warships stationed to guard the waterfront. Unfortunately, precisely because of these 3 warships, the city lacked a powerful protective formation. After all, when it was built, no one ever imagined that powerful enemies from beyond the heavens could bypass starships and parachute directly into the city. Without protective formations, the dozen or so celestial soldiers and demons who descended found the city utterly defenseless, like lambs thrown to the wolves. Though only a dozen celestial soldiers and demons invaded Black River City, The demons possessed the power to force open the gates of hell, summoning endless hordes of demonic soldiers. Hundreds of thousands of demons descended from the heavens, shrouding the entire city in darkness. Without the protection of formations, the demonic hordes rampaged freely among the common folk. Endless wails, severed limbs, and blood seemed to dye the sky crimson. A blood-red cloud obscured the sun, and the thick, palpable stench of blood weighed heavily upon every heart. The deafening battle cries made ears ache, a cacophony of roars and screams intertwining into a harrowing symphony of death. The malevolent aura solidified into a black mist, suffocating every inch of space, as if it sought to devour souls themselves. As far as the eye could see, the land of Black River City lay in utter ruin, a scene of widespread devastation. Snow fell in June, blanketing the city. Severed limbs littered the streets, some corpses still twitching faintly, bones piled high, layered upon layers, forming mountains that stood starkly against the pristine white snow. An agonizing sight. That pristine snow was now stained a horrifying crimson by blood, a sight that brought utter despair. This once thriving modern metropolis now lay utterly devastated by the ravages of war. Skyscrapers that once pierced the clouds and futuristic entertainment complexes now lay collapsed, reduced to ruins. Crumbling walls and shattered structures enveloped the entire city in a shadow of death. Countless demon warriors clad in monstrous armor surged forth like a tidal wave at the heavenly demon's command. Their armor was engraved with eerie demonic runes, and their weapons glinted with a cold, sinister light. The blades, illuminated by the blood-red glow, shimmered with a chilling radiance. They charged madly toward the common folk of Black River City. The terrifying power of the celestial beings meant each swing of their weapons easily pierced the bodies of ordinary beast-tamers. Blood gushed forth like fountains, instantly staining the surrounding snow red. The warriors of Black River City, sensing the overwhelming might of the invading foe, bore grim expressions, yet their eyes burned with boundless fury. Behind Black River lay their loved ones, their homeland. Retreat meant utter despair for all of Black River. They dared only fight back fiercely. Their weapons clashed violently with the demonic blades, producing sharp metallic clangs. Though the great Xia humans stood no chance against the demons one-on-one, the demons were limited in number. 10 humans could fight one demon, 100 could fight one. With every demon warrior they slew, a glimmer of hope flickered in their hearts. Yet immediately, they faced an even more frenzied counterattack. The summoned demons feared no death. In their final moments, they would either detonate their bodies, unleashing terrifying shockwaves that instantly obliterated all life nearby, or activate demonic talismans to trigger horrific explosions. Flames shot skyward, scorching heat waves engulfed everything in their path, claiming countless human warriors in successive blasts. Fortunately, the main battlefield was on human territory. While individual human strength was indeed limited, humanity's ability to stand firm among the myriad races relied not only on cultivation but also on diverse wisdom and technology. Black River City, situated near the Black River, lacked protective formations but was guarded by even more formidable warships. 3 starships relentlessly unleashed terrifying stellar cannons under the horrified gaze of the demonic forces. Divine stones and stardust were transformed into energy, fueling the starships. The massive gun barrels spewed blazing beams of energy, possessing astonishing destructive power. Like terrifying heavenly tribulation, they struck the demonic hordes. Their power was undeniably formidable. Each strike carried at least the might of immortals and gods, utterly overwhelming the ordinary demon soldiers before them. Every single blast claimed the lives of thousands. This gave Lord Black River a glimmer of hope. Protect the starship. Slaughter these beasts. Yes, my lord. Terrifying beams of stellar laser fire swiftly mowed down tens of thousands of demons. Alas, Lord Black River's joy lasted barely 2 minutes. The heavenly demon at the vanguard materialized, positioning itself directly within the path of the stellar laser cannons. With a single outstretched hand, an endless torrent of divine power erupted from its palm, effortlessly deflecting the annihilating stellar cannon fire. Not only that, but it redirected the force, sending the stellar laser cannon crashing back into Black River City. Boom! No! Lord Black River's eyes bulged with fury. The human star laser cannon's power was immense. The single strike obliterated half the city, claiming the lives of hundreds of thousands of citizens. As the heavenly fiend struck, the heavenly soldiers began moving with frenzied laughter. Their divine might transformed into deadly assaults, reaping human warriors' lives in vast swaths like scythes. Beasts, kill us first if you dare. The Black River City Lord descended into madness. These were his people. As their ruler, he could only watch helplessly as his citizens perished. He burned with hatred. He demanded the deaths of these demons. Fire the cannons. Spare no expense. Divert all StarCraft energy to boost the Star God beam output, roared the Black River City Lord. Boom! Beams of divine light, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens and earth, shot toward the celestial soldiers and demons in the sky. Several celestial demons sneered, attempting to withstand the assault, but they underestimated the power of human technology. One celestial soldier was instantly obliterated, his divine soul annihilated. Several heavenly demons had their bodies shattered, their divine souls barely escaping. The remaining celestial demons, enraged by this sight, dared not confront the power head-on. Their faces darkened as they growled, "Destroy these monstrosities first." These mere iron golems, devoid of divine energy fluctuations, could unleash such terrifying power? They had truly underestimated the cultivators of this primitive world. As the celestial soldiers and demons personally joined the fray, the battlefield grew even more terrifying. Cities crumbled to dust, and the heavens darkened. In this fierce battle, though the human race's warships could emit divine light to counter the power of immortals and gods, their numbers were limited to just 3 vessels. The demon race, however, seemed endless. Under their relentless assault, the human race suffered terribly, enduring horrific casualties, deaths occurring almost by the second. Corpses of human warriors piled up like mountains on the snowy ground, the gruesome sight too horrific to behold. Fragments of bodies and bones were scattered densely everywhere. If spread out, they could likely cover the entire city. Then, the worst possible scenario unfolded. A deafening, piercing scream erupted from within the city. "He's betrayed us. The deputy city lord has betrayed us. He's led the young masters of the noble families to sabotage a starship and surrendered to the demons." This cry exploded like a heavy bomb, instantly unleashing a tidal wave of terror in everyone's hearts. It became the final straw that crushed Black River City. Terrified, the crowd looked toward the rightmost starship among the 3. Amidst a series of violent explosions, it shattered into fragments in an instant. The human warriors, once shielded by the starship, instantly lost their final barrier. They were immediately overwhelmed by the swarming demonic hordes. Their desperate, agonized screams filled the air as they struggled futilely against the demonic blades. The gap in strength left the subjects of Great Xia utterly hopeless. With the deputy city lord's betrayal, the demonic hordes slaughtered with escalating ferocity. The human forces retreated in disarray, collapsing into chaos. Now, the entire Black River City lay utterly conquered. A human celestial being, his face twisted with grief and fury, roared to the heavens, "Retreat! Protect the civilians!" Blood streamed from his eyes as he helplessly witnessed his kin perish beneath demon blades. "Why haven't the immortal gods from the capital arrived yet?" Another warrior cried out in despair. They pinned their last hope on the immortal gods of the capital, praying for a divine intervention to rescue Black River City from the flames of destruction. Yet the response brought even deeper despair. "They can't come." News just arrived from the capital. Hundreds of demon deities attacked them. Half the city fell in an instant. "Their plight is even worse than ours. They can't even save themselves." The Lord of Black River City heard this news, his eyes utterly filled with despair. Gazing upon the hellish scene before him, his heart bled as he roared, "Prepare for self-destruction. These beasts, we cannot let them continue slaughtering my Black River offspring." With that, he and the city elders ignited their own blood, intending to sacrifice themselves to form an array. Their divine power erupted from their bodies, a colossal force surging between them and gradually coalescing into a massive killing formation. The killing array radiated a terrifying aura, as if it could devour all life. They intended to use it to destroy themselves along with the celestial soldiers and demons, fighting for the last shred of hope for survival for the people of Black River City. Chapter 144, Blood-Soaked Descent into Madness. At this critical moment, a blinding light sliced through the sky as Jor arrived just in time, instantly transforming into a divine dragon form. Her colossal body obscured the sun and moon, radiating overwhelming power. She let out a deafening dragon roar that shook the heavens. This roar contained immense sonic force, striking like a heavy hammer and instantly stunning most of the celestial soldiers and demons. Immediately after, an endless tide of black fire insects separated from Jor's body like a dark flood. These parasites were minuscule, each no larger than a thumb, yet their bodies were covered in mysterious runes that flickered with eerie light. Upon closer inspection, one would be stunned to discover that each parasite possessed the power of an ordinary celestial deity. Gathered in dense swarms, they were utterly terrifying. Clustering together, they swiftly flew toward the heavenly demons, instantly enveloping each one. The bugs opened their sharp mouthparts, biting viciously into the celestial demons while simultaneously releasing black flames. These flames, like demonic whispers, devoured the demons' bodies, slowly strangling them to death. Simultaneously, boundless divine light erupted from Jor's dragon form. She manifested a pair of colossal arms, swiftly forming seals in the air to deploy the Dragon Realm Great Array. This array functioned like a transparent cage, enveloping the majority of the celestial soldiers and demons within. Inside, divine light flickered and runes flowed, powerful restraints pressing down upon the celestial forces. This effectively isolated the battlefield. preventing the battle's aftermath from harming the citizens of Black River City. In her eyes, every citizen of Great Xia was her comrade in arms. None could be harmed under her protection, let alone suffer casualties. Thanks to Jor's efforts, the battle situation in Heiha City had temporarily stabilized. Yet everyone knew this brutal war had only just begun, with greater crises still looming ahead. And what response would Xingyan make upon learning of Heiha City's devastation? Could he lead the human race to turn the tide, repel the demonic invasion, and save Blue Star from peril? All remained uncertain. Only the blood-soaked air and the tension stretched to its breaking point silently spoke of this war's brutality and hardship. Meanwhile, the battlefield at Jiangcheng was equally horrific. Though Qilua rushed toward the scene at top speed, the carnage there matched that of Heiha in intensity. Gazing upon the scene before her, the thought of her master's potential grief ignited an unstoppable surge of murderous intent within Qilua. Her eyes flashed with icy resolve as she gripped her witch's staff tightly. Now capable of wielding god-tier power, she could unleash the full spectrum of shamanic arts upon the world. It was time to test these enemies from the celestial court. The moment she stepped into Jiangcheng, she was met with a scene resembling a living hell. Countless celestial soldiers seemed more demonic than the celestial demons themselves. For over 10 days, they had rampaged through the city, wielding divine weapons to mercilessly slaughter human warriors and ordinary citizens. Blood flowed like rivers across the streets, while corpses lay piled haphazardly everywhere, transforming the entire city into a vast graveyard. Qilua's heart surged with horror and fury at the sight. This carnage reminded him of the Witch Clan's brutal extermination. These beasts deserved to die. Swiftly, she swung her witch staff, murmuring incantations. Black beams shot from its tip, instantly transforming into countless cursed runes that flew toward the celestial soldiers. Qilua showed no mercy toward these beasts, unleashing death spirit curses and killing spells from the outset. The runes coiled around the celestial soldiers like specters, instantly eliciting agonized screams. Some soldiers began to rot and fester, while others saw their limbs disintegrate. But that wasn't enough. Behind Qilua, thousands of demonic spirits obeyed her command, charging recklessly at the celestial soldiers and demons. These spirits were also hellish fiends, each possessing the peak strength of a celestial god. Their leader had even reached the threshold of the immortal god realm, matching the scale of the celestial forces in every way. The ethereal bodies of these demonic spirits effortlessly pierced through the celestial soldiers' defenses, striking directly at their souls. Faced with these fiends, the celestial soldiers descended into chaos. They watched in terror as the fiends closed in, realizing their divine arts couldn't even touch them, let alone inflict harm. Yet the fiends' attacks were all too real, they could only endure the beating. Damn it! What kind of monsters are these? A heavenly soldier screamed in terror. Don't panic, we're celestial soldiers, they wouldn't dare harm us. Another soldier tried to steady the troops, though his voice trembled with fear. Qilua couldn't help but snort derisively upon hearing this. So what if you're celestial soldiers? Not even my old man could handle them. Die for me. Qilua swung into action, her 1.8-meter-long legs lashing out. A thunderous crack filled the air as her powerful roundhouse kick slammed into several celestial soldiers. Crash! The celestial soldiers' golden armor shattered into fragments, flesh torn into pieces, dripping at Qilua's feet. Qilua looked utterly disgusted. Just as she was about to clean up the mess, her eyes lit up. She suddenly spotted a stronger celestial soldier commander. This commander wore golden battle armor, wielding a spear that gleamed with a cold light. A powerful aura radiated from him, yet he lurked in the shadows, coldly scanning Qilua as if planning a sneak attack. Clearly, he was either the leader or a major figure among these celestial soldiers. Found you! A flicker of excitement crossed Qilua's eyes. These celestial demons were endless, making slaughter tedious, but slaying their leaders, whether or not it halted demon summons, would deal a crushing blow to the invaders' morale. Her form flickered like a ghostly apparition as she charged toward the celestial commander. Her witch's staff traced a black arc through the air, stirring a whirlwind of darkness that slammed directly toward the commander's head. The celestial commander sensed Qilua's attack, his expression shifting slightly. With no time to evade, he could only raise his spear to block. The spear and staff collided with a thunderous crash, sending powerful shockwaves rippling outward. The surrounding structures shook violently, their foundations trembling. Witch Clan, daring to emerge again? Daring to oppose Heaven's court? The celestial commander snorted coldly, his eyes brimming with contempt. You recognize my clan? Remnants of the Witch Clan still exist in Heavenly Court? Qilua's eyes lit up. No, wait, different eras. But it doesn't matter. Any Witch Clan member is kin. Then you shall die all the more swiftly. I'll slaughter you and search your soul to uncover the Witch Clan's secrets within the Heavenly Court. Qilua's eyes shone brightly, as the Witch Clan's holy maiden. Encountering kin from another branch filled her with boundless joy. Humph, bold words indeed.
A mere witch clan, a minor tribe nearly exterminated by the heavenly court. The celestial soldier commander had every reason to be arrogant. As the most powerful force within the heavenly court's secret realm, the heavenly soldiers could look down upon any race, even the demon clans. Judging by the celestial soldier's tone, the situation for the heavenly court's witch clan lineage couldn't be looking too good. But you, little girl, you're quite the looker. Those long legs. I didn't plan to make a move, but since you've come charging right at me, you're going to be mine. The celestial soldier commander leered at Chilua's stunning figure, especially those long legs. The moment she kicked his subordinate to death, he'd already wanted to capture her. Chilua felt his gaze and a chill ran through her heart. 5 breaths, she must kill him. Her body was for her master alone to touch, no one else could even fantasize about it. Chilua swung her witch staff and charged at the celestial commander. The celestial commander sneered with disdain. The most terrifying weapon of the witch clan was their curses. That woman's previous death curse had posed a significant threat to him even if it couldn't kill him. It could easily cripple him. That was precisely why he had hidden. But he never expected her to charge forward like a fool, daring to challenge him in brute strength. She was practically begging for death. Witchcraft rivaled divine forbidden arts, the commander dared not engage lightly. But now, this girl had abandoned her spells to attack with her bare hands. It was practically handing him a stunning beauty on a silver platter. The celestial commander's figure flickered as he unleashed hundreds of spear shadows in an instant, aiming to pierce her to death or cripple her in one fell swoop. He wasn't foolish in a life or death battle. He wouldn't give her a moment to breathe or cast witchcraft. As for whether she'd still be playable if crippled or killed, the celestial commander sneered coldly. Even if the body was shattered, a single thread of soul remained sufficient. Restoring the flesh was the easiest part, repairing the soul was far more difficult. But for mere amusement, why bother with a complete soul? Yet what the heavenly soldier commander never anticipated was that with every strike he landed, his opponent effortlessly matched it and countered. Each collision between the witch staff and the spear unleashed powerful energy ripples, forcing surrounding celestial soldiers and demonic spirits to scatter in fear of being caught in the blast. Impossible! How could this be? How could you possess such terrifying power? The celestial commander, refusing to believe it, charged again. His spear whirled, leaving trails of afterimages, and space itself seemed to tear with the sound. Chilua sneered coldly, casually parrying with her wand while still finding the energy to taunt. Useless man, is that all you've got? Didn't you eat today? What? Useless thing, die. Chilua grew serious, instantly pinpointing her opponent's weakness. She tossed aside her wand, bare-fisted, every muscle taut. Channeling her master's breathing technique, she delivered 3 punches. The celestial commander shattered into fragments of flesh and blood, vanishing from existence. That felt good. Chilua licked the crimson blood from her lips, a wound inflicted by the backlash from her own excessive force. At some point, Chilua had adopted her master Xingye's brutal fighting style, a witch saint skilled in close combat, a rarity unmatched in 10,000 years. Too bad my body is still too weak, not like my master's. Chilua was deeply dissatisfied with her self-inflicted injury. She thought that if she could practice dual cultivation with her master, her physical form could easily ascend another level, breaking free from the prison of mortal flesh to become divine. Of course, she could learn from her master to absorb the power of heavenly thunder and fire to break through the threshold of transcending the physical form to become a god. But she only wanted to grow stronger, not seek death. In this world, she dared guarantee that aside from her master, anyone else attempting such cultivation would meet certain death. Her master possessed the ancient artifact, the Demon Refining Pot, enjoyed the protection of the Divine Maiden, and most crucially, was favored by fate itself. With every possible buff stacked upon him, not even the heavenly tribulation or even the Tao itself could kill him. 2 more to go. Almost done. Chilua licked her lips, her eyes gleaming with savagery as she radiated an alluring aura of a cold, elegant queen. As Chilua vanished, the targeted celestial soldiers panicked. Terror gripped them as they frantically scanned their surroundings, desperate to locate her. They tried to evade her, but it was already too late. Chilua transformed into a black streak of light, punching relentlessly into their chests. Her blows pierced through their bodies. The once arrogant and overconfident celestial soldiers could only emit agonized screams as they plummeted from the sky. The leader is dead. Witnessing this, the heavenly demons were gripped by terror. Their morale collapsed instantly, and some even began fleeing in all directions. On the other side, Xingyi raced toward the capital like a streak of light, his heart burning with anxiety. Throughout the journey, unease gripped his heart. Visions of potential devastation in the capital and the safety of his parents and friends kept flashing through his mind. When he finally reached the skies above the capital, the sight before him sent his heart plummeting to the depths. The capital had been breached by endless celestial armies and demons. The once magnificent and prosperous city now lay in ruins. The surrounding cities had suffered catastrophic destruction, their walls mercilessly crushed,
with broken ruins scattered everywhere. Houses lay utterly ruined. Reduced to piles of rubble, millions of acres of fertile fields were utterly destroyed, the once rich soil now scarred by war. Devoid of life. A scene of utter desolation. The bones of common folk lie scattered haphazardly everywhere, many mercilessly trampled into pulp. Blood mingles with mud, creating a scene too horrific to behold. The land had been drenched crimson by blood, its stench permeating the wilderness, thick enough to choke the breath from one's lungs. Xingye trembled uncontrollably, feeling the wailing spirits around him pierce the heavens, as if countless wronged souls were lamenting this sudden catastrophe. Such devastation could never be described by a single word like tragic. Staring at the scene before him, Xingye's eyes went blank, as if he dared not acknowledge reality. His heart felt pierced by 1,000 icy needles, the cold making his body tremble involuntarily. You beasts, die! You all deserve to die! Xingye erupted with overwhelming fury, his aura exploding outward. The killing intent pierced the void, threatening to tear the surrounding air apart. A fierce impulse surged within him. He yearned to annihilate the Heavenly Court's secret realm at once, to avenge the innocent lives lost. His heart was filled with self-reproach. This catastrophe bore an inextricable connection to him. Had he not disrupted the Celestial Court's cosmic equilibrium, its laws would never have forcibly expelled them. Nor would the Celestial Lord and Demon Lord have reversed their coordinates to target Blue Star, unleashing this terrifying invasion. He had brought this catastrophic disaster upon Blue Star. He had caused the deaths of the people of Great Xia. All this guilt weighed upon him like a crushing mountain, nearly suffocating him. Gazing upon the shattered ruins of Shangjing City, Xingye's heart bled. Most of the travelers in the outer city walls were his fellow townsfolk, innocent citizens of Wangjiang City. Many of Wangjiang City's people had gathered here out of reverence and admiration for him. Shuxing, Xingye. Yet now, they all met such a tragic end, each dying a violent death, their bodies torn beyond recognition. Xingye's eyes gradually reddened, tears welling in his sockets. Divine power surged through his body, his aura turning crimson and demonic. Chapter 145, Sacrificing Oneself for the Way. The protagonist dies. The book ends. Xingye understood that facing the invasion of heaven's elite celestial soldiers and demonic forces, the Great Xia Empire would inevitably suffer immense casualties. He had steeled himself for this, but alas, reality proved his resolve utterly useless. The sheer number of fallen before him plunged Xingye into profound terror and self-reproach. At that moment, the entire land of Great Xia shook violently. Terrifying fluctuations of divine power and spiritual energy surged through the air. City after city was swept into oblivion by the rampaging celestial soldiers and demons, collapsing inch by inch. Deep fissures tore through the earth, while demonic energy filled the skies, threatening to devour the entire Great Xia. Above the capital, 12 celestial beings piloted their starcraft, channeling every ounce of power into the ship's magical arrays. In an instant, a breathtaking cascade of multicolored divine light plummeted from the heavens, its dazzling brilliance illuminating the entire sky. The celestial light intertwined, the five elements' energies cycling and generating one another. With a thunderous roar, the light coalesced, surging forward like a tsunami. Under the impact of this formidable divine light, the demon warriors were as fragile as ants, shattered into dust amidst splattering blood and piercing screams. Yet the demonic hordes were overwhelmingly vast, seemingly endless as they charged toward the human defenses like mindless puppets. If the demonic race conquered Great Xia, it would bring new world resources to their kind, alleviating their dire resource shortage. If the Great Xia protected Blue Star, humanity could continue living peacefully on the planet, even launching counterattacks against the demons, conquering mythical realms, and obtaining divine artifacts and sacred treasures. Both sides fought with bloodlust, every warrior battling desperately for their kin and for survival. Xingye drew a deep breath, suppressing the grief in his heart. Now was not the time to wallow in self-blame. Now, he needed to protect the Great Xia, to protect his comrades in arms and his family and friends. His form flickered, darting like a ghost toward the fiercest part of the battlefield. Along the way, he witnessed countless celestial soldiers and demons slaughtering the people of Daxia without mercy. Rage surged through him, sky high, instantly activating the Apocalypse divine art and the blood ignition technique. His entire body erupted with power, reaching its absolute peak. Xingye abandoned all defense, channeling every ounce of power into his hands and feet. Suddenly, a thought struck him at this critical moment. His 10,000 transformations technique achieved a breakthrough. Without hesitation, Xingye manifested thousands of clones. Even if it meant paying an exorbitant price in primordial essence, Xingye felt no regret, nor could he afford to. This was his debt to the innocent people of Daxia. Thousands of Xingye clones emerged, each possessing 60% to 80% of his original power, a terrifying force. Every punch contained immense might, each strike unleashing a storm of blood and carnage. Demon warriors fell instantly under his assault, their bodies shattered into fragments. Xingye's speed was blinding. Thousands of figures darted through the demonic hordes with ease, as if entering an empty field. "You beasts, die!" Xingye roared, his voice thunderous and reverberating across the battlefield. Some demon warriors sensed the disturbance behind them and turned, attempting to block Xingye's onslaught. Yet, just as celestial demons crushed the innocent citizens of Great Xia, Starlight slaughtered them with equal ease. Ordinary celestial demons were vastly outmatched by Starlight, utterly unable to withstand his relentless, life-sacrificing assaults. His onslaught not only inflicted heavy casualties upon the demonic hordes but also drew the attention of the celestial soldiers. "Humph! Who does this upstart think he is? Kill him!" A celestial commander spotted Xingye, snorted coldly, and led a group of celestial soldiers charging toward him. Seeing the celestial soldiers advance, Xingye grinned savagely. "What of the celestial soldiers? Those who killed the Great Xia shall be slain without mercy." Now, even if the celestial dragon general stood before him, blocking his path, he would kill. Xingye unleashed boundless divine light, blood gushing from his body as he charged into the celestial soldiers. Wherever he passed, celestial soldiers screamed in agony. Not a single one could withstand even a single blow from him. One celestial soldier sensed danger and fled, but Xingye's terrifying speed closed the gap in an instant. The soldier, terrified out of his wits, suddenly saw a little girl appear before him. One hand clamped viciously around the girl's throat. Grinning savagely, he raised her toward Xingye. He could tell this man desperately wanted to save the lowly commoners below. "Release me, and I'll spare her. Deal?" he demanded, tightening his grip until the girl's neck turned crimson and she passed out. Xingye's eyes blazed with fury, especially as the girl gasped out before losing consciousness, "Big brother, save, run." Such a sensible little girl, yet she had to endure this life-threatening ordeal. It was all his fault. "Fine, release her. You may go." Xingye's voice was icy cold, but he believed the life of a mere celestial soldier was a small price to pay for the girl. He could kill 10, 100 more celestial soldiers, but if the girl died, he could never bring her back. Even if she were reborn through hellish cycles, would that girl be the same one standing before him now? "Get out of here!" Xingye barked coldly. The celestial soldier rejoiced. Seeing Xingye so easily swayed, he realized his opponent was indeed a kind-hearted saint perfectly pliable. If he could kill him, he'd receive the reward of a 6th-ranked divine official from the heavenly court, along with the chance for reincarnation. "I've changed my mind," the celestial soldier sneered. "You, trade one of your arms and one of your legs for her life." A chill swept over Xingye's eyes. "Say that again?" The celestial soldier instinctively hesitated, but the sight of the little girl in his grasp filled him with confidence. He swiftly sliced off half of her ear. The child let out a piercing scream. Her tiny face contorted in agony. Yet, when she looked at Xingye, her crying abruptly stopped. She seemed to understand that her very existence had burdened this big brother. Xingye smiled coldly. "One arm? Ha! Here you go." Xingye's eyes hardened as he severed his left arm. The celestial soldier stared in shock. Had he truly done it? He was just a stranger, why go this far? In that split second of disbelief, Xingye flickered closer. His massive hand slammed down on the celestial soldier's head. With a thud, red and white matter scattered across the ground. The little girl stared at Xingye's severed arm, tears welling up, but Xingye smiled as he swiftly reattached the limb and healed the girl's ear. Limb regeneration was a minor feat for the immortal body technique, nothing difficult for Xingye. But the feeling of being threatened was truly unpleasant. What if they all learned to threaten him next? What then? After settling the little girl, Xingye let out a sinister laugh and murmured, "In that case, none of them will live." Xingye understood that unless the Heavenly Court's invasion route into Blue Star was severed completely, this endless slaughter and calamity would never cease. A plan formed in Xingye's mind. Though its chances of success were slim, he believed the situation couldn't possibly worsen. Having made his decision, Xingye charged toward the God-Demon Bridge connecting the Heavenly Court to Blue Star. The moment he stepped onto the bridge, a powerful and eerie aura washed over him, a fusion of celestial and demonic energies so dense it had solidified. Without hesitation, Xingye spread his arms wide and threw himself wholeheartedly into devouring the boundless divine and demonic energies. As he frantically absorbed the divine demonic energy, his body underwent drastic transformations. Muscles swelled, veins dilated, and power surged within him like boiling magma. Every cell trembled with excitement under the infusion of this immense force, while his aura soared at an astonishing rate. Propelled by this colossal force, Xingye's cultivation bottleneck began to crack. His realm soared upward like a rocket. However, such a heaven-defying breakthrough instantly provoked the wrath of the Tao. Upon recognizing Xingye's aura once more, the calamity doubled in intensity. Endless calamity clouds rapidly gathered in the sky, churning and roaring like a black ocean, threatening to swallow Xingye whole. Blinding bolts of divine lightning, like enraged dragons, darted and roared through the calamity clouds, striking fiercely toward Xingye. Xingye seemed to have anticipated this, showing no fear but rather delight. As the divine lightning struck, he swiftly channeled the power within his body, unleashing one powerful divine technique after another, including forbidden arts. He forcibly devoured and refined the divine thunderbolts and the power of the heavenly Tao. Yet the power of the heavenly tribulation and the Tao was overwhelming. Previously, he had absorbed divine lightning slowly and cautiously, but now, swallowing it all at once, his body could barely withstand it. His internal organs shattered and reborn in an instant. Any ordinary person faced with such peril would have forcibly withdrawn from the tribulation, retreating in cultivation level. But Xingye could not. He had to grow stronger, otherwise, driving out the heavenly court's celestial soldiers and demons would be utterly impossible. Xingye gazed downward, a savage grin spreading across his face as he made a shocking decision to self-detonate his physical body. Only through destruction could there be rebirth. Only by resorting to this extreme measure could he possibly achieve the final layer of the immortal body cultivation, the undying immortal body, also known as the divine body of the great Tao. He compressed every ounce of power within him to its absolute limit, then unleashed it in a sudden, explosive burst. Boom! A deafening roar erupted as Xingye's physical form instantly transformed into a blinding ball of light. A colossal energy shockwave radiated outward, tearing black fissures into the surrounding space. The celestial soldiers and demons he had drawn in were utterly annihilated, leaving not a trace behind. His physical form obliterated, leaving only his divine soul's power. Xingye endured the endless divine thunder of the heavenly tribulation. Despite his own injuries, he harnessed the power of the heavenly thunder and heavenly Tao, attempting to shatter the bridge of gods and demons. Guided by his precise divine soul, the force of the heavenly Tao slammed into the critical junctures of the bridge of gods and demons. Under the force of the heavenly Tao, cracks began to appear in the bridge of gods and demons, causing it to gradually sway precariously. The invading celestial soldiers and demons below were, unsurprisingly, swept into the catastrophe of this heavenly tribulation. Guided by Xingye's soul lock, the divine thunder struck them mercilessly. They let out waves of agonized screams as their bodies were instantly shattered into fragments, vanishing into the void. Of course, Xingye's continuous splitting of his divine soul depleted his strength to resist the heavenly tribulation. Under the baptism of divine lightning, his divine soul nearly vanished. Yet inexplicably, Xingye's divine soul suddenly began to fuse with the power of the Tao. As time passed, Xingye directly grasped the mysteries of the Tao, transforming the power contained within each bolt of divine lightning into nourishment for himself. He continuously strengthened his divine soul, forging an immortal and indestructible body. Though he had lost his physical form, the indestructible nature now merged into Xingye's divine soul, allowing him to tenaciously harmonize with the power of the Tao. The calamity clouds still churned, yet Xingye's aura grew ever more potent. His divine soul underwent constant metamorphosis, gradually merging with the Tao itself. Without a physical body, Xingye was physically dead, yet his divine soul remained unvanquished. In the realm of cultivation, he was undoubtedly alive, but alas, though he lived, his divine soul could no longer be controlled by himself. Now, Xingye had become the way of heaven itself. His soul undoubtedly lived on, powerful as ever, yet it had merged into the very fabric of this world, becoming an invisible barrier protecting the Great Xia. In a wholly new form, he lived within Great Xia, protecting Great Xia. One body, one Tao. Xingye's end. The book concludes.